Upon waking up, you find a stunning beauty lying in your arms, with your hand resting on her soft dough. The girl stares at you with wide eyes, sticking out her tongue, but you don't recognize her at all, as you are at a loss. The girl licks your cheek and rubs her head against you, looking puzzled as to why you are ignoring her. With a meow, you slap yourself hard, wondering if you are still half asleep. But the next moment, a futuristic frame appears above the girl's head. The puppet cat bought by Lin Mo in childhood turned into a girl under unknown circumstances. Name: Baiyue. Dependency value: 100. Favorability value: 100. The girl in front of me turned out to be the puppet cat I raised. Meow. Baiyue tilted her head, leaned on you, as if wondering why you were not paying attention to her. Is it Baiyue? You reached out and touched Baiyue's white hair. Meow. Baiyue hummed, rubbed her head, and you were undoubtedly Baiyue. But why is this happening? Just as you were pondering, your phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, you gently patted Baiyue in your arms. Shoo, don't speak. Meow. Baiyue obediently nodded, her beautiful eyes staring at you without blinking. Hey. Lin Mo endured the changes in his body, took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and answered the phone. What's wrong? Mo, why did you block me? Lingling's questioning voice came through the phone. If you hadn't seen your girlfriend being touched by another man yesterday and still greeted him with a smile, you might have apologized. You succinctly said, let's break up. Also, give me back the 200,000 for the ring. After saying that, you hung up the phone directly, blocked all contacts, put the phone aside, and breathed a sigh of relief. Meow? Baiyue blinked blankly, as if sensing your unhappiness. It seems like it's time to teach her how to speak. You pinched your brow, realizing you need to buy her some clothes. The key is how to take her out. It's impossible for her to stay silent once outside. If she suddenly looks around, that would be fun. Let's get up first. Luckily, Baiyue understands your words. She crawled out from under your blanket like a normal cat, knelt down, stretched lazily, making you blush instantly. Baiyue twisted her body away, not wanting to face you. It took you a whole morning to teach Baiyue normal living habits. Since there were no women's clothes at home, you had to put your own clothes on her. Baiyue lay on your chest, looking confused by your sudden sternness. Alright, be good. Do you want some ham sausage? You sighed inwardly as you looked at the now human-like Baiyue, still feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Meow. Baiyue nodded, her aggrieved expression disappearing instantly. She lowered her head, wanting to kiss your cheek, but you blocked her with your hand. Baiyue whimpered, looking pitiful, her face wrinkling up. But when you shook the ham sausage in front of her, she instantly brightened up, taking a bite and even sucking on your fingers. Silly, hands are not for eating. You patted Baiyue's head, making a familiar crisp sound. Baiyue raised her head protectively, showing a fierce expression. Meow. Although you couldn't understand, it seemed like she was cursing quite harshly. Alright, I'll teach you how to speak after lunch. Raise both hands to signal that you are wrong. Baiyue smiled, as if remembering something, looked up at you. Meow. Have these few days been good with you at home? You gently touched Baiyue's nose and said, Meow. After a week of training, Baiyue can basically speak like a normal person. You are ready to take her to buy some clothes. Before going out, you carefully instructed, call me Lin Mo at home, but call me brother in front of strangers. Don't listen to what cats on TV call their owners. That's all a trick. Asking Baiyue to call you brother is also for convenience and explanation. If things go wrong, Lin Mo can also cover up. Please pick 2 pieces of clothing for her. You led Baiyue to the women's clothing section of the mall, politely smiled at the salesperson, and brought the curious Baiyue over. Whatever looks good, go for it. Alright, sir. The waitress nodded. She liked customers like Ling Mo, who came to spend money at first glance. Unlike some customers, here to try on the clothes of the afternoon, to the end of a dress did not buy. Eyes are stuck on the clothes, froze that the style does not look good, and finally ate their own 3 plates of snacks. Baiyue was being held by the waiter. Seeing that she was getting farther and farther away from Ling Mo, Baiyue instantly became anxious, shook off the waiter's hand, and jumped into Ling Mo's body, raising her head to look at her. You want to lose. Don't. The waiter was a bit confused. Why does this girl look this strange? The hair is a little niche but not very rare. The clothes on the body are also men's but not no girls like to wear. And now suddenly come to the scene that looks like life and death. The combination of these 3 things makes Shiroyuki seem extraordinarily abnormal. Listen, I'm right here and I won't leave you. Ling Mo patted Baiyue's little head. After buying clothes, take you to eat something delicious. Okay? Baiyue looked at Ling Mo warily. She basically seldom went out of the house. Because of Ling Mo's busy schedule, she was usually at home by herself. and now that she suddenly came out, she was a bit scared. There, good boy. Ling Yamo gave a look to the waiter, who immediately understood and came forward. This lady, you come with me. Phew. Seeing that Bai Yu was finally willing to go with the waiter, Ling Yamo breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the soft cushion, taking a bite of the snack and sliding the screen of his cell phone in boredom. Shiroyuki's voice came from the fitting room. Brother. Ling Yamo froze for a moment, put down his cell phone and walked over, stood at the door of the fitting room, hesitated for a moment, but finally did not go in. After all, this is not a home. If you go in cannot avoid trouble. I wouldn't. Shiroyuki opened her mouth sluggishly. The men's clothes were great, one set and done, but the women's was still a blind spot for Shiroyuki, and she somewhat didn't quite understand how all those buttons could be gotten together. I'll call for help. Ling Yamo waved his hand at the attendant. Can I trouble you? Go in and help my sister put on some clothes. The waitress smiled and nodded. It seems your sister relies on you. Ling Yamo smiled without saying anything. Just as soon as the waiter went in, a sharp cry came from inside, accompanied by a low growl, and the waiter immediately retreated, pointing inside with some horror. Ling Yamo felt bad at once and gazed at the waiter, and in the next moment, a box surfaced that. The frightened waitress sees something that overturns her perceptions. You can go in the fitting room to find out what it is. Scare value, 80, Shiroyuki. Not being able to think too much, Ling Yamo went directly into the fitting room. Bai Yu's white hair exploded up and stared out menacingly, seemingly not yet reacting to Ling Mo's presence. The whole person was in a state of stressful defense. It was no wonder that Bai Yu was basically only in contact with Ling Yamo, and it was inevitable that she would experience such emotions when she was suddenly physically touched by someone, and she was startled. Brother. Bai Yu came back to her senses and flung herself into Ling Mo's embrace, her expression a little frightened, afraid. Ling Yamo stroked Bai Yu's head, felt the other party's body trembling slightly due to fear, and patiently soothed. What's wrong, little Bai Yu? Afraid of others touching you? Shiroyuki nodded, her body cringing a few times. It's nothing really, you're both of the same sex. If you were of the opposite sex you'd never be allowed to let each other touch you. Shiroyuki was a bit confused, then shook her head. No, don't, sir. The attendant's voice sounded outside the fitting room, and Ling Yamo looked somewhat helplessly at the cowering young girl in his arms. Put your clothes on first, okay? Oh. After confirming that he had protected Bai Yu's important parts, Ling Yamo pushed open the door to the fitting room, only to be somewhat confused when he saw a security guard standing in front of him. What's wrong? Sir, I suspect that the lady in there may be infected with the rabies virus, so for your safety and the safety of others, allow me to put her under control. With that, the security guard was going to go inside the fitting room. Ling Yamo frowned and blocked in front of the security guard. His voice was a bit chilly. The Bai Yu inside was only wearing her underwear. How could she let the security guard see? Rabies virus? You're hypochondriac, aren't you? The waiter spoke with trepidation. That lady in there, she just made catcalls. Her pupils are still blue, her hair fried. When the waitress didn't finish, Ling Yamo opened her mouth without a red face. My sister wears pupils and her hair is freshly dyed. As for the catcalls, she likes to keep cats and occasionally learns a catcall. It's not a big deal, right? Waiter? Security? Catcalling? And it's no big deal? Is that normal? Mister. The security guard seemed to want to open his mouth to dissuade him, but was blocked by Ling Mo's opening. What? My sister is still inside changing her clothes, and you're going in? Then I have to question your motives. The security guard simply raised his hand in surrender. Sir, I'm sorry that my behavior may have been a bit rude and caused you distress, but would like to make a suggestion to you to take your sister to see a doctor. Seeing this, Ling Yamo was not in a position to say anything more. After all, solving safety hazards which is supposed to be part of people's job. Nodded. Thank you for your advice. Ling Yamo looked at the waitress and raised an eyebrow. Can we continue picking out clothes now? The waitress gulped and glanced at the fitting room with her afterglow, revealing a smile worse than a cry. Sir, I'll pick out the clothes for you. Can you go help her change? Ling Mare. At the end of the day, Ling Yamo bought 5 pairs of underwear for Bai Yu, 2 of which were sporty, mainly because he was afraid that Bai Yu would get hot, but also to make it easier for her to move around. Miscellaneous clothes such as short-sleeved shorts, punching jacket, shark pants. Each kind has bought 1 or 2 pieces. Ling Yamo direct one-step arrangement in place. Ling Yamo and Bai Yu 2 people in the hands of a large bag of small bags. The waiter was happy and smiling. Sold out today can be quite a lot. To the bag containing underwear inside the 2 white silk stuffed with a broad smile. Sir, this is gifted to you. Ling Yamo was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looking at Bai Yu's straight, snow-white jade legs and dryly coughing. Thank you. Hungry? After dawdling in the clothing store for almost 3 hours, it was already noon. Fearing that Bai Yu would get sunburned, Ling Yamo hid an umbrella to shield himself from that poisonous sun. In case he changed back one day and the Muppets turned into the Black Cat Sheriff, Ling Yamo would cry. Only, Shirayuki didn't seem to be very happy, and kept picking at her underwear straps with an annoyed face. Not comfortable. Well, now that you've become human, you have to learn to wear clothes, okay? Ling Yamo was a bit helpless. For Bai Yu, who had little patience for clothes, she could only coax so much. As for makeup and whatnot, this is not within the scope of Ling Mo's ability. Not to mention the face of Bai Yu is also quite good looking. Ling Mo also did not intend to buy cosmetics for Bai Yu. Just prepare some basic sunscreen toner for her. What do you want to eat? Ling Mo glanced at the weather. It was a hot summer day. Slowly it would only get hotter and hotter. Let's go home and eat. First I'll make you some cold noodles. Then I'll eat cold noodles. Shirayuki hung her head low. In the past she was at home at this time of the day with the air conditioning. Her whole body looked wilted. Well, learn to get dressed. You can sleep without a top at night, but you must wear shorts. Ling Mo finally gave in. Compared to sleeping, it was obviously more important for Bai Yu to accept wearing clothes. Taking his time, he could always teach Bai Yu how to live a normal life. Yes. Bai Yu's expression leapt up all of a sudden, her long white hair hanging down behind her like a waterfall, fluttering with her brisk steps, like a willow branch blown by a breeze, light and agile. This little white moon. Ling Mo smiled helplessly. Shirayuki, how many times have I told you? You must put on your clothes at home. Ling Mo had just served cold noodles from the kitchen, and looked at Bai Yu, who was studying his bare bladder, and had a headache. Put it on, or you're not allowed to eat. Bai Yu looked aggravated, but she still obediently put on a loose shirt, which Ling Mo had specially picked one size too big so that she wouldn't be able to tell anything, and the hemline hung down below the base of her thighs so that it wouldn't be very hot, and it also protected her important parts. Well, let's eat. Ling Mo handed the bowl to Bai Yu. At first Ling Mo didn't dare to give Bai Yu her own food because Bai Yu only seemed to have changed in appearance. As for the rest, Ling Mo couldn't guarantee it. After slowly trying out the food for Bai Yu, the other party did not produce any adverse reactions, and Ling Mo began to let go of his heart. Wow! Shirayuki forgot to chew, her eyes looking straight at the TV screen, and a surprised sound unconsciously came out of her mouth. Ling Mo froze for a moment and looked at the TV, then fell into deep thought. Question: is it normal for cats to enjoy watching cat and mouse? But since Bai Yu is so mesmerized by watching TV, it also reminds Ling Mo that perhaps TV is a good way to help Bai Yu learn knowledge. Ling Mo just casually find a TV for Bai Yu, did not expect her to have much love to watch, just hoped that she can not run around and make trouble on the line, but did not think that Bai Yu also quite like. Shirayuki, want to look at another one? The next one is better looking. As he spoke, Ling Mo picked up the remote control and prepared to change the channel. Smiling at Bai Yu, he was going to explain the system to Shirayuki through television. The TV changes channels. The next moment, spring is here and everything is. Without waiting to finish, Ling Mo immediately switched back to the cat and mouse animation, put down the remote control, and ate the bowl of cold noodles as if nothing had happened, pretending that nothing had happened. Shirayuki? What is that? Bai Yu twisted her head to look at Ling Mo, who couldn't hide his embarrassment as he cleared his throat and changed the topic. It's fine. Just look at this first, and we'll find you something nice to look at later. Just, Ling Mo suddenly thought of something. The rutting period of cats usually occurs in spring and fall. Ling Mo was not sure if this still exists after Bai Yu changes into human form. If it still exists, it would be too much of a stretch, and he can't possibly take Bai Yu to be sterilized, right? It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had been before, but now that it had become humanoid, Shiratsuki sterilization was out of the question. Not happy? Bai Yu's azure-colored pupils stared at Ling Mo. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Eating will make you happy. After saying that, Bai Yu somewhat reluctantly pushed her half-eaten cold noodles to Ling Mo. Only her eyes still lingered on the cold noodles, swallowed her saliva, and with a cruel heart, looked at the TV, diverting her attention. I'm fine. Ling Mo dumbly laughed and re-pushed the cold noodles to Bai Yu. He wanted to search the internet to find out what are the essential items for women. Ling Mo hesitated and finally gave up on this idea. Nothing else? Ling Mo suddenly woke up in the middle of the night when he was a child, and his breath was full of pain. And when he was young, he sat apprehensively with his cell phone and searched according to his symptoms on the toilet bowl. And the result directly scared Ling Mo. He's got lung cancer. It's still advanced. On the spot Ling Mo was frightened and cried, and went to his parents' room, whispering and sobbing and pushing his mother's arm that he was dying. This time the whole family made a fuss. The father called his own personal doctor to diagnose Ling Mo. Just a minute, took a deep breath, and in front of the nervous crowd solemnly declared, "Little Lingma just got sidetracked. Just pay attention to your sleeping position when you sleep." On the spot Ling Mo was dumbfounded, so angry that Ling's father rushed to find a belt and gave Ling Mo a night to remember, and told him that if he ever dared to say such a thing as he had cancer again, he wouldn't want the other side of his ass either. If you can't search, then you have to ask someone. But in order to prove that he loved Lin Ling, he deleted all the opposite sex of the university inside his cell phone, and the junior high and high school ones were now basically not in contact. So if he suddenly asked this question, it would inevitably be a bit awkward. Who should I ask? Ling Mo started to make a mistake. Suddenly someone's face flashed in Ling Mo's mind. Ling Mo was ready to think about it in detail, but Baiyu pushed herself, her eyes dripping at Ling Mo, pointing at the empty bowl. And, eat? Ling Mo's thoughts were pulled back in an instant. Looking at the innocent white-haired girl in front of him, Ling Mo was helpless in his heart. He hated it when he was interrupted by others when he was thinking. Not enough? Ling Mo smiled, rubbed her little head, and said softly, "Is it because you're too tired today?" Shirayuki couldn't stop nodding. The woman suddenly touching her today had scared her, and she was sweating from lifting so many things. Shower. Ling Mo froze for a moment and reacted almost instantly. "You mean you want to take a bath?" Baiyu nodded. Before, Ling Mo would only wash her when she stank, but in reality, Baiyu loved to be clean, which was why she didn't struggle when Ling Mo bathed her. What's more, it's been over a week since the last bath. Ling Mo's expression was a bit torn. When he was taking a bath, Baiyu was lying on the doorway instead. At that time he told her to stay away. Now it seems that she wants to take a shower too. "Can you wash it yourself?" Ling Mo hesitated and spoke tentatively, looking at Baiyu, hoping to hear a firm yes. "Ragdoll cat girl who you made cry and always thought you didn't love her anymore. Seems like giving her a bath would ease the mood?" Sadness value, 70. Suddenly, this box appeared on Shirayuki's head, and Ling Mo was stunned for a moment. Sadness and shock, both emotions. Were the values of any use? Or was it simply telling himself the current emotional state of the other party? Her beautiful eyes gradually filled with watery mist. Why? 2 years. This time. No? Ling Mo had given her a bath for 2 years, but this time she was allowed to wash herself. Why should turning into a human herself be different from before? She wanted to sleep together. She wanted to lie in Ling Mo's arms. Everything was different since becoming human. She hated becoming human. Little Shirayuki. Ling Mo was about to say something when there was a sudden sharp knock on the door. "Behave and watch TV for a while, okay? I'll go see who it is." Ling Mo reached out his hand and carefully used his fingertips to gently wipe the tears from the corners of Baiyu's eyes, as if he was afraid of touching and shattering this fragile crystal, and his fingers slowly stroked Baiyu's soft hair. Then, Ling Mo placed his hand on Baiyu's little head, gently kneading it, feeling the silky touch of her hair as he spoke in a low voice. "We'll go take a bath in a while, okay?" Baiyu's eyes were red as she ducked down on the sofa, her white hair falling down to her waist as she raised her head to look at Ling Mo. "Really?" Ling Mo nodded and cupped Baiyu's cheeks. All right, crying like a little flower cat. "You won't be wanted if you turn ugly." Shirayuki immediately shook her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands. "No tears. No tears." Ling Mo took a deep breath and looked at the white-haired girl in front of him, grabbed a handful of hair, then walked to the entrance hall and opened the door. Only, the person at the door made him freeze. "Mime, can't we talk about something properly? Why do you suddenly want to break up?" Lin Ling had purposely dressed up as Ling Mo liked, a white dress that was flawless and outlined her figure just right. It was just that after seeing Lin Ling's pandering appearance that night, Ling Mo felt that Lin Ling was out of place with this dress. "There's nothing to talk about. You know in your own heart what you've done." Ling Mo didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards Lin Ling right now. His love was fiery. He could fall deeply in love with someone, but if that person didn't love him or her, his abandonment would be incredibly decisive. "What did I do?" "Silence. You never get angry with me. Let's go inside and have a nice chat, okay?" Lin Ling wanted to go in directly, but she was stopped by Ling Mo's arm, straddling the door. But Lin Ling saw Baiyu, who was duck sitting on the sofa, through that gap, and the latter looked at the door with some curiosity. And when she saw Baiyu, her pupils shrank. "Ling Mo, you cheated on me?" Lin Ling unbelievably yelled at Ling Mo and pushed him hard. Caught off guard, Ling Mo was pushed back a few steps by Lin Ling and frowned as he spoke. "I broke up with you. You're not in a position to ask me about my business." Lin Ling doesn't care about this. When she was in college, Ling Mo was obedient to herself. Why after that night, Ling Mo was suddenly so cold to herself? She clearly hadn't done anything wrong. Ling Mo had wanted to tell Lin Ling to get out, but then as if he sensed something, his figure gave a start, and he looked behind his head. But he didn't know when the young girl sitting duck on the sofa was slightly bent over at the moment, and his mouth was emitting a horrible gust of low roar. Dangerous gazes looked at Lin Ling, as if the next moment White Moon was going to rush forward and tear Lin Ling apart. Most of the Muppets basically have little tendency to be aggressive towards people, but that doesn't mean they don't possess a ferocious nature themselves, and the cute and docile Muppets have another name for them, tyrants. They would launch ferocious attacks on their own kind who invaded their domain. And now that Baiyu had become a human and saw Lin Ling push Ling Mo, the ferocity in her body was immediately aroused, and the tiger looked at Lin Ling leeringly. Is she sick? Lin Ling was a little frightened by Baiyu's look and pointed at Baiyu on the couch and yelled at Ling Mo, "You like this kind? The one with white hair that commits crimes? Get the hell out of here. Don't think I don't know anything. Hurry up and return the $200,000 to me. After that, how you go about pleasing your boss, that's your business. Hurry up and disappear from my house." Ling Mo was afraid that Baiyu would do something, so he hurriedly walked over and rubbed Baiyu's head, feeling the other party's body trembling, patiently calming her down while turning back to Lin Ling and yelling at her. He is cultured, but that doesn't mean he doesn't swear and get angry. You. Lin Ling's expression suddenly stiffened. How did you? Without waiting for Lin Ling to finish, Baiyu was about to rush out and was held in Ling Mo's arms for dear life. Good. I'll go. When did cheating become so righteous? Lin Ling was ultimately a little scared by that look in Baiyu's eyes and exited the room while not forgetting to put down harsh words. For a time, the room returned to silence. Ling Mo caressed Baiyu's soft white hair, looked at the other party, still hadn't put down his guard. The pair of azure-colored pupils were still staring at the doorway with dead eyes, and said gently, "Little Baiyu, go take a bath, okay?" Afraid, Baiyu pounced Ling Mo onto the sofa and sat on Ling Mo's thighs, her whole body snuggled into Ling Mo's arms, unable to speak of her fear and aggression. She's bad, hitting Mo. The pronunciation of the word Ling was still a bit hard for Baiyu to pronounce, so now when she was at home Baiyu would only call the single word Amer. Alright, it's alright. Doesn't little Shirayuki want to take a bath? Let's go. Ling Mo clearly felt Baiyu's body that was trembling and patted her little head, coaxing her softly, "If you don't get up again, you can back out. Wash." Baiyu nodded and let go of Ling Mo in a flash, sitting on Ling Mo's body and looking at him blearily. Bathing. Baiyu opened her hands and waited for Ling Mo to carry herself into the bathroom. Ling Mo's throat was a little dry. Licking his lips, he still picked her up in a princess carry. Looking at her docile appearance in his arms, he whispered, "Little Baiyu, let's take it slow, okay? The next time you take a bath, walk over by yourself, and then the next time, take it off again in the bathroom, and then the next time if." Ling Mo couldn't speak anymore because he saw Baiyu's aggrieved eyes. Muppets' tear ducts are already incredibly well developed, and after becoming human, Shirayuki's emotions came through even more easily. "Don't want to hug." Baiyu's little head rubbed against Ling Mo's chest, stretching out her white lotus root arms to wrap them around Ling Mo's neck. Her lips touched Ling Mo's cheeks, smiling happily, touching her head. Ling Mo laughed helplessly. Good. Ling Mo gently put Baiyu into the bathtub. The white eye-catching jade legs curled up together. Ling Mo subconsciously took the pet body wash. Only after meeting Baiyu's puzzled eyes, Ling Mo suddenly woke up to the fact that Baiyu had now become a human being and should be using her own shower gel. "Shirayuki, don't move." Ling Mo's throat was a little tight, his voice slightly low and hoarse. Baiyu squinted her eyes comfortably. "Mo, wash." Baiyu pointed to the bathtub and eyed Ling Mo. "Together. It's huge." Ling Mo gulped and froze for a moment, but then quickly reacted. Baiyu was referring to the bathtub being huge, and his own thoughts were a bit nasty. "Well, I'll do it when Kowakuki is done washing." Baiyu puffed out her cheeks and reached out her hand to pull Ling Mo. Ling Mo's feet were already covered in water and bath gel foam, and she was still wearing slippers on her feet, and when she was pulled by Baiyu like this, her feet slipped, and she immediately fell into the bathtub. Caught off guard, Ling Mo fell into the bathtub, looking a bit lousy. "Shirayuki, what are you dragging me for?" Ling Mo's clothes got wet straight away, revealing the outlines of the muscles inside. Ling Mo wanted to get up straight from the bathtub, only to be tugged by Baiyu again. "Together." Baiyu stubbornly looked at Ling Mo. That clinginess surged up. Her hands kept pushing, wanting to drag Ling Mo back again. "No waste. Ling Mare, you're quite conscious of water conservation. I'll teach you something after the shower, okay?" Ling Mo was a bit helpless and rubbed Baiyu's head and laughed. "Well." Shirayuki nodded dully, her small hands slapping the water and splashing, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. "Fun. Little Shirayuki, do you know what it means for you to become human?" Ling Mo's heart softened as he watched the other party's playful movements, and he met Baiyu's azure-colored eyes and asked softly, "It's okay to take a shower. Shirayuki waved her hand and a smile bloomed on her face. In the past, she used to give herself a bath lingma and then take a bath. But now a bath, this was one of the few good things for Shirayuki, who had become a human. We'll teach you together later. Lingmo sat up and patted Bayu's little head. Don't move. I'll rub bubbles for you, okay? Bayu hurriedly nodded her head and sat up straight. Her little head cocked high as she waited for Lingmo's action. Lingmo finished rubbing the bubbles for Bayu, rinsed them off, picked up the bathrobe and put it on her. Okay, little white moon, you go out first. Lingmo barked at Bayu, who nodded ignorantly, only to turn around and leave with a somewhat uneasy glance back. Being a bit worried about Bayu, Lingmo turned around and in 3 tries, he was done in a few minutes. Smells good. As soon as Lingmo came out, Bayu, who was sitting on the sofa, brightened up. Her nose twitched slightly, and she jumped into Lingmo's arms, sniffing non-stop, burying her head in the other's neck nest. Every time Lingmo took a shower, she would jump into his arms like this. Okay, don't move. After all, Lingmo was someone who had never experienced such a thing. Not to mention that he and Lin Ling had always respected each other, and by holding hands, they were already the most intimate relationship between the two. During the weekdays, Lingmo was busy with all kinds of things in school, and after he graduated with his master's degree, he was often busy with his work until the middle of the night, and he didn't have the heart to think about those things. Seeing that Bayu didn't listen to himself at all, Lingmo sighed lightly and picked Bayu up horizontally. The latter subconsciously whimpered and grabbed Lingmo's robe, her head about to go into Lingmo's arms. Lingmo stifled a grunt as a blush gradually crept across his cheeks, gritting his teeth. Little white moon, don't move. Bayu heard this time. Perhaps because she had become a human being, she was still a bit uncomfortable being in Lingmo's arms like this. Lingmo's planned arrangement was simple. Tell Bayu some simple and basic human common sense so that she can learn to speak thoroughly. Then give her a cell phone to learn so much before letting her enroll in school as a normal person. Pre-college knowledge was simple. At least that's what Lingmo thought. Lingmo slowly placed Bayu on the sofa, and the latter sat next to Lingmo. The average kitten's IQ is equivalent to a human's 1 to 3 years old, with ragdolls being a bit higher at 4 to 5 years old. Of course, this was for cats. Lingmo wasn't sure if Bayu's IQ would change after she turned into a human. The kitten's strengths were in these sensory abilities such as vision, smell and other abilities, and would be more emotionally intense. If Shirayuki were to combine the best of both Muppets and humans, it would be little Shirayuki. Learn some basics first and listen well. Lingmo patted Bayu's head, signaling her to turn back to the TV. Shirayuki glanced back and nodded, clinging to his arm and watching the TV intently. The first thing Lingmo found for Bayu was to pay attention to the difference between men and women. This is a must. One day he was wiped out and didn't know it. Then he couldn't bandage it. It doesn't happen too often, because the lack of awareness of sexual enlightenment leads to the fact that one doesn't really know even if one has been violated. Got it? Lingmo looked down at Bayu in his arms and spoke seriously. Bayu immediately nodded her head, smiled cheekily, and rubbed her head against Lingmo's arm. Not for anyone else to touch. No one at all. Lingmo nodded with relief. It seems to absorb new knowledge quite quickly. Mare. Bayu tugged Lingmo's hand on the small of her back and squinted her eyes comfortably. You do it. Here you are able to say it in one breath. Lingmo's eyelids fluttered, but it was undeniable that when Bayu was a kitten, he himself had loved to pet her soft belly. Only now, you seem like a pervert yourself. I don't know why. Lingmo thought about the waiter. Bayu is now only allowed to get close to no one but herself. Forget it, let's just take our time. We can always teach it. Lingmo showed Bayu how humans were addressed, how to greet them, and how to socialize. It's just that Bayu seemed to be a bit deaf, aggressively patting Lingmo and stretching. Sleepy, don't want to see. He had to find a side hustle that he had free time for. Otherwise there was no way he could study with Shirayuki if he was still working as usual. The question is, what does one do? But to be sure, one's new job must stay by Shirayuki's side. Lingmo was still in deep thought, and Bayu sat on the side and unconsciously fell asleep. Obviously you had such a good night's sleep last night, and you have to come in for a nap. Lingmo was dumbfounded. Naturally he couldn't let Bayu fall asleep just like that. His hand gently wrapped around Bayu's white and silky jade leg and picked her up. Well, Shirayuki unconsciously hummed softly and gulped a few times, as if she was dreaming of something delicious. Lingmo lightly breathed a sigh of relief. The young girl's skin was as soft as tofu to the touch, and her white complexion was incomparably eye-catching. Lingmo does not have the slightest resistance to pure white. In his opinion, white is a symbol of purity and elegance, and for this reason, Lingmo is not too fond of that set of false and subtle in the shopping mall. Come up with a couple sets of questions. Ling Mo turned on the computer and moved the bed table up, gently tapping on the keyboard. Next to the white-haired girl embraced Ling Mo, breathing steadily. At the moment for her there was not the slightest bit of worry plaguing her. I don't know how long it took. Ling Mo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, rubbed his eyes, and closed the computer. The sky outside the window had already darkened. Ling Mo turned his head and looked at Baiyu, who had a peaceful sleeping face, and a strange feeling welled up in the bottom of his heart. Shirayuki suddenly becomes human and has this inexplicable ability on herself. Forget it. It won't affect my life anyway. Ling Mo cannot figure out. Also do not intend to continue to think about it. The phone vibrated. He just sold a few sets of questions out of the small 10,000. Ling Mo face flat. Rest the phone screen. Well, Shirayuki grunted. And in a daze, she pulled the robe off of herself, sweating due to how tightly she was covered. Little Shirayuki, still sleeping? Ling Mo drew out a tissue and wiped the fine sweat on Baiyu's forehead. It's dark. Can we still sleep at night? Baiyu sat up. Her white hair was disheveled. She looked like she hadn't woken up yet. With a kind of natural dullness, she raised her hand and wiped the corners of her eyes. With indescribable lethargy, hold, eat. Ling Mo had no choice but to hug Baiyu and spoke in a low voice in her ear. Sleeping so much? Study hard in a while. Well, after getting the hug she wanted, Baiyu instantly narrowed her eyes and lay on Ling Mo's shoulder. Hello? What's up, Mom? Ling Mo was still teaching Baiyu the basic etiquette of interaction, but his own mom suddenly called him, making Ling Mo a bit puzzled. What are you doing when you don't respond to my messages to you? On the other side of the phone, the tone was surprisingly serious. I was just busy. My cell phone is set on Do Not Disturb. What can I do for you? Ling Mo froze for a moment, realizing that he had forgotten to turn off the No Disturb, and snapped. Didn't miss anything important, did you? What's going on with you and the other Linger? Linger called me in tears today saying you cheated on her. Ling Mo had a bit of a headache. Next to her, Baiyu had a look of begging for compliments. She had answered all the questions Ling Mo had asked her just now, and was waiting for Ling Mo's reward. Helplessly, Ling Mo reached out and touched her little head, then gently tickled her chin. Shoo, where's the phone call? Teach you one more thing. Don't disturb when other people are on the phone. Got it? Shirayuki nodded her head in a hurry and traced her right hand from the left side of her mouth to the right, making a zipper motion, and just ducked to the side, watching him quietly. I mean, Mom, do you even believe your son? Ling Mo helplessly spoke into the phone. Do you believe the son you raised? Or do you believe her? The phone side also fell silent. Ling Mo's parents of course know what kind of person he is. Not to say that the rotten good people, but do the least has its own code of conduct. According to the previous Ling Mo's that energy, Ling mother naturally has Lin Ling as their daughter-in-law. What's going on? Tell me? Ling Mo does not intend to hide. After all, this was not their fault. Not to mention the other side are the first to complain to the door. They do not need to let her. In all aspects, they have done their best. The 200,000 was not intended to come back to the money and then spit out. Think about it is impossible. The money is not a good thing, but it is not a good thing. The last time Mom you had that banquet, I saw Lin Ling in the arms of a small rich merchant, although she didn't directly lie on top of each other, but that small rich merchant's hands were on Lin Ling, but I didn't see her resisting in any way. Instead she was trying to resist. Ling Mo's tone was flat, and when Baiyu heard the word Lin Ling, she subconsciously went on guard, her body arching slightly as she looked at the phone warily, her mouth letting out a gust of threatening low growls. Ling Mo lightly laughed and stroked Baiyu's head, signaling not to get excited. There is? Why don't I see it? Mother Ling was a bit confused for a moment. Lin Ling was at the banquet that day? It shouldn't be. One should have set up a door card. Only those with invitations could come, and those with invitations were basically those whose companies had proof of 8-figure property. You mean? Mother Ling hesitated for a moment. The only way to get in without an invitation was to become a female companion. But you can see it. There's no reason I can't see it. What's more, would Lin Ling not greet her if she came over? In that case there's no reason why Lin Ling wouldn't know who the organizer of this banquet is. Ling Mo soothed the restless Baiyu. To the phone faintly said, Mom, I said, that is a small rich businessman. The boss has the boss's circle. The small rich businessman has the small rich businessman's circle. The small rich businessman above also separated a few layers before they get to you. They will only call Ling total, and don't know who it is. I just go out to breathable time to see it. It's just so accidental. So how do you want to fix it? Ling's mother and father had been in business for many years, and after hearing the reason, they naturally understood in their hearts what Lin Ling was. It's just that there was a rumor monger out there, more or less diabolical. I don't want to be in charge of this right now. Mom, You solve it. You've solved quite a few things like rumor mongering anyway. Ling Mo waved his hand and looked at Baiyu, who was biting his finger with a mouthful of black lines. His fingers moved slightly and touched the other party's lips. The latter tilted her head and squinted her eyes with a heartless smile as she looked at Ling Mo. Stop it. What did I just say about not interrupting people on the phone? Ling Mo put down his cell phone and spoke in a low voice to Baiyu. Baiyu spat out Ling Mo's finger and nodded, looking a little downcast, muttering in a small voice. I didn't talk, Ling Mare. So, Mo, what was it that Lin Ling said about a crazy woman with white hair in your house? Mother Ling seemed to have heard something and her tone was less serious. Her tone was relaxed. Is there really a woman in your house? For a time, Ling Mo actually some do not know how to refute. Before the Lin Ling may have lied. But this sentence can really not half a little pickpocket blind. Really? Ling Mo didn't refute it. And Mother Ling got a little excited for a moment. Who's the kid? What sign? How old is he? How many dates have you had? When are you planning to get engaged? Ling Mo? Mom, I'm going to reiterate a point here. Ling Mo took a deep breath and solemnly said, she has gray hair, but she's not a crazy woman. Ling's mother was a bit chagrined and slapped her head. Right. Lin Ling is the crazy woman. When are you going to let me and your father see the other little girl? Do the in-laws know? What in-laws? Mom, you're thinking too far ahead, aren't you? Ling Mo's throat rolled, looking at Baiyu, who was staring at her cell phone next to her with some curiosity, as if she wanted to take a bite out of it. No, it's not too convenient for her right now. After a while, you took the girl? So soon? Ling mother naturally think crooked. She can't wait for Ling Mo to hurry to get married. What the heck struggle? That's no background talent need to do things. Honestly, come back to inherit the family business is not good. That have to hurry to get engaged. Can't be irresponsible to others' girls. TSK. Ling Mo smacked his lips and looked at the clueless Baiyu. She's in a bit of a special situation right now. Let's talk about it. I still have things to do here. I'll hang up first. Engaged. Shiroyuki blinked, her small pink mouth slightly open, revealing a few white teeth. A hint of confusion spreading across her face as she cocked her head a bit, trying to comprehend the unfamiliar word he had just uttered, engagement. This word seemed to be completely beyond the scope of her cognition for Shiroyuki, her large, watery eyes filled with curiosity and disbelief. Just now, was that Mare's mother? This little guy was getting more and more skillful in his speech now. Ling Mo nodded his head gently, and without any good reason. He tapped Baiyu's head with his finger, and the latter instantly covered the place where he was knocked by Ling Mo in an aggravated manner. Ling Mo looked at the skittish Baiyu. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, restrained the urge to touch her head, and faintly said, "Didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to disturb others on the phone?" Shiroyuki covered her mouth and explained herself sullenly. "I didn't talk. You." Ling Mo had a feeling of hitting cotton with one punch and was rather helpless, but he really had no way to cure Baiyu. After all, she really didn't know anything. "Well, I'll teach you a little more, and take you out in a few days to get in touch with society. Since you've become a human being, you can't be out of touch with society. Understand?" Shiroyuki blinked, disjointed. She glanced down at her clothes and crossed her arms, making a show of taking her own clothes off. Seeing that Baiyu's navel was exposed, Ling Mo hurriedly grabbed Baiyu's wrist and looked at her in disbelief. "What are you taking off your clothes for?" "Not off." Baiyu was extraordinarily sensitive to the word off, and she struggled a bit, trying to break free from Ling Mo's grip on her. After struggling fruitlessly for a few moments, Baiyu looked at Ling Mo with her innocent eyes dripping open. "No, take it off?" Ling Mo's eyelids fluttered. He must take the time to give her a refresher course in words. "Well, don't interrupt and listen well." Ling Mo patted Baiyu's little head, and the latter nodded, narrowing her eyes at Ling Mo and smiling heatedly. The next day, to play, Ling Mo took Baiyu for a walk in the neighborhood, and Baiyu pointed remotely at the pile of exercise equipment, and looking in the direction of Baiyu's pointing, it was the strolling machines that are more common in parks. Only now that there were two children on the stroller who were swaying back and forth, Baiyu was naturally attracted to the novelty item and tugged on Ling Mo's sleeve. Eyeing it. "Then let's go over there and you can play when they come down." Ling Mo looked at Baiyu's eager eyes and couldn't help but let out a light laugh as he took her hand and walked over. The two sat down on the bench. Ling Mo put on Baiyu's hat and set it right. "Little Baiyu is so pretty." All that effort to choose a cat at that time really wasn't in vain. Baiyu didn't care about that. Holding Ling Mo's arm tightly and staring at the strolling machine without blinking, Ling Mo licked his lips. At the moment his arm vaguely touched softness. Even though he had emphasized this kind of question countless times, this was like Baiyu's bottom line. No matter how much he said, the answer to himself was that aggrieved look. Ling Mo had no choice but to stop. "There. Coming down." Baiyu's eyes lit up, and tugging Ling Mo's wrist, She walked forward and jumped on the pedal. And due to the lack of contact, Bayu's figure stumbled and subconsciously stomped forward, resulting in her entire body falling to the ground. But the pedal that had been raised high did not have the slightest intention of stopping, and seeing that it was about to rush towards Bayu, Ling Mo hurriedly grabbed the iron bar and let out a light breath of relief. If this had hit Shirayuki, there was no telling what might have happened. But even so, Bayu's slender white calf still had abrasions, spilling out a trace of blood. Shirayuki whimpered in aggravation, and subconsciously was about to lick her wounds, but she sadly realized that she could no longer do such a thing after she became human. Ling Mo received Bayu's look of help and sighed helplessly, squatting down and checking Bayu's injuries. Scratch, just sterilize it. Don't worry. Bayu nodded her head, just a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at the strolling machine, and as she watched Ling Mo prepare to demonstrate to herself, Bayu directly grabbed Ling Mo's wrist and shook her head. Don't play that. It's dangerous. Ling Mo froze for a moment. This seemed to be the first time Bayu had spoken without pausing. Right? Is it hard to believe that being injured would still affect this? It's okay. This isn't dangerous. I'll give you a demonstration and you'll know how to play it later. Ling Mo straightened Bayu's somewhat lopsided hat. Watch this. Although Bayu was worried, she couldn't say much, letting out a guttural low growl in her throat and looking at the strolling machine warily, with a hint of threat, as if the next moment she would come forward to fight for her life if she let Ling Mo fall. This little white moon. Ling Mo was dumbfounded. Muppets were docile and clingy to their masters, and it seemed that this trait became more and more apparent after they became human. Watch it. Cross for the swing. Don't swing back and forth together or you'll fall like you just did. Ling Mo turned his head and spoke to Bayu who was watching his movements. Well, Shirayuki nodded with seeming understanding. By the looks of it, there really didn't seem to be any danger. Was he just being stupid? Well, go back first, get your wound cleaned up, and if your legs hurt too much to walk, I'll drive you. Ling Mo has a car, but it is not full payment, but installment. He earns money as easy, but in this inch of gold, spend money like drinking water. Want to live a slightly quality, his savings will not be a lot. But today, since Shirayuki's verbal communication was basically fine, it was better to drive her out for a walk, not to mention that she really needed to go for a drive herself. So fast. Shirayuki opened the window of the car, and the air outside the car rushed into the car, blowing Shirayuki's white hair in a haphazard manner. Suddenly a mouthful of torrent blew on Bayu's face. Bayu immediately choked and kept coughing, her little face suffocated red. With a soft laugh, the passenger window was slowly slammed shut. First time sitting in the passenger seat like this. Used to it? Shirayuki shook her head and nodded again, her words filled with lingering excitement. So fast. 4 wheels. Much faster than my 4 legs. Don't ever say you have 4 legs in front of anyone again. Ling Mo drove the car and spoke to Bayu with a serious face. Got it. Shirayuki wasn't ignorant of anything now. She still knew some of the most basic common sense. Now where are we going? Since I'm bringing you for the experience, I'm sure it's going to be a crowded place. Ling Mo smiled. And at this point the navigation ended. Ling Mo unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Bayu followed Ling Mo's example and unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car to follow Ling Mo's footsteps, looking at the crowd and shrinking her head. The shopping streets, which will have more people than the malls, have all kinds of things, everything, and you'll see all kinds of people, where skin color differences won't even be noticed. Ling Mo explained seriously to the curious Bayu, but who would have thought that after listening to Ling Mo's explanation, Bayu cocked her head. 5 flowers. Is there 5 flowers? And 8 doors? Ling Mare. At that time, Ling Mo's eyebrows jumped straight up, reached out his hand to rub Bayu's hair messily, and patiently said, though 5 kinds of flowers and colors and 8 gates of recluse also mean, we often use it to describe the variety. You know? Shirayuki lowered her head and frowned tightly. So, I explained. Right? Ling Mare. Come on. I'll take you for a tart. Ling Mo chose not to explain too much anymore. It was really a bit difficult for Bayu, who had just learned to speak, to explain words. After a while, Bayu ate the last piece of egg tart and patted her stomach with satisfaction. At this moment, she felt that she was simply the happiest in the world. To kiss, Bayu flung herself into Ling Mo's arms, raised her head, looked at Ling Mo with bated breath, and was about to touch his cheek. Ling Mo directly exploded. This was not a home. This would be a big deal if it was recorded. Listen, we haven't finished the food yet. Can we eat something else? Then we'll go see the lake and take pictures. Ling Mo coaxed Bayu. Sometimes, caution is just caution. It seems that he has to come to some measures, otherwise Bayu will never restrain herself. Oh, Shirayuki nodded with some lack of interest, but wasn't overly sad. After all, it wasn't like she'd been rejected once or twice. She was getting used to it. Though it was true that Lingmare had talked to her about relationships and name-calling and polite socializing, but talk was talk, and what Shirayuki wanted to do about it wasn't so sure. After strolling around for a while, Ling-mo drove Baiyu to a bridge. Above the bridge are streams of vehicles, while underneath is a rushing lake and neon lights in the distance. Ling-mo opened the car door and looked out into the distance. A little out of his mind, he would sometimes bring Lin Ling to this place. No other way, because this place was lively and beautiful, not just Ling-mo. Again, there were quite a few couples walking along the path. Shy and introverted couples have already reddened their cheeks just by holding hands and taking a walk, and bold and spirited couples have already kissed for a few breaths in that heaven and earth witness. Baiyu stood in front of the passionately kissing man and woman, blinking her eyes, and was about to open her mouth when she was carried away by Ling-mo, who had a black face. Mare, are they having a baby? Baiyu was carried by Ling-mo and still didn't forget to raise her head to inquire. Ling-mo had popularized this knowledge to Baiyu, but it wasn't very deep, just a simple statement that intimate contact would lead to pregnancy. Well, they're prepping for a baby. Ling-mo coughed dryly and spoke to Baiyu in a serious manner. Prelude to having a baby. Is it a pain in the ass? Shirayuki was still puzzled, and had the air of breaking the mold. I'll tell you when I get back. Now take a nice walk, and in the future, don't interrupt people when they're doing intimate things, much less stand in front of them and watch. Ling-mo stopped and poked Baiyu's white forehead. You don't know how to blush either. Shirayuki tilted her head. But aren't I, and Mare, also close? Why, blush? Ling-mo couldn't argue with her, so he had to change the subject, pointing his finger at the distant night scene and speaking to Baiyu. Look, does it look good there? Baiyu's attention was immediately attracted, her hands subconsciously placed in front of her chest, her long white hair fluttering in the wind, and her dumbfounded appearance was as if she was an unearthly fairy. Ling-mo looked dumbfounded for a moment, his throat rolled, and with difficulty, he averted his eyes from Baiyu. Little Shirayuki, how about a picture? Taking pictures? Shirayuki thought for a moment and then asked the question. Can I kiss? Ling-mo's throat knots rolled up and down. Only face kisses. Shirayuki nodded happily at once. To take pictures. Okay. Stand over here some. Ling-mo waved his hand at Baiyu, who hugged Ling-mo tightly, and without waiting for Ling-mo to say start, she directly kissed him on the cheek, with a smile at the end of her eyes, full of Ling-mo. Eggplant. Feeling the wetness coming from his cheeks, Ling-mo's lips moved slightly and opened his mouth wordlessly, holding up his cell phone to the two of them and pressing the shutter button. About half a month has passed and the time has almost come to July. During this time, Ling-mo prepared the basic information for Baiyu. ID cards and other such things were all expedited, and since Baiyu could basically carry on a conversation fluently, it was now time for Ling-mo to educate her on some of the basics. Listen to the question. Chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Suppose there are 35 heads and 94 feet. Then ask, how many chickens and how many rabbits? Just after this question, Baiyu's eyes revealed clear stupidity and looked at Ling-mo in disbelief. Can I eat the 2 extra legs of the rabbit? That way it's the same number of legs as a chicken, so it's good to forget about it. Ling-mare, okay, let's change the subject. Ling-mo gave up on the math route. What's your name? Shirayuki smiled sweetly. I love grilled mushrooms. Ling-mo, are you rhyming with me here? The bright moonlight in front of the bed. Ling-mo looked at Baiyu undeterred. 2 pairs of shoes under the bed. Baiyu thought carefully, glanced in the direction of the bedroom, and grinned at Ling-mo. Raise your head and look at the bright moon. Ling-mo's eyebrows jumped straight up. This was one of the things he had let himself look at without looking in. Keep your head down. Baiyu had just uttered these 2 words, and Ling-mo, who had already lost hope, once again raised his spirits and waited expectantly for the other party's next words. Look at the floor. However, these 3 words directly shattered Ling-mo's fantasies, as Baiyu licked her lips and waited blearily for Ling-mo to praise her. Phew, homegrown. No offense. Ling-mo kept taking deep breaths and looked at Baiyu, who was proudly raising her chin in front of her and waiting for her praise, and her eyebrows jumped straight up. Tell me honestly, did you not read any of the things I gave you? As soon as she uttered these words, Baiyu's gaze immediately began to flutter around, those beautiful eyes never landing on Ling-mo, muttering, Look, Ling-mare, I don't know why, when I see Shirayuki behaving like this, I always feel like when I was a child. I secretly took my parents' $100 and spent 5 of them to buy candies to eat, and put the remaining 95 back to the original place thinking that my parents wouldn't find out. But ever since Ling-mo took a belt from Ling's father, he's been honest and just goes and gets it if he wants it. If you don't tell the truth, you go sleep in the guest room. Ling-mo spoke faintly, and although this was quite a shameless thing to say, it just worked for Baiyu. As expected, the next moment, Shiroyuki lowered her head and skimmed her lips. I didn't watch it. That one's so boring. Isn't there any TV that talks about that? Now Baiyu was incredibly nostalgic for the time when Ling Mo had used the TV to teach herself the basic rules. Now it was so boring to have to learn that she was dying of boredom. You mean, my way doesn't work for you? Although Shiroyuki didn't say anything, that innocent expression seemed to say everything. Live action TV. No, but I can teach you myself. At the mention of this, Ling Mo froze for a moment. Teach in person. Why don't you get a part-time job at a school? If you don't want to be a teacher, a librarian would be good. And you wouldn't have to teach anything, so it would be more relaxing. Besides, White Moon is required to go to school. There would have been no hard and fast place to work myself. It was basically all high-dollar part-time jobs. By becoming a librarian herself, she can look after Shiroyuki as well as tutor her again. What's more, with your own abilities, you'd be more than capable of even becoming a teacher at a university, let alone just a clean librarian. Even that job doesn't require you to be highly competent. Little Shiroyuki. Ling Mo suddenly opened his mouth and touched the somewhat aggrieved Bayu's head. Let's not let you look at it yourself. I'll teach you. How about it? Shiroyuki's gaze lit up instantly and she nodded frantically. Well, learning together and being equal to each other. Ling Mare, was this bit of what he had taught himself even returned to him so much by Shiroyuki? Well, how about we skip all that for now and test you on values? The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly as he squeezed out a smile and spoke to Baiyu. Yeah. Shiroyuki nodded with a serious face. Come on. Baiyu follows them all. Not a single one will be missed. Ling Mo was filled with relief. It wasn't in vain that he had wasted the last few days teaching her things. It seemed that soon he would be able to let himself off the hook slightly. Since you mentioned equality earlier, let me ask you, what do you do if someone cuts you in line, discriminates against you on the basis of your appearance, or discriminates against you on the basis of your health? After saying that, Shiroyuki lowered her head and thought hard. I will reason with the other side. It didn't take long for Shiroyuki to raise her head in answer. Looking that sure of herself, Ling Mo nodded in satisfaction. What if the other party doesn't reason with you? Baiyu subconsciously raised her own little paw and waved it. If the other party is unreasonable, then little Baiyu, I also know a little bit about fists and kicks. Ling Mo? Sabo. He should never have given Shiroyuki a cell phone. It's all learned. In order to facilitate Bayu's better contact with society, Ling Mo then gave Baiyu a cell phone. But he still thoughtfully brushed himself ahead of time. Basically interests are projected on pets. Outlook on life values of life lecturers. Confirmed that there will not be some poisonous tumors. Ling Mo then gave the phone to Baiyu. But now Shiroyuki spat out such a sentence, coupled with her previous reply. Ling Mo had good reason to suspect that White Moon was probably all surfing 5G now, and he himself was only 4G. Looking at Ling Mo's dumbfounded appearance, Baiyu naturally assumed that her answer was correct. Proudly raising her chin and coming a few points closer to Ling Mo, eyeing him, to touch his head. Ling Mo only found it a little hard to speak, gently stroking the soft white hair. Baiyu, what videos do you watch every day? Baiyu hugged Ling Mo and raised her head to look at him, meeting Ling Mo's pair of inky pupils. Part of it is cats, and a few parts are wonderful comments and anecdotes. So, you haven't seen the video I prepared for you in the values category? Shiroyuki chewed on her finger. I had read it at first. But then I thought the values were weird, and I liked the values in the wonderful comments and anecdotes, and it slowly became all about those. Ling Mo subconsciously blinked after hearing this and spoke. Like what? Well, for example, the traditional logic of thinking is, if I'm a barbecue vendor, I'm selling barbecue, and a guy comes up to me and wants to buy barbecue, and I've already agreed on 20, but when I'm done grilling and brushing the sauce, the other guy says it's cheaper, $15. And the traditional logic of thinking is just forget about it, and it's better to sell it than to smash it in hand better. Shiroyuki thought for a moment and gave an example. What about you? What do you think about it? Why do you think it's strange? Ling Mo gently pinched Bayu's soft and pretty face, and instantly, the latter's cheeks changed shape, but Baiyu didn't care in the slightest, and comfortably squinted her eyes and spoke. It's just weird. Shiroyuki licked her lips. According to the logic of Mare's behavior, this is clearly a sudden change of heart by the other party. So why should I bear the loss? What about the logic in those great comments and anecdotes you mentioned? Why do you like it? Ling Mo was stunned for a moment. Hadn't Baiyu realized that he was acting logically without saying so? If it's according to that, if the other party suddenly changes their mind, I'll tell them to get lost. Before she finished speaking, Baiyu felt a pain coming from her face. Ling Mo pinched Bayu's hand a few points harder and spoke with a leathery smile. It's fine to learn behavioral logic, but you can't learn profanity, okay? Baiyu still wanted to retort, but after seeing that the other party didn't mean to joke around, She flopped down on Ling Mo's chest, her white hair draped over Ling Mo's body, and weakly said, "Little Baiyu was wrong. Mo won't be angry." Even though Shirayuki was already fluent in speech, Shirayuki still preferred to be called just Mime. There are some things you can learn and some things you can't, and you don't understand yet, so where's the anger? Ling Mo was dumbfounded and patted Baiyu's little head. At the end of the day, she hadn't been a human for very long, and would learn everything she came in contact with without distinguishing between good and bad. Why would Ling Mo prepare those video explanations for her? It was to let her have a correct value and a set of behavioral logic that belonged to her. Shiratsuki continue. What would you do if the other party suddenly changed their mind? Ling Mo didn't pursue Baiyu's question too much, but spoke with a smile. I'd let the other guy leave, smile and say slow down, and then wash the sauce and feed it to the stray cats on the side of the road. I was going to lose money anyway, so I might as well lose some more to feed the poor stray cats, and consider it a gluttonous purchase on my part. Hearing Baiyu's reply, Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully. So what if you're the customer? Can you compare too? Everything had to be considered thoroughly, and since Shirayuki had talked about the stall owner, she also had to consider what she would do if she got screwed over when she was a customer. Well, that's okay too. Baiyu nodded. For example, when I went to buy grapes, I told the shopkeeper to buy $20, but the shopkeeper weighed me $30. According to the logic of those treatments that Mo found for me is, $10 more is nothing. It's just a good karma. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment and subconsciously spoke. What about you? What would you do? Shirayuki hemmed and hawed, her nose twitching slightly as she playfully spoke. I already said I wanted $20, so of course I'm paying $20. Ling Mo seemed to have guessed what Baiyu was going to say next, and as expected, Baiyu then spoke right after. As for the extra $10, it must be the boss who saw how cute I was and gave it to me. Ling Mare, brush up on a video and thicken your skin, but don't say it. Baiyu did have a good skin after her transformation, or else Ling Mo wouldn't have been dumbfounded at first. Aren't I great? Looking at Ling Mo, who had no intention of continuing with his questions, Baiyu reached out and patted Ling Mo on the shoulder and spoke with a smile. One last question, and there's a reward for a correct answer. Ling Mo looked at Baiyu's little expression and opened his mouth with a lost laugh. What reward? Shirayuki's eyes lit up. What's good today? Ling Mo was a bit helpless towards Baiyu. The nature of an eater didn't change in Baiyu. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't asked you a question yet. Answer it correctly. Let the horses come. Baiyu sat up straight and opened her mouth to Ling Mo with a serious face. That little look gave Ling Mo the illusion that she was accomplishing some extremely important research. It's not that hard. If you video swipe a lot you should know. Ling Mo paused for a moment. My question is, what would you do if someone of the opposite sex was intimate with you, like trying to hold hands with you and kiss you or something? This wasn't even really a question. Some time ago Ling Mo had given up on the idea of asking about it. The Baiyu of that time wouldn't let anyone but herself get close. But the current Baiyu wasn't the little white paper she used to be. God knows what Shirayuki is thinking right now. Well, I'd decline first. Baiyu looked at Ling Mo tentatively, and that look directly confused Ling Mo. What? Shouldn't you say no? Don't be so careful. Is there more? Ling Mo lost a laugh and gestured for Baiyu to continue. If the other person doesn't understand, then I'll just have to do it. Ling Mo's face was full of black lines. Even though it's right to do it, there has to be a way to do it. That's called defense. Just make sure you're safe. There's no need to fight hard, no matter how you say it. You're also a girl. But when Ling Mo saw the innocent eyes in his arms, Ling Mo was briefly silent. Who's the little girl who jumps nearly 3 meters? What's more, Ling Mo had only seen Baiyu in a state of alert, but he had never seen himself out to hurt someone. Shirayuki's physical qualities seemed to have inherited the physical characteristics from her time as a Muppet. Nope. Shirayuki suddenly spoke up, countering her answer. What's wrong? What's wrong? Ling Mo subconsciously opened his mouth, which is basically already the standard answer. The civil cannot then come to the martial arts. Do not talk about what calf martial arts is not civilized. Are going to be that? You are talking to me about civilization. Some girls were insulted to hold back not to say, not knowing that this will completely stimulate the arrogance of the other side. If the other side is still considered a human being, then okay. If not, even a human being is not considered photographed, threatened to add the endless demand, which will drag the girls into the bottomless abyss. Mare doesn't count. Mare is the best. Baiyu sniffled and pressed herself against Ling Mo, smiling playfully. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, looking at the soft mass in his arms and helplessly stroking the top of her head. Count yourself through. I want to eat steamed fish tonight. Baiyu looked at Ling Mo with an expectant face. Good. Kisses on the face. No touching anywhere else. Got it. Ling Mo was tutoring Baiyu while learning all kinds of knowledge. Only this time when Baiyu was brushing her cell phone, Ling Mo was sitting next to her and watching. He didn't want Baiyu to learn something she shouldn't. On the other hand, Ling Mo started to look for a suitable school. He wanted Baiyu to catch up with this year's school season, but he was having a hard time. He wanted Baiyu to receive the best education and the most comfortable environment. But this was nothing but two choices for Baiyu. The first is the best major university. The other is the most expensive university. Which is, of course, relative. The difference between the two is that one inculcates theory and produces a test-taking machine that ends up being a specialized talent, but it's also likely to rub off on a person. The other is to develop students' abilities in all aspects, and there will be many benefits, and there will be few instances of jumping out of the building because of more stress. Thinking about it, Ling Mo still intends to let Baiyu go to the most expensive. He also does not need Baiyu to become any talent. He himself to make money is almost enough to meet expenses. Not to mention, there is still a company in the house. How to go crazy yourself is alright, but in the end, inevitably still have to go back. Otherwise it is impossible for such a large industry to be thrown to outsiders. Moreover, the most important point, Ling Mo still intends to let Baiyu just be happy. Being a human being is too tiring. He knows this kind of hard work, but at the same time, he doesn't need one more person to experience it. Ling Mo pinched his brow, thinking about when to make a call to his home, but the result was that without waiting for himself to dial, his own mother called him again. Hello? What's up, Mom? You asshole kid. You talk about the object how I do not know? What did I say about how your mom was happy? So you too hid it from me, right? The one who opened her mouth to speak was not Mother Ling, but Father Ling. That splitting head and face a scolding immediately gave Ling Mo to scold downtime. Mare. Cursed. Baiyu stared blankly at the cell phone in Ling Mo's hand, and the moment she heard asshole kid, the words that followed seemed to filter through automatically as if she was looking at him fiercely. To be precise, it was the cell phone in Ling Mo's hand. Be a good little white moon. This is my home phone number. It's fine. Ling Mo hurriedly pacified. This would be fun if he cursed with his own old man. Really scolding. If we meet later, Ling's father will open his mouth and say, "Little girl, how do you fancy my boy?" It resulted in a line from 5G surfing White Moon side. Old Den, I cursed you. The image was too beautiful for Ling Mo to think about. You are not busy. I did not tell you this little thing. Mom also inadvertently not intentionally hide it from you. Ling Mo helplessly spoke into his cell phone. Ling father was imposing outside, but at home he was like a little kid, fighting over everything. I don't care about that. You hurry up and lead the girl back to me. Your kid has already gone blind once. Go out blind once more and don't say you're my Ling Tian's son. Apparently Mother Ling had already told Ling Tian everything, and at that time, Ling Tian was overjoyed when he heard about it. His own boy was actually outclassed by a multimillionaire middle-aged rich businessman, and for all he knew, the places he hadn't touched might have already been touched. Only, after a vicious mockery, Ling Tian was directly scolded by Ling mother for being autistic, and holding back his anger, he directly shook the phone to Ling Mo, and a brain spilled all the fire on Ling Mo. Ling Mo had wanted to shrug it off and mention the matter of finding a school in passing, but as a result, Ling Tian didn't give Ling Mo this chance at all. If you dare not bring it back, your father and I will open another small number with your mom and then throw the child to you, and you'll bring the child to me. Ling Mo? Sabo. Ling Mo seldom broke defense, and due to his immersion in academics, his nature was generally bland and mild, but he immediately changed once he spoke to his family. Snap! A crisp sound rang out on the other side of the phone, accompanied by a wail from Ling Tian, and in the next moment, Mother Ling's voice rang in Ling Mo's ears. He just wanted to see his daughter-in-law, and he spoke a bit harshly. Is that girl next to you? The corner of Ling Mo's eye twitched as he looked at Baiyu, whose upper body was lying on top of his own, and spoke stiffly. Yes. There was an eternal silence on the other side of the phone, which gradually turned into dead silence, and Ling Mo was getting a little hairy. It was followed by another crisp sound, only louder than earlier. Ow! Another wail. Put the girl on the phone and mom talk to her. Ling Mo froze for a moment, looking at the somewhat dazed Baiyu. He wasn't quite sure if she could handle it, and spoke to her in a low voice. Do you want to talk to my mom? Shirayuki blinked a few times. Is it Mare's mom? Aha! Want! Shirayuki's eyes lit up and she couldn't stop nodding. You should know what it's called, right? Ling Mo looked at Baiyu with some skepticism. This is the first call. Have to be careful. The first impression is very important. Don't make any mistakes. Yeah. Shirayuki nodded confidently. Packed. Ling Mo took a deep breath and whispered to Baiyu. Take in everything you've learned. Be normal. Don't learn everything. Oh. Baiyu nodded uncertainly and took the cell phone from Ling Mo's hand. Ling Mo licked his lips, picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip of water, nodded his head to indicate that Baiyu could speak, and then lowered his head to continue drinking. Hello? Mom? Shirayuki picked up the phone and put it to her own ear and spoke in a whisper. This mother's voice directly sprayed out the water Ling Mo had already drank into his mouth, covered his chest and kept coughing. His face was suffocated red. There wasn't a sound ringing on the other side of the phone for a while either, as if they were a bit overwhelmed by Shirayuki's maneuver. But it wasn't long before an old daisy sounded. Oh, little girl, I'm Shioma's father. Ah, call out to daddy. Get the hell out of here. Ling Tian's attitude immediately changed. Look at this obedient voice. Sweet tone. A listen to know is a good baby, nothing bad mind. Just how did this little cabbage end up in the hands of our own pigs? Ling Tian was puzzled but didn't want to think too much about it. He wanted to hear Baiyu call him dad right now. Just after uttering these words, she was disliked by the insufferable mother Ling. The first time you call, you make people call you father. What do you think? If it wasn't for the phone call, even the best educated Ling mother would have wanted to scold a little more dirty. What are you doing? How can you not call your dad after you've called your mom? Ling Tian was not happy. Good girl. After calling me, this change of name fee will immediately give you to the card. Don't live with that asshole boy a piece. What a shabby house. Come over to live in dad's big villa. As soon as he finished, the phone was hung up. Baiyu held up the phone in her hand, blinking her azure-colored pupils as she innocently looked at Ling Mo. Mo, what are they? Ling Mo's temples jumped straight up, pinching his brows with some headache. It's nothing. They should have been a little stressed out lately, and their nerves are a bit frazzled, especially my dad. In the aspect of undermining Ling Tian, Ling Mo never had any mercy in his mouth. Ha, oh, Baiyu nodded her head and looked blearily at Ling Mo, or his cheeks to be precise. What's wrong? Ling Mo was a bit unable to stand this look from Baiyu and said helplessly, want to kiss? Just as soon as she finished speaking, Baiyu kissed her. She didn't touch Ling Mo's lips, and she really hadn't. She was usually kissed more on Ling Mo's cheeks and neck. Okay, stop. Ling Mo was a bit unable to stand the hot and humid breath. Now that Baiyu could know quite a bit through her cell phone, it was hard to guarantee that she hadn't been exposed to this kind of thing. Just as the two of them were fooling around, the cell phone rang once again, and Ling Mo picked up the phone and glanced at it. Ling Tian called, and after thinking about what Ling Tian had just said, Ling Mo's face was filled with black lines, and he was about to hang up when his own hand was grabbed. What's going on? Ling Mo glanced at Baiyu, who was grabbing his wrist, and was a bit confused. This call is not to be hung up on. Shirayuki shook her head seriously. The cell phone sound didn't stop. Ling Mo sighed softly. Alright, just don't get scared. After picking up the phone, the one who spoke wasn't Ling Tian, but his mother, who spoke in a low voice. Xiao Mo, is that girl still next to you? Didn't get scared, did she? Ling Mare. Mom, I'm on speakerphone. She's right next to me. Ling Mo opened his mouth somewhat powerlessly. With such a jumpy nature, he was skeptical of how Ling Tian actually made his fortune. Could it be that he robbed the world? Only he didn't dare to ask. He was beaten once for asking. Give the girl your cell phone. Your dad is crying on the side. Ling Mo? What the fuck? A man crying? Mom, I won't let you talk to her until you call me on video. For a while, Ling Mo's tone became incomparably excited. Ling Tian actually cried. He had to have a good laugh. It's... Ling's mother's words on the other side of the phone became a bit sluggish, as if she was doing a mental struggle. Alright, I'll call you on the video. Shirayuki, come over here. I'll show you something fun. Ling Mo waved his hand and sat up straight, his eyes unblinking as he stared at his phone. And Baiyu realized that the other man wasn't looking at him and rubbed her head against him. Mo, I'm right here in your arms. Okay, I know. You remember to take your cell phone out and take a picture of it when the time comes. Oh yeah. You turn the phone on yourself first and block your face. I'll tell you to take it away and then you take it away again. I doubt it's a trick again. Ling Mo's momentary upper head receded a bit and barked at Baiyu, who hadn't been pitted by Ling Tian much. Good. Just as soon as I finished, the next second, the video call came in. After Ling Mo chose to connect, as expected, it was Ling Tian's cheeks that smiled like chrysanthemums. Ling Mo was silent, and Ling Tian was also silent as he looked at Baiyu, who was holding her cell phone to block her cheek. The two were wide-eyed and just stared. A few seconds later, you asshole kid, playing mind games with me? Ling Tian broke the defense. Take a mouth, act so easy him. He just want to see his daughter-in-law. Listen to her call a father. As a result, Ling Mo played such a hand, and Ling Tian directly couldn't tense up. Asshole boy, wait for me. Either you can't carry it or my belt can't. Don't you run out. The cell phone screen went haywire as Ling Tian drew out the belt around his own waist with red eyes. And Ling Mo was silent, patting Bayu's shoulder and whispering, "Take it away and meet my family." After Bayu tilted her head and looked at Ling Tian, she slowly took the phone away, and all of a sudden that exquisite face appeared on the screen of the phone. A pair of deer eyes looked at the fuming Ling Tian, her good-looking azure-colored pupils blinking, and she opened her mouth in a somewhat curious whisper. "Are you, Dad?" This dad could directly call Ling Tian without fire, revealing a bright smile. "Hey, I'm Dad, Ling Mare, Mother Ling." Bayu scratched his head, turned his head to look at Ling Mo, who was helplessly holding his forehead next to him, and whispered, "Why, has it changed so much?" The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened. He was now incomparably disgusted with Ling Tian's indisputable appearance, pondering for a long time. "It's fine. It shows that it likes you. Don't be afraid." Ling Tian nodded his head frantically. Right. Agu. Look at this little face, these eyes, this hair. Is the little girl mixed? Bring it to me. It's a shame. Let me see it too." The screen flipped for a while. Ling Mother with a kind smile, looking at the somewhat dumbfounded Bayu, thinking that she was scared by Ling Tian, and unable to turn back to give Ling Tian a slap in the face in anger. Ow! Ling Tian screamed at first, then thought that Bayu was still on the phone in front of him and stifled it. Ling Mo stifled his laughter and tried his hardest to hold it in. In the end his face was suffocating red, or Bayu couldn't resist her curiosity and poked Ling Mo's cheeks. Only then did Ling Mo laugh happily, for no other reason. Who would have thought that Ling Tian was a wife-beater? When I was young, I followed Ling Tian and saw him pretending outside every day, and after being told by my own mother, I laughed at myself and was beaten, and now I see Ling Tian like this, and it really gives him a lot of joy. Bayu watched Ling Mo smile and smiled herself, coming forward and touching Ling Mo's cheek. Mo was happy. He should give kisses. The smile on Ling Mo's face froze, and although his mother's expression was awkward for a moment, she immediately came back to her senses. Her face clouded over but inside she was ecstatic. Ling Mo didn't refuse. What does that mean? It means that the two of them do this kind of thing a lot, not to mention the fact that the two of them live in the same house. So maybe a child has been created. Engaged. Must be engaged. When Mother Ling thought of this, the more she looked at Bayu, the more satisfied she became. White hair, blue eyes. This just shows that this girl is not ordinary. When Ling Mo saw the expression on Ling Mother's face, he instantly understood that the latter had already associated it elsewhere, and gave a dry cough. "Mom, I mainly have something I want to discuss with you. It's about Bayu." But Ling's mother didn't pay any attention to what Ling Mo said at all. The smile on her face was as bright as ever. "So it's called Bayu? That's such a nice name. Mom likes it." Shirayuki stuck out her tongue and licked her somewhat dry lips. "Thanks, Mom." Ling Mother's heart is almost melted. No daughter has such a lovely daughter-in-law. Also line this if every day in their own side called mother. Hurry up and bring her back. You hear me? What kind of shitty house are you living in? Ling Tian's roar rang out with another snap, accompanied by a manly whimper. "Ling Mare, Shirayuki still has to go to school now, so see if you can arrange for her to go straight into an aristocratic school and then get me a job as a librarian while I accompany her." Actually, Shirayuki was the main one. Being a librarian herself was the nail in the coffin. There was no suspense at all. "Going to school? Okay. How old are you?" Mother Ling immediately nodded her head in agreement. Now Bayu's status in her heart had skyrocketed. "Well, enrollment in Daikaiki." Ling Mo touched his nose, a little afraid to look at the cell phone screen. Bayu grinned and playfully blinked her eyes, wanting to touch Ling Mo again, but he pushed her away. "Ling Tian, Mother Ling, daughter-in-law, did you hear that? What kind of school did that asshole kid say Bayu went to? What grade?" Ling Tian somewhat disbelievingly pulled out his ears and opened his mouth to Mother Ling. Ling's mother gulped. "Freshman year. Freshman year of enrollment season?" The two looked at each other, then fell silent. "Ling Mo, you're fucking crazy, aren't you? How can you even do that? In the big right and wrong, Ling Tian always look at the heavy. Now when people living together do these intimate things, if not still separated from the screen, Ling Tian had to draw out the belt to beat him to death. "Dad, Shirayuki is a bit special. School is a problem, but she's definitely not like that. Shirayuki is 20. I'm not that shameless." Ling Mo helplessly held his forehead. "What's more, that's something that birth did. If I'm born, then what are you?" Ling Tian. In fact, when he heard Ling Mo's first sentence, Ling Tian believed it, but Ling Mo still brought damage to him. "This temper can come. Put Bayu in the company. Get yourself out of here." Compared to the mutual dislike between these two, Ling's mother was much more serious. "Okay, I'll arrange for you to go straight into the school for this year's entrance season. And by the way, I've already solved Lin Ling's matter, so you don't need to be worried about it." It's not that difficult to enroll in an aristocratic school, contribute some lab equipment, build a few buildings, and arrange for a student to come in, not a murderer, whatever. Little White Moon, you're going to school in 2 months. Looking forward to it? Ling Mo smiled and pinched Bayu's soft cheeks, speaking with a light laugh. After feeling the hand on her face, Bayu lifted up her own clothes, revealing a white, smooth belly without a trace of flab. Touch your stomach. Ling Mo's hand shook. The cell phone directly fell to the ground. Picked up and shouted into the phone, remember to hurry to arrange. Then directly hung up the phone. Otherwise God knows what else Ling Tian would have to do. In the future. No lifting your clothes, don't you know this? Ling Mo stared at Bayu with a serious look on his face. He was about to go to school. If he lifted up his uniform at school, not to mention Ling Mo, Ling Tian had to let out a groundhog grunt. I know, but wasn't that outside and in front of outsiders? It's not like we're outside here and there's no outsiders. And Shirayuki likes to silently touch her stomach. Ling Mare. For some reason, Ling Mo always felt like a pervert when Bayu said this. If someone says they want to touch it, they mustn't be so cooperative, you know? Shirayuki cocked her head, a bit surprised. Shouldn't Shirayuki be fanning the past? And Shirayuki said that ages and ages ago. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, and Bayu spoke immediately after. The time after the bath. Bayu said that Mo could touch it. And didn't Mo just ask me a question? Mo is an exception here in Bayu. Ling Mo shook his head. Am I an exception? Bayu sat down next to Ling Mo and hugged his arm, her little head rubbing against Ling Mo as she spoke with full dependence. Bayu just wants to live with Mo, just like in the video. Ling Mo subconsciously spoke. What does it look like in the video? Shirayuki mused. She always liked to contain her fingers when she thought. Both have a mobility scooter. Don't have to worry about living, plan food and drink every day. And have a friend over for a get-together every once in a while. No arguments, no hassles. There's no faggotry or penny pinching. You can do whatever you want, and have the principle to set out on a trip whenever you want. There are endless things to say and do, and even after a long time has passed, it still seems like the first time we see each other. Is it still like the first time we met? Ling Mo looked at Bayu in his arms and lost his smile for a moment. Won't you get tired of it? Won't you think that the people outside will be better? Shirayuki shook her head. No. Mare is the best. Mare is the best. Mare is the best. This time, Shirayuki said it 3 times in one breath and louder than once. Ling Mo wandered off for a long time, and a smile slowly appeared on his cheeks. Is this what you summarized? For a moment, Shirayuki's expression froze, her throat rolled, and her sapphire eyes looked away somewhat sheepishly. Review. The review section saw it. Ling Mo smiled bashfully. So, do you know what kind of relationship 2 people have to live like this? Shirayuki blinked and shook her head. Ling Mo smiled as he looked at Bayu in his arms and asked in a different way. Is this really the life you want? Aha! Of course. Shirayuki tilted her face and heatedly smiled. Ling Mo smiled without saying anything. End of July. Mother Ling had found a good school for Bayu, so she could just enroll directly when the time came. But Ling Mo naturally couldn't let Bayu just pass without a base. At the very least, he had to see what level she was at now. She had tutored her quite a bit during this time, and was even studying under her own supervision, so there was no such thing as swiping on her phone instead of reading a book. Of course, Ling Mo also agreed to some of Bayu's little conditions. Bayu says that she sweats every time she finishes studying, and even though Ling Mo points to the air conditioner with an expressionless face, Bayu shakes her head and says that she wants to take a shower together after studying. Ling Mo had originally thought that Bayu had already learned quite a lot and that this kind of thing should be more or less minimized, but when he saw the tears in the bottom of Bayu's eyes, he had no choice but to agree. Right, well, I'm not asking for a perfect score. If you fail, Ling Mo looked at Bayu meaningfully. Think about what consequences. Shirayuki beamed as if she could hang up soy sauce and wrote her unhappiness all over her face. I'm going to tell mommy. During this period of time, Ling's mother didn't call a lot, and basically had already internalized Bayu as her daughter-in-law. And Ling Tian even put out the word that if he didn't marry, then he would be prepared to bring up a child. Before Lin Ling's words, although the 2 of them, Ling Tian and Mother Ling, had seen it before, they ultimately did not know much about it, and had only mistakenly seen Lin Ling's other face. This time, Bayu and the others were more and more satisfied, while each of them wondered, what's this about Ling Mo? Ling Mo with a silent character, with familiar people is okay, usually is less words action, but put in the current society is not eaten. Usually a man could fool a girl with a few words, like Ling Mo rarely would a girl be patient enough to get to know him. Now the strange thing was that girls ate up the whole sweet talk thing and didn't care about practical people like Ling Mo. What's more, Ling Mo's vision was high to say the least. He loved the color white, and by, he had in mind that the girl should be pure. That love should be pure and not tainted by anything. Ling Tian had laughed at Ling Mo more than once. Nowadays in this era, this kind of girl is basically dying out. Are you sure you can find the rest? I think you're going to end up alone. To this, Ling Mo replied, you were able to find my mom. Your vision really isn't bad, but if you can find it in your own condition, there's no reason why I can't. The end result was, Ling Mo was beaten up and didn't get out of bed for 2 days. Ling Tian was right. It was indeed hard to find, but nah, Baiyu turned out not to be a human at all, but suddenly became one. If you really can't, Ling Mo would rather be on his own, which is quite dashing, doing well-paid part-time jobs before the age of 30, playing for a few more years, and then taking over the company at the back. Odds are, at that point, you'll be even less likely to catch something like a cold yourself. On that rainy night, Ling Mo was the one who was ready to implement this plan. But the result, White Moon and Ling Mo's own changes had disrupted that plan, and now Ling Mo had a new plan. That is to accompany Shirayuki through this life. Don't talk to me about these useless things. Write well, and when you're done, I'll take you to play for a while before you go to school. Ling Mo knocked Baiyu's head in no good humor, and the latter looked aggrieved. I just thought of the answer, and you knocked it out. You pay for it. Ling Mare. Time. Ling Mo looked at the time on his cell phone, looked over to Baiyu, who was almost already lying on the table and counting questions, and spoke faintly. Baiyu handed the roll to Ling Mo with an unhappy face and spoke carefully. I want to take a bath. Ling Mo raised his eyes slightly. Is this a weak heart? His eyes quickly swept through the choices and fill in the blanks. Want to take a bath? That depends on whether or not you reach the passing line. Shirayuki looked down and played with her fingers, the look of fear indescribably endearing. Gradually, Ling Mo's frown became tighter and tighter, and Baiyu's heart clenched. Not daring to breathe, Ling Mo flipped the roll over and back, looking like he was totaling the scores. Can I take a shower? Shirayuki spoke tentatively. Ling Mo suddenly put the roll down and looked at Baiyu with complicated eyes, his tone inexplicable. Can I take a bath? Do you have no concept of your score? Baiyu was instantly scared to tears by Ling Mo, her eyes filled with mist. Ling Mo had never spoken to her like this at all. Right. I'm sorry. Baiyu is stupid. Baiyu can't learn. Mo. I'm sorry. Ling Mo suddenly froze. He was looking for a reversal like the internet. The normal situation should not be more afraid, and then whispered to ask about their scores. And then finally he told her the 102 scores? How come it's nothing like what you thought it would be? Damn it. The internet is doing a lot of harm. Little Shirayuki doesn't cry or cry. It scared you. Ling Mo took Baiyu into his arms, gently patting the other party's little head, his fingers gently wiping away the teardrops at the corners of the other party's eyes. Looking at the other party's eyes that were already reddened at the end, Ling Mo's heart was almost melting. I'm so fucking inhuman. Ling Mo secretly screamed in his heart. Thanks to the family did not call now. Otherwise let Ling Tian see. Even if he went abroad, he had to take a plane overnight to come. The idea of picking up Shirayuki had been on his mind for a long time, but he just never had the chance to implement it. 120 points in math in Little White Moon. That's amazing. Learning so much in such a short time. Ling Mo softly consoled and looked at Baiyu, who was crying and couldn't catch her breath. Of course little Baiyu can take a bath. Happy? Shirayuki's crying stopped abruptly, but it was still accompanied by a sobbing sound. Mare. Didn't lie? Is it really 120 points? During this period of time, Ling Mo arranged for Baiyu to have a senior high school routine. Basically, in addition to eating and sleeping, is to study. To be able to get this score, it is already quite good. After all, in a month's time, from someone who didn't know anything, to the level of the end of the entrance exams, Shirayuki's ability could not be said to be strong. Of course I didn't lie. How could I lie to you? Stop crying, okay? Ling Mo cupped Baiyu's cheeks, looked at the other party's azure-colored pupils, and spoke softly. Mare is bad. Baiyu cried even more aggrieved. Her tears stained Ling Mo's lapel. As if she felt that crying wasn't enough, Baiyu took a bite on Ling Mo's neck, but was afraid of biting him, and after biting, she gently let out a breath. Getting out of Ling Mo's arms, he sat on the side of the sofa and sulked alone. Ling Mo subconsciously touched the place where he had just been nibbled and stared at Baiyu's back, and in the next moment, a virtual box slowly appeared above the other party's head. A young girl transformed into a ragdoll has been deceived by the people closest to her, and has a great deal of aggression in her heart, but there is nowhere to vent it, so she can only hold it in her heart, and it is recommended to coax it with patience. Aggrieved value, 80. Little Shirayuki. Ling Mo got up and walked over, squatting in front of Baiyu as a teardrop fell right onto the ground. Ling Mo's heart was complicated for a moment. He had thought that Baiyu would mature prematurely due to her exposure to cell phones, but he had forgotten two things. The first was his identity. Ling Mo was Bayu's closest person. What he said, Bayu would not doubt at all. She would only choose to believe it. And with that attitude of his own just now, he could basically be determined to have flunked out. Secondly, Shirayuki is ultimately just a muppet who has been an adult for less than 2 months. Not to mention, she spends a huge portion of her time learning all sorts of things, and what she's currently learning through her cell phone is ultimately just scratching the surface. And while Lingmare treating a surfer with years of experience like that is fine, it's a little less appropriate for Shirayuki. Liar. Badass. Shirayuki muttered, but that mood value dropped. From 80 to 70. Ling Mo sighed softly, drew a tissue from the table, wiped the tail of Bayu's eyes, and softly said, I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have teased little Bayu. Forgive me, okay? It's down again. Don't. It's obvious that Mare said not to lie, but he lied himself. After Bayu heard Ling Mo's explanation, she glared at Ling Mo and said fiercely, according to what Mo said, Mo is a bad person. Looking at the aggrieved value that plummeted, Ling Mo bowed his head and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, little White Moon. So, what compensation does little White Moon want? At the mention of compensation, Bayu's figure lurched, then returned to its normal state, as if the question had hit the nail on the head, and he himself had to pretend he didn't care about it. Only that acting was as clumsy as his childhood self. I want to have fun. I want to go out and have fun. To shower together. To sleep together. When he was talking, Bayu got high. Ling Mo had no choice but to coax Bayu into doing anything. Okay, I promise you. So many compensations. One at a time first. Go take a shower. Ling Mo watched the aggression value gradually return to zero and let out a light sigh of relief. Bayu nodded her head in a hurry and tugged Ling Mo towards the bathroom. It didn't take long for Bayu to step out of the bathroom with her wet slippers, a towel wrapped around her hair, and sit on the couch, watching the TV, and after a short while, Ling Mo walked out as well. Bayu's eyes lit up and she got up from the sofa, like an excited kitten flying into Ling Mo's arms, raising her head to look at him. Now for a kiss. Just after saying that, Bayu touched over to the place she had just bitten down, licked her lips, and carefully looked at Ling Mo. Did the bite hurt Mo? Ling Mo was dumbfounded. I'm not that delicate. I'll dry your hair before the third wish comes true. Ling Mo pulled away the towel that was wrapped around Shirayuki's hair and used the hairdryer to blow on Shirayuki's damp white hair, his fingers gently massaging the top of Shirayuki's head. Bayu sat back and squinted her eyes comfortably, only for her afterglow to catch sight of the bathrobe sash around Ling Mo's waist and subconsciously bit her fingers. Ling Mo has said countless times that this band is important and not to be pulled. Now, he's blow-drying his hair. He shouldn't be able to see himself. Bayu quietly raised her eyes and realized that the other party did not notice her small movements. Her white hair was very long. Ling Mo could only blow slowly. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q, nice. Bayu thought darkly as she slowly reached out her sinful little hands and grabbed the belt of the bathrobe around Ling Mo's waist. White Moon. With a flurry of hands and feet, Ling Mo's exasperated voice rang out. The next day, the duo packed up and set off on their tour. Where are we going? Seeing that she was already on the highway and getting farther and farther away from the place she was familiar with, Bayu couldn't help but tug on Ling Mo's sleeve, who was driving, and weakly opened her mouth. A new city, a new environment, starting a new life. Happy? Ling Mo slowly rolled the window down, his eyes looking at Bayu sitting in the passenger side, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. As the windows of the car opened, a breath of freedom flooded into the car. The breath seemed to carry some sort of magic, making Ling Mo's mood extraordinarily comfortable. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to grab the invisible wind of freedom, but it slipped away from his fingertips like a genie, leaving behind only a hint of coolness and a sense of coziness. Little White Moon, let's go outside for a month, and then we'll go to school together and live together, as Little White Moon said. Okay? Ling Mo's voice rang out in the car. Bayu nodded her head vigorously and tried to hug Ling Mo's arm, but she was pushed away by Ling Mo, who looked at Ling Mo with some confusion. Drive and don't bother me. When Bayu heard this reply, she huffed and puffed and turned around with her hands clasping her chest, looking out the window. But only a few seconds passed, but then she turned around with a smile on her face and just looked at Ling Mo. What's wrong? Ling Mo was naturally able to feel this gaze on him and couldn't help but open his mouth with a lost smile. Just want to look at Mare like that. Mare's so pretty. Bayu leaned on her chin and looked at Ling Mo, suddenly waving her hands around. So am I allowed to go in restaurants, hotels, airplanes and all that? Ling Mo had a smile on his face. Of course, Little White Moon is a human now, so she can definitely go in. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh yeah, I can stay with Ling Mo all the time. I like to become human. Under the effect of time, Bai Yu, who originally hated becoming a human, had begun to gradually like the identity of a human, simply because of the single reason that she could stay with Ling Mo all the time. Why don't Little White Moon guess where we're going? Ling Mo throws this out in passing. Guess what? More anticipation. Bai Yu licked her lips, her azure eyes staring at Ling Mo's side face. Is it going to a place near the sea? To a place near the sea? Ling Mo looked back at Bai Yu with some confusion, full of puzzlement. Who told you that? Shirayuki was stunned for a moment and quickly came back to her senses. I guessed right? Sure. Looking at Bai Yu's excited expression, Ling Mo secretly smiled. As long as it's a place you want to go, every single one of them is a destination for the journey. Ling Mo stepped on the gas, and the car suddenly picked up speed again. Island City. At night, Ling Mo pushed open the car door a little tiredly. It had been a long time since he had driven for such a long time, and he was a little uncomfortable. He walked to the co-pilot, pulled the door open, and as soon as he picked up Bai Yu, who was already motion sickness, across his arms, he softly said, Little Bai Yu, we've arrived at the hotel. Let's take a rest first, and we'll start playing again tomorrow. Bai Yu whimpered and subconsciously raised her own paw to grab Ling Mo's lapel, looking at Ling Mo pitifully. Hungry again? Still hard? Don't want to come out to play? Ling Mo looked at the aggrieved Bai Yu and couldn't help but let out a light laugh, shutting and locking the car door and walking towards the hotel with a steady pace. Well, it's just for today. I'll take you on a plane later. A smile surfaced on Bai Yu's pale little face, raising her head slightly in Ling Mo's arms, touching Ling Mo's neck, and whispering, Mo is the best. Still showering? After getting a room, Ling Mo placed Bai Yu on the large soft bed and let out a light sigh of relief. Originally, the receptionist looked at these two people, are ready to call the police, subconsciously thought that Ling Mo is the kind of drug to pick up the body of the people, and took a lot of words to explain clearly. By the end of the day, the receptionist lady muttered with some envy, how much does one have to pamper their girlfriend and carry them in? The one at home is too weak. Don't want to go straight to bed. As soon as Shirayuki touched the bed, her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, so sleepy. Seeing that the other party was already asleep, Ling Mo's corner of his eye was wildly drawn while his eyes were filled with heartache. It seems that he was already tired. At the thought of the other party throwing up several times, Ling Mo walked over, took off Bai Yu's shoes and socks, and covered her up, while he himself sat on the sofa, opened his backpack and took out a piece of bread and a bucket of instant noodles, intending to eat enough to go to bed. I haven't seen her get carsick before. I'd better just take her on the high-speed train next time for a long time. Ling Mo pinched his brow and had just finished soaking the noodles when the cell phone video call came. Another check-in. Hey, Mom, let me see White. Ling Mare. Mom, I'm the one who's your biological child. Ling Mo spat feebly, but he still got up from the couch and aimed the camera at Shirayuki. Mother Ling's worried voice came over at once. Little Bai looked so uncomfortable. How did you take care of him? Ling Mo watched his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Little White Moon is carsick. Then you won't. For a while, Ling's mother didn't know what to say, and in the end, she only left behind a sentence that, so you won't keep White from getting carsick? Ling Mo? It's not. How can you do that? Ling mother also seems to know that this is a little strong words. Dry cough. Take good care of people. Do not come out to play the whole with the same as suffering. Got it. Ling Mo spoke breathlessly. What's wrong with you? Mother Ling's somewhat concerned words rang in Ling Mo's ears, and instantly, Ling Mo's heart warmed. Sure enough, his own mom still cared about him. Take care of yourself out there. With those words, Mother Ling hung up the phone. Ling Mo held his cell phone and messed up alone, and only responded after a while. How perfunctory. Ling Mo didn't go to sleep right away, eating the noodles in front of him and flipping through his phone, looking for recommended excursions and mine avoidance programs. I don't know how long. Bai Yu on the bed whimpered and lifted the covers. The two big white legs under the pajama pants appeared in front of Ling Mo. Bai Yu rolled over and clamped down on the covers. Ling Mo cleaned up the mess on the table and walked over. Bai Yu's little face was red. Her nice eyebrows were slightly furrowed as if she was suffering. Ling Mo froze for a moment before he noticed that the air conditioner in the hotel was blowing on Bai Yu. No way. Ling Mo reached out his hand and stroked Bai Yu's forehead, and then his head to feel Bai Yu's temperature. It's not very high. If you don't eat something and go straight to sleep, it's fine. You're getting a fever before you even start traveling. Ling Mo carefully helped Bai Yu to retuck in the quilt, but the other party kicked it away once again. Ling Mo had no choice but to help Bai Yu take off her outer shirt and sit on the side to watch her. This time, Bai Yu's reaction wasn't as strong. Only the normally bright red lips were now dry and peeling. Ling Mo got up and went to boil a kettle of water, and washed a cool towel on Bai Yu's forehead. Little Shirayuki. Ling Mo found a pier and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the frail little person on the bed, one hand resting on his cheek. I hope it doesn't affect the next day. At this time, Baiyu dryly coughed and whimpered with difficulty. Her hands subconsciously groped for something under the quilt, but after half a day had passed, Baiyu did not feel that familiar presence. Where's Mare? Baiyu slowly opened her eyes and saw Ling Mo sitting to the side, subconsciously sitting up. The covers slipped off. Baiyu reached out and grabbed Ling Mo's index finger, whispering, "Why don't you come up?" Ling Mo stood up and rearranged Baiyu's quilt, reaching out to caress Baiyu's face, softly speaking, "Little Baiyu is sick. You have to take good care of it, or else you won't be able to go play together the next day." Shirayuki licked her dry lips with a hard expression and shook her head. "Don't want to cuddle and sleep." Ling Mo wanted to refuse, but Baiyu's expression was extremely aggravated. The sick Baiyu carried an indescribably sickly and endearing look. "I want to hold and sleep. Get well faster. Let's eat something to settle your stomach. Then take your pills, and then go to sleep afterward. Okay?" Ling Mo couldn't bear to refuse after all, raising the bread in his hand and opening his mouth with a smile. "Aha!" Baiyu gently nodded her head and ate the bread. Ling Mo tore off one bite at a time, drank a mouthful of water, and looked at Ling Mo blearily after taking the medicine. Ling Mo was a bit helpless and took off his shoes and socks to get under the covers. The moment he entered the quilt, Ling Mo felt a body with a fiery breath leaning over. Ling Mo looked down at Baiyu. The latter rubbed against Ling Mo, sniffing and biting at Ling Mo's neck with a gust of aggravated whimpering. "Well, bedtime, it's getting late." Ling Mo patted Baiyu and slowly coaxed. In her daze, Baiyu did not know exactly how she had entered dreamland. The only thing she could perceive was that at the moment she was about to fall into a deep sleep. The pleasure she felt deep within her heart far outweighed the pain and discomfort her body was enduring. It was as if a warm, soft force was gently embracing and nurturing her. At dawn, the sky was white. The morning sunlight sprinkled the earth through the hazy mist, and on the eastern skyline, the sunrise was struggling to break through the clouds, gradually shedding its light on the world. Inside the hotel, Ling Mo slowly opened his eyes. He felt like his throat was about to go up in smoke. Looking at Baiyu who was sleeping soundly in his arms, Ling Mo couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth. "I should have known. I would have taken a cold pill as a precaution too, but it's no big deal. Take your meds and rest. It's only been a little hard for the past 2 days. Hey, Mare, want to touch it?" Shirayuki's small, straight nose twitched slightly, and her lips gently smacked a few times as she let out a gurgling, dreamy sound. Looking at Baiyu, Ling Mo also unconsciously revealed a smile. There is a saying that is right: do not care about the scenery is not important. The person who accompanies you to see the scenery is important. It would be an amazing trip to see the sights with you, even if you get lost. Ling Mo glanced at the time and realized that it was only 7 in the morning, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and hugged Baiyu to sleep again. The duo finished packing up and headed out of the hotel. "Come on." Baiyu was wearing a one-piece bathing suit, her 2 white jade legs swaying, waving excitedly at Ling Mo, running wildly on the beach with her bare feet. She who had never seen the sea before looked exceptionally happy at the moment. Compared to Baiyu, Ling Mo walked nonchalantly towards Baiyu, coughing every now and then, carrying a small bag and waving helplessly at Baiyu. "Come back and put on some more sunscreen." Shirayuki trotted over again and sat directly on the sand, wiggling her 2 legs and urging, Hurry up. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened, slowly supporting the sun umbrella, the lounge chair, and clapping his hands to signal Baiyu to lie on it. Baiyu laid up and looked at Ling Mo excitedly, patting her calves and propping her hands behind her. "Will Mo play with me?" Ling Mo squatted down and squeezed out the sunscreen and slowly coated it well. The skin on Baiyu's legs was as tender as a baby's, soft and elastic. "Little Baiyu, does it still feel bad?" Shirayuki smiled and shook her head. "There was a bit of that, but now it's gone. It's much more fun outside than at home." Ling Mo coughed, and after helping Baiyu wipe her legs, she stood up and pointed to the sunscreen clothing she was wearing. "Don't move." Baiyu nodded and didn't move a muscle, only that her eyes couldn't help but glance at Ling Mo's swim trunks, where a knot was tied. Baiyu gulped and subconsciously remembered the image of the last time she untied the strap of Ling Mo's bathrobe, unable to help but heave a smile. Ling Mo's flustered expression at the time. Baiyu enjoyed seeing it, so she sneakily reached out her hand again, ready to replicate the famous scene. Only, before touching that knot, Baiyu's wrist was grabbed. Stunned for a moment, raising her eyes to look, she met Ling Mo's eyes, and spoke as if nothing had happened. *3, what's wrong? Ling Mo's face was full of black lines. If this was pulled apart, would he still be a human being? "You're so protective of yourself now. Why don't you think about protecting me a little?" Shirayuki blinked back at that. Yao! If he pulled himself like that, Ling Yamo would be naked. Can't pull it. Absolutely can't pull it. It's not to be shown to anyone else. Shiroyuki hastily shook up her head, but that little mind couldn't resist, secretly thinking, next time, find a place where no one is around. Ling Yamo looked at Baiyu, who was shaking her head for a while and giggling for a while. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, patted her on the side of the head, met Baiyu's signature innocent expression, and spoke indifferently. Alright, go and have some fun. Ling Yamo was just about to sit down when Baiyu pulled him over. Mo wants to play with Baiyu. Baiyu was born and dragged Ling Yamo onto a speedboat, both wearing first aid suits. Ling Yamo received a look from Baiyu and repeatedly assured the staff that he would not be in trouble, and additionally paid a 300 tip for the staff to follow. Before Ling Yamo sat down in the driver's seat, Baiyu wrapped her arms around Ling Mo's waist, and deep in her eyes was an indescribable apprehension and excitement. Ling Yamo coughed a few times. His head was a bit dizzy, but it was not a good idea to spoil Baiyu's fun. Listening to the staff's striding precautions and began to slowly start it up. Moving on, Baiyu's expression became even more excited as the speedboat slowly sailed, stirring up gusts of water that dampened Baiyu's long hair, and the clothes that were wet by the waves clung tightly to Baiyu's body, outlining the beautiful curves. Dizzy or not? Ling Yamo shouted. The speed slowly down. He was a little afraid of Baiyu. First time to the sea is not adaptable. Some items are not suitable for no need to play hard. Shiroyuki shook her head, unable to see the slightest discomfort, and spoke tentatively, I want to drive. Ling Yamo was silent. Baiyu hadn't even driven an electric car before, and she came up to drive this thing. If this was a screw-up, she wouldn't even need to eat when she went back at night. Do you really want to open it? Ling Yamo spoke hesitantly. This is a bit difficult, and it might be dangerous. The staff member who always followed spoke thoughtfully. Don't worry, sir, I will be responsible for your safety during the tour, and I will only be responsible for the two of you during this time. Ling Mare. Seeing this, Ling Yamo loosened his hand, helped Baiyu to sit down slowly, and said in a low voice, you familiarize yourself with it first, and then slowly speed up in a while, okay? Baiyu lowered her head and looked seriously, raising her eyes to meet Ling Mo's eyes with a confident expression. Omega, don't worry, little Baiyu is the best. Afterwards, Baiyu turned her head and tugged Ling Mo's hand at the small of her back, locking it in place, and turned back to admonish. In a while, don't let go, oh, or else you'll be in danger. Looking at Baiyu's bashful expression, Ling Mo nodded, matching Baiyu's words. Let's go. Baiyu hemmed and hawed and jerked up the speed. Ling Mo's heart jumped out of his chest. Don't. Poof. Choking on several mouthfuls of water, Baiyu looked at the speedboat with an angry face and pulled Ling Mo to climb up. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, again. Little Baiyu is the best Ling Mo licked his lips, somehow having a strong premonition, and muttered, it feels like it's going to hold up. Poof. Again. Poof. Sigma, small white moon still can't drive you? Again. Poof. All kinds of water posture are made out. That water picture, more than the courage to break into the pass, not to lose the stubborn kind of white moon pulling the unlovable Ling Mo non-stop to the speedboat to launch a suicidal conquest. Hiccup mare. I don't want to play anymore. Baiyu hiccuped, shook her head, and swam over, hugging Ling Mo aggressively in the water, not really having the strength to climb up from the water anymore. Ling Mo were almost moved to tears. Finally do not want to play today light play this have played most of the day. See unknowingly are already dusk. The water is also cold. Ling Mo cannot help but sneeze. Well, hungry yet? Just as soon as he asked this question, Ling Mo met Baiyu's grudging eyes, after which the latter lowered her head and did not say anything. Please take us back. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth straightened, and he spoke helplessly to the staff member who was holding back his laughter until his face turned red. Okay, right away. The staff picked up a walkie-talkie and called over two people, and soon a speedboat appeared in front of the duo. One of the staff went to open Ling Mo's speedboat for them. Ling Mo had planned to let Baiyu get on the other speedboat and go back, but Baiyu was dead set against it. She just wasn't going to separate from Ling Mo. There was no other way. Ling Mo could only instruct the staff to drive slowly and not to drop him. He really didn't want to drink the water. The duo returned to land, and Shiroyuki made a lunge and laid down on a lounge chair, panting non-stop. Sure enough, cat still can't play with the ocean. Ling Mo sniffled a few times and choked on a lot of water. Now that the sun was about to set, the wind blowing made Ling Mo couldn't help but shiver. Little white moon, don't lie down. You have to put something on when you come out of the water or you'll get cold. Shiroyuki froze for a moment. Once again a gust of wind blew and Shiroyuki hurriedly got up. Cold. Want to go back to the hotel. This spoke to Ling Mo's heart, and he especially wanted to go back to the hotel and drink his medicine now. Come on, Go back and take a shower. Good. Soon. Shirayuki threw the unhappiness brought about by falling into the water out of the window. Order takeout for dinner. I'm kind of out of energy to go out to eat. The two of them came out of the bathroom. Bayu sat on the sofa and watched the TV without looking at the TV. Lingamo took the hairdryer and blew on Bayu's long hair while speaking. Her hair is hard to manage and takes a long time to blow dry each time due to her long hair. Uncomfortable. Bayu heard Lingmo's nasal voice and raised her head, looking at Lingamo suspiciously. Is it because you caught a cold just now? Lingamo laughed softly, gently patted her little head, and softly said, don't worry about it, watch your TV properly, and have fun this time out. It's a reward for forcing you to study during this time, and it's also a time for me to relax. Shirayuki nodded thoughtfully, lowered her head and took out her cell phone and started searching for, what should boys do when they are sick? The screen shifted for a moment, and Shirayuki's beautiful eyes stared at the string of responses that, when you are sick you should take your medicine in time and pay attention to your diet at the same time. A sick body will be very weak, so you need nutritional supplements, especially all kinds of whips, ginseng, goji berries, antler and cordyceps, etc. And stew these into a pot of soup, which will be rich in nutrients, and you'll get well much faster. Bayu pondered for a long time, when Lingamo put down the hairdryer in his hand and breathed a light sigh of relief. It's done. Ha! It was then that Lingamo noticed that Bayu wasn't watching the TV, but instead had her head down and was seriously looking at her cell phone. To be honest, the cell phone bought for Shirayuki hadn't seen her use any other software besides making calls and swiping some videos. What's wrong, Shiratsuki? Looking at something? Let me see? Lingamo let out a light laugh, put the hairdryer on the nightstand, sat on the bed, and waved her hand at Bayu, who was sitting on the couch, trotted and jumped into Lingmo's arms, and whispered, checking on something, just ask me if there's anything you don't know how to do. Lingamo sniffed the familiar aroma of the person in his arms and his expression gradually relaxed. Shirayuki held up the cell phone in her hand while opening her mouth to ask, is there a whip in the hotel? Lingamo? At that time, Lingmo's subconscious thought that Bayu wanted to light a firecracker, but lighting a firecracker in a hotel is too outrageous. This will surely be arrested, right? Lingamo took Bayu's cell phone and glanced at the search question, filled with relief. Little Bayu is so nice. Bayu heard Lingmo's compliments and smiled heatedly, touching Lingmo's neck, but when Lingamo saw the answer to this question, he was instantly silenced. This must make up for death, right? Ask me directly if you have any questions. Don't go searching on your phone. Those things are not to be trusted. I don't know if it's because he's sick or because he's embarrassed, but Lingamo suddenly came to a violent coughing fit, and rather helplessly said to Bayu, but, didn't you still let me study on my cell phone? Now what? Bayu looked at Lingamo in disbelief. Alright, don't ask so many questions. Will you order takeout? Lingamo coughed and handed over his cell phone. Order whatever you want. Just give me a noodle. Bayu was a bit indignant. Her fingers kept scratching on the cell phone screen. This point, isn't it very simple? Just after saying this, Bayu's little eyes kept glancing at Lingamo and whispered, a bowl of noodles. Is it enough to eat? Shouldn't it be logical that when you're sick, you should be able to eat a lot of the things you wanted to eat before? Why would Mo want to eat noodles? Lingamo let out a light laugh. He wanted to continue hugging Bayu, thinking that he was still sick. He separated from her some distance and, people who are sick are pretentious and those around them spoil the sick, so they will offer things they would normally want to eat but can't because it's a great opportunity to feast. Lingamo paused, a flash of memories in his eyes. Should be considered a habit. I'm used to eating a bowl of noodles when it's cold and when I'm sick. I always feel that my body will get better faster after eating it. Bayu's expression became even more confused, wanting to get to the bottom of the matter but Lingamo sidetracked her. Well, aren't you tired after playing all day? Take a rest first. Lingamo looked drowsy and seemed to be able to fall asleep by leaning against the bed. Bayu's lips pursed slightly as she walked over and helped Lingamo cover up the quilt. She wanted to get under the covers herself and lull him to sleep like Lingamo was holding herself, but Bayu suddenly thought that she would have to get takeout in a while. Lingamo had emphasized this countless times, so Bayu could only just sit on the edge of the bed and watch Lingamo sleep. The call came extraordinarily early this time, as if the phone could also sense Lingmo's discomfort. The ringtone was soft and gentle. Moms. Bayu glanced at Lingmo's incoming call and answered the phone. Ling Tian, who was originally straining his old face on the other side of the phone, immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum when he saw Bayu. Xiao Baiya, how's the fun today? This mixed. This show Mo playing didn't even know to send pictures to me and your mom. What's it all gone to? Shirayuki spoke a bit lowly. Didn't go anywhere. Just, played on the sea. Ling Tian was instantly anxious. Bayu didn't look happy. Ha? What does being unhappy mean? It means that Ling Mo didn't take Bayu to have a good time. But he couldn't just scold Ling Mo over. Ling Tian braced his smile. Xiao Bai. Where is that guy Xiao Mo? Baiyu pursed her lips and raised her cell phone, aiming the camera at Ling Mo, who was still frowning as he slept on the bed. It's hard to fall asleep. What's wrong with Mo? Ling Tian was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly, losing a few moments of the joke between his words. Was there any accident? Sick. Shirayuki's thin lips pursed slightly. Dad. I'm hanging up first. I need to take care of him. Hey. Shirayuki hung up directly. Ling Mo is to Baiyu also said when hanging up the phone etiquette, but Baiyu now also how to care about these. At the moment she is full of heart, full of eyes. All Ling Mo. Eat, take your meds, drink, rest, one by one. Baiyu counted the next things she had to do for Ling Mo, repeating them over and over inwardly, afraid that she would miss them. Ling Mo's consciousness was drowsy. What he did was completely following his body's subconscious movements. There seemed to be a pair of warm jade hands, always accompanying himself, that warm and blazing embrace, making Ling Mo incomparably greedy. Next day, morning, both of them slept well this sleep. The sun was high in the sky. Ling Mo pressed the remote control in a daze, and the curtains of the hotel were slowly pulled open. The blinding sunlight gradually covered the entire room, and the little person in her arms let out a disgruntled whimper, constantly burrowing into Ling Mo's arms in an attempt to escape the sunlight that had woken her up. Ling Mo yawned, soothing the sleepy little man in his arms, and swept the room. Not surprised though the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. The remnants of the lunchbox, pillboxes, and clothes were placed haphazardly in the hotel's living room, and Ling Mo sighed helplessly. There's a basis for common sense in life. Is self-care still a bit poor? Ling Mo's body suddenly stiffened and froze for a moment, and the next moment, Shirayuki, didn't I tell you that you have to be dressed for bed? The sound of Ling Mo breaking defense directly woke up Baiyu. Baiyu issued a dissatisfied snort, the pair of azure-colored eyes with the color of aggression. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, White Moon War. Silent bad. Ling Mo now simply does not eat this set of Baiyu's pampering. How long has this been going on and still can't learn this? Where? Are you going to tell me that the clothes ran away by themselves in the middle of the night? Baiyu did not do it. For no reason was wronged how can be subjected to. She directly from the arms of Ling Mo stood up, her body against the quilt, so horizontal in front of Ling Mo, looking down on Ling Mo, and then directly stretched out there wearing white silk calves. Exasperated. Said, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, look, aren't socks clothes? Ling Mo's lips trembled slightly. He took a few deep breaths and closed his eyes. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Do as you're told. Don't stand. Either you put on your clothes now or you lie back down again. Take your pick. In short, no standing in front of me now. Baiyu was a bit puzzled, but she decisively chose to lay back down again. Only instead of hugging Ling Mo, she just stared blankly at him. Don't think she doesn't have emotions. Ling Mo had a bit of a headache. How did this thing get turned up by Baiyu? He clearly didn't even remember where he had put this thing. The waiter gave Ling Mo's white silk. Later Ling Mo had wanted to throw it away, but as a result, he couldn't find it by rummaging through the closet. So it's possible that Baiyu gave it to him to hide it? Ling Mo didn't know what to say for a while Baiyu was huffing and puffing waiting for Ling Mo to apologize to her. So the two of them just stared at each other wide-eyed, and an atmosphere called embarrassment gradually spread out. The wronged Muppet girl, who is waiting for your apology, just isn't angry. Aggrieved value, 10. Little Shirayuki, do you want to know where to go today? As soon as this was mentioned, Baiyu hastily shook her head. Don't go to the sea to play. Don't. Shirayuki, who had been strongly looking forward to the sea the day before, was unusually repulsed at the moment, to play on the ground. Ling Mo dumbly laughed. Of course it's not to take you to the sea to play. Let's do it this way. Take you to do a yoga, then have a seafood dinner, then take a walk in the evening. Arrange it this way today. And how about it? Shirayuki licked her lips. She had no feelings for yoga, even said she didn't know what the hell yoga was. But, seafood dinner she still knows. Looking at Shirayuki's throat rolling up and down, Ling Mo stifled a laugh. If little Shirayuki doesn't say anything, then it should mean that she doesn't like it too much. Or forget it. I'll go alone. Just after saying that, Baiyu hugged Ling Mo tightly and skimmed her lips. Obviously in the video everyone else is angry with the girl to coax. Why don't you coax? Ling Mo pinched Baiyu's soft cheeks, and instantly that pretty face changed shape. Because I know, little Baiyu definitely won't be angry. Baiyu instantly smiled and looked at Ling Mo expectantly. So, does this look good on me? Ling Mare. Unable to argue with Baiyu, Ling Mo let her wear this out the door. Looking at the other party's bouncing appearance, Ling Mo was a bit shaken for a while. What's wrong? Shirayuki turned around. At the moment she had white summer canvas shoes on her feet. Her slim and slender legs were wrapped in white silk. She was wearing denim shorts underneath. And on top of that, she was wearing a white halter top with a pink bow on her chest, and another pink air-conditioned shirt cardigan jacket over it. She smiled playfully at Ling Mo and bent over slightly. Mo, do you think I look good in this? Ling Mo returned to his senses and sped up his pace a few moments. Little White Moon looks good in anything. Shiroyuki hemmed and hawed, crossing her arms, full of smugness. So, does Mare like it? Off you go. Off you go. Massage goes. Ling Mo crossed over to Baiyu and waved at her without looking back. Mare is the big bad. Wait for Shiroyuki. Shiroyuki stomped her foot a few times and hurriedly jogged to follow. The two of them simply soaked in the hot springs. But whoever thought that this niece went in with the same as melted, said nothing and refused to come out again. Ling Mo had no choice but to carry her out. Baiyu was like a sloth hanging on Ling Mo. Shiroyuki had a melting expression on her face as she lazily opened her mouth. It's so comfortable. I want to sleep. Ling Mo's face was full of black lines. Why else would a massage with seafood be a day? He expected Baiyu to come up with something like this. Do as you're told, get dressed, and then you'll be taken for a massage. The two came to the room. Ling Mo slowly placed Baiyu on the bed and instructed. Little Baiyu, in a moment, someone will massage you and will touch your body. Don't be afraid. It will be very comfortable. Shiroyuki nodded and spoke furiously. Omega, obey. It didn't take long for two women to walk in. The end of his hand rested at the small of his back. A trademark smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Long time no see. Shall we begin now? Ling Mo nodded and one of the women went over and pulled the curtains closed. The other bowed slightly to Baiyu. I'm going to start. The woman pulling the curtains gently twirled her fingers, turning the light to an appropriate shade. The soft, warm light seemed to spill into the room like a light veil, creating a cozy atmosphere. Then, the woman who was massaging Baiyu carefully stretched out her arm and gently placed it on Bayu's silky smooth legs, her fingers slightly bending and kneading the muscles of her legs extremely gently and slowly. Gradually, Bayu's originally tense body began to relax, and her tense breathing became steadier and steadier. In a short while of work, she let out a low and soothing purr. It looks like your girlfriend has been tired for a while. When the woman who had pulled the curtains returned, she glanced at Baiyu, who had fallen asleep next to her, and sat on a stool, moving her knuckles and smiling as she opened her mouth to Ling Mo. Ling Mo didn't refute the title of girlfriend. The bottom of his eyes were filled with gentleness as he retracted his gaze from Baiyu. Well, I've learned quite a lot, so I purposely brought her out to relax a bit. Your girlfriend is so happy. I can see you love her too. Actually, the woman pulling the curtains unconsciously opened the box of words. Words softly. This world can come together, not many sincere couples. Can go to the end is even less. There are always people who think you're not good enough. And there are people who think you're good at everything. And the people who really make it to the end don't have to tiptoe around trying to love. Because the people who love you naturally bend over. You will be happy. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment. Lin Ling was just thinking that those people were richer than herself and throwing herself at that little rich businessman. Baiyu felt nothing but that she was Ling Mo, and as long as she was Ling Mo, everywhere was good. Silence is the best. Silence is the best. Silence is the best. In a trance, Baiyu's repeatedly emphasized voice once again resounded in Ling Mo's ears, and he unconsciously hooked up a smile. The greatest happiness is the certainty that someone loves you. That someone loves you for being you. Or rather, that someone loves you despite being you. Thank you, and may you find your happiness as well. Ling Mo whispered his thanks. He never believed that people would suddenly feel something. Those who could speak eloquently in this regard, deep down, must have an unknown experience. The woman pulling the curtains paused. A little less softness in her words, but more reminiscence and self-abasement in her eyes. Thank you, now please close your eyes. Mare, are you thinking about the woman who gave you a massage? Ling Mo walked forward with his head lowered, but his own wrist was grabbed and froze for a moment, only to meet Baiyu's questioning eyes. Her brows furrowed slightly, seemingly with a few hints of anger. No, what's wrong? Ling Mo laughed dumbly and reached out his hand to stroke Baiyu's head, but the latter dodged it and his hand froze in midair. Baiyu just said 3 words to you. You didn't answer a single one of them. And when I woke up, Mare had a smile on his face that was looking at that woman. Shiroyuki grunted softly. Mare is definitely not going to disregard Shiroyuki. Ling Mo pinched his brow. Baiyu's possessiveness is really something. But for Baiyu, she is all she has. Gently laughed. No, it's just a polite exchange. The smile is different. The smile for her is different from the smile for you. I didn't answer you just now just because I was thinking about things. Shiroyuki blinked softly, those bright star-like eyes sparkling with light, her eyelashes fluttering slightly like butterfly wings. Thinking about something? I want to know too. Ling Mo paused. looking at Bayu with a silent smile in his gaze. I was thinking, why is little Bayu so cute when she drools in her sleep? Shirayuki? Omega, I drooled? Shirayuki froze for a split second. Me, no talking. Shirayuki also wants to save face. Shirayuki's face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Don't think Muppet won't be embarrassed. The way he drooled must have been seen by that big sister. Maybe even holding back a laugh. His silly look all over. Ouch. Ling Yamo helplessly reached out and touched Bayu's head. Alright, it's dark. Don't you want to eat something? As if to cater to what Ling Yamo said, Bayu's stomach gave a particularly responsive rumble. Eat? Shirayuki wants to eat. Bayu jumped into Ling Mo's arms, touched Ling Mo's neck and raised her head. I want to eat fish. All managed enough for today. Hello? Ling Yamo returned to the hotel with Bayu, who had a rounded stomach, and had just put his things down when his cell phone call rang. You came to Island City on business? How come I don't believe it so much? In the next moment, the sound of a broken voice rang out and, I'll travel wherever I want on business. Why are you asking so much? Is Xiaobai asleep yet? Ling Mare. I don't know why, but ever since letting Ling Tian see Bayu, he always felt that his status was even lower. On weekdays, the status ranking on Ling Tian's side was, Mother Ling Company Ling Mo, and now it's Mother Ling Bayu Company Ling Mo. The beginning and end remain the same, with a slight change in the middle. Watching TV, I'll relay anything to you. Ling Mo had the breathlessness to say, really don't want to talk to this wifey. In the end, the one who gets hurt is always himself. Ahem. Ling Tian rarely got a bit rushed and stammered. That, I guess, came over here mainly, just to, I'm hanging up if you don't say anything else. Oh yeah, I'm changing places tomorrow, not playing on the island. Ling Tian? No, Mare, you're not going to play for 2 days? What are you doing? Ling Tian stared at his eyes and opened his mouth incredulously. God knows how much effort he had gone through to create this opportunity to go to Island City on business. It's a matter of identifying the right company and making a list of acquisitions. Everything's ready, just waiting for the final push. And when it's done, you're telling me you're ready to kick your ass and walk away? Her vacation is just a month, so naturally she can't stay in one place for more than a few days. No more than a few cities to take her to see more sights. Bayu watched the TV with rapt attention, not paying the slightest attention to what Ling Mo was doing, grinning every now and then. Ling Mo looked at Bayu and remembered what the massage woman had said. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked. As for meeting her, Dad, you just keep thinking about it. Hey, you Ling Mo directly interrupted the spellcasting and hung up the phone. He could now imagine the stormy Ling Tian on the other side of the phone. Mare, happy? Ling Mo got up and sat next to Bayu, naturally holding her close in her arms. Bayu raised her eyes slightly, her jeweled blue eyes looking at Ling Mo, and after confirming Ling Mo's emotions, she kissed Ling Mo's neck and smiled. Ha ha. Little white moon, we'll play here, you can't play the rest. How about we go to the next place tomorrow? Ling Mo felt the hot, wet breath on his neck and reached out to cup Bayu's cheeks, staring into her eyes. Is it good? Bayu couldn't stop nodding. As long as she was out with Ling Mo, it didn't matter where she was traveling to. Ling Mo didn't drive, but directly brought Bayu to Hangcheng by high-speed train. Bayu needs to learn a lot more. The cell phone is only an aid after all. The best way to learn is to see, listen and feel everything in the world. Little Shirayuki, want to guess what you'll be eating today? Ling Mo and Bayu walked down the streets of the ancient town and inquired to Bayu, who was looking around. Shirayuki licked her lips and stopped walking, staring blearily at the ice candy gourd wrapped in crystal and sugar coating. As Ling Mo walked, he suddenly realized that he had lost someone next to him. Turned his head, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, looked at Bayu standing in front of the sugar gourd stand, took out his cell phone and scanned the code to pay for it, and handed the iced sugar gourd to Bayu. Next time you want one, just tell me. I just thought I lost you. Ling Mo rubbed Bayu's white hair in a good-natured manner and held the other party's hand. That way, there's no fear of you getting lost. Shirayuki huffed and took a bite of an iced gourd. Mare is the best. The weather is very hot right now. And without walking for long, Bayu drooped her head and tugged on Ling Mo's sleeve, saying pitifully, it's so hot. Ling Mo touched his nose. Let's go. Let's go to a restaurant for a meal. Then go inside the mall, and buy you a few more sets of clothes on the way. Shirayuki spoke with anticipation. Are there any very cool clothes? Ling Mo faintly swept a glance at Bayu. Very cool clothes are available at home, but you can't wear them outside. Shirayuki, here's the West Side vinegar fish. Your food is served. Enjoy. The waiter came over with a plate of fish and swung it around, speaking to the pair with a smile. Little White Moon, don't you like fish? Come and try this. Ling Mo picked up a piece of fish and put it into Bayu's bowl. However, Bayu didn't eat it first, but instead used her own chopsticks to also clip a piece of fish and put it into Ling Mo's bowl, revealing a bright smile. Mo, eat it too. Eat together. With that, Shirayuki put the fish into her mouth in one bite, squinting her eyes and enjoying the wonderfulness from her taste buds. Eat slower. Ling Mo was dumbfounded and pulled out a tissue and handed it over. You eat so fast every time. You're not afraid of choking. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Bayu's eyes widened slightly for a few moments, pursed her lips and spat out the fish splinter with a few moments of pride on her small face. Mo has selective memory loss every time. How could Bayu get stuck with a fish splinter? What's with the water again? Ling Mo brought Bayu to the Shizi lake, and after Bayu saw the water, she subconsciously took a few steps back, trying to pull Ling Mo away, skimming her lips. Bayu can't drink anymore. Ling Mare. The people around them looked at Shirayuki with strange gazes. Who is this girl? She wants to drink from the lake. Ling Mo was silent for a moment and said helplessly, this time, I'm not asking you to drive. I'm asking you to sit, knowing that you're full. Bayu's wary heart settled down a little, holding Ling Mo's arm tightly. If there was the slightest hint of something wrong, she tugged Ling Mo and turned around to run. Ling Mo had no choice but to wave at the staff sitting at the side of the boat waiting for guests to board. Hello, how much for 2 people? 200 for 2. 1 lap around the lake. Sweeping the code and paying, Ling Mo assisted Bayu onto the boat. Alright, just sitting. It won't capsize. Shirayuki gulped, already starting to dry heave from being so nervous. Take a sip of lemonade. Ling Mo patted Bayu's back and handed her the lemonade he was carrying in his hand, but he still couldn't relieve it, and with no other choice, Ling Mo took her into his arms and whispered, give her a kiss. Bayu buried her head between Ling Mo's neck, her slightly trembling body gradually becoming settled. The staff member watched the scene expressionlessly. His grip on the steering wheel tightened a few points, and his entire being was filled with a, oh, expression. Better now? After noticing that Bayu in his arms was not as sensitive, Ling Mo smiled and pinched her cheeks. Don't get up yet. Bayu somewhat reluctantly got up from Ling Mo's arms, originally wanting to spit, but when she saw the scenery, her entire body froze, her lips slightly opening and closing. So, beautiful. No wonder Bayu would have such feelings. At this moment, the boat has already traveled to the center of Shizi Lake, surrounded by rolling hills, patchwork of buildings dotted in between, coupled with those pleasant vegetation. As if in a picture, Bayu cannot help but open his hands, seemingly embracing heaven and earth. Ling Mo took out his cell phone, found a good angle, and took a picture of Bayu. At the sound of the shutter, Bayu subconsciously looked back at Ling Mo and cocked her head. What's wrong? Ling Mo didn't answer Bayu's question first, but kindly reminded the staff, please pay attention. It's about to crash. The staff member woke up as if in a dream, withdrew his gaze from Shirayuki, and hastily maneuvered the steering wheel in his hands, exhaled a breath, and spoke with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, I'll be sure to pay attention. Ling Mo shook his head. It's fine. Shirayuki resumed her seat, her legs crossed, her left hand naturally resting on her knee, her right hand resting on her beautiful cheeks. Just now, was Mare taking a sneak peek? Ling Mo's face darkened as soon as he heard this adjective. What do you mean by sneak peeks? It's called being good at capturing every good moment that happens in life. Bayu lowered her head in contemplation, those sapphire eyes glancing at Ling Mo. So, it's a sneak peek? Ling Mare, want a picture? Ling Mo said breathlessly, holding up the cell phone in his hand. Is Little White Moon going to deny me this request? Bayu smiled and sat over, tugging Ling Mo's arm around herself while she pressed her cheek against Ling Mo's and compared scissors to her cell phone. What this time? Ling Mo was a bit surprised. Before the group photo Bayu would come over and touch himself. Now Ling Mo instead was still a bit unaccustomed to it. 3, 2. Without waiting for Ling Mo to finish one, Bayu narrowed her eyes and touched Ling Mo's cheek. When Ling Mo's expression was still in a frozen state. It's a different kind of beauty when it's paired like that. At night. Must be dressed for bed. Ling Mo hurriedly spoke out to stop Bayu's movements. Hey. Bayu's expression was a little frustrated. That feeling she hadn't enjoyed enough. Raising a finger. Bargaining. One more night. Just one more night, okay. Ling Mo didn't say anything and just looked at her flatly. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, ch. Mare is the big bad. That said, Shirayuki darted over to the bed and made a big jump onto it. And, Epsilon sat face o omega, catch me. Ling Mo immediately sat up straight and opened his hands. Although Bayu wasn't heavy, she couldn't help but jump high. Hey! Bayu jumped into Ling Mo's arms, rubbing her left, rubbing her right, and then rolling around and bouncing on the bed. Ling Mo's curiosity got the better of him. What's wrong? So happy. Shirayuki hemmed and hawed. flopping down on the bed, her loose shirt drooping right down, wiggling those slender white legs. Because we had a lot of fun today. Shirayuki and Mare both had a great time. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. In the past few days, it was either Baiyu who had a hard time, Ling Mo who had a hard time, or he had a hard time in the process of playing. It was no wonder Shirayuki was so excited. Today made her really feel the joy of both parties traveling together. Are you happy? Baiyu looked at Ling Mo thievishly, her beautiful eyes unblinking in anticipation of Ling Mo's reply. Ling Mare, sighing helplessly, he lifted his jowls slightly, exposing his neck. Next time you can find a different reason. Shirayuki hemmed and hawed, obviously a muppet, but that nose moved like a canine. Ling Mo forced himself to endure the tingling sensation and closed his eyes. Alright, go to sleep. Ling Mo hadn't planned for the entire vacation to go by like this, and he had a week left over for Baiyu to wind down. There were now 2 days left before the last week, and now Ling Mo brought Baiyu to the last attraction, Ancient Wudong Mountain. Ancient Wudong Mountain was about 1,500 meters. This was also because Ling Mo took into account Baiyu's physical strength. This height, basically, could touch Baiyu's limit. Only, the ticket Ling Mo bought was a night climb ticket, and he was going to take Baiyu to watch the sunrise on the mountain. Ling Mo came in the afternoon. There is no hotel here, only an inn. When he came to the inn there was only the last big bedroom left. It's a good thing. It's not a trip to Tarzan, or I'd be looking up at night with all my backs. Ling Mo celebrated his plan. Coming out to have fun was all about pleasure. There was no need to go there and suffer, but if he also had to push the limits once in a while, it would be relatively appropriate here. Eat and go to bed. The duo didn't have much luggage. Their underwear was disposable and they would buy a few clothes while on the road. They had been traveling light this whole time or they would have been exhausted. Why are you so early today? Baiyu was a bit puzzled. She still wanted to hug Ling Mo and watch some more TV. She was suddenly obsessed with SpongeBob SquarePants lately, and would always keep her head down and look at her phone in her spare time. But since she was in her room, she naturally wanted to watch the big TV. Stupid. We are night climbing ticket. It's to go up the mountain in the early morning. I've done the guide. The time to go up the mountain is about 3 to 4 hours. If we don't stop at all it's about 2 hours. We'll go up the mountain at 3 a.m. Get to the top at 6 a.m. Watch the sunrise at 7 a.m. And come back on the cable car at 8 a.m. This aspect of planning and organizing is something Ling Mo has done very well. It's only 5 in the afternoon. Baiyu still didn't want to go to bed so early. Mare said it's okay to sleep enough for 8 hours. Let's go back to bed at 7? Then you can watch TV while I check what I'm going to bring later. In fact, the most important thing about climbing is to pack light. And bringing clothes, a cell phone, and a baby warmer is pretty much all you need. Before coming here, Ling Mo deliberately bought 2 wide thick down jacket. Not to mention, now buy down jacket cheaper than winter to buy a lot. Seasonal discounts are basically selling broken bones. Ling Mo's down jackets was black and Baiyu's was white. Little White Moon, are you hungry? Ling Mo lightly exhaled and sat down next to Baiyu, who obediently leaned on Ling Mo, her eyes unblinking as she watched the TV. It's okay. Baiyu curled up in Ling Mo's arms like a well-behaved kitten and hugged him tightly. Her head gently leaned on his broad shoulder. Her eyes focused on the TV screen while Ling Mo closed his eyes, enjoying the eternal tranquility. The setting sun outside the window sprinkled on the two of them through the curtains, creating a cozy and beautiful picture. In this hustle and bustle of the world, they were living a free and peaceful life in this small world of their own. 2:30 in the morning. Little Shirayuki, get up. Ling Mo pushed Baiyu and looked at the arms wrapped around himself, somewhat helpless. It's 2:30. Pack up and get ready to go. Shirayuki rolled over in a daze and flopped onto her knees, letting out a guttural whimper. It's only 2:30. So sleepy. Ling Mo had no choice but to reach out and wrap his hand around Baiyu's lower abdomen, slowly getting up and carrying Baiyu on his shoulders. Baiyu's hands drooping behind Ling Mo's back, her 2 big white legs mindlessly swaying. Alright, if we don't clean up, it'll be too late. Ling Mo kept carrying Baiyu to the bathroom. Wash your face and pack up if you don't touch it. Seeing that Baiyu was still in a daze, Ling Mo directly released a big move. Well, good. Baiyu's tone livened up a bit even though she was still a bit mesmerized, coming a few points closer to Ling Mo, raising her jaw slightly and pointing at her neck. Come, Ling Mo, didn't it used to be Shirayuki? How come now? After waiting for a long time, Shirayuki didn't wait for the sensation she was expecting. Her eyes were too sleepy to open, and she muttered with a skittish mouth, still not touching. The words carried a lethargy that couldn't be dispersed. Don't touch or don't get up. Ling Mo's mouth straight draws, out of nowhere. His cheeks have quietly climbed pink. This matter? He is still the first time to take the initiative. Slowly lowered his head to bury his head in Baiyu her snow-white neck that is as elegant as a swan, for fear of hurting the little person in his arms. Narrowed Baiyu's eyes, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she reached out and hugged Ling Mo, her chin lifting higher. Just not long after, Ling Mo raised his head haughtily, gasping for air, and Baiyu's pretty face was scarlet, with a color of unfulfilled intention on her face. It's so strange. Ling Mo turned on the faucet and washed his face with cold water. Touch and go. Isn't it time to pack up and go up the mountain? Baiyu then reacted. Her sleepiness faded quite a bit from the lingering just now, and she stretched out with a smile. Yes. After washing up, Ling Mo put the sports underwear, padded shark pants, down jacket and all these things on the bed to make it easy for Baiyu to go and change. The hem of the down jacket came right up to Baiyu's ankles, not to mention that in the darkness of the night, there was no worry that a pervert would find a thickly wrapped Baiyu. It was easy to move around this way. Shark pants were originally designed for sports, balancing aesthetics and movement as one. If it wasn't for the cold night in the mountains, Ling Mo wouldn't have arranged this kind of tight-fitting clothes for Baiyu. With everything ready, the duo bought 2 grilled sausages at the bottom of the hill and started walking up the hill, all the way to the dark. Baiyu tightly holding Ling Mo, the phone's flashlight shaking around. Originally nothing. By Baiyu so light, but really have a few horror movie mood. The slope up the mountain was steep, and despite the concrete floor, Shiroyuki gradually gasped for breath, unzipped her down jacket, and kept waving her hands. It's so hot. You're lying. Baiyu stomped her feet a few times in some exasperation. It's so hot, and you're still making Baiyu wear such thick clothes. After saying that, Baiyu was ready to take off the down jacket on her body, frightening Ling Mo, who hurriedly pulled Baiyu's hand and helplessly said, "It's not very high yet. Of course it's going to be hot. It will be considered official hiking only when you get to the ticket checkpoint and go in." Shiroyuki was aggravated. "It's really hot. Take it off." Ling Mo knocked Baiyu's brain. "No. What if you catch a cold? Zip it up at most. Don't think about taking it off. Oh. Baiyu scattered away from Ling Mo and ran forward in a puff of smoke. While running, she twisted her head and made a face. "Can't catch me. Slow down. Watch your step. Don't fall." Ling Mo hollered, his feet moving faster as he chased after them, running all the way to the ticket office. Baiyu was tired and panting. Just now she ran too fast, gave a run off and ran to someone's house. "Why don't? Let's go back? It's so nice to sleep in." Baiyu licked her somewhat dry lips and tugged on Ling Mo's sleeve in a pitiful manner. "No way. Come all the way to the top. Of course, don't forget, you have military training at the beginning of the school year." Just when she heard about military training, Shiroyuki was a bit confused. Military training? It's specifically to sharpen your will, although I don't think it's much use. But for the sake of the sunrise, in order to endure the military training, today this mountain is going to be climbed no matter what. Little White Moon, encourage each other, okay? Shiroyuki cried out. Shiroyuki wants 5. 3 for Mare, 2 for White Moon. With a goal in mind, Baiyu can only have some motivation. Otherwise, if it's just to watch a sunrise, Baiyu thinks it's better to watch the sunrise at the foot of the mountain. It's all about watching the sun come out anyway. It's not the same where you watch it. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched furiously. How could he not expect Baiyu to use this as motivation to climb the mountain? Climb up and talk about it. But how could Baiyu listen to this? "You promise Baiyu first." "Okay, I promise you 5 as long as you ascend and stand at the top. How about that?" Baiyu's memory. Ling Mo knew that she couldn't recall it at all unless she specifically emphasized it. "Hey, let's go then." Shiroyuki laughed as if she was pumped up, running around inside the scenic area and standing in front of a signboard. "Hiking routes." Baiyu slowly read it out, looking at the wooden corridor in front of her and waving at Ling Mo. "Come on. It's time to start climbing." Huffing and puffing, looking at the extra long corridor in front of him, Shiroyuki gulped. But thinking of the rewards after climbing the mountain, Shiroyuki still gritted his teeth and took one step at a time, slowly charging towards the top of the mountain. There's no need to climb that fast. Climbing relies on your endurance, not your speed. Take a break. Seeing a resting place in front of him, Ling Mo shouted to Baiyu, "There's no such thing after you go up. Only stone steps." Baiyu licked her lips. Her little eyes kept stealing glances at Ling Mo, wanting to speak, and finally sullenly holding her arms and bowing her head. "What's wrong?" Baiyu's small movements naturally could not be hidden from Ling Mo's eyes, and after opening her water cup and taking a sip of water, she handed it over and spoke with a smile. "Can I get an advance?" Baiyu opened her mouth sullenly, surveying Ling Mo with her afterglow, waiting for the other party's reply. "Ha?" Ling Mo didn't react for a moment. He wasn't driving a paycheck. What was he looking for an advance for? But soon, Ling Mo looked at Baiyu's thieving look, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I wonder if it's yours. Or mine. That little Baiyu wants to advance? Shirayuki's gaze instantly lit up. Standing up and waving her hand. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh, little Shirayuki wants it all. Egu. Baiyu aggrievedly covered her own skull. It's so hard to become smart. Mare's going to give it a bad knock. Ling Mo did not reply to Baiyu, who drank several large mouthfuls of water as if she was gambling, returned the water cup to Ling Mo, and got up to climb the stairs upwards alone and sullenly. All Baiyu could think about was the cheapskate Ling Mo, and Ling Mo's thoughts had drifted to Baiyu going to school. Straight away, Shirayuki stepped into college life, and there was no telling if she would be able to adapt. Students at this stage can be more or less mindful. Ragdolls are relatively intelligent within the animal of cats, and after transforming into adults, their IQ is not low, otherwise how could they become no different from normal people in a short period of time? Of course, looking at the behavior and achievements. Meanwhile, Baiyu's grades were at the upper middle level. This was only due to time constraints. If there was enough time, Ling Mo was certain that he could teach a student with a perfect score. Shiratsuki, have fun. I'll be at school with you then. Ling Mo hung his head slightly, hiding all his thoughts in the deepest part of his eyes. Suddenly, Ling Mo felt his arm being held by someone and instantly came back to his senses. Looking at the extremely aggravated Baiyu next to him, he subconsciously raised his hand and touched the other's cheek. What's wrong? Baiyu sniffled with a nasal voice. I just left. You didn't even come to look for me. When Baiyu turned around just now there was no one. I thought that Mo didn't want me anymore. How could I not want you? Ling Mo murmured, taking Baiyu into his arms. I'll always be by your side. Shirayuki gulped and pointed to her cheeks. So, a kiss. This doesn't count inside the reward. Ling Mare. When they reached the middle supply place, Baiyu gasped and sat on her but on the stone steps. Ling Mo propped his hands on the railing and looked at the tiny buildings, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. So tired. Don't want to go. Shirayuki's eyes held a bit of hope. Is it okay to watch the sunrise from here? It's pretty high up here too. Ling Mo let out a light laugh. Little White Moon only needs to travel a short distance more to get her reward. Do we really have to give up halfway? Baiyu gritted her teeth. A cold wind was already blowing on the mountain. Baiyu tightened her down jacket and wrapped herself up tightly. It's 6 o'clock now. Is it too late? Ling Mo shook the phone in his hand. If you're not lazy. Needless to say. With these words from Ling Mo, Baiyu regained her vigor and stood up to charge to the top. Ling Mo secretly laughed on the sidelines. He understood that not far from the top there is a small stall. There are noodles and ham and mineral water these supplies. After arriving there, it is only 1 kilometer away from the summit. Bite the bullet and the hike was perfect. Baiyu does not care about this. Stifling the head and rushed forward, encountered a narrow path. Afraid of Baiyu reached backward, holding Ling Mo's hand. Baiyu's heart slightly stabilized a few points, moving small steps slowly through. It took 20 minutes this time to see the supplies, and Shirayuki trotted over to them. Looking left and right, she was cold and hungry at the moment. Boss, 2 buckets of instant noodles, 1 thick soup and 1 spicy. Ling Mo walked over, took out his cell phone, and spoke to the owner. How much? 20. Ling Mo wasn't surprised and scanned the code. Okay. The two of them found a small stool and sat down in front of the table. Ling Mo reached out his hand and touched Baiyu's cheeks. Her face was red from the cold. She kept licking her lips and staring at the owner's movements as he was soaking up the noodles. We'll have something to eat in a while. Hold it in a little longer. We'll be on the summit soon after we eat. Ling Mo comforted Baiyu all the way up. Giving up is just a subconscious thought that arises when you are exhausted. Take a break and start again. Every goal that is accomplished inevitably goes through such a phase. Baiyu shivered. Ling Mo suddenly remembered the warm baby. Got up and tugged on Baiyu. Come on, put on the warm baby. Warmer. Shirayuki spoke in confusion. Why are you getting up? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened. Don't ask too many questions. Come here. I'll put a warm baby on you. Then go eat. The two of them stood next to the guardrail at the edge of the cliff. Ling Mo tore 2 warm baby stickers and stuck them on both sides of Baiyu's down jacket. One on the left and one on the right, and then hurriedly helped Baiyu to pull her clothes on. Okay. Slowly it won't be cold anymore. Shirayuki nodded and sat back down quickly, waiting for her bubbly. Ling Mo glanced at his cell phone and estimated the time before sitting back down as well. After a few minutes, Shirayuki couldn't wait to open the box of instant noodles, taking small bites and inhaling them. Ling Mo didn't think of bringing something like a self-heating hot pot, but when he got on the high-speed train in the last place and came here, the heating pack was withheld, and when he arrived here, Ling Mo also forgot about it. Baiyu ate deliciously. Ling Mo didn't start eating first, but reached out his hand to caress Baiyu's face. When we come down the mountain, we'll take you to eat a big meal. Shirayuki couldn't stop nodding her head and narrowed her eyes with a smile. Wow. Baiyu was shocked by the sight in front of her and opened her mouth slightly. The long golden wall looked so dazzling in the dark night, as if it illuminated the entire dark night. How about it? Does it look good? Ling Mo stood behind Baiyu and patted her head with a smile. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk, Baiyu nodded excitedly. Her fatigue swept away as she bounced around and dragged Ling Mo to find the most suitable place to watch the sunrise, walked the trestle and stood on what is really the highest point. By now, the time was almost 7 o'clock. The sky had already turned fish belly white, and the duo didn't waste the slightest bit of time, just waiting a little while. The two of them stood on top of the mountain, looking far into the distance. The view was extremely wide. Slowly, the round of red sun in the distant sky was slowly rising, the orange-red light gradually reflecting the entire earth. Baiyu excitedly jumped up. Look! Look! It's the sun! Ling Mo reached out his hand and swept over Baiyu. That is Cho Yang. To take pictures. Baiyu's eyes had longing written all over them, and she clutched Ling Mo's lapel tightly. Good. Ling Mo pulled out his cell phone. The background of the two of them was the round of red sun. Only no one was there to see it. Baiyu wanted to kiss up, but was stopped by Ling Mo. Little Baiyu. I'll do it. Ling Mo closed his eyes and slowly leaned over. The shutter sounded and the image was permanently frozen. So sleepy. After freezing hard on the mountain for half an hour, the duo went in the other direction to take the cable car, arriving at the place at exactly 8 o'clock. When the cable car started to open and run, well, it's almost time to go back to bed. The two sat in the cable car, Baiyu's little head resting on Ling Mo's chest, unconsciously letting out a whimper as she muttered, Reward. He. Baiyu has a reward. Ling Mo glanced at Baiyu. The corner of his mouth unconsciously curved up into an arc as he lightly kissed Baiyu's forehead. Reward. Whatever little Baiyu wants. It's all given. Baiyu smacked her lips and frowned slightly, subconsciously waking up in shock, covering her ears and somewhat fearfully burrowing into Ling Mo's embrace. Ears. It seems like there's something inside the ears that's going to jump out. It's buzzing, and it hurts. Ling Mo naturally knew what Baiyu was feeling right now, and lost a laugh. It's fine. It's a change in air pressure. It means we're slowly going down. Don't worry. Baiyu was stunned for a moment. Ever since she got on the bus she had shrunk into Ling Mo's arms and fell asleep in a daze. She hadn't had a chance to look at it yet. Ah. Baiyu subconsciously screamed, closing her eyes and hugging Ling Mo tightly. It's going to fall. Ling Mo was tightly covered by an unknown object over his face, and for a while his brain was a little short of oxygen. He kept picking at Baiyu, and his muffled voice came out, Come down. It's going to be out of breath. Baiyu's hug grew tighter and tighter. Ling Mo had no choice but to tickle Baiyu a few times. Baiyu's body trembled as if an electric current had passed through it, which loosened it up a bit, and said with some dissatisfaction, Baiyu is afraid of tickling, but her afterglow caught sight of the scene outside the cable car, and she shivered in fear, burying her head down in Ling Mo's warm chest, her body trembling slightly from fear. Well, does little Shirayuki want to cash in her reward now? To solve this kind of problem, distraction is naturally the most useful. Ling Mo rubbed Baiyu's head. This way you won't be afraid. Baiyu pounced on her, subconsciously biting up hard. Ling Mo's huffing sound that surged to the edge of his mouth was stiffly stifled, and he stretched out his hand and kept stroking Baiyu's long, silky hair, soothing her. The cable car ran for 20 minutes before the two of them were about to reach the ground. At this time, the sun was already high in the sky, emitting a dazzling and blazing light. The sunlight sprinkled down like a golden veil, and Ling Mo's soft voice rang out, Little white moon, we're arriving. Baiyu slowly opened her eyes. The staff was waving towards her and her heart settled down a little. Only when she saw the splash of blood at Ling Mo's neck, Baiyu's expression suddenly froze. What's up? How about we get something for little Shirayuki to eat later and then have a nice nap? Ling Mo reached out and tickled Baiyu's chin, teasing her like before, only she didn't seem to be in high spirits. Baiyu's lips opened and closed slightly, but was interrupted by Ling Mo. Alright, we're arriving. Get ready to get off. The two of them walked on the road. The way down the mountain would not be so tiring. Along the way, Baiyu's interest was not very high. Her gaze always fell on Ling Mo intentionally or unintentionally. What's up? Want to eat something? Ling Mo mistook Baiyu for wanting to order food and smiled helplessly. It's not like I won't give you food. I'll bring you another meal when I leave tomorrow. Shirayuki suddenly stopped, lowered her head, and suddenly spoke. I'm sorry. At this moment, Ling Mo froze, looking at Baiyu who lowered her head and apologized sullenly, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Biting. Mo to the point of pain. Baiyu skimmed her mouth, her azure eyes looking at Ling Mo's neck, her words carrying a tremor. It must have hurt, right? Ling Mo craned his neck and casually waved his hand. It's fine. It's just a serious look. Don't take it to heart. Baiyu didn't say anything. Ling Yamo walked over and held Baiyu's hand. Alright, go back and have a good rest. There's no need to think so much. The duo came down from the mountain. The receptionist smiled and spoke to the duo. Coming down? Here's a pot of hot water. You guys carry it up. Ling Yamo was a bit surprised and nodded with a smile. Okay, thanks. Watching the duo go up the stairs, the receptionist shook her head. The young couple is just energized, looking so refreshed after staying up all night in the mountains. Back in his room, Ling Yamo directly threw his down jacket on the sofa. The journey had made him hot. Little Shirayuki, eat something and come over here to soak and sleep. Ling Yamo opened his backpack. The things inside were pretty much eaten, so he had to stand up. I'm going to go buy some food. You watch TV for a while. I'll be right back. Shirayuki nodded gently and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the other's back and pursing her lips tightly. Phew, the two of them lay on the bed. The heavy curtains were tightly drawn, as if a barrier, blocking the dazzling sunlight firmly out of the window, creating a dark atmosphere, allowing people to feel a kind of isolated serenity. For a long time, Baiyu slowly opened her eyes, the depths of her eyes filled with uneasiness, reaching out her hand to gently rub the place where Ling Yamo was bitten by herself, pursing her lips in self-condemnation. Baiyu cautiously came a few points closer and hugged Ling Yamo, poking her head out and carefully reaching out to gently touch the bloodstain between Ling Mo's neck, her little head coming up. Ling Mo's brows furrowed slightly, and Baiyu cocked her head, glancing a little strangely under the covers and wriggling uncomfortably. It's choking. The afterglow was like gold, and the soft residual sunlight spilled over the light curtains, as if to give it a layer of golden gauze. The whole room is filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere. The breeze gently flicked through. The curtains fluttered slightly, as if they were given life, dancing lightly. Baiyu took a step towards Ling Yamo, pursing her lips slightly. Her azure-colored eyes looked like they were wet. Her little face reddened. Brother Mo. Ling Yamo looked at Baiyu with reddened cheeks in a somewhat puzzled manner. What's wrong? Baiyu shook her head without answering, but continued to approach Ling Yamo. Ling Mo's mouth was dry. He was a little confused as to why Baiyu had suddenly changed so much. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Little Baiyu. Baiyu, however, stretched out her fingers and gently blocked Ling Mo's lips, gently smiling, with a flirtatiousness that didn't belong to her between her knitted brows. Brother Mo. Ha! Ling Yamo snapped his eyes open, gasped for air, looked at Baiyu who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, and pinched his brow. How could you have this kind of dream? Sked Ling Yamo. Sleeping together isn't a short period of time. Why did you choose to have this dream today? But then, Ling Mo's expression stiffened, gently moved his body, his brows slightly knitted like he was feeling something. Immediately, Ling Mo's face blackened a lot. Well, Baiyu rubbed her eyes, awakened by Ling Mo's movements, and murmured, What's wrong? Ling Mo's throat rolled, lifting the covers and getting out of bed, turning his body back over. Nothing, I'm sweating from a dream. I'm going to take a shower. You go to sleep first. Shirayuki wanted to follow suit, but she was too sleepy, not to mention that she wasn't sweating, and gave an inaudible hm. Ling Yamo took his bathrobe and shorts and walked unnaturally towards the bathroom. Having just turned on the water, Ling Mo's nose twitched slightly, sniffing at himself and finally noticing his neck, where the scent of the ethereal fragrance was the heaviest. This little white moon. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched, somewhat understanding why he had that dream, and he was also exhausted this time. People dreaming under extreme relaxation coupled with external stimuli. It was very easy to have this kind of dream. When Ling Yamo finished his shower and returned to the bed, Baiyu followed the fresh scent of the shower gel and stuck to it. Smells so good. Did you sleep well? Ling Yamo didn't push Baiyu away, but instead held her in his arms and patted her back as he spoke softly. Shirayuki yawned widely and rubbed her eyes. Oh, Omega, what's wrong? Vacation is over. Time to pack up and go home. Baiyu's silky hair gently flowed over Ling Mo's long and fair fingertips, naughtily entwining around his fingers. Oh, said Shirayuki, looking a bit unimpressed. If I go to school, can I still go home? Ling Mo's hand paused. Of course, you can return every day. Baiyu sniffled and nodded, closing her eyes and falling back to sleep in Ling Mo's arms. The duo took the high-speed train back to the island city and then redrove back to Kyoto. Originally, Ling Yamo wanted Baiyu to experience the airplane, but Baiyu's reaction on the cable car made Ling Yamo directly dismiss the idea. After all, if he was bitten for that long at once, Ling Yamo wasn't sure he could survive. When she returned to Kyoto, it was already evening, and Mother Ling called over to ask Ling Yamo to bring Baiyu out tomorrow for a formal meeting. She just couldn't help but want to meet Baiyu. The little heartthrob. After asking Baiyu's opinion, Ling Mo then booked a restaurant for the two to meet at noon. But Ling Mo specifically suggested that Mom, you can't bring my dad here, or I'll run off with little white moon. At that moment, Ling Mo heard a roar from the phone. Little brat. Mother Ling weighed the situation left and right for 0.01 seconds before agreeing to this request from Ling Mo. Hello? Mom, I'm here. Where are you? Ling Mo typed, calming the incredibly nervous Baiyu. Traffic jam? Well, then I'll let them serve the food first. It should be ready by the time you arrive. Little Baiyu is a bit hungry. Shirayuki carefully glanced at the cell phone screen, then quickly retracted it. Ling Mo hung up the phone and lost a laugh. Well, my family is very nice to talk to. Hasn't little Baiyu been calling mom long and mom short? Why are you scared now? Shirayuki skimmed her mouth and lowered her head as she spoke. But I don't talk much to anyone at all in reality except for Mare. In reality, I'm afraid mommy hates me. It's not at all the same in the cell phone as it is in reality. Baiyu's sullen appearance baffled Ling Mo for a moment. But luckily, Baiyu would be going to school in a few days, and that aspect of communication would no longer be a problem. But little white moon, you have to remember, you can't shrink behind me in a while. If you're nervous and can't speak, won't I still be by your side to keep you company? Ling Mo reached out and pinched Baiyu's soft cheeks and laughed. Little Baiyu is the best, right? Shirayuki gritted her teeth, raised her head violently, and waved her little fist. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, right. Shirayuki is the best. But not even 3 seconds after this cocktail, Baiyu looked pitifully at Ling Mo and flattened her mouth. To kiss. This is not nervous. Ling Mo? The food is served quickly here. And the food is ready in about 8 minutes. After another 2 minutes, the door was pushed open and a woman who appeared to be around her 30s walked in. Her figure graceful and elegant. From the looks of it, the years didn't seem to have left too many traces on her body, instead giving her a unique flavor and mature charm. Her face was pretty. Her skin delicate and smooth, but confidence between her eyebrows was extraordinarily unique. The corners of her mouth hung with a faint smile, and the woman's hair brushed gently over her shoulders as if it were swaying like a willow branch in the breeze. The woman wore a pair of sunglasses, dressed in a white as snow long-sleeved shirt. The hem of the shirt casually tucked into the lower body of the loose wide-legged pants. More show the posture of the long and slender feet are wearing a pair of delicate and elegant high-heeled shoes, revealing a kind of self-confidence and competent temperament. The moment he saw this woman, Ling Mo gently patted Baiyu, then stood up and smiled gently. Old mom, you're here. Shirayuki gulped and looked at the woman who exuded a powerful aura when she raised her hands and feet, and stammered a little. Oh mom. Hello mom. The woman took off her sunglasses and a soft smile filled her face. White is much better looking than what I saw on my cell phone. Ling Mo felt his hand being grabbed violently. Glancing at it, Baiyu's body started to shake slightly with nervousness. The latter hand in hawed. Mom overpraised. The corner of Ling's mother's mouth slightly hooked. Looking at the distance between the two of them getting alone, she raised her hand. Isn't this all served? Let's start eating. Shall Baiyu come over and sit on my side? Let mom take a good look at you. Grabbing his hand gradually harder, Ling Mo somewhat helplessly spoke to Ling mother. Mom, she's still hungry. You can't stop looking directly. Mother Ling glared at Ling Mo. You're the one who knows more. Ling Mo touched his nose. Where's dad? Mother Ling's expression froze as she fumbled for something from her bag and spoke somewhat seriously to Ling Mo. Plugged little White's ears. Ling Mo was unsure. And under Baiyu's puzzled look, he reached out his hand to cover both of Baiyu's ears and spoke with some curiosity. What's wrong? Ling mother's expression was a bit embarrassed. Her hand slowly pulled out from her bag, holding her cell phone in her hand. After opening it, on the screen was Ling Tian's already red warm face. Ling Tian didn't open his mouth to speak first, and after confirming that Baiyu couldn't hear him, he cursed, little brat. You're good with your mom but not with me, right? Letting your mom go see Xiaobai won't let me go see? If you go home and I don't break 3 belts, I'll take your name. Ling Mare. Mother Ling this held up her cell phone, and Ling Tian's face was just posed, looking away, same as holding up a spirit sign. So, with a smile on his face, Ling Mo slowly stretched out his hand, and Mother Ling thought he was going to take the phone and apologize, subconsciously pushing it forward. Beep. After receiving the phone, Ling Mo directly hung up the video call. In order to eat in peace, Ling Mo briefly pulled Ling Tian into the blacklist, smiled and returned the phone to Mother Ling, and spoke in a low voice in Baiyu's ear. It's time to eat. Shirayuki blinked and spoke with some uncertainty. Is Daddy coming too? It seems like I heard voices. No, he's very busy. He doesn't have much time to come over. Told me not to bother him without something important. Have a good meal and don't think about it. Ling Mo gave Baiyu a piece of fish and raised his eyes to look at Ling mother. What's wrong mom? Not appetizing? The corners of Ling's mother's mouth twitched, helplessly holding her forehead. When will you two mature a bit? These two people, when they were separated, they were both top talents. How come when they met, they were like elementary school students arguing? There is no picture of father and son love, but rather like brotherly love. Mom, it's not my fault. What happened to me when I was a kid? Remember? Ling Mo let out a light laugh and said, at that time, I seemed to be in my first year, right? At that time, I was moving. Obviously someone else was moving, but my dad had to say that he would give me good food to relieve the summer heat after moving. Saying something like, fertilizer flowed into outsiders' fields. So much stuff. I couldn't get it all except for the extra heavy ones, and I moved the rest all by myself. All day, and at the end of the day I was given an old popsicle. Ling Mo was a little uptight by this black history and pulled out a tissue to wipe the sauce from Bayu's cheeks. I learned later that a move is at least a few hundred, and he gave me 50 cents for an old popsicle. Ling mother's expression is full of embarrassment. She also does not know how Ling Tian can be Ling Mo pit, pro-son to the death pit. The son grew up. The two dads pit each other. Forget it, you two do what you like. Mother Ling was also helpless. The two dads were having fun fighting. She was a little confused. Bye. Tell mommy a little bit about how you got together with my family, Xiao Mo, and how you fell in love with each other. Ling's mother is full of curiosity. Breaking up with Lin Ling, Baiyu is almost seamless. But what character Ling Mo is she knows best herself. It is hard not to drink a one-night stand? Shirayuki licked her lips and spoke with a satisfied look. Omega dash, oh I was bought by Mare. Without waiting for Baiyu to speak, Ling Mo directly stretched out his hand and covered Baiyu's mouth. Baiyu looked at Ling Mo in disbelief, let out a whimper, and spoke muffled. What's wrong? Not only Baiyu. Mother Ling was a bit confused. By what? Was it bought? No way. Right? Ling Mo coughed and said with a straight face, it was attracted by the dishes I bought. Isn't there a saying? If you want to chase a woman, then you must first grab her stomach. Ling mother nodded thoughtfully. When Ling Mo hadn't gone out to school yet, Ling Tian would take Ling mother out to play when he had something to do. But he didn't take Ling Mo. The neighborhood they lived in required them to brush their faces when entering and leaving the house, which was why Ling Tianjin was big on keeping Ling Mo at home. During that time, Ling Mo slowly learned to cook for herself. Some people cook well as a hobby. Some people cook well because they hate outside food. And some people cook well, purely for survival. So what did you like about Mo? Is it the calmness? Or learned? Or a good personality? Mother Ling threw out a question again. Baiyu was already a little afraid to speak after being interrupted by Ling Mo once more. Lowered her eyes, glanced at Ling Mo and carefully said, he smells good. Mother Ling? What is this? However, Mother Ling did hear that if you feel that the other person has a scent that attracts you, it means that you should have been together in your last life. Love comes from scent. The feeling of attraction and relaxation that occurs when you meet the right person. Love is feeling each other's scent with your heart. Love is such a metaphysical thing. You think the other person is good. You cannot say, but the heart is identified with each other. Mother Ling nodded and smiled with satisfaction. It seems like you do fix Show Mo very well. Baiyu blinked her eyes and quietly poked Ling Mo, whispering, am I, right? The corners of Ling Mo's mouth straightened, and he said somewhat helplessly, you, feel free to play. I'll give you a ride. So do you have any plans for the future life of the two of you? Mother Ling stared into Baiyu's eyes and laughed lightly. Shiroyuki unconsciously contained her fingers, her brow furrowing slightly in thought. Ling mother did not rush. This kind of thing, if off the cuff, proves that the other party should have been carefully prepared in this regard. Then Ling mother will have to reconsider. After a long time, Shiroyuki spoke in a confused voice. Planning. It's always been Mare who's done it. My planning is, I just want to live with Mare. Mother Ling froze when she heard Baiyu's reply, and the latter turned her head to look at Ling Mo with a bright smile. Mo is the best. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth hooked slightly as he reached out and stroked Baiyu's head, and Baiyu obediently rubbed against his palm. Looking at Baiyu who was full of Ling Mo, Mother Ling's face unconsciously glowed with a pleased smile. Little Bai, how about a drink with Mom? Ha? Shirayuki was stunned. What drink one? Mother Ling clapped her hands and in walked a waiter with a cupcake in her left hand and a bottle of beer in her right. The waitress put the cake on the table, opened the beer and poured 3 glasses. Mommy wants to drink one with you and then give White the cake. I just don't know if White will say yes. Shirayuki's tongue swept over her lips, stared straight at the cake, and raised her little hand high in the air. I want a drink. The corners of Mother Ling's mouth rose slightly, sketching out a smile, her eyes signaling Ling Mo to raise his glass, which the latter helplessly did. Little Baiyu, you remember to drink slowly. Cheers. Baiyu followed Ling Mo's example and raised her glass to follow suit. Smiling happily, Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q, cheers. Mare. That yellow drink just now was awful. As the two of them walked down the road, Bayu took small bites of the cake in her hands. Her face wrinkled together as she complained to Ling Mo. Ling Mo was immediately amused. It's hard to drink and you drank it all in one gulp? Shiroyuki bristled. Mom and Mare both finished their drinks, so of course I'm going to follow suit. Ling Mo glanced at the sky. Originally Mother Ling was planning to take Bayu to go shopping. Bayu just grabbed Ling Mo and the latter understood what she was thinking, so she made an excuse that she still had something to do and ran out with Bayu. How does it feel to be going to school in the last 6 days? When Bayu heard this, she smiled and spoke. As long as Mo is there, it's fine to go anywhere. Unlike the holidays, the first day of new student orientation was a cloudy day. Today was the time for Bayu to enroll in school. Ling Mo drove Bayu to the school that Mother Ling had arranged. Minchin University. So many people. Timidity filled Bayu's gaze. Although she had seen not a few people while traveling, she basically had Ling Mo standing in her way, and next she had to finish checking in on her own. Since Ling Mo had already gone to the administration building, he had to go and conduct his report. Shiroyuki can do it. Shiroyuki waved her fist, pumping it at herself, and with her heart in her mouth, she bowed her head and got in line. Hello. Ling Mo sat on a chair in the office, opposite a middle-aged man, smilingly stretched out his hand to shake with Ling Mo. Hello there. Welcome to our school as a librarian. If there's anything you're not satisfied with in the middle, feel free to instruct. The middle-aged man licked his somewhat dry lips, his heart bursting with excitement. Rich parents he has seen a lot, but like this stuffing money, stuffing building, stuffing equipment, stuffing professional talent, and want or so an idle position, he is still the first time to see. Idle positions are not afraid of awe. When the time came, it was enough to say that Ling Mo had served as an important instructor in his school. Ling Mo? Guidance is not daring. Director. So, can I watch next to the students during the military training? Just watching. Won't do anything else. Ling Mo was only sluggish for a split second before he responded, a polite smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The head instructor casually waved his hand. Of course it's no problem, even if you have to be excused from training. Ling Mo? Soon. Ling Mo came back to his senses. No, that's not necessary. Just to confirm, I don't have much work to do here, right? And I'm the only one in this position, with a separate office room. Ling Mo came over to this school to work as a librarian mainly to accompany Bayu, has passed the college stage, once again returned to campus, naturally to pick the comfortable way to go over. The director of instruction immediately nodded his head and picked up the cell phone in his hand, giving Ling Mo a glance at the chat log. On it was the list of dismissals. The people who were originally working in this position before originally had to, but then when I knew that you were coming, I just dismissed them and let them take early retirement. You don't have to worry about the independent office. There is about 60 square meters, air conditioning, computers, beds, desks and so on, all of these, and the library will not have anything to do on weekdays. You can also organize the books if you occasionally have a whim. Ling Mo smiled with satisfaction. Okay, thank you. Then do I need any more formalities to join the team? The head instructor shook his head. No, it's all ready, properly prepared in that regard. Ling Mo's body sat back a few points and leaned against the back of the chair, pinching his brow for a moment before standing up straight away. Good, then I'll withdraw first. I hope to take care of you more. The director of instruction also stood up and stretched out his hand to shake Ling Mo's, a big smile on his face. In the meantime, Shiroyuki had been in line for a long time before it was her turn to hand in her information. The teacher glanced at the information and then glanced at Bayu a few times. Frowning, students can't dye their hair and wear contacts during military training. Don't you know that? Shiroyuki was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, pupils. What? Only. Bayu quickly responded that the duo had also encountered people with different pupils during their travels, and at that time, Bayu had even excitedly tugged at Ling Mo to say that she had found her own kind. After making a mess before realizing that people were wearing pupils, Bayu directly buried her face into Ling Mo's arms at that time, her face filled with embarrassment. It's not a pupil. When Bayu was about to explain, the teacher let out a tisk, glanced at the line behind Bayu, waved his hand, and urged, there are still a lot of students lined up behind you, so hurry up and clean yourself up, or else there will be serious consequences when the time comes. Shiroyuki hung her head low, her mood low to the ground. Oh, having just been told off on her first day here, Shiroyuki was in an unbelievably bad mood right now, looking at the bustling crowds and not having anyone familiar by her side. In a trance, she slowly raised her head, her eyes gazing at the sky in confusion. It was as if there was an invisible layer of shadows enveloping the earth, making the already dim sky appear more and more gloomy and depressing. The air was filled with a dreary odor that weighed heavily on her heart. Shirayuki pursed her lips tightly. Mayor, where are you? Shirayuki arrived on the first floor of the office building and sat down on the steps. Her waterfall of white hair stained with the dust of the ground. Her body arched, hugging her knees and staring at the ground in disbelief. Mayor, where are you? Shirayuki murmured the words. This was the first time she had been on her own with other people and she hadn't expected it to be like this. I want to go home, said Shirayuki, hugging her knees tightly in an attempt to find a shred of comfort in them. Ling Yamo arrived at the library and checked out the surroundings. After all, there was a period of time he was going to spend here later on. He walked slowly through the library with his arms wrapped around him. It was enrollment season at this time of year and the library wasn't crowded yet. As far as the eye could see, it was full of empty seats. It looks like the configuration is not bad. Ling Yamo nodded thoughtfully. In that case, it would be possible to compress Little White Moon's study time a bit. Walking along, Ling Yamo ran into a female student who was on her tiptoes trying to get a book from the shelf, looking only about 1 meter 5.5. Hello class, which book would you like to take? I'll get it for you. Ling Yamo walked over, not realizing that just by coming over for the first day, he had some work to do, even though it was his own initiative to get over there. Suddenly being accosted, the female student abruptly tensed, and after taking in Ling Mo's cheeks, she pinched the hem of her skirt and somewhat unnaturally pointed to one of the books on the shelf. This one. Ling Mo followed the female student's gaze and stretched out his hand to take it, in the spirit of learning, wanting to see what kind of book it was that would make a student want to come to the library to borrow a book even if they had just enrolled. Who gets it? Waking up with a white-haired girl in your arms? What kind of book is this? Ling Mo blinked his eyes a few times. Ling Mo, who had been reading books for so many years, this time his brain was really a bit insufficient, but soon he reacted. This is a romance book, right? Teacher, can I have the book? Ling Mo noticed his sleeve being tugged, and after seeing the other party's careful eyes, he subconsciously handed it over. Here, what's this book about? The schoolgirl clutched the book tightly in her arms. Are you a teacher? Ling Mo shook his head. I'm not. I'm the librarian who just got here. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and looked around. It's a romance novel. It's so sweet. It's the 4th time I've revisited it. Ling Mare. Alright, classmate, you can read it first, but pay attention to your grades. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly as he held his forehead and turned to leave. So handsome. The female student's eyes gradually sprouted stars. The other side. Little Shirayuki should have gotten it almost done by now. Thinking this way, Ling Mo's footsteps were halted in mid-air. Looking at the familiar back figure sitting on the dirty steps, Ling Mo's throat knots rolled up and down as he slowly walked over and tentatively opened his mouth. Little Shirayuki. Hearing this voice, Bayu turned back and saw Ling Mo. The aggression under her eyes instantly overflowed, and she hurriedly stood up, jogged up, and pounced into Ling Mo's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice carrying a choked sob. I want to go home. Ling Mo froze. The slightly trembling body of the little person in his arms clearly communicated Bayu's fear to him. Good boy. What's wrong? Talk to me, okay? Bayu took a bite on Ling Mo's neck, and the latter's body stiffened as he reached out and gently stroked Bayu's hair, taking a few steps backward and returning to the stairwell. Was it bullied by someone? Ling Mo spoke patiently, his fingertips gently wiping Bayu's teardrops and speaking softly. No, it's just that I'm a little unsure of how to communicate. Without Mare around, everything's changed. Shirayuki sniffled, and her words were tinged with an indelible aggression, like a child abandoned by his parents at the kindergarten as an hour. There's always this step to take. Okay, no more crying. Are you done reporting? Ling Mo reached out and rubbed Bayu's head, speaking with a light laugh. Well, it's done. The teacher said my hair can't be white, and said I'm not allowed to wear contacts. Shirayuki spoke in a low voice, her words full of aggression. I'm not wearing pupils. I'm not going to turn into a black muppet. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously began to imagine the scene if White Moon's milky white fur turned black after she changed back. I'll explain it to your counselor when the time comes. Well, I'll be inside the library, so if you have any problems you can come to me directly. No commiserations. Little White Moon will have military training tomorrow. Ling Mo spoke fervently. If you don't get a good rest, you could pass out tomorrow. Bayu was so scared that she shook her head. Fainting is hard. I don't want to faint. Let's go then. Ling Mo smiled and spoke. The next day, 8 o'clock, the back playground of the school. The right side of the playground. The outer wall planted with tall trees, sprinkling a shade. Behind the school's small supermarket, but also convenient for military training students can buy water in time for these things. The big supermarket in the opposite side of the teaching building. The military training lasted for a week, and Bayu stood in the middle of the crowd in her military uniform and hat, her small face serious. The long waterfall-like hair had been coiled up, but even so, the hat still couldn't hold down Shirayuki's long hair. It was only after Ling Mo spoke nicely last night that Bayu sat obediently in the chair in an aggravated manner, and Ling Mo picked up the scissors to cut some hair. It was cut all the way down to waist-high when Shirayuki said she wouldn't cut it anymore, crying that she was going to become a hairless cat. Ragdolls are supposed to be a long-haired cat, and with such a shortcut, Shirayuki almost didn't have the face to leave the house. It's so hot. Shirayuki's eyes narrowed slightly as the harsh sunlight poured onto her face, her pale cheeks looking a little pale under the intense sunlight. Her gaze unconsciously skimmed to the right. Ling Mo and all the counselors are here to watch. If there is a student accident, it is also convenient to solve the problem. There will not be a student accident half a day cannot find the teacher. Logically speaking, Ling Mo wouldn't show up here. After all, even the counselor wouldn't come, let alone a librarian. Who in their right mind would want to be outside on a hot day? On the podium, perennially standing, is an old man, passionately holding a microphone and proclaiming, "Military training. What is honed is your military quality. The moment you start military training, you must obey the instructor's orders." I'm not asking you all to learn any military skills in these short 7 days. That's not realistic either. What I'm asking for is for you to maintain the high quality of your military training even after it's over. Words are so. Sounds very harsh. Soon, the president of Minchuan University took over the microphone. Students, you do not have to worry about their own military training. You are students after all. Naturally, it is not possible to be like the military as you ask. I only have one request. That is, are not allowed to accident. Feel uncomfortable, quickly ask for leave. Exempt from the military training can be, but is not allowed to hold back. Know it? I'm not going to be able to do that. Of course, if you're going to tell me that you're sleepy and tired and don't want to do military training, then I can give your instructors a word to give you extra training. The principal's joke caused the whole room to let out a laugh, and the instructors didn't bother to reprimand them. Apparently they had been instructed by the principal as well. Well, there's no way to delay this any longer. It would be rude to delay it any further. So now, military training officially begins, so please start organizing the training by the instructors. The principal laughed and put down the microphone. Shirayuki was taken to the very back side of the playground, the side that was closest to the supermarket but also, without a doubt, one of the hardest hit by the sun. The two instructors were on the left and right side of the line, one looking a little fat and the other lean. The fat one's face was a bit more amiable. Touching his nose, he smiled. He. As for me, the control is looser. You guys call me Brother Rue just. Words have not finished. Was that lean instructor gave a fierce glare? Wang Rue mouth slightly pumped, face serious a few points. You call me Rue instructor on the line. That instructor called Tao instructor. Both of us have the same last name. R1, so good to distinguish. Bayu's class was about 24 people. The two could see the very conspicuous Bayu in the crowd at a glance. Wang Rue buried his head and walked over, whispering in his ear, "Is it Bayu?" Shirayuki was stunned for a moment and subconsciously spoke. "Right." Wang Rue nodded thoughtfully and smiled. "It's fine. Practice." The poisonous sun showed no mercy at all. Beads of Bayu's sweat slowly dripped downwards along her forehead, and she couldn't help but raise her hand to wipe it off. "What are you doing?" Wang Tao bellowed, ready to walk over quickly, but was stopped by Wang Rue, who looked into his angry eyes and secretly screamed, "You go look over there. I'll handle it." And Ling Mo was also attracted to Wang Tao's attention by this loud shout, subconsciously getting up from his chair and looking at Bayu with some concern. What happened? Bayu's counselor also stood up, a young female teacher who slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes and glanced at Ling Mo with her afterglow. Ling Mo wanted to walk over, but was stopped by Bayu's counselor. "Ling Mo, you wait first. Even if you spoil your sister, there are some things that she needs to be made to face." "Well, okay, Mr. Su." Ling Defal really thought for a few moments and glanced in Bayu's direction before nodding. After all, this was just at school and the problems that needed to be dealt with were simple. Not to mention, she would have to learn to deal with things. "What were you doing just now?" Wang Rue slowly walked over, the smile on his cheeks disappearing. Shirayuki trembled slightly in shock. Her body spasmed unconsciously. Wipe the sweat. Sweat is running down. Itchy. Bayu stuttered and opened her mouth. And Wang Rue was stunned for a moment, once again having an in-depth knowledge of what Su Wei had told him. Is it possible that this girl has never spoken to anyone at all? This doubt slowly rose in Wang Rue's mind. Wang Rue glanced at Wang Tao, who walked off to the side with his hands behind his back. Only then did Wang Rue reappear with a smile. "Bayu, next time, If you have something to do or say, remember to shout out a report. Shiroyuki frowned, calling for a report? Why? Ling Mo had only focused on instilling this aspect of safety in Baiyu, and as for the rest, he didn't have the time and really couldn't do everything in place. Wang Rui took a deep breath. Because it's the rules. Rules. To listen to the rules, murmured Shiroyuki. I'll remember that. Wang Rui nodded with satisfaction. It's okay not to know, but I'm afraid of being a prick. Ling Mo's heart clenched as Wang Rui stood beside Baiyu and spoke. But it didn't take long for the other party's expression to change to one of satisfaction. I don't know what happened, but as long as it's nothing seriously wrong, it's fine. Soon, the morning of military training passed. After the dismissal, the starving mad students head straight for the cafeteria like zombies. But there's a retrograde in the crowd. Baiyu went straight to the west side of the playground, which was where Ling Mo was. The counselors had already left the place 5 minutes before the end of the military training. After all, if they didn't leave early, they could be blocked. Ling Mo was the only one left in this place, and Baiyu's steps gradually quickened as she darted and jumped into Ling Mo's arms. How many times this morning had she wanted to get up and just splash around in his arms as much as she did now? Ling Mo didn't make any extra movements. Picking up the fan and watermelon on the side, he softly said, "Little white moon, eat something." Baiyu's face was red from the sun, and she had a thirsty look on her face. "Mare, am I great?" Ling Mo smiled gently and gently stroked Baiyu's head through her hat, and the latter directly took the hat off and shook her head, her white hair like a waterfall reaching her waist, breaking free of the hat. Baiyu took Ling Mo's hand and placed it on top of her head gently rubbing against Ling Mo's palm as she whispered, "This way." Ling Mo lost his smile and said, "Eat a piece of watermelon first, and later on, you'll come to my office to blow the air conditioning, and I've ordered something, so don't go to the cafeteria to eat." Baiyu didn't respond. She just hugged Ling Mo harder and harder, satisfaction written all over her rosy little face. So cozy. Shiroyuki took off her shoes and socks after eating and sat on a cot, wearing a shirt and shorts and wiggling her 2 white legs, looking at the small room curiously. The house is small, but it has everything it needs. This was what Ling Mo had asked for. After working so hard for so long, the results were still no better than a small rich businessman. Since then Ling Mo had decided to enjoy life. Ling Mo folded Baiyu's military uniform on the side and instructed, "I'll come and call you later. Don't get confused and forget to wear your military uniform, okay?" Shiroyuki's expression became tense all of a sudden. "Where are you going? Can't you stay here with me?" Ling Mo paused, contemplating for a moment, pulling over a chair and placing it next to the bed. "Okay, I'll stay here with you." Shiroyuki moved in and patted the empty spot next to her, her small face a little obstinate. Together, Ling Mo shook his head somewhat helplessly. "This bed is too small. 2 people can't even sleep well if they sleep. Hurry up and go to sleep. You're going to continue to start military training in an hour." Shiroyuki nodded as she looked at the top where she could fit half a person, but unhappiness was written all over her face. "Oh." Ling Mo's mouth was tinged with a faint smile. Gentleness flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Good boy, I'll make you a good meal to make up for it when I go back at night." Baiyu's heart then settled down a bit for a few moments, looking forward to the night a bit more, holding Ling Mo's arm and slowly falling asleep. Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief, carefully extracted his arm from Baiyu's arms, while the air conditioning temperature was adjusted upward by a few points. "Do not blowing to catch a cold. This day if the cold knows stuffy words can be old difficult. It's the same as lava up your nose." He glanced back at Shiroyuki and turned on his computer, scratching aimlessly. Suddenly his mind flashed back to the novel the schoolgirl was holding. Why does it sound so much like Shiroyuki? He himself also slept, and in the morning Shiroyuki, who was still a ragdoll, suddenly turned into a white-haired girl, just lying quietly in his arms. Is it that good looking? Ling Mo disbelievingly checked up on the computer, roughly looked for a short while, gradually fascinated. I do not know how long. Ling Mo noticed the time in the lower right corner, stretched out, walked to the sleeping Baiyu next to, gently patted. Little Shiroyuki? It's time. Shiroyuki whimpered and rolled over, her whole body sprawled on her knees like a writhing maggot. Ling Mo had no choice but to tap again. Little Baiyu should get up, or else you'll be late for the last training. Shiroyuki opened her eyes in dissatisfaction and stretched. Shiroyuki hates school. Might as well study at home. TSK. Learning was secondary, and Shiroyuki thought she was just letting her continue her studies for a change, while she wanted her to learn to socialize and have some friends of her own. "Well, it's only for a few days. I'll take you out when training is over, okay?" Baiyu's eyes instantly lit up and she hastily nodded. "Good." It was only Ling Mo who stretched out his hand across Baiyu's face and spoke faintly in her puzzled gaze. "Of course, there is one more condition, and that is that little Baiyu has to make a few friends." Bai tilted her head, somewhat confused as to why Ling Mo said that. Little White Moon is a human being now, and needs friends, so bring your friends along when the time comes, and the food will only become more delicious if you share it together. Ling Mo explained, and Shiroyuki thought carefully before she re-nodded, definitely not agreeing for the sake of being more delicious. Of course, it's just making friends. I'm sure Shiroyuki will have friends. Shiroyuki's the best. Shiroyuki waved her fists a few times, counting it as a pep talk, put on her shoes and socks, got her belt and hat, and stood in front of the library and waved at Ling Mo. Shiroyuki's going to go train. Wait a bit, silent memory have to come over and watch. Oh. Ling Mo smiled and nodded his head, and instead of just shouting at Bai, he walked over and whispered, when the time comes for me to go over, little Bai can't faint. Not at all. The afternoon sun was even more poisonous than the mornings, and the blazing temperature felt like a sharp blade capable of cutting through the skin. However, Shiroyuki didn't care, because there was something that made her care more worthwhile. Where's Mare? Only, Shiroyuki didn't say anything about it because it was not allowed to talk while standing in military position. It was a rule that was not to be violated. Baiu's face deteriorated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the morning, she could steal a glance at Ling Mo from time to time, but now Ling Mo was gone. Baiu's mood was poor to the extreme. Military posture for half an hour. Wang Rui shouted. His eyes glanced around, and spoke in a low voice. No need to tense up so tightly. The two of us are watching. Just don't go too far. At once, the entire team's swords that were about to be sheathed were deflated, and their shoulders were not so straight. Baiu was full of Ling Mo. Naturally she didn't listen to Wang Rui's words, and in the entire crowd, Baiu stood out. You can quietly relax. Wang Rui naturally noticed Baiu and unintentionally walked up to her side and spoke in a low voice. Baiu glanced at Wang Rui in confusion and opened her mouth somewhat shriveled. What? TSK. Ling Mo sat in front of the chair and stretched, looking at the draft he had written, nodded with satisfaction and sent them all out, waiting for the signing results to come out. He looked at the novel. The writing was so hokey that as soon as he came out he could talk, call out to his master, call out to the pooper scooper, and actually knew that side of things. Then it's arrogant, looking down on it, while being so hard-mouthed herself that the shoveler can't keep control of it and gives it a shove within a few chapters. Ling Mo disbelievingly checked other similar novels, and they were all basically the same routine. How can that be? Even if we speak according to martial arts and immortal cultivation novels, the cat worldview and human worldview are not the same after all. How could it be possible to suddenly turn into a human and know everything? It's just that the appearance is transformed into a human being, and it still has to go through the learning process. Ling Mo pinched his brow and had a flash of inspiration. Why don't he just adapted himself based on real events? Anyway, no one knows. I don't believe it. The real thing can still be better than the fabricated imagination? So right, Ling Mo gradually into the fascination. After all, liberal arts is not his specialty. Some words he also have to nudge. He does not want the first debut novel will be directly on the street. After all, the reputation of such a big school out of the people, if directly across the dead, not to mention the tutor, Ling Tian know that will have to laugh at their own 2.5 years. Ling Mo just quietly waited. Something suddenly flashed through his mind, and he was about to capture it when a few silhouettes stood in front of Ling Mo's eyes. Ling Mo subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the visitor, somewhat puzzled. So, are you the new librarian? 3 or 2 girls held their arms around each other, their tone tentative. Ling Mo was a bit puzzled. It shouldn't be? He had obviously just joined. Even the teachers didn't necessarily know about it. How come the students seem to know about it? I am. Is there something wrong? Even though his heart was full of doubts, Ling Mo suppressed them, smiled gently, and spoke softly. It's nothing. That. One of the girls stuttered a little and kept pushing the other two. Yes. We came over to look for books. Ling Mo? Looking for a book? It should be during class now, right? Ling Mo looked back at the time with some disbelief, confirming that he hadn't misremembered. You guys don't have a class to come to the library in the first period of the afternoon? Yeah, we love learning. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't really pick out any faults in what he said. Then you guys say, what kind of books do you want to find? Alive, I think. Ling Mo's hand paused for a moment and spoke with full admiration. Not bad. This book is indeed quite good, but I'm not sure if it's still there. There's a possibility that it's been borrowed. It doesn't matter if we borrow it, so help us find the rest. Ling Mo? Seemingly realizing something was wrong as well, one of the girls pulled out her phone and began to now look for a book. Ling Mo took a deep breath. How did you guys know that the library has a new administrator? Did the school send out a notice about it? School notice? No. Several girls shook their heads in unison. It's what Little Voice said. She said that there's a new but handsome administrator in the library. It's almost like the hero of a novel has appeared. So we came over to take a look. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly. The little smarty you guys are talking about. Is it a girl who's about 5 feet 5 inches tall with a bit of baby fat? Yeah. Ling Mo snapped and covered his face. This is good. Every school will have a Pepsi. Pepsi wants this matter on the campus wall. Then they do not want to live well. It's hard for you to find a free job. So is it hard for you to keep going back to the books? Also not true. College students are so quick to be fresh that they may not come back after one look. Ling Mo paused, a little embarrassed, and spoke tentatively. By the way, what you guys said about Little Voice, how well informed is it? A girl contemplated for a moment, before she spoke uncertainly. I think, all the wins inside the school can be known from her, right? Ling Mo? Sabo. This is the end of the count. Okay, I know, and I got you the books. So go study. A few of the girls looked at each other, hemmed and hawed and walked off in pairs, looking content. Ling Mo sat in the librarian's chair at the entrance to the library, leaning on his chin, always feeling like he was forgetting something. Suddenly, Ling Mo sat up, his expression filled with chagrin. It's over. I haven't gone to see little Shirayuki yet. How long has it been? Where's little White Moon? Returning to the playground, Ling Mo didn't find his familiar figure in the crowd, and after sweeping his eyes around a few times to make sure he hadn't missed it, he felt bad and hurriedly walked over. Are you? Wang Tao froze for a moment when he saw Ling Mo, his expression serious. I'm the new librarian, and there's my sister in this class. I just realized that my sister doesn't seem to be here. May I ask, where is she? Ling Mo smiled politely and opened his mouth to explain. There was just a girl who shriveled up. Her face was white as a sheet, looked like she had low blood sugar, and was sent to the infirmary. Wang Tao nodded at Ling Mo. I should have reported this just now. The smile on Ling Mo's face faded, and in its place, there was a look of worry. You said, in the infirmary? Well, there shouldn't be any major problems. Just a bit weak physique. Just rest a bit. I'll exempt her from this afternoon's training. You take her back to rest. Wang Tao nodded, while chirping at the crowd of students who were curiously looking at Ling Mo. Have you forgotten the discipline you just emphasized? Military postures for an additional 10 minutes. Ling Mo nodded his thanks, turned around and ran in the direction of the infirmary. Ling Mo ran all the way from the playground to the infirmary, and saw the white-haired girl who was lying on the hospital bed looking out of the window. Ling Mo was instantly heartbroken. Little White Moon, how are you feeling? Ling Mo walked towards Baiyu, who withdrew her gaze from the window and froze for a moment as she looked at Ling Mo. Ling Mo licked his lips and turned to ask the doctor. How is she? The doctor put his hands in his pockets and hung a stethoscope around his neck. It's just hypoglycemia. This child is estimated to have not exercised much, and is estimated to have other reasons. Rest on the line, there is no big problem. Right. Are you a parent? Let the child go back to rest a little bit. I told the instructor. These 2 days first stopped the military training. Wang Tao in the end said a little harsh. What exempt this afternoon? 7 days of military training directly exempt 2 days. Ling Mo nodded slightly in appreciation. Thank you. The doctor didn't care and waved his hand. It's fine. Then turned and went out. Ling Mo sat down next to the hospital bed and reached out his hand to caress Baiyu's face. The latter's nose tip slightly moved. Her face ugly for a few minutes. Don't go over to her head. Not letting Ling Mo touch it. Little White Moon. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment and looked at Baiyu with some confusion. Shirayuki redirected her gaze out the window and didn't respond, only clenching the covers tightly in her hands, clearly not as calm on the inside as she appeared to be on the outside. Ling Mo really looked at Baiyu, and in the next moment, a frame emerged from the top of Baiyu's head. A ragdoll girl who was filled with great panic and aggression within her heart, with an unfamiliar female sent on her own nearest and dearest, makes one wonder if she has abandoned the ragdoll girl to find a new love. Aggrieved value, 90. This was the first time Ling Mo had seen the value of 90. Even the waiter who had been scared by Baiyu before had never reached such a high number. It was no wonder. Her own existence was unique to Shirayuki. And of course Shirayuki couldn't take it when she didn't arrive this afternoon and ended up coming back smelling like another girl. Shirayuki's possessiveness was quite strong. To suffer, said Ling Mo darkly. Sometimes it's not a good thing to have too keen a sense of smell. I didn't do anything myself. Baiyu's small face was tense and froze without saying a word to Ling Mo. Ling Mo couldn't bear to see Baiyu like this, and reached out to hold Baiyu's cold little hand, saying softly, I'm sorry. With just such a sentence, Baiyu instantly broke her defenses, and as if the tears had broken the dike, they flowed down non-stop, skimming away Ling Mo's hand, bending her knees, and hugging the quilt in a low voice and whimpering. The corner of the quilt was stained by Shirayuki's tears, and Shirayuki's cries became more and more suppressed. Ling Mo got up from the chair and sat on the bed, wrapping Baiyu in his arms and softly saying, "Little Baiyu, I'm coming." Baiyu finally couldn't help herself, lifting the covers and hugging Ling Mo tightly, choking. Baiyu can do military training. Baiyu can suffer, but Mo can't not want Baiyu. Baiyu was scared. She was afraid that Ling Mo would dislike her. Baiyu listens to her instructor. Baiyu didn't cause any trouble. Mo, you can't find anyone else, okay? Ling Mo pursed his lips tightly, the backs of his hands collapsing into veins. Little white moon, I was wrong. Let's go home, okay? Baiyu hugged Ling Mo and howled, biting straight onto Ling Mo's neck. This time, she bit down hard, like she was injecting all her aggression into it. Ling Mo frowned slightly and didn't push Baiyu away, gently patting Baiyu's back and soothingly saying, "Little Baiyu, good boy. I'm coming. I'll always be by your side." Baiyu didn't cry for long before she had run out of energy and quietly closed her eyes in Ling Mo's arms. Low blood sugar coupled with such a cry, Baiyu's originally tense spirit relaxed and she quickly fell asleep. "I'm sorry," whispered Ling Mo as he looked at the white-haired girl in his arms who still had tear stains in the corners of her eyes. "Little Shirayuki, everything will be fine." Returning home, looking at the young girl on the bed whose small face was pale and who was still frowning tightly as she slept, Ling Mo's heart ached. In the end, Baiyu hadn't been alone outside, and it was all the courage Ling Mo gave her that kept her going. But when Ling Mo suddenly disappeared, Baiyu's heart was inevitably apprehensive. "If Dad knew, he would have smacked me to death." Ling Mo sat on the edge of the bed and reached out his hand to try to smooth the hills rising between Baiyu's eyebrows. Shirayuki rolled over, her body shrinking into a ball as she dreamily said, "Mare, Shirayuki is afraid. She can't go." Ling Mo sighed softly and took Baiyu into his arms, seemingly smelling a familiar scent. Baiyu hugged Ling Mo tightly, her brows gradually easing and her expression gradually becoming comfortable. Ding dong. The cell phone rang. Ling Mo took the phone over from the nightstand and muted it before opening it to check. "How was your first day of school? Still getting used to it?" Mother Ling sent a message over. But of course, Ling Mo knew that it wasn't asking about herself. It was just that now he didn't dare to call Ling mother himself, and just now he was worried that Ling Tian would beat himself to death if he knew about it. But it turned out that Ling mother just sent a direct message over. Well, not quite. No message came from the cell phone side for a long time. Ling Mo waited patiently for a while, and while he was planning to turn off his cell phone, the message came through. "That child is different. Mare, you take care of it patiently. Mommy likes the boy." Ling Mo pursed his lips and looked at Baiyu in his arms. Baiyu's body suddenly trembled without warning. Ling Mo looked at the young girl in his arms and slowly typed, "Mom, would you believe me if I said that the little white moon was given to me by God?" This time, the other party replied quickly and from heaven. "Why don't you say it was a fairy that fell from the sky and dropped into your arms?" Ling Mo couldn't help but laugh softly. That was really true. Only it didn't fall from the sky, but suddenly appeared in his arms. "Old Mom, in the future, I will marry Baiyu, and I won't give up on her." After sending over this sentence, Ling Mo put his phone on the nightstand and gradually sank into sleep with Baiyu in his arms. The cell phone on the nightstand suddenly lit up, with a message from Ling's mother across the center. "Then cherish it, manly man. Say Mary must marry." The night is growing thicker, and all is silent. This sleep, as if time had stopped, the two of them were immersed in a sweet dream, hesitant to wake up. It wasn't until nightfall and the moonlight sprinkled on their faces through the window that they were gently awakened from their slumber. Baiyu raised her eyes to look at Ling Mo and whispered, "Mo." Ling Mo felt something in his heart and looked down. The ragdoll girl with some minor grievances inside. Despite being comforted, it still wasn't enough to calm the grievances in her heart. Aggrieved value, 40. "What's wrong, little Baiyu?" Ling Mo spoke softly and lowered his head to kiss Baiyu's cheek. "I'll make you something to eat, okay?" Shirayuki licked her lips, just about to agree, but then she shook her head, her expression a little embarrassed and sweating. "I stink." Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, watching the aggression value slowly drop, and let out a light laugh. "Then, let's go take a shower first, and then go eat?" Shirayuki nodded then, lifting the covers and grabbing her robe before preparing to walk towards the bathroom. Ling Mo, however, directly picked Baiyu up in a horizontal hug, and looking at the somewhat dazed expression of the little person in his arms, Ling Mo lowered his head and kissed her forehead. As compensation for today, Baiyu quickly came back to her senses and nodded her head vigorously, a hint of a smile finally appearing on her face. Good. After taking a shower, Baiyu sat on the sofa, some distance away from Ling Mo, and spoke quietly, "Mo, that female sent on you. Whose is it?" Ling Mo's body paused for a moment, then returned to normal. Little white moon, aren't I the librarian? Someone came over to look for a book, so I went over to help look for it. Maybe it was because it was long or there were more people. There was some smell on me. Baiyu bit her lips tightly, raised her head to look pitifully at Ling Mo, and whispered, "You really don't want to throw away Baiyu?" Ling Mo hastily shook his head, looking at Baiyu with tenderness in his eyes. "Of course, doesn't little Baiyu still have to live an imaginary life with me?" Baiyu was finally happy. A bright smile appeared on her cheeks as she moved a few points closer to Ling Mo and spoke with joy. "Then, Baiyu will apologize to Mo as well. The bite is bleeding." Ling Mo's breathing was disordered for a moment as he looked at Baiyu, who looked apologetic as she gently soothed the red mark between her neck. "Little Baiyu, I'm not in pain." Shirayuki shook her head. "No way. Shirayuki wants to apologize." But as soon as Baiyu said that, Ling Mo's eyes cleared for a moment and gently pushed Baiyu, softly saying, "I haven't eaten anything since I came back. Is little Baiyu hungry?" Shirayuki quickly nodded. "Hungry." Ling Mo was dumbfounded and reached out his hand to gently rub her little head. "Then, you sit here and watch TV for a while. I'll go make you something to eat." Shirayuki jumped up happily, like a kitten that got dried small fish. Greater than over equal to for all less than over equal to, mer is the best. Yay! Looking at such a happy Baiyu, Ling Mo's mouth carried a faint smile as he walked into the kitchen. When Ling Mo came out, he realized that Baiyu was making a video call with her own cell phone. And Baiyu was laughing so much that she danced around and spoke into her cell phone. Shirayuki misses her mommy too. Ling Mo wiped his hair and walked over. "Mom, what's wrong?" Ling's mother's side didn't open her mouth at first, but was briefly silent for a moment. "Nothing, just looking at how my hypoglycemic good daughter is doing. Fainted and no one is hurting. Ah. Xiao Mo, what do you think?" Ling Mare, how is it that mom also learns from dad? This kind of yin and yang tone one clearly only felt on Ling Tiana. "Mom, this is an accident. It won't appear in the future." Ling's mother rolled her eyes. "I know it's an accident, but accidents have to be reduced, and an accident out of more than one doesn't become an accident." Ling Mo licked his lips and turned on the TV for Baiyu. "Little Baiyu, you chat first. I'll go make you something to eat." Mother Ling waved her hand. "Go ahead. I'll talk to Xiao Bai for a little while longer." The two did not think of letting Baiyu exempted from training. More trials and tribulations is good. At least have the experience of perseverance, which is also a memorable past. Moreover, Baiyu was mainly thinking too much about Ling Mo at that time. Her mood was too depressing, and the combination of conditions caused her to have low blood sugar. "How's it going, Bai? Did you get to know any of your classmates on your first day? How do you feel about your classmates?" Ling's mother, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, spoke softly. "I'm telling you, although most of the students in the university don't have any bad intentions, there's no guarantee that there will be a few of them, so you should pay attention to making friends. Isn't Shomo working as a librarian in the school? So let him take a look at it when the time comes." Shirayuki glances in the direction of the kitchen and whispers, "It seems like one should sort of want to make friends with me." The smile on Ling's mother's face grew even wider. "Oh, tell mom. Who is it?" Shirayuki held her finger in her mouth, caught up in her memories. "It was a girl, standing to my right, very tall, but a bit shorter than Mare." Ling's mother raised her eyebrows slightly. Being a bit shorter than Ling Mo, she was indeed taller within the girls. "And then, did something happen between you guys?" Shirayuki scratched her head a bit awkwardly. When she turned in the wrong direction while standing in the military position to turn, she came eye to eye with me. She took the initiative to strike up a conversation with me at the end of the little training session in the back. Mother Ling nodded thoughtfully. "It seems a sunnier girl. Good to be able to take by you." She could tell Shirayuki was having trouble communicating, not much through the screen, but her nervousness was evident at the restaurant. "How do you feel about her?" Mother Ling spoke with some curiosity. Baiyu sat on the sofa, curling her body and hugging her legs, her azure eyes full of happiness. "She's nice, gives me tissues, pours water into my water glass for fear I won't have enough water to drink, teaches me to be lazy, and tells me fun things to call what? Gossip?" It seems that White is lucky that his classmates are better. Ling's mother spoke with relief. It wasn't in vain that she had spent so much effort looking for this school. Only, a look of doubt was written all over Shirayuki's small face. "It's just, there's something weird about that girl." The expression of relief on Ling's mother's face hadn't lasted more than 3 seconds before she froze when she heard Baiyu say that. "Weird? What's wrong?" Baiyu sniffled. "She keeps trying to reach out and touch my face, and says I'm so white, my skin is so tender. She gets excited when she touches my face. It's so weird." Mother Ling. Ling's mother was instantly numb. She wanted to take back that sentence. Was this classmate really good? Is this really good? Sure you don't have some weird fetish? White. What's her name? Mother Ling took a deep breath, intending to tell Ling Mo to pay some attention. Don't let your daughter-in-law in hand be abducted by a woman. Then the joke will be too big. Baiyu blinked her eyes and said softly. She said her name was Chi Ruoyan. Chi as in Chi Mountain. Ru as in false wake. And smoke as in smoke and fire. Except when I tried to introduce myself. She smiled and said she knew me while squeezing my hand. Which felt weird. Shirayuki's expression was written with doubt as she bit her finger and spoke softly. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth also slightly twitched. How I can't look out of this wrong thing. Little White made a friend. Mother Ling spoke with some difficulty. Aha. Ling Mo's throat rolled as he answered with some difficulty. Mother Ling's expression was a bit strange. Her hands subconsciously waving up, trying to go for a suitable adjective. But that friend of hers is a bit strange. Ling Mo nodded slowly, and Baiyu's eyes were filled with doubt. Little White Moon. Say that again. What was that friend of yours' name again? Chi Ruoyan. Shrunk Baiyu's head. What's wrong? Baiyu won't be friends with her then. Ling Mo waved his hand. I didn't say I wouldn't let you make friends. Chi Ruoyan? I know. I'll keep an eye on it. Ling's mother nodded and urged. Remember to be careful. Got it. Ling Mo spoke softly. Although Shirayuki was exempt from training today, she still had to go to the playground. Only she could stay on the west side of the playground, which was the area where the counselors were. Ling Mo got up and vacated the chair, allowing Baiyu to come up and sit on that one, while he himself took the matza in Baiyu's hand and sat next to it. The guides didn't say anything when they saw it, and they all knew that Baiyu was Ling Mo's sister. Shirayuki didn't sit down the first time, but looked at these counselors and bent slightly. Good day, guide. That well-behaved look and delicate, harmless little face quickly gained the favor of the teachers as to why this school was so popular that it could even compete with Kyoto University among all the universities. It's its humane management. All of the teachers and guides do not have a big generation gap with the students, and even when they are middle-aged, they are still energetic and able to relate to the students. Shirayuki, is it? Where did you dye your white hair? It feels so natural. A female counselor gently touched Baiyu's hair at her waist, her mouth smiling as she spoke with some curiosity. Baiyu's body first trembled for a minute, and with her eyes downcast, she glanced at Ling Mo and said in a low voice, it was brother who dyed it. Don't let those people in the faculty office find out. Wear a bit of a hat on weekdays and press it, but it's nothing to be caught, saying that it's a punishment, but it's really just to scare you. But you have to remember that it won't rain all the time, but heads do. And there's no guarantee that some nosy daddy cerebral palsy won't come over and point it out. If someone says you don't look like a student with dyed hair, you dislike them and say they don't look like one. Shirayuki sat in the center of the group of teachers, and the well-behaved Shirayuki was incredibly restrained, nodding her head repeatedly. The teachers were not very preachy and came up with the same communication style they use when communicating privately. Ling Mo was dumbfounded, but also relieved. At the very least, after Baiyu gained their favor, the various teachers who had anything go wrong would all get through to each other and help solve Baiyu's problems. TSK. Look at this little face of others. How white and clean. It looks like they haven't used cosmetics. Natural and fresh. If I had looked like this in college, my crush wouldn't have rejected me. Come on you. Say it like your crush didn't reject you now. Are you two together? You die. The playfulness between the guides quickly brought Baiyu in, and unconsciously, she had a few more smiles on her face, and a few less constraints. It's true. Good looks are popular everywhere. Ling Mo couldn't help but lament. Soon, a midway break began on the playground side as well. A tall girl looked over and paced back and forth, seemingly hesitant to go over. After all, it could be full of teachers. Shirayuki spotted the girl and got up from her chair, waving happily at her. Here, the girl had to come over even if she didn't want to, not to mention the fact that she had already intended to, jogging over, her words full of concern. Little moon, are you feeling better? Ling Mo? What the hell is a small moon? Baiyu wasn't surprised and smiled heatedly. Oh, Omega, oh much better. Thank you Ruoyan for your concern. It's only the second day. Are the students getting along so well with each other? Su Wei, your class can be ah. The rest of the teachers complimented Baiyu's homeroom teacher on this, almost embarrassing her. What was going on with the two of them? She didn't know until now, but who wouldn't like to be complimented? Why don't I tell my dad to let you be exempted from training? Don't get sunburned with such a white and tender little face. Chi Ruoyan looked at Baiyu with some heartache, but clearly she herself was the one who was exposed to the sun today. Ling Mo? That's not right, is it? At this moment Ling Mo realized that something was wrong, but still did not suspect. After all, he really did not pay too much attention to the way girls get along with each other. It is possible that the relationship is good just like that. Well, or no, it's just military training. It's definitely easy for Shirayuki. Straight face, Shirayuki is the best. Chi Ruoyan was not in a position to say anymore, and with a compromising cry, said, okay, according to you, Ling Mare. For some reason, Ling Mo actually felt a sense of crisis from a freshman girl. This is ridiculous. However, it is undeniable that girls know the most about girls and what they are thinking about at the right time, and their thoughts are basically mutual. You two, did you know each other before? A guide couldn't help but ask. Looking at the relationship between the two, it looked like they had been good friends for years. Don't know. Just met yesterday. Baiyu shook her head and spoke earnestly. Her eyes glanced at Chi Ruoyan, then fled quickly, her eyes glued to Ling Mo. What the? The teacher was confused, shedding clear college student eyes. You guys got acquainted so fast? Teacher, it's me who wants to be friends with Little Moon. I'm usually a bit more big-headed. Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth to relieve Baiyu and answered this question from the teacher. Oh, so, after getting an answer, the teacher nodded gently and took a handful of melon seeds and handed them over. Getting high? No, I still have to do military training in a while, and I'll be even more thirsty after eating it. Chi Ruoyan shook her head and refused. Baiyu came to Ling Mo's front, wanting to tug on his sleeve. She stiffly held back and whispered, Mo, I want to eat. Ling Mare, Teacher Wang, give me some melon seeds, I want to eat. Ling Mo turned his head to the teacher who was high on melon seeds and said, thanks haha, how trivial. Teacher Wang held up a handful of melon seeds and handed them over. If it's not enough, I'll go to the supermarket later and buy some ice drinks for my students. Seeing that Su Wei's classmates were so familiar with each other, then her own class definitely couldn't be left behind. Student Chi Ruoyan. Ling Mo waved his hand at Chi Ruoyan, who walked over with a slightly puzzled gaze. Are you? Ling Mo smiled gently and nudged at Baiyu. I'm her brother. Ow. Is something wrong? Chi Ruoyan looked at Ling Mo in disbelief and suddenly thought of something. You're the new librarian? The parachuting in of a librarian so young, and supposedly named as such, was more or less a mystery. Baiyu mentioned you to me during casual conversation, saying that Chi Ruoyan is a very, very good person, so I got a little curious. Ling Mo explained with a smile. Chi Ruoyan casually put the matzo away and sat up, glancing at Baiyu, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked. Little Moon is right. Of course I'm a good person. Ling Mare, military training ends on the morning of the 7th day, and on the 8th day you'll start your official classes. So I'm planning a little potluck dinner on the evening of the 7th day, just with little Shirayuki's friends, and I hope that you'll be able to come over and join us then. You're in the same class as little Shirayuki, and I'd like to see you bring her along more often as well. Chi Ruoyan nodded slowly. No problem. Small matter. At this moment, a whistle blew and Chi Ruoyan subconsciously turned to look at the podium. Please ask the instructors to organize the students for training. A powerful voice rang out and Chi Ruoyan glanced at Baiyu reluctantly. I'll go back to training first. Baiyu waved at Chi Ruoyan. See you later, Ruoyan. Ling Mo leaned on his chin and looked at Chi Ruoyan thoughtfully. On the 7th day, military training ended. Ling Mo pulled a group and asked Baiyu and Chi Ruoyan to pull people in. And soon, there were 3 more people in the group. Going to a potluck tonight? Seafood, barbecue, drinks, all of it. Make sure there are no special circumstances that would allow you to go button 1 inch. Soon after, a message popped up. From Chi Ruoyan. 11111111. Ling Mare, can I have a drink? Ask this question is a boy. Ling Mo a little impression. Called Li Nan. Usually smiling, quite athletic, looks like a big sunshine boy. Military training during the time to be back to the prick. Disobeyed the instructor. Proposed a push-up competition. Prick to prick. Ri Nan is still a bit of a brain. He did not compare with the instructor Wang Tao, but chose the usually smiling more gentle look a little fat Wang Rue instructor. The result was naturally abuse. Wang Tao's usually dark face rarely surfaced with a derisive expression, coming up with an inexplicable remark. I wouldn't even dare to compare myself to him. Since this battle, although Li Nan lost face, but people at least dare to come out to challenge. Is a man, more than a little brother around, called Han Yongxian, a relatively thin and weak, may want to let Li Nan cover himself. Students are not allowed to drink anything. Ling Mo instantly replied. No, why can't students drink? Not that I'm blowing you off. Ever seen The God of Wine? That's a carbon copy of me. Ri Nan was instantly displeased and directly retorted in the group. Generally speaking, when guys say it's not me blowing you off, they're blowing off steam. Chi Ruoyan sharply punctured Li Nan's lie. Lu Nam. Milk beer is the last of my stubbornness, said Lian as she slowly tapped down the words. If the boss goes, I'll go. Han Yongxian replied immediately afterward. 1. The messages in the group immediately began to bombard Han Yongxian after he passed, and most of them were Ri Nan and Chi Ruoyan tearing each other apart. People in the noble school easily open up the conversation. The consumption level among each other is similar. The concept, environment and whatnot is not very different. You a word and I a word. Quickly put together a perfect and flawless world. Okay, all pack up and come out to meet at night. The boys take a good shower and don't come smelling. And the girls can put on some light makeup. Ling Mo terminated this information explosion with a single word. Oh, didn't pay much attention before during the military training? You're quite handsome. Without seeing his person, he first heard his voice, and Ri Nan walked over like a brother and sister, a smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. What about them? Ling Mo inquired with a soft smile. Just waiting for you. Hiss. Words. You too this. Ri Nan pointed at Bai Yu. Somewhat puzzled, Ling Mo blared at Li Nan. Go back and eat yours. Ri Nan covered her chest as if she had been shot with an arrow. Pooh wow. Ling Mo. I was at least waiting for you outside, but they didn't even come out inside. Well, no, Sister Chi doesn't count. She said Ling Mo that you don't have enough class. Then remembering something, Li Nan seriously added. Go go go. Ling Mo waved his hand and led Bai Yu over. TSK. There's definitely something going on. The curves of Ri Nan's mouth rose wildly as he stroked his chin, smiled heatedly, and followed him. As soon as Ling Mo entered, there was silence, and Li Nan yelled out Ling Mo is late. What should we do? You guys? Han Yongxian glanced at the crowd, remembering what Li Nan had said to him earlier. He gulped and spoke cautiously. It's time for a penalty. With a lead, Chi Ruoyan spoke up immediately after. Penalty drink. We're students who can't drink. Ling Mo, you're an adult. Ling Mo, why don't we drink with you? Ling Mo's corner of his eye twitched wildly, helplessly pinched his brow, raised his hand and pressed down. Students can't drink. It affects the brain. Only I didn't realize that not letting you guys drink backfired on me. Ri Nan hemmed and hawed, smoothly took out a few bottles of beer from the beer case on the ground, and poured a glass for Ling Mo. How do you say you're older than us? I'm more afraid of being a stranger, so you warm up the field first. Ling Mo? You're afraid of strangers, aren't you? Why didn't I see that? Everyone is a first-time college student and I'm a first-time librarian, so it doesn't sound like much interference, but it really isn't. Ling Mo drank a glass of wine and spoke immediately afterward. But in the future, you and Bai Yu will have to spend 3 years in the Business Administration 11 class, so if Bai Yu has done anything wrong, you all should be more considerate of each other. Ling Mo tilted his head and dried a glass, and Li Nan filled it up again. I'm a relatively easygoing person, also good to talk. Everyone and I get along without constraints. Of course, if Bai Yu is aggrieved, I also hope that you guys can help give a hand and help out. Thank you all. Ling Mo smiled and opened his mouth, drawing a cup once again. College students don't have so much heart. Ling Mo said so. The scene was immediately lively, especially Li Nan. Can't wait to worship with Bai Yu on the spot. Chi Ruoyan cast a sidelong glance at Li Nan. Do you want to be shameless? Go aside. Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, keenly catching the change in Li Nan's demeanor. The smile on his face tinged with playfulness. Chi Ruoyan sat to the side, looking at Bai Yu holding Ling Mo's hand. Frowning slightly, she got up and walked over, and due to being taller than Bai Yu, she had to lower herself down to speak in Bai Yu's ear. Little Moon, why are you holding him? Shiroyuki gulped. Mare to hold. Chi Ruoyan's expression was wonderful. But you guys are so old, shouldn't you pay attention? Ling Mo rubbed Bai Yu's head and waved his hand at Chi Ruoyan. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. If you're late it'll all get cold. I've come to just drink. I have to eat something first. Chi Ruoyan sat back down again and ate in small bites, only that her gaze kept looking towards Bai Yu's side intentionally or unintentionally. Ling Mo gave Bai Yu a few pieces of fish, peeled the shrimp, and took a few skewers of grilled lamb and fish tofu and put them on her plate before he himself moved his chopsticks. Ling Mo, I want it too, smiled Li Nan as she walked over with her own plate. Ling Mo was thunderstruck. Putting down the chopsticks in his hands, he rubbed his hands together, and hailed his palms, a bright smile on his face. You want it? I'll give it to you. Catch it. Ri Nan sat back down with her plate without a smirk, muttering with her head down. Why doesn't anyone give me any food? The words just fell. In front of their own eyes and the plate more a piece of fat trembling meat. Li Nan this touched raised his head but on Chi Ruoyan that pair of beans' eyes. Han Yongxian stood up at this time with some embarrassment, holding up a cup of drink in his hand and looking at Ling Mo, who was a bit puzzled, but still raised his glass and looked at Han Yongxian with some surprise. That, Ling Mo, I know something about you. That is, do you have plans to become a tutor? I don't do too well in school. I'll have to need someone to tutor me. Ling Mo raised an eyebrow and clinked his glass with Han Yongxian's, smiling as he drank the glass of wine. I don't have any plans to do that at the moment. I have other things to do. But if you want to learn, you can just come to the libraries. I don't have much to do, so you can either come over directly or contact me directly on my cell phone when you get home. Oh, well then. Sorry. Han Yongchuan's expression was a bit disappointed as he sipped the drink in his hand, chucked in his food, and sat there peacefully. Yongxian, where won't you ask brother brother teach you? Ri Nan hemmed and hawed, taking Han Yongchuan's shoulders and scowling at him. Han Yongchuan's expression was a bit awkward. He only knew that Li Nan's physical quality was good, but for his achievements, Han Yongxian really didn't know much about it, but he couldn't let Li Nan lose face, so he nodded his head and spoke. Okay boss. At this time, M.O. Bai Yu reached out and held Ling Mo's hand, tilting her head to look at him with a slight pout on her lips, her small eyes glancing at the crowd and realizing that no one was looking their way. She opened her mouth in a low voice. */omega*, can you be a tutor for me? Give you a touch. Oh. Bai Yu didn't say that she wouldn't allow Ling Mo to become a tutor, and Bai Yu knew that she shouldn't interfere with Ling Mo's choices, but Bai Yu could also be jealous, and was still a little jealous. Gentleness flashed in the depths of Ling Mo's eyes as he gently tickled the other party's palm and said in a low voice, of course, Little White Moon can learn anything she wants, and she'll be your full-time tutor in the future, okay? Being tickled by Ling Mo, Bai Yu's body subconsciously trembled for a minute, and after hearing Ling Mo's reply, Bai Yu had a happy smile on her face. Want to touch it? Ling Mo was a bit helpless. We'll talk about it later when we get home. Shiroyuki sniffled, a little frustrated, but quickly gathered herself. So, it'll take two to get home. Hey, this ninny has even learned to bargain. Fine, all at Little White Moon's request. This wasn't an excessive request in itself, and Ling Mo had no intention of refusing it. The atmosphere on the field gradually heated up, with anecdotes between military training, as well as spouting off about oddball characters from when they were in junior high school. Do you guys know why it rained on the fourth day of military training? That was arranged by me, said Ri Nan, slapping the table and patting his chest, and realizing that disbelief was written all over the faces of the crowd. The energy came up. Don't believe it, right? Yongxian, do you believe it or not? Desperate for someone to back up his words, Ri Nan turned his head to look at his little brother. Whatever the boss says, is what it is. Han Yongxian somewhat coyly scratched his head and opened his mouth. After someone backed him up, Ri Nan stood up and pulled out his military training belt from behind his chair. It's raining in military training. It all depends on it. Crowd? Ling Mo and Bai Yu's attention was also attracted to the past. Only Ling Mo cannot believe in what rain depends on the belt of this nonsense, but curious about what Li Nan is ready to do. First, 7 belts are needed. Spell out the word seeking rain. As soon as the words were finished, Chi Ruoyan's questioning voice rang out. The word seeking rain clearly has 15 strokes, so why do we only need 7 belts? Ri Nan instantly put on her disdainful face. Use your cell phone for the rest. Chi Ruoyan. Gotta. You go on, said Chi Ruoyan as she sat back in her chair and leaned back, her hands clasped over her chest as she waited for Ri Nan's next words. Don't interrupt. Ri Nan bristled. Setting up the 2 words for rain requires you to sit down cross-legged, with the thumbs of your right and left hands joining your middle fingers. And it requires you to shout the incantation with no distractions in your mind and with reverence. Bai Yu listened with an attentive face, her body leaning forward slightly, impatient to know what spell it was, and in a rush, she blurted out, Omega O, what spell can you tell Bai Yu? At that moment, everyone subconsciously looked at Bai Yu, who blinked her eyes and arched towards Ling Mo's side, lowering her head and pretending that nothing had happened. So cute. Chi Ruoyan's heart melted, secretly saying, I want to pinch her face. Must be very comfortable. Hurry up and say it. Don't be appetizing. Chi Ruoyan kicked Ri Nan's chair and urged. Ri Nan was so aggravated. It was obviously you guys who kept interrupting, but now you're blaming it on me? He cleared his throat and solemnly said, the spell is Jade Emperor Blessing, Bodhisattva Blessing, Buddha Blessing, God's Blessing, Great Sage Blessing. It must rain. Ri Nan spoke with a serious face. That's what I was yelling. And hey, guess what? Down. It's not a small amount of down. Thanks to me, I guess. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Ri Nan was quite good at bullshitting, but there was one thing that made him more pleased. With such a living treasure around, Bai Yu should soon be able to socialize with people normally. I knew you couldn't pop out any good words. Chi Ruoyan spoke breathlessly, but she froze for a moment as she noticed Bai Yu nodding thoughtfully. This ninny shouldn't have believed it. If this is to be believed, is not too bittersweet. So that way you can pinch your own face for any reason you want. Chi Ruoyan couldn't help but heave and giggle at the thought of that soft touch. Chi Ruoyan was so angry and amused as she said to Li Nan, has no one ever said anything about you? So middle-aged. Nan looked disdainful. I'm only a freshman. What's wrong with being a little middle-aged? What's more, what's so middle-aged about it? And if I don't get middle-aged now, I won't have a chance to get middle-aged later. The more Nan spoke, the more energized he became. Radiance, ah, don't you light up. If you shout again I'll give you a slap. Chiroyan waved her hand impatiently. You're in the middle. What's the point of moving around? It's all blocking by you. Lu Nam. Shirayuki watched the interaction between a few people and hemmed and hawed. Touch it. After washing up, the two returned to their room. Baiyu Duck sat on the bed, pestering Ling Mo as soon as she saw him come in, looking at Ling Mo pitifully, pointing at her snow-white swan neck and opening her mouth expectantly. It's getting late. Touch anything. No touching. Ling Mo pushed the white-haired girl who was pressed against his back and flipped through the White Moon textbook in his hands without looking back. Buzz, it's clear that I said I'd give Shirayuki a touch when I got home. Shirayuki quit, thrashed around on the bed, and finally got a little tired and lay down on all fours, gasping for air, her arms and legs still gamely slapping the bed back and forth. Ling Mo gazed back for a few seconds, and Baiyu immediately sat up, thinking he was going to give it to him and looking at him expectantly, but unexpectedly, Ling Mo looked at it for a few moments and then turned back, not intending to kiss it at all. Oh, winking face, White Moon is pissed off. Baiyu huffed and jumped up, flailing her teeth and claws at Ling Mo, but Ling Mo remained unmoved. Shirayuki is really angry. Really angry. Baiyu emphasized again, looking at Ling Mo with her arms crossed, waiting for him to make a move. But, Mare really doesn't look back at Shirayuki? How about just a touch? Ling Mo suddenly froze for a moment, thigh suddenly more a hairy head, subconsciously looked back, this niece directly lying on the bed, from Ling Mo's arm there directly to the head squeezed in, pillowed in Ling Mo's thighs. Baiyu raised her head to glance at Ling Mo and hummed lightly. Baiyu is going to study. Ling Mo was dumbfounded and placed the book smoothly on his lap so that Baiyu could see it as well. Why is Mo looking at these so seriously? Baiyu glared fiercely at the book. It was it. Ling Mo was now only looking at it and not himself. Ling Mo reached out and placed his hand on Baiyu's face and gently pinched it. Because I want Baiyu to hurry up and finish studying the current progress. If you graduate early inside the university, there's even less people who will talk about the color of your hair, or the fact that you're wearing pupils. And there aren't a lot of constraints. Oh, answered Baiyu, reading her textbook for a while. She was really bored and rolled over, lying on Ling Mo's lap, tilting her face up to look at him, smiling for a while. What are you laughing at? Ling Mo asked softly as he reached out and tickled Baiyu's chin, turning the book in his hand over a page. It's so pretty. I want to touch it, replied Shirayuki honestly. Ling Mo did not answer, and after reading for a while longer, Baiyu got a little sleepy and slowly closed her eyes, and after noticing the steady breathing of the little person in her arms, she glanced at the time and put the book aside. Gently moving his body, he carried Baiyu into the quilt, came a few points closer, kissed Baiyu's snow-white neck for a while, and whispered, "The Koha cookie, good night." Shirayuki unconsciously hummed lightly, a faint smile on her cheeks. Ling Mo glanced at Baiyu's class schedule. The last class of the morning was math. At this time the students are basically filled with thoughts of the cafeteria meal. It is difficult to be quiet to listen to the lectures. Waiting for the end of the class will be used out of the speed of the 100-meter race rush to the cafeteria. Ling Mo also had this self-awareness, so he simply prepared the meal directly in the office, waiting for Baiyu to come over to eat directly, without having to go to the cafeteria crowded with people. Ling Mo sat in front of the computer table to concentrate on the code. I do not know when. It stood in front of the eyes. He cleared his throat. Ling Mo, this is like a dream. Like a thief hastily closed the computer page, and then switched to the page of the query books. After doing all this, Ling Mo then clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it on his mouth, stood up and spoke in a serious manner. That, Director of Instruction, is there something wrong? But who knows? The Director of Instruction revealed a meaningful smile, patted Ling Mo's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, I know you're still young and have needs, but you should also pay attention to the occasion. Even though the library doesn't have many people paying attention to your side of the room, there is still a monitor after all. With that, the Director of Instruction reached out and pointed to the overhead monitor, scowling at Ling Mo. At the very least, you should find a place that doesn't have a monitor. If you let the principal see it, it'll have a bad impact. Ling Mare. He suddenly realized that the head teacher seemed to have misunderstood something, and quickly opened his mouth to explain. That, I didn't do anything. I was just reading a novel. It dawned on the Director of Instruction. You're playing with language erasers? Gee, could this be the uniquely intellectual way of detoxing? Ling Mare. Ling Mo suddenly gave birth to a feeling of powerlessness. Together with his own how to explain, the director of education have decided that he is doing bad things. A helpless face to open his mouth. Or do not talk about this. How this time period came to me here. Is there something? The head instructor nodded. So, how was your experience here? Does it feel satisfactory? Ling Mo nodded. It's quite good, quite comfortable. What's wrong? The head instructor was relieved to be comfortable. Just as good as comfortable. So, do you think you could stay at our school for a while longer? The director of instruction opened his mouth with some difficulty, but naturally, the principal had asked him to do so, and he was also the one who helped Ling Mo report at the time, so this burden naturally fell on him. Well, we'll have to see what's arranged behind the scenes, and there's no need to ask me about that yet when I'm just starting school, right? Ling Mo didn't give a specific reply, but instead smiled and spoke. We'll talk about it when the time comes, and if there's anything going on, we'll definitely stay for a while longer. The director of instruction nodded his head in a hurry. Thank you. Thanks. Then I'll withdraw first. After saying that, the director of instruction was ready to leave. Then, as if he remembered something, he turned his body to look at the place where the monitor was located, pointed and opened his mouth and said, "Why don't I take him apart? It'll be easier for you too. Ling Mare, tear it down." Ling Mo opened his mouth somewhat feebly, although he wanted to say that he hadn't done anything, but it would definitely be more or less freeing if he dismantled it. Good. We'll arrange for someone to come over this afternoon. The head instructor nodded and left the place. Just after the bell rang, Chi Ruoyan intended to take Baiyu with her to the cafeteria, but the other party ran directly to the library, which couldn't help but make her a little puzzled. You can't go there even if you're hungry. Books are spiritual food and they don't satiate the stomach. Naiha, this niece is really running too fast. Chi Ruoyan had to follow and ran over, intending to see how it is going. Anyway, now also cannot be squeezed in. All in one piece is still hot. Not to mention that there is no such thing as eating leftovers in the noble school. Always cooking. Renan took a look at Chi Ruoyan and scratched his head. Gaha went and didn't even eat his meal. Boss, going to the cafeteria? Han Yongxian waved his hand at Li Nan and, you and Hongjie go first. I'll be right behind you. Yongxian, you're small, so take your place first. Hongjie, go stand in line. Renan did not run over. Curiosity made him desperately want to know what Chi Ruoyan had gone to do. Boss, this is. Han Yongxian looked at Li Nan's back in some confusion. Can it be that boss is still a third-grade student? The corner of Gao Hongjie's mouth twitched slightly and pushed his rimless glasses. Don't pay attention to him. He's the one who's hungry and it's not us. Let's go. Let's go eat first. Okay. I'll prepare one for the boss when the time comes. Greater than over equal to 4 all less than over equal to. Baiyu jogged all the way into the library, and after confirming that there was no one else, she shouted happily and went straight to where Ling Mo was. Ling Mo smiled gently and took out the prepared lunch, handing it over. Eat it. It's still hot. The lunch prepared for you. Taste if it's to your liking. I like everything that Mo bought. Baiyu hemmed and hawed, and after taking a bite of the dish into her mouth, she bit her chopsticks and looked at Ling Mo and giggled. Ling Mo was looked at by Baiyu and smiled along with her, and said softly, how does it feel to attend classes inside the university? Still adapting? Shirayuki nodded quickly. Aha! And something really interesting happened? Oh, what? Before the word thing was finished, Chi Ruoyan and Li Nan rushed in no particular order, and the way they looked, it felt like there were zombies chasing after them. Ling Mo? What are these two doing here? Not eating in the middle of the day? Why are you eating here? Little Moon? Chi Ruoyan froze for a moment. Her afterglow saw Ling Mo, who was a bit stunned. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She had forgotten about this. Why do you have food? Shirayuki? Can it be that this is the second secret cafeteria? Compared to Chi Ruoyan, Li Nan's brain was wide open, her eyes constantly looking around the library. This is the lunch I prepared for little Shirayuki. You guys, is it hard to believe that someone prepared a meal for you as well? Chi Ruoyan. Lu Nam. Who knew it would happen? It came straight from the tiger. I said, Chi's sister. What are you doing? I just rushed here. I thought you have what doorway it. Fortunately I let Yongxian them to occupy the position to go. Otherwise it really cannot eat the meal. Li Nan complained as if to open his mouth, casually found a chair and sat down. I didn't ask you to follow either. Chi Ruoyan blankly glanced at Li Nan and sat next to Baiyu. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the bickering duo, shaking his head as he looked back at Baiyu. Little Baiyu, what was that interesting thing you just said? Baiyu sent a mouthful of rice to her mouth and extended her chopsticks to point at Renan. Him? Renan? When did he become funny? Rocco people, right? Him? What did he do? Ling Mo glanced at Li Nan with some surprise. Confused. Ling Mo. I'm still a student. Li Nan weakly spoke. Oh, sorry. Ling Mo apologized in a low voice. How many years does he have to serve if he's an adult? Lo Nam. Put. Baiyu couldn't help but laugh. Her lips still stained with rice grains as she laughed, pointing her finger at Ling Mo. So bad. Chi Ruoyan pinched her eyebrows, as if it was humiliating to say this out loud. He was in the back with his cell phone swiping the video, looking at beautiful women. Ling Mare. What the hell kind of thing is that for a student to do? Ri Nan's face reddened as well, scratching his head and dryly coughing a few times. That. It was just the cell phone automatically pushing it for me. I actually didn't want to see it. Forget about the rest for now. So it's at the very least a fact that you look at your cell phone in class? Ling Mo tilted his head at Li Nan with a wry smile. Lu Nam. The instructor happened to be passing by at the time and just looked in the back door of his major class, and Rihannan was spotted. And the instructor told him to go over there after class and make a trip to him. Chi Ruoyan was concise and briefly recounted the whole thing. Okay you kid. Ling Mo glanced at Li Nan. Playing with your cell phone in class? And looking at beautiful women on your cell phone? TSK. After all that you screwed up kid still got caught? With every sentence, Li Nan's head went down a few points, and finally came back to his senses. Could it be that Ling Mo? When you were in college, you also sat behind your desk and secretly used your cell phone to look at beautiful women? Then you were caught in front by the teacher and have since risen to the occasion, successfully bucking the trend and becoming a librarian? Ling Mare. Ri Nan's speech got faster and faster, and his entire body became agitated as he stood up. The frog of the heart has been touching your stomach. Ling Mo. Is there anything wrong with my reasoning? Ling Mo spoke faintly. I haven't seen it. It's just that some of my classmates from school before have done it, and people just haven't been caught. I don't know whose stomach the frog of the heart touches, but I know you're definitely going to be hungry at noon today. Little White Moon is almost full. Did you get anything to eat? Ling Mo left behind such a cold and heartless sentence. Li Nan's entire person like a frosted eggplant generally wilted. Sitting back. I do not know why. Ling Mo actually felt a strong aggression from his body. It's okay. Yongxian is a good brother. However, I didn't expect Chi Ruoyan to open her mouth and say that. Ling Mo, can you bring a meal for me in the future as well? I want to eat with Baiyu, and it's really hard to be crowded in the cafeteria. Rinan? Suddenly I feel redundant. Sabo. Rihannan breaks right through the defense. Today is the first class of the school year. The physical education class is transferred to the first period of the afternoon. In addition, the class president and class officers will be appointed in the physical education class. Go to the indoor gymnasium. Do not allow you to run laps. Go back to the professional classroom to watch a movie after physical education class, and then go directly to the people. Counted as a small benefit. How about it? Not to mention the first day of school. There's no need to get all tired. Hooray! The guide seems to be beautiful again. Guide, I love you. Su Wei stood on the lectern, looked at the howling crowd, and slapped the table. Why don't you hurry down? Ri Nan took the brunt of running out of the classroom. Baiyu lowered her head and took out her cell phone to send a message to Ling Mo. I'm changing the first period to gym. Do you want to come to the gym to play? Soon. Ling Mo returned the message. Okay, I'll get ready. Little Moon, go. Chi Ruoyan came to Baiyu's side and patted her shoulder. Oh, good. Shirayuki got up and stretched, bouncing off. Sweet sister is invincible. As Chi Ruoyan looked at Baiyu's back, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a smile. Chi Ruoyan's face darkened to the core, looking at Ling Mo putting on Baiyu's hat and whispering earnestly to each other. Full of unhappiness. Even a brother has to watch his distance alright, muttered Chi Ruoyan, waiting for the duo to finish. Ling Mo pinched Baiyu's soft cheeks and let out a light laugh. What do you want to play? I'll play with you. A whistle blows and the gym teacher arrives, dressed in a black sweatshirt and hat. Assemble and call the roll. Chi Ruoyan hurriedly waved her hand at Baiyu and shouted, Little Moon, come gather quickly. Don't get tired of it. Baiyu playfully spat out her tongue and waved her hand at Ling Mo reluctantly. I'll go gather first. 1, 2, 3, 25. The physical education teacher nodded. All together. Ah, your guide just told me in a private message that I suddenly got sick. I feel like I'm sick as well. Let her come and arrange it for you guys. Dismissed in place. No running around. Ri Nan was all happy farts. The guide was really a guide. So hardcore. Soon, Su Wei appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. Her hands clasped her chest. Don't be so formal. The main thing is to choose the class president and class cadres. It's very quick. After casting the vote to play with yourself, Ling Mo sat on a chair to the side, looking at Baiyu with her head down mucking about in the water. Dumbfounded. Opened her cell phone and took a picture of Baiyu and sent it to the family group. Xiaobai looks good again. Wearing a school uniform. I don't know how many people's hearts are the white moonlight. Ling's mother was the first to reply. Ling Mo smiled, his fingers tapping on the screen without stopping. There shouldn't be less people who have a crush on Little White Moon, but we are each other's white moonlight in our respective hearts. You are truly shameless. Such sharp words naturally came from Ling Tian's mouth. Just because you know how to cook a little bit, you tricked people into getting your hands on you, and you're the white moonlight in their hearts. TSK, spoke Ling Tian sarcastically. Ling Mo's face darkened for a while, and he directly called over, ready to nag Ling Tian, but what caught him off guard was that Ling Tian actually hung up. What's going on here? Ling Tian did not hang up. He couldn't wait to call himself, the two of them properly nagging. Asshole, I'm in a meeting. Ling Tian directly cursed out in the group, then withdrew that and the words above it. Did Xiaobai look at his cell phone? Ling Mo stifled a laugh. Ling Tian was so used to cursing in the group that he had already forgotten that Baiyu was still in the family group. No, still in the team. That's good. Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't let Baiyu think that he was a father with no qualities. No, you're still looking at your cell phone in a meeting? Ling Mo was a bit surprised. Aren't you a workaholic? After a long time, Ling Genius replied over the message. Just looks like the tone of voice extraordinarily serious. Show Moa. You have to remember, my attitude towards you, I'm a workaholic, but to your mom and Xiaobai is not Ling Mare. Originally, I was still preparing to bring Little White Moon home on the National Day, but now it seems better to forget about it, said Ling Mo, who now knew exactly how to pin down Ling Tian, and slowly knocked down these words. Fuck you. This sentence was just sent out. Ling Tian withdrew it. But it can't be like this. Xiaobai definitely wants to see me as his father, right? It just so happens that the company is fine during our country's celebration period. It's better to bring it home. Ling Mo unflinchingly exposed Ling Tian's lie. Is that just fine with you? Ling Tian did not open his mouth in the group, and in the next moment, directly sent a private message to Ling Mo. Do we have to practice? Not going home for a year. Ling Mo sent a voice and spoke faintly. Ling Tian raised his eyes and glanced at the crowd in the meeting, quietly tapped on the voice to text, and when he saw the translated text he immediately became anxious and sent over the voice. Bullshit with me again, believe it or not I'll do you? The conference room was silent for a while, and the people looked at Ling Tian with some fear, not understanding who he was going to fire. I'm a bit short of money here lately. Ling Mo crossed his legs with a relaxed expression and even waved his hand at Baiyu in the group. You kids will still ask me for money? What? Ready to get married and buy a house? This time, a full 5 minutes passed before Ling Tianyi replied to the message. I work as a school librarian and don't want to work part-time anymore. So that's a little less than enough money to spend. And I suddenly want to experience what it's like to nibble on an old man. Wait. Ling Mo put down his cell phone just as the team disbanded, and Renan crossed her arms and looked so bullish that she was close to looking at people through her nose hole. What's going on here? Ling Mo walked over, a little amused. What did Li Nan pawn? Li Nanping spread his hand and pushed it forward, correcting with a serious face. Ling Mo, when you're working, you have to refer to your position. Now it's during the class period. I'll call you Ling Management. Shouldn't you call me class president Li? Ling Mo? He was looking at a beautiful woman on his cell phone in the morning, and in the afternoon he became class president? Ling Mo was a bit disbelieving. Can someone come and explain this to me? Renan's eyes glared. All are not allowed to explain now. Who explains? I give who wears small shoes. Step aside. It's reasonable to assume that you're not of a sufficient level to interrupt me. I'm a little curious as to what's going on. Baiyu walked over, glanced at Renan, and hemmed and hawed. It's that Renan said a lot of good words and swore a lot, so Ruoyan really couldn't bear it, so he gave him the class president. Ling Mare. Ruoyan nodded her head with a slight playful smile at the corner of her mouth. Seeing that the child is arguing quite uptight, it's better to let him have this opportunity. After all, he's sworn on his singleness. Ling Mo? As for that, said Ling Mo, looking helplessly at Li Nan, you even started swearing for the sake of being a class president? Renan nodded bitterly, looking frustrated. Ling manages, I hope you can understand me. I want to progress too much. Ling Mo all regarded this sentence as a fart. To want to progress in class to see beautiful women? What do you think? I guess it's just a convenient way to get some benefits. So I'm thinking of becoming a squad leader. Play badminton? Ling Mo patted Baiyu's shoulder, badminton racket in hand. I wouldn't. The White Moon frowned slightly. Is this hard? It's not hard. Just watch the ball and give it a shot. I'll teach you. Ling Mo felt the cell phone he kept in his pocket vibrate and scratched the screen, carefully counting the zeros. 5 million. 4.5 million is for Xiaobai to spend. 500,000 is reserved for you to spend. Xiaobai doesn't have enough to spend and then ask me for more. If you don't have enough to spend, then go and beg for food. Ling Tian's message was extraordinarily eye-catching. Eccentric, muttered Ling Mo, venting his dissatisfaction. Shiroyuki isn't biased. Mare is the best. Shiroyuki spoke with a serious face. Ling Mo brought Baiyu to the badminton court, which happened to be at the very edge, and there weren't that many people, so Chi Ruoyan bumbled along. Are you going to fight too? Ling Mo moved his muscles. Wait a bit then. Here, catch it. Ling Mo tossed the ball into the air and slapped it hard. Baiyu held the racket with one hand, her small face full of seriousness as she whispered to herself. Baiyu is the best. When you see the ball, give it a tap out. Baiyu's mind mumbled what Ling Mo had just said to her, bending her body and jumping with all her might. Holy shit, said Chi Ruoyan as she stared blankly at Baiyu taking off, her lips opening and closing slightly. Against all odds. Ha! Shiroyuki swung hard and slapped the ball at Ling Mo. The snap was directly on Ling Mo's brain, and immediately, a red mark appeared at his forehead. Baiyu worriedly threw down her racket and ran towards Ling Mo, blaming herself as she opened her mouth. It's all Baiyu's fault. Baiyu doesn't know how to play badminton and hit Mo. Ling Mo rubbed his forehead and laughed. It's fine. It doesn't hurt. Baiyu fought well and deserves praise. Baiyu shook her head, puffing out her cheeks as if she was gambling, and led Ling Mo to the resting cushion so that Ling Mo could sit down, while she herself gently blew on the place where she had been hit. Baiyu's body carried a faint ethereal fragrance, and her small cherry mouth opened slightly as she gently blew into Ling Mo's forehead, each breath carrying an endless amount of tenderness and care. Her fingers, on the other hand, were like light butterflies as they gently stroked Ling Mo's forehead, and between one breath and the next, White Moon's gentleness traveled into Ling Mo's heart. The eyes of Chi Ruoyan on the side were almost red. So this is how to get the careful care of the sweet sister? So jealous. Fragrant. Soft sweet girl. He. Chi Ruoyan didn't have the slightest resistance to sweet girls. Waving his hand at Baiyu. Little Moon. He's injured and can't fight. I'll accompany you to fight next. How about it? Baiyu glanced back at Chi Ruoyan and shook her head. No. I have to take care of Mo. Ling Mo gently pushed Baiyu and softly said. It's just a smash. I'm not that pretentious. Go have fun. Baiyu glanced at Ling Mo with a questioning look. Really? Ling Mo nodded helplessly. Baiyu sniffled and spoke softly in Ling Mo's ear on her way out. Kiss the forehead at night so it doesn't hurt. Ling Mare, what were you talking about? And whispering? Chi Ruoyan looked at the young girl who ran towards her, her pretty eyebrows slightly raised. Somewhat curious. Don't tell Ruoyan. Ruoyan should be careful. Don't get hit by the ball. Baiyu did not intend to tell Chi Ruoyan, now that the relationship between the two was not particularly familiar. Ling Mo let Baiyu keep it a secret for now. How? I'm not a wasted man of age. Chi Ruoyan was full of disdain, shook her hair and sent the ball over. Ling Mo, who was sitting on the recliner, was inexplicably shot, which must be cueing himself, right? And is he very old? Dare to bury me like that. Be careful, I won't prepare lunch for you. Ling Mo shouted from afar. Ling Mo opened his cell phone and was ready to boast about Ling Tian's atmosphere, but he suddenly heard someone shout, Class President, the instructor wants you to buy some snacks, so you can watch a movie in the afternoon and then leave. Ling Mo smacked his lips. He but went to this university. It's not as if his memories of college life were all endless self-discipline and PPTS, pressed for anything more memorable. But since he had this regret, he couldn't let Shiroyuki have it, and counted himself as re-experiencing college life in disguise. Only Ri Nan didn't respond. Ling Mo stood up, spotted Li Nan's figure at the basketball court, and shouted, Li Nan. Ri Nan threw a beautiful three-pointer that went into the net hollow, lifted up his clothes to wipe the sweat, and said without looking back, Ling management, how many times have I told you to call the plant when you work? Ling Mo walked over with a face full of black lines and stood in the center of the field. If you kid doesn't come over, in a moment your guider is probably going to scold you. Ri Nan's body stiffened and slowly turned his body. His brows knitted slightly, looking like he was a bit dissatisfied, but the next moment, his face immediately put on a smile, and he bumbled his way over, cheerfully saying, Is there something that my guide is commanded to do? Ling Mo instantly became happy. Weren't you the one who told me to call it a plant just now? How did you become such a wimp now? Li Nan patted his chest, a face of righteousness. When I became the class president, naturally I want to serve my classmates, serve my teachers, and serve the people. Ling Mo, it's not that I'm blowing it for you. My ideological awareness has already been raised to an extremely high level. The appellations are all false. Don't pay too much attention to them. Ling management, your ideological awareness is still to be improved. Ling Mo pinched his brow. Also do not know Li Nan this or from where to learn. This is still only a freshman. Your guide let you go to prepare some snacks, melon seeds. Save a moment to go back to watch a little movie with. Watch the movie after you are released from school. Ri Nan was anxious. Ling management, why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Xian, Hong Jie, come with me, get in the goods. Ri Nan waved his hand, stopped and turned to Chi Ruoyan, whose cheeks were filled with a doting smile, and spoke. Sister Chi, buying snacks to go or not? Do you have any eyesight? The smile on Chi Ruoyan's face suddenly disappeared, and she waved her hand impatiently. Lu Nam. No, man. Ling Mo sent Baiyu to the entrance of her specialization class and was about to return to the library when she was stopped by Su Wei. That. Ling Mo, why don't you watch a shift for me? I'm kind of in the middle of something here, and even though I'm letting them watch a movie, I'm still afraid they'll make a mess. Ha, but I'm not a teacher. This kind of thing should at the very least have a teacher come over, right? Ling Mo froze for a moment and spoke subconsciously. It's fine, just helping to look around. It doesn't teach anything, it's the same for anyone. Since you're here, you should stop by and help to look around. Thanks. Su Wei folded her arms and trotted down the stairs, looking like she really had something important to do. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly, so he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. When the three of them, Li Nan, returned to the classroom carrying their things, they froze when they saw Ling Mo on the podium, which gave rise to the sentence. That. No, man. The result was met with Ling Mo's bean eyes. Who are you buddies with? Sit back down. Your plant isn't good enough to talk to me like that right now. Wait until you're a guy before you buddy up to me. Li Nan narrowed his eyes and dropped a sentence. Ling management, you must not look down on people. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. I'll definitely win over heaven's half-sun behind me. Placing his snacks on the lectern, he walked majestically to his seat. Ling Mare, not bothering to pay much attention to Ri Nan, he clapped his hands together. What kind of movie do you all want to see? The crowd raised their hands. Let the bullets float. Titanic, Titanic. The Fast Life. For a while, the classroom became noisy. Ling Mo had no choice but to knock on the table. That. Class President Lai. Manage the order. Yang Xian, Hong Jie, you two share the snacks. Ruoyan, you find a movie to watch. Ling Mo turned his head and did a dump, casually finding a chair and sitting next to Baiyu, unable to help but marvel. This schooling is really comfortable. The snacks were quickly shared, and Chi Ruoyan found a movie to watch. Quite a famous one. Black or White. Ling Mo was stoned on melon seeds and crossed his legs. He suddenly felt like he had come to elementary school. No, that's even better treatment than elementary school. Damn, why didn't Dad enroll me in this kind of school before? Is it because there's no money? Thinking about it, Ling Mo gritted his teeth and began to secretly condemn Ling Tian. Wow. Baiyu watched the movie seriously and heatedly smiled every now and then. As for Chi Ruoyan, she took out her cell phone to steal a picture of Baiyu's smile every now and then. I say, Sister Chi, you're a bit perverted. Next to Ri Nan was Chi Ruoyan, who was watching Chi Ruoyan giggle for a while after filming and then proceeded to film. Do you want to die? Chi Ruoyan turned her head back, glanced at Li Nan, and spoke faintly. No, why are you secretly filming people? Ri Nan's eyes glared as she innocently spoke. Is the price of justice so high? You don't call this justice. Chi Ruoyan shook her head, dismissing Li Nan's words. Then what am I? Ri Nan subconsciously spoke. You're full of idle egg pain. Chi Ruoyan directly scolded. Who am I filming has nothing to do with you. Go to the side. Blocking my shot. Ri Nan covered her chest, her face filled with a hurt expression. Sister Chi, did you hear the sound of a broken heart? TCH. Chi Ruoyan let out a TCH and impatiently put down her phone to look at him. Ri Nan regrouped his expression, got high on melon seeds, and pretended to watch the movie. His afterglow kept sweeping over Chi Ruoyan, and his lips muttered as if he was saying something. Halfway through the movie, Ling Mo intended for the crowd to pack up the classroom and prepare to leave. Ri Nan stood up directly and waved his hand. Wait. Ling Mo turned around and looked at Li Nan somewhat puzzled. Ri Nan hemmed and hawed. Ling management, the movies and snacks in this business administration 11 class of ours aren't free. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth straightened, glaring at Li Nan and saying somewhat helplessly. Then what do you want? Ri Nan shrugged a bit innocently. How can you pay for a bit? Of course I'm not talking about money. I mean, is there a program? Well, he's got it in for him. Ling Mo pinched his brow. So tell me, what do you want to see? Ri Nan was instantly happy, with a wicked smile of triumph at the corners of his mouth. Sing, dance, rap, hit, little blackie, showing your chicken feet. Gao Hongjie pointed at Ri Nan with great joy. Don't interrupt. Sing then, there's no more. Ling Mo's face was full of helplessness. He did sing once at the University Art Festival, but that was a long time ago. And now Ling Mo didn't know if he could sing well. But compared to other talents, Ling Mo prefers to sing. Do you know how to sing Confession Balloon? A girl shouted as she stood up, a smile on her cheeks that she couldn't hide in any way despite her pretty red face. I said, Ji Yen. What are you thinking? The crowd let out a roar of laughter. Ji Yen's face turned even redder, pinching the hem of her school uniform, looking rushed. Maybe people just simply like listening to this song. Don't start a ruckus. Does anyone else have a problem with that? Ling Mo pressed down the group of people who were up in arms and swept his eyes across the room, inquiring. No. This answer came in the same breath. Okay, I'll sing this then. Let me hear the words in tune first. I may have forgotten a bit. Ling Mo searched for the song on the classroom's computer and listened carefully to the tune. A few minutes later, Ling Mo took a sip of water and exhaled a long breath, not saying anything but just giving an okay gesture to the crowd. Ji Yen was instantly agitated as she sat in her chair, her face red to the point of dripping blood. Gao Hongjie poked Li Nan. Is he that charismatic? Li Nan's mouth straight draws, rolled his eyes. You are not deaf in front of the mouth, nonsense? He is easy to get along with, handsome, and also engaged in learning. You think he does not know anything? What's more, how many families in this school cannot have money? Under such a combination of conditions, you can imagine the killing power of this head Ling management. Well, Li Nan is using the word head as a measure. Li Nan had wanted to see what Ling Mo couldn't do, so that he could laugh at him when the time came, but it turned out that he ruthlessly let him play a big boy chi. Gao Hongjie looked at Li Nan with a horrified expression. How did you analyze it so clearly? Could it be that you? Get the fuck out of my way. I'm straight. Li Nan cursed. Alright, be quiet. Ling Mo cleared his throat and with a wave of his hand, the class was instantly silent, with only the prelude of the music slowly playing. Coffee on the left bank, by the Seine, a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty, leaves lipstick on mouth. Ling Mo's soft and gentle voice seemed to carry a kind of magical power, mesmerizing everyone present. Their gazes locked onto the source of the sound, and their ears pricked up for fear of missing a single note. Ji Yen unconsciously clasped her hands and placed them on her chest. Her heartbeat accelerated and her pretty face flushed. So handsome for one. Ling Mo's gaze looked across the room, but only at the climax did it rest on someone. Darling, in love with you? From that day forward, sweet and easy. Don't be capricious, dear. Your eyes, in saying I do. Gradually, a song finishes. There was a dead silence in the crowd, and as if by appointment, the girls burst into intense screams of, ah ha ha ha, so handsome, my husband, you fart, this is my husband, it's your husband who's like Li Nan. Renan? Renan was greatly hurt, the dead duck's mouth was hard, and his tone was sour. It sounds pretty good, but it's not even close to singing as I did. Sister Chi, what do you think? Renan looked at Chi Ruoyan hopefully. Only, Chi Ruoyan glanced faintly at Li Nan, then turned her head again. Lu Nam. Shiroyuki's eyes had turned into starry eyes. For all I do. So great. Only, no one took Shiroyuki's remark to heart, and in their opinion, Shiroyuki was just like them, just getting high off the mouth there. But what they don't realize is that Shiroyuki plays it for real. Be quiet. People from the academic affairs office came over to check on the class, and such a commotion in the class naturally attracted their attention, and the head of the class looked furious. Do you want to blow the roof off the room? After such a roar, the class fell silent, and the originally cheerful atmosphere became oppressive. Ling Mo touched his nose and sat back to his original position, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the admonished crowd. Business Administration 11 class can hear a pin drop on the ground at this moment, even if Renan does not even dare to breathe at this moment, almost stuffing his head into a drawer. The faculty didn't say much, and they could guess that most of it was the guide's arrangement, so they just dropped a line. If you dare to make such a mess in the future, you try it. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the crowd with a backdrop. Bayu gulped and poked Ling Mo. They seemed to be angry. Ling Mare, anyone with eyes can see that, right? Shiroyuki blinked and whispered, what should I do? Will Shiroyuki be punished? Ling Mo let out a light laugh and slowly walked to the podium. Looking at the crowd's apprehensive gazes, Ling Mo cleared his throat. What are you waiting for? Pack up and run. The movie has been watched. The program has been watched. And you're still not leaving to stay at school for New Year's? Renan didn't take the first step away and looked around, standing up with his head bowed and apologizing. We were wrong. Immediately following, Han Yongxian, Gao Hongjie, Chi Ruoyan and others stood up successively. We were wrong. So, why don't you just stop telling our guide? Shiroyuki looked at the apologizing crowd and was confused for a split second, but followed their example and opened her mouth to apologize. Ling Mo and angry and funny, have said, class time are not allowed to make a mess. Do not grasp this opportunity, really as a concert scene. Screaming so happy, the principal called how to do? Royan raised her hand. The usual heaven and earth, tugging sister's biggest look was gone. Weakly opened her mouth. The principal is my father. It's okay to call Ling Mo? Suddenly, Ling Mo remembered a famous person and spoke tentatively. Is your father's name 3 words? Royan shook her head, somewhat confused as to why Ling Mo would ask this question. Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and in the next moment, Royan spoke. My father's name is Chi Ting. The Ting of Ting is Principal Chi. Ling Mo? But immediately afterward, Ling Mo reacted. The pavilion of the pavilion, not the hall of the hall. Okay, it's okay, all hurry to go. Your guide is not that the program is finished, let you go it. Scolded you, do not delay, you go. It's okay. Seeing that the crowd was still being coy, Ling Mo lost his smile and opened his mouth. Lie squad leader. Come on, make a sample. Renan's heart was ruthless. Directly put on his backpack, as if he were a strong man. He opened his mouth. If something bad happens to my class president status tomorrow, please remember that you are riding on the shade of my light to gain a chance to run away. No matter who is the class president. You can't. School run, you talk so much. I'll go first if you guys don't. Ling Mo couldn't take it anymore, and Renan was too good at adding drama. Nodding at Baiyu. Let's go. Baiyu stood up, packed her book bag, got up and left. She was too afraid that she had done something wrong, and if she did something wrong Ling Mo would be angry. It just didn't look like Ling Mo was showing any signs of anger, so Baiyu didn't have much of a mental burden. Oh yeah, you guys remember to take care of the classroom. Don't come in tomorrow and put the blame on me saying that I won't let you guys clean up and leave. When that time comes, Mr. Su should turn my library upside down, and I won't be able to take the blame for that. Ling Mo glanced at the duty roster, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, his fingers tapping. Class President Lai. I'll trouble you and your group to clean up the class today. I'm sure you'll be willing to serve your classmates, right? Lu Nam. After packing up his things, Ling Mo drove Baiyu to the university town. The tip of Baiyu's nose twitched slightly. The scent here had already tickled the cravings in her stomach. Turning her head away and looking blearily at Ling Mo. Baiyu wants to eat. Ling Mo was dumbfounded and reached out his hand to gently rub Baiyu's head. Alright, when I find a place to park, I'll take you to eat. After searching for half a day, Ling Mo found a parking spot. This is still the reason why school was released early today. Otherwise, according to the normal time of release, this place would have been overcrowded already. Alright, what does little Baiyu want to eat? Ling Mo unbuckled his seatbelt, glanced at Baiyu, and spoke with a light smile. Baiyu looked at Ling Mo with a smirk. Ling Mo? It was only after 3 minutes that the two of them got down from the car. Ling Mo raised his cell phone and shined it at his neck, confirming that there were no obvious traces, and then spoke to Baiyu with a face full of black lines. How did you change the pattern this time? Shiroyuki crossed her arms and grunted lightly. I'd like to change the sensation. It's just. Shiroyuki bristled. It's not as bad as touching it. The two of them were walking slowly through the university town of. Didn't you eat a lot just now? Not afraid to hold out either. Ling Mo looked at Baiyu, the corners of his mouth straightening as he spoke somewhat helplessly. Baiyu was holding a handful of grilled squid in her left hand and a bunch of sugar gourds in her right hand. There was still the last piece of marshmallow in her mouth that she was chewing on, and when she heard Ling Mo's words, Baiyu hurriedly swallowed it. Not afraid. Baiyu can still eat. After saying that, Baiyu hiccuped, her small face slightly red, and she looked at Ling Mo with some embarrassment. Can't eat anymore? Ling Mo reached out and gently tapped Baiyu's head, and the latter muttered in dissatisfaction. You can touch, but you can't knock. If you knock again, you'll become a stupid cat. Ling Mo gently rubbed the place where Baiyu was knocked just now, and Baiyu had a melting expression. Well, little Baiyu, how did I sing today? Ling Mo smiled and pinched Baiyu's soft cheeks as he spoke. Stick. Ling Mo is the second best. Baiyu gave a thumbs up, expressing her affirmation towards Ling Mo. So, do you know what the song I sang means? Upon hearing Baiyu say that she was the second best, Ling Mo's mouth curved upwards as he asked again. Shiroyuki thought hard. I know. Mare is trying to touch it. Ling Mo? He was trying to ask himself if that line about falling in love with you knew what it meant, and why Shiroyuki's attention was on the lyrics above. Baiyu frowned in some confusion and touched her lips. But didn't Mo tell Baiyu not to touch here? Said that it wasn't hygienic. Now why would Mare want this? Ling Mare, why is Shiroyuki talking about this so openly? Probably because she's not well exposed to this. Don't talk about this kind of thing outside. Ling Mo pulled Baiyu and looked at the incoming crowd. You're not shy either. Shiroyuki blinks a few times. So, Mare is trying to touch it? Ling Mo gritted his teeth. No. Oh. Shiroyuki drooped her head as if she was a little sad that she hadn't guessed the meaning of Ling Mo's lyrics correctly. Alright. It's getting late. If we don't leave we're going to be blocked. Ling Mo held Bai Yu's hand and naturally took the grilled squid. I'll eliminate this for you. The sugar plums are yours. Shiroyuki nodded and laughed. One half. Feelings don't break up. Is this what the comments section taught you? Ling Mo had a smirk on his face. No, it was Ruoyan who told me. Bai Yu tilted her head slightly. Her soulful eyes happened to meet Ling Mo's gaze, and there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. No, of course it's right. Our feelings will never be broken. Ling Mo muttered. Old man. I'm back. Chi Ruoyan kicked open the door, causing a burst of dissatisfaction from the people inside. Little Smoke, how many times have I told you? A girl's family, don't be so rough, except for your hair and face. What part of you looks like a girl? Cheating advised bitterly. Wouldn't it be good to restrain yourself and be a lady? You love to be you to be. Twisting and turning. And what kind of crap school uniform you designed? You still have to wear a skirt. Troublesome to death. Chi Ruoyan muttered. Old man. You wouldn't have designed the school uniform because you have some special fetish, right? The boys' uniform at Minchin University is a black tuxedo, and the girls' is a small blazer on top and a pleated skirt plus white striped knee socks underneath. Cheating was instantly anxious. Other girls like our school's uniform. And what do you mean I have some special fetish? Doesn't this look good? Chi Ruoyan revealed her PIs, took off the sneakers on her feet and stepped on the sofa with a lift of her feet, pointing at the white striped knee socks wrapped around her slender calves. Does it look good? Kiting blinked a few times. TSK, can't you design cooler clothes? Chi Ruoyan put her shoes at the entrance hall, changed into slippers, and collapsed on her but on the sofa, lazily and casually crossing her legs. But, Little Moon looks pretty good in it. He, thought Chi Ruoyan of Shirayuki. It's just, how does such a little moon have an annoying brother? Kiting's ears were clouded. What little moon? Chi Ruoyan didn't want to respond. Then remembering something, she sat up straight and opened her mouth to Chi Ting with a serious face. Old man, do you think, if I never run into a boy I like, can I live with a female? Kidding? What the fuck? Immediately, Chi Ting exploded. You've been with a female? How is it possible that you can't run into a boy you like? What kind of guy do you like? I'll find one for you in our school. If not, I'll find one for you outside. How else am I going to hold the baby if you cross a woman? Chi Ruoyan waved her hand full of concern for Chi Ting's red warm words. I just want to find someone who is a little better behaved, a little more obedient to me, and a little bit more adorable in terms of human and animal harmlessness. But where is it that good to find? Nowadays it's either macho or girly, and cute and girly are not the same thing. Kiting raised an eyebrow. How is it not the same thing? Isn't being cute just girly? A big old man has to be tough. Chi Ruoyan snorted. Come on, just fierce words behind all the dry life. The old man my nature and you are not unaware of. And who said that Lovely is a mother? I am talking about silly Lovely. Do not ask for more good looking, white on good, makeup than the female thick, do things than the female still cowering. That is called mother. Talks to me in a goofy way, preferably the never been in love, no heart kind of way, clings to me on a regular basis, and I can't help but want to touch his head or his face or whatever. Not afraid of things when they happen, a unique talent out there, and a clingy little goody-goody in front of me. When I think of having someone like this clinging to me, pampering me in my arms, getting upset if I don't touch them, and enjoying being jealous, ouch my heart. Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth with some excitement, then cleared her throat and acted as if nothing had happened. Chi Ting's mouth twitched after hearing Chi Ruoyan's request. Chi Ruoyan casually picked up an apple on the table and took a bite, squinting at the TV. Old man, I didn't say that I don't like men. I really can't find and I'm alone and afraid of loneliness then. Then I can live with women. And, Chi Ruoyan swallows the apple in her mouth. Everyone else's family can't wait for others to stop arching their own cabbages. And they say that daughters are their father's little cotton padded jackets. So why is it that when it comes to you, you can't wait for me to get married off? What's more, I'm only a freshman. Chi Ting was instantly happy when he heard Chi Ruoyan's words. Other people's daughters are little cotton padded jackets. You're a bulletproof vest. Chi Ruoyan. Come on, old man. I'm going upstairs to take a shower and go to bed, so you can watch TV down there by yourself. I won't be keeping you company. Chi Ruoyan definitely wasn't breaking her defenses because of Chi Ting's words. Standing up and stretching, she walked up the stairs from the foyer to the second floor. TSK. So many requirements. Making a wish here? No. It's hard to find one. I can't really live with a woman. Kiting didn't have the heart to watch TV anymore, and he kept muttering under his breath. I don't know if it was because I sensed the students' resentment, but in the past few days of the school year, the sky was always overcast, as if a rainstorm was brewing. Wind with a hint of coolness. This gust of sluggish wind blowing across the land, bringing a very different feeling from the heat. The hot summer seems to be dispersed in an instant. Yet one person red warmed up. Little brat, I'll give you a $5 million shot, and you take bite to the ground? In the restroom of the library, at this moment, Ling Mo was holding up his cell phone and Ling Tian on the phone, and it was obvious that it had come to the most familiar part of the sparring session. I say, Dad, your words are too wrong, aren't they? What do you mean I'm taking Little White Moon to eat at the stalls? What's wrong with that? You can eat whatever you want. If Little White Moon wants to eat, won't you give her food? Ling Tian froze for a moment. Little White wants to eat? That's fine. Ling Mare, I don't want to talk to you. Is there anything else? No, I'm hanging up. Ling Tian smiled and opened his mouth. Xiao Mo, Dad begged you for something. Ling Mo touched his nose. Don't look for me for small things. I can't help with big things. Ling Tian? You he. Xiao Mo. Look, I've given you $5 million. Just listen to me. Small matter. Absolutely small matter. No trouble. Ling Tian urgently withdrew an expletive and pressed down that anger to speak. You say, what is it? I'll think about it. Ling Mo was in a good mood. This feeling of pinning down Ling Tian was very pleasing to him. Ling Tian didn't open his mouth first, but asked, do you have surveillance in your house? There was, then I took it down. What happened? Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief. So what? Have you given any thought to having Xiaobai come back to stay? Ling Mo frowned slightly, as if he was really contemplating Ling Tian's words, and after a moment he exhaled a breath and opened his mouth in the midst of Ling Tian's expectant gaze. Consider it done. No. Then he hung up directly afterward. Ling Tian looked at the hung-up phone for a while and muttered, there's still a small month until the National Day. You better pray that your ass can withstand my belt. Passed? Ling Mo opened his computer and glanced expectantly at the signing of his work. He had only written casually, and he had to write enough 60,000 words in 7 days before he could begin to give his recommendations. I rely on. You also do not notify in advance. What preparation is not every day to write a small 10,000 words At that moment, Ling Mo was a little flustered. He was not too familiar with these processes, and with his hands full, he began to code. After a while, Ling Mo gradually indulged into the world of coding, dividing himself from his surroundings and starting to create with all his heart. What are you doing? Chi Ruoyan's voice sounded like a ghost in Ling Mo's ears, scaring Ling Mo so much that he shivered and hurriedly closed the page, as if he was a thief. You were just writing a novel? Chi Ruoyan spoke uncertainly, pointing at the computer screen. Ling Mare, what else did you see? I don't know why, but there's always a sense of shame in being caught writing a novel. Like being caught as a child sneaking around exploring a new continent. Just glimpsed a few words. Mo is the best. Ling Mare, that's enough. Don't say it again. It's already a shame. It's really a bit curious. Would Little Moon be angry if she knew that her brother was such a person? Chi Ruoyan felt like she was holding Ling Mo's handles, and a smile spread across her lips. Ugh, didn't expect it. Chi Ruoyan sighed deeply, causing a wave of discontent in the library. Chi Ruoyan shrunk his head and sardonically waved his hand in apology. Don't bullshit me about this. Just tell me, what do you want? What kind of meal do you want to eat every day? Ling Mo had wanted to tell Baiyu after this book was written, but he ended up killing a Chi Ruoyan halfway. Wait, no, shouldn't you be in class? How did you get to my place? Ling Mo snapped back to his senses and frowned as he questioned. My place isn't on the same path as the teaching building, is it? Chi Ruoyan nodded his head rightfully. It's not with the teaching building, but it's with the toilet. But since I came out there's no reason to go back again. In the spirit of coming over to see you and then say what to eat for lunch. And as a result, I found out about this matter. Ling Mare, what a bummer. This feeling is like pulling the curtains closed with gusto, turning on your cell phone, and getting ready for a good showdown, only to have someone come to the house. TSK. But since things have already happened, Ling Mo can only recognize it. Not to mention, what excessive request can Chi Ruoyan make? Say, what do you want to eat? Chi Ruoyan got a little upset and shook her hair, but she had a little bit of a big sister's meaning, and looked at Ling Mo with some playfulness. Ling Mo, now I'm the one pinching your handles, so pay attention to your tone of voice, okay? The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched madly. Chi Ruoyan was lying on the glass window of the library management office, staring at Ling Mo. The tails of her eyes rose slightly, full of smiles, and her words were full of complacency. Then, Administrator Ling, you don't want Little Moon to know about this either, do you, Ling Mo? Are you unhappy, Mare? After class at noon, Baiyu and Chi Ruoyan held each other's hands and jogged all the way from the school building to the library, where the management office's tables were set up with hot pots and the air conditioning was on, and Chi Ruoyan nodded in satisfaction. Baiyu found a chair and sat down in front of the table, putting meatloaf into the pot, and after noticing Ling Mo's less than natural demeanor, she tilted her head in confusion and opened her mouth. Ling Mo's expression froze as he recalled Chi Ruoyan's conditions. If Luna's going to go out and have some fun, make sure you call me. Ling Mo nodded and agreed to Chi Ruoyan's request. Originally he did not have this intention. Chi Ruoyan is Baiyu's friend, but he deliberately in order to cultivate Baiyu's interpersonal skills before letting her come to the university. Second condition. Ling Mo? What? Are you gonna eat me forever? If Luna is wronged, be sure to always tell me and I'll take it out on her. Chi Ruoyan looked at Ling Mo with a serious face, and the latter lost his smile and nodded. The third condition is that you can't make Little Moon angry. I can see that Little Moon is very dependent on you. She treats you as her all. If you dare to make her aggravated, be careful, I want you to look good. Chi Ruoyan spoke fiercely. By then the whole school will know that the new librarian is a big pervert. Lewd and greasy man who imagines unhealthy things all day long. Ling Mare, what a vicious punishment. Don't worry, promise. Chi Ruoyan then nodded with satisfaction. This fourth. Ling Mo couldn't sit still, and Chi Ruoyan waved her hand, signaling Ling Mo not to get excited. Unlike the first three, the fourth condition is that I want to eat hot pot at noon. You get it. It's very comfortable to eat hot pot in summer with the air conditioning on. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched madly as he nodded in agreement. Under the threat of Chi Ruoyan's eyes, Ling Mo took a deep breath. There's no unhappiness. It's just that I'm a bit tired from organizing the books this morning. Oh, Mare, have a good rest. Don't be so tired. Baiyu nodded, care written all over her little face, and took a bite of the beef ball, grimacing at the soup inside. Ling Mo hurriedly pushed the drink to Baiyu and told her to take a sip to slow down. When you eat this kind with soup, little Baiyu, you remember, first bite a mouth out, then slowly squeeze out the soup before you go to eat it, or else it's very easy to scald it. Epsilon, AA, 3 Shirayuki knows. Looking at Baiyu who kept on huffing and puffing, Chi Ruoyan was a bit distressed and glared at Ling Mo. Wouldn't you stop buying this kind, Ling Mo? He was just about to open his mouth to say something when Li Nan rushed over with his men, as if there were red light special effects in his eyes. There's a hot pot? Ling Mo, you actually didn't call me. What should be the offense? Ling Mare. Ling Mo vacated a position, leaving space for the three of Li Nan, and spoke helplessly. What did you guys go and do? So slow? The corner of Li Nan's mouth twitched and he didn't say anything. Chi Ruoyan covered her face, looking like she was feeling a bit humiliated, and Baiyu hemmed and hawed, telling Ling Mo about what had happened to Li Nan. If there are any sections that didn't pass, all of you consciously go to Li Nan's place to claim them once, and in the future, all of you will grow up. It's good enough for you. At the regular meeting, Su Wei stood on the podium and tapped the table to speak to the crowd. Li Nan's chrysanthemums tightened, covering his buttocks and staring at Su Wei with unbelievable eyes. Guide, is this called punishment? Why are you rewarding them? Su Wei blinked a few times before coming back to her senses. Speechless, what's in your head? I'm talking about going to your place to collect once. Register, sweep the floor for the duty student or something. Li Nan glared, and for a moment, the atmosphere froze. Yeah, isn't cleaning things like that rewarding them? There was no way to beat Li Nan to death and admit that he thought of Ju-Sure banana scorch off. Su Wei was instantly amused. So you're saying that you want to be on duty for everyone? Nah, I mean, sweeping the floor is a reward for people who love labor, but it's an absolute heavenly punishment for people like me who like to be lazy. Li Nan shook his head frantically. Shirayuki probed at Li Nan, a little puzzled. Li Nan-san, why are you covering your butt? Extinction. Li Nan panicked and let go of his hand, clearing his throat. Teacher Su, I think it's better to hurry up and talk about other things. We've memorized your words. It's better not to delay the progress. The corner of Su Wei's mouth twitched. You'd better be really worried about the progress instead of thinking of something else. Li Nan. After the regular meeting ended, Li Nan was called over by Su Wei. 6. Ling Mo was speechless, the corner of his mouth twitching as he spat out a word softly. Suddenly, boom, there was a dull clap of thunder from outside, deafening like war drums rolling in from afar. Immediately afterward, bean-sized raindrops poured down like arrows, hitting the windows with a crackling sound. The rain quickly gathered into a small stream and flowed down the edge of the window. Ooh, Li Nan looked out the window. Such heavy rain? Sister Chi, why don't you tell your dad to cancel all the classes this afternoon? Chi Ruyen was a bit speechless. Why don't you go and say it? Li Nan rightfully spoke. That's not my father. If it were my father I would have gone and said so. Chi Ruoyin. Hey, you've got a fucking point. Ling Mo noticed the expressions on everyone's faces and raised the cell phone in his hand. Why don't I ask for you guys? Gao Hongjie's eyes lit up. Right, Ling Mo, You're a staff member. It's more appropriate to ask this than us. Please. Ling Mo's afterglow glanced at their expectant gazes and called Su Wei over. Hello? Is this MS? Su Wei Su? I'm Ling Mo. Thank you in advance. Ah. Helped me substitute for the class. Is there something wrong, Ling Mo? Su Wei replied with a smile. Lai Nan and the others raised their hearts and waited for Ling Mo to speak. That's right. MS. Su, with all this rain outside, is there any notice? I don't see many people in the library either. A murmur came from the other side of the phone. A moment later, Su Wei opened her mouth. It's in a meeting, but there's a high probability that the class will be cancelled in the afternoon. Ling Mo, you can go first if there's something going on. And there won't be any mistakes. Okay, thanks MS. Su, you're welcome. Hanging up the phone, Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Satisfied? Yahoo! Renan came to life and dryly howled. Hurrah! Ling Mo handed over a tissue to Baiyu. Eat slowly. There's no rush. Don't burn yourself again. Well, I know. Silence is the best. He. Shirayuki laughed heartily. It was just that when Baiyu said this, Ling Mo and Shi Ruoyan both looked a little less natural. Shi Ruoyan sent a mouthful of greens to her mouth and muttered. Pervert. Ling Mare. What did you say, Sister Chi? Renan pulled out his ears and looked at Shi Ruoyan with some doubt. He seemed to have heard something just now, but was unsure. It's nothing. Eat yours. The hot pot can't even plug your mouth. Chi Ruoyan glared at Li Nan without any good humor. You have such a good ear. Why don't you just take it and make cold pig's ear? Lu Nam. Sister Chi, I haven't messed with you. Right. There's no need to dislike me so much. If you keep doing this, I'll feel that the world is full of malice towards me. Who knows? Just as Renan said it, Chi Ruoyan revealed bean smoke. No, you're wrong. It's me who's filled with malice towards the world. And every morning I have to ask once again why the world hasn't exploded yet. Han Yongxian on the side watched the two tear each other apart and spoke in a low voice to Gao Hongjie next to him. The two of them. Why are they all kinds of at odds when they meet? The corner of Gao Hongjie's mouth slightly hooked, hung up an ant smile. Some people who meet and do battle, maybe really look at each other bad. But there are people who meet and do battle. It is possible that they look at each other good to do it. A short sentence. Directly Han Yongxian's CPU to dry burn. If you don't like it, you fight. If you like it, you fight. Is this battle to be fought no matter what? Gao Hongjie, however, reached out his hand and gently shook it. No. Yongxian, you remember this sentence of brother. There is a kind of dry battle, called the wrongdoer. You can't see the other side is good. And you can't see the other side is not good. Do you understand? Han Yongxian, come on, eat you. Gao Hongjie gave up the idea of giving Han Yongxian an explanation. Su Wei notified in the class group to come to the classroom to gather and say something. Ling Mo patted Baiyu's head melon. Your guide gave the order. So don't go yet. Shirayuki reluctantly got up and waved him away. Before I could enter the classroom, I heard a wolf howl that. MS. Su is the most beautiful. Such a domineering howl. Who else could it be but Li Nan? Shirayuki poked her head around the doorway, looking at the class with some curiosity. What happened? The moment Shi Ruoyan saw Baiyu, the arc of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. She ran to the door and naturally took Baiyu's hand. Back? Not come back with us as with Ling Mo said what whispered? Baiyu hemmed and hawed and spat her tongue at Shi Ruoyan. Baiyu won't tell you. Shi Ruoyan's heart is melting. Sweet sister is really foul. Ah. Renan is still howling wolf. All excited. Yelling that he went back to his brothers to hack or something. Regular meetings in college were basically nothing nutritious. But it was for something so trivial that you were called over for a meeting and incidentally announced the end of the afternoon session. Gradually, seeing that all the people from the other professional classes were about to leave and were about to arrive at his own class, Li Nan, however, suddenly howled and, it's not right. Ha! Where did Zhong-hun run off to? Chi Ruoyan was stunned for a moment, standing on the podium to take in the class, but there was no Han Yongxian in the crowd, and frowning, she inquired to Li Nan, didn't he come back with you? You don't know where he went? Renan put away his playful look and spoke with some doubt. He took an umbrella to the toilet, but he didn't take any paper, and he's not a large For some reason, Chi Ruoyan had an ominous premonition. 5 minutes ago, men's restroom, department floor, Ren Fei, my boss is Li Nan. Han Yongxian frowned at the 4 boys in front of him who were blocking his way, and under his own skinny figure, those 4 boys looked as tall as a mountain. A boy next to him was pinching a lighter in his hand, spinning it around and playing with it. Is that boss of yours as powerful as me? What's wrong with being a little brother? Han Yongxian pursed his lips. Ren Fei, I haven't messed with you. The boy with the lighter cupped in his hand was called Ren Fei, and Han Yongxian recognized him, but not through positive news. Of course, Finance 11 class of people, The first day of school on the gang. Everywhere to collect little brother. Perhaps the high school boss won the habit, or perhaps the previous high school his family is the most ruthless. Ren Fei want to continue in the university to continue their own Ren family gang. Ren Fei snorted and laughed. I didn't bully you either? Did I bully you? Ren Fei glanced around and inquired of his side. Did I bully him? Boss Ren is making friends. It's a friendly exchange. How can it be considered bullying? The boy on the left held his frame and stared at Han Yongxian somewhat unkindly. Is it so stifling to let you be Boss Ren's little brother? Do you have to be beaten into submission before you'll be one? Han Yongxuan's brows knitted. Ren Fei, can't you collect little brothers and finish collecting people from your class? My boss is Li Nan from Business Administration Class 11. Ren Fei nodded thoughtfully, and Han Yongxian thought the other party was going to let himself off the hook today. But who would have thought that Ren Fei would have laughed? You're talking about that neurotic Li Nan who only knows how to rant and rave every day? You'd recognize him as a boss even with him being like that? I'll say it one last time. Hang out with me and I'll put you in charge of the entire business administration entire profession. The four boys next to Ren Fei took a few steps closer to Han Yongxian, pressing their knuckles and making empty popping noises, using this to scare him. Han Yongxian subconsciously took a few steps back. His legs were already starting to shake with fear. The skinny Han Yongxian seemed like he would be taken down with a single punch, but he still forced himself to hold back that fear. I'm old enough to. Shit. Fuck him. Ren Fei waved his hand impatiently. A few boys instantly took control of Han Yongxian. Ren Fei punched Han Yongxuan's face with a forceful punch. Being a little brother. So much effort. Don't fuck him in the restroom. It'll be a problem if a teacher comes over. Go to the pathway next to the department building. No one will notice in this rain. After Ren Fei punched him, he rubbed his wrist and patted Han Yongxuan's face. It's fine. At this hour, your class should all be concerned with going home. No one will notice you. My boss will come. Han Yongxian felt a liquid about to gush out between his nostrils as he looked at Ren Fei dead in the face. Would it kill you to fucking give in? Is this some kind of hard thing to do? Ren Fei punched towards Han Yongxuan's abdomen, somewhat furious. Han Yongxuan's brows were filled with pain. My father said that a man can choose to hug his thighs because he's weak, but he can't admit his weakness. He can't betray. That would not be a man. The boss looks strong, and I do want to hug his leg, but I'm not a wallflower. Ren Fei didn't bother to talk to the stubborn donkey anymore, turned around and walked out, waving his hand casually. Bring him here. I'm more curious about how hard he'll really be. Go! A few boys dragged Han Yongxian, who looked like mud, away, and on the toilet sink, only Han Yongxuan's umbrella remained, swaying gently with the wind. Ling Mo, you said Yongxian can't fall into the toilet, right? Although Li Nan was worried, he joked about it, trying to alleviate some of the worry in his heart. Qi Ruoyan wasn't comfortable following Li Nan to look for him, but waited in the class, letting the restless crowd wait for a while, and she gave Ling Mo a heads up, telling him to go to the restroom with Li Nan to look for Han Yongxian, and then look elsewhere if he couldn't find him. Li Nan still had some prestige and popularity in the class, and as Li Nan followed Qi Ruoyan on weekdays, the crowd was willing to listen to Qi Ruoyan. Ling Mo and his duo hurriedly walked in the direction of the restroom with their umbrellas. Go inside and look for it. I'll wait outside. Ling Mo didn't go in, but stood at the door of the restroom, holding the umbrella. Good. Renan nodded and casually placed the umbrella at the door and walked in, howling a few times. Yongxian, where are you? Teacher told to go home after school. Squeak if you're in the restroom. You wouldn't have fallen in, would you? Renan pushed open every door without finding Han Yongxuan's figure. Li Nan hung his head and returned to the door of the restroom. Only then did he notice the umbrella hanging above and waved his hand at Ling Mo who was looking somewhere. Ha! Ling Mo, look! This is the umbrella that Yongxian used just now. Only, Ling Mo didn't look back. His gaze was fixed on a certain direction and he narrowed his eyes. Shit! Go soft! Soften up! I told you to give in. Is it so hard to yell boss? Han Yongxian was curled up on the water-filled ground, and Ren Fei kept kicking him with an expression that looked a bit grim. I don't know how Ren Fei's high school actually came to be, and I can't imagine what happened to those who were bullied by Ren Fei and whose family conditions were not as good as Ren Fei's in the end. Ren Fei had been going smoothly for so long, and for the first time, he was defeated on a boy who looked so good at bullying. Originally has always been the sky and earth. The oldest mentality of Ren Fei encountered this frustration for a time to let him some emotional outbursts. Some radical students act even more than the adults have no scruples. The hands of ruthless. You fucking. Ren Fei hadn't finished cursing. The whole person flew out backwards and fell in the puddle. The whole person's wretched appearance and his arrogance just now like a seizure were two people. Who the fuck? Ren Fei wailed, covering his back and roaring. Your father me. A voice gritting his teeth and opening his mouth rang out. Han Yongxian gasped for breath. His face was already covered in blood, his entire body swollen into a pig's head. His eyes narrowed into a slit as he looked at the visitor, his lips opening and closing as he murmured, "Boss." Renan's eyes were red and his body was trembling slightly as he roared at Ren Fei. "Ren Fei, don't you fucking know that Han Yongxian is under my protection? 2 minutes ago. Look at that." Ling Mo's expression became somber and serious, and he raised his chin in a certain direction. Renan raised an eyebrow and followed Ling Mo's gaze right over. He didn't see Han Yongxian. He just saw a few people surrounding the corner as if they were kicking something. Renan just froze for a moment, and soon he came back to his senses. It can't be. It's Yongxian, right? Ling Mo spoke faintly. Even if it's not Yongxian, this is still a school bullying incident. I'm going to go over and see what's going on. Are you going over or are you going to look for Yongxian somewhere else again? Renan gritted his teeth. His intuition told him that if he didn't go, he would regret it. I'll go. When Linan ran closer to see the person being beaten, his eyes instantly turned red, throwing the umbrella in his hand to the side and getting up with a flying kick. Ling Mo's footsteps slowed down a few points, took out his cell phone and tapped it a few times, put it away and ran towards Linan. Who the fuck did I think it was? You? Crazy right, you dare to fucking hit me? Ren Fei slowly stood up. The pain in his back was getting more and more intense. The rain was mesmerizing his eyes. Ren Fei haphazardly touched his cheeks and yelled as if he was crazy. Who gave you the courage? Ah! Ren Fei flung a handful of hair wet by rainwater. His expression under the rainwater looked extraordinarily maniacal. This little brother of yours is quite hard-mouthed. After fighting for such a long time, he froze and refused to call out to me as a boss. Did you put some kind of compulsion on him? Giggle. Linan's teeth gritted to the point of rattling, his eyes staring at Ren Fei with a deadly stare, itching to eat him alive. What kind of skill is it for a few people to bully a single person? You don't want that pussy face of yours at all, do you? As he watched the two of them cursing at each other, Ling Mo stepped forward and patted Linan's shoulder, saying softly, "Let me do it." Renan froze for a moment. The rain was loud, but Ling Mo's words were loud and clear. "Student Ren Fei right. Please help him up. Apologize. Send him to the hospital, and then go to your guide to admit your mistake." When these words came out, Ren Fei laughed out loud. "You're not my guide. So who are you to control me?" Linan also looked at Ling Mo in puzzlement. Could this be his solution? If Ren Fei was the type of person who was willing to listen, he wouldn't have done what he did today. Ling Mo, why are you even talking about this with people like them? This kind of person lacks a lesson. Step aside and I'll teach him a lesson. Linan had long been unable to resist wanting to go over and beat up Ren Fei, but now Han Yongxian was still lying on the ground. Ling Mo helplessly waved his hand. There's nothing I can do. How can I say that I'm also a staff member? I just have to put on a good face, and I'll be able to explain myself if the police come at that time. Renan was stunned for a moment as Ren Fei crouched down and patted Han Yongxuan's cheek on the ground. Your boss brought over just one person, a brainwashed one at that, so what makes him able to take you? Ren Fei smiled wildly. Targeting people like this was something he hadn't done much of. Even teachers he didn't put in his eyes. It wasn't like he hadn't messed with teachers away. Give them a lesson. Those 4 boys were a bit hesitant, and Ren Fei spoke impatiently. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. With this assurance from Ren Fei, a few of the boys also began to rub their fists together, slowly closing in on Ling Mo and Linan. 4 directions surrounded Ling Mo and Linan, and the two were forced to defend each other with their backs against each other. Ling Mo, if we win this fight, let's go drinking. Renan vigilantly looked at the 4 people. The physical quality of these people is not ordinary. His own body of muscle is just a hobby sports and practiced. People are professional. Looks like it is estimated to rely on the special ability to get into the examination. Ling Mo's eyes were filled with sharpness, his gaze fixed on the 2 boys who were in front of him. Don't even think about this drinking thing. Students can't drink. One of the boys snorted. Drink? Drink to disinfect it. Numb the nerves so it doesn't hurt when you get home. After saying that, the 4 boys rushed up. Ling Mo threw his umbrella towards the sky, blocking Linan behind him, kicked the boys who rushed at him head on, and yelled at Linan. Hold your head. Don't let them hit you in the head. Find a chance to counterattack if you can. Ling Mo pulled 2 people, and Renan pulled 2 people, but the 2 didn't have professional training after all. Ling Mo was better. There was a period of time when Ling Tian found him a boxing coach to practice. Renan could be miserable. Perhaps the pain stimulation. Renan's adrenaline soared. Immediately roared. Desperate to, one of the boys swung his fist and hit the past. You hit me a punch. I'll return your punch. You give me a kick. I'll give you a knee jerk in return. He had just thrown Ling Mo's instructions to him out of the window, up to his head. His thoughts were simple. even if he was too beaten to move. At the very least he would tear a piece of meat off one of them. Young Xian, your boss is here to save you. Li Nan's angry roar seemed so rigid in the midst of this sonorous rain, and the rising aura vaguely overpowered the pouring rain. You'd better take care of yourself first. Another punch went down, smashing into Li Nan's back. Li Nan stumbled, finally couldn't carry it, and fell heavily on the ground. At the moment he couldn't stand up from the pain. Unloading all of your defenses to focus on the other one does do a decent amount of damage, but it's hard to carry the other one's punches yourself. Are you still going to save us? Are you still the boss? Are you guys from the Business 11 class such losers? The boy who was being stared at by Rin and let out a fierce laugh. He was in pain all over his body. Luckily his physical fitness was good enough, otherwise he would have been the first one to fall down. If two fought one and were still counter-killed, it would be a disgrace to tell the world. Just as the boy was taunting, a wooden stick flew across the room and smashed into the boy's back. It all came as a surprise. Goo fuck! The boy let out a cry of pain. Who the hell is that? You're using a concealed weapon? Shame on you. The other three boys looked in the direction where the stick flew. Their pupils dramatically shrunk, unconsciously took a few steps back, swallowed a mouthful of water, and took a vigilant stance as if they were facing the enemy, while not forgetting to shout backward, "Boss! What to do? Are you guys fucking losers?" Even Ren Fei, who was still on the ground slapping Han Yongxuan's cheeks, heard these words and spoke impatiently as he casually looked over, his originally annoyed eyes gradually widening as he stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, only to see, as far as the eye could see, a group of people coming in great numbers, looking about 20. In the middle of the leader is Qi Ruoyan. Her hair has been wet by the rain. She casually shook her hair. It looks that valiant. The upper bodysuit has been soaked through, revealing the silhouette of the black sports underwear inside, but her eyes are that sharp. Raising the stick in her hand, she angrily bellowed at the several people. Want to fight? Ah! On Qi Ruoyan's left was Bai Yu. When she saw the abrasions on Ling Mo's face, the normally well-behaved and docile Bai Yu had already disappeared. At the moment her azure-colored eyes flashed with a hint of red tyranny, her throat emitted a gurgling, horrible, low growl, and her body was slightly bent as if it had stirred up some kind of instincts, ready to prey on her prey at all times. Qi Ruoyan's right side is Gao Hongjie. The stick just now was thrown by him, looking at the surrounded Li Nan and Ling Mo, suddenly angry, pointing at the boys who were just hit by the stick he threw out angrily roared, "You guys fucking bullied the lesser with the more, right? I'll make you all fucking regret coming into the world today." The crowd slowly approached the four boys, and several of the boys kept retreating until they retreated to Ren Fei's side. Ren Fei's guts were almost broken. The whole person kept trembling. He now realized that those who used to be surrounded by his own bullies turned out to be this kind of feeling, but he still didn't believe in it. "Do you dare to touch me? Fighting is not allowed in school." Qi Ruoyan raised the stick in her hand and bellowed out, her gaze fixed on Ren Fei with a deadly stare. "The people from the other classes are all fucking riding on our necks and shitting on us. Business 11 class. What should we do? Fight back. Fuck back." Cao Hongjie hated to want to run over and pick up the stick he had thrown away, but that would have been too much of a scene, so the others swung their sticks and he swung his fists. "Business 11 class." Qi Ruoyan shouted angrily. "Are all here? All here." Cao Hongjie's eyes picked out who he was going to strike in a moment. Then, fight. Qi Ruoyan slowly lowered the stick she was holding up, pointing at Ren Fei's several people from afar. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Cao Hongjie roared and rushed over, and the crowd instantly drowned out Ren Fei's few people. Li Nan, who fell to the ground, grimaced in pain, hemmed and hawed, and gave Qi Ruoyan a thumbs up. "Sister Qi is awesome." Qi Ruoyan glanced at Li Nan and mocked. "Next time protect yourself before you become someone else's boss." "Nu-ah, this is for you. It's inconvenient for me to wear a skirt. I didn't wear any bottoms today." Renan took the stick Qi Ruoyan threw and froze for a moment. "No bottoms?" He subconsciously looked towards Qi Ruoyan's skirt, suddenly felt the air pressure plummet, froze for a moment, raised his eyes and glanced at Qi Ruoyan, only to be met with Qi Ruoyan's murderous gaze. "If you dare to look at me here again, I don't mind letting you die in front of them." Lu Nam. As if to cover up the embarrassment, Renan also wolf whistled and blended into the crowd. The class was here, and the crowd was now at the age when the young and hot-blooded were on the rise. "Fuck him." Li Nan waved his hand and ran towards Ren Fei. "What for? What for? What are you doing?" Ren Fei's legs were shivering, and his speech had taken on a tremor. "You guys have no school discipline. Fighting is a red line in school." Qi Ruoyan laughed at Ren Fei's timid appearance, her damp hair clinging to her temples, her hands clasped to her chest, independent in the rain, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. "Red thread. The school is all run by my family." Ren Fei heard the person is stupid. "I want to call the police." Those 4 boys also became headless flies and looked at Renfei in panic. Boss Ran, didn't you say that you're responsible for what happened? What should we do about this? Not waiting for Renfei to finish, Baiyu leapt up, the nails on his hands slowly growing longer at a speed visible to the naked eye, his eyes full of tyranny. Fuck! With a wave of Baiyu's hand, several bloody marks appeared on Renfei's arm, which was spilling blood out. The intense pain made Renfei cry out in pain. What the fuck kind of monster are you? Chi Ruoyan looked at Baiyu, who was in an abnormal state, and with a slight frown on her brows, she looked towards Ling Mo, who was gasping for breath on the side. Ling Mo took a few arrow steps forward and swept Baiyu into his arms, forcibly holding down the red-eyed Baiyu who wanted to strike again, and spoke in his ear in a low voice. Alright, it's alright, it's alright. The scarlet in Baiyu's eyes dispersed for a few moments and regained its clarity. Her familiar azure-colored eyes looked towards Ling Mo and opened her mouth full of grievances. Mo. They beat Mo. Mo still has injuries. Ling Mo consoled. It's fine. I'm fine. I just accidentally rubbed against it. Is little white moon cold? Baiyu's upper body was already soaked. Ling Mo took off the jacket he was wearing and covered Baiyu. Be a good boy and go home. Then take a hot bath. Okay. Good. The white moon's face was filled with affliction, and the white moon that seemed to be about to kill someone just now seemed to quickly disappear like a dream. Ling Mo soothed Baiyu. His movements were gentle, and he wasn't going to think about all that extra. He only wanted Baiyu to be happy right now. Just such an action caused both men to stare in disbelief. Renan just looked back to see if Ling Mo was alright, only to see such a scene and muttered. I told you there must be something. One of the 4 boys carried the fists of the crowd and watched as Renan wandered off and kicked over, and Renan fell to the ground again, cursing bitterly. You fucking. Another new round of roundups. Chi Ruoyan's lips slightly open wide, full of incredulity. My sweet sister just like this was spoiled. I should have known that at that time. I would have added another condition for him to pay attention to the distance. The crowd only fought for 2 minutes, and then closed their hands. The stick was not used throughout. It was just a deterrent, not really used to do it. After all, even if the bully came over, but also cannot carry so many people's stick. Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth to stop it. Pack up and go. I only took 5 minutes off. Chi Ruoyan faintly said. Uniformly say you want to go to the bathroom in a while. Roger. Gao Hongjie saluted Chi Ruoyan in style. Promise not to drop the chain. Yongxian. Renan slowly helped Han Yongxian up. Let's go to the hospital first. Han Yongxian weakly nodded his head, grinning, his teeth full of blood. Boss, hey, you really came to save me? I knew it. I didn't recognize the wrong person. Renan gritted his teeth. Stop talking. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. Renan didn't say to Han Yongxian what's wrong with you even if you call out Renfei's boss. At the very least, you can avoid a severe beating, and then it's not too late to come back to yourself to take it out on Renfei. Once that was said, Ling Nan was afraid that what Han Yongxian was holding on to in his heart would crumble. The boss he recognized let himself call others boss. Han Yongxian said very little, but stubborn temper, recognized the deadliest. Go back and I'll take a shower and change your clothes. Drink some soup. Don't freeze and catch a cold. Ling Mo shouted to the crowd. All hurry back. I have to go back and take a shower as well. Don't forget to talk to your guide when you all arrive safely. Ling Mo re-emphasized and turned to go, leaving the place. When she reached the car, all of Baiyu's attention was focused on the bruise on Ling Mo's arm, which was hit by the other party while fending off. Baiyu unconsciously stretched out her finger and gently touched it. The __mare. Do you hurt? Ling Mo pursed his lips and shook his head, but his eyes didn't look at the co-pilot Baiyu. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to move his eyes anymore if he took such a look. It doesn't hurt. Little Baiyu, are you cold? Go home and take a good bath. Don't freeze and catch a cold. Shirayuki didn't answer. The depths of her eyes filled with sorrow and self-blame. Returning home, Shirayuki slowly moved her feet towards the bathroom, her body immersed in the hot water, her eyes closed, her thoughts gradually drifting away. Ling Mo, on the other hand, prepared clean clothes and put them on the bed, then went to the kitchen to prepare some soup to give to Baiyu when she came out. He didn't want Shirayuki to catch a cold. Only after a long time did Baiyu come out of the bathroom wrapped in her bathrobe, her footsteps slow as she walked towards Ling Mo, who was sitting on the sofa with a pained expression. Okay, Shiratsuki, wait, there's soup in the kitchen. Have some and I'll take a hot bath. Shirayuki clenched her lips and didn't listen, her voice low. Mare, I'm sorry for making Mare hurt. Hearing Baiyu's words, Ling Mo froze for a moment, staring blankly at the self-condemning white-haired girl in front of him. The young girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her nostrils gradually became hot as she slowly leaned over and gently touched Ling Mo, tilting her head. Good. Strange feeling. Ling Mo subconsciously reached out and stroked the place that had just been touched. Sweet. There's no unhygienic feeling, said Shirayuki, feeling it carefully. Mare, would you be happier? Why is little Bayu doing this all of a sudden? Ling Mo reached out his hand to caress Bayu's face, his fingertips twining around Bayu's hair, his voice taking on a slightly hoarse tone. The cell phone said, boys will be happy if they are treated like this by girls, and Bayu doesn't want to make Mo sad because of the pain. Bayu snuggled into Ling Mo's arms and spoke in a low voice. Will Mo be angry? Bayu tilted her head and looked at Ling Mo with apprehension in her eyes, afraid that Ling Mo would dislike her for being unhygienic. Of course not, laughed Ling Mo in a low voice. How could I be angry with little white moon? Alright, I'm going to take a bath first. You go have some soup, specially made for you. Bayu nodded, her 2 lotus root arms wrapped around Ling Mo's neck and whispered, Mo, I have to show Mo the wound in a while. Ling Mo agreed in silence, not knowing why. He especially wanted to be pretentious right now. Good. What? Inside a luxurious villa, an elegant man wearing glasses had an unsightly face as a voice from his cell phone came over. Uncle Han, Yongxian is hospitalized. Han Haoxian frowned. What's going on? How did Yongxian get hospitalized? Was there some kind of accident with the rain today? Renan took a deep breath and stood in the hospital room, looking at the unconscious Han Yongxian, his fists clenched. Yes, something happened. Uncle Han, come over. I'll send you the hospital location. Got it. Please take care of Yongxian first. I'll be right there. Han Haoxian put on his clothes, grabbed his car keys and rushed outside. Renan hung up the phone and sat down next to the hospital bed. It wasn't long before the doctor walked in. Renan stood up directly and spoke with some worry. Doctor, how is he? Is it serious? The doctor took the report and looked at it for a few moments. Fortunately, a few broken ribs, but fortunately no internal bleeding, and multiple bruises on the body. What did Li Nan know about this? The doctor's words made him furious, and he clenched his teeth. Doctor, just tell me straight, is he still alive? Doctor? His hand paused, a little breathless. His injuries were inflicted with his hands, not with a knife. Of course he can live. He just has to rest peacefully, no strenuous exercise, and he also has to pay attention to a light diet. Pay attention to the words of eating lightly. Renan did not know how many times I heard. Relieved, thankful, it's good to be alive. The corners of the doctor's mouth twitched slightly. The student in front of him had more or less big nerves. Have you contacted his family? Pay the hospitalization medical fee first. Renan froze for a moment and spoke tentatively. About how much? The doctor raised an eyebrow. It was hard to believe that this student had money. A couple $1,000. I'll turn it in first. Renan breathed a sigh of relief and took out her cell phone and was ready to scan the code. Is there a code, doctor? For the first moment, the doctor thought Li Nan was scolding himself, and soon he reacted by smacking his lips. Are you sure you have the money? Aren't you waiting for his parents to come over and pay? This is my little brother. Of course the boss has to take care of his little brother. It's called righteousness. Don't say anything. Go over and pay first. Renan urged to open his mouth. The doctor had no reason to refuse, and nodded as he led Li Nan to the payment office to pay the bill. Li Nan had just returned to the hospital room when she saw a man holding Han Yongxian's hand. Li Nan was stunned for a moment and hid the list in her hand before she walked over to him. Uncle Han. Aha. Han Haoxian nodded at Renan. Renan, were you the one who went to pay the fee? Renan blinked a few times. Yeah, Uncle Han didn't come just now, so I turned in first. Yongxian called me boss. I definitely want to help him. The corner of Han Haoxian's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the unconscious Han Yongxian on the bed and whispered. Boss? Renan. What happened? Just now on the phone. Now that I've come over, can you tell me about it? Han Haoxian took a deep breath, pulled over a side chair and sat down. His interrogative gaze turned to Renan. Uncle Han. Then I'll say it. Renan put away his usual immodest look and slowly opened his mouth. Crap! Chi Ruoyan had just returned home when she heard a domineering wolf howl, which startled Chi Ruoyan, and she glared at Cheating without any good reason. I say, old man, can you stop being so startled? Cheating was anxious and hurriedly found a blanket and covered Chi Ruoyan's body. You didn't take an umbrella? How come you're soaked through? That said, the person who picked you up should be waiting for you right in front of the school. What's wrong? Is it possible that you didn't get it? Old man, why don't we talk to you about something? Next time we'll look at the weather forecast directly and dismiss the school early. And when it rains you'll notify us again. Won't you still have to get wet? Chi Ruoyan rolled her eyes. Only she didn't answer Cheating's question, but instead directly changed the topic and spoke. This way I won't get wet. You don't have to be so distressed. Cheating was a little helpless. Little Smoke, you said it was the weather forecast. In case it doesn't rain, It's nothing to come back home with an umbrella. By the way, are you cold? He was a bit unable to sit still, and had already boiled some soup in the kitchen, just waiting for Chi Ruoyan to come back. Quickly, you first drink something to warm up your body. Don't freeze, old man. I'm not that fragile. Chi Ruoyan had a blanket draped over her upper body, and she took another towel from the bathroom and scrubbed her hair. Look at you. Your body is soaked. If there is some male student who has bad thoughts about you, then what can you do? Chi Ting opened his mouth full of heartache, holding the bowl and putting it in front of Chi Ruoyan. Who the hell dares to look at me? Chi Ruoyan subconsciously cursed, then came back to her senses. The corner of her mouth twitched, picked up the bowl and took a sip, gently exhaled and, old man, can you ask that person not to drive such a nice car to pick me up next time? It makes me the most special one. I know how to drive. Just give me a car and I'll go back by myself. Chi Ruoyan looked at the anxious cheating and spoke faintly. Being able to drive is not a reason for you to drive without a license. The corners of Kiting's mouth twitched. That's illegal. Then you should arrange a more ordinary car next time. Chi Ruoyan was powerless to spit. No, our school is already full of rich people. Why do you care so much? Cheating didn't understand. What? Is it hard for someone to say that you show off your wealth? No. Chi Ruoyan faintly said. Oh right, old man. In the next 2 days there might be people coming to our class to cause trouble. When that time comes I'll send you a message and you come over to set things right. Kiting froze for a few seconds. Why does it feel like I'm your umbrella? Chi Ruoyan heard Chi Ting's words, revealing her pea eyes, clasping her hands to her chest and mocking. Other families say that the father is the daughter's shelter. I haven't seen any sheltered winds here either. Chi Ruoyan said this. Chi Ting still didn't agree, and opened his mouth vigilantly. You say it first, this time you take advantage of it or not. Chi Ruoyan. Possession. This time they were the ones who bullied first, said Chi Ruoyan a little tiredly, sneezing. Okay, I'm done. I'm going upstairs to take a shower and go to bed. It's a little hard. Chi Ting nodded. How about I boil ginger soup for you to bring to the house later? Chi Ruoyan waved her hand and refused. No, I'm full. I have hot water in my house, and I'm used to sleeping naked. Kiting, how's it going back home? Drink something hot to warm you up. Don't catch a cold. Ling Mo and Bai Yu lying in the warm and soft big bed, took out the cell phone to send out the message. The embrace of the small person's soft petite body with a faint out-of-the-bath fragrance. Snuggling Ling Mo. Ling Mo had just put down his cell phone, but the next moment it ding-donged again. You've been pulled into the loving family group chat. Ling Mo? He glanced at the man who had invited him to. It's Ri Nan. In the group were Ling Mo, Li Nan, Chi Ruoyan, Gao Hongjie, Bai Yu, and Han Yongxian. What's with the extra group? That group name is dirtier than my family group name. For a while, the group buzzed. Ahem. A message was sent out, and the vicious arrow-eyed avatar looked so noticeable. I am Li Nan. When I suppress all enemies in the world. Dumbass. It's okay, I quit the group. The moment Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth, it was a golden sentence. Sister Chi, you are the administrator. Ri Nan hurriedly typed out this sentence. Just built the group and someone took the lead and ran away. Then wouldn't he become the biggest number of the poker hand? Ri Nan. What's wrong with being crazy at night? How is Yongxian doing? Ling Mo knocked down these words, tapped the forehead of the little man in his arms, and softly complimented. Today, Little White Moon was very powerful, knocking down a man in one go. Shirayuki hemmed and hawed, sitting straight with her back against the quilt, waving her fists. Shirayuki is the best. Oh right, Bai Yu exclaimed, chagrin written all over her small face. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, haven't shown Mo the wound yet. Bai Yu forgot about it. Bai Yu slowly leaned towards Ling Mo, her hands propped up on Ling Mo's sides, looking down at Ling Mo with a concerned smile on her face. Mo, the wound needs a kiss so it doesn't hurt. Ling Mo's throat rolled, and the words he originally wanted to refuse surged to his lips but became, Little White Moon, I'm in pain. Smoothly placing the vibrating cell phone on the nightstand, he waited for Shirayuki to make a move. The smile on Bai Yu's face became even brighter, slowly bending her head down, her hair hanging down on Ling Mo's body, gently touching the corner of Ling Mo's eyebrow, learning the words that Ling Mo used to comfort herself on weekdays, with a soft voice, Mo good boy-o. However, the moment Shirayuki had just touched it, the cell phone call rang. Shirayuki's movements paused for a moment, cocked her head, got up from Ling Mo, and burrowed back into his arms. One must not interrupt when others are on the phone. Told myself that a long time ago. Shirayuki didn't forget. Shirayuki thought darkly as a smile appeared on her face and she whispered, Mare, I didn't interrupt when you called. Oh. That proud smile looked like it was waiting for its own compliment. Ling Mare, he swore, if the caller wasn't Mom or Ling Tian, he would have sharked the other party. When Ling Mo saw the person who called in, her entire body went bad, clicked through, and gritted her teeth. Li Nan, you better have something serious to say to me. The opposite side of the phone was instantly silent, for a long time, and only then weakly opened his mouth and, what do you think of reunion as our group name? Ling Mer, powerlessly hanging up the phone. Ling Mo was not in a good position to let Baiyu continue, so he simply opened his cell phone intending to see what the crowd had just chatted about. There's not much content. It's basically just Chi Ruoyan and Ri Nan at each other's throats. What are you building another group for? Chi Ruoyan's question was still as sharp as ever. That's what I said. How to say that today is also a person who has done battle together. Must have a group unity for a while. When the time comes are all their own brothers. Ri Nan hemmed and hawed. Ran Fei has two outcomes tomorrow. Either he gets someone to come to our class and make a scene, or he doesn't have the face to come to school because he has to see his face in the hospital. Chi Ruoyan's analysis hit the nail on the head. If that's the case, then my dad will have to step in. Ling Mo's face darkened as he watched the two at each other's throats. Just for this crap? Li Nan, I just asked you how Yong Xin is doing. Why don't you say anything? Ling Mo finally spoke in the group. I'm at the hospital with Yong Xian. I have to be hospitalized. Those beyonds hit too hard. The doctor told Yong Xian to recuperate for a while. Ling Mo was silent when he saw the message, even though he was prepared in his mind. But, after all, it wasn't a good start when one of Baiyu's friends was hospitalized not long after school started. Mo, you're not happy. The Baiyu in Ling Mo's arms spoke softly. Can you talk to Baiyu about it? Ling Mo kissed Baiyu's forehead and met those confused azure eyes. It's nothing. Yong Xian is hospitalized. Little Baiyu doesn't need to think about these things. Shiroyuki cocked her head. So, we're supposed to visit him, right? Ling Mo let out a light laugh. Does Little White Moon want to go see it? Baiyu nodded. He's Baiyu's classmate. He should be visiting him. And he's Li Nan's friend. And Li Nan is friends with Mo. So Yong Xian is Baiyu's friend. Ling Mo raised his eyebrows and took hold of those small hands of Baiyu. Little Baiyu, you've changed so much. Yes? Ling Mo held back his laughter with a few hints of flirtation. At first, Little White Moon was afraid to talk to anyone, and was scared to death of being touched, and now Little White Moon has quite a few friends. But what Shiroyuki likes the most is to be able to live with Mare just like that all the time. Mare wouldn't even let me do that before, and Mare in the beginning was the worst. Wouldn't even let Baiyu to touch. Baiyu snuggled into Ling Mo's arms and murmured softly with a few hints of complaint. The group had been chattering until 11 o'clock, when Ling Mo's silence directly cut off the crowd's desire to chat. Renan also put down his cell phone. He wasn't at home right now, and the hospital had already started to rest at this time. Looking at the sleeping Han Yongxian in front of him, Linan pursed his lips and whispered, "You recognize me as your boss. I treat you as a brother. Someone bullying my brother. I won't allow it." Renan stretched a lazy waist, lying on the hospital bed next to him, muttering, "Finished. Homework eggs are not written. This class president plant is considered unprotected." The next day, after yesterday's heavy rain, today's city air with a slight coolness, the road also appeared a lot of water. In the school opened the door of the time. Su Wei and the group kept instructing. Everyone who isn't staying at the school, slow down on your way here. Be safe. And if there are any special circumstances, send me a message and I'll give leave. Even when the course was about to start, Su Wei directly ate Li Nan in the group. Remember to slow down on the road. You don't want to be hospitalized. Yesterday, Han Haoxian explained the situation to Su Wei and gave Han Yongxian a long vacation. Just after sending out this message, Ri Nan's figure appeared at the entrance of the specialty class. Ri Nan gasped for air. His forehead was covered in fine sweat. The moment he stepped into the class, Ri Nan glanced at his cell phone. Ri Nan revealed a bright smile. And, MS. Su, I'm not late, haha. The corner of Su Wei's mouth straightened. This timing stuck. There's no need to be in such a hurry. It's okay to be late. Safety is most important. Su Wei raised her chin. Go in and sit down. Ri Nan nodded and calmed his breathing. And as soon as Ri Nan sat down, Gao Hongjie, who was sitting in the first row, opened his mouth in a small voice. Is Yongxian awake yet? Li Nan stuffed his school bag into a drawer, glanced at Su Wei on the podium, and whispered, "I've already woken up this morning. Fortunately there's no internal bleeding. Thanks to Yongxian knowing some techniques to protect himself, and also thanks to us discovering it in time, or the final result is not really sure how it will be." As soon as he finished saying these words, there was a sudden silence within the class, and Ri Nan was stunned for a moment, subconsciously raising his head. He met Su Wei's deathly eyes. "You're in front, under the foot of the sky and still dare to do these sneaky things?" Su Wei clasped her hands on her chest and opened her mouth somewhat playfully. Who was it that told me before that he would clean up his act and be a new man after becoming the class president? Lu Nam. It's times like these. Only. Teacher Su. Just now it was student Gao Hongjie who took the initiative to speak to me about student Han Yongshuan's condition in the hospital, and in order to take care of his concern for his classmates. That's why I answered the question quietly at the risk of life and death. Despite offending your majesty, I know I've made an irreversible mistake, but I don't regret it. I became class president. Naturally, I want to serve my classmates. Suvi. Such a good storyteller. Alright, turn in your homework and I'll pretend I didn't see what happened just now. Su Wei waved her hand and gave Li Nan a step. Only what Su Wei didn't expect was that the expression on Li Nan's face stiffened. Su Wei put on a nuclear goodness smile. Did our class president forget his homework at the hospital? Ri Nan's eyes lit up. Worthy of being the homeroom teacher of our commerce and industry class 11. One sentence tells the truth. Suvi nodded thoughtfully and asked the question again. What homework did I leave yesterday? Lu Nam. The smile on Su Wei's face grew stronger. Ling Mo had just arrived at the library not long ago, when a man probed at the door and looked inside, walked in furtively, then stood in front of Ling Mo with his hands behind his back, and, at that time, Ling Mo's forehead collapsed into two veins. Who said that the position of librarian was very idle and almost no one came to him? He just wanted to write a novel and couldn't even do it properly. Luckily there were still a few days left, so it looked like it was going to be overtime. Ling Mo took a deep breath and spoke to the visitor. Is something the matter? Kiting's nose twitched and his tone was low. I'm Kiting, Principal Chi. Ling Mo stood up and was about to walk towards Chi Ting, but he raised his hand and pressed it down. Ling Mo was a bit puzzled and looked towards Chi Ting. What's wrong, Principal Chi? Is there something wrong? Chi Ting shook his head and corrected Ling Mo's wording in a serious manner. Don't call me Principal Chi. I'm here today in the capacity of a child's father. Ling Mo? He froze and suddenly thought of Chi Ruoyan's father being Chi Ting. Now Ling Mo could come to be curious. Is something happening? Kiting was about to speak when he glanced at the crowd in the library and pointed to the office in the back. Go in and talk. There aren't many people here to check. Ling Mer. The two of them entered the office. Ling Mo poured Chi Ting a cup of water before sitting down across from him. If it's true that you want to know about Chi Ruoyan's studies, then you've come to the wrong place. You should have asked Su Wei. She's Chi Ruoyan's guide. Chi Ting, however, shook his head, his gaze mixed with doubt and indignation. Ling Mo, your father has invested quite a bit of money into our school, and I'm very thankful for that. But, you can't just set your sights on my precious daughter, can you? Can't it be that you didn't come to school to accompany by you? Ling Mo? Ling Mo was struck by lightning and opened his mouth, not speaking for half a day. Chi Ting grimaced bitterly. I take back what I said before about letting you stay longer. Didn't you say you weren't staying long? I don't think there's any need to spend so little time on my little smoke, right? I've paid attention to her. She runs to you every day at noon. And last night I accidentally glanced at Little Smoke's cell phone. And you were in the first place. Speaking, Chi Ting became agitated. Really can't. I'll return the money to you. You change a school? Don't hobble my Little Smoke. She's still small. She's still young. Ling Mer. He roughly also knows Chi Ting's intention to come here, but it really can't be helped. Baiyu came to eat at noon in this library of his own. Chi Ruoyan also followed, slowly, every day to run here. Those who didn't know of course thought they had something going on with Chi Ruoyan. The Principal Key, Chi Ting, however, stopped Ling Mo, his face full of obstinacy. I'm just a poor father trying to protect his child now. Ling Mer, I think you might be misunderstanding something. Chi Ruoyan just wants to have lunch with Baiyu so she doesn't have to queue up at the cafeteria. And as for the message list, why would I be in the first one? Ling Mo paused and explained. I asked her to do a favor yesterday. It probably just happened to be in the first one, and it probably fell off again in the back. You just didn't see it. Chi Ting stared at Ling Mo's expression, wanting to see traces of lying. Really? Really? Ling Mo nodded helplessly. What was all this about? Kiting breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not. It's good that it's not. He is really afraid of this precious daughter of his own to do what led him unexpected to the thing. Cannot find boys with girls over this kind of words are set out. If he had pulled over an uncle figure for himself, Chi Ting wouldn't have been surprised. He would have just been spiraled upward in anger. But also think about it. According to Chi Ruoyan, that requirements, uncle is not quite meet. Is there anything else Principal Key wants? Yes. What caught Ling Mo off guard was that Chi Ting actually nodded. Principal Chi, you say? I will do my best. Ling Mo was somewhat overwhelmed by Chi Ting's whole thing and just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. That is, you and Little Smoke say a word. In the future, don't speak so perfunctorily all the time. At least I'm his dad. Cheating touched his nose and opened his mouth somewhat humbly. Ling Mare, TSK. I'll try my best. Ling Mo pinched his brow with a headache. Chi Royan and Chi Ting were quite unique. No wonder they could become father and daughter. Then thank you very much. If you need me for anything in the future, just ask. I'll leave you alone for now. Cheating came in incredibly low and walked with a hum in his mouth and a musical beat on his feet until he ran into one of the teachers and Cheating gave a dry cough, which brought him back to normal. During the lunch break, the library, where Ling Mo was resting, was suddenly knocked on. Well, puffed out Shirayuki's cheeks, glaring angrily at the door as if to say, Sigma, why are you ringing? Ling Mo cleaned up the table for a bit before he walked over and opened the door, raising his eyebrows slightly when he saw the visitor. Teacher Su? What's the matter? Su Wei nodded and lifted her finger to the house. Is it convenient to go in and talk? Although Ling Mo was a bit puzzled, he didn't say anything more and sidled over to let Su Wei into the office. Su Wei nodded and smiled after seeing Shirayuki, who was sitting on a chair and wiggling her calves. Hello Shirayuki. Hello Mr. Su. Baiyu replied with a good-natured smile. Ms. Su, is there something wrong? Ling Mo asked the question again. Ling Mo, you can do it. Yesterday you braved the rain and led the students to play real-life fighter. At that time the whole class hid it from me. I felt like I was isolated by the whole class. Su Wei casually pulled a chair and sat down, looking at Ling Mo with a smile. It happened suddenly. I didn't inform Mr. Su, but it was really a matter of necessity. After all, they were the ones who made the first move, and we have our measure. The smile on Su Wei's face became more and more obvious. I know, and I didn't come here to raise hell. Today at noon I came over to find Ling Mou, mainly to tell you two things. The first one is the real-life boxing incident that was mentioned earlier. Ling Mare, this matter, Principal Chi will step in to communicate. The specific situation will be followed up to inform us. So Ling Mo, you don't need to worry too much. Librarian, this rice bowl you can't lose. Well, is there more? Ling Mo didn't worry about it. He had just arrived now as well. And if it was really a big deal, the big deal was that he would just change to another school as a librarian himself. There wasn't much of a difference. He just wanted to give Baiyu a comfortable environment. There is also the fact that it will soon be Teacher's Day. Just the day after tomorrow. The school will unify the organization to give gifts to the teachers and staff who are working in the school. Of course, Teacher's Day is for the teachers, in order to be able to let the teachers take a break. So on this day the teachers will be off. Correspondingly, all the people within the school will be off, including Ling Mou. Su Wei smiled. I came to remind you of this. Make some preparations in advance so that you don't run out of plans and arrangements after receiving your gift on that day. A friendly reminder that we will all be drawing closer to our classmates on Teacher's Day. Ling Mo nodded his head in slight amusement. Teacher's Day was a vacation. Something he had never heard of. Damn it. Is this the way to humanize education in this aristocratic school? TCH. How come I didn't go to college here? Ling Mo smacked his lips and muttered. What did you say? Ling Mo? Su Wei didn't hear Ling Mo's words and inquired with a slight frown on her brows. It's fine. Are these the two things? Ling Mo shook his head and noticed Baiyu, who was poking at her exercise book with a pen on the side with a beep. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he spoke to Su Wei. Well, no more. Su Wei also noticed Baiyu. Don't know why. Always feel that Baiyu is poking at herself. Waved her hand. When the time comes Ling Mo, you just pay attention to it. Bring Baiyu to get along with her classmates more often. This is good for Baiyu. Well, I'm sure I will. Mr. Su has gone to a lot of trouble. Ling Mo watched Su Wei leave, lowered his head and slowly walked to the bed, and spoke in a slightly thoughtful manner. Will you draw close to your classmates? Just as Ling Mo was thinking about what he was going to do on Teacher's Day, Ling Mo was suddenly poked and subconsciously looked to the side, where Baiyu was wearing a bright smile and holding up the cell phone in her hand. Mare, look! Ling Mo froze for a moment and took Baiyu's cell phone. The screen on it was paused, but inside was a kitten. What's wrong, little Shirayuki? Is there something wrong? Don't worry, you're the cutest. Thought Ling Mo was asking Baiyu to compare herself to the kitten in the video and spoke bluntly. Baiyu took off the shoes on her feet and jumped onto the bed. Hearing Ling Mo's words, her fingers poked her soft cheeks, posed in acute betrayal, and opened her mouth with a smile. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, White Moon is of course the most adorable but Shirayuki is not trying to show Mare this Ling Mo blinked his eyes a few times and tapped the screen, and the originally paused image suddenly began to play. It's nothing special. At first, the kitten on the screen stared curiously at the phone, probing and slowly walking over, stretching out its little paw to try and scratch it. As a result, in the next moment, the kitten was violently picked up by someone, And the one who picked up the kitten frantically sniffed the kitten's head as if he wanted to suck out its brain marrow. Ling Mo noticed the expression on that kitten's face, which changed from curiosity at the beginning to horror, and then gradually changed to lifelessness and numbness, and seemed to have become accustomed to it. Its expression was like saying that the kitty had looked down on life and death. Watch the whole video of Ling Mo. This. Ling Mo instantly sweated. Although he also sucked on cats when he raised Baiyu, he wasn't as perverted as in the video at all. People in the comments section say that people who hug their cats are recharging their batteries, so that they're refreshed throughout the day. After noticing that Ling Mo had finished reading, Baiyu put her cell phone back and cocked her head to look at Ling Mo, somewhat puzzled. Doesn't Mo need to recharge? Ling Mare, he's not a doll. What's the point of recharging? Something's not right. And, said Baiyu as she got up from Ling Mo and sat down next to him, somewhat curiously removing the white striped knee-high socks from her legs and looking down, her heart palpitating as she said, "Why do you say that cat's feet are little mangosteens? Every time you eat a kitty cat's foot, there's one less mangosteen in the world." So cruel. Ling Mo clenched her teeth, forcibly holding herself back so that she didn't break her defense. Little White Moon, when it says in the comments section that you're eating the cat's little shamrocks, you're not really eating the cat's feet. Well, it's actually just kissing them, meaning that the cat's feet are adorable. Shirayuki nodded thoughtfully. So the guy in the video would be like that, because cat's feet are cute? Ling Mo nodded. Right. However, the next moment, Baiyu turned to Ling Mo and spoke tentatively. Mo, do you want to eat? If Mare wants to eat it, it's okay. Ling Mo? He'd have to think about whether it was time to get a new cell phone for Shirayuki. It always felt like the current one was poisoned. Although Shirayuki's cell phone was already considered normal compared to most people, for some reason, originally an innocent little paperweight, now with a serious face asking if he wants to eat mangosteen. Think about it. Not eating? Shirayuki's expression was a little frustrated as she slowly let it go. Aren't Shirayuki's mangosteens cute? Ling Mare. In order to prevent Baiyu from saying any more tiger and wolf words, Ling Mo simply threw the exercise book directly to Baiyu and told her to start doing the problems. Take your lessons seriously in the afternoon. And after some more time on the national day, you'll take you to find your mom, okay? Ling Mo looked at Baiyu, who was full of unhappy questions, and said softly, smiley face Shirayuki is the most obedient. Shirayuki nodded her head and smiled brightly. Little Moon, why are you so happy? Just now in the course. Baiyu lowered her head and gave a giggle every now and then. If it wasn't for the fact that the classroom atmosphere was okay and not many people noticed Baiyu, it was estimated that just now during the class Baiyu would have been lifted up by the teacher. Nothing, just thought of something happy. Shirayuki hemmed and hawed, a smile on his face that he couldn't suppress, secretly thinking that, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, we can go out and play again on the 4th of July. And Mom and Dad, Shirayuki must be the happiest kitten ever. Chiroyan mouth straight draw. You laugh so cheerfully. You have to say that you think of sad things. She also do not believe. She shook off her head and changed the topic. Little Moon, where are you going to go for Teacher's Day the day after tomorrow? Teacher's Day is on Friday, counting the 2 days over the weekend. 3 days is already considered a small vacation. Any plans to arrange? Baiyu tilted her head, containing her own fingers. This action could melt Chiroyan's heart. For a long time, Baiyu shook her head. I don't have a plan. I'll listen to my brother's arrangement. As soon as this was mentioned, Chiroyan came energized, carrying the bench to the side of Baiyu, glancing at the crowd and confirming that no one had noticed her before she opened her mouth in a low voice. Little Luna, tell me the truth. You and your brother, are you related by blood? Baiyu looked at Chiroyan doubtfully and shook her head. No, how could there be a blood relationship with Mo? Chiroyan breathed a sigh of relief and muttered. Luckily, it's not the plot of Rim of the Sky. Anime is anime. Putting it in reality can be a bit too far-fetched. Ruoyan, what are you talking about? Baiyu opened her mouth in disbelief, somewhat confused as to why Ruoyan was acting a bit strange this afternoon. Ruoyan pursed her lips and tentatively whispered. Little Moon, you honestly tell me, are you and your brother lovers? Baiyu frowned tightly. Ling Mo did say that she was his girlfriend, but she didn't know if it meant the same thing as lover. And Ling Mo also first let himself not to say this relationship. Wait until later, slowly familiar with it, and then find a suitable opportunity to say it. Shirayuki shook his head, and Karuyan was a little surprised that it wasn't. Just as well. Shirayuki won't tell you. When these words came out, Chiroyan's face stiffened. There was basically no difference between not answering this question and nodding yes to both. That is to say, her clean, pure little moon. Spoiled. At this time, Ling Mo, who was diligently coding in the library. Achoo! Ling Mo sneezed, rubbed his nose, and said suspiciously, "Who scolded me?" T.T. Chi Ruoyan suddenly cried very sadly, which startled Baiyu, a bit at a loss. Ruoyan, what happened to you? Did Baiyu do something wrong? Chi Ruoyan more and more crying the more sad. Originally she has been ready to home that old man cannot find a suitable candidate. He and Baiyu make do to go on. This time is not they have to go to find those who love to pretend to be a boy? The rattling caused by Chi Ruoyan could attract Li Nan over, scratching his head. Curious, what's wrong with you, Sister Chi? But who knows? After Chi Ruoyan saw Li Nan, like seeing the plague, she cried even more sadly, tightly hugging Baiyu's arm. My sweet sister is gone. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Renan? Is he that ugly? As for crying so hard at the sight of yourself? Renan was not happy. You saw me cry? Why? I'm ugly enough to make your eyes pee? Then I'll cry too. You're ugly to me too. Aha! Gao Hongjie, who just came back from the restroom, was directly confused when he saw these two crying, and walked over to Li Nan and opened his mouth in a whisper. What is this? Renan cried while squeezing the words out from between his teeth. If you're a brother, cry with me. Gao Hongjie? These three almost cried the teacher away when the major teacher came. What? What's all this? The teacher was dumbfounded and slapped the table. Are you playing the role of the sinus? Class is in session. Okay? Who knows why they're crying? Chi Ruoyan stood up and lowered her head as she spoke in an aggravated manner. My sweet sister is gone. Teacher? Renan howled dryly for half a day. Froze and didn't squeeze out a single tear. Put the bench on his position. Drank a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. I want to cry when I see Chi Ruoyan. Teacher? What about you? The teacher had been rendered speechless by these two strange reasoning and finally turned his gaze to Gao Hongjie. The teacher looked Gao Hongjie up and down and nodded his head repeatedly. Wearing rimless glasses, white and clean. Seems to be more civilized. A good student. Gao Hongjie was embarrassed, scratching his head with some embarrassment. If you don't cry, you're not a brother. Li Nan cried. I'll accompany one. Teachers. That. Chi Ruoyan and Renan sit down. Let's get to class. The teacher waved her hand at the duo and nodded. Gao Hongjie was about to sit down, but the teacher stopped him. You. Stand. Gao Hongjie? It's not. He just went to the bathroom and came back, and he can be punished for making a scene? The teacher's reason for making him stand was a simple one, and at the very least, the other two's reason was a reason no more like a reason. Gao Hongjie is purely to come over to join in the fun and cry, not let him stand, so who stand? If Gao Hongjie knew that Renan was crying there purely out of idleness, he didn't know if he would shark him. The last class at Minnesota State University ends early, with the last class ending at 5 p.m. Ling Mo just closed the page and stretched hard. After coding 10,000 words in one breath, Ling Mo's waist almost broke. Ling Mo's coding speed is not slow. In fact, the main thing is to write daily life into it. At least Ling Mo was relatively satisfied with the current progress. There is no lack of inspiration. What's going on? As soon as he himself raised his head, he saw Li Nan walk in from the doorway, staring at Ling Mo with a smile on his face. I say Ling Mo, I just came over to see you. Can't you act like you miss me? Renan bristled. All buddies who have fought together, so at least let me feel the weight in your heart. Hurry up and speak humanly. What are you doing here with me? The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly, somewhat curious as to what Li Nan's childhood was like when he was so talkative. I say Ling Mo, when will you be able to talk to me like you talk to Sister Chi Baiyu? Renan opened his mouth without any self-awareness and licked his face. Dude's not so bad looking. Ha, Ling Mare, if you have a fart, grab your mouth. I don't have that kind of time to make small talk with you. Ling Mo stood up, got himself a cup of coffee in the reading area, took a light sip, and said indifferently. Li Nan heatedly smiled and scowled at Ling Mo. Ling Mo, do you have any plans for the weekend? Let's go out for a camping trip. Barbecue and beer? Ling Mo was stunned for a moment. How many of us? Who are all of them? Renan broke his fingers. Me, you, Hongjie, Sister Chi, aha, and Shiroyuki. Speaking of Baiyu, Li Nan squeezed his eyes at Ling Mo with a touch of playfulness, as if to say, dude, I get it all. Ling Mo licked his lips. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, a smile that couldn't be hidden in any way. If you know, don't talk about it outside. I'll talk to Baiyu later. Li Nan reached out his hand and covered his mouth. His voice muffled. This you can rest assured. Keeping my mouth shut is me. Li Nan. Ling Mo was dumbfounded. Right. I remember, isn't Teacher's Day a good time for teachers to get closer to their classmates? Wouldn't the few of you feel out of place going out with me and Baiyu? Renan was bitter. Ling Mo, can't you not be such a spoilsport? The vacation is supposed to be out to play, following everyone out together. That doesn't make it a spring trip for elementary school students? How much more comfortable we are to play. And going out and having to stay with a guide is weird to think about. It's not comfortable at all. It doesn't feel like going out at all. Okay? Instead it's more like going to a wild school. Ling Mare, the end is to say something. You're still the class president. Don't blame me if there's a gap with the class when the time comes. Ling Mo shook his head and strolled through the library area. TSK. Just leave it alone. I have my measure. Renan shook his head. Then I'll withdraw first. Aha. Ling Mo waved his hand at Renan, the corner of his mouth carrying a smirk. Little White Moon is quite lucky to have a group of friends like you guys. It's quite lucky. When Linan walked to the classroom, the class bell rang just in time. Sue walked in at the stuck time, holding a bunch of papers in her hand, waving at Linan. You divide up the questions, and we'll do the time limits for this class. Renan nodded, picked up the rolls, and stood up straight. As you wish, Teacher Sue. Suvi. Sue cleared her throat and tapped the table to speak. Let's focus on my side of the table for now, and you guys can discuss your plans for a little while after school. The class instantly quieted down, and all looked to Sue's side. After all, the guide who holds the power of their life and death is right here. If you don't listen to the words a little bit of your dismissal time, it's not impossible. Renan distributed some of the paper to Chi Royan and whispered, after you finish writing in a while, do you want to check the answers? Chi Royan just glanced at Renan and didn't say anything, just handing out the papers to herself. Lu Nam. Mr. Sue, what's the arrangement for this class? Can we just do a set of papers? Is there no other arrangement? Cao Hongjie raised his hand and asked. Well, it's true that you're doing a paper, provided that the correct rate of the class is at least 98% or more for this set of papers. Su Wei spoke surprisingly. The class, without exception, has become Porky Pig's big mouth surprise face. JPG. Raider. Raider less? Renan stared howling. 98%? Teacher Su, are you too old to say it wrong? Su Wei cast a sidelong glance at Linan, who was still handing out papers, and spoke faintly. Everyone else at least 98%, and Linan must be 100% correct. And by the way, there's also the timing, and those who go over the timing get 0 points directly. Lu Nam. Chi Royan didn't say anything more and started working on it straight after handing out the papers. Su Wei was obviously aware of the crowd's dissatisfaction, and a smirk spread across her lips. This set of papers is closely related to your final grades. If you do well, then your grades will naturally be high, and if you do it quickly and accurately, then I'll allow the first 5 students who get it all right to go straight out of class. If anyone asks you, just say you were going to the bathroom. At this, the crowd in the room came to a standstill. Bai Yu in the second row hemmed and hawed, lowered her head and picked up her cell phone for a while, and immediately, Ling Mo, who was still in the library, received a message that Mr. Su is going to take a quiz. Can Mare charge Shirayuki if she gets first place? The corners of Ling Mo's mouth straightened. He took a deep breath and slowly knocked down a few words. You get them all right before you say, and no cell phones in class. It's not like there's anything wrong with promising to get it all right if it does. Renan sneakily said something to Chi Royan with a look full of pleading. The latter just glanced at Renan and returned to his seat. Renan had a frustrated look on his face. Okay, now on to the questions. Su Wei spoke faintly, and for a while, the silence in the class was incomparable, leaving only the rustling sound of the pen tip on the paper. Renan's speed of doing questions is not slow. He just liked to be lazy and broken and not really not. Just 100% correct he cannot get. So just now he thought to do it and Chi Royan after the answer to the answer. But I didn't expect Chi Royan to give a direct rejection. After about 10 minutes of doing the questions, Su Wei stood up, got off the podium, and slowly began to wander around. When she arrived next to Bai Yu, Su Wei realized that she had already made it to the fill-in-the-blank question. Bai Yu did it very seriously. Su Wei also nodded in admiration. Bai Yu's thoughts are unimpeded. Basically listed out the formula. This question will be solved within a minute. There are no cases of going the wrong way yet. It seems that Bai Yu is not a simple character either. Su Wei thought secretly. After Su Wei looked at Bai Yu for a while, she nodded in satisfaction and slowly walked over. The next one was Chi Royan. This guy, who is usually big-headed, is extremely meticulous, and every step is textbook, so you can't find a single place to deduct points. 100% correct didn't run. Soon, Su Wei couldn't laugh anymore. She came to Ji Yan's front. The latter noticed Su Wei's arrival a long time ago, and couldn't help but be a little flustered, nervously clenching her hair in her hands, and glaring dryly at the title. Hands squeezed together nervously. He kept thinking about what kind of posture he should take. as well as guessing what the other person would say and how he would open his mouth to answer. This also leads to, she hasn't done much with her papers yet, and so far she's stuck with multiple choice questions. According to Baiyu's speed, she should have launched an attack towards the first big question by now, and as a result, Ji Yen was still spinning in place? Recently in class, did you listen carefully? Su Wei opened her mouth with difficulty. Just this and you still want to be more than 98% correct? 50% is about right. Ji Yen froze for a moment, subconsciously glanced at the people next to him, and realized that basically all of them had already made it to the backside, and he was still in the first part of the front side. Scratched his head, and whispered in embarrassment. That, Mr. Su, I was just distracted. Sorry, I can do it. Su Wei waved her hand. Ji Yen is certainly not expected to become the first 5 can leave school early. Glanced at the crowd of people doing the paper. Whispered in Ji Yan's ear to leave a sentence. A moment I will look at your results alone. Su Wei then walked away. This language can set off waves in the heart of Ji Yen. Tightly pursed lips. The whole person is going to collapse. If I had known I would not stay up late to catch up with the drama. Ji Yen, the whole person is going to be broken. And finally the heart is cross. Forcing the distractions out of the brain. It is better to do the questions first. The least you can do is to take a point is a point. The entire class wasn't slow in doing so. Su Wei strolled around and finally gazed at Renan with interest. There's still the last 10 minutes. So watch your time. The 10 minutes here was the time for Su Wei's exam, not the time for the class. And she gave more than enough time if the knowledge was really understood and eaten up. Baiyu's small face was grave. She exhaled a heavy breath, stood up from her seat, walked toward Su Wei, placed the rolls on the table, and opened her mouth to say, hand in the roll. Su Wei's afterglow glanced at the crowd, shielding herself with her roll and giving Shirayuki an appreciative look. The grave expression on Baiyu's face didn't diminish in the slightest as she waited for Su Wei to give her verdict. Su Wei looked at Baiyu's expression and slightly raised her eyebrows, her smile retracting a few points as she picked up the red pen on the side and kept sketching. Hook, line, and sinker. The paper was all right on the front, but Baiyu was not the least bit surprised. The expression on her face was getting more and more grave and nervous, and her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Su Wei's hand paused in midair, sketching a few times one after another, placing the pen on the table and letting out a light sigh of relief. Not bad. That's awesome. All right. Shirayuki finally relaxed and showed her little face. Looking happy, Shirayuki is the best. With Baiyu taking the lead, Li Nan, who was sitting next to Su Wei with a tangled look on his face, was also ruthless and handed over the roll, closing his eyes and mumbling, I trade Hongjia's 30 years of singleness for me getting it all right. Just getting ready to come in and turn in my paper. Gao Hongjie. Renan froze for a moment. Always felt that something was wrong. Like someone was preparing to murder himself. A feeling that he could be too familiar with. Subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw Gao Hongjie gritting his teeth and opening his mouth. That's my man. Lu Nam. After Gao Hongjie, there is Qi Ruoyan. As for why you're behind Gao Hongjie, one could only say that Qi Ruoyan was too much in pursuit of perfection. And every step was just like in the textbook, even as if one more word could be given an extra point. So it took some writing. Gao Hongjie, on the other hand, was less patient, made an equation, solved it, and it was gone. Relevant text introductions can be omitted. With a few people taking the lead, gradually the crowd all began to turn in their papers. After a while, Su Wei exhaled a long breath, holding up 5 rolls in her hands. The top 5 bowlers are out. First place, Baiyu. Second place, Li Nan. Third place, Gao Hongjie. Fourth place, Qi Ruoyan. Fifth place. Su Wei paused and spoke. Jian Xiujie. Renan froze for a moment and looked at the gentlemanly boy wearing glasses in the window seat, who felt something in his heart and lowered his head as he blushed after feeling the gazes of the crowd. Lu Nam. You're blushing a bubble teapot. Jian Xiujie's presence is very low on weekdays, basically just learning by himself, and rarely interacting in class, except for the military training and the rainy day real-life boxing incident. He is like a person independent of the class. Su Wei looked at Jian Xiujie's performance thoughtfully, cleared her throat and said, these 5 students are watching the clock and are ready to go. In addition, the correctness rate of the class this time was better than I expected. Most of them were all right, with a correctness rate of over 99%, just slightly less than these 5 in terms of speed. The atmosphere in the class lightened up for a few moments, and Su Wei, knowing why this was happening, laughed softly and said, and don't focus all your energy on my subject. The other major teachers are going to be jealous when they find out. A bunch of people who aren't stupid learn what they did when they first started school, and put in a lot of time, not to say full marks, but at the very least not a lot of mistakes. We all learned it voluntarily, and I have plenty of time. Li Nan, who was sitting next to him, hemmed and hawed when he heard his ranking. Where did you get the ample time? Su-wei was deeply skeptical of Li Nan's words. The quiz was over, and the atmosphere of the classroom was not so quiet. Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth disdainfully and directly demolished Ri Nan. But whenever it's a public class like this, Ri Nan's classes are pressed and not listened to. Suvi. Well, it's at the expense of other classes to learn. Though, Ri Nan, however, didn't feel bad about it and tilted her head. So what? I can still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Su-wei turned the pen in her hand and glanced at her cell phone, then raised her eyes and smiled. It's just as well. There's not much going on right now, so I'd like to ask, what are your plans right now? While it may be a little early for you to say this, the earlier the goal is established the more motivated you will be. Shiroyuki Ottoman-style raised her hand in good behavior, looked at Su-wei expectantly, and after receiving Su-wei's gesture, stood up and opened her mouth good-naturedly. I want to make money, make big money, and then go out and have fun. This goal is basically the dream of students all over the country, right? Ri Nan didn't find it unusual to hear this goal from Shiroyuki. Good. Making money is indeed a real problem, which means you have to work harder and add more fuel. Su-wei cheered Baiyu, who nodded and spoke with a serious face. Baiyu recharges her batteries every day, so she'll definitely succeed. Ling Mo, who was still coding in the library, sneezed at this time, rubbed his nose, and said suspiciously, Who misses me? Suvi? Ri Nan? Qi Ruoyan? Charging? Ri Nan hesitated and brewed his words for a moment before speaking. Shiroyuki, you're an android? Shiroyuki frowned, glared at Ri Nan, sat back, and spoke to Ri Nan with an exasperated voice. You're the android. Anyone else? Su-wei's gaze swept over the crowd, and Ri Nan glanced around, cleared his throat, straightened his lapel, and raised his hand proudly. You, if you're going to say something, remember to speak in human terms. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll remove you from your position as class president. Su-wei was already speechless at Li Nan's ability to speak, and instructed again and again. Ri Nan took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the podium, slowly speaking under the gaze of the crowd. My future goal is comic relief. Suvi. Under Su-wei's murderous gaze, Li Nan didn't continue on after all, and reluctantly walked off, muttering, Teacher Su, you're stifling a genius in the comedy world. Xiao Jie? Su-wei ignored Gao Hongjie's raised hand and instead turned her gaze to Jian Xiaojie, who was looking out the window in a daze, a faint smile on her face. What about you? What do you have in mind? Jian Xiaojie subconsciously stood up. Both hands were squeezed together. Indescribable embarrassment and haste. It's fine. Just casual. Just chatting. Su-wei knew how to help people like Jian Xiaojie, and must be calm in her attitude. I want to be a writer? I haven't thought about it yet. Jian Xiaojie replied, afraid that Su-wei would veto this option of his. Su-wei was stunned for a moment. This specialty, basically, did not interact much with other people, which meant that Jian Xiaojie did not necessarily really base this direction on his own preferences, but it was also possible that he had considered this direction in order to avoid interacting with people. Is this something you want to do? Su-wei looked into Jian Xiaojie's eyes as if confirming something. Why? Yes, Ms. Su, exactly what to do. Still depends on my university studies. Jian Xiaojie blushed as if he would explode if he said one more word. Su-wei waved her hand and made him sit down. Baiyu glanced back at Jian Xiaojie with some curiosity, noticing the other party's ears that had become red, and cocked her head, her azure eyes flashing with doubt. Changing the topic. You all should know that you have 3 days off this week. Right. What are you all going to do? Su-wei changed the topic. Also let the crowd take their attention back from Jian Xiaojie. She was afraid that if they looked at it for a while longer, Jian Xiaojie would just jump off the building. Eat, drink, play, guide. Suvi? Qi Ruoyan's eyes flashed with disgust, full of dislike as she spoke to Li Nan. Don't say your hobbies out in public. There are still girls in the class. Ri Nan blinked his eyes a few times, innocently picking up the math book in his hand. I'm talking about the derivative function. There's this knowledge point in the high math book. I'm going to review it. Where did you guys think of? Qi Ruoyan. This Beyonce is definitely on purpose. Su-wei had a bit of a headache. By all accounts Li Nan's family should be quite rich. How come he is such a virtue? Well, school's almost over, so let's pack up, get through tomorrow, and then it's vacation. Su-wei got up and packed up her rolls, and spoke as she walked outside. The 5 people I read just now can go first. The rest of the students pay attention to the time. Do whatever you want, but none of them are allowed to make a scene. If you attract all the people from the faculty office, the consequences. On her way out, Su-wei even threatened the crowd. Shiroyuki hurriedly packed up her things, so she took a few exercise books with her and headed straight to the library's location. Seeing a familiar figure in the library, Bayu heatedly smiled and waved at Ling Mo. The mayor, Shirayuki is number 10. It's going to charge. Little Bayu is good. We'll talk about this when we get home. Ling Mo prepared a drink for Bayu to relieve the heat, and looking at her eagerly quaffing eyes, he couldn't help but let out a laugh and said softly, Little Bayu is so good, doing it fast and right. She deserves to be praised. He. Having received Ling Mo's compliment, Bayu smiled contentedly. Going home. Going out? Waiting for Bayu to finish her homework, Ling Mo held Bayu's small white hand in his hand and gently kneaded it as he looked at the other party's cheeks. Ling Mo suddenly spoke up and told Bayu about Li Nan's plan, wanting to hear what Bayu thought. Bayu didn't think much of anything. As long as she was going out with Ling Mo, it didn't matter where she went. If Mo wants to go, Bayu will go. Bayu will only be with Mo. Ling Mo lost a laugh. Then it's better to go. Royan is also in there, and can also cultivate more affection. Good. Ling Mo was about to turn off the light and go to sleep when he noticed those sapphire-like eyes staring at him, as if he was waiting for something. What's wrong, Shiratsuki? Shiroyuki beamed. The corners of her mouth curled up as if she could hang down a bottle of soy sauce. Shiroyuki's alright. Didn't Mare say she'd charge Shiroyuki when she got home? Saying that, Bayu sat up and looked at Ling Mo with anticipation, and with a hefty smile, Bayu wants to sleep fully charged. Ling Mare. He placed his hand gently at the small of Shiroyuki's back and squeezed. It's soft and warm. Shiroyuki instantly narrowed her eyes, her small face filled with a melting expression. Good boy. Sleep. Ling Mo swept Bayu into his arms, his other hand still resting on Bayu's belly, gently pressing down as he spoke in a low voice in her ear. Okay. Slowly Shiroyuki closed her eyes, her lips opening and closing slightly. Mare. Good night. Ling Mo looked at Bayu's happy expression, smiled gently, and whispered, Little Bayu. Good night. The lights in the room went out, and the whole bedroom was plunged into darkness. And in this endless darkness, two people lay quietly on the bed, breathing steadily and deeply. Their bodies relaxed as they sank into the soft queen-sized bed, forgetting all their worries and exhaustion, and the occasional soft snort would break the silence in the bedroom. In the darkness, two hearts lean on each other. No noise, no distractions, just a peaceful time that belongs to both of them. Friday. Originally, Ling Mo only planned to go to the school by himself to collect those deliveries and then hurriedly withdraw. But he didn't expect Bayu to follow him. By the time the duo made it out of the school, it was noon. Ling Mo thought for a moment that it was about time for him to visit Han Yongxian and buy some things, just in time to prepare for tomorrow as well. Why did you come to the hospital? As the two of them got out of the car, Bayu hugged Ling Mo's arm and spoke in confusion. Come to see Yongxian. After asking the staff, Ling Mo found the ward where Han Yongxian was and pushed the door in. There were two people standing inside. One was Li Nan and the other was a middle-aged man in a suit. Ling Mo? Why are you here? Han Yongxian on the hospital bed struggled to get up from the bed when he saw Ling Mo. You rest well and don't move. Ling Mo casually placed the gift on the table next to him, looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a slate, contemplated for a split second, and spoke. Are you Han Yongxian's father? Han Haoxian nodded and extended his hand. Hello Ling Mo. Yongxian has talked about you quite a few times. My name is Han Haoxian. Hao of Haotian. Xian of Xianneng. Ling Mo extended his hand and shook it with Han Haoxian. Hello. With a far-fetched smile on his face, Han Haoxian pointed at Bayu who was holding Ling Mo's arm and spoke. This must be Mr. Ling's wife. Sure enough, she's born with beauty. Shiroyuki scratched his head and bent slightly. Thank you for the compliment. At this moment, Han Yongxian on the bed was dumbfounded. What the hell? And by the looks of it, the boss seems to be in the know. Why does it feel like so much has happened when you've only been off for a few days? Li Nan, why are you here? Ling Mo and Han Haoxian exchanged a few words of politeness and turned to ask Li Nan. Li Nan comes over every day to ask about Yongxian's health. Han Haoxian, who was at the side, explained for Li Nan. Ling Mo raised his eyebrows, but he was a bit impressed with Li Nan. After all, I am also the boss of Yongxian. How can a boss put down his little brother and leave him alone? At this time, Li Nan was not as casual as he was when he was with Ling Mo, and spoke with a strained neck. Ling Mare, is it really okay for you to say you're the oldest of your children in front of their father? Li Nan also seemed to realize this problem, lowered his head, skimmed his lips, and stopped speaking. Yongxian, how does your body feel? Ling Mo shook his head and sat on the edge of the bed. Mr. Ling, I'm fine. Right, where's Renfei? Han Yongxian pursed his lips and answered Ling Mo's question, while not forgetting to ask about the culprit who had gotten him to this point. The police came to the school yesterday and took him away. Ling Mo had a smirk on his face. It was quite a commotion. Even in the library he didn't want to know about it. And next to him Linan, who had his head bowed down, sucked in a breath of cool air. That guy is just like a psycho. What's going on? Han Yongxian opened his mouth in some confusion. Even if the police were to come, they should be taking them away, right? The situation at that time was that there were more than 20 people surrounding Renfei and the few of them. I don't know. It seems like someone reported Renfei for murder. They all laid out the evidence. Ling Yamo shook his head. He didn't know much about this situation. After all, he was just a librarian himself. Just the only thing he could know was that when he was taken away at that time, the face of the guide of that class was almost black as charcoal. When Han Haoxian, who was beside him, heard Ling Mo say that someone had reported him, his hand slightly paused for a moment, then returned to normal, casually picked up a paper cup, picked up the kettle and poured a cup of hot water and handed it over to Ling Mo, and faintly said, "No good deed goes unpunished, and no evil deed goes unpunished. As long as he has done something, he will be rewarded in the end." I was going to let my dad take a look at the situation, but the result was that guy went straight in. Woe is not as bad as his family. The one who went crazy was Renfei, not his parents. I didn't say anything more. Li Nan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and spoke. "It's just, that guy killed someone in high school. I heard he was beaten half to death and buried alive. He's a bit too crazy. Doesn't anyone in his family care?" Ling Yamo was also surprised for a moment, but immediately came back to his senses as well. In fact, just based on Renfei's maniacal reaction at that time, even if he hadn't killed anyone, he didn't trust that Fei hadn't seriously injured anyone before. Only this time he's messed with the wrong person, and his Ren's gang can't carry on at the university. Chapter 57, What did they do last night? Prepare something, we're going out tomorrow. Ling Yamo drove Baiyu to the big supermarket, but Baiyu's eyes were glued to the snacks section. "Hey, it's so pretty, and I want to eat it too." Baiyu held her fingers in her mouth and grabbed Ling Mo's sleeve, playing pitiful. "Mo, you buy it for me, okay?" Ling Mare, can he say no? "Tell you what, I'll go get another cart and buy things specifically for you." Ling Mo let out a light laugh and rubbed Baiyu's head. For a request that wasn't considered a request, Ling Mo had no desire to refuse at all. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh yeah. Baiyu jumped happily, and after looking around to make sure no one was looking their way, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ling Mo's neck, before darting off to find the cart. It looked as if he was afraid that Ling Mo would back out. This little white moon. Ling Mo subconsciously touched his neck. Dumbfounded, Ling Mo looked at the whole frame of snacks and fell into deep thought. Little white moon, have you misunderstood? We're going camping, not wilderness survival. Ling Mo opened his mouth with difficulty. If this was coupled with those things he had prepared, it wasn't really sure if he could bring them over. But Baiyu wants to eat it. Baiyu skimmed her mouth and looked at Ling Mo pitifully. Baiyu is so good. Bring more. Ling Mo's nagging feeling instantly disappeared, and with a wave of his hand, he opened his mouth in a bold manner. If you stuff it, the trunk should be able to fit, pondered Ling Mo for a moment. He had come here mainly to buy some tools that would raise the level of camping. What with projectors, pressure cookers, barbecue grills, inflatable sofas and the like. Ling Mo does not want a camping just with a tent backpack on the past. Since it is to have fun, it should be good fun. However, the amount of snacks Shirayuki bought was a variable. One can only pray that little Shirayuki will refrain. True to her name, Shirayuki never restrained herself from wanting anything, and a brain was taken off the shelves, and the duo arranged for security guards to come over and help as they left. It had been 2 to 3 hours since the two of them finished shopping. Ling Mo glanced at the sky and swung the phone over to Lai Nan. "Hello? How's your preparation going? Can you leave tomorrow?" "That must Ling Mo, you just don't worry." Ri Nan hemmed and hawed. This little excursion child anything directly in the group. "How are you guys going to get there tomorrow?" Ling Mo found the group and sent out this message, waiting for a reply from the crowd. Soon, Gao Hongjie sent a strong muscular emoji. "I'll ride my bike there." Ji Ruoyan first sent a thumbs up, then typed this in the group. "A round trip of about 60 kilometers, plus tossing around so much when you get to the place. You're a warrior, and I'll admit now that you're better than Li Nan." "Ri Nan?" Gao Hongjie. So, Gao Hongjie silently withdrew the message he had just sent himself. Men should be self-improvement. Go out and shout at their parents. "I'll let my dad send me over. It's just as well that he's giving himself a vacation tomorrow to rest at home and not have to go to the company." Ji Ruoyan spoke sharply. "If your father sleeps well tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock and is suddenly woken up by you knocking on the door, guess what kind of death you will be?" Gao Hongjie. "Since Hongjie is ready to travel, then I'll simply get into Ling Mo's car, just so I can point out the way." Li Nan jumped out at this time, just waiting for Gao Hongjie to open his mouth. Otherwise, when he opened his mouth and said that he was going to get into Ling Mo's car, he designated them all to come and grab it. I'm also going to Ling Mo's car. Chi Ruoyan knocked down this line with a smile at the corner of her mouth, which piqued all of Chi Ting's curiosity. Since the beginning, Chi Ruoyan has been staring at her cell phone and giggling. It's hard to. Talking about a date? Chi Ting got excited all of a sudden. There was no such thing as an ordinary parent's anger after knowing that their cabbage had been arched by a pig. Chi Ting cleared his throat and walked over, sitting next to this baby girl of his. Little Smoke. What's so funny? Can you tell me about it? Chi Ruoyan glanced at Chi Ting, skillfully turned off her cell phone, picked up the remote control and looked at the TV, and spoke faintly. Nothing, just saw a funny news. Kai Ting. Another day of being disliked by my baby girl. He must ask Ling Mo. Wasn't he supposed to put in a good word with Chi Ruoyan? Why did he not see any effect at all? Unbeknownst to him, Ling Mo had long forgotten about it. Next day, early morning, 7 o'clock. Get up. Ling Mo carried the sleepy Baiyu directly on his shoulder and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Last night this niece brushed the camping video until the early hours of the morning, and all of a sudden the expectation value was stretched to the full, and as a result, he directly gave insomnia, and couldn't sleep anyhow. Ling Mo lowered his head and gently touched the end of Baiyu's eyebrow. His gentle, wet and hot breath sprinkled on Baiyu's face, and whispered in Baiyu's ear, "Little Baiyu, good boy. Wait a moment, Ruoyan can come over. If you don't clean up properly, Ruoyan can laugh at you. Omega, well," grunted Shirayuki in a daze with an indescribable milky voice. Sleepy. Shirayuki needs to recharge. Ling Mo didn't hold back this time and touched his cheeks. Baiyu's cheeks were tender and white, as if he could bite out water with one bite. Well, it didn't take long for the two of them, Li Nan, to arrive downstairs. Ling Mo properly matched Baiyu's outfit, giving her a pink short-sleeved t-shirt on top and a pair of high-waisted denim shorts underneath, along with a pair of pink oversocks and white baker's shoes. It's so sweet. Greater than over equal to 4 all less than over equal to. Hey, does Baiyu look good? Baiyu turned around in front of Ling Mo and looked at him expectantly. Little Baiyu looks good in anything. Let's go. Ruoyan is probably waiting impatiently down there. Ling Mo smiled and rubbed Baiyu's head, and was about to head out when Baiyu grabbed his arm. What's wrong, little Shirayuki? Don't worry, your snacks are all in the car. Didn't forget them for you. Ling Mo turned his head and looked at Baiyu with some confusion. Let's go. Baiyu shook her head and flung herself into Ling Mo's arms, whispering, before tonight Baiyu is afraid that she won't be able to charge up with Mo. In order to be full of spirit all day today, Baiyu is now going to be fully charged. Ling Mo? Sister Chi, does Ling Mo live here? Can it be that Ling Mo's family isn't as rich as I thought? Renan surveyed the neighborhood where Ling Mo lived and spoke with some suspicion. After all, in his opinion, how Ling Mo lived should also be a high-grade villa area. What do you care? Are you getting along with him like this because you fancy his family background? Chi Ruoyan cast a sidelong glance at Li Nan and faintly said, how can that be? Renan was instantly anxious. How can you doubt me? I'm the one with the least bad intentions. Chi Ruoyan rolled her eyes and clasped her hands to her chest, not intending to pay attention to Li Nan. I say, Chi's sister, why don't they both come down yet? It can't be that they tossed something last night, right? Renan was bored and squatted on the ground to count ants. He couldn't help but ask. Shut up if you can't talk. Chi Ruoyan was annoyed by the talkative Li Nan and couldn't hold back. Would it kill you to say less? Finally, two figures gradually came inside the door, and Chi Ruoyan's original annoyed look gradually disappeared. Hi, Ruoyan. Baiyu waved at Chi Ruoyan and ran over with a smile on her face. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. No, it's okay. Chi Ruoyan looked back and smiled gently. It wasn't a long wait. Waiting for Renan, who was already counting ants on the ground. Have they all eaten? Ling Mo smiled and spoke to a few people. I'm still hungry now. I just purposely saved my stomach to come over to slaughter Mr. Ling for this meal. Li Nan jumped up with a hefty smile and rubbed his hands together, full of impatience. Ling Mo was speechless. What kind of person rips off people for breakfast? How many buns can you eat? Don't you care? I'm hungry now. Give me 100 buns and I can eat them. Li Nan spoke proudly. No, can't eat anymore. Renan waved her hand and finally pitched down, pushing the bun forward and picking up the wontons to finish the last mouthful of soup, burping contentedly. You really don't have any idle baggage. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth straightened. Didn't you say you could eat 100 buns? It's only a dozen Xiaolong bao. You can't eat any more? Chi Ruoyan revealed her bean eyes and wiped her mouth. It's almost time. Time to go. Ling Mo got up and scanned the code to pay the money over before a few people resumed driving. I said, this is where you're looking? Ling Mo's mouth straight draws. Li Nan led the crowd to, is a camping park. Next to the next is the lake. Just an ordinary park, the only difference is, there's no one here. What? I specifically asked my dad to pack it down. Took a 5-minute beating to pack this place. Don't pick it. Renan waved his hand and subconsciously covered his butt, his expression more or less unnatural. You have to beat you to get your dad to wrap a place? Are you pro-life? Ling Mo said dumbfounded. What kind of raw family must this be? Packing down here doesn't require a beating per se, but for some reason, my dad just doesn't like it when I call him by his breast name, and he beats me every time I do. Ling Mer, Chi Ruoyin. I'll beat you up every time I yell, and then you'll yell every time you're done. By the way, where's Hong Jie? How come I didn't see it? Ling Mo didn't want to pull this useless crap with Li Nan anymore. As soon as I say coal hanger arrives. He dragged a suitcase over and waved at Ling Mo. Hello. The crowd found a suitable place, not far from the lake. There are large trees shade, tied hammocks in the trees, tents set up, inflatable couches. Get good. Busy morning, I say. I don't think barbecues are allowed here, right? Ling Mo was a bit hesitant and spoke to Li Nan, who was staring at the meat skewers and drooling at the side. It's okay, there is a barbecue area, and not only stay here, really can't if. Li Nan licked his lips, squeezed his eyes. We go down to the lake to fish. This is not a pot? Fish stew for lunch. Ling Mer, come on, this is enough for you, and you're going to the lake to get fish? What were you thinking? Ling Mo rolled his eyes. Pack up your stuff again and prepare lunch. Ling Mo and Gao Hongjie Linan 3 men to prepare food in tents and these big projects. Bai Yu and Chi Ruoyan 2 people to prepare some knickknacks. Set up the camping things, like a projector, picnic cloths, whatever. Little Moon, you're so pretty today. Chi Ruoyan squatted down, holding her legs, carefully poked Bai Yu's arm. Soft. Chi Ruoyan's expression at this moment was as excited as if she was a thief. He. Thank you, Ruoyan. The tip of Bai Yu's nose twitched slightly, her eyes holding a smile at the end. Ruoyan looks good today too. Hey, kiss, why are you smiling so lewdly? A discordant voice rang out, and the smile on Chi Ruoyan's face slowly disappeared as she let out a tisk. What are you doing here if you're not going to help Ling Mo? Oh, he thought I was in the way and told me to get out of the way. Obviously was scolded, but in Li Nan's face but cannot see any upset, but also cheerful. What did you guys just say? The corner of Chi Ruoyan's mouth twitched, not wanting to pay attention to Li Nan. She turned her head to Bai Yu. Little Moon, do you usually play games? Handheld games or something? Shirayuki, who was suddenly named, froze for a moment and thought carefully before nodding. Playing a game. Playing. Chi Ruoyan took out her cell phone and opened the app mall, scratching and pulling as she spoke. Pesticide or source? Bai Yu blinked her eyes a few times, glanced at Chi Ruoyan with some confusion, and spoke softly, connecting the dots. Chi Ruoyan's face of the smile suddenly stiffened. The phone involuntarily fell to the ground, the whole person like a thunderclap. Half a long time, Chi Ruoyan only shook his head. Pick up the phone on the ground. Fortunately, this is in the grass, laying a good picnic cloth, or the opening direct loss of a cell phone. Reluctantly, Chi Ruoyan asked, there's no other game? Bai Yu shook her head. The streak was still playing when she first got into cell phones, and she didn't have much time to play games after that, either studying or going out to play. What about you, Li Nan? What game do you play? Chi Ruoyan turned her head to ask Li Nan. Only her words were less gentle. Looking askance at Li Nan, Nan shook his head with an innocent expression. Didn't play any cell phone games. Chi Ruoyan took a deep breath. It seems it's necessary for me to lead you guys to see the splendor of the pesticide continent. Even though I'm not much of a player either, I think that I can still do it by taking you 2 newbies on a killing spree. Shirayuki? Nan? Both of them were reluctant. One wanted to look at Ling Mo, and the other felt disgraced by the female lead. Come. Chi Ruoyan opened up the duo and helped them complete the novice tutorial and familiarize themselves with some basic operations before taking them to play matchmaking, starting their first pesticide journey. On the other side, your kebabs smell so good. Ha! Gao Hongjie swallowed his saliva, looking at the nourishing and oily meat skewers. The craving was instantly aroused. Do you lack a male wife? Ling Mo? Take your meat skewers and stay wherever it's cool. Ling Mo was a bit too much for Gao Hongjie and gave him 5 skewers to get rid of him. Obviously Gao Hongjie's first impression should be quite elegant and civilized. How did he become like this? The root of the problem should be in Li Nan, as can be seen from the fact that Li Nan has become the class president. After this period of time together, as well as just now Li Nan's speech to see, Li Nan won the class president is no more than 3 important reasons. Number 1 is persistence. You have to have a strong desire for the position of class president and will work hard for it. Second, it's shamelessness, and shamelessness is invincible everywhere, including dealing with pricks and dealing with all sorts of other things. Third, It's the insistence on shamelessness. Not to mention that Su Wei can't stand Li Nan a little bit. Cao Hongjie was more or less tainted by Li Nan. Ling Mo was a bit impressed with him. Ri Nan, truly a tall man. It's time to eat. Ling Mo shouted at the three who were still engrossed in their cell phone game, wiped his hands, and walked over. Ruoyan, why is your screen always black? Ling Mo stood behind Shi Ruoyan and issued a soul torture question. Shi Ruoyan tilted her head dumbfounded, revealing her eyes, slammed her phone down, and huffed and puffed as she went to serve her plate. Baiyu sat in place and did not even move, eyes staring straight at the phone. A burst of operation, a loud spray MQ and a sentence, then the cool disengaged. Baiyu, which is satisfied to put down the phone. Playing pesticide? Ling Mo pinched Baiyu's soft cheeks and said softly, Ruoyan brought me to play. But she kept dying. It was obvious that the enemies were in front of her, but Ruoyan kept waiting for the opposite side to put skills on herself before she reacted. Shirayuki spoke in disbelief. Could it be that this game is about letting the opposite side beat themselves? Obviously beating the opposite side would be a bit more fulfilling. Ling Mo had no choice but to hold his forehead. There was no way. A cat's reaction was at least 2 or 3 times faster than a human's, which led to Baiyu being able to react and operate accordingly in a very short period of time. This is one of the reasons why White Moon was able to start the game with 5 kills despite clearly being a newbie. Alright, we'll play later. Eat something first. Ling Mo patted Baiyu's shoulder and softly said, good. Baiyu stretched her back, spread her hands comfortably, and looked at Ling Mo eagerly. Want to charge? Ling Mo burst out laughing. This niece is really not caring about people at all. She probably also thinks of everyone who is here as a good friend. That's why she is so reckless. Ling Mo bent down and helped Baiyu up. Wait a bit, okay? Shirayuki hemmed and hawed and bounced off to find Shi Ruoyan. Ling Mo sat down on the picnic cloth and looked at the lost in thought Li Nan on the side and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Why do you look lost in thought? Ri Nan's eyes were lifeless as he murmured. I actually came in dead last in the economy. Ling Mare. Seeing that Ling Mo didn't understand himself, all of a sudden, Li Nan became anxious and directly stood up, holding his cell phone. Do you know what this means? I'm at the bottom of the economic ladder. I actually got abused so badly playing a game. So what do you want? Ling Mo raised his eyes, his smile a little more playful. Ri Nan had a sinister look on his face. Teammates still dare to scold me? Are you tired of living? I'll definitely make them regret it. Ling Mo froze for a moment, watching as Li Nan turned on another handful of games for just a minute. The Faustbrand came right out. You fucking, and $, and $, hashtag, *. All of a sudden, Ri Nan's cell phone burst into a flurry of birdsong, and Ri Nan got excited. Still dare to scold me? See how I hit back? After saying that, Ri Nan took the cell phone and cursed at it. Only, Ri Nan's expression changed from sinister, gradually changed to heartfelt, and then directly cried. Ling Mo couldn't look at it anymore, and directly took Li Nan's cell phone over and turned off the screen, at the same time opening his mouth. In the future, play the game yourself to find a quiet place to play. You play the game to talk too dirty. Lu Nam. It's obviously his teammates who are playing the game and talking dirty. What's it got to do with him? Ling Mo. Speak as if you're good at playing games. Don't you teach me things. Ling Mo let out a light laugh and was about to open his mouth to explain. Here comes the lamb skewer. Cao Hongjie put the meat skewer on the plate, darted over towards the duo, and just put it on the small table on the picnic cloth. He couldn't wait to take another skewer, and took a direct bite. Really fragrant. Cao Hongjie opened his mouth beautifully. I'll eat. This is baked by Ling Mo. Not that I'm blowing, it's very tasty. Cao Hongjie took a bite. Only then did he realize that Li Nan's expression was one of indignation. Froze and handed over a skewer. What's wrong, Li Nan? You look as hard as if you ate shit. Lu Nam. It's okay, he didn't eat too much. Ling Mo smiled and called out. Baiyu, come over and eat. You guys find out what movie you're going to watch later. I'll go get the 2 of them. Ling Mo clapped his hands together and got up from the picnic cloth, walking towards where Baiyu was. TSK. I think it's just wanting a small snack before dinner. Li Nan viciously bit into the meat skewer in his hand as if that was a teammate, and after hearing Ling Mo's words, he laughed disdainfully and opened his mouth sharply. What do you mean? Cao Hongjie's hand trembled for a moment, and the meat skewer that had already been passed to his mouth was unconsciously put down, staring straight at Li Nan. Oh, so you didn't talk about it when you were working with him just now? Him and Shirayuki. He told me not to talk about it. But it doesn't really matter if I talk to my own people, does it? Ri Nan took a sip of her Diet Coke and picked out a comedy movie that, come on, piece by piece. Ri Nan shouted at Cao Hongjie and handed over a bottle of ice Coke. The other side. Why did you go for so long? Ling Mo took Bayu's small hand and squeezed the palm of his hand, speaking with some surprise. He. Ruoyan asked Bayu for tips on how to hit pesticides to come, saying that she'll let Bayu come to her tent at night and learn from her. Bayu tilted her head and spoke with a smile. Mare, is Bayu awesome? Ling Mare. Ling Mo gave Chi Ruoyan a strange look and said softly, Little White Moon is the most powerful. Ruoyan, why don't you go eat first, and I'll talk to Bayu about something. Chi Ruoyan's face was filled with black lines. She wanted to point at Ling Mo, then thinking that this was not very polite, she let it go and spoke uneasily. No cricketing me in front of Little Moon. You still don't believe me? Hurry up and go eat. If you're late it'll all be eaten up by that Linan guy. Ling Mo waved his hand at Chi Ruoyan, who then ran away. Is there something wrong with Mo? Bayu looked at Ling Mo suspiciously, her sapphire eyes blinking as she opened her arms and flung herself into Ling Mo's embrace, speaking in a low voice. Mo, Bayu wants to charge. Little Bayu, just stay honestly in your tent at night, and don't go to anyone's tent. Got it? Ling Mo pinched Bayu's soft cheeks. I'll accompany you to play pesticide at night. As soon as Bayu heard Ling Mo say this, she was not happy and raised her head, looking at Ling Mo fiercely. Bayu is not going to be with anyone else at night. Ling Mo looked at the little person in his arms and stroked her hair lovingly. He realized that he was getting more and more fond of this girl since he wanted to be with Bayu, lowering his head and whispering, would it be okay to recharge Little White Moon? I'm so tired from cooking just now. Bayu instantly smiled and narrowed her eyes, standing on her tiptoes and whispering, Good boy Bayu is going to charge Mare. TSK. As soon as the Ling Mo duo returned, Linan shook his head and smacked his lips as if his tongue was burning. That tongue of yours don't want I can roast it for you and eat it as a roasted pig's tongue. Ling Mo sat down and opened his mouth lightly, glancing at it. He was a bit speechless. Eat it so clean? Linan stared at her eyes and retorted for herself. Ling Mo, it's obviously you who just got bored for too long. Okay, I even went and warmed up everything for you. Aren't you going to compliment me? Chi Ruoyan couldn't hear it anymore and gave Linan a kick. If I hadn't opened my mouth to stop you from eating, you would have just dazzled your mouth with all of it, right? Renan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, bowed his head and opened his mouth. Don't put words so bluntly. Well, Ling Mare, do you want to play badminton in a while? Chi Ruoyan suddenly spoke. Today's day is good, quite suitable for outdoor sports. After hearing this, Ling Mo glanced at the crowd in pity and wiped the corners of his lips. I'll team up with Bayu. Linan instantly came to his senses and looked at Chi Ruoyan with bated breath. Since Mr. Ling has said so, why don't we just assign one male and one female? Sister Chi. Chi Ruoyan glanced at Linan with disgust. Don't disgust me. Believe it or not, I'll use you as a racket fly? Gao Hongjie smiled gently. Then, I'll be the referee. Renan clapped his hands and stood up. Then I announced that the first camping badminton competition is about to start right away. So please get ready. The biggest favorite to win this tournament, that's me, will continue to cover the proceedings for you. Ling Mare, Chi Ruoyan, Gao Hongjie, Little White Moon, come. Ling Mo lazily ignored Linan. The white-haired pretty shadow reflected in his ink pupils. Isn't Little White Moon the best? Bayu quickly nodded. Yes. Then we'll cheer together. Renan watched the interaction between the two and thought about learning a little, but gave up the idea after receiving a kick from Chi Ruoyan. Dear viewers, the biggest favorite to win the title is about to take the ring. What kind of way will he end this match? What a great anticipation. Renan, who was on the side, shouted passionately, and then entered with a confident look on his face afterward. Crowd. Ling Mo and Bayu versus Chi Ruoyan and Linan. Gao Hongjie was holding a roasted corn cob in his hand with a passionate face, as if there were really quite a few people watching him. So hello everyone, I'm the referee and part-time host. Now that the opposing sides are ready, there's no time to lose, so the match will now begin. Gao Hongjie blew his whistle violently, and Ling Mo threw the ball into the sky and slapped it hard. Sister Chi, just follow the tactics just now, haha. You're in front, I'll defend behind you. Don't worry about the back. Renan shouted at Chi Ruoyan, staring daggers at the flying ball and swinging his racket. Got it. Chi Ruoyan looked serious, took a deep breath, and replied in a loud voice. Ling Mo's mouth hid a smile. At first, he didn't hit the ball towards Chi Ruoyan because he wasn't sure if Chi Ruoyan could adapt to being partnered with Linan. The two just fought for a few rounds, leaving Chi Ruoyan plenty of time to mentally build up. White Moon wants to fight too. Ruoyan wants to play too. Bayu waited for a long time holding the racket and watched as Ling Mo and Linan both got high from playing. Shirayuki, catch it. The ball was sent right to Renan's side. And this time, Renan didn't dare to exert himself and hit the ball to Bayu. A smile gradually appeared on Shirayuki's face as she stared at the ball flying towards her. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Shirayuki is awesome. After saying that, Baiyu jumped up high, directly over Ling Mo's head, and slapped the ball at Chi Ruoyan. Under the illumination of the sun, those two legs of Baiyu were white and long, as if they could reflect the light, and it made Renan look dumbfounded, murmuring, jumping so high. What for? Renan pushed the person who was blocking her view, while twisting her head to take another look. Chi Ruoyan frowned slightly, looking at the hand placed on her waist, her cool lips opening and closing slightly. What are you looking at? At that moment, Renan froze, swallowed hard, and met Chi Ruoyan's pretty face with a leathery smile. Pondering for a moment, I was enjoying the view. Snap! Renan covered her cheeks and squatted on the ground drawing circles. Chi Ruoyan glared fiercely at Linan, who buried his head even lower like a mouse seeing a cat. It's not like I'm looking at you. What's your hurry? Renan muttered. As the duo made this mess, they lost a point straight away. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh yeah. Shirayuki waved her fist happily, full of excitement. After Ling Mo let Baiyu take over on the field, there was no chance that he could take a shot himself because he couldn't even touch the ball. Often, they are in midair before Shirayuki jumps up and punches them back. In a few short rounds, Baiyu darted towards Ling Mo with a heart full of joy, like a happy bird into his arms, her fair and delicate forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, panting slightly. Despite the heat, Baiyu still hugged Ling Mo tightly and looked at him blearily. Mo, is Baiyu awesome? You won so quickly. Ling Mo gently smiled. This niece will not let go of the water. A come-up is a real fight. Win or lose of course out of the fast. Little White Moon awesome. That's going to charge. Ling Mo had no choice but to speak in a low voice in its ear. We'll talk about it when we go back to the tent at night. Little White Moon doesn't know how to be shy. Shirayuki's nose twitched slightly and he chuckled. After almost a week in the darkroom, 4 reviews, and a dozen hours of changes, I was finally released with a plot overhaul that allowed me to brush up from enrollment again. Remember to call me if something doesn't make sense. I just don't know if there's anyone else out there. Squeak, the book was sent in to me the day before the debut, so it's not going to die a violent death. So now it seems, this match has also suddenly gone cold, with the favorite to win the title being strongly defeated by an unknown figure, taking the title from his hands. As the match ended, Renan stood up from the ground and moved around, his tone regretful. What happened to your face? Why is there a slap mark? Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke in a somewhat strange manner. Lu Nam. The originally imposing Linan suddenly broke his defenses, scratching his head in some haste, and became directly annoyed. Ling Mo. I'm not convinced. Do you dare to fight again? Where's the referee? Where's the referee? Ling Mer. He's supposed to be incapable of rage, right? On the side, Cao Hongjie raised his hand and responded. I am. M.O. The size of that hand on Linan's face seems to be about the same size as Ruoyan's hand, whispered Baiyu in Ling Mo's ear. Just no. Don't say it. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth curved up a bit, moving both shoulders. Tired? Let me go first. Shirayuki gulped. Then M.O. came first. Renan's face gradually grim and arrogant expression gradually raged. This next ball of mine. You can watch. Shocking Chang'an. The first ball. Can you fucking stop bumping into me all the time? Chi Ruoyan couldn't bear it anymore. Copied the badminton racket and wanted to greet Linan. Didn't you say I'm in front? What are you always running in front of? Renan scratched his head, being scolded by Chi Ruoyan, a bit afraid to say anything. I'm not afraid that you can't catch it. Thinking to come over and help you a bit. It was catchable. You helped, and now it's not catchable. Chi Ruoyan was infuriated enough by Renan that she almost got knocked off her feet like a badminton ball several times. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q, yay. Mo is also great. Baiyu happily put the beat on the ground and took Ling Mo's hand with a proud little expression. Baiyu and Mo won. Baiyu followed the winning pose on TV, holding Ling Mo's hand above her head and smiling he he he. Renan skimmed his lips. Ling Mo. Fishing or not? Ling Mo was stunned for a moment. It's really fishing? It's still edible. Renan waved his hand at Gao Hongjie. Going fishing? How can I say that I have to win him once? This time you also come over. The two of us PK him alone. I don't believe we can't beat him. I can do both. Gao Hongjie smiled. What about Ruoyan and the girls? They won't like fishing after all. TSK. Gao Hongjie said so, and Renan touched his chin. Or, you guys. Feel free? Just after saying that, Chi Ruoyan revealed her bean eyes. This is the place you chose, and you're letting us do as we please? Leaving us behind? How can it be? Renan scratched his ears. Let's do it this way. If you catch a fish, you guys roast it on the spot. How about it? Although the words were tempting to Shirayuki, her little face wrinkled together with a difficult expression. Shirayuki just ate her fill. Then if she eats grilled fish, go! Chiroyan saw Bayu's entanglement and waved her hand, while not forgetting to open her mouth to comfort. It's fine, little moon. Fishing is slow, and maybe today these three will be the Air Force for a while. Lu Nam, Ling Mer, Gao Hongjie, Ling Mo. Someone is looking down on you. Isn't it time to show her a hand and carry out a hard slap in the face? Linan stirred up the fire from the side at the right time. Let's go. Fishing. Ling Mo chose to ignore Linan's arching fire, picked out a fishing rod and walked over. Several people came to the lake, and they found a suitable location, cast their rods, and began to fish. Well, Bayu licked her lips and looked at Ling Mo, who was sitting quietly and motionless, so she wanted to walk over and play with Ling Mo for a while, but she had only just taken a step when she was pulled back by Chi Ruoyan. What's wrong? Bayu looked at Chi Ruoyan in disbelief and spoke in confusion. Ling Mo and the others are fishing. Fishing is something that needs to be very quiet. There can't be any movement. Otherwise, if they disturb the fish, Ling Mo will probably get angry, Kiran explained. Well, Mare won't be angry. Bayu shook her head, shook off Chi Ruoyan's hand, and tiptoed over, looking distantly as if she were a thief. Ling Mo was sitting on a chair looking intently at the lake, when suddenly someone poked his arm. Ling Mo subconsciously turned his head to look. A smile appeared on his face. He put the pole to one side, stretched out his hand to touch Bayu's little head, and softly said, "What's wrong, little Bayu?" While enjoying Ling Mo's touch, Bayu looked back and gave a victory gesture to Chi Ruoyan and smiled playfully. Chi Ruoyan, it's just that I miss Mo. Bayu whispered as she sat on the ground and lay on Ling Mo's lap. Ling Mo let out a light laugh and looked at the sticky Bayu and spoke helplessly. Don't move around. I'll give you fishing to eat in a while, okay? Bayu smiled and narrowed her eyes, her head rubbing against Ling Mo's belly. Good. The other side. Renan looked at the Ling Mo duo. His eyes were red with envy. Fishing for a fish also needs to stick together. Ling Mo was really enough. Gao Hongjie was instantly amused by Linan. Ling Mo has a date. People can stick together all the time. How about you? And why do I hear someone sounding like they're jealous? Renan shook his head, fussing with one of his index fingers, crossing it in front of his lips, and whispered, don't speak, mute the world, and listen in silence. The sound of me breaking defense. Gao Hongjie. Like Chi Ruoyan said, fishing wasn't that fast, and at the very least, none of the three had a fish on the hook in the first hour. Well, so boring Bayu really can't help it. Get up from Ling Mo. In its ear whispered open. Bayu was going to go to find Ruoyan to play. Fishing to fish, remember to call Bayu. Ling Mo didn't say anything, but just nodded his head, counting it as knowing. His grandma finally came up. Unlike Ling Mo's side, which was calm and quiet, Linan's side was bustling with activity. Standing up directly and starting to collect the pole with an excited face. It just collected and disappeared from my face. Gao Hongjie passed his hand over and compared it seriously with the fish. Then spoke. This fish isn't as big as half my palm. What do you know? Everything starts with a bang. I'm open here now, so I'm sure my haul today won't be bad. And you two are still in Air Force status at the moment. Renan stretched her neck to defend herself. Just as soon as Renan's sentence fell, a movement came from Ling Mo's side, and unlike Renan's ease, Ling Mo's closing of the pole looked quite laborious. No way. How big does it have to be? Muttered Renan. It's quite a flop. Let's give you a different place to swim. Ling Mo put the fish into the bucket of water. On this also outward splashing water, Linan's side of the bucket of water pressure did not have a splash, because the fish simply cannot flutter out. How does this count? Gao Hongjie withdrew his gaze from Ling Mo, contemplated for a moment, and spoke to the already confused Linan. It's all one. Flat. Even Renan was a little embarrassed. Gao Hongjie was speechless. Just this one of yours. It's not enough to stuff Mr. Ling's teeth with that fish. Is this also called a draw? Renan, however, turned a deaf ear, as if he hadn't heard it, and concentrated on the fishing rod in front of him. I must be the first fish on the next one, or else I'll be purple sand, Renan secretly said. With this kind of efficiency in catching fish, Linan was ready to wait for another hour in preparation, but after only 10 minutes, movement came again from Ling Mo's side. Lu Nam. Good. Alabaster. Goodbye. This disgusting world. Destroy it. After eating grilled fish in the evening, Linan and Gao Hongjie went to play with a flashlight, saying that they would see if they could find the door to the other world at night. Bayu and Chi Ruoyan, two girls, are still a little better. Packing up things, the manufacture of the garbage are picked up. Cannot pack down here to others to create such a mess. Ling Mo was exhausted today. Cooking, playing with Bayu, fishing, and lying on his butt on the inflatable sofa with his whole body sunk in. It's so comforting. Ling Mo squinted his eyes and opened his mouth, due to the exertion. As soon as he laid down on it, Ling Mo felt a burst of tingling sensation coming from his waist. The sunset in September was beautiful. The evening breeze under the setting sun carried a gust of coolness, and the spitting sound of Chi Ruoyan came from time to time to his ears. For a while, Ling Mo was incredibly relaxed. Ling Mo suddenly felt a hot body lying next to his own. Even if Ling Mo didn't open his eyes, he could feel the gaze of the other party and spoke softly. What's wrong, Shiratsuki? Bayu's body arched towards Ling Mo's side and took Ling Mo's hand, playing with Ling Mo's fingers before she wondered. Mo, are we lovers? Ling Mo opened his eyes and looked to the side, meeting the probing depths of Bayu's eyes. Want to know? Want to know? Shirayuki nodded her head in a hurry, quite expectant. Ling Mo didn't answer right away, but smiled and waved his hand at Bayu. Come over here some, I'll tell you the answer. Although White Moon froze for a split second, she obediently moved a few moments closer to Ling Mo again, lying on the other's chest and listening to Ling Mo's heartbeat. Feel that? Ling Mo suddenly spoke. What? Bayu raised her head in some confusion, but she was pressed back against Ling Mo's chest. This heart that beats for you. Ling Mo gently clutched Bayu's slender white wrist for fear of hurting the little person in his arms, and slowly approached her under her puzzled gaze. Chi Ruoyan had just packed up her things and came back, ready to take a break when she saw this scene. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything more, took a deep breath and left the place again. Ling Mo didn't take advantage of Bayu's lack of understanding of these things to take advantage of her to her heart's content. Ling Mo's movements were incomparably gentle, allowing Bayu to experience the sensation as much as possible. The moment the two parted, Bayu's heart was beating fast, touching her hot cheeks. She spoke in confusion. Mo, Bayu seems to have a fever. Is it because it's unhygienic? Ling Mo smiled softly and hugged Bayu a few moments tighter. This won't be unhygienic, because it's a sign of love for someone. Why would you kiss her if you don't love her? Shirayuki's cheeks were very red. So, does Mare love Shirayuki a lot? Ling Mo nodded, the depths of his eyes filled with fondness and doting on Bayu. So, are Shirayuki and Mare lovers? Ling Mo let out a light laugh and reached out his hand, his fingertips gently rubbing the corners of Bayu's lips as he softly said, of course, only lovers can live the kind of life that Xiao Bayu is talking about. And because I love Xiao Bayu so much, I want to live the life that I want to live together with Xiao Bayu. The smile on Bayu's face was very happy. Bayu also loves and adores Mo, and also wants to live that kind of life together with Mo. Neither of us can abandon anyone. Of course. Ling Mo rubbed the white-haired girl in his arms and looked at the azure sky above his head, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The evening breeze under the setting sun was unbelievably gentle, falling into the abject love between the two. Sure is sick enough, Chi Ruoyan muttered, walking aimlessly with a flashlight in her hand. Say, little Moon looks like she's going to be a bit older than me. Why would she be just a year older? Chi Ruoyan didn't understand, but she wasn't going to think about it, so she simply called cheating directly. Hello, old man? The moment the phone was connected, Chi Ruoyan shouted at the phone. Let me ask you something. If there wasn't I'm the best in the world then. Might not be able to remember what you said. There was a moment of chagrin on the other side of the phone, but the words were vaguely amused. Chi Ruoyan, what the hell are you up to? What's the situation with Ling Mo and Bayu and the others? Chi Ruoyan gritted her teeth and asked directly. Can't think of. People are old. Brain is not enough. But if you can have the concern of your own precious daughter, maybe you can still think of something. Chi Ting didn't answer Chi Ruoyan's question. It's not easy to have a favor to ask. Can you still not take a good hold of it? Not to mention, worthy of being a father and daughter. Chi Ting is now pinching Chi Ruoyan just like Chi Ruoyan found out that Ling Mo wrote a novel to pinch him. It's almost as if it's the same thing. Old man, you are the best in the world. These words came out of Chi Ruoyan's mouth, gritting her teeth and speaking in a low voice as if she was saying something extremely shameful. Okay? Kiran said irritably. Did you hear anything? Renan and his duo, with flashlights, slowly walked out from the depths of the woods, and suddenly heard some movement, and suspiciously opened their mouths to Gao Hongjie. Hiss. Sounds like a girl's voice. Why does it sound full of resentment? It's hard to believe. Gao Hongjie sucked in a breath of cool air. After all, it was almost dark, and it was inevitable that he would have some goosebumps when he suddenly heard a woman's whisper in the woods. Go, go, go. Better hurry back. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone looking for any other worldly gates. I'd rather stay on Earth and be my squad leader. Renan touched the goosebumps on his arms and shivered as he opened his mouth. Gao Hongjie's dark eyes were filled with contempt. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to explore? How come you're afraid? Renan spoke with a strained neck. I'm mostly hungry. You know what, hammer? Gao Hongjie rolled his eyes and waved his hand. I'm going to check it out. Are you going? Lu Nam. Just go. I'm a child body. How can an evil spirit dare to come near? If I get angry, I will reward him with a bubble. Linan stalked his neck and said stiffly. Gao Hongjie, dead set on saving face. Come on, let's go then. When the time comes, if you are scared out of your wits, remember not to nourish on me. Gao Hongjie laughed, turned on the flashlight, seeking the sound and slowly groped his way over. Or not, little smoke, just say that you and I are the best in the world. You say. Chi Ting laughed cheerfully. He had quietly asked Ling Mo and Chi Ruoyan again in the middle how they got along. Ling Mo's answer was only one. Learn to talk like them. Find some common topics. And don't pose as an adult. Cheating have words is really listening. Just cheating talk more or less learn from the wrong people. Chi Ruoyan's fist slowly clenched, murderous anger brewing in the bottom of her eyes. Once she thought of Baiyu, she hardened and suppressed it, gritting her teeth and saying word by word, and old father are days under the first. Good. Kiting was instantly satisfied. He hadn't heard that in I don't know how long. Can you say it now? Chi Ruoyan swore that if cheating still gave an inch, she would have to coax the hall into mourning. In fact, there is nothing. Listen to Ling Mo, that meaning estimated that there is no intention to let Baiyu peacefully finish these 4 years of college. The specific I did not ask more, but Ling Mo was really interesting. His family invested so much money. The result is not read the end of the book. He himself also as long as a librarian's position. Cheating smacked his lips, his words full of doubt. Even if he wants the head teacher, it's not like I can't give it. I prefer to believe that the money was only used to enroll Baiyu in school, and that Ling Mo was just a side item. For Cheating's explanation, Chi Ruoyan only listened in on one sentence. You mean, they're not going to finish reading? Why? Where are they going to go when they're done? Doesn't Luna go to school anymore? Chi Ruoyan's tone was a bit flustered as question after question bombarded her. How do I know about people's arrangements for this? But at this age of enrollment for Shirayuki, she should be a junior by this time. Chi Ruoyan was stunned for a moment. How old is Little Moon? 20. Don't you realize she's a lot older than you? Chi Ruoyan. Then why did she come here? Chi Ruoyan was a bit reluctant, but on weekdays, Baiyu's behavior was clearly not like a 20-year college girl, but more like a junior school girl. I just really don't know about that. By the way, why did you suddenly think to ask that today? Chi Ting was puzzled and asked, only to be hung up directly by Chi Ruoyan. Didn't you always accompany each other through 4 years of school? Chi Ruoyan's heart was full of sourness. Sitting on the steps, hugging her knees and looking out at the ground. The sun has completely set. The sound of cicadas ringing all around. Chi Ruoyan looked around. Darkness shrouded the earth. Boundless loneliness like a tidal wave came to Kuchi. Suddenly a beam of light shone through, like the first ray of sunlight piercing through a gray, cloudy sky. Warm and hopeful. Sister Chi? Why are you here? When Renan saw Chi Ruoyan's expression of wanting to shark people, he thought that it was a severe ghost manifesting itself. And the first time he was scared. He wanted to run away. And only when he came back to his senses did he realize that it was Chi Ruoyan. You care about me? There's a lot of shit going on. Chi Ruoyan had long since gathered herself and exhaled deeply. Alright, let's go. It's also getting dark. Ling Mo is probably worried about us. Go. Gao Hongjie waved his hand at the two of them and turned around to leave. The excitement under his eyes receding like a tidal wave after he realized that the whisper was Chi Ruoyan. Hey, be careful. Due to the darkness of the sky, Chi Ruoyan just walked away and nearly fell to the ground with a weak foot. Renan looked at Chi Ruoyan with some bewilderment. What's wrong? Sister Chi? Something on your mind? No. Walk your way. Chi Ruoyan shook her head and walked straight ahead. How come you're the only one back? Where are Renan and Ruoyan? Ling Mo looked at Gao Hongjie, who had jogged all the way back, raised his eyebrows, and opened his mouth in confusion. Gao Hongjie gasped and sat on his butt, fiercely pouring a mouthful of coke. The two of them are still back there. I guess they'll be here soon. Ling Mo waved his hand at Baiyu. He knew that a cat's night vision was much better than a human's. Little Baiyu, in a moment, you'll be in charge of watching to see where they'll come out from. Shirayuki grinned and waved her fist. Omega dash, oh wrap it up Shirayuki. After a short while, Gao Hongjie was puzzled. It shouldn't be. Why hasn't it come back yet? It should clearly be not far behind me. Baiyu scratched Ling Mo's palm, pointed in a direction, and said softly, Mo, look, Ruoyan and the others seem to be injured? Ling Mo subconsciously looked in the direction of Baiyu's finger and saw two people holding each other were slowly walking in his direction. I'll go. What the hell? Gao Hongjie froze for a moment, his face full of incredulity, and flew over to Ri Nan's side, glancing at Qi Ruoyan and whispering, "What happened to her? I fell. What happened to your eyes? Hongjie? You can't even see this?" Ri Nan said breathlessly. Bai Yu trotted over, blinked her eyes a few times, took Qi Ruoyan's hand, and smiled. "Ruoyan, you're back." Ri Nan released Qi Ruoyan and stretched, helping her all the way to be scolded all the way. "Do not know good people, oh." After saying that, Li Nan walked towards Ling Mo, and at the same time shouted, "Ling Mo, prepare some alcohol disinfectant wipes, we'll disinfect them later." "Ri Nan," Qi Ruoyan shouted. At once, Li Nan a sharp break. The board stood there, the whole person obediently, the corner of the mouth with a smile, the ink pupil with some expectation. "What's the matter, Qi's sister? Ling Mo? What? Are you afraid of Ruoyan?" Ling Mo spoke teasingly with a smile on his lips. "It's called being a gentleman, giving in to the girls. Ling Mo, don't you also listen to Bai Yu? We're both the same." Li Nan waved his hand without a care in the world, comparing himself to Ling Mo. "Thank you." Qi Ruyan spoke softly and then lowered her head, being assisted by Shirayuki to sit on the picnic cloth. "Li Nan, don't be poor. Hurry up and prepare something. I'll see what's left to make something more to eat." Ling Mo stretched and started to get busy. "Little White Moon, you just sit down. Ruoyan, if you're afraid of pain, let Hongjie or Li Nan give you medicine. Xiaobai, I'm afraid she didn't do it lightly." "Right. Tomorrow morning at 8 or 9 o'clock we'll leave. You remember to pack up your things." Ling Mo put all the things next to Qi Ruoyan and instructed. "Got it." Qi Ruoyan nodded her head and looked at Ling Mo with a desire to speak. "Why? Is something wrong?" Ling Mo naturally noticed Qi Ruoyan's abnormality and spoke with a light smile. "It's okay." The next day, early in the morning, a few people packed up their things and left the place, each going back to their own homes and looking for their own mothers. The crowd ended the camping trip and returned to campus life. The life at the beginning of the school was interesting, but the life of a few points and a line more or less made their hearts a little restless. At the end of September, the day before the national holiday, Minnesota State University is on a half-day early vacation for 7.5 days. After the morning half-day, the vacation was officially declared, and some of those who didn't have classes in the morning simply ran early. This is also an extra half-day of vacation considering that some people will be in a hurry and may waste half a day, in line with the principle of cherishing every second of the vacation. On the way back, Shirayuki sat in the co-pilot, unable to stop with joy, waving her fists. Greater than over equal to for all less than over equal to. Vacation C 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 vacation. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth also rose slightly as the vehicle traveled smoothly, a pleasant and relaxing atmosphere permeating the car. Soft and soothing music flowed out like gurgling water. The sunlight shed dappled light through the car windows, illuminating every corner of the car. Bai Yu slowly opened the window. The breeze blew the hair, bringing a hint of coolness. The scenery that I have seen I don't know how many times in my day has become beautiful at this moment, and has become the most beautiful decoration on the way home. The warmth and peace of home seemed to be within reach, and Shirayuki's little head bobbed gently to the rhythm of the music with indescribable cuteness. Ling Mo's afterglow glanced at Bai Yu, and while laughing in his heart, he thought of one more thing. If he were to give Bai Yu cat ear headphones, and then with Bai Yu's natural white hair. Ling Mo was thinking about it when a phone call came in, and the original music in the car suddenly turned into a ringing phone. "Well," and Shirayuki's shaking head stopped, looking at the caller with some curiosity and slowly pronouncing the caller's name. "Pit, Dad." Ling Mo coughed dryly and answered the phone. "Hello? What's up, Dad?" "Show Moa. Look, this is the national day. Shouldn't it be?" Rarely, Ling Tian called over the first sentence was actually not scolding Ling Mo. His tone was calm and careful to test the opening. "Well, I'm on my way home from school with Koa Cookie, packing my bags, and I'll be home this afternoon." Yahoo! A strange voice came from the other side of the phone. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a car Bluetooth, Ling Mo wouldn't have been attacked so indiscriminately by Ling Tian. "Bai likes fish, right? I'll go buy fish. What else do you like to eat? Abalone for dinner? Roast pork? Lobster? King crab?" Ling Tian's tone perked up. "Forget it. I'll just buy them all. Little White likes eating seafood." Then, Ling Mo was really afraid of Ling Tian an upper head. Directly move empty the entire seafood market. Hastily opened his mouth. "Do not have to buy so much. Small White Moon likes to eat fish. Other watch to come on the line." "Right. Spicy dishes do not come." "Alright, I know. I'll go prepare this." Ling Tian hurriedly answered a few times and hung up the phone. "Papa seems happy. And so does Mare. And so does Shirayuki." Shirayuki smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Shirayuki's happy. So she wants to charge. Ling Mare, The duo didn't have anything important to bring back. Not to mention that according to Mother Ling's nature, how could she go back without taking Baiyu out to bye? What was said was to go back and pack his bags, mainly to let Ling Tian prepare. Don't go back and still be in a hurry. Ling Mo did very little at noon, simply letting Baiyu feel less hungry before letting her take a nap, and when she woke up, she brought the necessary things such as her ID card and drove off. In fact, if he really wanted to drive, just based on the distance, Ling Mo would be able to drive about an hour to his home. Nay, it was now the National Day holiday. The road was almost completely blocked, and by the time they both got home, it was already close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Along the way, Baiyu gradually changed from her original excitement to flatness, impatience, and collapse, and in the end, it was only after Ling Mo coaxed and cajoled Baiyu to get out of the car and run over. Ling Mo's car slowly drove into the villa area. Baiyu poked out a head from the car window and looked at the surrounding scene with novelty, then shrunk back and poked Ling Mo next to her with an excited face. Mare, look, there's actually a mountain here, and a fountain. Ling Mo smiled gently, even though he had brought Baiyu to see a lot of things, this kind of high-end. For now, he still had to rely on the power of his family. We're going to see my family later. Nervous? Ling Mo looked for a parking space according to his memory, pinched the soft cheek of the little person next to him, and softly said, "Gulp." Shiroyuki gulped, then patted her chest and held her head high to cheer herself up. Not afraid. Shiroyuki misses her mom too. It's just that. Speaking, Shiroyuki's aura weakened. I don't know how dad is. Ling Mo froze for a moment, and for some reason, his mind uncontrollably began to imagine Ling Tian's excited look when he saw Baiyu. Little Baiyu, just don't be scared. It's fine. Ling Mo patted Baiyu's head, turned around and got out of the car, bringing the gifts he bought for the two of Ling's mothers, and went upstairs. Baiyu followed Ling Mo's lead, constantly surveying everything around her with her afterglow, her heart filled with anticipation and apprehension. Knock knock. Ling Mo gently knocked on the door of the room, and a clanging and banging sound came from inside, and it wasn't long before the door was opened and Ling Tian appeared in front of the duo with a gasp. Ling Mo? Dad, what are you? Ling Tian was so excited that he slapped his thighs straight. Goo, I've missed it. Ling Mo pursed his lips. Ling Tian was still his dad in the end. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen him for a long time. Ling Tian missed himself. The next moment, Ling Mo opened his hands, ready for a father-son love embrace. However, the next moment, Ling Tian's chrysanthemum face directly led Baiyu into the room, completely forgetting about Ling Mo. Bang! The door was closed. Ling Mo's hands with open arms stiffened in midair, and her entire body froze as she looked at the closed door, as if she was dreaming. Baiyu glanced at the closed door, cocked her head, pursed her lips slightly and turned to open the door, taking Ling Mo's hand. Mare, why doesn't Dad let you in? Baiyu glanced at Ling Tian, who was still full of smiles, and spoke in a low voice in Ling Mo's ear. Ling Mare, how could he have forgotten? This virtue of Ling Tian's was revealed when he was a child. Little Bai is here. Ling's mother's voice came from the kitchen. There's fruit and milk on the table. There are slippers that I just bought for you at the shoe cabinet. There are new toiletries in the bathroom. And Shioma's bedroom is packed out. The next moment, Ling mother came out from the kitchen with a smile, a change from the way she met with the duo at that time. At this moment, Ling mother was more like a virtuous wife and mother. After dinner in a while, let's go outside and have a look around. The 7 days of the National Day, Mom will leave you 2 days to study, and the rest of the time will be good fun. Shirayuki nodded her head and smiled good-naturedly. Omega. Well, thanks Mom. He. Hey, I say Dad, is it really okay for you to backstab me like that? I'm your own son after all. As Mother Ling pulled Baiyu on the sofa and chatted, and Master Ling Tian was busy in the kitchen, Ling Imo couldn't help but whine. I had my hand open at the time, and you didn't even look at me. Turned around with Little White Moon and walked away. Like you had made up your mind somehow. Ling Tian was happy. How do you know that I'm determined to just want Little White to come back and not you? Ling Mare. Dad, you have to remember, if you're going to treat me like this, it's not certain when Little White Moon will come back next time. Ling Imo put down what he was holding and spoke faintly. At that moment, Ling Imo clearly saw Ling Tian's body stiffen for a moment. And then, Ling Tian laughed out loud and swept over Ling Mo's shoulder. Just like a brother and sister. Who are we to each other? Xiao Mo, you remember. We are on good terms. We don't need this kind of politeness to maintain our feelings. In fact, I still love you very much. Ling Mo nodded fervently and spoke with a serious face. Dad, can you stop talking through clenched teeth? Ling Tian. Cheers. Mother Ling and Baiyu drank milk. Ling Tian and Ling Mo drank beer. And as soon as the four of them clinked glasses, that atmosphere came up. He. Bai Yu took a light sip, put down her cup, and couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks to clip a piece of fish and put it in her mouth, an unspeakable and wonderful flavor blossoming on the tip of her tongue. So delicious. Shirayuki covered her cheeks and squinted her eyes in happiness as she opened her mouth. The smile at the corner of Ling Tian's mouth was something he couldn't even suppress. Originally Ling Mo wanted to make this dish himself, but he was pushed aside by Ling Tian. Since Shirayuki wants to eat it, she should definitely make it herself. It didn't seem to have been worth the afternoon of watching and learning from the video. Since Little White likes it, then you should come back more often in the future. Ling Tian kept on chucking dishes into Bai Yu's bowl, and in the blink of an eye, it had already piled up a small mountain. Well, said Bai Yu as she glanced at Ling Mo and shared her bowl of lobster tails with him. Eat together. Ling Mo glanced at Ling Tian with a triumphant smile on his lips. You hurt Shirayuki, and Shirayuki hurts me. I won in the end. Ready to get married when? After eating for a while, Mother Ling put down her chopsticks and looked at Ling Mo. You're not too young now. Your dad has a child at this time. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly. I say Mom, how can we wait until Xiao Bai Yu finishes college? What are you afraid of? Isn't Xiao Bai 20? Even if you don't get married, it's okay to get a small book. Get the marriage license first, and the university doesn't care about this, and then your father and I will be happy to see it. Mother Ling didn't care and waved her hand. Ling Mo put down what he was holding and cleared his throat. Mom, there's something I need to make clear. Little Bai Yu doesn't have a family. So, the marriage license was not an issue, and Shirayuki's account did not affect the marriage registration process. No blood relationship within 3 generations, mutual consent, no proof of spouse, etc. All these things Ling Mo and Bai Yu match. I'm just afraid that when the time comes to hold the banquet, once you ask Bai Yu where the family is some bad account, it's fine. Those who come over for the banquet at that time are a bit self-conscious. Ling Tian let out a sigh of relief after realizing that there was no problem with getting a license and spoke casually. Don't you have any family? It's okay, Xiao Mo and us are all your family. Mother Ling held Bai Yu's hand, a caring smile on her lips. Bai Yu glanced at Ling Mo, then at Mother Ling Tian, and the two of them pursed her lips and revealed a bright smile. Bai Yu is also your family. After dinner, 8 o'clock, Mother Ling said she'd take Bai Yu out for a bit, and that clothes should be bought and paid for. Ling Tian also chimed in. Right. How can a girl not have beautiful clothes to wear? Is there not enough room in that brat's house? Xiao Bai should either come back to live directly. The place at home is big enough to prepare 3 check rooms for Xiao Bai. Ling Mo walked aside with his hands in his pockets, looking at Bai Yu, who was surrounded by Mother Ling Tian left and right with a faint smile on his face. But for some reason, he always felt a little redundant. Bai Yu blinked, noticing Ling Mo's emotions. Mo, can you go with Bai Yu to look at the clothes? Ling Mo froze for a moment and laughed. My mom is even better at looking at clothes than I am. So wait until Little White Moon becomes even prettier. As soon as she heard that, Shirayuki heatedly smiled. So, does Mare like Shirayuki more too? Ling Mo walked over and gently rubbed the top of Bai Yu's head, softly saying, of course, the me of the next second will like you even more than the me of the last second. Want to charge? Bai Yu was very happy and jumped into Ling Mo's arms. As soon as she was happy, she wanted to find Ling Mo to be pampered. Cough cough. Ling Tian clenched his right hand into a fist by his mouth and coughed. Although I know that you young people are energetic, you have to pay attention to the occasion and the people. Immediately afterward, Ling Tian cursed at Ling Mo. Spreading dog food in front of your father? It's not easy to come back. Why? Aren't you tired of it yet? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly. I remember, don't you and my mom often do this? To this day, you still maintain this habit of taking a honeymoon every year, leaving me at home. The two of you haven't gotten tired of each other enough in more than 10 years. How can Xiao Bai Yu and I? Ling Tian, put it this way. It seems to make sense, huh? Okay. Look at you being jealous like that. It's not like Xiao Bai won't give it to you. Seeing that Ling Mo is still a little reluctant, Ling Tian is anxious. How can he not let Bai Yu come back after he cannot say a few words? Tell you what, I'll give you a couple bucks and you go to the internet cafe. Ling Mo? Dad, how long has it been since you've been there? You're talking about the price in your day, right? Ling Mo's mouth straight draws. These days a few dollars can do what? And he is not short of a few dollars. Really think he is still a child that 50 cents old popsicle can be sent off the little Ling Mo? TSK. Then don't disturb our family of 3. Ling Tian dropped the sentence and walked over. Ling Mo? Why did it feel more and more like he had been picked up from the trash by Ling Tian? Mare, do I look good? Ling Mo sat in the lounge area, scratching the screen of his cell phone with some boredom. He was barely able to get close to Bai Yu's surroundings, and every time he did, he was unintentionally pushed away by Ling Tian. Aha! Ling Mo subconsciously opened his mouth to reply, raising his head to look at the small person in front of him. His hand that was bringing snacks to his mouth paused in midair as he stared blankly at Baiyu. So perfunctory. Baiyu beamed unhappily, clasping her hands to her chest, then playfully smiled at Ling Mo, trotted to Ling Mo's side, and whispered. Baiyu didn't even recognize herself when she saw the mirror. Ling Mo's heart was beating fast. The clothes that Mother Ling had put up were a completely new style for Baiyu. Little Baiyu, why does it look so good? Baiyu was happy now. She lightly turned her body, as graceful and moving as a dancing butterfly. Her hands gently lifted the skirt that was as white and flawless as a snowflake, as if she was a fairy who descended from the 9 heavens to the earth. Mesmerizing people. This is what Mommy picked out for Shirayuki. Mommy likes it. Mo likes it too. Baiyu's tone leapt. Then Baiyu likes this dress too. How come you're looking at Show Mo? Ling Tian also smacked his lips, his eyes full of appreciation for Baiyu, while not forgetting to damage Ling Mo a bit. Mother Ling waved her hand at Baiyu. Bai, come here and change this one again. Coming. Shirayuki hemmed and hawed, bouncing over. It didn't take long for a pair of lotus root arms to reach out from the fitting room. The curtain was slowly pulled open, and immediately afterward, a stunning beauty appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Baiyu's waterfall-like white hair was like pure and flawless silver silk. As if each strand of hair shone with a holy light, her steps were light and graceful, like a fairy who came stepping on the clouds, and a faint smile hung on her delicate and compact face. Baiyu slowly walked towards Ling Mo. Her figure was like a dream, as if she was carrying a pair of white feathered wings, just like an angel that descended from heaven to the mortal world. At this moment, time seemed to freeze for her, and everything around her became eclipsed. Only she was the center of attention in this world. White skirt and white hair. She is like a fairy who descends from the sky, does not eat earthly fire, does not mess with the dust of the world, than that winter snow. More holy. Ling Mo's heart also indisputably began to beat wildly, and when Baiyu walked to his eyes, Ling Mo couldn't help but stand up, lowering his head to gaze into those sapphire-like eyes, his voice a little hoarse for a moment. Little Baiyu, in the future, can you put on a wedding dress for me? Baiyu raised her head slightly, her azure-colored dexterous eyes looking at Ling Mo, her voice soft. Baiyu likes Mo. Mo also likes Baiyu. Mo wants Baiyu to wear a wedding dress. Then Baiyu must wear a wedding dress for Ling Mo. Ling Mo's heart was beating more and more rapidly, and he couldn't help but lower his head to slowly get closer to Baiyu, bringing this warmth to her. Shirayuki also closed her eyes, quietly enjoying the moment. On the side of Ling's mother's mouth curved harder than even AK could suppress. She purposely picked a dress that resembled a wedding dress, just to strengthen Ling Mo's resolve to marry Baiyu a bit. But, little Bai looks really good in it. Mother Ling spoke appreciatively. Worthy of being my daughter-in-law, and worthy of being Xiao Mo, her vision is just fine. Click, click. The sound of photographs rang out around them, and Ling Mo came back to his senses, only to realize that the store had been surrounded at some point, and the crowd was whispering. Forgive me for being a 9-leek fish, but I would only say that the men are handsome and the women are cute. They really do look good together. They just had each other in their eyes when they looked at each other. What? You still see the look in their eyes? Baiyu snuggled in Ling Mo's arms, her little face indescribably happy, her face flushed red, whispering, Mo. Baiyu is so happy right now. Ling Mo wrapped his arms around Baiyu and hugged her rounded shoulders with one hand. Me too. Alright, don't get tired of it, TSK. Thanks to the fact that you inherited my genes. Otherwise the people who are attracted to it would only say that the male toad wants to eat the swan's meat. Ling Tian slowly walked over with one hand in his pocket, constantly sticking knives into Ling Mo's heart. What's all this old nonsense? Bai, do you want to try on some other clothes? Mom will buy you a few more. Mother Ling glared at Ling Tian angrily before revealing a smile and speaking softly to Baiyu. Yes. Baiyu nodded her head in a hurry. When Mother Ling changed her clothes, Ling Mo would look dumbfounded once, and once she looked dumbfounded. She would kiss once like she did just now, and once she was kissed Baiyu was very happy. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, yeah. Shirayuki cheered and waved her fists, leaping at pace. My little white moon is so pretty, laughed Ling Mo softly and lowly, earning a look of contempt from Ling Tian. Put away your smile. You look just like a demented man. Ling Mare. Dad. I just saw your eyes were red. What's wrong? You want to cry? He couldn't just let Ling Tian attack himself. Ling Mo also felt that it was time for him to fight back. No. No way. How could I possibly be red-eyed? It's definitely the wind and sand that's blinded my eyes. There was no way Ling Tian would admit it even if he was beaten to death. When he thought that Ling Mo would be getting married soon, he had a lot of mixed feelings in his heart. Yo. Still not possible on. Ling Mo's mouth slightly hooked, sat on the sofa, casually looking at the legs. I just saw you find my mom to ask for paper towels. It's hard not to think that you want to use paper towels to pick out the sand. Ling Tian. Suddenly, Ling Tian got up and walked over to the men's clothing area. Just as Ling Mo wondered what Ling Tian wanted to do, Ling Tian waved his hand and called for the staff to find me the best belt you have here. Something strong. Ling Mare. By the time they got home, it was 10 o'clock at night. Ling Mo and Ling Tian were carrying large bags of things in their hands, and placed them in the living room in a brainstorming manner. The two of them were paralyzed on the sofa. Their eyes were lifeless. Baiyu looked good in almost everything she wore, and when Ling's mother was happy, she bought all the clothes she wore, and the smiles on the staff's faces when they left were definitely not polite. Definitely a laugh from the heart. Baiyu is going to take a bath. Baiyu found the bath towel and waved at Ling Mo on the couch. Gonna take a bath. I'm going to sleep after washing up. After saying that, Shirayuki went in the bathroom. Coming. Ling Mo dragged his tired body and slammed the couch, about to head for the bathroom. Ling Tian directly pulled Ling Mo's arm and slightly raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me that you've been taking a mandarin duck bath with Xiao Bai? Ling Mo didn't answer for a moment and pursed her lips. No? Ling Tian was happy. You shameless one. Why haven't I seen you so colorful before? Ling Mo? Mare. Shirayuki opened the door and poked out a small head, pouting her lips. Does Mare not want to take a bath with Shirayuki again? Obviously. I even said I wanted Shirayuki to wear a wedding dress today. I don't know why, but when Baiyu said that, Ling Mo suddenly felt like a scumbag. Ling Mo shrugged and turned his head, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Little White Moon asked for it. I couldn't refuse. Ling Tian, come on. I'm going upstairs with your mom to rest. You and Bai should go to bed early after your bath too. Ling Tian stretched and yawned. He had walked twice as many steps today as he had at the office. Oh right. Ling Tian, who had walked to the stairway, suddenly remembered something and spoke to Ling Mo. Ling Mo had already walked to the bathroom door, and when he heard Ling Tian's words, he subconsciously turned around to look. Ling Tian yawned again. A little bored. There's stock in the nightstand. Remember to use it when the time comes. Ling Mo? Ha? Ling Mo didn't react for a moment. Ling Tian also frowned slightly. Isn't Xiao Bai still in college right now? What? Are you going to skip the step of putting it on just for the sake of enjoyment? Ling Mare. Xiao Mo. You are graduated. People are not suitable now. After graduation you married is nothing. But not now. Do you want to let Xiao Bai now with a belly? Ling Tian advised bitterly. If that's the case, won't you become a scumbag? You may be shameless, but this is the moral bottom line. Ling Mare. I say. Dad. Spoke Ling Mo through clenched teeth. Is it possible? That little White Moon and I are still at the stage of hugging and kissing on the forehead. We haven't crossed the red line. Ling Tian blinked. You mean, you and Little White are still all innocent? Not even close to the progress of that one-day couple. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth twitched madly as he took a deep breath and nodded. You mean, you've been taking lovebirds baths with Bai, and sleeping together every night, and you two are still innocent until now? Ling Tian once again confirmed the opening. What's wrong with that? Ling Mo asked in disbelief. Ling Tian smacked his lips. Xiao Mo. Your father. I'd better go find you a doctor. You didn't even get this. I seriously doubt your ability. Ling Mo? Take it down yourself and call yourself a scumbag. Don't take it down yourself. Say you can't do it. So you have to bury yourself anyway? Ling Mo waved his hand feebly. Dad, you'd better go upstairs and rest. Don't worry about it. I've got it all figured out. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth slightly hooked as he turned around and slowly went up the stairs. Ling Mo turned around and just entered the bathroom. A jade body with a faint fragrance pounced into his arms. Ling Mo lowered his head to meet Baiyu's sapphire pupils, stretched out his hand to touch her somewhat moist white hair, and softly said, what's going on? Baiyu shook her head and hugged Ling Mo a few times tighter, whispering, thought. Mo didn't want to bathe with Baiyu. Ling Mo smiled gently. Alright, take a bath and go to bed. You're tired today too, right? Baiyu reliantly rubbed against Ling Mo, revealing a satisfied smile. Aha! The two returned to the bedroom and had just laid down on the bed when their cell phones vibrated. Ling Mo? Ji Ruoyan, what's wrong with you at night? Li Nan? Do you know that you are disturbing the public? Believe it or not, I quit the group. Han Yongxian, what's up boss? Gao Hongjie, something wrong? Why isn't Shirayuki talking? Is there something on your mind? Ri Nan sent a question in the group, then withdrew it with fire. Ling Mo and Baiyu were one and the same. And if Ling Mo saw the message, Baiyu could naturally see it as well. Not sleeping at night, what are you doing again? Li Nan? Ling Mo had planned to hold the fragrant and soft Baiyu to sleep. Li Nan's wave of mental harassment really made him not expect. Isn't it only 10 o'clock? Ri Nan made a death wish in the group and opened her mouth. Come see me live. I'm old and cold from singing. Linan, you're blind. 10:30 is said to be 10 by you? Chi Ruoyan directly scolded. What kind of songs are you singing at night? Disturbing the people, don't you know? My house isn't a neighborhood. It's just my mom and dad. What kind of disturbance is it? Linan was not happy. Why don't you just support the show? It doesn't cost you any money. And you'll sleep better with music before bed. Chi Ruoyan's words were still as sharp as ever. I hope that when the time comes, I won't need you to compensate for the mental damage. Ling Mo also had the corners of his mouth straightened and whispered, I hope it's not the midnight murderer. Well, said Bai Yu as she straightened her clothes that were being pressed a bit uncomfortably and rested her head under Ling Mo's arm, quietly looking at her cell phone. Mo, does Linan know how to sing? Does it sound as good as what Mo sings? Ling Mo didn't have a clue in his heart. I don't know, but since he can start a live broadcast, he should have 2 skills, right? Ling Mo clicked on the link that Linan had sent to the group. The screen jumped for a while, and what came into Ling Mo's eyes was a bedroom, with Linan holding his guitar in his hands, his back to the door. At this moment, Nan waved at the camera with an excited face. Welcome to the Midnight Opera House. I'm your old friend Nan. After saying that, Nan looked at the screen dead on, attempting to see some pop-ups floating by. However, the entire live broadcast room was dead silent. Sing if you want to sing, if you don't I'll play the game. Finally, perhaps somewhat sympathizing with Nan, Chi Ruoyan's pop-up screen gently floated across the screen. Okay, start singing right away. This is an adapted song. Sister Hug. I hope you guys like it. Ling Mo? Why does it feel like this song isn't too serious? What the hell kind of crap song is this? Chi Ruoyan couldn't help but curse. Can't we have something normal? Linan's face was solemn. Buddy wants to sing, then it can't come to normal. Listen carefully, that is, it's about a man's heart feeling after marriage. Gao Hongjie's pop-up gently floated by. Dare I ask if you've ever been with anyone? Lu Nam. Nan treated it as if he hadn't seen the pop-up. His fingers gently plucked the strings, and gradually, a familiar musical melody rang out. Girl, you've lost weight. Front and center again. Ling Mare. For some reason, he suddenly had some reluctance to let Bai Yu listen, always feeling that it would dirty her ears. Charming smile races the evening sun. Flowers bloomed in my heart. Ling Mo froze for a moment. These 2 lines. The singing was not bad. Lately brother has been coming back less. Qi Ruoyan? Gao Hongjie? Ling Mo? Han Yongxian? The main hand is not flushed. Motherfucker says she wants to practice yoga. Ask your brother to go away for 18,000. Nan sang with great devotion, her body swaying gently to the beat. You said she was going to practice yoga. Legs to the back of the head. Which village slithering pig is practicing the splits? Ling Mare. Little White Moon. Sleep. Ling Mo has completely given up this preparation of letting Bai Yu listen to the end. But who knows? Bai Yu shook her head and came to a few points of interest. I want to listen to. He hasn't finished singing yet. Ling Mare. However, Ling Mo suddenly realized that the door to the room behind Linan was being slowly opened, and he froze for a moment, the corner of his mouth slightly rising, and did not remind Linan, while the others also very tacitly did not send out pop-ups. The more Linan sang, the more energized he became, and stood up directly, stepping on the bed with 1 foot. His fingers kept plucking the strings of the zither, and sang in a loud voice. Sister Hug. Speak to your brother's heart. Brother paper sold for 2001. Paint you a carnival. Sister Hug. Before this line was sung, the man standing in the doorway behind Nan broke into a shout. Nan, what the hell are you doing at night? Nan was now singing with vigor, and looking back, he subconsciously spoke. Did you sleep so early at night? Air dog? Ling Mare. Even through the screen, Ling Mo could see the veins crumbling on the man's forehead. Gradually, a nuclear cancer relatable smile appeared on the man's face as he slowly walked towards Nan. Did I tell you, don't call your father by that name? Nan blinked his eyes a few times and finally came back to his senses. Air dog. Father. Don't I'm still live. The man's smile froze for a moment as he said, word for word. You mean, you were live streaming, and then you called me 2 dogs on the air? Nan gulped and said with some uncertainty, at the moment, it seems that it should be like this. Men. The live broadcast screen was reversed for a while. The screen went black, and in the next moment, Linan's screams rang out, and immediately afterward, 5 big words appeared on Ling Mo's cell phone. The live stream has ended. Ling Mare. The lyrics are weird, murmured Bai Yu as she arched into Ling Mo's arms, just like the clingy kitten of old. Alright, it's getting late. Go to bed first. Ling Mo rubbed Bai Yu's little head and coaxed in a low voice. After these few days, there won't be such a long vacation time behind. Mare. Want to charge. Or can't sleep. Clearly already sleepy. Bayu's arm tightly wrapped around Ling Mo, but still struggled to open his eyes wide, slightly lifting his jaw. Good boy, said Ling Mo as he lowered his head and moved over. Bayu's cheeks were fragrant and soft, the touch sent a ripple through Ling Mo's heart. Smiling, is it okay? Shiroyuki's voice was almost inaudible. Shiroyuki loves mare. Shiroyuki must wear a wedding dress. After saying that, Shiroyuki fell into a deep sleep, the corners of her mouth rising as if she was having a beautiful dream. Me too. Ling Mo spoke in a low voice and closed his eyes. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, the Bayu in Ling Mo's arms let out a gurgling whimper and patted the hand on her shoulder, saying in a daze, Boo, Omega, don't pat Bayu. Bayu hasn't slept enough. Ling Mo was dumbfounded and spoke in a low voice. Little white moon. Not filming you. Then let go first, okay? I'm going to the restroom. During that meal last night, Ling Tian had dragged Ling Mo to drink a lot of wine, and now Ling Mo just wanted to run to the toilet. Well, Shiroyuki rubbed her eyes, her sleepy eyes squinting slightly as if she was trying to open her own eyes, but in the way of sleepiness, Shiroyuki eventually lost to her eyelids. Bayu let go of Ling Mo, her voice weak as if she was dreaming. Then, you hurry up Ling Mo looked at the sweetly sleeping Bayu, and the image of Bayu snuggling in her arms yesterday and saying that she would wear a wedding dress for herself came to mind. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but lean down and nudge Shiroyuki's cheek. Well, after noticing the wet and moist touch on her face, Shiroyuki unconsciously touched her small face and hugged the quilt as she huffed and puffed. Ling Mo lost a laugh and slowly got out of bed, opening the door before stretching hard. How did it feel? How many did you use? Suddenly a voice appeared in Ling Mo's ears, giving Ling Mo a fright. He then realized that Ling Tian was sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs, looking like he had been here for a while. Ling Mo? Due to just waking up from sleep, at first Ling Mo didn't react to what the other party was saying, and when he gradually came back to his senses, Ling Mo opened his mouth with a face full of black lines. How long have you been here? Ling Tian said with an innocent face. Your father. I'm not you. I don't have the habit of sleeping, so I woke up a little early. I went out to buy breakfast and came back. Saying that, Ling Tian even raised his chin to the kitchen. If you don't believe me, go and look. Ling Mare. If Ling Tian had said so, then it was probably true, and Ling Mo didn't think of going to the kitchen to take a look. He could hardly hold it in now. Xiao Mo. Tell me the truth. It's fine. Your father, I won't laugh at you. Are you not okay? Last night when he went upstairs, this question had been lingering in Ling Tian's mind, fearing that he wouldn't be able to hold the baby because of Ling Mo's problem. This matter. Ling Mo's tone paused and slowly spoke in Ling Tian's expectant gaze. I'll tell you later. Ling Tian. Ling Mo directly fled to the bathroom, and Ling Tian muttered in dissatisfaction. That said, I'm fine with it too. Little Mo will be fine too, right? Ling Tian took a sip of water and crossed his legs. He didn't know what came to his mind. The bright smile on his face couldn't be hidden no matter what. I thought I'd only be able to travel with my daughter-in-law in my later years, but now that Bai is here, I can take the kids. Xiao Bai is so beautiful. Asshole boy's genes are as good as mine too. The child born mustn't look as good as a porcelain doll. TSK. There's not much in White's family, so he still has to keep a child with White's last name. What should I call the baby? How many is the right number to have? 1 or 2 is too shabby. 3 is just right. Will White suffer too much? During the time that Ling Mo went to the bathroom to settle things, Ling Tian had turned on a fantasy moment. So much so that when Ling Mo stood in front of Ling Tian's eyes, Ling Tian still giggled from time to time. I say, Dad, what are you laughing at? The corners of Ling Mo's mouth straightened and he reached out his hand in front of Ling Tian before sitting on the sofa, casually picking up an apple and taking a bite, speaking with a face full of black lines. If Bai saw this, she must think that Ling Tian was a psychopath? Cough cough. Ling Tian came back to his senses, clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it by his mouth and coughed a few times, speaking as if nothing had happened. Xiao Mo, do you think that the two of you having how many children are appropriate? Ling Mo, why does it feel like the channel is kind of picking up? Just as he was about to speak, the door to Ling Mo's bedroom was opened. Bayu stepped on the floor with her bare feet, wearing a loose white shirt, the hem of the oversized shirt hanging directly above Bayu's knees, her white hair in disarray, hugging her pillow, the tip of her nose moving as if she was judging the direction, and her eyes didn't open before she just walked directly towards Ling Mo. Then even with a pillow, he fell directly into Ling Mo's arms. Bayu's nose twitched a few times again, a satisfied smile on her face, baring her mouth a few times, humming unconsciously, looking at the sleeping Bayu who was still a bit confused. Ling Mo's body leaned back a few points, conveniently allowing Bayu to sleep more comfortably in his own arms. His hand gently stroked the top of Bayu's head, and softly said, "What's wrong, little Bayu? Having a nightmare?" Bayu's lazy voice with a few sleepy moments rang out, soft, like it could call people's bones crispy. Her small hand held Ling Mo's fingers, gently exerting herself. "Mo doesn't come back. Bayu can't sleep." Saying that, Bayu hugged Ling Mo a few points tighter, her face rubbing against his chest, and murmured in Ling Mo's arms, "Without the smell of Mo, Bayu will lose sleep." The little person in Ling Mo's arms shrunk into a ball, and Bayu just lay quietly in the arms of, her body slightly undulating with her breathing. Ling Tian's eyes were filled with questions about Ling Mo. "This you can endure? You've quit drugs?" Ling Mo rolled his eyes and gently stroked Bayu's face, his fingertips twining around her hair as he whispered, "I want to wait a little longer. I'm afraid it's too fast for Bayu. But you too. This emotional foundation is clearly a hot love period or after marriage. Is this still fast?" The corner of Ling Tian's mouth straightened. "Your mom and I directly performed the rite of passage during our hot love period. That's because you're shameless." Ling Mo's heart was straight and he regretted it just as soon as he uttered the words, and after he noticed the shark-like gaze from the side, he pondered for a moment. "Little White Moon is still asleep. We'll fight later. It's not too much to ask for a red book, right? At least give your father something to look forward to." Ling Tian quickly threw the matter of Ling Mo cursing himself out of the window. Ling Mo can fight any time, but Ling Mo and Bayu are not always able to get a license under his nose. It's not excessive. Ling Mo whispered, carefully protecting the fidgeting Bayu's head. Glancing at Ling Tian, "You're eager to see little Bayu and I get a license?" Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and considering the fact that Bayu was still asleep, he hastily nodded his head. "Of course I want to. I'll give you a raise to $5 million in your pocket money after you claim it. Consider it as a wedding fund." Ling Mo gently smiled. $5 million or whatever was put aside first. Compared to $5 million, there was obviously one thing that was more important. Then I'll secretly get a license with Little White Moon and send it directly and privately to my mom when you find out. Ling Tian? At once, Ling Tian got up without a word and searched for something on the sofa. "What's wrong, Dad?" Ling Mo raised an eyebrow. Ling Tian wasn't angry? "It shouldn't be." Nothing. Looking for the belt I bought back yesterday. By the way, why don't you carry Little White back first? My hands are a bit itchy. Ling Tian spoke without looking back. Strange. I clearly remembered hiding it here in the couch. Ling Tian's suspicious voice rang out. "Ling Mare. Getting a license?" Bayu raised her head expansively, the corners of her mouth still stained with soybean milk, and looked at Ling Tian with some confusion. "Yeah, after getting the license Bayan Mo can do whatever they want. Don't bother with all the has-beens." Ling Tian's words carried a compelling meaning, and the corners of Bayu's mouth unconsciously lifted, her little head gently shaking as if she was in a good mood by what Ling Tian said. Afterwards, Bayu pitifully tugged at Ling Mo, who was sitting next to her, and whispered with a few moments of supplication, "Mo, Bayu wants to get a license with Mo. Can, Ling Mare, if you can't get it directly from your side, you'll do it from Shirayuki's side?" Damn Ling Tian. For that matter, he still plays with his mind's eye. Mother Ling smiled and gave Bayu a fried egg. "After you get the license, there will be many people who will bless you and envy you, and Bai can live however she wants." "Really?" Bayu opened her mouth in disbelief, and Ling Mo felt bad, the way Shirayuki imagined life to be. But there's no way to broadcast it. Otherwise it's dark room again. Normally does Mo reject you? Like some intimate gestures. Ling Tian thought about it and changed his angle of entry. Linger. This question could be asked to Bayu's heart. Kept nodding her head. Her white hair began to sway with the arc of her nodding, and also opened her mouth a little aggrieved. And, will. Sometimes Shirayuki won't give Shirayuki a hug even if she wants one. Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and wondered. Cuddling isn't even unsatisfying, right? Why? Ling Mo, 6. Cuddling that also points to the occasion. In the bathroom just want to cuddle. Ling Mo afraid to make a mess. Ahem. Xiao Bai. After getting the license, not to mention cuddling, even if the two of you and Xiao Mo sleep without clothes, that's no problem. With a wave of his hand, Ling Tian directly gave Bayu a strong dose of medicine, in order to see the red book as soon as possible. Ling Tian also put up a fight. Ling Mare. Shirayuki froze. Shirayuki pondered. Shirayuki was excited. Instantly, Bayu's eyes seemed to blossom with an intense radiance as she looked at Ling Tian expectantly. Omega, Daddy, are you serious? Can Bayu really do this? Ling Tian nodded firmly. Of course. These are all things that you and Shou Mo can do even after you've gotten your license. If Shou Mo dares to do otherwise, you can even sue him. He's not doing his husband's duty. Arrest him. Ling Mo? Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh yeah. Shirayuki waved her fists. The smile on her little face was very strong. Finally I can sleep like this. Only after seeing Ling Mo's eyes. Baiyu's expression wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye, flattening her mouth with an aggrieved look that seemed to be overflowing out. Julie, Mare, don't you want to get a license with Shirayuki? Ling Mare, what can he say? He can't really say no to the license? I'm sure I'll get a license, but I didn't think I'd get a license during my vacation before I came back. Did I? But with Ling Tian's intervention, an equation had been established here in White Moon. Licensed equals can sleep with no clothes on equals snuggle whenever you want equals recharge your batteries as much as you want. Ling Mo wouldn't doubt that if he were to get a license today, Baiyu would definitely do it that night. But he's not a saint, so if he did that, it would be harder for him to hold back. Xiao Bai, don't mind him. I'm his father. He has to listen to me. Trust me and be done with it. Ling Tian happily waved his hand. That face was smiling into a chrysanthemum. Ling Mo swore that he had never seen Ling Tian smile so happily. Baiyu was running around the house, waving her hands and shouting, greater than over equal to for all less than over equal to. Baiyu is going to get a license with Mo. Yay! Little White is so inviting. Ling Tian looked at Baiyu's cheerful back and smiled, impatiently giving Ling Mo, who was looking back at Baiyu, a slap and cursing under his breath. He said, don't stop me from looking at White, don't you usually get enough of that? Ling Mare. But Ling Mo still searched for an explanation. Dad, the National Day is a legal holiday, and the Civil Affairs Bureau usually doesn't work during the National Day. Ling Tian laughed and reached out his finger to gently shake it. Xiao Mo, if you had been married, you wouldn't have asked this. Ling Mo? He opened his mouth, but was unable to retort. Normally, marriage licenses are issued the same day. Ling Tian smirked as he spoke. And, you also said, that it's generally off-duty, but there's always a duty officer or a transfer arrangement, right? When the time comes. And, it's a humane society now. More or less accommodating is about as good as it gets. Well, when Ling Tian said that, Ling Mo instantly reacted. Having been out on his own for a long time, he always subconsciously thought about things from the standpoint of an ordinary person. But Ling Mo had forgotten that his original family was not ordinary. What's more, said Ling Tian, his arm propped up on the table, slowly approaching Ling Mo, his gaze tinged with questioning. Aren't you also ready to get a license? Then what's the difference between getting a license earlier and later? Think of it as you giving me, your aging father, some last thoughts, okay? As he spoke, Ling Tian actually started playing the emotional card, raising his hand to wipe a non-existent tear. Ling Mare, God's gold, I definitely don't have time today. Tomorrow. Ling Mo dropped a single word, sort of ending the topic. Okay. Ling Tian's face sad expression instantly disappeared, laughingly said, have to celebrate, you guys are about to get a license, buy clothes to go. By the way, in the home support a hot pot child to eat. Aha. Ling Mo nodded, but his cell phone's incoming call rang. Ling Mo wondered, took the phone and glanced at the caller. Stunned for a moment, many thoughts gradually rushed to Ling Mo. He took a deep breath and laughed. He said, hello, Zimao? As Ling Mo subconsciously turned on the speakerphone, an extremely indebted voice came over from the cell phone. Son, did you miss me during the time that righteous father was out of the country? Ling Tian froze for a moment. His eyes looked straight at Ling Mo's cell phone, slightly narrowing his eyes, and for some reason, Ling Mo suddenly felt a flash of red light deep within Ling Tian's eyes. Time to hunt. Why don't you say anything? Can't you say what you want to say to your father? Tell you a good news. Righteous father to go back to China. The night will arrive at the airport. I hope you can clean up their own. Quickly to the airport to meet the righteous father. Clean up neatly, otherwise you this great for father cannot see. When he didn't hear a response from Ling Mo, the other side of the phone was a bit puzzled, but then immediately threw out the heavy news of returning to China. However, Ling Mo spoke with difficulty. Zimao, my dad is right across the street. Silence, still silence, dead as a mother. Dong. The phone was hung up. Zimao, let's see. It seems like it's your roommate, that little fatty, right? The corner of Ling Tian's mouth pulled out a smile as he slowly picked up his knife and fork, slicing his steak, and opened his mouth inadvertently. Ling Mare, yes. Ling Tian smiled and spoke. Bring him to the house when the time comes. I'll see when I've got another brother. Ling Mare, why are we going to the airport? Is there something good to eat? At night, after finishing the day's play, Ling Mo drove Baiyu out of the house and straight to the airport. And on the way, Baiyu couldn't help but poke Ling Mo, who was concentrating on driving, in the cheek and smiled playfully. That teasing from time to time, but it made Ling Mo enjoy it immensely. The smile on his lips was incomparable. Go pick up my righteous son. Hey. Baiyu tilted his head, somewhat incomprehensible, but Bayu never chose to think about things that didn't make sense. Glanced at the navigation. There were still a dozen kilometers. Bayu decisively lowered his head to play with his phone. Seeing this, Ling Mo directly reminded. Little Bayu, playing with cell phones in the car can cause motion sickness. Have you forgotten? Bayu directly raised the cell phone in her hand and smiled. But Ruoyan sent me a message. And Bayu didn't want to have to wait a while before replying. Ruoyan sending a message to Bayu during her vacation. Ling Mo wouldn't be surprised at all. Except, if she sent her and Bayu's marriage license to the group. To be honest, one was really looking forward to their reactions. Feel like you're getting younger just by spending time with them? Not very old myself though. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ling Mo's WeChat sent several messages. Ling Mo just looked at them for a few moments. The general meaning was that Hong Zimao complained that he hadn't told him he was home during the day, causing him to make a big fool of himself. Go over there in a while and mind your mouth. Talk through your head. If you still act like you've lost your mind, I won't have you as a son. Ling Mo sent over a voice and casually put his cell phone aside. Ling Mo didn't pay as much attention to phrases when he was with familiar people. Bayu raised her eyes slightly and looked at Ling Mo, feeling new to Ling Mo, who was like a different person in the way he spoke. After just a few moments of looking at him like that, Shirayuki lowered his head back down to chat with Ruoyan, giving a hefty chuckle every now and then. Ling Mo and Bayu waited for a while at the pickup place, mainly because Bayu was seasick again. Ling Mo scolded with a laugh while pacifying. Every time I get seasick, every time I look at my cell phone, must little Bayu conquer seasickness? Bayu patted her chest. Fine sweat appeared on her forehead. That was caused by suppressing motion sickness and wanting to vomit too hard. Her small face was aggrieved. ____. Bayu doesn't want to let Ruoyua wait for a reply. If silence gives Bayu words to speak, Bayu must be the first to answer. It's a blessing when someone always responds to you seriously and reads your messages, isn't it? Ling Mo was just about to open his mouth to speak when he was interrupted by a wolf howl. Son, seriously? Ling Mo then realized that if Hong Zimo and Lai Nan could see the top, they would definitely worship a brother on the spot. Son of a. Ha, brother Mo. Arriving in front of Ling Mo, when Hong Zimao saw Bayu by Ling Mo's side, the sun that had already welled up to his mouth was swallowed back, turning into brother Mo. The first rule of the bro code: when a brother is surrounded by people of the opposite sex, always give him face. Hong Zimao's talk suddenly became refined, and his original grin that had reached the base of his ears was also withdrawn for a few moments. Brother Mo. Who is this? Ling Mare. My girlfriend. Ling Mo naturally knew the reason why Hong Zimo had transformed so quickly. When he had to sign a code of brotherhood of some sort, saying that violators would be killed. It was enrolled as a freshman and was probably still a bit of a hot mess. But now Ling Mo just think about it for a moment and want to snap his toes to the ground. There are some things that the heart knows on the line. There is no need to shout them out again. So it's sister-in-law. Hong Zimao exclaimed exaggeratedly, his waist unconsciously bent down, his tone full of self-reproach between them. It's all because of brother Mo. He didn't know to tell me, and I didn't bring anything with me when I came. With that, Hong Zimao opened his satchel. Inside was a Rolex watch, and directly pushed it forward. Originally, it was a gift for brother Mo, but as the heavens are big, sister-in-law is the biggest, so the gift is for you, sister-in-law. Bayu froze for a moment, a bit overwhelmed by Hong Zimo being so self-conscious, and subconsciously moved towards Ling Mo's side. She had only spent time in school, but Hong Zimo had been sharpening his skills in society for some time now. The aura that came with the words in the end made Shirayuki a little resistant. Alright, coming back with that social animal thing, this is going home. It's not going back to a new cell. Ling Mo gently pinched Bayu's palm and spoke to Hong Zimo without any good humor. Ling Mo whispered to Bayu, marriage works, take it. As soon as he said this, a smile immediately bloomed on Bayu's face, and she took the watch from Hong Zimo's hand, politely thanking him. Thank you. Hong Zimo hemmed and hawed. How much face he gave now. How much he would have to get back from Ling Mo at the end of the day. If you let Ling Mo be your master for a while, it doesn't make sense that you wouldn't be one too. Just, Zimao, my dad asked me to take you over. Ling Mo watched as Bayu contentedly stuffed the watch into her pocket and patted it, as if she was afraid of dropping it, and lost a laugh as she spoke to Hong Zimao. At once, the expression on Hong Zimao's face froze. Are you my brother? At the dinner table for four, Hong Zimao sat on the side of the table. Ling Mo and Bayu sat together, and Mother Ling and Ling Tian sat together. Ling Tian took a bite of the dish and put it into Hong Zimao's bowl, staring at him with a smile as he opened his mouth. Zimo Hong. Originally, Hong Zimao did not know Ling Mo's family. Ling Mo's college dormitory was a two-person dormitory, and usually the two of them were good enough to wear the same pants. Nay, there was a time when Ling Mo was helping out at Ling Tian's company while he was on hold during his summer vacation, and he happened to be run into by Hong Zimao. At that time, Hong Zimao was also his father to slip over a long time, so that he came to these bosses in front of a familiar face. But I did not expect Crooked Under to break, with a business bigwig sitting in front of him, giving himself food, and smilingly saying that he was his brother. Hong Zimao's face instantly turned ugly, and his entire expression was, winky face. That, brother. Ah no, Uncle Ling, at that time I made a wrong call. It was actually to another person. It was just that my hand slipped and slid to Amber here. Hong Zimao was on the verge of tears. Who can come and hug his child who is about to break? He is only still a 200-pound child. Ah, Uncle Ling, you believe me. At the time I realized that I made a wrong call. My heart at that time was full of guilt. Saying that, Hong Zimao stood up. As the saying goes, stretching one's hand does not hit a smiling person to stand upright when being beaten. Uncle Ling, I came over this time to bring you good wine and good cigarettes, so don't put it on your mind. Will you just not remember the little man's fault? Ling Tian was happy. Do I look like I'm going to eat people? The corners of Hong Zimao's mouth twitched slightly, remembering Ling Tian's thunderous behavior in the company before. He belabored, eating people without spitting out bones. But on the surface, Hong Zimao smiled more brightly than anyone else. Of course not. As Amo's dad, you're definitely the best and kindest person. For Imo to be your son is simply a blessing that he's been blessed with in his 8 lifetimes. You don't say. You really don't say. These words spoke to Ling Tian's heart. Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. Little fatty, if you can talk more, this matter will pass. Don't take it to heart. Hong Zimao was secretly relieved. Just the next moment. Zimao, I'm going to get engaged. When a buddy isn't. Since Ling Tian is off the field, it is too late to explain the rest, and the upcoming appearance is Ling Mo moment. Zimao Hong. After getting off the airport, Hong Zimao first let Ling Mo be his brother, and then he came here to be his grandson, and now he has to pay some money to his righteous son. I came back to do what? Hong Zimao was on the verge of tears, suffocating his face, but of course these are impossible to show. In the Jianghu, it is better to fold the lining than to fold the face. The lining has to hold up the face no matter how hard it is. That's a must. When the time comes to get engaged and married, I'm sure I'll give you all the splendor and grandeur. Hong Zimao subconsciously mouthed a hi, only to be greeted by the death stares of the three. And as for why it was the three, Shirayuki didn't listen to anything outside the window with his 2 ears, and he was all about being a dry cook. There was silence for a time, a long time, before he whispered, Cher, I definitely have to pay too. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly. I'll remember what you said. Since we're on the subject, what about you, Zimao? Did you have any encounters that were memorable for you after you left the country? I mean the marriage kind. Ling Mo drew out a paper towel and held Bayu's hand to wipe the sauce on it, urging to wash it properly in a while. Only after Bayu's repeated assurances did Ling Mo release Bayu, who immediately hugged her cell phone and sat down on the sofa, legs curled up, placing the phone on her thighs, her gaze fixed firmly on the screen. Where did I have any encounters? A one-night stand is more like it, Hong Zimao muttered. Then sensing something, he immediately changed his tone of voice. I mean, it's hard to get a girl to look at one like me. Ling Mo was speechless. You still know. What? Is it hard to believe that you intend to live your life handing over money with one hand and friendship with the other? Uncle Hong can let you do that? Ling Mo propped himself up on the table with one hand and fiddled with his cell phone under the table with his other hand. Hong Zimao grimaced bitterly. I've thought about losing weight and then having a roaring romance in a novel. But losing weight is no less than torture. It's too painful. After saying that, Hong Zimao exhaled heavily. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, I don't owe anyone. I just gave her help when someone was in the most difficult time, and then it's reasonable for her to return the favor to me in turn. Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully. Hong Zimao scowled at Ling Mo for a while, and the latter understood. Dad, I'll go back to the bedroom first and talk to Zimao about something. Ling Tian was not interested in the little secrets between the two men at all. You two nag. In a while your mom and I will try on what to wear. Tomorrow is a big day. Ling Mo shrugged and led Hong Zimao to his bedroom. As soon as he arrived at the bedroom, Hong Zimao immediately closed the door to the room. I've never been able to find the right opportunity to ask. You and Lin Ling were together for such a long time. Why did you separate when you said you did? Hong Zimao really couldn't suppress the flame of doubt burning in his own heart. It was worth it even if he got a beating. And, according to your temperament, son, it's impossible to get married without staying together for a while. What happened? Ling Mo glanced at Hong Zimao and spoke carelessly. Your own love life is a mess and you're still in the mood to care about mine? Hong Zimao hemmed and hawed. It's all that bad. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit worse. Son, you tell me. Call dad. Father. Hong Zimao opened his mouth without the slightest hesitation, rubbing his hands together and looking at Ling Mo with an expectant face. His father should be relieved when he sees his son in this dangling state. Ling Mare. It's nothing really, just different values. Ling Mo shook his head and said succinctly. You're just going to bullshit me. If you didn't have the same values, would you two still be together? Hong Zimao directly questioned. I'm not talking nonsense. Keeping my mouth shut is me, Hong Zimao. Don't you know? Ling Mo? Why does it always feel like I've heard this somewhere before? It's really nothing. It's just that I saw her at my family's banquet. Ling Mo spoke faintly, his words devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if he was recounting something unrelated to himself. So, isn't it your family's banquet? Your family's banquet? Hong Zimao scratched his head and froze for a moment, then quickly responded. Ever since he had been concealed by Ling Mo for such a long time, Hong Zimao had made it a point to investigate Lin Ling's background, so that he wouldn't end up with the young couple hiding it from him. Checking it out revealed that Lin Ling really didn't have much of a background. But why would he show up at a banquet hosted by Ling Mo's family? One must know that anyone who could go over there was either rich or noble, either a lady from some big family, or a waitress, or, as a chaperone. The first can be directly ignored. The second is not attacked. When the waiter Ling Mo did not need to break up with him. The third. Son. Mo. Think about it. If you want to live a good life, you have to have some green on your head. Hong Zimao patted Ling Mo's back, but the curves of his mouth could not be suppressed. It's all fucking up in the air. Hong Zimao now wanted to laugh at Ling Mo, being outshone by another man at his own family's banquet. It's embarrassing to talk about it. You get the hell out of here. Ling Mo just laughed and cursed, but didn't have too many mood swings. Hong Zimao hemmed and hawed and pointed to the wall, through which was the sofa where Bai Yu was. Hong Zimao raised his eyebrows slightly. What about her? You're not going to tell your buddies that you're preparing for a flash mob after being emotionally wounded, right? Ling Mo smiled and didn't answer Hong Zimao's question directly, but asked in return, don't you think I'm missing something around me? Hong Zimao froze for a moment, frowned tightly, stood up, and seriously sized up Ling Mo. It's hard to. Is it less brains? Ling Mare. One should never have let Hong Zimao give free rein to his imagination. Ling Mother Ling Tian might not have realized it, but there was absolutely no way that Hong Zimao wouldn't know about it. When I talked to you on the phone before when I was just starting to step into work, who would I always have with me? Hong Zimao froze for a moment, looking at Ling Mo's face without the slightest hint of a joke. This time he began to think seriously. Who do you always have around? Since when did you have someone in that little shitty house of yours? Hong Zimao muttered, and Ling Mo's face darkened a few times. After thinking for half a day, Hong Zimao froze. There was no one else next to Ling Mo when he called himself, right? If I have to say that there is something that exists every time, there is always a milky white muppet that runs over from the side and gets into Ling Mo's arms every time. Wait, Hong Zimao's expression stagnated. After eliminating all the answers, the answer that was left laying there, no matter how unbelievable it was the truth. Milk white muppets, the white-haired girl sitting on the couch outside, same blue eyes. There is a foundation of affection for spending time together. The timing makes sense, but that's a crazy guess, isn't it? Hong Zimao swallowed hard. Son, I remember you raised a muppet to come. Is it not still in that little house of yours? Are you ready for a cat freeze-dried food during the 4th of July vacation? The corner of Ling Mo's lips were slightly hooked. It's not like those who were in the same dormitory as him were stupid. No need to prepare. I gave her shrimp tonight. Ling Mo spoke softly, and the expression on Hong Zimao's face suddenly stiffened. Hong Zimao's mouth slowly opened wide and his throat rolled. Ling Mo felt bad and was just about to reach out his hand to interrupt the spellcasting, but unfortunately it was already too late. Crap, 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 crap. Hong Zimao's mouth was like smeared with honey, and there was a burst of birdsong, one louder than the other, and in just a few seconds, the door to the room was pushed open. Ling Tian looked at Hong Zimao unkindly. Little fatty, if you dare to ghostly scream and scare my little Bai again, I'll tell your family's old man about all the good things you've done abroad. It was as if Hong Zimao had been strangled by fate. All his words choked in his throat, somewhat unable to speak. Ling, Uncle Ling, I was wrong. Hong Zimao spoke with difficulty, took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile in reply. Ling Tian suspiciously flowed back and forth between the two of them, Ling Mo and Hong Zimao, and finally painfully opened his mouth to Ling Mo. Oh Mo, is it possible that you haven't been going after White because you're not interested? Ling Mare, Ling Tian's daily power generation moments may be late, but they will come eventually. Ling Mo pinched his brow with a bit of a headache. Dad, Zimao and I still have things to talk about. I think my mom would let you do the dishes right now. Ling Tian. Holy. Ling Tian gave a conscious low curse and turned his head to roar. Daughter-in-law. Don't wash it first. Let me do it. Tracheitis. Wife slave. Spineless. Ling Mo was cursing mad in the bottom of his heart. But how could he not love and obey Baiyu in every way? The door to the room was closed again. Hong Zimao's expression was still a bit dumbfounded. Son. Ling Mo didn't hold back and slapped Hong Zimao. Snap. I have to say, there's a lot of flesh on the face. It doesn't hurt to slap it. It feels good. And I even want to slap it again. Hong Zimao covered his cheek and looked at Ling Mo with some confusion. You hit me? Ling Mo looked innocent and shook his head. I didn't hit you. Hong Zimao was even more confused, felt it carefully, and looked at Ling Mo with disbelief. You didn't hit me? Ling Mo's head shook even harder. I didn't hit you. What were you thinking just now? Hong Zimao's attention was instantly diverted, and he spoke in a low voice to Ling Mo. Sister-in-law, isn't that your Muppet? Right. Ling Mo admitted it openly. So you should know what white moon means to me. Hong Zimao blinked his eyes a few times, instantly realized, patted his chest, and with a righteous face, proudly shouted. And, rule number 2 of the Code of Brotherhood, brothers' wives, not to be bullied, violators, will be killed. Rule number 3 of the Code of Brotherhood, a brother's wife is the highest ranking being among brothers, not to be discussed, not to be talked about, do not think about it, violators, will be killed. Article 4 of the Code of Brotherhood, if a brother's wife is bullied, brothers must help each other. No selfishness, violators, will be killed. With 3 consecutive rules of brotherhood, Hong Zimao's heart had become incredibly noble. It was the usual sage moments that were not as firm as his heart was now. Ling Mer, Hong Zimao and Li Nan could really consider worshipping each other. It's all so hot. So, middle brow. This was also why Ling Mo was relieved to tell Hong Zimao. Both Mother Ling and Ling Tian were anxious for the two to get married, and after Mother Ling had met Baiyu for the first time, she had already stopped asking more questions. But Hong Zimao, the son, is different. A person with a lack of hard eyes and a brain full of warm-blooded friendship. Would you think that after Ling Mo told him this secret, finished going out and talking nonsense, he's as curious as a baby now, and if he doesn't tell us, he'll probably annoy him later. Simply say it outright. Not to mention that Hong Zimao wasn't a brain-dead person. After getting the answer, he would be shocked for a while at most, and then just rot the secret in his heart. Ling Mo didn't doubt for a second that if he said something suspicious of Hong Zimao, the next moment he would say, "Don't underestimate the bond one have with you, bastard." Either that or, rule number 5 of the Code of Brotherhood, anyone who victimizes a brother and those close to the brother, shall be killed, and shall be punished by capital punishment. Ling Mo said that he had no way to deal with Hong Zimao, a hot-blooded and silly, positive 20-something man. Alright, your family has also rushed, and I don't know why, but you're actually still a good boy persona in your house, and you're still given a doorstop. Ling Mo joked as he sent Hong Zimao to the door. You have to say that people are complicated. A hot-blooded man is actually a fish out of water in the social and official world. It's amazing that someone who is a spendthrift on the outside can be a good boy at home. That being said, I'll hang out outside any way I want, but at home I'm going to put away the unsavory things and habits that I can't bring into the house. That would dirty my house. On a rare occasion, Hong Zimao shook his head and seriously rebutted Ling Mo's words. Home is the place where no matter how crazy I am outside, no matter how bad I am, will always wave at me and ask me if I'm doing well. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, yet in the next moment, Hong Zimao touched his nose, raised his head proudly, and smiled a hefty smile. Son, did I just say that with the beef faking to it? Ling Mer, after sending Hong Zimao away, Ling Mo stretched his back and returned to the living room, while Ling Tian and Mother Ling also went upstairs early to rest. As soon as Baiyu saw Ling Mo come back, her shoes didn't even care about wearing them. She jumped down directly from the sofa, darted and jumped into Ling Mo's arms, and hemmed and hawed, smiling. Mare, was that one just now Mare's own friend? Baiyu didn't say friends. She understood that Li Nanqi Ruoyan and the others, because they were friends with themselves, so Ling Mo and they were also friends. Hong Zimao is different. Well, very good friend. Iron buddy. Let him be the best man at the wedding when the time comes. Ling Mo nodded. The fragrance between Baiyu's hair made him incredibly relaxed, lowered his head, looked earnestly at the little person in his arms, and laughed in a low voice, saying, Tomorrow, we're going to get our license. Is little Shirayuki happy? Baiyu hemmed and hawed, her head rubbing against Ling Mo's arms, as if she remembered something, lifted her cell phone, and opened her mouth to Ling Mo. The Mare. Look, Ruoyan seems to be angry. suddenly becoming agitated. Ling Mo? Chi Ruoyan and Bai Yu can be angry? It can't be, can it? I'll see how it goes. Ling Mo took the phone, but didn't look at it first, instead putting it into his pants pocket first. Go wash up first. The two of them washed up and lay down on the bed, Bai Yu shrinking under Ling Mo's arm as the warmth wrapped her up and stretched out cozily. Ling Mo patted the restless little head in his arms, which opened his cell phone to look over. Just the first look is a screen full of Porky Pig with his mouth wide open. JPG. Ling Mare. Since when does Chi Ruoyan like Power Generation 2? Little Moon. Are you telling the truth? You guys are going back to get a license on a National Day vacation? It can't be, can it? Is it going that fast? Several consecutive questions were sent over like a wild bombardment, and Ling Mo could feel Chi Ruoyan's surprise through the screen. Yes, ready to get a license. Besides, it's time for you to find someone. Please, don't keep staring at my little white moon. Ling Mo took Bai Yu's cell phone and sent a voice over to Chi Ruoyan, and lowered his head to kiss Bai Yu's forehead. Ruoyan isn't angry. Bai Yu tilted her head, those innocent dear eyes looking at Ling Mo, but Ruoyan seems to be very excited. That is jealous of little Bai Yu? Ling Mo laughed in a low voice, turned the lights off, surrounded Bai Yu's soft and blazing body, and spoke in a low voice by her ear. Get some rest. You're going to register tomorrow. Bai Yu nodded her head repeatedly, her lips coming over to touch Ling Mo's cheek, playfully spitting out her tongue. Good. Not allowed to match a picture of a certain Yang spitting out her tongue. What do you mean it's time for me to find someone? Chi Ruoyan ground her teeth, angrily kicked the sofa a few times, and muttered, how the hell can I still not find a date? What? Smokey, you're looking for someone? Really? Really? Chi Ting is just like a cat that smells fishy. Directly flashed over, eyes glaring like copper bells. Quickly say, who is your object? Hurry to pick up. Don't let him run away. Qi Ruoyan? Old man. What do you mean? Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth in displeasure. Her own looks weren't too bad. How did she come to Chi Ting's mouth as if no one wanted her? Chi Ting anxious. It is not easy. Chi Ruoyan initiative to mention the matter of looking for an object, but must be firmly bitten. There's no point. Marriage is a major event in life. How can it be a child's play? So say hurry up and make a deal, or else it'll be too late, and then after me, you won't even be able to regret it. Chi Ting painfully urged at Chi Ruoyan. Chi Ruoyan. No energy. Then the conditions I proposed last time. Have you found a candidate? Chi Ruoyan skimmed her mouth, crossed her legs and opened her mouth lazily. Kiting's expression froze, but any big old man couldn't possibly admit that he was a little good boy. Could he? Still in cash. It'll load out soon. Chi spoke through clenched teeth. He had been reading about this Chi Ruoyan thing for quite some time now. Chi Ruoyan tisk a sound. She really do not want to, and those in front of her dead pretending also sometimes pursed a sip of hair and a piece of time. The world a little more like the white moon. This kind of harmless boys will die? The mood at the beginning of meeting Shirayuki was completely different from the mood later on. Excitement when I first saw Shirayuki, relief to learn that the two were siblings, lament when I learned of their romance, broken defenses when I learned that the two were going to get a license. Obviously, they were both in the same grade, and the other was getting a license, and they hadn't even had a serious boy hold their hands. At that time, when Ri Nan was on the air, Gao Hongjie lightly said, dare I ask if you've ever talked to anyone? It wasn't just Li Nan who broke the defense, but also Chi Ruoyan. What are you doing? I don't eat people. Sharp words are just my protective color. A soft heart is my true self. Get it? Chi Ruoyan was cursing in her heart. But this Ri Nan guy actually hasn't talked to anyone, and I don't know if it's just an illusion or why. Helping me back from the woods. His neck is red? When Chi Ruoyan was wondering, a voice broke the silence. Grandpa, your grandson thief is calling you. For a while, Chi Ting and Chi Ruoyan were wide-eyed. Chi Ting listened to the phone ringing, the corner of the mouth straight draw, took a deep breath, once again sunk his heart to think about how he can make Chi Ruoyan become a little bit more ladylike. Chi Ruoyan glanced at the caller and raised her eyebrows slightly. Grandpa, your grandson thief is calling you. The phone was just ringing and Karina jabbed her finger upwards. I'm going to my room first. Come on, you go back. I'm thinking about something big in life. Kiting waved his hand with a headache. Chi Ruoyan, with a trot, returned to her bedroom, and answered the phone to curse directly. What's wrong with you, Ri Nan? You still call me every day on vacation. You're harassing me. Don't you know that? Ri Nan's innocent voice came over from the phone. Sister Chi. Silver promotion match. Pesticide 2 lack of 1. The rowers really can't beat the opposite side. Begging to take the fly. Chi Ruoyan's eyebrows jumped straight up when she was exasperated by Li Nan. When did you become an internet-addicted teenager? I shouldn't have brought you to play with pesticides in the first place. The other party was silent for a moment. and lightly threw out a sentence that, "Sister Key, so are you coming or not? Come on, pull me." The next day, early morning, Ling Mo was awakened by a sharp knock on the door, and he carefully released the arm that Baiyu had placed on top of him, scratched his somewhat disheveled hair, and rolled over to get out of bed. "I say, Dad, what are you trying to do this early in the morning when you're not letting anyone sleep?" Ling Mo looked at Ling Tian, who was wearing a suit with hairspray on his head, and was powerless to spit. "Still sleeping. Your mom and I were so excited last night that we didn't sleep all day, and today is the day of the license." Ling Tian blared fiercely at Ling Mo. "Can you kid have some sense of excitement? Ling Mo? If I remember correctly, it seems that today is the day that he and Baiyu get their license, right? What are these old folks so excited about? Dad, it's only 8 o'clock. Ling Mo took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Ling Tian standing in front of him and not Hong Zimao, he would have cursed over. Tidying up mustn't take a while. Ha! Let Xiaobai sleep on her beauty sleep first while you get everything ready. Ling Tian reached out and locked the back of Ling Mo Destiny's neck, carrying him to the living room. Not to mention, even now that Ling Mo has worked, he should still be pinned down. This is the suppression from the bloodline. Did you? Forget it. Ling Mo rubbed his face, or held back the words that welled up to his mouth, and went to the bathroom to wash up. A family photo after registration. He, said Ling Tian as he stroked his chin, not knowing what to think of what, and laughed in a low voice, finally stopping the moment of fantasy only when he was greeted by Ling's mother as she went over to cook dinner. Ling Mo stretched hard, and when he came out, Baiyu was already standing in front of the bedroom door, standing barefoot on the floor, her eyes staring blankly ahead, her long white hair messy from sleep. Although Baiyu was standing here, she gave off a feeling like her soul was out of her body, until she saw Ling Mo. Baiyu's eyes fluctuated and she trotted over, pouncing into Ling Mo's arms with the aggression of being woken up by someone, her tone soft and sticky. "Why, get up so early, Ling Mare?" As soon as he left the bed for a while, without his scent and familiar touch, Shirayuki would ironically wake up. "What's with the beauty sleep? We're going to register for a license today, so pack up little Shirayuki, we'll leave after dinner." As soon as the word license was mentioned, Baiyu's eyes gradually brightened and she kept nodding her head, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ling Mo's cheek before bouncing off to the bathroom. Ling Mo was dumbfounded and shouted to the bathroom, "Next time remember to wear shoes before getting out of bed." "Got it." Along the way, Ling Tian was all happy and kept bugging Ling's mother, who was sitting on the co-pilot, to see if anything was missing. At this point the two parties were snuggled up against each other in the back seat catching up on their sleep. What's wrong with kids these days? Neither one of us could sleep when we got our license, right? Ling Tian saw the sleeping duo behind him through the car's rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. It's not the same. We have a plan to get a license, and every day is exciting and torturous while waiting for the plan to be implemented. And Mo and White aren't ready for that. They don't have that mental building process. The corners of Mother Ling's mouth rose slightly as she twisted her head to look at Baiyu, who was snuggling Ling Mo and huffing and puffing. To White, a license is just a piece of paper to her. A piece of paper that she can pamper herself with impunity with Mo. As soon as he said this, Ling Tian smacked his lips. To this day, I can't figure out how Xiaobai has taken a liking to this brat. But, what the heck? Ling Tian hemmed and hawed, his foot on the gas pedal slightly harder, as if he was afraid that Baiyu would run away. Grab a license. Everything will be fine after you get a license. Instead of going directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau, the people first went to a studio not much far from the Civil Affairs Bureau, intending to have a family photo first. Baiyu sat down on the makeup chair and didn't move a muscle. Only her left hand was clutching Ling Mo with a death grip, and there was uneasiness hidden in the depths of her eyes. Epsilon, AA, 3. Why are there so many people looking at Shirayuki? Ah, Shirayuki said darkly as her entire body shattered. God knows how bewildered she was when she was woken up by Ling Mo's soft voice and followed Ling Mo's footsteps with a dazed look on her face, only to be pressed into a chair. It tickles. Subconsciously, Baiyu tried to avoid the makeup lady's hand. Ling Mo pinched Baiyu's palm and whispered, "Little Shirayuki, we're going to take a picture in a while, so you'll look better with makeup." Shirayuki bristled, then froze, thinking hard. Makeup, to look better. Mare will look dumbfounded. Then he'll want to kiss Shirayuki. Baiyu sat up straight with a solemn expression. Baiyu will definitely not move around. Ling Mo? Ever since Ling Tian had come in, he hadn't stopped peacefully, pacing back and forth as if he was waiting for his child to give birth. Can you just settle down? Mother Ling couldn't bear it and shouted at Ling Tian. Ling Tian stifled and skimmed his mouth. That grudging look. Just like a little schoolgirl being bullied. What are you laughing at? Go get me a glass of water. Seeing Ling Mo's gloating expression, Ling Tian spoke in annoyance. Ling Mare, Clueless girl with index finger to herself. JPG. After about an hour, Ling Yamo was sitting on the sofa with his head down, sending a message to Hong Zimao, when he suddenly felt something in his heart and raised his head to look at it. Ling Yamo looked at Baiyu, who stood up in the makeup area and walked towards him, and was stunned as he suddenly remembered a sentence that, "The prince is guilty of the crime of knitting his brows to live in my heart. A line of a stop pulling my love's silk heart," but now standing in front of his eyes, is not a stranger like Jade Gentleman, but belongs to his bride of the absolute generation. It was as if a river of stars hung behind Shirayuki, and there was a hidden smile in her eyes as she walked toward herself with the focused lights of the world. It was only when Baiyu stood in front of him that Ling Mo noticed that the other party's sapphire eyes, reflecting his own silhouette, were full of himself, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a happy smile. The eyes are you, the sun and the moon are you, the stars are you, the mountains are you, the rivers are you, and everything is you for the rest of your life. Ling Mo couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Baiyu raised her jaw slightly and met Ling Mo's eyes, her eyes tailed with a playful smile, waiting for Ling Mo's response. Between the two, you don't say anything, I don't say anything, the collision between their eyes, the deer in the headlights between their hearts. Little Baiyu, Ling Mo spoke in a low voice, reaching out and gently taking Baiyu into his arms, gazing down at her in a soft voice. Baiyu smiled and narrowed her eyes. She liked it when Ling Mo looked at her like this. Ling Mo didn't finish his sentence because he couldn't find any words to express his feelings. He chose not to say anything more but to listen to his inner voice, the voice that told himself to kiss this white-haired girl who was waiting for his response. Well, Baiyu's eyelashes and feathers slightly trembled. Looking at Ling Mo who kissed himself, slowly closed his eyes. His small face red but the smile at the corner of his lips became more and more intense. Ling Tian, who liked to straighten Ling Mo, didn't go to pit himself against the sun, and a pleased smile slowly surfaced on his face, and there were hidden tears flickering at the bottom of his eyes. Immediately afterward, Ling Tian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, holding back those tears. One just couldn't cry in front of Ling Mo. If one wanted to cry, it would be in secret. While Ling's mother was obviously not as naive as Ling Tian, her eyes were already moist, and she couldn't help but feel her nose sour as she looked at the man and woman who were immersed in happiness. The crowd also tacitly refrained from making a sound, but instead just watched the duo in silence, each with a blessed smile on their faces. For a long time, the two separated. Baiyu's face was hot and scary, subconsciously pursed her lips, snuggled into Ling Mo's arms and whispered, "Baiyu's heart is beating so fast." Baiyu's ear was close to Ling Mo's as she raised her head. "Mo, your heart is beating fast too." Ling Mo smiled, closed his eyes, quietly feeling the sound of the other's heartbeat, and did not answer. The two hugged for 3 minutes before Ling Tian pulled away. "Well, let's take some pictures, then rush over to register for the license. And there'll be plenty of time for you to get mushy after that." Someone appeared to break the silence, and the staff also walked in to guide Ling Mo and the others, starting to take photos. "Dad, you're really killing it." Midway through, while correcting the shooting position and posture, Ling Mo couldn't help but spit at Ling Tian. Ling Tian rolled his eyes, glanced at the bystanders, and whispered, "When can't we hug? Don't delay the main event." Ling Mo was amused by Ling Tian's words. "No, why are you more nervous than me about me getting a license?" Ling Tian's expression stiffened. This is a major life event. Can you call it nervous? It's mainly because your mom has been concerned, but it's inconvenient to ask, so I took on this task." "Oh," Ling Mo nodded meaningfully, only that look more or less broke Ling Tian's defenses. "You then." Instead, the staff member spoke up to stop it. "Okay, everyone look at the camera and get ready for the picture." Baiyu waved her hand at Ling Mo, her little face full of leaps. Mo. Come on, taking pictures. Baiyu wants to hug Mare and take pictures. There was nothing elaborate about several people taking pictures. Baiyu was sitting in the center, Ling Mo on the left, Ling Mother on the right. Baiyu's two arms were wrapped around the two. As for Ling Tian, instead, he stood behind the trio with a black face. "You've gone to all the trouble of organizing a studio photoshoot, and you've ended up as an outsider? Come on. 3, 2, 1, eggplant. Had ha. The people came out of the studio and went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After a while, Baiyu lowered her head and looked at the two red books in her hand, giving a laugh every now and then, reaching out her hand to gently caress Ling Mo's face on it, smiling happily. Ling Tian wanted to bring it over and take a look at it, but he was too embarrassed to open his mouth, so he stood still and stomped his feet in an attempt to make Ling Mo guess what he was thinking. Ling Mo? Starting to generate electricity again? Well, little Baiyu is very pretty. Ling Mo glanced at the photo above and smiled as he rubbed Bayu's little head, his eyes full of doting on Bayu. Bayu took out her cell phone and waved at Ling Mo. Bayu wants to take pictures. Take pictures of happy things to send to your friends and document them. The corners of Ling Mo's lips rose as he and Bayu each held up a red book and smiled brightly at the camera. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q, yay. Bayu and Mo have a red book. Bayu turned her cell phone on herself and Ling Mo and took a picture. Then started typing down her head to send a friend circle. Ling Mo also took this opportunity to hand the red book in his hand to Ling Tian, who was looking on from the side. TSK. Little White is so good looking. Beauty and the Beast this is. Ling Tian nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the joyous duo above him and commented. Ling Mo? Had Ling Tian ever thought that if he was a beast, then what was he? Every time he buries himself he buries him in the process. Ling Mo asked Bayu to send the photo to himself, and followed it to the circle of friends, and set it as the top, with the text, do not love to walk all over the world, only wish to travel quietly around you. Long road hand in hand. The years are long, I have stepped over all things on earth, never panicked, but only the moment you walk with the stars on your back. I am in a big mess. A deer in the headlights. Just sent it out. Hong Zimo was the first one to like and comment on it. Happy license receiving for Mo. The red packet has arrived. Just after seeing this message, Hong Zimo's transfer appeared at the top of the cell phone screen, and Ling Mo smoothly tapped it in, and the transfer message brushed the screen. 10 $5,200 transfers. The note above each transfer was the same line. Brother Smash is happy again. Ling Mare. I hope I get a chance to transfer money to you as well. Ling Mo collected the money. Smilingly knocked down this sentence. Only after a long time. The other party did not respond. Someone broke defense? Ling Mo's mouth smiled as he posted another sentence. Still no response. Ling Mo put away his cell phone and tugged on Bayu, who fell into Ling Mo's arms with a confused look on her face, blinking her dear eyes a few times and innocently saying, Mare, what's wrong? Walk and remember to watch the road. Ling Mo gently knocked Bayu's head. Then noticed Ling Tian giggling forward with his head down looking at the red book, and Mother Ling didn't have the frame to remind him. Gui. The last word froze and was held back by Ling Tian, rubbing his somewhat reddened forehead, looking at the streetlight in front of him, muttering, sooner or later, I'll tear you apart. Ling Mare, you hit someone, and you're going to tear them down in the back? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ling Mo and Bayu, two people's cell phones directly exploded. According to the speed of this message sent to C, Ling Mo reopened his cell phone to take a look, and sure enough, it was Li Nan. Ling Mo, you're doing great things in a muffled voice, aren't you? You've already gotten your license? You're way ahead of the game. Li Nan's hand speed was extremely fast, and she was almost brushing the screen in the twinkling of an eye. No wait buddy, my own singleness is heartbreaking, but my brother's decoupling is even more chilling. I haven't gotten it yet, can't we echo each other? Ling Mo's attention was instantly caught by the last sentence, and the person in question seemed to feel that it wasn't quite right, and simply withdrew it. Haven't gotten it yet? Does that mean you have a target and you're rating it? Yoo-hoo! You got one more, don't you? Then, it was the arrival of Gao Hongjie Han Yongxian Chi Ruoyin's blessing in no particular order. After the blessing, he tortured Li Nan. Gao Hongjie? Li Nan, you withdrew something unseemly? Withdrawal of the message did not positive. Karuyan, could it be that you accidentally sent out your 0/10 record? Han Yongxian, I just saw the message the boss sent. Next moment, Han Yongxian has been removed from the group chat. Gao Hongjie? Kiran Smoke? Ling Mo? These days, you get kicked for telling the truth. Ling Mo put away his cell phone, took Bayu's hand and whispered, Are you hungry? To be honest, it took quite a while. I came at 9 a.m. and now it's 2 p.m. Bayu nodded her head in a hurry and patted her stomach with an aggrieved expression. Bayu's stomach has already started protesting. Dad, your daughter-in-law is hungry. Ling Mo shouted backward, and Ling Tian happily ran over. I'll go get the car. What do you want to eat? Shall Bai navigate first, and then directly rush over? Ling Mo couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. Sure enough, the only one with the lowest status is yourself. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Hong Zimao sat on the sofa, looked at the message Ling Mo sent to him, took a deep breath, and brooded for a long time, before he slowly knocked down a few lines and began to reply to Ling Mo. First of all, I didn't break my defense. It's just that I have a friend who was a little hard on herself after seeing your friend circle, because I wouldn't break my defense even if you posted 10 more friend circles. I was trying to take care of my friend's feelings, and my friend is just having a hard time with his heart. He didn't break his defense. I'm speaking for my friend. I didn't break my defense. I'm just here to explain to you why I didn't reply just now. I didn't break my defense. Hong Zimao ground his teeth and his entire body had an expression. Zimao ah. Hong mother came over, holding a plate of lemons in her hand and placed it on the table, signaling Hong Zimao to eat some. Hong Zimao, Mom, why did you cut a plate of lemons for a good reason? Hong Zimao was a bit puzzled. His family usually used lemons more for cooking and making lemonade, and would not eat lemons directly raw. Mother Hong shook her head. Zimao, you eat a piece first. Although Hong Zimao was a bit confused, he still chose to listen to his mother's words, gritted his teeth and ate a piece of it, and immediately put on a mask of pain and couldn't help but happily dance around. Zimao, what do you feel now? Mother Hong looked at Hong Zimao's movements as if he had been electrocuted and spoke softly. I can't wait to break off my teeth and wash them properly before stuffing them back in. Hong Zimao grimaced. The corners of Hong's mother's mouth twitched as she let again. Is this lemon sour? Hong Zimao raised his eyebrows slightly. Acid. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting weird today? Hong's mother hated the iron and spoke. You know all about acid. And you don't say find a date. The acid of the lemon can't even remind you to be single? Hong Zimao, the National Day holiday has passed a small half. The third day of the holiday Ling Mo and Bai Yu received the certificate. This day down is absolutely incomparable to the previous 2 days. Ling Mo has never seen Ling Tian walking happily with his hands behind his back, which is like a father. Mother Ling was also too embarrassed to take Ling Mo and Bai Yu into the mall, leaving Ling Tian on the main road. Mom, still eating hot pot? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened. Having eaten hot pot twice in 3 days, there's a moral to eating hot pot. Life is red hot and happy. Don't look at all the goodies, but hot pot is something your dad and I can't get tired of eating. Ling's mother smiled and explained. And don't you all like to carry some symbolism nowadays? Buying shoes also requires opening the light. Ling Mo? Ha? Ling Mo was a bit confused, but Bai Yu, who was keen on brushing up on her videos, immediately got Ling's mother's point, and raised her hand in an Ottoman-esque good behavior. I know. After saying that, Shiroyuki jumped forward. Look Mom, new shoes on the ground, smooth sailing, feet on the ground, get ahead, footsteps to the left, business is booming, footsteps to the right, health and longevity. After jumping, Bai Yu turned around, made a shooting gesture with her right hand, placed it at her chin, and gave Ling's mother a hefty smile. Mom, isn't it this one? The smile at the corner of Ling's mother's mouth grew stronger as she nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, that's it. Little White really understands my mind. M.O. Then let's eat hot pot. The shrimp sliders are delicious. After getting a compliment from Mother Ling, Bai Yu trotted and jumped into Ling Mo's arms, her little head constantly rubbing against his chest. After the license, Bai Yu seemed to stick to Ling Mo even more. So can we go home and eat? Buy all the ingredients and stuff and make it at home. Watch a movie or something. Ling Mo was a little tickled by Bai Yu's hair and patted the head in his arms as he looked at Mother Ling. Good. Mother Ling nodded and called Ling Tian. You go prepare the hot pot and all that stuff for the evening. Ling Tian, where are you guys? Mother Ling. The chat group was unusually lively. Gao Hongjie, alas. Yongxian, what kind of boss did this follow? Just said a word. Was the boss into the cold palace? Ji Ruoyan watched the fun. Recognize me as the boss. Sis will cover you. Ri Nan didn't explain in the group right away, but directly private messaged Han Yongxian. Yongxian. Han Yongxian is also still confused at this time. Just now the words are still in the chat box, but the next moment he was moved out? WH. What's wrong boss? Han Yongxian was a little apprehensive in his heart, thinking that he had done something wrong. Li Nan was glad that he kicked fast enough which didn't make him say it. Have you thought about it, Yongsuan? I wouldn't have withdrawn it if I wanted you all to see it. Han Yongxian. Yongxian, you have to understand boss. This matter can't be known by others yet. Han Yongxian. Ri Nan? Yongxian, what do you mean by sending ellipses all the time? Oh right. I'll pull you into the group right away. When the time comes, I'll say that you're looking at it wrong. I just sent the wrong emoticon. Boss. Han Yongxian opened his mouth with some difficulty. Sister Chi and the others have already sent me a private message. Ri Nan? And then you said it? Ri Nan couldn't help but glare and growl at the nationalist, and under the death glare of his two-dog father, he scurried back to his room. What have you said? Ri Nans didn't want to type anymore and whacked Han Yongxian directly over the phone. Yang Xuan, what did you all say? Ri Nan was shattered. The feeling was like forgetting to delete one's browser history, and it just so happened that someone borrowed one's cell phone and saw one's record. Ri Nan couldn't wait to explode in place right now, turning into debris and disappearing cleanly. I say boss, you already have a target person. Want to have an echo? With Ling Mo. Han Yongxian weakly opened his mouth. One side is the boss, and the other side is the boss of the boss. Can you not come to ho-ho him? Han Yongxian is now on the verge of shattering as well. Renan's eyes were lifeless, and his body collapsed onto the bed in a fit of weakness as he whispered, "So, did it say anything?" Han Yongxian thought carefully. "Slightly strange," Hong Jia said, refueling. "Did not echo Ling Mo on he is ready to echo you. But Sister Chi said the girl you're looking at must have been unlucky in her 8 lives. Lu Nam." Inexplicably, Renan breathed a sigh of relief and hemmed and hawed. "Luckily, little master is usually not too obvious. Witty as I am. Boss, can you pull me into the group now?" Han Yongxian heard Renan's laughter, and after 2 or 3 seconds of silence, he tentatively spoke. "La la la la. Now, remember to send messages not so fast in the future." Renan casually pulled Han Yongxian into the group, laying back on the bed, his arm pillowed under his head, looking at the ceiling a little dazed. Bai Yu and Ling Mo received a license. Chi's sister should be more or less stimulated. Renan muttered. "TSK. I don't know if she's interested in boys or not. Why does it feel like there's little hope?" Renan stretched heavily and liked and commented on Bai Yu and Ling Mo's friend circles. "Happy licensing, by the way. Dip your toes in the water, and I'll come back and comment in your comments section when I'm licensed." After commenting, Renan put the phone aside, and his eyes gradually drifted and landed on a stick in the corner within his room. After a short while, Renan exhaled heavily and reopened her phone, and her friend circle was already lit up with a red number 2. Renan raised an eyebrow and clicked in. One was Ling Mo's reply that, "Then I'll wait for that day, and hopefully sooner than later I'll see you commenting under my friend circle again." Renan laughed and replied, "You still can't trust your buddy's strength?" After replying, Renan looked at another reply. From Chi Ruoyan, "You mean in another life? Lu Nam, if I'm the next life, you're the next life." Before Renan could exit the interface of his friend circle, he saw Chi Ruoyan's reply. "Pesticides don't take you at night. Ki don't. That or you are the next life?" This time Chi Ruoyan didn't reply, but directly private messaged Linan. Scram! Renan hemmed and hawed, shutting off his cell phone and squinting his eyes slightly in what appeared to be a false sleep. In the evening, Shirayuki was giddy with excitement as she searched for the TV she would be watching for dinner later. After searching for a long time, Shirayuki finally set her sights on the Divine Sculpture Companion. When Shirayuki saw the little dragon lady in a plain dress on the cover, she was instantly interested and said she would watch this, sitting down and rubbing her hands together as she waited for the TV to start. "Come on, little white moon, eat them off first or it'll get old in a while." Ling Mo took a chopstick of tripe from the pot and took some more from Ling Tian's bowl and put them into Bai Yu's bowl together. Only Shirayuki didn't look back, her eyes fixed on the characters on the TV. Hey, the TV show wasn't what Bai Yu had imagined the duo to look like in love, and she couldn't help but turn back to Ling Mo. "Mo, why isn't there the woman in the white dress on the cover? You want to watch it? Eat the tripe in the bowl first. I'll find it for you." Ling Mo took the remote control from Bai Yu's hand and searched for the episode. "Just this one episode. It's the one I remember most as a kid." Ling Mo clapped his hands and jumped directly to the martial arts conference episode. When Bai Yu saw the beggar gangmaster calling her husband Brother Jing, Bai Yu sniffled and looked back at Ling Mo. "Ling Mo? What's wrong, little Shirayuki?" He spoke with some confusion, not really blaming him for this. It was just that Shirayuki's eyes were so strange. Bai Yu's azure-colored eyes kept turning, lowered her head and muttered, "Gui Jing only has 2 words. The 2 of them registered to get married. So that woman called Gui Jing is Brother Jing. So, Mare and Shirayuki are registered. Mare's name is also 2 words." Thinking about it, Bai Yu gradually revealed a bright smile, looking at Ling Mo with a hint of spirituality in her eyes, and playfully opened her mouth. "Brother Mare, Ling Mo, Mother Ling, Ling Tian?" This cry of Brother Mare directly called the 3 people's brains down, but Shirayuki had no intention of stopping, and shouted one after another that, "Brother Mare, Brother Silence, Brother Mo." Ling Mo gulped. Somehow, he suddenly remembered the dream he had earlier, and immediately after, Ling Mo felt someone poking and prodding himself, and subconsciously looked over. Ling Tian spoke in a low voice to Ling Mo, "Your gangmaster has called you, so why don't you say yes?" Ling Mare, "HM? What's wrong, little white moon?" Returning to his senses, Ling Mo then replied with a smile, only that smile looked more or less far-fetched. "Mare, don't you like it when Bai Yu calls you Brother Mare?" Bai Yu shrunk her head and spoke weakly. Obviously that man on TV was smiling happily when he heard the woman call him Brother Jing. Why doesn't it work when it comes to Mare? Shirayuki skimmed his lips and said, "Bad TV. Lying to Shirayuki. No, I like it a lot. I just went off on a tangent just now." Ling Mo shook his head. If Huang Gang leader was a delicate young lady when she called out to Brother Jing, then Bai Yu was a little pitiful creature when she called out to Brother Mo. Ling Tian looked at the duo sitting across from him, smacked his lips, and gently poked Mother Ling. "Mother Ling? Daughter-in-law, Do you think there's a possibility that you'll call me Brother Tian? After saying that, Ling Tian looked at Mother Ling expectantly, hoping to hear the answer he wanted to hear. A nuclear goodness smile gradually spread across Mother Ling's face. Do you think it's possible that you won't come inside to sleep at night? Ling Tian. For the sake of his own happiness, Ling Tian chose to eat quietly, watch TV quietly, and break defense quietly. Then, from now on, Bai Yu will be called Brother Mo, okay? Bai Yu pursed her lips, the corners of her lips rising slightly, her eyes flashing with anticipation. It's good that little white moon likes it. Ling Mo was dumbfounded and rubbed Bai Yu's little head. Then should I change how I address little Bai Yu? Who knows? Bai Yu shook her head like a rattle and beamed. If I change, Bai Yu will become Yu. It's weird. It's better to call it Little White Moon. Bai Yu likes it. Bai Yu smiled and held her head high as she spoke with some pride. Bai Yu calls Brother Mo, and Brother Mo calls Little Bai Yu. Yeah. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly. Bai Yu would always be happy because of little things. Like a word, a hug, a name calling. After eating, Bai Yu was tired today, so she didn't plan to take a bath, and just washed her face and went to bed. Ling Mo was also a bit tired. Not that he had done much heavy lifting, it was just that one could get tired if they were excited all the time. After Ling Mo and Ling Tian packed up everything, Ling Mo returned to his bedroom after washing up. Looking at the white-haired girl who was leaning against the back of the bed with the quilt covering her upper body, Ling Mo shook his head and lost his smile. What's wrong? Is the little white moon cold? Bai Yu didn't say anything and stretched out her tongue to sweep her lips, her soulful eyes flickering. Brother Mo. You come quickly. Bai Yu wants to hug you to sleep. Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, a little strange but didn't think much of it, put his cell phone on the nightstand, and wanted to lift the covers and lie down in it. But what came into his eyes was an extremely luscious scene. Ling Mo breathed a little sharply, forcing himself not to turn his head. Little white moon. Why are you not wearing clothes to bed again now? Bai Yu tilted her head. A little strange. But, didn't Bai Yu get a license with Brother Mo? Dad said that if you get a license, you can sleep without clothes. With that, Bai Yu sat up, her white skin exposed to the air, reached out her hand to embrace Ling Mo, and murmured, in the past, Bai Yu has always slept without clothes. Brother Mo didn't even say anything. Now Shirayuki has to get a license to sleep with Brother Mo without clothes. It's an extra step, but Shirayuki is really happy after becoming human. Bai Yu tilted her head up and looked blearily at Ling Mo. Her head came over and gently pecked Ling Mo's lips. Brother Mo still doesn't want to sleep with Bai Yu like this? Ling Mo got in the way of the reaction, bent down slightly, took a deep breath, picked up a cup of water on the side and pounded in a few mouthfuls. Only then did he forcefully resist the impulse to lie down on the bed, and take that fragrant soft mass into his embrace. Shirayuki, it's not you. I'm afraid I can't help it. Bai Yu's expression was a little hard, and she twisted her body uncomfortably. Brother Mo. Your body is so hot. Being shirtless now is a completely different thing than when Shirayuki first started sleeping without clothes. At that time, Ling Mo did not have any extra thoughts, but simply wanted to take care of Bai Yu. But with the passage of time, Bai Yu has slowly become his girlfriend, and today he has received a license. Not to mention, Ling Mo himself has not performed the rite of passage of the week, and has endured until now, which is already a model for countless men. Behave, little Bai Yu. Don't move, or your brother Mo can't help but want to bully you. Ling Mo's voice was incomparably hoarse, and the neck was red from the neck down, as if it had been scorched like. Bai Yu beamed and twisted her body once again, humming softly, "Oh, Brother Mo wouldn't bully Bai Yu. Today Bai Yu and Brother Mo got a license. And, Brother Mo loves Bai Yu the most." Ling Mo licked his incomparably dry lips, and a voice in his head was screaming madly, eat the little person in front of you who is making you angry. Eat her dry." Ling Mo gradually went up, slowly approaching Bai Yu. The latter shrunk her neck. Ling Mo's body temperature was too high. There was a fiery thing cackling. Bai Yu was very uncomfortable. In Ling Mo's arms fluttering, wanting to separate some distance. Brother Mare. White Moon. Bai Yu's pitifully soft and sticky voice completely ignited Ling Mo's flames. He rolled over onto his back, looking at the somewhat flustered and bemused eyes of the little person underneath him, and reached out his hand to gently fondle Bai Yu's lips. Little Shirayuki, your silent brother is difficult. Do you know what to do? Bai Yu's heart was beating very fast, perhaps due to being carried by Ling Mo's body temperature. Bai Yu's face also gradually reddened. Her gaze was a bit evasive. Then Shirayuki, what to do? Ling Mo leaned down and kissed Bai Yu's mesmerizing lips, his left hand uncontrollably caressing the slime, his finger roots sinking into the snowy putty. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Bai Yu's eyes also became more and more mesmerized. Her small face was red. Brother Mo, is this bullying by you? Ling Mo's heart was about to jump out. His breathing was ragged, and he gently bit Bai Yu's lips. The latter squinted her eyes. Her body was flabby, and Ling Mo spoke in a low voice in her ear. Next, it's the bullying little white moon. Mare, brother Mare. Shirayuki. Shirayuki is scared. Her mouth said she was scared, but Shirayuki's expression was more shy and confused at best, instinctively terrified of the unknown things that were about to happen next. No fear, no fear. I'll be gentle. Ling Mo kept comforting Bai Yu and had just finished taking off his own top when his cell phone, which was on the nightstand, rang. The duo's attention was instantly caught and their heads turned to look at their cell phones. Ling Mare. Fuck that. Even Ling Mo couldn't help but burst out. How is it that every time you've managed to beat your sanity, someone always calls in? Know how hard it was for him to beat his own sanity for once? Phew. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ling Mo chose to be deaf for a while, but Bai Yu didn't cooperate and pushed Ling Mo, whispering, Brother Mare, the phone can't be hung up on. Shirayuki can't disturb Brother Mare on the phone. Ling Mare, the boomerang was finally darting into his head. Then how about another kiss? Ling Mo, in a rare moment of crying, lowered his head and sucked on Bai Yu's sweet, thin lips before he reluctantly got up and opened his cell phone. As soon as he saw the caller, Ling Mo's forehead collapsed into veins. His fists couldn't help but clench, and he squeezed words out from between his teeth. Nan, give me a reason for you to call at night. Li Nan on the other side of the phone couldn't help but shiver. Why did Ling Mo's voice sound like a whiny woman? It was no wonder Ling Mo was like this. Twice she had almost poked through the window paper, and both times she had been disturbed by Li Nan. Right now Ling Mo couldn't wait to go straight over there with a chainsaw and shark Li Nan, then come back and stick it to Bai Yu. I just wanted to come over and ask for some advice. Li Nan gulped. Although he didn't know why Ling Mo was so resentful, but after thinking about the purpose of his call, Ling Mo still chose to give up his life to get his lesson. What is it? Ling Mo let go of Bai Yu and sat on the edge of the bed, blowing the air conditioner vents on himself in an attempt to extinguish the burning fire. As for Shirayuki, it seemed that because of her shyness, her entire body was hidden under the quilt, shrinking into a tiny ball. Bai Yu and the quilt covered her cheeks. Her face was a blush that hadn't dissipated yet. Listening to Ling Mo calling outside the quilt, Bai Yu lightly bit her lower lip, recalling the feeling that Ling Mo had just brought to her. It's so strange, Shirayuki whispered to herself. Obviously I'm scared, but it seems like I'm looking forward to it. Ri Nan on the other side of the phone stammered a bit. How did you manage to chase Shirayuki into your hands? Ling Mo? What do you mean? They're all after his Shirayuki, aren't they? Well, bean sharks now. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be a mistress. I'm just asking how to chase girls. After knowing that Ling Mo had seen that message, Li Nan simply did not hide it anymore. Not to mention that Ling Mo had received a license, and the person he was interested in should be more or less stimulated. Then it's more or less time to take a step yourself. There are too many lonely people in the world because they are all afraid to take the first step. Ri Nan didn't want to even take the first step or be the lonely one. Ling Mo instantly became interested and filled a few more mouthfuls of water, his tone playful. Tell me, who are you chasing right now? Ri Nan reddened. You first say, how to chase a girl. Ling Mo was speechless. This guy couldn't have never gotten along with a girl before, right? Hey, how am I supposed to help you if you don't tell me who it is? Every girl is different. It's not like doing a problem where you can apply a formula. Ri Nan thought for a moment and whispered. I said, don't tell anyone. Ling Mo laughed. Okay, you say it. Keeping my mouth shut is me Ling Mo. Ri Nan clenched his teeth. I want to talk to Sister Chi. As soon as he heard those two words, Ling Mo suddenly realized that there was an extra furry head next to his own, and it turned out to be Bai Yu peeking out from under the quilt, with a reddish haze on her small face. Ling Mo looked at the curious eyes of Bai Yu next to him and smiled gently, placing his cell phone on the bed and stroking the top of Bai Yu's head while speaking. Oh, you want to go after Chi Ruoyan? Shirayuki blinked her eyes and stared intently at her cell phone, afraid that she had missed something important. Yeah, how? Do you want to eat the bowl and watch the pot? Then buddies will have to condemn you. Ri Nan was like a scared bird now, and opened his mouth alertly. What are you looking for? I have little white moon and that's enough. Ling Mo didn't speak in a good humor. Hearing this, Bai Yu heatedly smiled and moved a few points closer to Ling Mo, her head rubbing against Ling Mo's thigh. Bai Yu also only needs brother Mo. This time Li Nan was silent. He now finally knew why Ling Mo had such a big grudge. The vacation was only a few days old. The license was issued, and the designation changed. Definitely doing some raw shit just now. Ki doesn't look like she would like boys in any way. I even feel like she has more brothers than I do. Ri Nan was in a state of distress, and Bayu next to Ling Mo couldn't help but smile and open her mouth. Ruoyan would have liked someone with white hair, blue eyes, and a height of 6 meters. Lu Nam, why don't you just report your ID number? Ling Mo, I beg for guidance. I can't repay you for your great kindness. If I succeed in my pursuit, I'll warm your bed. Li Nan was also fuming, ignoring the chrysanthemum power, and spoke through clenched teeth. Ling Mare, take back the oath you swore and I'll help you. Ling Mo was powerless to speak. Go ahead. I have a little notebook next to me. I'll write it down. Ling Mo was about to open his mouth. Suddenly thought, he has been disturbed by Li Nan twice. How can I say that I have to straighten it out? But I can't deliberately. How about this? You order a breakfast for Ruoyan tomorrow. Girls, more or less, will like to be cared about. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly. Of course, just caring isn't enough. Aren't you two double rowing lately? You can take this as her payment for taking you flying. Then double row every day and chat every day. You'll definitely see results. Moreover, it's not enough if it's just breakfast. I'll send you over a message later. When you record it as a video and send it to Ruoyan, I believe she'll be even more touched. Ri Nan nodded thoughtfully, and spoke with gratitude. Ling Mo, thank you so much. You're truly my military advisor. Ling Mo typed to Li Nan while stifling a laugh and opened his mouth. Lord, do not worry. Have this military division here. If the Lord is self-conscious of both high and rich and handsome, the Lord cannot have to worry about resting on his laurels. If you realize that you have only two, if you pay with all your heart, you will also get something. If you are conscious of only one of them, Lord, remember to be patient. And if you are sent out in love and stop at the ritual, you can also be hidden and restored to the light. Ri Nan subconsciously spoke. What if this Lord consciously doesn't even possess it? Ling Mo sent out the text in the text box with a serious face, only to instantly make Li Nan break his defenses. If neither of them is ever possessed, and the Lord still wants it, this military counselor will have to call the police to extinguish that evil thought of the Lord. Li Nan looked at the text Ling Mo sent over his scalp for a moment. Are you sure you really want to do the video like this? It's too shameful, right? Ling Mo spoke seriously. Of course, so that I can realize your intentions. Well, hurry up and go get ready. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep too. I hope to hear good news from you. Ri Nan glanced suspiciously at his cell phone, took a deep breath, set it up against himself, and began to record, revealing a wide smile and grinning. And the first rays of the morning sun are McShackers pork tenderloin and egg burger with a cup of squirting, rich milk tea and fresh peach pie. My dearest sister Key, thank you for taking my little brother pesticide hunting all these days, and for coming to say good morning. Hanging up the phone, Ling Mo finally couldn't help himself and laughed in a low voice. Brother Mo. Bayu spoke softly, her eyes carrying doubts. Does Li Nan want to be with Ruoyan like the two of us? Ling Mo nodded and reached out his hand to gently caress Bayu's face. The latter narrowed her eyes slightly and obediently rubbed against Ling Mo's palm. Well, it's just that. Everything is still unknown, and who knows if the two of them will ever get together. Oh, Shirayuki nodded thoughtfully. Ling Mo got up, grabbed the bath towel and headed to the bathroom. Shall Bayu you sleep first? I'm going to take a shower. Oh, Bayu only exposed a small head outside, staring blankly at Ling Mo's back as he went to the bathroom, biting her lower lip tightly, not knowing what she was thinking. The next day, early morning. Some people are happy, some people are confused. Chi Ruoyan was so confused right now. Her hair was blowing up, and she was even more confused when she looked at Chi Ting, who was excitedly dancing on the side. Chi Ting's eyes were glowing. Little Smoke, someone ordered breakfast for you. You're wanted, Chi Ruoyan. Chi Ruoyan's brain hadn't rebooted well yet now, when her cell phone ding-donged. It was the video that Li Nan had sent over to her, and inside the video was Li Nan's dog. That handsome face. She subconsciously opened the video, and a voice rang out that the first rays of the morning sun are McShackers pork tenderloin and egg burger with a cup of squirting, rich milk tea and fresh peach pie. My dearest sister Key, thank you for taking my little brother pesticide hunting all these days, and for coming to say good morning. Chi Ruoyan. Kiting. Aha. Ahahaha. Little Smoke, you got a date. You found someone. Cheating was so happy that he cried as he laughed and cried and, daughter-in-law, did you see that? Our Little Smoke finally has a date. Woo woo. Chi Ruoyan looked at Chi Ting, who was laughing and crying on the side, pursed her lips, lowered her head and typed, and sent it to Li Nan. What are you mad about in the morning? Soon. The other party sent over a message, obviously waiting for Chi Ruoyan's response. It's a treat for you, Sister Chi. Thanks for taking me to the top this time. The corners of Chi Ruoyan's mouth straightened and she ground her teeth. Something I can understand. Why did you even make a video out of it? I'm afraid Sister Chi can't feel my grateful heart. Chi Royan Tiska sound. But after all, it is someone else to give themselves something to eat. If they scolded, that will not be a fool. If you want to thank me, you'll send fewer heads. Lu Nam. This isn't what he thought it would be. Shouldn't they be moved to snot and tears? Ow. Presumably there's always one side of the quest that's moving itself. But Renan was genuinely skeptical that this video even needed to exist at all. Kiss, how did you feel watching that video of me? The goosebumps that fall off could fry a pot of vegetables. Lu Nam. When eating breakfast, looking at Ling Mo, who was lost in thought and still gave a giggle from time to time, Ling Tian wondered and stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Ling Mo. What are you laughing at? Xiao Bai smile on the line. People smile good looking, you smile like a demented. Seriously affect my appetite, no? Ling Mo? He was now curious as to how Baiyu was able to communicate down with Ling Tian. Generally speaking, cats should hate dogs. Brother Mare. No hard feelings? Baiyu gave Ling Mo a bite of food and spoke carefully, her eyes full of concern. Ling Mare. I'm fine. Little Baiyu doesn't need to worry. Ling Mo reached out and rubbed Baiyu's head. The bottom of his eyes were filled with tenderness. It was still his child who was good. Always thinking of yourself. This touching feeling of Ling Mo's didn't remain for long. Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. You who? You're still having a hard time? Tell me, where is it hard? Let me have fun. Don't be happy yet. Today is the 4th day of vacation, and Kohakuki and I will be leaving soon. Ling Mo's light words, however, directly caused the smile on Ling Tian's face to freeze. Joyful, then joyful. The smile never goes away. The smile only shifts, and now the jovial Naramur is happy. You let me think about it. First put aside the matter of beating you. I want to think about where to take Xiaobai to play. The last 2 days of the vacation still have to be reserved for Xiaobai to study. That is to say, there are only 2 days left. Ling Tian's chrysanthemum face instantly grimaced. Damn it! Why did the time pass so quickly? Ling Mare, please. You're a father. Can you be a father? I'm taking Shirayuki to Zimao today. Ling Mo spoke indifferently and raised the cell phone in his hand. Zimao said that he's going to treat himself to a rubdown. And by the way, he's going to send something to his sister-in-law to honor her. Ling Tian. Little White, do you want to go? Ling Tian looked towards Baiyu. This was just Ling Mo's arrangement, not Baiyu's. Baiyu nodded and hugged Ling Mo's arm. Wherever Brother Mo is, Baiyu will be there. Baiyu listens to Brother Mo. Ling Tian. Mare. Ling Mo recognized Hong Zimao at a glance. That obese weight was almost a crane. Ling Mo put his arm around Baiyu and said softly, Zimao, I actually wanted to transfer money to you. How's it going? Do you have an eyebrow on your younger sibling? The smile on Hong Zimao's face froze. He had only flirted. There was no need to hold such a grudge. Don't say anything, Brother Chaos Bump. Sister-in-law is the main character today. The corners of Hong Zimao's mouth straightened up, and he directly disliked him back. Right. When is sister-in-law's birthday? Let me memorize it. Don't forget to send a gift then and still have your kid take this as a handle. Ling Mo froze for a moment. Speaking of which, it seemed like he hadn't given Baiyu a birthday yet. White Moon was purchased not long after my own graduation, which seems to have been around the 4th of July. The time on the ID card wasn't accurate either. He couldn't even remember a bit. He hadn't broken up with Lin Ling yet at that time. He was working during the day, caring for Lin Ling and taking care of Baiyu, who was still a cat at night. He didn't even have the effort to record the video. Little Baiyu, do you know when you came to my house? Ling Mo gently pinched Baiyu's palm, but he met the other party's bewildered eyes. Ling Mo was silent. How could Baiyu remember? Thus, tomorrow it is. Ling Mo spoke frankly. Hong Zimo was so confused. Is it such a coincidence? I just asked when my birthday is, and you said it's tomorrow? It's hard not to suspect that you're the one who improvised. These 2 days are quite busy. Gave forget. Thanks to Zimao you remind. Thank you Ao. Remember to come over when the time comes. Ling Mo solemnly patted Hong Zimao's shoulder. Actually, it doesn't matter if people come over or not, but the heart must come over. Hong Zimao? Lean. Watching the duo walk into the restaurant from behind him, Hong Zimao then cursed and followed them in. Just as soon as he entered, Ling Mo was confused, his mouth slowly opening wide. What? Brother Mo, is this dignified enough? After noticing Ling Mo's look, Hong Zimao smiled smugly and pointed at the hall. This is a special arrangement, buddy. Ling Mo's eyebrows jumped straight up. Zimao, Xiaobai and I just got a license first. The engagement time and marriage time are not set. You're pulling this whole stunt. Aren't you afraid that my dad will arrive at the scene and shark you? Hong Zimao originally wanted to continue with the introduction, but after Ling Mo said that, all his words were held back and he innocently opened his mouth. So what to do? I don't know what to get anymore. I just got this. I also thought sister-in-law like pink it. I'll get the pink balloons. A corridor will also be sprinkled with pink feathers it. Hong Zimo looked dejected. The first time to show himself in front of his sister-in-law was such a failure. Only 200 pounds of the child at the moment his heart was breaking. Shirayuki's favorite color is white. Shirayuki spoke seriously. Correcting. Well. Hong Zimo's mouth twitched slightly. Although these arrangements won't come in handy, but it won't delay the meal. So it's a simple meal. However, when Hong Zimo said that, Ling Mo looked at him strangely. Just as a simple meal? Zimo, is this something you said? I'm starting to doubt your motives for calling me over today. Zimo Hong, can't this son talk to him without thinking? He left his brain at home when he went out. You're making him look stupid. After my mom found out that you and your sister-in-law got a license, the family is completely stuck. Hong Zimo walked side by side with Ling Mo and spoke with lifeless eyes. And, my mom, also let me, said Hong Zimo. He couldn't go on, like he was talking about something difficult to talk about. Make you what? Blind date? Ling Mo raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, grabbing hold of Baiyu, who wanted to slip aside to play, and patted her head, whispering, eat first. My mom came to ask me to ask you for advice. Hong Zimo said it with a hard heart. Ling Mo smiled, and raised the hand holding Baiyu, who was a bit confused, but didn't say a word, just staring blankly at the two of them, not understanding why Ling Mo was doing this. Know what I want to say? Ling Mo laughed. When you love someone, first you have to favor them, and open favoritism is the basis of your favoring someone. You can't do it by openly favoring one person, then you'll have a hard time finding the love that's yours. Hong Zimo froze for a moment and lowered his head in thought. Ling Mo didn't say anything either, and as the group walked, they reached the box. Standing in the doorway, Hong Zimo's face flashed with disappointment, but the next moment it was well gathered up by him, and he walked into the box, laughing heartlessly. And, okay, big deal. I'll just sponsor a girl next time. Ling Mare, Zimao. There are some things that you can't joke about. If you joke about the other party taking it seriously, what should you do then? Ling Mo spoke meaningfully. Alright, I'll call you Brother Mare. This topic ends here. Today's heavyweight is still celebrating you and your sister-in-law's license. Hong Zimo waved his hand, directly interrupting Ling Mo's next statement. Ling Mo froze for a moment and was about to speak, but Baiyu pinched Ling Mo's fingers and whispered, Brother Mo, Baiyu is hungry. Let's eat first then. Hong Zimo was not a stupid person, since he chose to pretend to be confused. It was not good for him to interfere with his choice. The most important thing right now was to feed Shirayuki when she was hungry. Hong Zimo pursed his lips as he looked at the sweet appearance of the two, and how could he not envy them? Eat? After noticing Ling Mo's eyes about to sweep over, Hong Zimo grinned. Hiccup sitting on the driver's seat, Baiyu patted her little tummy with satisfaction. Looking at the Ling Mo Hong Zimo duo who were squatting in the doorway and chatting, Baiyu plopped down on the steering wheel with boredom, muttering that, when will Brother Mo come back? As the saying goes, there's nothing to do when you're full. Baiyu suddenly remembered that when navigating there were people talking and giving Ling Mo directions. Thinking about it, all of a sudden, this nymphette came into the spirit, picked up the cell phone and began to tinker with it. Every now and then he gave a laugh, cleared his throat, and said something into his cell phone with an extremely serious expression. By the time Baiyu finished everything, Ling Mo and Hong Zimo also stood up. Ling Mo patted Hong Zimo's shoulder with a playful tone. Even if you're too lazy to listen to what you just said, you still have to remember to lose weight, and you'll have to be the best man when the time comes. Hong Zimo patted his chest. Going to be my son's best man. How could my father lose face? Just rest assured. Son. Alright, I'm leaving. I'll be working as a librarian at Minchin University in the back. Go there if you want to find me. I'm always there during the day. Without looking back, Ling Mo waved his hand at Hong Zimo and pulled open the car door, spotting Baiyu sitting in the driver's seat with an expectant smile. What's wrong, Shiratsuki? Ling Mo leaned down and kissed Baiyu's forehead, unbuckled her seatbelt, and said softly. Shirayuki shook her head, got up from the driver's seat, crossed to the passenger side, and spoke expectantly. Brother Mare, you drive. Is there somewhere you want to go? Ling Mo pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the time. There's still 2 days of fun left. Tomorrow for your birthday. Where to go? Shirayuki got anxious and waved her hand. Anywhere. Brother Mo, you start the car. Ling Mo glanced at Baiyu in a puzzled manner, somewhat unsure, but looking at this niece's somewhat anxious appearance, it was quite cute. Only, Ling Mo had just started the car, thinking of taking Baiyu to see a movie for once, when he navigated to a nearby movie theater, and a familiar voice came out. Fasten your seatbelt, we're ready to go. Mo. Ling Mo blinked his eyes a few times, suspecting that he had misheard, and his afterglow caught sight of Baiyu, who had a bright smile on her face, and smiled gently. Could this be a gift from little Shiroyuki? Shiroyuki nodded, tilted her head proudly, crossed her arms and puffed out her chest. Right, that way. Brother Mare can hear Shiroyuki's voice even if he has something to do if he goes out for a drive. Even though Brother Mare wouldn't leave Shiroyuki to go out by herself. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly as he began to start the car. Cross the most congested road. Don't be in a hurry. Baiyu will always stay with Brother Mo. I do not know why. Usually feel incomparably crowded road. At this moment but do not feel bored. There are good people on the side of the company. This journey Ling Mo would rather wait all the way. Ling Mo looked at Baiyu next to him, took her hand, and spoke softly under her puzzled gaze. And, Shiratsuki, do you want to get engaged after winter vacation? Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh really? Baiyu is going to get engaged to Brother Mo. And get married. And sleep together without clothes. Baiyu was instantly beaming with joy and wanted to jump into Ling Mo's arms, but ended up being restrained by the seatbelt. Beaming and placing Ling Mo's hand on her stomach. Squinting with laughter. Feeling a gush of softness, Ling Mo subconsciously pinched it. The car in front of him had already started to start. Ling Mo coughed dryly, withdrew his hand and started to accelerate. The car is going too fast. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Shiroyuki is afraid of motion sickness. Ling Mo couldn't control the corners of his mouth from rising after hearing this, and gradually retracted the strength on his feet. Brother Mare, is Shiroyuki's voice pack good? Shiroyuki finally asked the question that she had been waiting for so long. And who could say it wasn't nice? Thanks for the little white moon. I enjoyed it. Being in the middle of driving, Ling Mo had no way to reach out and touch his head. He could only just smile and open his mouth. The duo slowly drove the car near the movie theater and ended their navigation when Shiroyuki's voice came again and, Brother Mare is great. Shiroyuki will navigate here for Brother Mare. Baiyu, who was sitting on the co-pilot's seat, looked at Ling Mo with a grin, comparing shooting gestures and placing them at her own chin, playing it cool, and, that's it for Shiratsuki's navigation. Next it's time for Shiratsuki to go out and have some fun with Brother Mare. After that, Shiroyuki couldn't wait to unbuckle her seatbelt and push open the door to get out of the car. This voice pack, why do you want no one to hear it so badly? Ling Mo looked at Baiyu standing at the entrance of the movie theater waving at him. The corner of his mouth rose as he pushed the door and walked over. What kind of movies do you like to watch? Shiroyuki? Ling Mo walked over and took Baiyu's hand, speaking softly. White Moon. White Moon wants to see a comedy movie. Baiyu moved a few points closer to Ling Mo, their bodies pressed together, tilting her head to look at Ling Mo. Does Brother Mo like to watch? I like whatever little Shiroyuki likes. No more tickets? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened as the person in front of him innocently spoke. It's the holiday period. A lot of families, classmates, and friends will meet up at the movie theater to watch a movie. And comedies are the more sought after ones. If you don't mind, we only have one movie left at the moment that isn't full yet, except it might be a little old. The ticket taker laughed a little awkwardly. How old? The ticket seller swept Ling Mo up and down and spoke seriously. Should be older than you. Although it is said that we need to adapt to the development of the movie, but this one movie is our thunderbolt. Ling Mare, forget it. Ling Mo really didn't intend to bring Baiyu to revisit the classics, and was about to leave when he was pulled over by the man in the hat at the door. Sidekick, ticket to log? Ling Mare, is this meeting a scalper? What kind of tickets do you have here? Any of those comedy romance tickets? It wasn't illegal to buy scalp tickets, and no matter what, they were at the movie theater. Ling Mo still planned to take Baiyu to a movie. Nah. The last $500 is a bargain for you. The man in the hat cheerfully handed out 2 movie tickets. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo was happy. Dude, do I look like a fool? X4 is out and the ticket price is less than $100. And you want me to pay $250 a ticket for X3? Do I look like a 250? To paraphrase Hong Zimao, I may be stupid, but I'm not an idiot. Man in the hat. Ling Mo directly to the Hatman hole will not. Half a day did not say a word. Then you press on. Ling Mare, 50. The man in the hat was in a hurry. 50? 50 is quite a bit. I think I remember a place where you could buy tickets for $9.09. Ling Mo said faintly. 50 I can't even score. 100. Deal. Hatman? Brother Mare. That person's face seemed to be red just now. As the two found a spot to enter, Baiyu quietly pinched Ling Mo's arm and whispered. It's fine. That's him refreshed. Ling Mo purposely bought 2 large buckets of popcorn and handed them to Baiyu. Brother Mo. Baiyu feeds you one. Baiyu picked up a popcorn, the corners of her mouth rising, her azure-colored eyes flickering as she looked at Ling Mo expectantly. Ah! Ling Mo slightly opened his lips, and the moment he ate the popcorn, he avoided biting Bayu's slender, white fingers. Bayu tilted her head and glanced at the place where she was bitten, and said with some curiosity, "Brother Mo, is it good?" "What do you mean?" Ling Mo subconsciously opened his mouth. "Shirayuki?" "Ah." Shirayuki was a bit confused. Her expression glazed over as she whispered, "Popcorn ah, is it good, Brother Mare?" Ling Mo coughed dryly. Since he almost stabbed through the window paper last night, he could easily think of yellow waste now. "Yummy. Little white moon, you eat first." "Not enough, I still have it here." "Oh." Shirayuki waved it off before she could figure it out and watched the movie intently, sending a popcorn into her mouth every now and then. Ling Mo gently let out a sigh of relief and looked down at his cell phone. Due to the fact that he had set his cell phone to undisturbed when he entered the venue, Ling Mo realized that Ling Tian had generated electricity again. "Going to dinner and not coming back? When will you be back?" "I found a place where manicure perm and barbecue seafood are integrated. Should I take by there?" "Where are you?" The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly. "No need. It's too much of a bother, Dad. I'm taking little Bayu to the movies right now, and you haven't been working much in the past few days, so it's better to take care of your work matters first. I'm going to give little Shirayuki a birthday tomorrow." Ling Tian quickly replied. "A birthday? That's a good sentiment. I'll go get ready right away." Ling Mare. Suddenly, Ling Mo felt his arm being grabbed, very hard, and turned his head only to find that Bayu's little face had crumpled up, biting her lips tightly as she watched the movie. "What's wrong?" Ling Mo subconsciously looked over. The movie had reached the point where the two were having a falling out, and naturally Bayu couldn't see what was supposed to be a couple turn out to be a falling out. Pinching Bayu's palm, Ling Mo spoke in Bayu's ear in a low voice. "Let's not watch it if it's uncomfortable to watch. I'll book the tickets online specifically for another day." Coming to see the movie was a sudden whim, so there was nothing to prepare for, and I rushed straight over. Originally when Ling Mo first saw this movie he thought it was some kind of cliché, of falling out and finally making up. But it's obvious that they're worried and still holding it in, and neither one of them refuses to back down, and at the end of the day, the man is single and the woman has given birth to someone else's child. At that time, after watching this movie, Ling Mo's entire body was bad, but in the way of today's interest to come, but also only this ticket, in the revisit black and white classic and comedy love in front of. Ling Mo decisively chose the latter. At least a little bit of the couple's edge, is not it? Brother Mare. After the movie, the two drove to a bridge, got out of the car, leaned against the railing, looked at the river, and, Bayu didn't know when, the pair of soulful eyes had already been filled with water mist. Hugging Ling Mo's arm, she opened her mouth in an aggravated manner. Why did they just split up? Obviously both love each other so much. Shirayuki didn't understand and wouldn't understand. She who had been favored since taking form couldn't comprehend the actions within. Ling Mo gently kissed Bayu's forehead, because they are ultimately a bit distant from each other, neither of them ever reaching the bottom of the other's heart. Bayu's lips pursed slightly. Brother Mo has always been in Bayu's heart. Bayu will never not want Brother Mo. With that, Bayu stood on her tiptoes and reached out to cup Ling Mo's face, saying with a serious face, "Brother Mare, we've all learned something. Oh, if there's something, we must tell each other. There's no hiding it." Ling Mo smiled. He loved this feeling of being held in Bayu's heart as he could feel how important a place he occupied in the other's heart. Saying that couples are not suitable to watch sadistic dramas. Pure fucking bullshit. Watching a TV can see the breakup words. That fucking can be called like in love? At best. They are just coming to each other to fulfill their inner emptiness in this city of lust. Looking at the other party's serious expression, trying hard to tiptoe close to himself, Ling Mo gently took the other party into his arms, bending down to speak. "And, little white moon, I can't leave you anymore, so how could I abandon you?" As Ling Mo had said earlier when he took Bayu to massage that woman, the people who really make it to the end don't have to stand on tiptoe to try to love, because the people who love you will naturally bend over. "Koha cookie, I want a kiss." Feeling the other party's temperature, the ghostly body sent wantonly teasing his nerves, Ling Mo spoke in a low voice in Bayu's ear. Bayu smiled and squinted her eyes, standing on her tiptoes and touching her lips to Ling Mo's, who also slowly hugged the little person in his arms tightly and tenderly claimed them. The fifth day of vacation. It was the last day that Shirayuki could play with abandon. Early in the morning, Ling Tian was busy, but he froze and didn't wake up Ling Mo and the others. About 9 o'clock in the morning there was a knock on the door of the room, but Ling Tian and Mother Ling had gone out early in the morning to do some shopping, and they weren't going to ask anyone else to do this kind of thing. After knocking on the door for about 5 seconds, the door stopped knocking. In Ling Mo's room, the screen of the cell phone on the nightstand lit up for a moment, then shut off again. It then lit up again. Which is when the cell phone started ringing and, Ling Yamo frowned slightly. The little person in his arms smacked his lips a few times, shrunk a few points towards the quilt, and continued to snuggle up to Ling Yamo and huffed and puffed, and the clothes on Ling Mo's chest had already been stained by this niece's saliva. Gently stroking the top of Shirayuki's head, soothing her, he took a look at his cell phone, frowned, and spoke in a low voice, hello, son, I'm at your door, aren't you home? Ling Mare. Hong Zimao stared, his back straightened, and he sat honestly on the sofa, his teeth chattering and, that, brother Mo. I was genuinely unaware that you and your sister-in-law hadn't gotten up yet, and I don't seem to remember you being in the habit of staying in bed. Glancing at Baiyu, whose head was constantly shaking and drowsy next to him, Ling Mo's face was filled with black lines. I don't have one, but Shiratsuki does. And what are you doing in my house so early? Ling Mo waved his hand at Baiyu, who leaned over in a daze, laying on her side on the sofa, her head resting on Ling Mo's thigh, her face facing Ling Mo's abdomen, and quickly fell asleep. Last night Shirayuki said anything to find a happy-go-lucky romance movie to watch, and it turned out to be such a hit. Sister-in-law, this is not today's birthday. I think sister-in-law birthday certainly this row must be big. I just thought to come over to see if there is anything I can help. Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully. If you had come back a little earlier, you might have been able to bump into my dad. He said that he's taking over full control of Little White Moon's birthday party this time around, and pressured me not to move. The only order given to me was for me to stay with little Shirayuki. Hong Zimao blinked a few times and spoke tentatively. Then, what should I do now? Ling Mare, play with your cell phone for a while you. Ling Mo rolled his eyes. It was indeed not a good time for him to come, and Ling Mo himself didn't know what Ling Tian was planning to do, but to be sure, not many people will be invited to a birthday party that belongs to the Little White Moon. After all, if there were too many people, Shirayuki would not be able to let go and invite a lot of people to her birthday party, and end up making herself uncomfortable instead, which really wasn't necessary. Thinking about it, Ling Mo opened his own cell phone and sent a message in the group. Shirayuki's birthday is today. Come quickly. Han Yongxian, Ri Nan, Gao Hongjie, Kiroyan. Today's birthday, and you're only informing us today? Ri Nan directly generated in the group. Ling Mo. Holy shit. You're not giving us time to prepare a gift. Ling Mo, you send us the address first. We'll be right there. Gao Hongjie dropped the sentence in the group. I'll tell my dad first. I might not be back tonight. Han Yongxian was also in a hurry. As for Chi Ruoyin, haven't spoken to the group since posting those question marks. The cell phone kept vibrating, and the corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly as he put the phone aside. What's wrong, son? Smiling so happily. Looking at your sister-in-law's picture? Hong Zimo was a bit puzzled. Sister-in-law is right in front of you and you're not looking. Ling Mare. Fuck off. I notified my friends from Little White Moon to come to the birthday party. I'll give my dad a call later and ask if there's anything I need. Ling Mo directly disliked it, glanced at the time, and leaned towards the back of the sofa, his gaze gradually going out of focus. TSK. Obviously I come to do things. How this attitude cannot be a little better. At least let me feel the illusion that it is not me. Hong Zimo muttered, got up and made a phone call, nodding his head repeatedly, and finally instructed, hurry up, as fast as you can. Although I do not know Ling Tian, they have gone to prepare what, but they prepare some things quasi-right. Maybe at that time there is any leakage and then so complimentary with themselves. Doesn't that make it so? Now, the guests, the gifts and prepared supplies are on their way, just waiting for the true host of this feast to wake up. Hong Zimao nudged his mouth at Ling Mo and spoke with some playfulness at the corner of his mouth. Ling Mo didn't say anything, he just looked lovingly at the little person in his arms who had to arch over himself even when he was sleeping. His eyes were full of favor, and every now and then he reached out his hand to stroke the top of Baiyu's head. Ling Tian, who was originally holding a large pile of things, when he saw Ling Mo, who was lying on the sofa, his body loosened up and he was no longer so careful. Come and give me a hand. It's tiring me out. The corner of Ling Mo's lips rose and he walked over. Then you still don't tell me anything. Take it all over. At the very least ask someone to go over there piece by piece. No. Ling Mo nudged in the direction of the toilet. There's a guy in there idly already eating up his meal. After saying that, Hong Zimao came out of the toilet, patted his round stomach and burped. I ate too much breakfast. Ling Tian? Fatty. So you got to this weight because you're not a picky eater. Ling Tian opened his mouth with a shocked expression, as if he had discovered a new continent. Hong Zimao, by the way, a few friends will be coming to Little White Moon in a little while. Did you buy enough of these? Ling Mo somewhat hesitantly pointed to what Ling Tian was holding, full of skepticism. Ling Tian, you expect me to move it all at once? You've said it all. Why don't you hurry down and move it? Your mom is still waiting. Ling Tian directly cursed. Right. Where did little white go? In my bedroom playing video with her friends. Clean up first. Ling Yimou rolled up his sleeves and greeted Hong Zimao. Come on. Come to work. Hong Zimao moved his obese body and followed Ling Yimou out, muttering, why does it feel like prison after returning to China? Hey, when are you guys coming? Shirayuki asked curiously as she placed her cell phone on the table and propped her chin on her hands, looking at the screen. It'll take some time to prepare the gift, so don't panic. It'll definitely be here by 2 p.m. In the image belonging to Renan, the picture kept flipping, like it was running, reflecting the other's heartfelt cheeks. I'm getting close on my side too. Faster than Linan. I'm 130. Gao Hongjie didn't even turn on the screen. His tone was a bit urgent. Then a little. Renan was anxious. I'm 12 and a half. These two made a whole lot like an auction. As if whoever arrived early would feel superior and then ruthlessly mock the latecomers. As for Shirayuki, the smile on her face was huge. She couldn't wait for them to come over now. Yongxian, why aren't you talking? Renan took the time to glance at her cell phone. Sister Chi isn't even answering her phone. Is she still sleeping? I have my gift ready. I just don't know if Shirayuki likes it. Han Yongxian, who was named by Renan, subconsciously panicked for a moment. I haven't given a gift yet. This has nothing. We're all brothers and friends. So if you don't deliver well, can your buddy say anything about you? The corner of Li Nan's mouth twitched, and he gave a final word of advice. I'll try to be early. I have to speed up too. Try to be there at 12. Gao Hongjie cursed. You fucking have to be faster than me, right? After saying this, he also hung up the phone. Han Yongxian watched both of them walk away, leaving behind a happy birthday. Slipped away too. Well, where's Ruoyan? Shirayuki mumbled as she lay on the table in boredom. She glanced at the group chat, and aside from the question mark Chi Ruoyan had sent at the beginning, she had pressed on for the rest of the time. Could it be that Shirayuki's birthday Ruoyan isn't coming? Shirayuki looked a little frustrated and bristled. You didn't intend to just go on with this mental internal consumption. She chose to directly call Chi Ruoyan over. The phone rang for a long time and was never answered, and Shirayuki's heart slowly hung in the air. Hello, little moon? Just as Shirayuki was about to put down her cell phone, the call was answered. Hey, Wakazuki, will you come to Shirayuki's birthday? Answering the phone, Shirayuki directly asked the question that concerned her the most. Just a gurgle of whispers and honorifics came from the other side of the phone, accompanied by a gurgle of running, and Chi Ruoi gasped and opened her mouth. Of course I'll come. Even if it's Linan's birthday, not going to your birthday, I have to go. Right. Ruoyan, are you with Linan? After hearing that Chi Ruoyan would be coming, Baiyu got excited at a speed visible to the naked eye, and when she mentioned Linan, Baiyu's tone was filled with curiosity. That, little moon. I still have things to finish here, so I'll hang up first, and I'll go over as soon as I'm done. Chi Ruoyan's tone was rare and somewhat flustered, and she changed the topic in a raw manner and hung up the phone directly. Well, Shirayuki bit her finger a little strangely. In or out? I'm dying to know. After just a few seconds of thinking, Baiyu threw these thoughts out of her mind, put on her slippers, and bounced to the living room. Saw Ling Mo's busy figure in the kitchen, walked over, hugged Ling Mo from behind, and smiled, saying, greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk, oh brother Mare, Shirayuki misses you. Phew, Chi Ruoyan hung up the phone. This little moon, why does she ask everything, even this kind of question? However, this also reminded Chi Ruoyan of Linan's abnormal behavior in the past 2 days. Want to go after her? Little moon left and gave me a Linan? Chi Ruoyan gradually went out of her mind, and finally said indignantly, can you turn Linan into someone as cute as little moon? Just as Chi Ruoyan's thoughts were flying, a man in a suit came over next to her and spoke respectfully. Ms. Chi, how about the model we just talked about? Chi Ruoyan came back to her senses. She knew that when Baiyu had her birthday, she hoofed it and prepared to buy a car as Baiyu's birthday gift. Well, it's okay. How much is it? Can I just pick it up? Chi Ruoyan nodded, then snapped. I brought it for a friend's birthday present. It's more urgent. The corner of the manager's mouth twitched slightly. Well, the store has it in stock right now. Just do the paperwork and temporary license plates. Except that the car insurance purchased won't go into effect until the next day. So if anything goes wrong it's... The manager didn't finish his sentence, but Chi Ruoyan knew his concern and waved his hand and... It's fine. It's mainly as a gift. It's too late. If anything happens then we'll just buy another one and send it over after all the paperwork and all that stuff is done. Manager. You are rich. You are a master. No. You are a milk. Then, just please come over and fill out the form. The manager smiled and guided Chi Ruoyan over to sign. Well, Be a good little white moon. You're the birthday girl today. Ling Yamo smiled somewhat helplessly after being hugged by Bai, and only after Ling Tian's death glare threatened did he wash his hands and go out to accompany Bai. Does little white moon want to take a picture to commemorate this? Saying that, Ling Yamo rummaged around in the drawer under the TV for a while and found a Polaroid camera. Ling Yamo held it in his hand and raised it. How do you say it's your first birthday? What do you think? Little white moon? Taking pictures. Yeah. Bai smiled and waved her hand. Will Brother Mo kiss Bai or will Bai kiss Brother Mo? Ling Mare. I don't know when it started, but here in Shirayuki, photos equals kisses. Hong Zimao, who had just returned from moving things and collapsed on the sofa, was almost tired and hysterical. After moving Ling Tian's purchases, his own things had arrived, and he was so tired that he almost turned Bai's birthday party into a funeral, until he heard the duo's conversation, and with a face of horror, he catapulted himself to his feet. And, Brother Mo, I definitely don't have anything against my sister-in-law. Can I not take pictures? Don't kill me. Ling Mare, you're kind of adding to the drama. About 12:30 p.m. Chi Ruoyan was the first to arrive, carrying 2 boxes in her right hand and ringing the doorbell with her left. The doorbell rang, and paralyzed with exhaustion, Hong Zimao scooted over from the couch and opened the door. At the first sight of Hong Zimao, Chi Ruoyan was stunned for a moment. Whose kid is this? Eating so well? You're. Chi Ruoyan looked back and pointed in the direction of the living room, asking politely, though her eyes caught the words happy birthday hanging on the wall. Does Ling Mo live here? Hong Zimao raised his eyebrows slightly. This girl is quite tall? Yeah. Brother Mo lives here. Hong Zimao sidestepped and made way for Chi Ruoyan, while calling out to the bedroom. The Mayor, someone is coming. You and sister-in-law stop taking pictures first. Ling Mo, who had hurriedly run from the bedroom, almost didn't fall on the floor when he heard this. Brother Mo. Bai was startled and hurriedly reached out to hug Ling Mo's arm. Concerned. Falling can hurt. Bai's legs broke the skin last time she fell. It's fine. I was just tripped up by what my righteous son said. Ling Mo blared fiercely at Hong Zimao, who touched his nose and smiled with his eyes and nose. There are new slippers there. Ruoyan, you change into them first. The bedroom is still missing the last bit of stuff to be set up, so feel free to sit down first, and we'll start straight away if there aren't all the people there by 1 p.m. Ling Mo waved his hand and pointed a direction to Chi Ruoyan. Bai walked up, glanced at Ling Mo who was back in the room, smiled and led Chi Ruoyan to the kitchen, and while walking, she opened her mouth and, Ruoyan, I'll introduce you to Mom and Dad. Chi Ruoyan was a little uncomfortable. At home she was a little devil, but now she was more like an human. Mom, this is the first friend of Shirayuki's that I told you about before. Chi Ruoyan. Bai stood in the kitchen, but was shoved out by Mother Ling, who wiped her hands and took off the apron she was wearing and instructed Ling Tian. Remember to take a look at the pot. White's fish soup is still in there. Don't do it wrong. Ling Tian gave an okay gesture without looking back. Don't worry, that little brat won't even paste the pot. Ling Mo, who was still tidying up in the bedroom at that moment, sneezed. Mother Ling glanced at Chi Ruoyan. She could still remember what Bai had said when she first mentioned Chi Ruoyan to herself. Hello auntie, I'm Chi Ruoyan, Shirayuki's friend. Mother Ling sat down with Bai. Chi Ruoyan sat diagonally across the sofa, and for some reason, there was a strange atmosphere gradually spreading. Auntie, this is the mask and makeup and all that stuff I bought for you. Take a look. Kiran put his hand on his knee nervously. Then remembering something, he took out the box and put it on the table and, this wazoo is for Uncle. Mother Ling raised her eyebrows slightly. What was Chi Ruoyan doing preparing something for them on Bai's birthday? It's hard not to. It's just that Mother Ling was really overthinking things. Chi Ruoyan deliberately searched before coming. To go to a good friend's house to bring something, it is best to bring more, lest it seems you are not sincere. Under the gaze of Mother Ling's eyes, Chi Ruoyan felt a great deal of pressure. Auntie, I'm a friend of Bai's. There should be someone else coming over in a while. Mother Ling nodded thoughtfully. Ruoyan, you must come over when my family Xiao Bai and Shou Mo get married. Ling mother is still worried about Chi Ruoyan, this unstable factor. Want to speak directly to extinguish her thoughts. I thought in Chi Ruoyan face can see the reluctance and pain. But Ling mother was surprised that Chi Ruoyan's face is hung with a blessed smile. Of course, I'm a friend of Shirayuki's. Of course I'm obliged for something as big as a wedding. I just don't know if I'll be willing to give me a bridesmaid's position when the time comes. Bai watched as the two gradually opened up their conversation, before she grinned and said, of course, Shirayuki's friends and Brother Mo's friends are going to be the bridesmaids and groomsmen. That's what makes it fun. Mother Ling's wariness gradually retracted. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she put all those things Chi Ruoyan had brought with her, and shouted towards the bedroom. "The M.O., are you packed yet?" "There." Ling M.O. responded and soon appeared in front of the crowd. "What's up, Mom? People brought gifts. Put them in your father and I's bedroom." Mother Ling pointed to the gift box on the table. "Oh, good." Ling M.O. walked forward and picked up the box, a playful smile on the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a low voice. Did that guy Li Nan send you a video?" Chi Ruoyan. It turned out that posting the production video was Ling Mo's idea, and she had been thunderstruck for the past 2 days. The first day is okay. The second day also do not know where Li Nan searched the news. The video sent to her at night. Due to curiosity, Chi Ruoyan subconsciously clicked on it. As a result, the moment I clicked on it, Li Nan's suppressed and affectionate voice came over. "Resurrect. My lover." On that day, Chi Ruoyan had a nightmare for a night. Her mind was full of the voice of Li Nan saying this sentence. With her eyes open and closed, this voice kept echoing in her own mind. "Good job as a warlord. Next time you are not allowed to be one." The smile on Chi Ruoyan's face remained unchanged, only squeezing out words from between her teeth. Ling Mo was happy, and I guess Li Nan was quite embarrassed. So let's consider it as a punishment for disturbing him twice. Who made him so untimely, calling every time he was doing his business? If there is a next time. No, there was no next time. Next time, if there was a third chance, Ling Mo would throw his cell phone out early. If you keep holding it in like that, something will happen. Stay put, Mom. All of Shirayuki's friends will be here soon. Baiyu hugged Mother Ling's arm and spoke in a low voice. Mother Ling originally wanted to get up, but when she heard these words, she sat straight back down. There wasn't much room to clean up anyway, and smiled as she rubbed Bayu's head. Okay, just wait here for Kahaku's friend to come over." About 10 minutes later, the second person came over, and it was Han Yongxian. Mother Ling raised her eyebrows slightly. This looked quite social. How did she make friends with Baiyu? Hello, Auntie. I'm Bayu's friend. My name is Han Yongxian. After Han Yongxian saw Chi Ruoyan sitting on the sofa, he breathed a sigh of relief, walked over, sat next to Chi Ruoyan, and whispered, "Ki, why don't you talk to the group?" Chi Ruoyan glanced at Han Yongxian and said softly, "Didn't bother. Too busy." Ling Mo also came down the stairs and saw Han Yongxian, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Yongxian, you're here, ah? Li Nan and Hong Jia, they haven't come yet?" Han Yongxian shook his head. Didn't see them. Two competed in the group to see who came the earliest, and one became the bottom of the list and the other the bottom of the list. Ling Mo opened his cell phone and glanced at the time. It was already 12:45. Let's wait 5 more minutes. If you're not here in 5 minutes, you'll start getting ready straight away. Ling Mo stretched his back. Preparing the room for Bayu's birthday today and cost him no small amount of effort, striving to make Bayu's first birthday party without any flaws. 3 minutes after Han Yongxian arrived, there was a rush of voices from outside the door that seemed to carry the sound of an argument. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn. "I was fucking there first. You move back a bit." Before seeing his face, he heard his voice, and Li Nan's cursing voice rang out from the doorway. "Funny mud to pee. I was there first. Li Nan, you move back a little." Gao Hongjia's voice also came out unwillingly. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Li Nan's voice carried a strong color of confusion, and Gao Hongjie opened his mouth with disdain. "Funny mud, go pee. Don't you get it yet? Must I say it with a straight face? Lu Nam. What's the difference between you saying it with a straight face?" The crowd in the living room slowly opened their mouths wide as they heard the lawless conversation outside. Ling Mo helplessly held his forehead and cursed. "You don't know how to control yourself when you come over, and you're shouting so loudly." In order to prevent the two of them from saying anything else, Ling Mo directly stood up and walked over, opening the door, and as a result, without knowing how, Li Nan directly slid in on his knees. Li Nan looked at the look of the dumbfounded crowd in the room, looked back at the equally dumbfounded Gao Hongjie, pondered for a moment, and opened his mouth with a serious face. I'll start by wishing everyone a good morning. Ling Mare, Ling Tian, Mother Ling. What kind of people does this white moon know? One who previously seemed to have thoughts about his precious daughter-in-law. One who was sociopathic, and now another who looks like he's brain-dead. Look at you. Uncle is not much prepared, and the red packet is not with him. Ling Tian cheerfully opened his mouth, but he didn't look like he wanted to go looking for the red packet at all. Instead, he held his arms and looked at Li Nan with interest. Li Nan got up calmly, patted his knee, shook his head and, "Uncle, I don't care about these things. I heard Ling Mo talk about you a long time ago, saying that your education had a very important influence on him, so I wanted to come and admire you." Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at Ling Mo. "Oh, do I have that much of an effect on you?" Ling Mo was silent. "To be honest, it's not so small. Or else the two of them can't get along like brothers now. Alright Renan, just waiting for you too. With that, Ling Mo frowned and pointed at Linan's cheek. What's with the injury on your face? Only then did Ling Mo realize that Linan's face was covered with abrasions, and the latter touched it, heatedly smiling and, it's okay, dude's running fast, got a present for Shirayuki coming. As soon as the word gift was mentioned, a certain white-haired girl sitting on the sofa raised her head sharply, and an intense light erupted in her eyes. Is it a gift for Shirayuki? Shirayuki wants to see it. Shirayuki rubbed his hands together and couldn't wait to open that mysterious veil. Hongjia, what are you waiting for? Come in. Ling Mo took the last two people into the living room and got everything ready before Bayu's birthday party officially began. Looking at the table full of dishes, all the people have seated. Each between them began to clip the food plateful. There are Linan and Hong Zima, this two living treasure in. The atmosphere for a time incomparably cheerful. Let's all sing happy birthday to the little white moon. Ling Mo turned his head and looked at Bayu, who was surrounded by the crowd. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and for some reason, he always felt that he had made a love-raising game. Thinking about how Shirayuki had gone from blowing up when she was first touched, to now she had a few friends who treated her genuinely, and her own parents loved Shirayuki. Happiness is not what you want to pursue in the first place, is it not? Simple, plain and simple. Happiness is never a big fish in meat, not a long life, not the power of the dynasty and the world. Happiness is the life of every tiny desire to reach. Want to love when someone to love you. Come on. Linan put down his chopsticks and hammed and hawed. Dude has practiced singing. Last time, I also had a live broadcast. Chiru Yen took a sip of her drink and added. And then she was carried off and beaten up, right? Lu Nam. Ling Mo stood up and patted Bayu's shoulder. I'll go get the cake. After lighting the candles, the curtains were purposely drawn, and the candlelight reflected Shirayuki's cheeks, and the wobbly red light carried a different kind of beauty under Shirayuki's blue eyes. Happy birthday, White. Mother Ling smiled and spoke as Ling Tian turned on the TV and found the on-demand option to play Happy Birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Shirayuki's head was covered with a birthday hat, and following the example of the birthday scene she had swiped on her cell phone, she clasped both of her hands together and placed them on her chest, closing her eyes and making a wish, before taking a deep breath and blowing out the candles. After blowing out the candles, Bayu jumped into Ling Mo's arms and looked at him blearily. What's wrong, little white moon? Ling Mo's mouth was tinged with a soft smile as he stroked the top of her head, the latter narrowing her eyes with a wry smile on her face. Shirayuki just made a wish. To kiss brother Mo, and to be together no. Before she could finish speaking, Bayu's mouth was covered and she blinked her eyes, looking at Ling Mo in confusion. Ling Mo just wanted to say something, but a wet moistening sensation came from the palm of his hand. As if he was electrocuted, he hastily retracted his hand and coughed dryly. The heavens heard the wish that little white moon made, so little white moon will surely fulfill it. Ling Tian smacked his lips. Xiao Moa, when I was your age, your mom already had you know? Mother Ling's cheeks reddened slightly upon hearing this, and she wrung Ling Tian without any good reason. What are all the nonsense in front of them? The candles have been blown out too, so let's see the presents first and then divide the cake. Speaking of gifts, Ling Mo was also more curious about what gifts Chi Royan had prepared, and didn't say a word in the group. Ling Mo looked towards Chi Royan. Bayu also followed Ling Mo's gaze. Li Nan's gaze glanced towards Chi Royan from time to time, and the others collectively cast their gazes over after noticing the gazes. For a moment, Chi Royan subconsciously raised her hands, her tone innocent. Am I violating the laws of heaven? Hey, Ruyan, what kind of gift did you prepare for Shirayuki? Bayu looked at Chi Royan expectantly and spoke with some excitement. Nothing, bought you a car. It's just that the formalities are a bit troublesome. Saying that, Chi Royan took out a car key and handed it to Bayu. The body color I chose was white, and it was parked not far from the door. Ling Mare, what kind of person gets a car for their birthday? But Bayu doesn't know how to drive? Bayu received the car keys and subconsciously opened her mouth, looking at Chi Royan with some confusion. Then let Ling Mo take you there. You guys are going to have a honeymoon after all. You can replace it with another one. No need to worry about the car. Chi Royan spoke stiffly. Oh, thank you Royan for the gift. When Shirayuki thought about it, it made sense, nodding her head and accepting it with a smile. On the side, Renan snorted. What did I expect? Look at me. With that, he slowly pulled something out of his arms. Dang it! Linan pulled out a book and slapped it directly on the table. Ling Mo fixed his eyes on it. Real estate certificates. Ling Mo, 6. Are you buying a house to give to little white moon? Ling Mo spoke uncertainly. This era is crazy now, right? One sends a car. One sends a house. What's next? An airplane? Ling Mo. What are you thinking? I don't have any money right now. How can I buy a house for Baiyu? The corners of Li Nan's mouth straightened and he spoke somewhat helplessly. Then what are you giving away here? Ling Tian, who was on the side, picked it up, opened the book up, and raised an eyebrow. And, the right holder on this isn't your name either. Aren't you called Li Nan? This above is Li Bei. This name is a bit familiar. There's no need to bruise your face preparing a gift. It's just that. Ling Mo suddenly realized something and took a deep breath. Li Nan, you wouldn't have stolen your father's real estate certificate, would you? Li Nan frowned, a little offended. How can this be called stealing? Sooner or later it's going to be given to me anyway. I'm directly advancing the back Li Nan stuff in advance to use as a birthday gift. How can giving a gift with your own stuff be called stealing? Ling Mo was flabbergasted by this asshole logic of Li Nan's. What about when your father finds out? Li Nan casually waved his hand. Not afraid. My father found out a long time ago. This injury on my face is that I didn't look at the road when I was running and bumped into it. My father said to wait for me to come back to fight for 5 hours on the line. Ling Mare. Ling Tian happy. Waved his hand. I said you enter the door this energy with whom it. So familiar. Take. Hurry to take your real estate license back. You directly send also useless Not to mention that both of their houses I have not yet bought it. It is not your turn. Li Nan was a bit hesitant. But, I didn't prepare anything else either. Then keep it until Little White Moon's next birthday when they send it together. Who steals a house to send on their birthday? Ling Mo was speechless and shoved the book that Li Nan had pulled out back in. Oh, said Li An, dropping her head a little. Gao Hongjie glanced at Li Nan with contempt and snorted. It's useless to enter the door before me. It's better to look at my birthday gift. When Gao Hongjie said this, Baiyu rekindled her hope and looked at Gao Hongjie with eager anticipation, waiting for his gift to be precise. Nah, a watch for Shirayuki. Gao Hongjie rummaged in his right sleeve, carefully held out a box, gently opened it, a delicate watch quietly lying inside. After all, Baiyu is Ling Mo your girlfriend, send a ring necklace or something. I feel it's not appropriate, but I don't know how to look at cosmetics. The only thing I still have a little bit of research on is watches. I hope I don't mind haha. Gao Hongjie handed the watch to Ling Mo. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Ling Mo, you have one too. I bought a Casio couple's watch, one for each of you two to wear, symbolizing the eternal love between you. With that, Gao Hongjie took out a box from his own left side pocket as well, opened it and handed it over. Ling Mo took the watch over, held Baiyu's hand, put one of the watches on her slender white manly wrist, and put on the other watch himself. The two of them interlocked their fingers, and Ling Mo reached out and took the Polaroid camera that was placed on the side, and photographed this scene. Like it? Gao Hongjie spoke with some anticipation. Baiyu nodded her head repeatedly. The smile on her face was so bright. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. Thank you Hongjie. Baiyu loves it. Only then did Gao Hongjie let out a long breath and glance triumphantly at Li Nan, his eyes full of contempt for Li Nan. Lu Nam, if I had known, I wouldn't have been so hasty in stealing the house out. Li Nan said darkly. That, my gift is a bottle of perfume. After looking at a few people's gifts, Han Yangchuan's expression was a bit uncomfortable as he slowly took his own gift out. Guerlain's perfume? After seeing the gift that Han Yongxian had put on the table, Ling's mother was a bit surprised. You still know about perfume? Han Yongxian was suddenly named by Mother Ling and froze for a moment, then hastily shook his head. No, I don't know much about perfume. I just asked what was better inside the perfume. Ling's mother nodded thoughtfully. This perfume isn't cheap, is it? $600,000 or $700,000. Han Yongxian lowered his head and nodded with a bit of a blush. It's okay. I have some pocket money. It's enough. Lu Nam, Chi Ruoyin, Gao Hongjie. Your spare change and my spare change seem to be different. Even Chi Ruoyan bought a car, but also just 400,000 or 500,000, said before the big deal to buy another one, is ready to call Chi Ting in advance to give a little pocket money. But when it comes to Han Yongxian, people really do have pocket money. Ling Mo laughed. You all put thought into your gifts. Zi Mao, where's yours? Seeing that the sword blade was suddenly pointed at himself, the smile of Hong Zimao, who was laughing happily, suddenly froze on his face. That, brother Mo, mine is customized. It will have to wait for a while. I'll give it to you in a few days. A few days. Hong Zimao smiled sarcastically and waved his hand. I've done my work today too, so let me off first. Ling Mo didn't speak in a good mood. You're making this whole thing up as if I can eat you if you don't give Little White Moon a gift. Ri Nan on the side coaxed. I guess I'm really afraid of this. Everyone knows you love Baiyu. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Ri Nan said that, the crowd laughed merrily. Baiyu pursed her lips and looked at the crowd that was celebrating her birthday, a happy smile spreading on the corners of her mouth. Remembering the birthday wish that she had made just now, she softly cried out and, "Brother Mayor." When Ling Yamo heard Baiyu's voice, he subconsciously turned his head, and Baiyu came over. Her vermilion lips gently kissed Ling Mo's lips, and the two of them held their hands tightly together. Baiyu's thin lips were sweet and soft, and for a while, Ling Yamo was immersed in this tenderness. Renan smacked his lips as he watched the sweetness between the two, glanced at Chi Ruoyan, coughed dryly, and quietly sat over, carefully stretching out his hand and tentatively touching Chi Ruoyan's pinky finger. Chi Ruoyan sensed the abnormality, only to realize that Li Nan had sat over at some point, the corner of her eyebrows rising slightly. "What are you doing?" Li Nan pretended to speak as if nothing had happened. "Oh, it's nothing. I just accidentally touched it." Chi Ruoyan froze for a moment, remembering what Ling Mo and Baiyu had said to her. "Ruoyan, are you with Renan? Did that Lenin guy send you a video?" Chi Ruoyan pursed her lips, looking at Renan, who had already started to blush just by touching her pinky next to her. The corner of her lips pulled out a smile. "Trying to chase me?" Renan's expression stiffened with flesh, and subconsciously opened his mouth. In fact, I didn't really want to chase you. You're pretty average, alright, Chi sister. In fact, there are quite a lot of people chasing me." "Just kidding, how could I want to chase you? Really, ha, really quite funny." Renan, who hadn't figured out how to proceed with the raiders, was instantly anxious when Chi Ruoyan said so, looking at Li Nan, who seemed to have changed. Chi Ruoyan couldn't control the corners of her mouth from rising. It seemed, the Li Nan who was pissed off was quite adorable. I only said 3 words. Why are you in a hurry?" "I don't know why." Seeing how anxious Renan was to explain, Chi Ruoyan felt that Renan was especially like a lion that had blown up and flirted. Renan was speechless for a while. Chi Ruoyan took the initiative to touch Renan's little finger, glanced at the crowd, confirmed that no one noticed his side, and then whispered to play with the flavor. I just came in with a flat A and you turned in all your moves?" Renan's ears went red at the roots, a little irritated. "Funny mud go pee, Chi Ruoyan." At that moment, Baiyu's little face was red and buried in Ling Mo's arms. He was laughing he, and her nose kept shrugging. And, Baiyu loves Brother Silence the most. Baiyu's birthday, Brother Silence must be there. And Baiyu wants to celebrate Brother Mo's birthday too. Ling Mo smiled and rubbed the lump in his arms, whispering, "Good." Hong Zimao howled, "Brother Mo, give us single dogs a chance to live. It's not Valentine's Day. There's no need to make dinner after snacks, right?" Ling Mo looked at Hong Zimao cheerfully. "If you don't want to eat dog food, then wouldn't you just find a younger sibling?" After saying that, Ling Mo noticed Li Nan's cheeks that were so red that they were about to bleed, and was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Chi Ruoyan, who was beside him with a teasing smile on her face, and realized, it looks like, even if Li Nan succeeds in his pursuit, he can't suppress Chi Ruoyan, right? Feels like just Chi Ruoyan, that character. Even if it is doing something raw and uninterrupted, it has to be on top of it. "Brother Mayor, what's on your mind?" Baiyu followed Ling Mo's gaze and then looked over, discovering the duo of Li Nan and Chi Ruoyan sitting together, and likewise discovering the red-faced Li Nan. Although Baiyu's little face was reddened, but she still smiled and looked over. Her appearance was adorable, and she asked curiously, "Renan, Ruoyan, are you guys together?" "Lu Nam, Chi Ruoyan, Ling Mo, mind your family's little white moon and don't ask questions." Li Nan spoke through clenched teeth. Ling Mo raised his eyebrows, patted the little head in his arms, and said, with a slightly deeper meaning, "I'm actually curious, but since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. I guess it'll take another life for you to come to my comment section and say you're getting a license." Two of these people are extraordinarily clueless. That would be Gao Hongjie and Han Yongxian. Gao Hongjie stared at Li Nan. What is the situation? A national day passed. Just Ling Mo and Baiyu collaterals is not enough. Is Li Nan also attacked Chi Ruoyan? What happened to the promise of getting off together? How come you left yourself behind? Han Yongxian was having a hard time in his heart at the moment. If it looked like this, on one side was the boss, on the other side was the boss's boss. So does the boss still listen to what he says? Seeking a webmaster, waiting online, pretty urgent. The two of them, Ling Tian and Mother Ling, had also come to be a bit interested. If they could still set up a pair at Baiyu's birthday party, wouldn't that be adding to the joy? When the time comes, the children of the two Li Nans ask, "When did you come together, Mom and Dad?" Renan then comes in with, "At your Auntie Baiyu's birthday party." Good things are all coming together. Cao Hongjie swallowed hard. "Li Nan, are you two a done deal?" Hearing this, the look of urgency on Li Nan's face became even more pronounced, and she glared fiercely at Cao Hongjie. You're a guy. Why are you so nosy? Eat your meal. Gao Hongjie. Well, right now Lunan is like a sea urchin with spines that pokes whoever touches it. Ling Tian opened his mouth meaningfully. To like is to like. Not to like is not to like. Linan you have to do things with your old man's demeanor. You have to be thunder and lightning. You can't be a mother-in-law. You have to hold back on liking it. You have to count your gains and losses. You have to make detailed plans. And by the time you actually go through with your confession plan, you'll have a goddess child. Lu Nam. Mother Ling looked like she remembered something and gave Ling Tian a slap in the face without any good humor. Again? With a pleasing smile on his face, Ling Tian stretched out his hand to carefully pacify Mother Ling, while still not letting to open his mouth to Li Nan, and said, liking is a hormonal outburst. Love is the calmness after the outburst. You have to distinguish the difference between the two. You have to think clearly, whether it's time for you to just have a physical spring, or do you want to live on with the girl in your heart. Distinguish between those, or else you'll only hurt each other and won't be together for long. Ling Mo, who was on the side, took over Ling Tian's words, and with a derisive smile, he spoke. If you can't, you can post 10 videos a day and your favorite girl will always respond to you. Chi Ruoyin. Yes, it will be responded to, but whether it is cursed or touched, this is unknown, I guess. Anyway, your uncle, my words also give you a very thorough. I also do not like to be those old-fashioned and what father taste very heavy people to you to teach. But this kind of thing is a past person. More or less is a little bit of experience. And you learn a little bit of experience, there is nothing wrong. At the very least it reduces the probability of you going astray, doesn't it? Ling Tian had an inscrutable look on his face. Then he rehung a curt smile, clutched Mother Ling's hand, and carefully opened his mouth. And, daughter-in-law, wants a honeymoon. Mother Ling, Ling Mare, Lu Nam. Looking at Ling Tian, who had transformed his painting style so quickly, Li Nan was a bit lost for a moment. But after listening to Ling Tian's suggestion, Li Nan pursed his lips slightly. Although he and Shi Ruoyan hadn't known each other for a very long time, they had gotten along with each other quite comfortably. Even if we can't talk about liking it, it's more or less the same. Renan took a deep breath and was about to open his mouth, but Shi Ruoyan grabbed his hand, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly and whispering, go out and say it. Renan glanced at his hand held by Chi Ruoyan, his heart beating wildly, feeling the other party's temperature. His face reddened a few points once again, and he nodded his head. And, good. After saying that, the two of them stood up. Chi Ruoyan glanced back at Baiyu and Ling Mo's arms and spoke with a light smile, saying, Little Moon, want to know what I think? As soon as this was mentioned, Baiyu immediately came into the spirit, lifting her head from Ling Mo's arms. That azure-colored eyes seemed to be flickering with anticipation. Shirayuki wants to know. Chi Ruoxiang sniffled, with a wry smile at the corner of her mouth. Don't tell Little Moon, guess for yourself. After saying that, Chi Ruoyan and Li Nan went out, leaving Baiyu, who was cowering in Ling Mo's arms with a confused look on her face. Omega, hey, quickly. Shirayuki came back to her senses and, Buzz, bad Wakazashi. Baiyu is going to cut you off for 10 seconds. Baiyu huffed and looked in the direction Chi Ruoyan had left, saying unthreatening words. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened and he gently pinched Baiyu's palm. Well, there's no way to really not tell you. We'll know everything when they get back. Just wait. Shirayuki skimmed his lips, which settled back down. Li Nan and Chi Ruoyan, two people, came to the door outside. Originally still a little on the head of Li Nan, but now suddenly some regret. Speak out and come out. Didn't organize the language himself. What are you going to say later? If it's bullshit, I'm good at it. But if it's bullshit, I'm going to end up alone. Aren't I? For a moment, Renan's brain raced, holding back half a day without speaking, which led to what appeared to Chi Ruoyan's perspective. In front of her eyes was a demented man who kept pinching his fingers and giggling at himself due to his nervousness. Chi Ruoyan. She coughed dryly, to sort of officially open the conversation. And, like me, Linan's heartbeat suddenly stopped for a beat, and subconsciously he was about to deny it, when the words Ling Tian said suddenly appeared in his mind. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Solely, Linan's heart crossed, and he spoke with a strained neck, saying, What's wrong? I like you. So what? You hit me, Qi Ruoyan? For a while, even Chi Ruoyan was dumbfounded by this lawless speech of Linan's. She's not a triad boss. Why does she have to put on such a death-defying attitude? However, Renan was thinking a lot. This kind of thing, once you open your mouth, if it doesn't work out, you won't even be able to be friends at the back. Even if you're sure the other person won't do anything out of the ordinary, you can't avoid embarrassment. At the very least, it is here in Renan, drumming up the courage to be rejected. Nan is to feel in Chi Ruoyan her face or lost, and have no face with Chi Ruoyan as a friend again. Chi's sister. What era is now? Like is free. I like your spontaneous character. That kind of life 100 flavors and you have nothing to hang the meaning of spontaneity. You are frank. You are beautiful and cool. Speaking of which, Nan's words went off on a tangent. At that time the rainy ones brought people over to beat Rinfei them. I think Chi's sister, you old handsome. That stick is still in my house now, put it. And at that time you said that you didn't wear bottoms. I looked over. Purely because of subconsciousness. I didn't mean to. Seeing Nan gradually chatting further, do not know where to pull. Chi Ruoyan directly interrupted. Alright. As soon as Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth, Nan directly closed her mouth and looked at Chi Ruoyan blearily. Come over here and get closer to me. Chi Ruoyan waved her hand at Nan. Nan was unsure, but still came over, only to gradually blush. The next moment, Nan's expression was instantly stagnant, because Chi Ruoyan directly stretched out her hand and stroked his face, and he subconsciously met Chi Ruoyan's slightly curved corner of the eye, and the corner of her mouth seemed to carry some bad smile, and at once, the whole person was fast asleep. Ah! Nan jumped instantly, as if the ground was hot on his feet, and let out a tomcat-like purr with lingering excitement. Chi Ruoyan looked at Nan, who was like a returned ancestor. The corner of her lips slightly hooked. Nan, are you that pure-hearted? Saying this, Nan stopped at once and looked straight at Chi Ruoyan. Sister Chi, have you talked to many people? Chi Ruoyan. No, haven't talked about it. Chi Ruoyan averted her head and spoke somewhat uncomfortably. On weekdays, you just brush up to this kind of video. The theoretical knowledge may be a perfect score, but the practice is absolutely zero. He. After hearing the words not talked about, Nan was very happy to raise his head, seemingly to show off. And I haven't talked about it either. It's so nice. First time all for each other. Chi Ruoyan, will you talk? It's easy to misunderstand. Chi Ruoyan rolled her eyes. And when did I say I wanted to be with you? Nan's expression froze. The whole person was dumbfounded in place, then anxiously even began to gesture with his hands. You just touched my face. Isn't that consent? The corner of Chi Ruoyan's mouth could not control the upward movement. She suddenly liked to see the anxious and overwhelmed Nan. This is completely different from the usual feeling when she gets along with her. But, I just touched your face. I didn't sleep with you. How is that considered consenting to you? Chi Ruoyan so said. Nan also reacted to. Also did not just touch the face of people to say that they want to have an affair with others. Nan also do not care about it. I don't care. You just agreed to it. QI doesn't take you for a ride like that. Nan wanted to cry without tears. His heart is now beating very fast. Chi Ruoyan's every word can easily stir his own nerves, and there is simply no way for him to come up with the usual attitude of getting along with Chi Ruoyan in a casual manner. Chi Ruoyan looked at Nan for a long time, and Nan also seemed to guess what was going on, and slowly lowered his head, his expression gray, and his fists clenched. Kiss. I was too hasty. They say it's polite to have a crush and build a castle behind your back. It's just that I wanted you to live in the castle I built for you so badly. Nan took a deep breath and was about to open his mouth to let Chi Ruoyan forget about today's events. Who had thought that the next moment? So, then I'd kinda like to see what that castle you built for me looks like. I'm rather curious. You've got such big nerves. You wouldn't have built me an outhouse, would you? Chi Ruoyan nodded and spoke thoughtfully, the smile on her face never disappearing since the beginning. Only this time, Nan wasn't very excited, but spoke cautiously. And, Sister Chi, you're speaking too literally for me to understand. Just say, agree to be with me or not. Chi Ruoyan rolled her eyes. This you do not understand. Then how did you just say it out? Agreed. Just. Chi Ruoyan stretched out her hand again and gently touched Nan's cheeks. Observing the pink color gradually climbed up from the other party's neck to the root of her ear, Chi Ruoyan then withdrew her hand with satisfaction. Will you let me touch your face? Don't you boys say something about not being able to touch this or that? Nan was in a hurry. He hadn't enjoyed himself enough. Chi Ruoyan's small hand was soft and cool, with a burst of fragrance. He himself wanted to find a reason to come over. Chi Ruoyan said so. Nan nodded frantically. Came over, and, kiss, sticker, QI Ruoyan? In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the crowd watched the duo's intimacy, and without exception, the corners of their mouths couldn't be suppressed, and they went wildly upward. Baiyu glanced at the duo, tugged on Ling Mo's sleeve, and whispered, Brother Mayor, are these two together? Ling Mo's mouth was tinged with an ant smile as she nodded her head in relief. Looking at this, they should be together. Otherwise Ruyan wouldn't have reached out her hand, and Nan wouldn't have taken the initiative to come over and let Ruyan touch her face. and if one of them didn't agree, and the other still wanted to do so, they should have already been at each other's throats. Shirayuki burst into a happy smile, then put it back and murmured as if she was angry. And 3. Humph. Don't tell Shirayuki. Then Shirayuki won't tell you that Shirayuki already knows that you're with Linan. Shirayuki is in a hurry to kill you. Ling Mare. Kind of cute. Want to pet her head. Maybe it was the first time they confirmed their relationship. Or maybe it was the first time both of them had been in a relationship, cuddling down there for a while. Every date goes through this phase on the first day of the deal. There is no end of things to say. No end of things to do. No end of pies to paint. Ling Tian hugged his arms, smacked his lips as he looked at the duo downstairs, and spoke in a low voice to Mother Ling. Daughter-in-law. I remember when we first confirmed our relationship we were like this too, right? So much time has passed in such a flash. Ling's mother smiled and nodded. In the middle of the family, Ling's mother had always been a gentle and mature image. Yeah, it feels like I'm getting old now that Mo has gotten a marriage license. Ling Tian shook his head and embraced Mother Ling into his arms, saying softly, "You'll always be the youngest in my heart." At this moment, the crowd on the side gradually withdrew their gazes from Linan, showing their PIs as they looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian was also a bit uncomfortable being looked at and cleared his throat, scolding that. Look at me for what? Look at them. Young ones don't look at me? There's something wrong with. Subsequently, Ling Tian, however, noticed Bai Yu, who was looking at herself with a crooked head, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he said in a serious manner, "Your eyes should be on the new couple downstairs, not on the old couple like me." Ling Mare. Bai Yu was really bored of watching, and Ling Mo sensed her mood and whispered, "How about cutting the cake? We've finished handing out the presents, and now it's time for the cake." Bai Yu hurriedly nodded her head, as if she was afraid of Ling Mo's backtracking, and trotted to the living room, waving at the crowd. Come back soon. Shirayuki's going to cut you a cake." The people standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window woke up and went back, except for the two Gao Hongjie and Han Yongxian. Gao Hongjie took out his cell phone and took a picture of Rinan at the bottom of the building. TSK. This guy. How come he's like a different person when he falls in love? Can't it be that the videos you swiped are all true? Falling in love with someone will inspire another side of himself? Han Yongxian didn't respond, his dark eyes full of tangles. When the time comes, I'm supposed to just listen to kiss, right? Come on. I still like the bratty look you had before. Chi Ruoyan withdrew her hand in contentment and took the initiative to hold on to Rinan's hand, whispering, "Little Moon is still waiting up there. Go up." Rinan nodded frantically. His nose could always smell the fragrance if anything. This was the first time he was this close to Chi Ruoyan. Or rather, this was the first time he was this close to the opposite sex. On the way up the stairs, Rinan gently inquired that the kiss, "It's a sign that I like you, but what makes you so sure you like me?" People are always afraid of losing after tasting sweetness, and so is Rinan, who desperately wants to know whether Chi Ruoyan simply doesn't want to let herself down, or whether she really means it. TCH, I feel comfortable staying with you. Isn't that reason enough? Chi Ruoyan showed her bean eyes and patted Linan's shoulder in a fussing manner. Don't worry, I rarely feel comfortable around boys. Hold your apprehension back. Do you have to let me kiss you to feel safe? Rinan nodded frantically. Sister Chi, it's like this. Chi Ruoyan. So, Chi Ruoyan slowly raised her calf, followed by using her thigh strength to drive her calf, which brought her ankle, and kicked Linan's butt. That's nice of you to think. I'm spontaneous, but I'm not a nymphomaniac. Go away. When the two of them came back, the faces of all the people wore meaningful smiles, especially Gao Hongjie. The curves of his mouth were almost grinning to the roots of his ears. The new generation of the Dragon King was none other than him. The sticker. Lu Nam. 0.01 seconds later, Rinan also realized that they were all peeping just now, so she stretched her neck and opened her mouth. So what? What's wrong with me sticking it to my own daughter-in-law? Get out of my way. Find one yourself if you can. Having just finished speaking, she herself was kicked again. Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth with a face full of black lines and, "It hasn't come to that yet. What are you screaming about?" Rinan touched his nose. If the two of them hadn't confirmed their relationship before, they'd have to play smart anyways. But now, almost. Ling Tian, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke with relief. "The children are very good. I think very highly of you." Rinan looked at Ling Mo, who was wiping the cream from the corner of Bai Yu's mouth with a paper towel, in a provocative manner. "Ha, Ling Mo. I can go comment at the bottom of your friend circle now, right?" After Ling Mo tenderly wiped it off, he threw the paper towel into the trash can and gently opened his mouth. "You two are just together now. It's not like you have a license. Wait until when you do." Lu Nam. How long will it take? I don't know what Sister Chi's father is like. I'll be in trouble if he's a daughter slave. Renan suddenly thought of something, muttered. Chi Royan let go of Renan's hand and walked over, correcting Bayu's somewhat crooked birthday hat, before she opened her mouth with a smile. And, has Little Moon guessed what's on my mind? Shirayuki grunted softly, clasped her hands to her chest, and turned her head away from the. Shirayuki won't tell you, or you can guess if Shirayuki guessed it? Chi Ruoyan. This ninny, kinda holds a grudge. Chi Ruoyan smiled helplessly. Ah, I guess you should have guessed. Shirayuki couldn't control the corners of her mouth from rising, but she still forced her little face to hold back the. White Moon doesn't tell you guessed right. Ling Mo lost a laugh and couldn't help but reach out and touch the top of Bayu's head, whispering, little Shirayuki, why is she so cute? Bayu finally broke, and with a hefty smile, she pounced into Ling Mo's arms and rubbed against his chest. So Brother Mare will like Shirayuki more. Right, Brother Mare? Ling Mo pinched Bayu's soft cheeks. Right, only, a son suddenly howled out, and his voice whimpered and, is this it? The attention of the crowd was all attracted by Hong Zimao. Ling Mo's mouth straightened and he said without any good reason, what's gotten into you? Why don't you and Li Nan make a brotherhood? Hong Zimao froze for a moment, not to mention, from the time Li Nan entered the door, the more he looked at Li Nan, the more it was to his liking. It was practically the same as his own urbane nature. At that moment, Hong Zimao moved his obese body, walked over, and opened his mouth with a smile. And, Li Nan, do you want to become brothers with different surnames? When the time comes, we'll drink the strongest wine, guns play the most real, women. Before he could finish, Hong Zimao was kicked in the face by Ling Mo. Be serious, my little Shirayuki is still here. Hong Zimao rubbed his nose and gave an awkward and unobtrusive smile. The corner of Renan's mouth was straight. If he hadn't confessed yet, he would have agreed to it. But now Renan paid extra attention to his image. Afraid that Chi Ruoyan would dislike him, he subconsciously looked at Chi Ruoyan, who raised her eyebrows slightly and, looking for you as a brother. Not looking for me as a brother. Why are you looking at me? I'm not the kind of thing that pushes girls. I don't care about you. Don't get into some bad habits on the line. It's hard not to be so big-hearted as to let me be a brother with him. Renan shakes his head frantically and stands up cheerfully. I recognize you as my little brother. The expression on Hong Zimao's face froze. Then he nodded as if nothing had happened, a smile pulling at the corners of his lips, looking a bit strange. Thanks, big brother. Just, after seeing the smile on Hong Zimao's face, Ling Mo had some expectations. Hong Zimao is a person who has been in the society, and now how much belly Ling Mo himself is not clear. But what is certain is that someone is going to suffer. Alright, Ling Mo, you don't have to send me off. In a while, Sister Chi and I still have to press the road. Bayu's birthday party went on until the evening, and Ling Mo was so happy to hear this from Li Nan. Didn't say I was giving you a ride, just the others. Lu Nam. After cleaning up the mess in the living room, it was almost 9 o'clock at night. Ling Mo stretched his back, and both Ling Tian and Ling Tian collapsed onto the sofa. So tired. Mother Ling, who came out from the kitchen, looked at the synchronization of the two gods with some amusement. Why don't you go get some rest if you're tired? Mother Ling wiped her hands and spoke while going upstairs. You go upstairs and take a shower. Imo will take a shower downstairs. All of you take an early rest. It's really quite a tiring day. Ling Tian was paralyzed for a while before he got up from the sofa and dragged his feet and started up the stairs. I'm a little tired, but I'm happy to be tired. When Bayu came out of the bathroom, Ling Mo was the only one left in the living room. Bayu smiled and waved her hand at Ling Mo. Brother Mare, Shirayuki has put the water on. You can take a bath now. Ling Mo wanted to just sleep over now, but after all, he still had to sleep with Bayu in his arms, and he was afraid that Bayu would dislike the smell of his body, so he dragged his tired body back to the bedroom, found the bath towel and walked slowly over to it. Bayu looked at the tired-looking Ling Mo, tilted her head, flung herself into Ling Mo's arms, stood on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of Ling Mo's lips, and whispered, Brother Mare, recharge your batteries and you'll be refreshed. Ling Mo pulled a smile from the corner of his lips, rubbed the top of Bayu's head, and laughed. Koha cookie is so nice. Bayu blinked and smiled playfully. She took off her clothes and lay down into the bathtub. A perfect jade body was presented in front of Ling Mo. Bayu waved her hand at Ling Mo. Brother Mare, bath time. Ling Mo gulped and lifted some of his spirits once again as he walked towards Bayu. Coming out and returning to the bedroom, Ling Mo wanted to put on his shorts and return to the bed for a comfortable sleep, but he was stopped by a puffed-up Bayu. What's wrong? Ling Mo was a bit unsure and looked at Bayu in a puzzled manner. Shirayuki clasped her hands to her chest and lifted the quilt to point at her white jade body, with a few hints of anger. Me, Shirayuki all made a wish. We'll sleep together without clothes. Didn't Brother Silence say that he would grant Shirayuki's wish? Ling Mare. He looked at Bayu's marvelous figure and once again fell into silence. That little white moon Ling Mo actually wanted to leave this kind of thing for the day the two of them got engaged or married at first. So until today, he was holding back. It's also a sign of respect for Shirayuki. Only, if he fulfilled Kowakuki's wish, he was afraid of rubbing it in. Oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh no matter. Brother Mo said. Saying something is not true as a liar is a bad person. Does Brother Mo want to cheat Bayu? Shirayuki got out from under the covers and kept bouncing around like a lively and cute elf. Ling Mo's breathing gradually became rapid, and he tried hard to control himself from thinking wildly. However, the slime jumping up and down in front of him was just too appealing to the eye, and some sort of primal reaction gradually surged in his mind, as he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Good. Little white moon, don't jump. It's not just a birthday wish. I promise you just. Ling Mo's voice carried a hint of helplessness and stoicism. Upon hearing Ling Mo's words, Bayu really stopped jumping. Her dripping azure eyes stared tightly at Ling Mo, her eyes revealing a hint of uncertainty. Really? Brother Silence never lies to Shirayuki. Oh, Ling Mo felt a wave of helplessness, forcing himself not to think about that aspect of things, reaching out his hand to gently stroke Bayu's hair, and softly said, of course it's true. How could I lie to little Bayu? After all, I don't want to be that bad guy. Bayu's face immediately blossomed into a bright smile when she heard Ling Mo's words. She jumped into Ling Mo's arms and moved over to kiss Ling Mo's cheeks, burrowing back into the quilt and looking at Ling Mo expectantly. Brother Mo. In the past, it was Brother Mo who warmed the quilt, but this time it's Bayu. The quilt is warm. Ling Mare, swallowing hard, his mind kept murmuring, the color is empty, and empty is color. Then it was time to rip the towel off and make the best of it and get under the covers. Ling Mo just lay down on the bed, a warm and soft body like an octopus wrapped around his body. Usually wearing their own clothes is nothing. Just now take off the clothes. This feeling is more intuitive. After only a few seconds, little Ling Mo raised his head proudly, carrying an unrelenting aura, as if he wanted to break through this dome of heaven. Well, White Moon, who was shrinking in Ling Mo's arms, seemed to have sensed something, tilted her head, and moved her body in a somewhat strange manner. Brother Mo, your body is so hot Shirayuki is not comfortable. Ling Mare, Bayu's expression was a little hard to bear. She wanted to reach out her hand to feel around but was grabbed by Ling Mo's wrist. That pair of innocent deer eyes looked at Ling Mo. What's wrong Brother Mare? Looking at Ling Mo's expression, Bayu looked as if she had thought of something, and her face began to blush slightly. Brother Mare, are you hard again? Ling Mo swallowed hard. He was still in the middle of a celestial battle. His sanity hadn't been completely lost yet, and patted the head of the little man in his arms. Little Shirayuki, don't move, just sleep peacefully. However, just after Ling Mo finished the sentence, his expression froze. Ling Mo clearly felt that Bayu's soft white calves seemed to have caught on something. But Shirayuki, before Bayu could finish speaking, she was rolled over and pressed up by Ling Mo, the flame called desire burning in that pair of dark-ink pupils. Ling Mo gasped for air, looking at the little person underneath him whose face still had an innocent and confused expression on it, and kissed her lips, his voice carrying a hoarse and withdrawn tone. Little Shirayuki, you were a bit disobedient just now. Shirayuki shrunk her head, the man's blazing breath making her heart a little apprehensive. Gulping and, Brother Mo. Shirayuki has always been very obedient. Ling Mo laughed lowly. Nothing was going through his mind at the moment. What celestial war? What is color is emptiness? Fuck it all. He's going to be a birth today. Ling Mo was also a man, and it was good enough for him to endure until now. Bayu's blow was like a torch thrown into incredibly dry hay, and in an instant, it ignited a blazing fire in Ling Mo's heart. In the last moment of losing his sanity, Ling Mo turned off his cell phone and casually tossed it aside. If there was another call, Ling Mo would go crazy. Ling Mo kissed the little person underneath him with abandon, and his left hand ascended to that holy peak. The slime kept changing shapes in his hand, and the flames in his body burned more and more exuberantly, as if he wanted to burn Ling Mo to the ground. For once, nothing could resist the love between the two. Ling Mo forcefully opened Bayu's defense. The two of them intertwined their lips and tongues. The entire bedroom was filled with ambiguous atmosphere. In this soft bed, they rolled and tangled to their heart's content. The two of them kissed for a long time, and the moment their lips parted, Bayu's eyes were lost in thought. Brother Mare, is this bullying Shirayuki? Ling Mo's breathing was incomparably ragged, placing Baiyu smoothly on the bed, reaching out to open the cabinet of the bedside table to the side, and seeing the inventory that Ling Tian had mentioned. Those pairs of ink pupils were crimson with red. No. What comes next is bullying the little white moon. The room was dimly lit, and two blazing bodies were folded on the bed. Baiyu's face was covered with a red haze, her small mouth slightly open, has not yet reacted, followed by a tearing pain surging through her body, her eyebrows tightly wrinkled together, her eyes quickly red, her small feet kicking chaotically, her voice with a burst of aggression, and her eyes were red, and her voice was red. Mare, brother Mare, the white moon hurts. Ling Mo directly leaned down and kissed Baiyu's lips, but his movements became more and more gentle, reaching out and gently smoothing Baiyu's furrowed brow. It'll be lighter. Little white moon, good boy. Baiyu bit her lips tightly, and the bottom of her eyes carried a heavy color of aggravation. Ling Mo lowered his head a few inches closer and gasped for air. If it hurts, just bite it. White moon flattened her mouth, red eyes and bit on Ling Mo's neck, but was afraid of giving Ling Mo a painful bite, and after biting, she gently licked it. Unbeknownst to Baiyu, Ling Mo's desire rose higher and higher with this action. Ling Mo pulled over the quilt and covered the two of them, and the room's rough panting was punctuated by bursts of aggrieved crying. Lovingly melting together in that moonlight, sinking all night. The following day, 11 o'clock noon, Ling Mo slowly opened his eyes, pinched his brow, looked at the three gadgets under the bed, and glanced at Baiyu, who was still frowning tightly even in her sleep, and couldn't help but reach out his hand in an attempt to smooth Baiyu's brow. Last night, Baiyu really didn't have the strength, so Ling Mo let Baiyu go. Shiroyuki don't. The moment she was touched by Ling Mo, Baiyu's tone was a bit panicked, as if she was having some kind of nightmare. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened and he touched his nose somewhat sheepishly. Was he that ruthless? Well, Baiyu's eyelash feathers lightly trembled, slowly opened her eyes, saw Ling Mo who was naked on the side, and in the next moment, her small face was full of aggravation, and she directly turned her body, not to look at Ling Mo. Ling Mo sighed softly, reached out and put his hand on Baiyu's rounded shoulder, and softly said, "Little white moon." Baiyu directly slapped Ling Mo's hand on her shoulder down, her words full of accusations against Ling Mo. Epsilon, AA, 3 Mare brother bad. Baiyu now pain. Good pain. Ling Mo sat up and patted Baiyu's shoulder, patiently coaxing that. So, what does little white moon want to do now? What do you want to eat? I'll satisfy you, okay? Baiyu inhaled her nose, finally turned around, and only then noticed Ling Mo's neck, upper body, arms and other places densely covered with his own traces, and not caring about the aches and pains on her body, she stretched out her small hand to gently caress it, and carefully said, "Brother Mo, did the white moon bite hurt?" Ling Mo felt the tingling sensation in his neck, and a warm current surged in his heart. "It doesn't hurt, little white moon, don't worry." Shiroyuki grimaced and nodded, becoming sulky and sulking again. Ling Mo had no choice but to look at Baiyu in such a fixed manner. Last night was pressed too hard by a certain beast. The body is sore and weak and sweaty. Want to take a comfortable hot bath. Aggrieved value, 30. Ling Mare, is this beast talking about himself? Why are you still cursing? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly, and he casually put on a pair of shorts and got out of bed. Little white moon, wait a moment, I'll go put water on the bath for you. Watching Ling Mo leave, only then did a hint of a smile appear on Baiyu's face, only to quickly disappear again. Lying on her bed, skittishly slapping her pillow and muttering, Brother Mare is so bad. In fact, Ling Mo came out mainly to take a look at whether Ling Tian was there or not, so don't bump into him if you directly hugged him out. That would be embarrassing. As it turns out, Ling Tian seems to be really quite idle in these days. I say, what did you little brats get last night? Getting up so late today? Ling Tian put down the cell phone in his hand, pinched his brow, and raised his eyes to Ling Mo. Just after taking such a look and noticing the marks between Ling Mo's neck, he could no longer move his eyes, and in the next moment, Ling Tian directly stood up and opened his mouth with some excitement. And, you kid took white down? I knew you were born enough. Ling Mare. Ling Tian rushed to make a place for Ling Mo on the sofa, and said with interest, well, pregnant? Ling Mo? Two short sentences shocked Ling Mo twice. Only after a long time did Ling Mo speak with difficulty. Number 1. It's only just begun, so how do I know if I'll be able to conceive a child? Secondly, I'm a male. You shouldn't ask me about such things, and you should be able to feel if you're pregnant or not, little Shiroyuki. Thirdly, I said Dad, you're the one who said before that it's not the right time yet. Didn't you tell me to use the stock? How could Xiao Baiyu get pregnant if I used the stock? Ling Mo spoke helplessly. Hearing Ling Mo's third entry, Ling Tian Bungbu stopped. Is it? Did I say that in the first place? Ling Mo didn't say anything and just looked at Ling Tian so faintly. Ling Tian couldn't sit still either. He got up and walked towards the entrance hall and started to put on his shoes. While doing so, he opened his mouth. I'll go out first. Stop your mom outside, and buy some more tonic. You go comfort people's little white. Take a bath or something. A girl's first time. Be more considerate. By the way, you must remember to comfort and console. Don't put up your pants and disown them. This is the time when a girl should be more dependent on you, and you have to give enough security. After all, Ling Tian was a person who had been there before, so of course he knew what Ling Mo and Bayu's current situation was, and simply stayed out of the way of the family. Aha! Ling Mo watched Ling Tian leave and walked into the bathroom to let the water run, and when Ling Mo returned to the bedroom, he saw Bayu on the bed who had shrunk into a tiny ball under the covers. Ling Mo walked over and gently patted the bulging mass, and in the next moment, a small furry head stretched out, but instead of looking at Ling Mo, he looked away. And, what for? Shirayuki is very angry right now. Ling Mo dumbly laughed, squatted down, reached out his hand and gently stroked Bayu's scattered hair behind her ear, softly saying, So, is little Shirayuki willing to give me a chance to remedy the situation? Shirayuki's expression moved slightly, obviously having been moved, but still grunted and, in that case, Shirayuki will reluctantly agree. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth hooked slightly as he lifted the quilt and reached out to wrap his hand around Bayu's calf, picking up her entire body and walking towards the bathroom. Take a hot bath and relax. Dad's already out shopping, so when he gets back, he'll make something for little White Moon to replenish her body. Shirayuki, who had been soaking in a hot bath in the tub, perked up when she heard this and, is it to make something for Shirayuki to eat? Ling Mo smiled and patted Bayu's head. Eat whatever you want. Bayu completely forgot about the unpleasantness to the back of her mind. Her head came over and gently pecked Ling Mo's lips. He laughed and said, Brother Mare is the best. Daughter-in-law. The corners of Ling Tian's mouth rose willfully. Little Silence and Little White have done something raw. Only, Ling's mother, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was speechless and couldn't wait to directly pick up a needle and thread to sew Ling Tian's mouth shut. Are you bored? Never heard of it? Never seen it or never done it? How many times have you said that? When Ling Tian saw that Mother Ling couldn't get her point, he became anxious. This means that we'll most likely be bringing up the kids early. When the time comes, we'll just leave the company to that little brat and realize our dream of retiring early. That's great. The more Ling Tian talked, the more energized he became. When the time comes, we take the children. See what places Bai wants to go. The world to hit the photo trip. How exciting this life. It's just that. Mother Ling was silent for a moment. What about Mo? Ling Tian. It was only after a long time that he touched his nose and spoke. He works for the company. At this moment, Ling Mo, who was blowing Bayu's hair, sneezed several times in a row, rubbed his nose, and said suspiciously, Is it hard not to overindulge last night? Shirayuki was now confused. For some reason, Ling Tian and Mother Ling's attitudes had become much more attentive for a while, and she had only just picked up her chopsticks when the small bowls in front of her had already piled up into a small mountain. Shirayuki pursed her lips slightly, looking a little pitiful, and spoke carefully, Dad, Mom, is this Shirayuki's last meal? Puffing, Ling Mo couldn't help but smile, reaching out his hand to rub Bayu's head. How come? Isn't little Bayu not feeling well right now? Eat more food. Your body will heal faster. But Shirayuki's eyes were full of wariness, flattening her mouth and opening her mouth. Bayu's body as well also don't continue to do that kind of thing with Brother Mo. Brother Mo usually hurts and loves Bayu very much. But last night Brother Mo was like a different person. Shirayuki hung her head low and put down her chopsticks, looking a little downcast. In the past, Shirayuki would be heartbroken if she cried just a little bit. Brother Mare, Ling Tian. This Ling Mo really can't do anything about it. And he opened his mouth stiffly. Well, before the engagement, it doesn't move you. Bayu sniffled, which was a reluctant agreement. Anyway, it was said to be a winter vacation engagement. There was still a good period of time before the winter vacation. At the very least Ling Mo would not touch himself during this period of time. But then, I need to get dressed for bed as well, and so do you. Shiratsuki, at the very least wear short sleeves or I won't promise not to move you. Ling Mo gently pinched a handful of Bayu's soft cheeks. The man who had been a carnivore knew the beauty of such things. Then his hold would be much lower. Anyone who says they're not interested in performing the rites of the week is either really not interested or didn't have that chance. No. Bayu stood up, subconsciously about to resist. Then once she thought that every time Ling Mo's hard time was caused by not wearing clothes, She shrunk her head and sat back down again. Well, Ling Imo sent a mouthful of rice to his mouth and smiled as he spoke to Ling Tian. Dad, there's anything you want to say about me and Shirayuki leaving tomorrow? Ling Tian's hand that was pinching the chopsticks was a few points harder. A few veins rippled on his forehead, and he opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I'll be sure to beat. Oh, love you up before I leave. Ling Tian had wanted to directly say fight, but thinking of the presence of Baiyu next to him, he quickly changed his words. Ling Mare, next to Ling's mother, was very reluctant to let Baiyu go. The period of time that the two of them were back was the happiest period of her year. Mother Ling stretched out her hand somewhat reluctantly and held Baiyu's small hand, and in the other party's puzzled gaze, she softly opened her mouth. And, wait, remember to call mommy when you get to school in the back. Mommy will miss you. Ling Tian was not that sentimental and waved his hand. Anyway, we've invested so much money. Find a chance to go over and inspect the school. What's more, even though Shioma's crappy house is small, at least it has a guest room. So if you really want to, going over to stay for a day or two is also possible. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened. This was how he had to damage himself a bit. Shirayuki nodded and spoke with a serious face. Shirayuki will definitely call mommy. Shirayuki will miss mommy so much. For a while, the atmosphere at the dinner table fell silent. And in the end, it was Ling Tian who broke the atmosphere. Alright, I'll go back to work today. Xiao Mo, you take Xiao Bai to have one last day of fun again. And don't rush back tomorrow. Just leave in the morning. Ling Mo looked at Ling Tian a few more times and gently nodded his head. Got it. Brother Mo. Where are we going? Ling Mo drove the car, and Baiyu sat in the passenger side with some curiosity. Let's see how good Little White Moon's handiwork is, and make a handiwork as a sign of this period of vacation time. When the time comes, as soon as she sees her work, Little White Moon can immediately recall what happened during this period of the National Day. Ling Mo's voice was soft and gentle, carrying a healing magic as he opened his mouth with a light smile. Well, Shirayuki nodded her head, seemingly understanding. Suddenly, she saw a store on the side of the road and waved her hand excitedly. Brother Mayor, Shirayuki is going here. Stop the car. Although Ling Mo was puzzled, he slowly reduced the speed of the car, pulled it over to the side, turned his head, and opened his mouth in a somewhat puzzled manner. And, what's wrong? Shirayuki rubbed his hands together. Those sapphire eyes looked like they were sparkling at the moment, pointing to a store on the side of the road, and with a hefty smile. Brother Mayor, look! Ling Mo raised an eyebrow and followed where Baiyu's finger was pointing and looked over. A DIY cake making contest for couples? Ling Mo smiled. DIY cakes and handmade works are not that far off. Pinched the soft cheeks of this little ninny and, want to give it a go? Baiyu hastily nodded her head and hugged Ling Mo's arm as she spoke expectantly. Brother Mo, you accompany Baiyu. Baiyu wants to make her own cake and eat it for a bit, and then when Brother Mo has his birthday, Baiyu will be able to make her own cake for Brother Mo to use as a birthday cake. After hearing these words, Ling Mo couldn't help but freeze as a warm tide of emotion surged in his heart. Like a clear spring flowing through, the corners of his mouth gently rose, pulling out a smile as he looked at the Baiyu in front of him, who held on to him at all times. Ling Mo couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the top of Baiyu's head, and the latter narrowed her eyes and let out a comfortable hum. At this moment, time seems to freeze. Everything around becomes no longer important. Both of their eyes are only left with each other. Ling Mo gently smiled and, then, thanks in advance for the birthday cake for little Shirayuki? Shirayuki's nose twitched slightly, and she hemmed and hawed, but then she froze, and spoke cautiously. Brother Mayor, when is your birthday again? Ling Mayor, October 20th. Ling Mo spoke feebly and holding Baiyu's hand. He got out of the car and walked into the cake room. Hello, I wanted to ask, has that DIY cake making contest for couples at the entrance started yet? As soon as he entered, Ling Mo saw the store manager and walked over with Baiyu in tow, inquiring softly, well, it's over. You guys didn't come at the right time. Sorry. The store manager was a bit dazed after seeing the duo. Their face value was just too resistant, and after admiring them for 2 seconds, the store manager shook his head in reply. Baiyu looked in a very low mood. She had seen the DIY making competition on a whim, but the competition ended when she came here. So how else could she make a birthday cake for Ling Mo's birthday? Ling Mo couldn't look at Baiyu like this, pursed his lips and tentatively opened his mouth. We don't want a ranking, just a chance to DIY a cake. This should be fine, right? Hearing this, the store manager then nodded and, of course, our store usually supports guests to make their own cakes. The second floor is where guests' DIY cake making takes place. I'll take you there. With that, the store manager turned around, waved at the duo and, come here. These are the materials and tools. You can play with them as you wish. The store manager took Ling Mo and the two of them to the second floor, introduced the place, and when he finished, he turned around with a few jokes and, well, I won't be a light bulb here, so you two make yourself at home. When the store manager had gone downstairs, Shirayuki then waved her hand excitedly and, this is Shirayuki's first time making a cake. Shirayuki must do it right. Ling Mo looked at Baiyu, who had an excited face, and stretched out his hand. So, how about a high five to encourage each other? Baiyu grinned and reached out her hand, clapping it with Ling Mo's with a crisp ringing sound, and with a heated smile. Shirayuki is the best. Brother Silence is the second best. So if Shirayuki and Brother Silence make a cake together, that's the best cake ever. Ling Mo put on Baiyu's apron, scraped Baiyu's agitated nose, and whispered, then start doing it. Shirayuki nodded gravely, looked at the cake embryo set before her, stirred the cream in the bowl, and then, Tay Miao went straight to the top. Ling Mo knocked Baiyu's small head with a black line on his face. The latter subconsciously raised her arm to protect her head and looked at Ling Mo with dissatisfaction. Why brother Mo? Don't knock Shirayuki's head If you break it, you'll become a stupid cat. Do you like stupid cats? Ling Mo was dumbfounded and gently rubbed the place where Baiyu had been knocked just now, before he opened his mouth in a good-natured manner. Why did you make the cake straight away? It's not too unsanitary. Shirayuki blinked a few times. What should Shirayuki do then? Ling Mo nudged his mouth, and Baiyu looked to the side and burst out laughing. Shirayuki knows. The corners of Ling Mo's eyes twitched wildly as he looked at Baiyu, who had once again fallen into deep thought, and helplessly propped up his forehead. Little white moon, have you ever wondered why the cream is leaking out of the side of the spoon? Shirayuki shook her head innocently. Don't you take the leaky spoon. Shirayuki skimmed her lips, let out an O, and put the funnel back, then looked at her hand full of cream. Her head tilted, and included her finger. The cream was just the right amount of sweetness for Shirayuki to accept. At once, Shirayuki was so delicious that she stomped her Giorgio. Brother Mare, you taste it too. Baiyu put her paw out and looked at Ling Mo expectantly. Ling Mare, I don't know why, but how come it's kind of hard for him to swallow? Well, Shirayuki seemed to see something that, does Brother Mare dislike Shirayuki? Ling Mo had no choice but to try the flavor of Butterfinger. Is it good? Baiyu looked at Ling Mo expectantly. Well, it's not bad. Never mind that, let's just make the cake. Ling Mo coughed dryly and changed the topic. Hey, Shirayuki smiled playfully. Are you guys sure you haven't made a cake before? The store manager came up and saw the results of the duo, raised an eyebrow and spoke with some surprise. No, but I usually brush up on some cake-making videos in my spare time and watch them once in a while. Ling Mo smiled, took off his gloves, and took down the cake that was placed on the turntable, carefully surveying it before nodding in satisfaction. Smiling at Shirayuki, who had become a kitten on the side, she rubbed the other's small head and, how does it feel to make a cake for the first time? Shirayuki burped and patted her little tummy. 3. Feeling full. Store manager, why does it feel like they should be using more material than they think? Boss, how do you pay for this DIY cake? Ling Mo was instantly amused by Baiyu and reached out to scratch her chin, looking somewhat curiously at the shopkeeper who was fuming on the side. Just pay me for some ingredients. Creamy fruit chocolate cake embryo or something. No extra charges for anything else. I have to say, this store is really quite conscientious as well. Ling Mo nodded his head. Then boss, you see how much you have to pay for a while. I'll take her to get cleaned up first. With that, he took the reluctant Shirayuki to wash up. The store manager smiled and waved at the duo, only to become silent as he came to the place where they were making the. Did they just fight? The store manager spoke with some confusion. Me, Shirayuki, don't wash it. When you're hungry, Shirayuki can eat cream. Ling Mo was like dragging a cat that had fallen into the cream, and the cat was quite stubborn, squatting on the ground just not wanting to follow Ling Mo over. TSK. Ling Mo had no choice but to take a look at Baiyu, and directly adopted one of the most useful tricks that, little white moon, if you don't clean up a bit, mom and dad won't recognize you, and if they don't recognize you, they won't let you get engaged to me. Little white moon, do you know how serious this problem is? Baiyu was stunned for a moment, and rose numbly, directly over Ling Mo. Shirayuki is going to wash it. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly. Not to mention, this tactic used to deal with small children worked quite well for Baiyu. By the time the duo got back, the store manager had a huge smile on his face. Hello sir, $500 for materials. Ling Mare, Shirayuki, who was standing next to Ling Mo carrying the box of cakes she had made in her hand, burped again at this moment. Mom, back home. Looking at Ling's mother who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, Baiyu immediately ran over, showing off and holding up the cake box in her hand, smiling and opening her mouth. It's a cake made by Shirayuki and brother Mero. Mommy wants to eat it too. Ling's mother's gaze was filled with favor. Bai is really good. He can even make a cake. Go wash your hands first. Your dad is at the company now. He won't be back today. After hearing that Ling Tian was not at home, Bai's expression was dejected for a moment, and then immediately raised her spirits. Then, Mommy, remember to save a few pieces of cake for Daddy, and tell Daddy it was made by Shirayuki and brother Mare together. After saying that, Shirayuki trotted off to the restroom, saying something about going back to the company to deal with things. I think it's just that I'm afraid that when the time comes, I can't let little white moon go, and I have to have this dead face. Ling Mo sat down on the sofa, stretched out, and faintly said, if you know, don't say it, lest White find out and run to your dad at work. Ling's mother smiled helplessly and looked towards the bathroom. Just clean up today. Let Xiaobai read a book, and tomorrow you'll go straight away. Although Ling Mo could see the unwillingness in Mother Ling's eyes, he didn't say anything more, but just nodded his head gently. And, the last day of the National Day holiday. Unwillingly, Shirayuki took one last look back at the home where she had spent a few days, and finally turned back to her head, hanging it down and looking a little sullen. By the way, Shiratsuki, did your guide post anything in the group? Sensing Bayu's mood, Ling Mo, who was driving, suddenly spoke up, trying to divert Bayu's attention elsewhere. Withdrawal reactions are like that. When you go back home on school vacation, the vacation is over, and the trip back to school is always torturous. And you've obviously been to school and stayed there for a short period of time, but you always feel like you're worse than dead when you go back to school. Bayu was stunned for a moment and turned back to Ling Mo, looking at him with some confusion. What news? Ling Mo slowly stopped the car. In front of the congested traffic, a familiar voice rang out. Cross the most congested road. Don't be in a hurry. White Moon will always stay with brother Mo. Ling Mo turned his head to look at Bayu, slowly moved closer, kissed her forehead, rubbed her head and, there should be quite a lot of activities at a school like Minchin University. They focus more on the all-around quality development of their students, so the teaching methods they take will be different from other schools. That's one of the reasons it humanizes the educational approach. Shirayuki's eyes were a little out of focus, one hand resting on her cheek, scratching the screen of her cell phone. There's not much news inside our class group, but Renan seems to have gone crazy again. Ling Mo? What's wrong? Bayu handed over her own cell phone. Ling Mo subconsciously tapped into Linan's chat box and raised her eyebrows slightly. You two just friend each other and haven't spoken since? Shirayuki cocked her head, a little oddly. And, why do you need to talk? Doesn't Renan have something to say directly to brother Mo? Ling Mo nodded and looked at Bayu's chat wallpaper, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Little Bayu turned out to miss this time? Bayu's chat wallpaper was a photo of her and Ling Mo going to climb the ancient Wudong mountain and kissing its sunrise on the summit. And after they went down the mountain, Ling Mo sent another copy of the photo to Bayu. Right, although it's very tiring, but it's also holding hands with brother Mare through that time. At that time, although I wanted to give up, only after I finally climbed up, when I imagined it carefully, it didn't seem to be anything. Shirayuki also recalled the awkward way she had climbed the mountain at that time and scratched her head in embarrassment. By the way, brother Mare, look at the circle of friends. Linan is posting crazy in the circle of friends. Shirayuki put her head over and reached out to tap on her phone. Just at the first glance, Ling Mo was dry silenced. Hey, dude's got a girlfriend too. Attached is a photo of the duo getting weird and beaming 10 minutes ago. So girls carry a scent with them? How come I didn't know that before? Girlfriends smell so good. Attached is a picture of Renan's head coming up but being pushed away by Chi Royan slap 9 minutes ago. Oh my god, girlfriend's hand is so soft. It's white and soft. I want to hold it all the time. Attached is a photo of the duo interlocking their fingers 8 minutes ago. Holy shit, I accidentally touched my girlfriend's little tummy. It's so soft. 7 minutes ago. Only this time I didn't post a picture, so I guess I didn't want anyone to see it. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straight draws, looking at the speed of Linan's almost one friend circle a minute, helplessly holding his forehead. Is he going to blow up the friend zone? With just the effort of saying one sentence, Linan updated another friend circle. Yoo-hoo! This time Renan simply went straight mad, complete with several various headshots of the duo. Gao Hongjia couldn't bear it anymore, but he couldn't go crazy in the comment section, but instead spoke directly in the group chat of the loving family. Equal hate for everyone in the heat of the moment. Shirayuki, who saw this message, cocked her head and snapped a question mark with some confusion. Gao Hongjie. At this time the traffic also began to flow. Ling Mo slowly start the car, as long as the city out of everything is good. The cell phone rang. Ling Mo took a look at the caller and spoke to Baiyu. Koha Cookie, answer the phone for me. Oh, a careful voice rang out in the car as Shirayuki's finger. Hello? Mr. Mayor, is sister-in-law around? Ling Mo's mouth slightly hooked. Hong Zimao, this code of brotherhood scrupulously is dead, but wherever they have say not in. Hong Zimao's next sentence is certainly the son of the rise of the hand. Do you have something for Shirayuki? Shirayuki opened her mouth a little strangely. There was a silence on the other side of the phone, and Hong Zimao took a deep breath and calmed himself before he spoke. That, brother Mo. I've already ordered my sister-in-law's birthday gift. You're not here, so I'll courier it to your school. It'll be here today. You'll remember to check it out then. The pickup code will be sent to you later. This curiosity of Shirayuki's was instantly aroused. Straight face. Can you tell Shirayuki what the gift is? Shirayuki will thank you so much. Ling Mo couldn't see Hong Zimao's expression. If he did, he wouldn't be able to resist giving a slap. There was no way around it. His smile was just too obscene. When the time comes, sister-in-law, you will know. Pull the anticipation heart full. It's 2 gifts. When the time comes, you must remember to let brother Mayor go to get it. Sister-in-law, you don't go to get it. Originally, Ling Mo hadn't thought anything of it, and just assumed it was some kind of customized clothes, customized jewelry or something. But when Hong Zimao said that, he was puzzled. What kind of gift do you still have to get yourself? You boys didn't buy anything weird, did you? While talking, Ling Mo had already driven onto the highway. There was a moment of awe on the other side of the phone. Don't worry, brother Mo. It's definitely a confidential shipment. Ling Mo? Fuck that. What the hell did Hong Zimao buy? And he's keeping it a secret? You better be. After saying that, Ling Mo took the cell phone over and gave it a hang up. There was always a bad feeling in his heart. Ding dong. The phone vibrated, and since he was now on the highway, Ling Mo directly opened it and took a look at the message sent by Hong Zimao, and the corners of his mouth straightened. Brother Mo, after being a brother for so many years, my buddy also kindly reminds you that when you go to get the courier, remember to put on a mask, or else if you want to shark me in the back, I'll be resisting as well. Immediately afterward, Hong Zimao sent over 2 pickup codes. Now Ling Mo was scared by Hong Zimao. Confidential shipment. Remember to wear a mask. Fucking hell. This Beyonce wouldn't really buy him that kind of stuff, would she? Why else would you say you want to shark him? You boys better not have bought anything or I'll pick a weekend and go over there and shark you. Ling Mo gritted his teeth and knocked down the line and sent it, but the other party just replied with an emoticon. Laughing, few back. Returning once again to the front of this small house he had bought, Ling Mo let out a long breath and put all the clothes that Mother Ling had bought for Baiyu during her vacation into the closet, and the two of them spent some more time getting bored in the living room. Crooked? Ling Mo? Do you want to come out tonight? It's the last day of vacation. Let's go wild. Li Nan whacked Ling Mo on the phone. Form a couples bureau by the way. Ling Mo? What couples bureau? Ri Nan hemmed and hawed. That laughter to be more indebted. Chi Ruoyan cannot look at it. The so-called couples bureau is feeding dog food to others. And Hong Jia and Yang Shen, both of them. Doesn't Hong Jia hate people in the middle of a hot relationship? I'll make him not hate it. Li Nan's words paused, rattled with, I made it impossible for him to rise to hate this. Ling Mare, how can Ronan talk to someone more shameless? Little Shirayuki, going? Ling Mo put his cell phone aside, glanced at Baiyu who was lying on his shoulder, stroked the silky white hair, and spoke softly. Well, it's going. They're all friends of Shirayuki. Shirayuki didn't think much about it and agreed straight away. Ling Mo smiled and nodded. Send me the location in a moment. I'll glance at the time and bring little white moon over. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Ling Mo put the phone aside, lowered his head and pecked Baiu's lips. The latter subconsciously dodged a bit and held Ling Mo's arm pitifully. Brother Mayor, didn't he say he wouldn't do such things to Shirayuki before the engagement? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth slightly hooked, hugging Baiyu and speaking in a low voice in her ear. So, little white moon won't even let you kiss her now? Baiyu thought about it. This is still possible. Put away her aggrieved expression and joyfully smiled as she moved her head over and kissed Ling Mo's lips. As time slowly passed, Ling Mo violently separated, gasping for air, and opened his mouth with a bitter smile. Koha Cookie, I'm going to take a shower. Baiyu was busy nodding her head yes. Every time she felt uncomfortable, it could be a prelude to Ling Mo trying to bully her. I don't want to experience it again. What I said myself. Ling Mo, who came to the bathroom, pinched his brow and murmured. Yeah, how is this girl's self-control getting worse? The pampered golden hare in the city returned to the village and ate the leftovers as if they were a mountain of delicacies, tugging at both hind legs and not being able to drag them away. Similarly, The young master who ate all the delicacies of the mountains and the sea had a different kind of fascination with roadside stalls. Li Nan, if you've been deducted from your allowance by your father, just say so, and talk about experiencing the human world. And all this bullshit is coming to me? Gao Hongjie a straight corner of the mouth. Some do not believe in what Li Nan said, and then bully how not to open a chain store off? Ri Nan's face wore an inexplicable smile and didn't say anything. 3 minutes later. Your mom. This meat is mine. You grab the hammer. Gao Hongjie was anxious, picking up chopsticks and pulling them into his plate, glaring at Li Nan. The two of them looked like they were about to fight. Ling Yamo had prepared plenty of meat to his plate before the two were about to fight. Is it good? Looking at the happy-looking Baiyu, Ling Yamo was in a good mood. Although Baiyu didn't answer herself, this expression already said it all. Chi Ruoyan helplessly held her forehead, looking at the two who were like children fighting, very speechless. I mean, can't you guys order any more? Ri Nan shook his head. Sister Chi, it's different. What's in the other side's bowl is the best. Right. Sister Chi, are you full yet? Not full. I'll ask someone to serve a little more. Ri Nan's main focus is to rob his brothers to keep him hungry. But his own girlfriend must be fed. Chi Ruoyan. She expressed her dismay. What's Yong Suan thinking? Ling Yamo noticed Han Yongxian on the side, who had barely said anything throughout the meal. Han Yongxian shook his head. Nothing, just thinking about what clubs I'd add. September is recruiting for all the major clubs and October is interviews. It's kind of overwhelming. I want to choose them all, but I'm afraid it'll take up a lot of my time. Ri Nan shrugged. Just add whichever one you want, won't you? I wasn't going to add it or the student council in the first place. Doesn't it smell good that I'm saving my extracurricular time for my sweet time with my sister Chi? Next to him, Gao Hongjie also nodded slightly. Indeed, add the club is only to expand their circle of friends and improve some of their other qualities, although useful but not necessary. If you run into a sinkhole club, let you work and do not give the benefits. Withdrawal from the club also have to write 5,000 words of reason. Pure and simple, use you as you a meet. Although Chi Ruoyan didn't say anything, it was clear from her expression that she didn't intend to add either. Hey, Shirayuki was a bit confused. She had wanted to go to a club to have some fun, but when the crowd said that, she was a bit freaked out. Is it so dangerous to add a club? Shirayuki spoke with some confusion. They all looked fine when they came to recruit. Ling Yamo smiled, looked at Baiyu's innocent face, drew out a tissue, carefully wiped the oil stains at the corner of the other's mouth, and softly said, that's because a club has to recruit a certain number of new students or else they'll have to disband. Not to mention, being the president of a club means that you can apply for rewards from above in the name of organizing events. When it's time to get a little darker, not only do you get kudos for organizing the event yourself, but there are extra rewards on hand. So why not? The information gap inside the university is very important. Often you don't know this news. Others can take advantage of you recklessly. You don't say it. I don't say it. Who knows that there is a reward for this event? Declare to the public that you're giving out a certificate. And there are tons of people who come to it. Free labor, extra pay, and they will make their best appearance even if they are not good enough to come and recruit. Ling Mo's tone paused, and looking at Baiyu, whose small mouth was slightly open, obviously suffering from great shock, he smiled, and, of course, that's just what I know. As for whether or not it's like that at an aristocratic school like Minchin University, I don't know, and I haven't spent any time at such a school. The four Linan people didn't have any change of expression. Obviously they also know this kind of thing. Or, it's no secret. Well, not all clubs are like that. It's just hard to guarantee that there will be one or two. Don't worry. Ling Yamo was dumbfounded and rubbed the top of Baiyu's head. Does little Baiyu have a club she really wants to go to? Shirayuki shook her head, looking a little confused. And, no, just thought it would be kind of fun to try adding one. I haven't added a club yet. Ling Yamo nodded and didn't say much, just gave Chi Ruoyan a look, who nodded slightly and lowered her head to fiddle with her cell phone. That's enough for today. It's getting late and we all still have to go to class tomorrow. The meal was over and on the way back Shirayuki was still thinking about the club. For things that hadn't been done, Shirayuki would always remain curious. Does Shirayuki really want to join a club? The place that Li Nan picked wasn't too far from Ling Mo's house, so Ling Mo didn't drive out. Walking on the road, Ling Mo held Baiyu's hand, looked at Baiyu's face full of thoughts, stopped and stretched out his hand to run Baiyu's hair behind her ear, and opened his mouth with a low laugh. Well, Shirayuki hasn't participated before. Wanted to give it a try. I also wanted to call up Ruoyan and the others to participate with Shirayuki. It's just that none of them seemed to want to participate in the club. Baiyu looked a little undeterred, hugging Ling Mo's arm, raising her head and opening her mouth with a serious face. Brother Mayor, is the club really that bad? Ling Yamo raised his eyebrows and gathered Baiyu into his arms. In fact, most of the clubs are moderate. They can't do anything to sell you out, but they won't treat you too well either. So how about I come up with an idea for Little White Moon if you're really keen to join? Hearing these words, Shirayuki's eyes lit up. What? Ling Yamo smiled gently. Confidential. After saying that, he held Shirayuki's hand and walked in the direction of his home. And on the way, Shirayuki's probing voice rang out from time to time. Old man. Chiruoyan gently twisted the handle and returned home, only to have the corners of her mouth twitch straight after seeing the look in Cheating's eyes as she sat on the couch. Cheating grinned and waved his hand at Chiruoyan. What? Not ready to take someone else's boy to the house so I can see him? Chiruoyan. Old man. Something serious to say. Did you see the message I sent you? Chiruoyan chose to ignore Cheating's question and walked over, sitting on his butt on the couch and stretching hard. Cheating looked at Chiruoyan for a long time, and the latter gradually felt uncomfortable, the corners of her mouth twitching. And, can you just say what you have to say, old man? Cheating looked at Chiruoyan for several more seconds, before he spoke. Smokey, you've changed. Qi Ruoyan? What? Don't recognize me? Why don't we switch identities? Chiruoyan showed her bean eyes and was speechless. Kiting looked so agitated that his hands waved and, little smoke. Not to mention, you actually opened the door with your hands when you came home the past 2 days, not with your feet, which shows that you've begun to pay attention to your outward appearance, and you've been happy every day for the past 2 days. That smile is abnormal, plus that Li Nan orders you breakfast every day, so you can't admit you're in a relationship? Chiruoyan did not tell Cheating the first time he talked to the object of the matter. There is no other special reason. She is afraid if Cheating sent to Li Nan there. I'm seeing someone, it's Li Nan. Satisfied? Chiruoyan let out a tisk, counting it as an acknowledgement. Kiting was moved to tears after hearing the answer he wanted to hear, and with a big wave of his hand, isn't it just an extra special club? What's the big deal? I've agreed to it, but don't we still need an instructor? Anyway, that Ling Yamo is quite familiar with you guys, even though he's not a teacher, he's also a librarian. It just so happens that the last library club that couldn't recruit was cancelled, so you guys can go there, and no one will say anything, and anyone who squeals will be told to find me in the principal's office. Chiruoyan nodded. The libraries club could associate with many clubs, and there wasn't that much to do. Touché. Chiruoyan stood up from the sofa, turned back and gave an okay sign and headed upstairs. Kiting, who was sitting on the couch and hadn't forgotten to call out, remember to let people visit your home and hold on to them. Don't let them get away. When Chiruoyan heard these words, her feet slipped and she almost didn't fall, and with a black face, she accelerated her steps up the stairs. Don, Ling Yamo brought Baiyu back to campus life. Perhaps because she had just returned to school, Baiyu said she wanted Ling Yamo to see her off. He had just sent Baiyu to the classroom and was about to go back downstairs when he happened to run into Chiruoyan, who had come over with Renan, and that's when he asked with some curiosity. Well, it's done. I'll talk to Luna later at lunch. Chiruoyan nodded. There's nothing I can't take out of my hands. Ling Yamo, just don't worry. When the time comes, the members of the society will be me and Sister Chi and the others. There are no outsiders. They won't let your family's little Baiyu get hurt. Renan brushed Chiruoyan's hand aside and walked over to put his arm around Ling Mo's shoulder, and the two brothers opened their mouths in a good way. You still don't feel at ease? Ling Nan stretched out his fist and hammered Ling Mo's chest. Okay, class is over. Ling Yamo slapped down the hands that were resting on his shoulders. Don't be late. After coming out of the department building, Ling Yamo didn't go straight back to the library, but went to the courier station inside the school. Only before picking up the courier, Ling Yamo finally wimped out and put on a mask. Pressing the pickup code, Ling Yamo found one first, a small gadget, probably a few dozen centimeters, and the touch gave Ling Yamo the feeling that it was a bit hard. Ling Mare, stiffly carrying it on his person, Ling Yamo went to find the rest of that pickup code. It was only when Ling Yamo found looking at the humanoid cargo in front of him that Ling Yamo was completely silent. It's really quite secretive. By the looks of this, it should be a humanoid. Ling Yamo spoke through clenched teeth, took a deep breath, and put on another hat, revealing only a pair of eyes on the outside. There is no way not to take a. By the time you go back to your own only with a courier, you must ask what is going on. Who knows, Hong Zima the sun will say what words out. Son, what a. Ling Yamo held the humanoid courier and traveled through the campus. He could even feel the crowd casting strange glances at him, and finally couldn't help himself, and turned from a slow walk into a race, and gradually, ran furiously all the way back to the library. Putting the humanoid courier into his office, Ling Yamo couldn't open it in time, and opened his cell phone at a rapid pace to whack over a video call to Hong Zimao. Son, Ling Yamo roared angrily. It was also early in the morning and there weren't many people in the library. So Ling Mo dared to shout like this. Hong Zimao's obese cheeks were twitching with laughter, and he looked like he was almost going to pass. Ha! How dare a son talk to me like that? Did you like the gift you bought for your father? Ling Mo couldn't wait to cut a portal in front of himself and then airborne directly to Hong Zimao's side, gritting his teeth and speaking. Do you know how I got this shitty delivery back? You'd better explain it to me clearly. Otherwise, your father's side will know what you did in a foreign country. On the other side of the video, the smile on Hong Zimao's face suddenly froze when he heard those words. My father wouldn't believe you even if you said it. After reacting for half a day, Hong Zimao stammered and opened his mouth. He has always been a good boy at home. Even if Ling Mo said that his family is not enough to believe. You're saying that someone who's been home by 10 o'clock every day since he was a kid is a drunk on the outside? That's quite a contrast, isn't it? Well, coincidentally, one thing about me is that I always like to take notes when my brothers are bragging. Ling Mo opened his mouth with a leathery smile, placing his cell phone on the table. That serious expression looking like he was really rummaging through something. Do you have to let me play it for you? Hong Zimao's mouth slowly opened wide. Froze for a long time. Obviously did not expect this hand of Ling Mo, and then broke into tears. A brother has a heart-to-heart with you, and you use your brain with your brother? Is that how you screw your brother? Hong Zimao also wilted, looked downcast, and muttered. It's just a humanoid gift, but not one of those love. Fun, just open it and see. One of the smaller gifts was a wood carving, prepared by a master I had specially commissioned, carved to show you two embracing each other. Ling Mo sat on a chair, tore open the outer packaging. A small gadget appeared in front of Ling Mo's eyes, stretched out his hand and gently touched the wood carving. Looking at the exquisite lines on it, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Nice gift. You're quite attentive, son. Hong Zimao grunted. It's for your sister-in-law. If you're just having a drink on your birthday, why do you want a gift? Go fuck yourself. Ling Mo took out his cell phone and snapped a picture of the wooden sculpture, then placed it on the table and looked at the humanoid courier that made his scalp go numb. Are you sure it's not one of those dolls you bought? Goo. It's really not. It's just to fix you up. I specially told the merchant to fix you up like this, and I even added some extra service charge. Hong Zimo was speechless. Heaven and earth. If he really bought Ling Mo this kind of gift, not to mention Ling Mo, by you and Ling Tian, whichever one of them could tear him alive. Ling Mo used scissors to carefully cut open the outer packaging, and inside was a set of stuffed humanoid clothes. Ling Mo? This is. Ling Mo put the scissors aside and suspiciously picked up the dress, carefully examining it before falling into deep thought. Son, when the time comes for you to wear this and show your sister-in-law, she'll definitely stick to you even more. Ling Mo's eyebrows jumped straight up as he put the item back. Son, can you explain what this Superman's silicone battlesuit is all about? Not handsome? Hong Zimao froze for a moment. I've been wanting to wear this myself for a long time. It's just that I don't have the right body type, so I'm giving this to you. So after you put it on and then go over to your sister-in-law with the gift, she'll definitely be charmed by you. After all, who would turn down a Superman boyfriend? Ling Mo resisted the inner urge to open Hong Zimao's brain, but he was quite curious. What goes through your mind normally? How did you come up with the idea to send me this silicone battlesuit? Hong Zimao looked a little embarrassed and scratched his head. I have something to think about when I'm walking down the road, and the sky suddenly cracks open with a giant slit, and out come countless demonic creatures. And everyone's fleeing in panic, and I'm the only one who's a retrograde member of that crowd. I casually snapped off a branch from the tree next to me, and then it slowly turned into the shape of a sword, and the clothes on my body turned into immortal robes, and my hair turned into long white hair, and in one leap I stepped on the sword and flew in front of the giant crevice, and it had to be the kind of thing where you barely spoke with any force but your voice was loud enough for everyone to hear you. You found out even after hiding here? Then I'll send you back to the west with a sword. Ling Mare. Isn't it handsome? Son, do you think I'll ever really be able to do this? Hong Zimo looked quite excited, and Ling Mo also somewhat regretted that he didn't have two cell phones, or else he would have definitely recorded that scene just now. Save it for later when you're bored and have fun with it. Okay, hang up. I don't know if I should call you childish or middle-aged. Ling Mo opened his mouth feebly, hung up the phone under Hong Zimao's disgruntled gaze, and looked at that Superman battlesuit, with a bit of a headache. TCH. What should I do with this thing? What's the point of going out in this? Just as Ling Mo was fretting, a silhouette stood at the entrance of the library as if thinking about something, then walked straight over and knocked on the office door. Ling Mo froze for a moment, and when he saw the visitor, he was a bit surprised. Principal Key? What brings you here? Kiting didn't have any principal's frame. He casually pulled a chair and sat down, taking a look at the environment. Only the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly when he saw the superhuman gel coat. Ling Mo. I didn't expect you. Ling Mare. That. Principal, you listened to my explanation. This is someone else's gift, not what I bought. But Kiting waved his hand. His words full of disinterest. Okay. No need to explain. Just throw it in. Ling Mare. Principal Key. What are you doing here today? Ling Mo felt that he might as well be a teacher now. At the very least, if he only took one class, he would be completely fine after teaching those 4 classes a week. What's all this talk about availability now that you have people on your side with nothing to do? I should have told you about the club's little smoke. You'll be the instructor. And I know more or less about that Bayou kid now. I'm sure you'll be willing to take her to some interclub fellowships. Kiting spoke with a smirk. After all, that child is perfectly capable of not going to college. And you're perfectly capable of taking her with you and having a sweet day every day. But you've brought her here to college. First of all, studying is definitely not your main purpose. Inside the university, besides studying, it's networking. And the least of all, it's your social skills. I was so preoccupied with school and that smoky girl's lifelong endeavors during that time at the beginning that I didn't think much about you. You said you wouldn't stay much longer. So that's what you want. What could there be in the school that you want? I guess it's just for Shirayuki. Since you want to work on her social skills, fellowship between clubs is a good step. That's what I'm here for. With that, Cheating handed Ling Mo a document, and without waiting for Ling Mo to turn it over, Cheating opened his mouth and said, "Here are some of the more formal, large clubs that are ranked within the school and have been there for a certain amount of time as well. I know why you would want to form an extra club for that child Shirayuki. It's simply because you're afraid that she'll be bullied." Cheating smiled and spoke. As for me, I was afraid that Little Smoke would be bullied. Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully. Cheating is a living daughter slave. How did Cheating manage to worry about Chi Royan being bullied? In other words, Karen Yan gets bullied too? October's summer heat has not receded. The hot breath is like a shadow. The steamy heat is still rampant. Let a person suffocated breathless. At 10 minutes past 10 in the morning, Shirayuki went straight to the library after her only class of the morning. She couldn't wait to find out what Hong Zimo had prepared for herself. /brother Mare. Did you miss Bayou? Accompanied by this clear and pleasant cry, a white-haired girl appeared in front of Ling Mo's eyes, her steps light and agile, as if she were a cheerful kitten, trotting all the way into the library. The sunlight sprinkled on her through the doorway, giving her whole person a layer of golden light. Bayou's waist-length white hair hanging casually, the school uniform of pleated skirt with white striped knee socks, the white moonlight in everyone's heart. It's just like that. At this moment, Bayou was like a princess who came out of a fairy tale, full of youthful vigor and innocence, and her appearance attracted the attention of many people in the library. Ling Mo stretched out his index finger and put it in front of his lips, making a silent gesture. No loud talking in the library. Come inside to the office if you have anything to say. Shirayuki nodded with some embarrassment, bowed to the place where they were studying, and spoke with an apology. And, degree, sorry. Shirayuki didn't control herself and disturbed your studies. After saying that, he followed Ling Mo's ass and entered the office. Hey! As soon as she entered the office, Bayou jumped into Ling Mo's arms, her head constantly rubbing against Ling Mo. On the first day of school after vacation, Bayou wanted to stick with Ling Mo even more than before. Ling Mo was a little tickled by the little person in his arms rubbing against him, reaching out to cup Bayou's cheeks, looking at the other party's still somewhat dazed expression. Ling Mo smiled and, "Are you comfortable going back to school after your vacation?" Bayou kept nodding her head. "There's Brother Mo at school. There's also Li Nan and Ruoyan and the others. It feels the same as being at home. It's just that I have to take some simple classes. It's a bit boring, and if I'm bored, Bayou will." With that, Bayou closed her mouth, her eyes a little evasive, and buried her head in Ling Mo's arms again, her nose tip constantly moving, sniffing Ling Mo's scent. Bayou's sudden change made Ling Mo come to a few points of interest, patting the little head in his arms and saying softly, "Is little Bayou doing something in class?" "Nope, Bayou didn't." Bayou didn't raise her head and just buried herself in Ling Mo's arms, her voice muffled. Ling Mo's chest came from the vibration and tingling sensation. All the time can smell the small person's fragrance within his arms. Ling Mo stopped the stroking action of his hand, gently kissed Bayou's forehead, softly said, "So, little white moon is doing something bad?" Well, as soon as these words came out, Bayou's heartfelt expression became even more obvious, and in the end, her heart crossed and she directly lifted her head and looked at Ling Mo's eyes and spoke. Shirayuki said that no one should keep secrets from each other. Brother, silence. Shirayuki looked at her cell phone for most of class. Shirayuki was wrong. When he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and shook his body a little. waiting for the punishment from Ling Mo. Ling Mo pulled out a smile at the corner of his lips, came over and gently touched Bayu's red lips and whispered, "Has something this serious been reported to the UN?" "Hey." Shirayuki froze for a moment, subconsciously touched her lips, cocked her head, and opened her mouth in some confusion. "And no punishment for Bayu? Before, Brother Silence said that you're not allowed to look at your cell phone in class, and this time Bayu looked at it, so why is Brother Silence still rewarding Bayu?" Ling Mo let out a light laugh and shook his head, not proceeding further with this question, but pointing in a direction that, "Zimao gave you a birthday present. Does little Shirayuki like it?" Bayu was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked over. A beautifully crafted wooden sculpture appeared right in front of Bayu's eyes. Then his eyes lit up, and he directly got up from Ling Mo's arms, and held the wooden sculpture in his hands, his heart filled with joy. "The Brother Mayor, look, it's engraved with Bayu and you." "Nothing but." Shirayuki blinked a few times and pressed the small heads of the two people on the wooden sculpture, as if trying hard to get them to lean together. Why isn't it like a kiss?" "Ling Mayor, maybe. The master who carved the wood carving is also single." The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly. "Little White Moon, how about this gift?" Bayu held the wooden sculpture in her arms and smiled heatedly. "Bayu likes it." "That's right, Brother Mayor. Doesn't Bayu have 2 gifts? What's the other gift?" "Ling Mayor, it's a doll pillow." Ling Mo took out a pillow from a box under the bed in his office and handed it to Bayu. "The pattern on it is a picture of Little White Moon and me together. Let Little White Moon hold it when it's nighttime." Ling Mo could not have taken out the Superman suit. It was still the most appropriate thing to hide it in the snow. Doll pillow as Ling Mo looked for a student he once tutored. His family is the production of plush toys. Directly inserted a Q. Fire to send over. "No." Out of Ling Mo's expectation, Bayu gave her refusal without the slightest hesitation, placing the wooden carving on the table and holding Ling Mo's arm pitifully. "Brother Mo, don't you sleep with Shirayuki in your arms at night? How come? If you don't hold it, then it's an ornament. Little White Moon doesn't like it when the time comes for Zimao to regift it." Shirayuki nodded vigorously, relieved, looking at the pillow with some mischief and some dark annoyance. "And I almost can't sleep with my brother Mare in my arms. Bad cuddle pillow." It's also a good thing Ling Mare didn't customize one of the original Shirayuki cat pillows, or else Shirayuki might have been stressed. Cats will just get on their paws and attack when they see a species that looks a lot like them. Anything more fun? Ling Mo opened his computer, sent money to the pillow he had just customized, said a few words of thanks, and opened his mouth without looking back. "Well, yes, there is. The school is having a school sports day." School athletics? Ling Mo was stunned for a moment and also remembered the time. Indeed, this time of the day was basically the time when the various university athletic meets started, and also the time when the packets apparently appeared. Bayu nodded her head vigorously, her small face full of anticipation for the school games. "Right. Today the guide said in our group that there will be a school sports day, and the top 3 will have unexpected rewards." "What reward?" Ling Mo subconsciously spoke. "Out of the blue? It's hard to believe that your school is giving money directly. The first place gold medal plus $300,000 in cash prizes and will be notified in the whole school and will also be honored on the public website. Second place silver medal plus 200,000 cash prize. Third place bronze medal plus 100,000 cash prize. That's true for every program, and with the awards for each program plus the expense of hosting the school games, a rough estimate would be, this school sports day should have cost what must be at least tens of millions. Ling Mo blinked his eyes and looked suspiciously at Bayu, who somewhat uncomfortably scrunched her neck and weakly said, What's wrong, Brother Mayor?" Ling Mo shook his head, dumbfounded. "Nothing, it just doesn't seem like something that would come out of Koa Cookie's mouth." Shirayuki was a little confused, containing her fingers and, so what was Shirayuki supposed to say? According to the normal way of speaking then, what Little White Moon should have said was, "This time, organizing the school games cost a lot of money." Ling Mo laughed and gently knocked Bayu's head. "Shirayuki. Had. It really wasn't Shirayuki who said that. At the time Rinan said it directly in the class to encourage the students to participate. Only Shirayuki learned it over. After saying that, Shirayuki crossed her arms with her waist, a bright smile spreading on her face. Her pair of beautiful eyes curved into a crescent shape. "The greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to." Brother Mayor really understands Shirayuki. Brother Silence is really the best. Ling Mayor, if he couldn't hear the tone of this, then how could he have the nerve to get engaged to Bayu? "There's a school sports day. Are you in it, Koha Cookie?" Shirayuki nodded vigorously, patting herself on the back, her azure starry eyes twinkling with light as, "Of course. It's such a fun thing to do. Of course Bayu wants to participate." Baiyu has signed up for sprinting and high jumping, so when the time comes, Brother Mo must come and watch. After saying that, Ling Mo was silent. Cats are very explosive. Sprinting is all about your outburst. Grit your teeth and hold on for so long and you're done. And for high jumping, White Moon's jump is 3 meters high. How about just awarding the prize? With everyone in the room watching, just jumping together was like flying. Realizing that every time Shirayuki jumps there is no normal start. It's all about bending down and then jumping straight up, with more specialized training. I'm just afraid that after the school sports day, Baiyu will be on fire all of a sudden. Right? Shocked. A soft white-haired girl jumps 3 meters. The shocker. A mysterious student from a high school breaks the sprint record in one fell swoop. Shocked. I don't know what's shocking, but all the other news is shocking. And I can't be left behind in the shock department. After incarnating, Shirayuki still had these abilities of her previous physique when she was a ragdoll. And for a human, it was a bug. Then, how about I get my dad and mom to come over with me at that time and cheer on little Baiyu together? Ling Mo pinched Baiyu's soft cheeks and whispered. Baiyu heatedly smiled and reliantly rubbed against Ling Mo. Then Baiyu will definitely do her best. By the time Baiyu gets the first prize, the prize money will be used to support Brother Mo. Ling Mare, White Moon, where did you hear the word adoption? Or from a cell phone? Ling Mo is not unaware of the word adoption, but this kind of word comes out of Baiyu's mouth. How do you think about it and how does it feel out of place? No, it's still from Li Nan. He's always saying that either he'll adopt Ruoyan or Ruoyan will adopt him. It just seems like Li Nan prefers Ruoyan to adopt him. Li Nan said that underwriting means to love only one person, and will give the other person their money to spend, and the other person will be more wholeheartedly good to you. Saying that, Shirayuki hemmed and hawed and scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed that, *Omega*, Shirayuki only loves Brother Silence. So of course Shirayuki's money is going to be spent for Brother Silence. If Brother Silence doesn't have enough to spend, Shirayuki is going to enter a competition to get the prize money for Brother Silence. Ling Mo was speechless for a while, and in the end, he just lightly spat out a few words. Then I'll wait for Kahaku Moon to wrap me up. School sports day? When's that? I'll glance at the clock and see if I can squeeze it in. In the afternoon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, radiating endless heat, its rays piercing through the clouds like a sharp sword and shining on the earth, coloring everything a golden yellow. Ling Mo shook the phone straight from the family group and said something about Baiyu signing up for the school games. On the other side of the video call, after hearing about the program Baiyu was participating in, Ling Tian couldn't sit still, and it looked like as long as Ling Mo said exactly what day it was, Ling Tian would put off all the things he had to do on that day and make a special trip to see Baiyu compete. Okay, your company's business is finished yet you go over to see. Like to work overtime? Ling Tian had just opened his mouth when he was disliked by Ling's mother in another video window in his cell phone. It's better if I go see White. Big deal. I'll just give you video footage when the time comes. Although Ling Tian wanted to go, it was true that he hadn't been to the company for several days, and there were indeed quite a few things waiting for him to take care of. Plus Mother Ling had also given the word, so Ling Tian had no choice but to hang his head low and agree. Little brat, what are you laughing at? When the hell are you coming back to take over the company? Wouldn't it be better if you just let me retire earlier? Ling Tian, who was not in a beautiful mood originally, immediately went red warm when she saw the playful smile on Ling Mo's face. I may not have much time. I have to accompany Little White Moon. If I go to work, Little White Moon mustn't come to the company every day. What's so good about that company place? Isn't this torture for Little White Moon? Ling Mo gently smiled and directly moved out Baiyu. If he said how he was, according to that pissy nature of Ling Tian, he would definitely have to bury himself. Hey you little brat. Ling Tian was instantly speechless and stammered for half a day. But he couldn't say anything. Mom, next Monday is the official school sports day. Just come over then. I'll pick you up. Ling Mo looked at the deflated Ling Tian and spoke with a light laugh. Yeah. Little Shirayuki, come on, try how high you can jump first. By the time Shirayuki finished the day's lessons, Renan advocated for everyone to practice the program they were participating in first. Not to say that they would gain any rankings, but at the very least, not to get injured. As for Ling Mo, he definitely had to follow along. Besides accompanying Baiyu, he was also a little curious about what Baiyu's physique was like. After all, Ling Mo did not know where Baiyu's true physical fitness stats were since her humanization. Of course, the night Ling Mo was born doesn't count. Shirayuki nodded vigorously, only to be somewhat deflated after noticing the gazes of the crowd and, can we not have so many people looking at Shirayuki together? Shirayuki is a bit nervous. Ling Mare, Lu Nam, break it up, all of you. You all go ahead and practice your programs. Renan coughed dryly and waved his hand in greeting. the crowd instantly became much thinner, and in the end, only Li Nan and the others were left. Shirayuki is the best Baiyu kept cheering herself up in her heart, slightly bending her body, and with one closed eye, her calves exerted themselves and took off straight away. Crap! Crap! The first one was shouted by Ling Mo, the second one was shouted by Li Nan, and as for the other sleepers, there was no more to say. Anyway, the scene in general is, listen to the sleeper piece. Even if Ling Mo had seen a lot of storms and worldly affairs, he couldn't help but burst out at this moment. When Baiyu came down, her little face flushed, she trotted and pounced into Ling Mo's arms, tilting her head and opening her mouth expectantly. Brother Mare, does Shirayuki jump high? How high? Ling Mo gulped. Ling Mo's throat rolled and he swallowed with some difficulty, looking at the expectant gaze of the little man in his arms. The little white moon is very powerful, jumping very high. The height then should reach 4 meters. Ling Mo grinned and opened his mouth as he recalled the height of Baiyu's jump. But why are they looking at Baiyu so strangely? Noticing the way the crowd was looking at her, Baiyu scrunched her head in Ling Mo's arms and spoke in a small voice, her tone full of puzzlement. This one is because Shirayuki is awesome and they were all surprised by it. Ling Mo patted Baiyu's head, and at this moment, Li Nan also came back to his senses, and his eyes slowly widened and, Baiyu, you've gone against the heavens. Is this still the height that people can jump from? Is it possible that you've specialized in high jump? Hearing this, Shirayuki shook her head a little strangely, confused. No, why would you want to practice something like that? Is it hard? Shouldn't they all be able to jump high? Li Nan, what program did you enroll in? Right. Why don't you see Royan and the three of them? Are you willing to part with Royan now? Ling Mo digresses, at the same time also asked the question in his heart. Now rare to see the image of Li Nan and the other three separate. Before basically is the gang of 4 do not separate. Yongxian didn't sign up for this school sports day. He's not very fit. He just left after class. Hongjie's training ground isn't in the playground. It's in the gymnasium. And she signed up for swimming. And now she's training in the swimming pool. With that, Ri Nan bristled. If I had known I wouldn't have signed up or competed for any fame. Or else I would have seen my Chi sister in a swimsuit by now. It would have looked good. Ling Mare, is it hard for you to fall in love because you're craving Wakazashi's body? When Ling Mo said that, Li Nan immediately became anxious. How can that be? I like Qi as a person. Not to mention. Saying that, the corner of Li Nan's mouth rose slightly, looking at Ling Mo with some playfulness in his eyes. This land, or you are the most born. After I hung up the phone that day, have you already started a world war with the white moon? Ling Mare. Shirayuki was stunned for a moment, holding her own finger, thinking that you mean, silent brother and the first time he bullied Shirayuki? Li Nan blinked his eyes, as if he had heard some amazing melon, dodging closer to Ling Mo for a few moments. His eyes seemed to be glowing. The cell phone power is manageable. Fine nagging. Baiyu was about to open her mouth, but Ling Mo covered her mouth, making a muffled whimper sound, and Li Nan looked at Ling Mo with dissatisfaction. Hey Ling Mo, don't interrupt people, that's rude. Ling Mo's face was filled with black lines and his words were filled with speechlessness towards Li Nan. You still know how to be polite? This belongs to privacy, okay? If you want to know how the bullying happened, go find your sister Qi. Don't come and ask my little white moon. With that said, Ling Mo took Baiyu's hand. There shouldn't be anything else now, so I'll take little Baiyu back first. The backs of the two were drawn long by the setting sun, shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand to the starry sea. Sorority with the Sunshine English Club? The next day, after a few people had morning classes until 12 o'clock, they went to the library together to eat, just in time to discuss the club. Ling Mo shook the list of clubs in his hand and laughed. Yes, I've read that they have a good ethos with this club, and they're interested in associating with us, so I'll take this opportunity to ask your opinion. Ri Nan raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced around the crowd. Are you guys good at English? English is my shortcoming. Shirayuki crossed her arms and held her head high with a look of divinity. Shirayuki is the best. Don't worry. Shirayuki can definitely take it. I don't know why, but seeing Baiyu in this state, Ling Mo suddenly thought of the scene when Baiyu had not long incarnated herself to test her English. The phrase I love roasted mushrooms directly silenced Ling Mo. By the way, why don't you call Yongxian and Hongjie and the others to come over for dinner together? Ling Mo shook his head. He had clearly said in the group that they could come to the library to eat first if they had a class until noon, and had incidentally helped them out by buying Baiyu a meal at the same time. Hongjie and Yongxian are eating together. Yongxian was a little put out, so Hongjie went over to keep him company, and Hongjie also said he didn't want to eat at the couple's table. Ri Nan hemmed and hawed, and now Hongjie sees me like the plague and runs straight away. Ling Mo? Qi Ruoyan. who was on the side, rolled her eyes when she heard these words from Linan and opened her mouth without a good mood. What's the difference between you and a grade school chicken? Walking nicely. When I saw Hong Jia coming over, I had to hold my hand and then walk over. Ling Mare, you're a college student. Can't you grow up? Rinan shook his head. I'm a college student on top of my academics. But on top of my feelings, there's a fucking chance that elementary school students are richer than me. The last time I saw elementary school students getting out of school at the entrance of the elementary school, they were all kissing up. Saying that, Rinan scratched his head, blinked his eyes, and just looked at Chi Ruoyan, saying nothing, yet seeming to say everything. Chi Ruoyan, when does the fellowship start? Chi Ruoyan chose to ignore Rinan's eyes and turned her head to ask Ling Mo, who will be the president of the club? After all, you can't have the instructor do everything. It's not realistic. Let Hong Jia come, let Linan be the president. I'm afraid of losing face outside. Ruoyan, you have a temperament. Not very mild. I'm afraid you'll quarrel and Yongxian will be a bit socially terrified. Ling Mo paused and looked at the expectant Baiyu on the side, as if to say, Shiratsuki could have been president, too. Ling Mo drew a tissue and carefully wiped the corners of Baiyu's mouth. Looking at the other party's delicate face, the depths of his eyes carried endless tenderness. Little White Moon looks too good. I'm afraid someone will bully her. Shirayuki, */omega**. Shirayuki loves Brother Mare the most. Baiyu burped and turned around, then ran to the bedside of the office and sat down on her butt, wiggling her slender little legs and opening her mouth with a smile. Lu Nam, Ling Mo, doesn't my sister Chi look good? Rinan smacked his lips a few times. The winning heart has just come up. Just rose not long, directly by Chi Ruoyan to pinch off. The latter pinched Rinan's cheeks, smiling openings. Ah, so you think I'm good? So, want to show you my bad side? Rinan licked his lips and hastily nodded. Yes. Chi Ruoyan's smile grew even wider, but in the next moment, she let go of Lai Nan and picked up a glass of water to drink from, raising her eyebrows at Ling Mo. So, when will the fellowship activities start and where is the venue? We have to prepare properly. After all, it's also the first time for our new club to associate with other clubs, so we can't start off as a failure. And, what's the name of our club? Lu Nam. This kind of making others feel like they're coming to the halfway point but then being irresponsible is so annoying. Ling Mo shrugged his shoulders, full of indifference. That's a good one. The club that was in the library before was called the Reading Association, so let's just use it as it is. Shirayuki wiggled her little legs again and got out of bed, her hands clasped to her chest, seriousness written all over her little face. The book club. Go, said. When? On the afternoon of this day. A few people didn't have classes, and around 2 p.m., Ling Mo called Gao Hongjie and asked him to bring Han Yongxian to the library. Said just find a random classroom. About 7 p.m. Meet in building 2. The event reward words will not be very generous. After all, it is not an event organized by the school. Even if you apply for the reward, there will not be much budget. Gao Hongjie put down the cell phone in his hand, exhaled deeply and opened his mouth. Well, why don't I talk to my dad? Chi Ruoyan raised her eyebrows slightly. You can't be too shabby for your first event. Ling Mo pinched his brow helplessly, got up and poured a few glasses of water on the table. Don't just go to your dad for everything. Think more about how you can solve your problems. Chi Ruoyan muttered. I saved all my pocket money to buy a car for Little Moon, or else it wouldn't be so shabby. Ling Mare, Shirayuki, who was swiping her cell phone on the side, looked up in confusion sad face. Omega. Then the rewards will be put aside for now. I discussed the content of the event with the president of the Sunshine English Association, and basically it's been finalized, roughly divided into 3 parts. The first part, that's Sunshine English's specialty over there. English crossword puzzles. You should have all played them and come across these kinds of questions, when it's a show of hands and 1 point for each question. The second part, is our Reading Association's specialty, idiom solitaire game, a dragon down. Think for up to 3 seconds. 3 seconds can't think of it. Then eliminated. Stick to the last 3 people to get the score. The last person 3 points. Just like this calculation. The third part, which is giving a passage in English and saying which specific poem it is, combines English and Chinese. Which is fairer? Gao Hongjie raised the cell phone in his hand and looked at the crowd. Any questions about the content of the event? White Moon on the side heard Gao Hongjie's voice, put down the cell phone in his hand. Good boy style Ottoman raised his hand and looked at Gao Hongjie expectantly. What's up Shirayuki? Any suggestions? Gao Hongjie raised an eyebrow and picked up the cell phone in his hand. If there are any problems, I'll communicate with the president over there again. Baiyu shook her head, those blue star-like eyes full of curiosity. Baiyu wants to know, what is the reward? Baiyu wants a reward. Gao Hongjie froze for a moment and quickly grasped the point. If you win the award, you can get a kiss from Ling Mo, Ling Mare, Shirayuki. No money? Shirayuki thought there would be money if it was a contest. When Chi Ruoyan heard these words, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes held some curiosity. Little Moon, are you very short of money? You can just say it if you're short of money. Shirayuki shook her head in a hurry, and due to her anxiousness to explain, her small white hands kept waving around. No, Baiyu is not very short of money. It's just that Baiyu wants to make money to spend for brother Mo, just like what Li Nan said to you. Ruoyan? Yes, adoption. Chi Ruoyin. Lo Nam. Sister Qi. Do you want to? Li Nan moved his chair and sat over a little in Chi Ruoyan's direction, blinking a few times at Chi Ruoyan and smiling heatedly. As a result, without waiting for Li Nan to speak, Chi Ruoyan revealed her eyes, waved her hand and, no need. Fuck off. You're bringing Luna down. Li Nan bristled. It's not like I did it on purpose. Chi Ruoyan let out a tisk, and put her hand over, took Li Nan's hand, and squeezed the palm of his hand. Do you feel better now? Don't interrupt. The sorority is tonight and we haven't prepared anything yet. Han Yongxian, who had been muffled, weakly raised his hand at this time. That. I still have a little pocket money. The crowd froze for a moment and looked at Han Yongxian, their eyes like vicious wolves seeing meat. This startled Han Yongxian, and he retracted his hand again, lowered his head, and resumed his quiet demeanor. Ling Mo saw Han Yongxian's discomfort and waved his hand. Alright, since the content of the activity, the time of the activity is known, and the funds are available, let's all go and get ready first, and we'll see you in the activity classroom at night. After saying that, Li Nan got up, scattered Chi Ruoyan's hand, and directly hitched onto Han Yongxian's shoulder. Yongxian, the boss knew I hadn't misjudged you. This fellowship activity, we mustn't lose face. What do they say in the Jianghu? It's better to lose your lining than your face, and you're going to make a huge difference today. Be a little more confident. Tell me, aren't you the best? Han Yongxian was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and met Li Nan's eyes, which were filled with laughter. Boss, I just have a little pocket change. I'm not a couple 100 million. Lu Nam, brother Mare, will you accompany Shirayuki when the time comes? Ling Mo didn't take Baiyu home, but chose to play around the university town for a while, looking at the time to go straight to school in the evening. Baiyu was holding Ling Mo with her left hand, holding a grilled squid in her right hand, and seemed to be thinking about the evening's events as she tilted her head to look at Ling Mo. Well, normally, instructors don't get involved in the middle of the competition. Ling Mo stopped and embraced Baiyu into his arms, gently sniffing the fragrance of Baiyu's hair and whispered, but, that's the general situation. I'll be competing with Koa Cookie tonight, and if I win at that time, I'll be waiting for Koa Cookie to wrap me up. Baiyu couldn't help nodding her head. Standing on her tiptoes, she kissed Ling Mo's lips. The latter didn't indulge, just kissed for a split second, then parted, smiled and rubbed Baiyu's head. And, after all, it's not in the house. There are a lot of people out there, so watch out, little Shirayuki. Baiyu skimmed her lips, looking as if she was a bit uninspired, but she had no choice but to nod her head, stretching out her own right hand and looking at Ling Mo expectantly. Sai, Nabla, Mer brother, here's for you to eat. This one's grilled squid is delicious. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly, and after taking just a small bite, he quickened his pace and led Baiyu to a small alley. Brother Mo, there's nothing here. Why did you bring Baiyu here? Baiyu clutched Ling Mo's hand tightly. There was nothing smoky here, and there was no such thing as a fragrant wine. It seems to be a simple, quiet alley. It's because there aren't many people that I have to bring little White Moon here. Ling Mo reached out and ran his hand through Baiyu's somewhat messy hair and whispered. Baiyu blinked her eyes and looked at Ling Mo in confusion. Not many people, so I can get a good taste of how the grilled squid tastes at this one. Ling Mo bent down and slowly approached Baiyu, scraping Baiyu's agitated nose, the bottom of his eyes full of smiles. Brother Mo didn't taste it? But Shirayuki is almost done eating, so let's give this last bit to Brother Mo. Baiyu thought that Ling Mo had a craving and looked at the last bit of grilled squid that was left and handed it over, not hesitating too much and speaking seriously. No need. Leave this one for little Shirayuki. It's not this one I want to try. After saying that, Ling Mo lowered his head and slowly approached Baiyu's lips that were as red and full as cherries. The moment their lips gently touched, an electric current spread throughout the body. Ling Mo's movements were gentle. For fear of scaring the fairy-like pure woman in front of him, he slowly deepened the kiss, exploring the mysterious place bit by bit. Baiyu was stunned for a moment, feeling Ling Mo's sudden warm breath and gentle care. Her hands unconsciously clutched Ling Mo's lapel, her body trembling slightly. As time passed, Ling Mo's solicitation gradually became passionate, but still maintained that carefulness as he gently traced the shape of Bayu's lips with the tip of his tongue, enjoying this beautiful time that belonged to the two of them. At this moment, the whole world seems to be left with just the two of them. Everything around them becomes blurred. Ling Mo will, all things aside, wholeheartedly devoted to this lingering passionate kiss. Bayu's cheeks that were originally as white as snow had now risen as if they were ripe apples. A red piece, as if they could pinch out water, with her back against the wall, slightly tilting her head, closing her eyes tightly, quietly enjoying this sweet moment. Perhaps Bayu hadn't guessed wrong. She thought that Ling Mo was having a craving, but it turned out that Ling Mo was just having a craving. What are you thinking, Shirayuki? Why do you keep smiling all of a sudden? Seeing that it was almost time, Ling Mo brought Bayu back from the university town to Minchuan University, and while Gao Hongjie was engaged in a conversation with the other Sunshine English Club president, Lai Nen noticed Bayu who was hiding behind Ling Mo. Yes? Suddenly being named by Ri Nan, Shirayuki froze for a moment, looking a bit dumbfounded, and with a hefty smile. Shirayuki is just smiling because she thought of something happy. Ri Nan, I also know that you think of happy things, otherwise you wouldn't be able to smile when you think of sad things. Okay, there is this time to nag, might as well think about how to get the award in a while. You are hard to click out $30,000 from others. Yongxian, you are also quite ruthless. When Ling Mo knew that the funding for this event was an average joint venture between two parties totaling $60,000, the odds are that Li Nan is not the right person. It's okay, at that time, I saw that Yongxian didn't seem to have any extra expression. If I was heartbroken I wouldn't have clicked him. The big deal is that he came this time and I'll come next time. Ri Nan scratched his head, seemingly also feeling a bit embarrassed, and smiled sarcastically. I did ask Yongxian exactly how much pocket money he had, but he didn't say either, and I saw him like that. How's that for a couple million pocket change? After all, that's 600,000 or 700,000 dollars of perfume said to be given away. Really don't say. Although Yongxian introverted point, but his father love him. I guess his father did not less give him to hit the money, only usually do not go out much, like to smother has not been spent out just. Saying that, the smile on Li Nan's face disappeared, and Ling Mo exchanged a glance and fell silent. Then the two of them turned around and started tapping on the cell phone screen with red eyes respectively. Ling Mo, hello? Mom? I can't afford Little White Moon here anymore. Ling's mother, didn't I let your dad call you $10 million last time? 5 million for you and 5 million for Xiao Bai to spend. And you spent it all so quickly? I remember your current spending level doesn't seem to be that high. Isn't it according to your previous part-time job level of spending? Ling's mother, I was thinking that this $10 million would allow you to rebuy a house and a car, and that the rest of the money could be spent for several years, and that after it was spent it would be just right to come back and get married. Ling Mo? Ling Mo, my dad just gave me $5 million, and $4.5 million is for Little White Moon. 500,000 is for me. Little White Moon's money hasn't been touched yet. The 500,000 that has been spent. Ling's mom? For a while, the chat interface suddenly fell silent. A good long time. Ling mother, 10 million to you hit the past. I said how you do not mention the house and car things. Take the time if you go to see the house. Not mom dislike you. The house is really small point. I still want to buy clothes for Xiao buy it. Your car should also be changed. Before that who loaned to buy a car? Shame not shame. Mother Ling, right. Don't go home for the next 2 days. I have something to talk to your dad about. When Ling Mo saw this message, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Why didn't he let himself go home? Is someone going to suffer? Unlike Ling Mo's side of the mother's kindness and son's filial piety, Li Nan's side could be described as coaxing great filial piety. Ri Nan, Lao Deng, explode some gold coins. I don't have any money to spend. I've lost face this time. Next time I'll have to pay for the events my buddies are organizing. Ri Bei? Speak properly. Don't call me Lao Deng, and I'll give you $200,000 for this month's pocket money. Ri Nan, holy shit. Second dog. You don't give a damn. My little brother has a few $1 million in savings, and I'm the big brother who doesn't even have a few 100,000? You won't have the face to say it. At this time, somewhere in the office of the building, a man in a suit saw the message, couldn't help but clench his fists. The bottom of his eyes were full of dangerous colors, waved his hand to let the office go out, and then calmed his breathing, slowly tapping on the screen of the phone. Ri Bei, so how much do you want? Name a number. Li Nan, 2 dogs. You're so nice. Then I'm not greedy. Just give me $10 million. Wahahaha. I'll honor you when I get back. Ri Bei, scram. No pennies. Calling your dad 2 dogs and licking your chops to let me hit you with $10 million? I fuck your mom. Ri Nan? When Ri Nan sent another message over, what he reaped was a red exclamation mark. At that moment, Renan's expression became oh, asterisk. If you go back, it seems that you will not only be beaten by Li Bei, but also by your own mother. For a moment, Renan was yuck, as if enveloped by an invisible heavy pressure, becoming lower than ever, tightly clutching his cell phone, his eyes empty and lifeless, just sitting dumbly. What's wrong? After seeing the balance in his bank card, Ling Mo exhaled deeply. No one would hate having a lot of money, and seeing so many balance digits, his mood naturally got a lot better. It was only when he saw the gray expression of dying on Li Nan's face that he became curious. Is it hard not to pay you? It can't be, can it? Aren't you an only child? Renan gripped her cell phone tightly. Her whole body was about to shatter. Oh. It seems like it won't be anytime soon. Ling Mo? Now then? After communicating with the president, Cao Hongjie nodded and waved his hand at Ling Mo and the others. Coming through, ready to start the competition, with an additional item added to the end that is not placed within the competition, and belongs to the couples division of the competition. After I talked to the opposite president said that since there are 6 people in our club and 2 couples, why don't we just add a couples competition? So it's more fun. Baiyu jumped up happily, stretching out her own palm and looking at Ling Mo with bated breath. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q, brother Mare. We'll definitely take first place with Shirayuki when the time comes, right? Shirayuki is the best. Brother Mare is the best. Ling Mo looked at Baiyu, who had an excited look on her face, and gave her a high five, taking good care of the others' emotions. Little Shirayuki is just the best. Hey! Renan watched the interaction between the two, gulped a mouthful of water, glanced at Chi Royan, who had been sitting on a chair boredly playing with her cell phone from the start, and sat her ass down there. Kiss? Chi Royan subconsciously raised her head, her face still a bit dazed. The match has started? Renan shook his head. No, the competition added a couple group competition program at the end of the competition. Chi Royan looked at Li Nan's cautious expression and felt a burst of amusement. What? We're not a couple? Participate if you want to. Oh right. Chi Royan directly interrupted Renan about to go crazy. Raised the cell phone in his hand. My dad asked you to make time to go over there. This should be considered. Meet the parents. When we go to my house, I'll go straight to your house and see how it goes. And I'll also meet my aunt. Renan slowly opened his eyes wide, as if he was somewhat unable to digest the sudden words. If you take second, I can give you a little bonus too. Chi Royan crossed her legs and put her cell phone aside. Her fingertips tangled in her hair, and she opened her mouth in a lazy and casual manner. What? Is it a hug? Renan was excited. But why is this good thing taking second instead of first? Chi Royan cast a sidelong glance at Li Nan. You don't have that ability if you're first. You can't even compare to Little Moon. There's still a Ling Mo above Little Moon. Lu Nam. So what's the reward? Say I just hit the ground running and come up for air? Renan opened his mouth undaunted, quite curious about the reward. Chi Royan said. This was the first time Chi Royan had taken the initiative to speak about rewarding herself. You guess? Tell you the answer in advance can be no surprise. By the way, remember when you meet my dad, don't take out your current appearance. Otherwise my dad probably can't see you. That's what I said. But whether cheating will tie up Li Nan and directly marry Chi Royan in situ, that's unknown. Okay, cheese. I'll let you down. Won't I? Renan wailed with excitement as if he had returned to his roots. Ling Mo patted Baiyu's little head and met her confused little eyes. Thinking about what? Brother Mo? Are Royan and Li Nan getting engaged? When Baiyu and Brother Mo went to see father, they were also directly engaged. Ling Mo was dumbfounded. No, just meeting the parents. Seeing that Baiyu was still about to open her mouth to ask, Ling Mo directly interrupted. Alright, the match has started. Go over and gather. Shirayuki could only bury all her thoughts in her stomach and nodded her head in agreement. Oh, the first 2 sessions were basically nothing to write home about. But as soon as we got to the 3rd session, we could all sit up and take notice. Questions that combine English and Chinese are more or less guessable, even if one of them is not proficient. I love 3 things, the sun, the moon and you. The sun is for the day, the moon is for the night, and you forever. This question Ling Mo directly grabbed it and opened his mouth without thinking. Of the 3,000 floating worlds, there are 3 that I love. The sun and the moon and the secretary. The sun is the morning, the moon is the evening, and the secretary is the evening. Baiyu instantly sprouted starry eyes. Her hands propped up on her chin and she just looked at Ling Mo. Omega, like Brother Mo. Durable love keeps without living together day and night. This time the crowd is directly confused. Han Yongshan mouth slightly open, as if to say out the answer. Ling Mo eyebrows slightly knit, and then stretched to open. Faintly open the mouth. If love lasts forever, it doesn't have to last forever. The clueless crowd. Han Yongchuan's expression moved and he regained his composure. Ri Nan was anxious. How could he still take second if he continued like this? Great God be merciful. Give us a little time to react. Dude is relying on this reward tonight. Ling Mo? Okay, you guys go first. Anyway, he was already way ahead in the previous sessions, and he was all Bayous. So how could his prize not be Bayous? Take your own money and give it to Shirayuki, and then ask Shirayuki to wrap herself up in it. Well, that makes sense. The English Association side of the people also a little bit unable to sit down. Even lost 2 points. We must know that this session of the question cannot be much. A total of 5. This third if also let Ling Mo took it. Straight up. You don't have to play. All cheer up and think hard. The third question is a little tough. And since the hangers-on aren't coming out of the woodwork, we'll have to fight for it. The president of the English Association kept cheering up his members. Ling Mo? When did you become a hangman? Watching the sky at dawn and the clouds at dusk. I miss you when I walk, and I miss you when I sit. Ri Nan, who was rubbing his fists together, was directly confused, and there was an unusual commotion on the English Association side, who opened their mouths almost as soon as the question appeared. I look at the sky in the morning, I look at the clouds at night, I think of you when I walk, and I think of you when I sit. The president of the English Association's face was darkened. We are looking for the corresponding verse, not a direct translation. Anyone can do a direct translation. But let's play with some technical content, right? Looking at the sky in the dawn and the clouds in the evening, I think of you even when I walk, and I think of you even when I sit. Han Yongxian, who was sitting on the sidelines, kept taking deep breaths, gave himself enough mental construction, and softly read out the answer. Ri Nan froze for a moment and subconsciously looked at Han Yongxian. Yongxian, it's okay, you're getting more and more potential to hang out. Actually, the other side has already spelled out the answer only. I just suddenly thought of it. The English Association crowd? Okay, praise you just take it, buddy, and not cudgel you. Say you bull. That is really bull. The highest praise between men is to count you awesome. Ri Nan patted Han Yongchuan's shoulder and cheerfully said, really giving me face. Not bad. Boss, I think highly of you. Chi Royan can't stand to watch. Is really to Li Nan this thick skin no more language. Opened his mouth and said, don't take credit for your little brother's work. It's just the last 2 questions. Unless you take them all, you'll be dreaming in reverie at night. Ri Nan's original smug smile suddenly froze on his face, patting his own head, poised as if he was about to go on a journey. Come one. I'll take one. Come a pair. I'll take a pair. I let them have the first 3 courses. Next, I'm going to show them how awesome the full-bodied Li Nan really is. Chi Ruoyin. Why did it feel so humiliating to be dating Li Nan? Gao Hongjie also snapped to cover the door. He now very much want a shameless, so that others do not know that his club will have such a sleeping dragon. The president of the English Association next to him elbowed Gao Hongjie and glanced at Li Nan before whispering, the people in your club. Quite the character, haha. The corners of Gao Hongjie's mouth twitched crazily, and a smile worse than tears pulled out from the corners of his mouth. Ahem. Well yeah, the more individual you are, the more powerful you are. Ri Nan felt like a blazing fire was burning behind him, and he stared at the question board with a serious face, as if he was going to eat him alive the next moment a question came out. The president of the English Association took one more look at Ri Nan, stifled a smile, and nodded approvingly. So that's how it is? No wonder my members can't wave. Gao Hongjie. The next 2 questions after that were taken right down by Ri Nan. Don't ask why. While others were still thinking about it, Ri Nan directly chose to use the crystallization of human wisdom, the browser. That guy, he's straight up bursting with hand speed, and within 3 seconds of the question, he's straight up browsing the results. So our official competition is over. First place Ling Mo. Second place Li Nan. Third place Bayu. The English president's face darkened as the winners were read out. The top 3. None of them are from your own club. It's not dignified to say so. Ling Mo didn't say he was an instructor when he came here. Not to mention the fact that it was always Gao Hongjie who was responsible for organizing the event. Plus the fact that Ling Mo was so familiar with everyone that the English president across the street thought that Ling Mo was a member of the club as well. If he knew Ling Mo's education. Alright, since the rankings are also out, it's time to hand out the rewards. Gao Hongjie clapped his hands and took out the rewards for the top 3. First place, trophy plus a cosmopolitan laptop. Ling Mo smacked his lips when he heard this reward. Only the reward for the first place alone accounted for a significant portion of the event funds. Getting up, he walked over and stood on top of the podium, trophy in hand, winking at Shiroyuki off stage. Bayu kept applauding Ling Mo, her little face leaping with joy. slash greater than over equal to less than over equal to, slash brother mare is the second best. Shirayuki's favorite brother mare. When the boys of the English Association saw such a cute and lively Baiyu, they couldn't help but look dumbfounded for a moment, and as a result, the ones who had a date were directly kicked by their own girlfriends, and the ones who didn't have a date were reminded to pay attention to their grooming by the president, who opened his mouth with a black face. Second place, trophy plus $10,000 cash. Li Nan's face was full of excitement, and he slipped directly onto the stage and kept squeezing his eyebrows at Chi Royan, his lips opening and closing slightly, as if he were saying, "Well, I told you I'd be able to do it." Shirayuki's heart instantly lifted and she bit her lower lip tightly, a little afraid that her third place reward would be very little. Third place, $8,000 cash. To the third place, there is only a mere cash. Baiyu mood is a little low. Usually Ling Mo give Baiyu spend money never heartache. Only now these money in the eyes of Baiyu. A meal and a dress and it's gone. But Baiyu quickly gathered herself and revealed a bright smile as she stood next to Ling Mo, looking at the side of his face, secretly saying, "Or don't let Brother Silence take Baiyu to that kind of place to eat. It's so expensive. Baiyu cook at home for Brother Silence to eat, and then buy some kebabs to go with it. And clothes. Mom bought a lot of clothes for Baiyu." When you do the math like this, Shirayuki can still harbor Brother Mare for a while. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. Yeah, Ling Mo didn't know this nymphet's mental activities. He just reached out his hand to gather Baiyu in his own embrace and whispered, "Shiratsuki, look at the camera. It's time to take a picture." Baiyu kept nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Only the next moment she was holding up the cash in her hand, like she was holding a rare treasure, waiting with bated breath for Ling Mo to praise herself. "Brother Mo, Baiyu can adopt you. $8,000. Oh." Ling Mo rubbed Baiyu's head. "Good. Then let little Baiyu underwrite me. When the time comes and the money is spent, little Baiyu is not allowed to cry." Shirayuki kept shaking her head, a wry and mischievous smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, her azure starry eyes flickering with a spiritual light. Not afraid. It was meant to be spent for Brother Silence. Brother Mo has spent so much money on Baiyu. Baiyu has to spend money on Brother Mo too." Ling Mo. Cao Hongjie shouted towards Ling Mo, "Let your little ninny look at the camera. It's time to take a picture. Otherwise it won't look good when it's taken." Ling Mo helplessly stretched out his hand and patted Baiyu's little head, whose eyes were full of himself. "Be obedient." A moment. Ling Mo paused and glanced at the crowd. "Go around somewhere else after taking pictures. Buy something to eat at home, and then try how little white moon tastes." Shirayuki, */omega*. With a playful sticking out of her tongue, she turned around and snuggled into Ling Mo's arms, comparing Ye towards the camera. At the end of the day, it's not like the couple's bracket in the back is really going anywhere. That guy Renan was full of thoughts about what surprise Chi Royan would give him later, as well as going to see Chi Royan's old man, completely missing the excitement he felt at the beginning when he wanted to participate in the couple's competition with Chi Royan. And after seeing that they were facing Ling Mo and Baiyu, the people from the opposite English club chose to raise the white flag and surrender on the spot. The English president originally didn't know Ling Mo's strength and thought of having a couples match to relax and unwind after finishing the tense and scorching match, but it turned out that their club was unilaterally crushed throughout the match just now. If you've been crushed like this in a formal match, your mind would have blown up long ago, and you still want to compete in a couples match to get a good ranking? Without further ado, just people like Baiyu and Ling Mo sticking together like that, and they're organizing a couples group competition? Only the size of the other party's body is known to a large extent, not to mention some normal examination questions. There are some things, some beatings, where a beating is enough and there's no need to do it again. After exiting the classroom and strolling through the college town, I headed for the parking place of the. Ling Mo carried the cosmonaut computer in his left hand and held Baiyu's left hand in his right hand, allowing Baiyu's right hand to help him hold the trophy, and forgetting the regret of not having a trophy for the third place. That's tough. $30,000 for the computer for the first cosmonaut, $10,000 for the second, $8,000 for the third, and this trophy, I think it's going to cost a few $1,000s. The participation prize in the back is nothing more than a flash drive, and it's really, participation is a prize. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth slightly hooked, then he thought of something and shook his head. It's better to find an opportunity to take Yang Xian, always silent. Obviously the answer is on his lips, but he's just too embarrassed to say it. Brother Mo, you said. Why did Li Nan smile so much when he left? Shirayuki wanted to speak, but finally spoke with some uncertainty. So, Lude. Ling Mare. Maybe it's because I'm going to play a game later, or maybe I'm going to have a late night snack. After all, eating something always heals the mood. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly, looking up for Li Nan, and at the same time belaboring the point that, smile or don't smile better. Yu blinked her big eyes that were as sparkling as stars. Her eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Seemingly understanding, nodded her head, then thought of something, her little face slightly red, and, only under the influence of the color of the night, it wasn't too obvious to see. Yu held Ling Mo's left hand and pinched Ling Mo's palm, and whispered, *Omega*, brother silence. This time Shirayuki ate Oreo fried yogurt. Oh, do you want to try the flavor of fried yogurt? Ling Mo froze for a moment. His throat rolled and tasted at home. When he finished, he picked up his pace a few notches. Sister Chi, you still don't say ah. What exactly is that little reward? It's been almost half an hour since we walked this road, and there aren't many people left in the park. Seeing the time pass little by little, Frozen did not wait for their own imagined things to happen. Ling Nan are some monkey anxious. Grasping Chi Ruoyan's hand cannot help but force a few points. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. It's not like you won't get it. What's the hurry? Chi Ruoyan rolled her eyes, looked around, let go of Ri Nan's hand, stood in front of Ri Nan, slightly closed her eyes and, you want to have fun so badly, so let's start having fun. It just so happens that this is a nice place and it's quite suitable, so you'll be the first to have fun. Rihanna. For a moment, Li Nan's heart suddenly felt as if it had been set on fire, beating frantically. Each beat was like the beating of a war drum, emitting a loud thud, as if it were about to break through his chest. He felt his blood rushing through his veins, rushing like a raging torrent to all corners of his body. Ri Nan licked his lips a little nervously, and opened his mouth in some disbelief. Ki, Sister Ki, are you telling the truth? Really play? Is this the little reward you were talking about? Will this be too soon? Chi Ruoyan's willow-like eyebrows slightly knitted up, gently letting out a tisk. Why are you acting like a pussy? Mother-in-law? What's so fast about this? Are you playing or not? If you're not playing then I'll open my eyes. It's getting late anyway. I should go back. Li Nan hastily shook his head, a hold of Chi Ruoyan's small hand. Feeling the familiar touch, pinched the other's palm, words with a few points of anxiety. Don't. I want to have fun. Afterwards, Ri Nan slowly took a deep breath and put a piece of mint-flavored gum into his mouth. After all, he didn't want to get all embarrassed the first time. Are you better or not? I'll open my eyes when I'm better. Chi Ruoyan looked a little impatient. Heard Chi Ruoyan's urging, Li Nan accelerated the speed of chewing, and then took out the toilet paper to spit the gum on the top and wrapped it up. Looked at the eyes closed. Eyelashes are still slightly trembling beauty. Li Nan constantly to do their own psychological construction. Do not look at Li Nan usually with a color basket. From time to time to Chi Ruoyan hint. Really want to come to the actual battle. That the gall is smaller than a mouse. That. Sister Ki. I'm here. After saying that, Li Nan closed his eyes, and with heavy and rapid breathing, he lowered his head and slowly approached Chi Ruoyan. Only, out of Li Nan's expectation, Chi Ruoyan opened her eyes violently, while taking a few steps back, her eyebrows rising slightly, the corner of her mouth with a few bad smiles. You want to kiss me? Li Nan was instantly confused. His whole body froze in place, and he didn't say anything for a long time. No, wasn't it you who said, let me play with you? Chi Ruoyan clasped her hands on her chest, her eyes carrying some playfulness, and just looked Li Nan up and down. I'm talking about playing hide and seek. There's not many people here and the place is big. How suitable for playing hide and seek. Lu Nam, Ri Nan, who felt that she was being toyed with, just exploded and, holy shit, Sister Chi, are you playing with me? The reward you mentioned is to play hide and seek with you, isn't it? You don't play like that. Chi Ruoyan blinked her eyes somewhat innocently. But, from the beginning I was just saying that I wanted you to guess what the reward was, and I didn't say that the reward was going to be kissing you. When Ri Nan heard Chi Ruoyan's explanation, her entire body was on the verge of tears. Sister Chi, you, appreciating the appearance of Ri Nan's fried hair, Chi Ruoyan nodded with satisfaction, reached out her hand, gently stroked Ri Nan's face, and whispered, I asked you to play hide and seek earlier. You didn't take your chance, so isn't it my turn now? Ri Nan, who was pissed off by Chi Ruoyan, still carried a bit of indignation, perhaps because Chi Ruoyan had often done this to Ri Nan in the past few days. Ri Nan had lost the shyness and apprehension that she had felt at the beginning. A hide and seek, by all the flowers you've been saying. With a disgruntled mutter, Ri Nan then slowly closed her eyes. Despite the fact that what she was expecting didn't happen, Li Nan's emotions didn't explode. Except for some ups and downs at the beginning, Li Nan was now emotionally stable, and being able to be with the person she liked was already a reward for herself. How many people love but cannot? How many people bitterly adhere to the long-distance relationship? There's really no need to be too picky yourself. Being with each other, being together, and liking each other is the biggest bonus. Chi Ruoyan watched as Li Nan's expression gradually changed from the initial indignation to calmness, to hanging on to the usual grinning smile, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked. But don't open your eyes or you'll be cheating. Chi Ruoyan took out her lipstick and applied it to her own red lips, and next to her, Li Nan closed her eyes and opened her mouth a little bored. Sister Chi, are you done yet? Didn't you say it's getting late and you should go back? Don't let your family talk about you. Chi Ruoyan accelerated some speed. Fast. You do not rush. Just now you so ink. I ink will be how? Lu Nam. There was no way around it. So Li Nan had to relax his patience and slowly wait for Chi Ruoyan. Chi Ruoyan put down her lipstick, patted her lips with the palm of her hand, opened her cell phone camera to herself, raised her eyes slightly, looked at Li Nan who had closed her eyes with an expression that was already a bit of a goddess. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, and she leaned over. Originally, Li Nan, who was already lost in thought, when she noticed the moist and soft touch coming from her cheeks, her whole body was suddenly confused, and the familiar scarlet redness gradually and slowly climbed up from her neck to Li Nan's ears. It didn't take long for the tips of Li Nan's ears to redden as if they could drip blood. Well, still like to see you like this. Quite innocent. Well, the familiar sound of playful teasing sounded in Li Nan's ears, and Li Nan slowly opened his eyes, meeting the former's slightly narrowed beautiful eyes, stuttering a little and, no, not hide and seek. Hide and seek. What? Hearing Li Nan's words, Chi Ruoyan nodded thoughtfully, but in the end, she tilted her head, but her words carried a few points of brutality. I was talking about hide and seek, but I just suddenly didn't feel like playing anymore. What's wrong? How does it feel? Li Nan's throat rolled, subconsciously reached out and touched the place where he had just been kissed by Chi Ruoyan, and his cheeks were still remnants of a faint warmth and ethereal fragrance. Too fast. Haven't felt it yet. This flavor. Chi Ruoyan raised her eyebrows and pulled out her lipstick from her pocket. This one. Strawberry flavor, like it? Li Nan froze and nodded, but the eyes were not sure if they were looking at the lipstick or Chi Ruoyan. Love it. Then, before Chi Ruoyan could finish her sentence, she was forcibly interrupted by Li Nan, slightly widening her beautiful eyes, dismay written all over her face. Kiss, I want to try the strawberry-flavored lipstick. Li Nan's voice was low and magnetic, completely devoid of the immodest look he had in the past days. Only the reddened cheeks betrayed him. After saying that, Li Nan then directly embraced Chi Ruoyan, lowered his head, and in the other party's dismayed gaze, directly to Chi Ruoyan's red lips came up. He carefully kissed Chi Ruoyan's rosy lips, seemingly afraid that the other party would be angry. Li Nan kissed tightly for 2 seconds and then parted. Li Nan's body temperature gradually rose, and met Chi Ruoyan's still somewhat dazed eyes. He smiled heatedly and smacked his lips a few times, seemingly reminiscing. The grass, strawberry-flavored lip balm. And it's pretty tasty. So it feels so good to be proactive for once. Chi Ruoyan subconsciously stretched out her hand and touched the place she had just kissed, and Chi Ruoyan, who had always been in the active position in this relationship, was now more than a little bewildered and confused. Her pretty face was flushed, and she noticed the movement of Li Nan smacking her lips, perhaps because of her good nature. She grunted and, what? Still reminiscing? Li Nan was stunned for a moment, and in the next moment, Chi Ruoyan stretched out her hand around Li Nan's neck, pressed the other party's head toward her, and spoke in a low voice in her ear. So, want another kiss? With a few triumphant smiles, Chi Ruoyan deliberately stretched out the tip of her tongue and swept her lips, opening her mouth with a light laugh. Mint-flavored gum. Tastes good too. Li Nan was confused. Li Nan mused. Rihanna is super loving it. When are you going to see your dad? Li Nan gently embraced Chi Ruoyan into his arms, and their body temperature gradually rose, and finally Chi Ruoyan pushed Li Nan away. I'll tell you ahead of time. You don't need to do anything right now to adjust your mindset, so you should pray. It's going to be a long time, so you'll have plenty of time to prepare. Li Nan gulped and tried to say something, but Chi Ruoyan waved her hand at Li Nan. Okay, it's getting late. I have a class in the morning. I'll go back first. Be careful on your way back. Don't get hit by a car. Lu Nam. Aha. It still smells like the familiar kiss. Li Nan touched his lips and giggled happily twice before he opened his legs and walked towards the distant horizon. As he gradually moved away, his figure grew smaller and smaller, eventually slowly disappearing into the endless darkness. The time has come for school sports. At the beginning of the time is basically cheating. That guy with such a thick document on the top read the preaching words. Lingyamo took by you to find the location of the 11th class of business and industry. Here. Li Nan had just gotten the class settled when he saw the divine couple and smiled as he waved at Lingyamo. Little Shirayuki. Is it hot? October. The sun is still strong. The weather is not as cool and pleasant as expected. Every now and then there is a breeze gently brushing the earth, but it cannot dispel the sense of heat. Ling Mo was afraid of Bayu's sun, despite the fact that there were umbrellas and a small refrigerator and a host of other warming things here and there. But he cool patch, sunscreen sleeves and so on, these things are arranged for Bayu. In addition to Showa eye outside, other froze not at all. Bayu's azure-colored eyes blinked, directly took off her mask and hat, breathed heavily, and kept fanning herself. Brother Mare, Shirayuki doesn't want to wear a mask. It's too stuffy. Ling Mo took out a pack of paper towels from his pocket and wiped the fine sweat on Bayu's forehead, then put the cool patch on Bayu's forehead and whispered, "Then let's stick one of these on to cool off a bit, and when White Moon is done competing in the morning, we'll go to the gym in the afternoon to watch Hongjia play basketball, and tomorrow morning to watch Ruoyan swim." Shirayuki froze and nodded a little, playfully pointing to the corner of her mouth. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, brother Mare. Bayu wants to charge so that Bayu can take first place inside the competition. When the time comes to take the first prize money, Bayu is going to adopt brother silence. Ling Mare. This wasn't in front of acquaintances. This was in front of the entire Business 11 class. Instantly, Ling Mo felt countless pairs of eyes looking at him. The corners of his mouth twitched. He forced himself to endure this discomfort of being viewed, and patted Bayu's shoulder. Well, later, just sit down and rest for a while, and then Mom will be here later. Bayu nodded her head in a hurry, her entire being well behaved. Since Shirayuki was a contestant, she didn't wear a skirt today, but a pair of gym shorts instead. Under the illumination of the sunlight, Bayu's two slender and fair legs were as if they were carved out of white jade, radiating luster, with smooth and natural leg lines and delicate skin like silk. "Little Moon, your legs are as long as Linan's life." A joking voice rang out. Chi Ruoyan took a few bottles of ice water in her hand and threw 2 bottles to Ling Mo. "It's a hot day. Drink some ice water to cool down. It's time for you to show off your boyfriend power." Ling Mare. He unscrewed the cap of the bottle and handed it to Shirayuki, instructing him to drink slowly. Shirayuki sat on a chair, wiggled her 2 little legs, took a big gulp of ice water, droplets of which flowed down Shirayuki's snow-white neck into the mysterious place, and took a breath. "And, it's so cool and cozy. Thank you, Ruoyan." The corners of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly as he rubbed Bayu's little head, before turning his head to look at Chi Ruoyan. "What? Linan doesn't have a boyfriend?" Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and, "Not to mention that my little Shirayuki's advantage isn't long legs, it's whiteness. Your advantage is long legs. Don't get confused." This sentence, directly to Chi Ruoyan, "Drink water to drink choke to." Good hanging did not choke over. Linan ass on the hand over a paper towel. Chi Ruoyan just wiped the side of his mouth. "As for the clothes, just kidding. With this sun, it'll be dry in less than 10 minutes. And it's a waste of paper to wipe it." "What aspect of the little white moon do you mean, Ling Mo? People with hearts look at everything dirty. White skin, can't you tell?" Ling Mo helplessly propped up his forehead, glanced to the side at Chi Ruoyan's giggling Linan, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "And, mind your kiss." Rinan shook his head. "That I almost welded on Chi Ruoyan, just looking at her with such a bashful look. I'm waiting for Sister Chi to give me a reward at night, so this time I'm on Sister Chi's side." "Ling Mo? Chi Ruoyan. You too, did it?" Ling Mo opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. He and Bayu have a certain emotional foundation. Plus Bayu, this niece's heart is all about herself, and she has decided to get married, which is why she didn't hold back and Bayu did a heaven and earth. But Linan and Chi Ruoyan shouldn't? They've been dating for about half a month now, right? That's done? Is this the fast food love that belongs to the modern age? So it looks like you're still conservative. Do what? If I have to do it, I'll be the one to do away with Linan. Raise his ashes. Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth with a black line on her face and glared at Linan without any good sense. "Please pay attention to the occasion when you speak next time. What do you mean I'll give you a reward at night? Can you say clearly what the reward is?" Rinan was stunned for a moment and was about to explain, but Chi Ruoyan covered her mouth and glared at Rinan. "Say it in a group. It's all people here. You lack heart. Students who have pricked up their ears and are getting ready to eat. Since time immemorial, class presidents and school board members have been at odds with each other, and now it seems there's been an accident. That's right. It looks like the class president took down the school board straight away and put an end to any possibility of discord. It's not right, is it? It looks like the class president obeys the school board. How it looks like the school board took down the class president. Did they just say that the school board is going to give the class president a reward at night? What? The school board is going to give the class president for the night? Crap. Do you know what our school counselor has gone through to take this position on the school council? Originally at first the school committee wanted to compete for class president too. Bullshit. I seem to remember that it was the school board who voluntarily withdrew from the race for class president. And if you insist, it should have been the class president who gave something. Ooh-hoo. Do you know what our class president has put in? Seriously, you can't even imagine. Ling Mo, Chi Ruoin, Lo Nam, Shirayuki, Ri Nan. Didn't you just beg Ruoyan at that time and then became the class president? Baiyu knows about this matter. Did you pay anything else? Baiyu looked at Li Nan with some confusion, curiosity written in her eyes. Lo Nam, kiss, let's just say I paid for something. Li Nan patted Chi Ruoyan's shoulder, the arc of his mouth that couldn't be suppressed in any way. Even if I take a little loss, consider it what I paid for. Chi Ruoyan Tisk waved his hand. Has begun to swing bad. I feel like I'm covered in yellow sludge right now, and I'm about to go take a shower, only to have people outside froze up and tell me it's shit, and I have a feeling of powerlessness that I can't argue with. Lu Nam. She was talking about being. Woohoo. You. Ling Mo was also speechless. He saw the explanation from Li Nan in the group and that's when he realized what the reward was. One kiss and you're this excited. Are you still a big man? What a shame. But Ling Mo also forgot that in the beginning, when he was kissed by Baiyu, he acted similarly to both Li Nan and the two have the same. All messed up by their girlfriends. The familiar ringtone of his cell phone rang. Ling Mo opened it and looked at it, touching Baiyu's face. Alright, little white moon be good. Mom is coming over. I'll go over and get it. Baiyu shook her head and grabbed Ling Mo's arm. Anyway, Baiyu's match is still ahead. Baiyu is going to follow brother Mo to pick up her mom. Ling Mo glanced at the hot sun. His intention was not to agree and let her sit properly under the sun umbrella, but after meeting Baiyu's resolute eyes, Ling Mo lost the battle and compromised. Okay, get it together. Looking at the departing backs of the duo, Ri Nan stroked his chin. She's sister. If only your old man also like me, so that I do not have to worry about making a fool of myself, if the time to get married into a brother. The corners of Chi Ruoyan's mouth twitched slightly, and she calmed her breathing for a moment. Today you go back by yourself. Don't bother me for a few days. By the way, this Saturday go to my house. The time has been set. Then you prepare some things. Rihanna. All of a sudden, Ri Nan was in a hurry. No. Why? Sister Ki, what did I do wrong? You must say it out. A lot of breakups between couples have resulted in tragedies because of lack of timely communication. Didn't we say when we pressed the road earlier that we'd say anything and not play out the drama of those stupid novels with no mouths? Say it, Ki. Looking at Li Nan frantically adding drama to himself, and noticing the astonished gazes of the bystanders falling on his own body, Chi Ruoyan's scalp went numb, frantically tugging at Li Nan's sleeve. I'm trying to say, these days you do not post me. Not to break up with you. Can not always add drama to yourself. Ri Nan froze for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief, but he still spoke in disbelief and, why is that? Kiss? Is it because you don't love anymore? You've always been my bower. Chi Ruoyan. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. Holding Li Nan's hand to leave here first, her footsteps accelerated to a deserted place. Chi Ruoyan which broke the defense and said, Li Nan, are you a dog? So sticky. I'm kind of regretting giving you the reward. These days you've been dragging me to the park when you have something to do. My mouth is almost turned into a warped mouth by your kisses. Ri Nan, Omega-O. Before she was in a relationship, Chiru Yen couldn't wait to have a boy who looked a little cute clinging to her and not being happy when she didn't touch him. Ri Nan really needs, did not talk to the object, but also sticky Chi Ruoyan, cannot wait to 24 hours are attached to Chi Ruoyan. It's just that Chi Ruoyan can't stand some of this vigor of Li Nan. Take a couple days. It's not that I won't talk to you. I'm going to get a swollen mouth if I keep this up. My dad's a slave to his daughters, and when he finds out what you've done, he won't be able to eat any of your juice. Seemingly afraid that Ri Nan still couldn't restrain himself, Chi Ruoyan even threatened. Chi Ruoyan was so threatening, but it scared Li Nan for the rest of the week. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q, Mom. Shirayuki and brother Mare are here to pick you up. Baiyu held Ling Mo's hand and came to the school entrance, and happened to see Ling's mother standing at the door. Baiyu directly spread Ling Mo's hand and trotted over to him. And, Ling's mother wore sunglasses, stepped on high heels, casually coiled her hair up, and carried 2 pockets in her hand, not knowing what they were. White, come over here and let mommy see you. I've missed you so much. Ling Mo took a pocket from Ling mother's hand. It was some fruits, and looked at Ling mother with a little bit of puzzlement. And, Mom, what are you bringing me all this for? Every class has a little refrigerator full of drinks and fruit that's cool and sweet. Mother Ling glared at Ling Mo and opened her mouth without a smile. Who said I brought it for you? I'm bringing it for Xiao Bai. I'm not afraid that there's no fruits here that Xiaobai loves to eat. If you don't like to eat it, you go up to the side. Ling Mare. Shirayuki. Then what's the other pocket? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly, and his gaze went to the handheld pocket that was still clutched in Mother Ling's hand. You won't know in a while. Don't keep asking so many questions. Just carry the fruit. This one in my hand isn't heavy. Mother Ling waved her hand, directly cutting off Ling Mo's next words. Omicron equals Omega smiley face. Romom isn't angry. Oh. Later on Baiyu is going to the competition. Can mom cheer me on? Baiyu smiled and held Ling's mother's hand, shaking it like she was pampered. Mother Ling's eyes were full of favor, reaching out her hand to touch Baiyu's somewhat reddened face from the sun. Okay, I'll definitely cheer you on. And when the time comes, White must look towards the audience. Oh, there will be a surprise. Shirayuki kept nodding his head and hawed. Hello auntie. Looking at Mother Ling coming over, Chi Ruoyan hurriedly got up and patted Lai Nan, who had her head down and was concentrating on her cell phone, revealing a bright smile. Renan was still a bit confused and raised his head, even thought it was his old mom coming over, only to look up and froze for a moment, followed by a catapulting start. Hello auntie. Due to some panic, Li Nan even gave Ling's mother a salute. Mother Ling. Ling Mare. Hello. Previously, when she celebrated Baiyu's birthday, Mother Ling had seen Li Nan's bizarre behavior. So Ling's mother only had a short-lived cerebellar atrophy and quickly came back to her senses, smiling and waving her hand. I'll sit with Mo and the others later and won't be here, so you don't have to be formal. Renan smiled somewhat awkwardly. It's fine auntie. Actually you're not nervous. No. Actually I'm not nervous. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward, Chi Ruoyan now hated to go down and run 3,000 meters against the sun, and then directly fainted in the playground and left here unconscious. Don't you say it. Chi Ruoyan pinched Renan's arm and squeezed out a smile at Ling's mother. Auntie, Renan and I still have to take care of things in the class, so you can go and see Little Moon first. After saying that, Chi Ruoyan pushed and shoved Li Nan out of the place. If she let Li Nan speak again, she was afraid that a 3-room apartment would soon rise up here. Baiyu scratched his head and looked at the two of them even as they left still jostling around. Somewhat puzzled, he opened his mouth to Ling Mo. Aren't Ruoyan and Renan boyfriend and girlfriend? Why do they always hit each other? When Shirayuki and brother Mo were boyfriend and girlfriend, they were so worried about brother Mo getting hurt. Baiyu opened her mouth with a serious face, wanting to find an answer from Ling Mo. Ling Mo pulled out the sunscreen and squeezed some in the palm of his hand. After all, this stuff has to be applied all the time. It doesn't make much sense to just apply it. And he didn't directly answer Baiyu's question. Looking at the little person in front of him, he softly said, Don't move. I'll put sunscreen on you first. Baiyu lightly grunted and turned her head away, looking like she wouldn't cooperate with Ling Mo in applying sunscreen if he didn't tell her. This is a counterattack from the little white moon. Ling Mo dumbly laughed and sat down next to Baiyu, gently tickling her waist, which instantly made Baiyu break into a hefty laugh. But then Shirayuki frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction that, Brother Mare, Baiyu is ticklish. Ling Mo raised his eyebrows, but did not force to finish applying the sunscreen before telling Baiyu the answer, casually wiped at his neck and arms, before he opened his mouth to answer. People are different from each other. In the same way that every couple is different from each other, they all have different ways of getting along. People have separate personalities, special personalities, and that makes them take a different approach to the relationship when they are dealing with it. For example, Kiran. Ling Mo's words paused, just didn't continue to explain, touched Baiyu's face, looked at the other party's small red but harmless expression, rolled his throat with some difficulty, before moving his eyes elsewhere. Little Shirayuki thinks, does Ruoyan like you? Shirayuki nodded her head rightfully, clasped her hands on her chest, held her head high, and opened her mouth divinely. Of course Ruoyan likes Shirayuki, that's why she'll be friends with Shirayuki. And there's Li Nan, and Hong Jie, and Yang Suan, they all like Baiyu, so they're all Baiyu's friends. It's just that Ruoyan was the first to fall for Shirayuki, that's why Baiyu was the first to befriend Ruoyan. Only, when Baiyu saw Ling Mo's smirking expression at the corner of his mouth, she blinked her eyes a few times, a little unsure of her answer, and hesitated for a moment, saying, Brother Mo, are you saying that Ruoyan doesn't like Baiyu? Ling Mare, this like is not a like, she's also a like now. Originally, I wanted to differentiate these emotional distinctions for Shirayuki, which would also be a better opportunity to make new friends, but just wanted to explain that. Ling Mo suddenly froze for a moment as well. If liking, if love, if these things are so well distinguished, is there still that much tragedy in the world? What I thought was friendship between us, You thought was love. I thought what we had was love. And you laughed and said I had a favorite. In times of war, the most powerful thing that kills people is the gun, the sharpshooter, all kinds of advanced weapons that kill people invisibly. In times of peace, it is words that kill the most, words that are words that taper the heart and likewise, kill without a trace. Well, Baiyu contained her own finger and looked at Ling Mo's frozen look, wondering, Brother Mo. So, does Ruoyan like Baiyu or not? And does Baiyu still want to be friends with Ruoyan? Could Wakey Smoke be the bad guy who stabbed her in the back, as the cell phone said? They say this kind of friend isn't really like, it's jealousy, it's wanting to hurt you, and it's not really a friend. Unconsciously, Shiroyuki slowly loosened her own fingers, and her head hung low, looking a little downcast. Brother Mare, why didn't you tell Shiroyuki? A warm palm gently patted Baiyu's shoulder from behind. Baiyu froze for a moment. Ling Mo was sitting right next to himself. That patted from behind was white. There are many kinds of likes, but they all have the same thing of being nice to someone. Ruoyan started out with the same kind of fondness for Xiaobai that you were for Shouemo, but after she found out about your relationship with Shouemo, she consciously backed off and turned it into a fondness between friends. Friends like each other. Maybe because of personality, maybe because of the way they talk, maybe because of some other aspect, but the liking between you and Shouemo is between a man and a woman, just like Linan and Ruoyan now. The kind of liking that is not limited to a single aspect, but complete liking, liking all of the person, liking not only the person's strengths, but also being able to tolerate the person's weaknesses, and having a plan for the future of the duo, where the duo would be the focal point of all that is going to happen in that kind of a future. The liking between a man and a woman who are friends deepens further to a certain point. Then it comes to love. Ling Mo looked at Baiyu, who was already out of her mind, smiled, pinched Baiyu's soft cheeks, interrupted Mother Ling's words, and said softly to Baiyu, and, it's like, going out camping with Rinan and the others before. Shiroyuki, remember when I was kissing you and you asked me that question later? Shiroyuki was stunned for a moment. It had been a while, frowning with effort, unconsciously murmuring, Shiroyuki asked Brother Mo, does Brother Mo love Shiroyuki very much? Ling Mo took Baiyu into his arms and gently kissed her forehead. I love little Shiroyuki, as always. So, can you tell the difference? White, the change in liking doesn't mean you can't be friends. On the contrary, it will be more natural for you to be friends like this. Can you feel it? White, Mother Ling looked at Baiyu's slightly confused look and smiled. Well, let's just leave it at that for now. Watch the game. Mom will cheer you on later. Shiroyuki pursed her lips and asked the question that she wanted to ask the most. So, are Ruoyan and Shiroyuki still very, very good friends? Of course. Ling Mo held Baiyu's hand, and the latter, because she was nervous and afraid of Ling Mo's denial, had those small hands clenched tightly together. Ruoyan and Shiroyuki have always been good friends. That's not going to change. Baiyu let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. That's good. Baiyu didn't make the wrong friends. Baiyu and Linan and the others are still good friends. In fact, the only reason for saying these things to Baiyu today was that he wanted to help Baiyu separate them out. And although Baiyu generally knew some things in this regard, he didn't particularly understand them after all. Feelings are a wonderful thing. Some people think it is a good medicine, and some people think it is a sharp blade. If you do not distinguish between them, the one who will be hurt is yourself. When Baiyu had just transformed into a human, Ling Mo had taught Baiyu some things about this, but it was ultimately too shallow, just some basic, protect yourself stuff. But since Baiyu mentioned it today, then Ling Mo just went along with it and gave Baiyu a lesson. White, when are you going to race? Mother Ling took out the sunscreen from her own bag, and with some heartache, she pulled Baiyu's arm over and looked at it carefully, frowning, and, what kind of shitty sunscreen is this? Who put that on you? Ling Mo, who was sitting on the side, froze with his eyes and nose, not daring to speak, and cursing madly in his heart. For fuck's sake, when I was buying some basic cosmetics for Shiroyuki, that sale clearly said that this sunscreen was the best one in her store. Mom, look, someone else gave this to me. What do you think of this sunscreen? Ling Mo took a deep breath, pulled out the sunscreen he had been applying to Baiyu, and carefully opened his mouth. You're less than 50 on this sunscreen, right? Mother Ling just took a look and said, somewhat oddly, sunscreen, at the very least you have to make it useful. You're useless even if you're soaking in it. Your skin didn't rot, you're thankful for it. Who's that friend of yours? Ling Mare. Mom, are you looking at it wrong? Look again. How can it be less than 50? Ling Mo opened his mouth undyingly, just refusing to believe this fact that he had been slaughtered. Well, less than 30, belonging to a giveaway no one even wants. Ling Mare. Fuck. Charge him 250. You're buying cosmetics and you're being treated like a 250, aren't you? By the way, Mo, who gave you this sunscreen? Why don't you talk anymore? Is there something on your mind? Talk to me. Mother Ling rubbed sunscreen on Baiyu, looked at the delicate little face, and nodded with satisfaction. Such a good-looking white. Don't let it be ruined by bad cosmetics. Shirayuki's nose twitched, and she hemmed and hawed. Mom, that's the sunscreen that Brother Mare put on Shirayuki. Ah, Brother Mare bought it. Mother Ling was stunned for a moment and raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Ling Mo with wonder written all over her gaze. Mo, do you live such a grueling life? Ling Mare, better watch the game. The first game is starting. Ling Mo chose to digress. There was no way he was going to admit that he had been played. By the way, didn't that little guy Zemo call you? Mother Ling handed the fruit to Baiyu as if nothing had happened. Why did you call me? Did he want to see me about something? Just before Mother Ling could reply, she was interrupted by a wolf howl. Ling Mo. Li Nan holding Chi Ruoyan's hand trotted over. Just that face looks a little red. Just don't know whether it's sunburned or... What's wrong? Ling Mo subconsciously said. The phone rings. After seeing that familiar note, the corner of the mouth straight draw. Answer the phone too. Stunned for a moment. You're in front of the school? Okay. Stop cursing. I'll be right there to pick you up. Hanging up the phone, Ling Mo was about to get up, but Baiyu grabbed his wrist. Is it Brother Mo's friend? Then Baiyu is going to pick it up together. Ling Mare. So what? Re Nan. Your worshipful little brother is coming to school. Go pick him up. Between Hong Zimao and Baiyu, Ling Mo decisively chose Baiyu. Hong Zimao's class wasn't enough to make Shirayuki run again. Come on. I'm this one the boss to pick up their little brother. That's what should happen. Right, Baiyu. Immediately to you. Ling Mo, you remember to let her warm up. Otherwise easy to get hurt. Li Nan hemmed and hawed, and didn't forget to instruct Ling Mo on his way out. Buddy. Hong Zimao, who was originally waiting for Ling Mo at the entrance of the school, had a stiff expression on his face when he heard this title as well as this familiar voice. Come to visit me at school, old boy? Wait, I'll let you in. Renan cheerfully opened his mouth and led Hong Zimo right into the school, opening his mouth as he walked. Older brother, you've come to the right place. Today happens to be the start of our school sports day. Your big brother I'll be going to the competition as well, so be sure to cheer me on at that time. Hong Zimao's chubby cheeks, however, spread a nuclear good smile and kept nodding his head. Of course, make sure you're properly cheered up. I'll get ready. You'll be sprinting as hard as you've ever sprinted when the time comes. Li Nan felt relieved. Although he was not a good mix of this big brother. But why his little brothers cowhide? When the little brothers are cowhide, the big brother is naturally cowhide. Well, that makes sense. Brother, where is my son? Hearing Hong Zimao so open, Li Nan really froze for a moment, because when he came, Hong Zimao has been shouting his brother Mo. Hong Zimao this side of the sudden to a sunwhere. Really the Li Nan will not be the whole. Son, you're married, old buddy? Hong Zimao slapped his head. It's where that Ling Mo kid is. No, old brother when you are at home also called Ling Mo and Mo brother. How to this called on the son? People's mom is here. Do not call. Re Nan was speechless, and Hong Zima was also speechless. Back to a country. In addition to gradually take over the company, the few pretend grandchildren moment, all on the side of Ling Mo. I was going to think about poking around on Ling Mo's mother's side to find out the current status of Ling Mo, and then I just kill it and have a good brotherly moment. Gee, I know. Li Nan reached out to take Hong Zimao, took over but realized that he couldn't reach Hong Zimao's other shoulder, coughed a few times and pretended as if nothing had happened, saying, that's right, later on, Shiroyuki she'll go on first, you'll cheer her on, and by the time I go on to play later on, you'll only have to chant that much less than you did for Shiroyuki. Hong Zimao casually agreed, except that, when Li Nan raced, Lian would regret beyond words what she had said. Hello, I haven't seen you for a few days. And your sister-in-law is looking good again. Without seeing the person, they first heard the voice. Several people followed the voice and looked over. An incomparably majestic figure slowly appeared in front of them, walking slowly with a steady pace. Thank you. You also. Baiyu had thought of praising Hong Zimo as well, but after scanning up and down a few times, she froze and couldn't find the right words. And Baiyu hadn't learned to speak against her own conscience. And, you've also become more blessed as well. Shiroyuki held the word for a long time. Then a smile of relief filled her small face. It's a blessing to be able to eat. So if she says so, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Shiroyuki, Omicron, equals Omega smiley face rose. Shiroyuki is really the best. The smile on Hong Zimao's face froze for a moment. Then he shook his head and spoke to Chi Ruoyan. That My big brother Li Nan is your object, right? I called a cheerleading team to cheer him up when the time comes. I'll give you a head start. Don't be jealous. Chi Ruoyan waved her hand indifferently. It's just a cheerleading squad. Why would I be jealous? When the time comes, I'll just tell the doorman to let them come right in. The smile on Hong Zimao's face grew more and more exuberant. It just looked more or less creepy. Zimao, why did you think of coming over today? Ling Yamo was puzzled. Hong Zimao should have nothing to do, and suddenly came over and, Quasi didn't hold his fart. Look at what you said. Who are we brothers with who? I just thought that I hadn't seen you for a while, so I came to see you. Hong Zimo was cheerful, that kind smile squeezing his eyes out. By the way, came over to ask sister-in-law for something. Shirayuki. What is it? Can Shirayuki help in any way? Shirayuki sat on a chair, wiggling her calves, looking at Hong Zimo with some curiosity. If you say it, Baiyu will definitely. Baiyu try her best to help you. I was going to say that I would definitely help you finish it, and then I thought that I couldn't just promise to do it when I didn't know what it was about yet. Shirayuki has a lot of heart. Watch the game first. Watch the game first. I'll buy dinner then. We'll talk about it then. Hong Zimao shook his head and didn't speak directly. Instead, he casually found a seat and sat down, smilingly pointing at the crowd on the playground. Oh, Shirayuki merely glanced back before returning her gaze to the playground. What? Running to me to play mind games? Ling Yamo got up and sat next to Hong Zimao, his gaze also falling on the playground as he spoke in a low voice. Look at you. M.O. Ling Yamo? Stop. Don't call me Brother Mayor. I'm a little afraid to say yes when you call me this Brother Mayor. Just tell me, what did you do to screw me over? At once, Ling Mo's vigilance came up. Between the two of them is now equivalent to whispering. Whispering or shouted on the brother of M.O. That is absolutely something. Run faster. It's almost first. Hurry. Faster. Speed up. Hong Zimao suddenly became very agitated and looked closely at the people racing on the track. His voice was so loud that he gave the people who were racing on the track a whole lot of confusion. Those who didn't know thought Hong Zimao was here to collect a debt. If you don't say it now, I'm sure I won't agree to it. And if you do, there's room for negotiation. Ling Yamo frowned slightly. Hong Zimao had prepared such a pitiful thing by talking so much about the East and the West, that, Brother Mayor, do you have any plans to let your sister-in-law make her debut? Hong Zimao glanced at Baiyu and Mother Ling and spoke in a low voice to Ling Yamo. No. Ling Yamo spoke incomparably and decisively, while frowning in dissatisfaction. Zimao, you know Little White Moon's identity. You're missing a string in your brain. Letting Little White Moon enter the entertainment industry? What do you think? Hong Zimao instantly became anxious, put up 4 fingers at his temples, and opened his mouth solemnly and gravely. And, I promise, there's no thoughts of harming my sister-in-law, and I'm not asking my sister-in-law to participate in a TV show or movie or anything. It's just a variety show, and it's definitely suitable for my sister-in-law. Ling Yamo? What variety? It's between couples, divided into several groups of couples in total, and then you get money by completing tasks, and you use the money you get from completing tasks to have food and lodging. You should understand what I mean by that, right? Ling Mo's eyebrows slightly relaxed a little bit, but still some doubts. According to reason, even if it is a variety show will not find him and buy you head the two of them and not much heat, and no works, go up for what? Why me and Little White Moon? Can't we get a couple of stars with positively strong traffic over there? The corners of Hong Zimao's mouth twitched slightly, helplessly holding his forehead. You can pull back, now the traffic is positively strong, or male, and may have a date, and still willing to go on the variety show. Damn, basically like a pussy. I'm afraid to go on a show to make him die. Not to mention, Ling Yamo heard that something was wrong. It was just to complete a task. And when did Hong Zimao mix with the movie industry? What's the meaning of the whole death? When is your family going to do variety shows again? Being a real estate predator isn't enough. Do you want to go full blown? Hong Zimao was instantly happy to hear this. He who knows me. Mercer. Oops, nowadays in this society, the more you know, the wider you are involved, the less likely you are to be eliminated by this wave of society. Look at other people's world top 500. Catering, education, real estate, film and television and these things, which are not involved. This is also my first time doing this, mainly to let my dad see my achievements and ability. And this time it's definitely for sister-in-law to have a good time. There is no such thing as making sister-in-law suffer. Otherwise I'd be violating the code of brotherhood, and I'd be killed for sure. Ling Yamo nodded thoughtfully as he listened to Hong Zimao's words. Then what do you mean by absolutely suitable for Koha Cookie? Does Koha Cookie have any specialties? Hong Zimao looked around thievishly and came to Ling Mo's ear and whispered. The variety show location is near a township. So can there be less animals? Nowadays, animals are more expensive than many people, and hasn't sister-in-law had that status before? Wouldn't she be able to read their minds casually? When the time comes, are you still afraid that you won't be able to earn anything? Now this session of netizens, anything can be said to you as a script. Basically no one doubts sister-in-law's ability. There are really idle people. I will step in to clarify a bit. Anyway, designated not to pit brother MOU and sister-in-laws. Sister-in-law has only spent time in the city. Maybe the townships have a different kind of beauty? It's fun and adventurous, and it won't make your sister-in-law suffer. And maybe you'll even make some animal friends. So it was only after much thought that I came over to ask you for advice. Brother Mayor, what do you think? Mayor? After saying that, Hong Zimao's expectant dog eyes just stared at Ling Mo. What's the approximate time? How long are you going to record? How exactly is it organized? Ling Mo thought about it and turned to ask more detailed questions. Brother Mayor will know when the time comes. There's no rush. Still preparing. There's money in places. At the moment it's just a matter of people. I'll call you again. Brother Mayor, when the time comes. Ling Mo thought for a moment. Can I call up someone else? Actually, it's not someone else. How about your big brother Li Nan going up? At the mention of Li Nan, Hong Zimao's face twitched a bit, and he said, with a smile on his face, of course, he is a must-have. His positioning is very important. Vegetarian, with comedic effects. The way the couples get along with each other is pertinent to the public. Very suitable for the broadcast of the variety show. Brother Mo, don't think too much. The recording time is about half a month and a week or so. It won't be very long. I'll let you know in advance if I want to start recording. Only, Ling Mo's attention was not on these words, and narrowed his eyes. And the way I get along with Koa Cookie isn't relevant to the public? As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Zimo looked at Ling Mo slyly, and pondered for a moment before speaking. Mayor, do you know what period most couples are divided into? Ling Mo was stunned for a moment. This was something he hadn't really paid much attention to, and honestly there was no need to. Can you call a relationship love if it's about following a formula and going through the motions? Generally speaking then, the relationship is divided into the hot love period, the calm period, the quarrel period, the peak breakup period, the Hong Zimao's words stuttered and froze, holding back that last sentence, reconsolidating his language for a moment. You and your sister-in-law, Brother Mayor, only have a period of passionate love, and no other period at all. So, the romance between you and your sister-in-law, Brother Mayor, is science fiction to the average person? Although it is said that there are examples that exist but they are few and far between. Renan can be a different story. I'm curious to see how he'll do when he's on the show then. After saying that, Hong Zimao patted Ling Mo's shoulder, then rested on Ling Mo's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Brother Mo, Code of Brotherhood, all brothers, when the time comes, I'll accompany you on the program. If the director is on the program, it might be a selling point. Ling Mayor, are you seeing anyone? Ling Mo hesitated for a moment, and asked the distressing truth that, Zimo Hong, there will be. Hong Zimao slowly retracted his hand on Ling Mo's shoulder, his tone somewhat mournful. If I can't, I'll solicit one online, and I don't even have to pay for it. A large number of women will fall over. After all, it's not a small amount of traffic and gimmick. There will always be people who can't grasp it and will want to come over. Ling Mo pursed her lips and whispered, Zimo, don't keep thinking of women as devils either. Not all women are. After Ling Mo met Hong Zimao's bland eyes, Ling Mo held back the rest of his words and raised his hand slightly. Okay, I won't say anything, so I'll wait for you to buy me dinner. Hong Zimao's face looked low, as if it was covered by an invisible shadow, and the whole person looked unusually depressed. He silently gazed at Ling Mo, a deep envy showing in his eyes, like a child longing for candy, watching the sweetness in someone else's hands that he himself could not possess. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he squeezed out a bitter smile that contained endless. Honestly, Mayor, Ling Mo froze for a moment. He had hardly seen Hong Zimo in this form. Ling Mo felt a little strange for a moment. I really envy you. You've discovered another side of Lin Ling, and the heavens have bestowed white moon upon you. You are fortunate to have discarded in time both the one who was not for you, and to have gained, as by a miracle, the one who cherishes you. Never mind. Let's just do what Mo said before. Ling Mo's throat rolled up and down with difficulty, as if there were razor blades in his throat. What did I say before? Hong Zimao glanced at Ling Mo, then turned his gaze back to Baiyu, who was already preparing to go warm up, and said softly, You said, if you really can't meet your ideal girl, then devote yourself to your work, and for the rest of your life, other than family, it's work. Ling Mo didn't know how to comfort Hong Zimao. He just patted Hong Zimao's shoulder. Okay, big old man, don't do this melodramatic set. I'll see how my younger siblings are doing on the program when the time comes. Hong Zimao's expression paused and transformed very quickly, revealing a two-skin smile. So you agree, Brother Mayor? I knew you were the best. Brother Mo. Looking at Hong Zimao, who changed his face so quickly, smiled heartlessly, and even waved his fists a bit and shouted cheer for his sister-in-law. Ling Mo pursed his lips slightly. Wearing masks and countless changes of face are all lessons that you have to learn the hard way. I agreed on my side, but I have to ask Little White Moon's opinion. After all, I'm me. Little White Moon is Little White Moon. She's not an appendage of mine, and the decision I make doesn't become Little White Moon's decision. The corners of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Bai Yu, who was grinning a bright smile at him. I'm going down to stay with little Shirayuki, so you'll be on your own for a while. Hong Zimao nodded, stood up and, go sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is mighty. Sister-in-law is number one in the world. Ling's mother, who was 2 or 3 seats away from Hong Zimao, couldn't sit down, moved to the side again, put on her sunglasses, and coughed dryly, trying to prove that she didn't recognize him. After half a day's whispering there, finished and started generating electricity. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Mo showed no signs of assimilating with Hong Zimao, Mother Ling said that she had to make Ling Mo pay attention to Hong Zimao's mental state. Little White Moon. Ling Mo came to the playground. He stretched out his arm and gently swept Bai Yu into his embrace. Bai Yu's petite body seemed to merge with him, gently snuggling into his arms. He slightly lowered his head, lightly sniffing the light and elegant fragrance emanating from the hair of the little person in his arms. The fresh aroma was like a clear spring flowing through his heart, making him feel unprecedentedly peaceful and relaxed. Just now, Brother Mo was talking to a friend, and Shirayuki didn't want to disturb Brother Mo, so she came down by herself. Bai Yu spoke in a low voice in Ling Mo's arms, her words full of attachment to Ling Mo, squinting her eyes, like a cat waiting for her master to come home from work. Ru ahead, rubbing against Ling Mo's chest. Can Brother Mayor recharge Shirayuki's batteries? Shirayuki wants to win the game. Ling Mo smiled and gently kissed Bai Yu's forehead. Okay, first things first, when Shirayuki is done with the competition, discuss something fun with Shirayuki, okay? Shirayuki felt the wet, warm touch coming from her forehead, narrowing her eyes and nodding with a smile. The event Bai Yu was going to perform now was sprinting, and after getting a charge from Ling Mo, this ninny felt so energized that she couldn't wait to just take off in place. Standing at the starting line with a serious little face, he stared at the man with a timer in his hand not much farther in front of him. Go Shirayuki! Go Shirayuki! Go Little Moon! Go sister-in-law! Hong Zima was jumping up and down in the audience position, howling wolf at the top of his lungs, and even holding up a white sign with pink letters flashing that sister-in-law is number one in the world. Li Nan also can't stand to see the strange desire to win or lose begin, standing up, and corresponding with Hong Zimo from a distance. Go Shirayuki! Go sister-in-law! Go White Moon! Sister-in-law! Cough cough! Vomit you! Go for it! Hong Zimo voice directly shouted split, drank a mouthful of water to moisturize the throat, staring at the eyes in that dry howl. Let others see. You have to say that these two people did not give money. That no one believe. Ling's mother was a little embarrassed by Hong Zimao's whole thing and took out her customized plates and hairbands. Hong Zimao doesn't want to be ashamed, but she wants to be ashamed. All you can do is wave a cheering stick. Go White! Mommy's here to watch you. The sound of cheering and cheering rang in Bai Yu's ears. Bai Yu's expression became more and more serious. Almost at the moment the starting gun rang, Bai Yu catapulted to start. Her small face was suffocating red. There was only one thought in front of her eyes, and that was to sprint towards the front. The sooner the better. Punch, crouch, whisper, crouch, for voices, 2 voices, crouch, for voices, 4 voices. As Shirayuki's sprint began, there was a crouching sound in the arena, and by the time Shirayuki sprinted out of the result, there were no exceptions in the room that, it's all 4-voiced crouches. Listening to the whole field's crouching sound, hosting the big game cheating face or black. This is still how to live? The whole place is full of fucking swear words. People from your own school only say crouch? Even if you say AI shit. I go. A tart bar can also be Just after cheating saw the time on it, that cloudy face was also written with surprise. His eyes were glazed over, and the hand holding the microphone couldn't help but push a few points harder, and a deep and introspective murmur echoed throughout the playground. What a sleeper this is. Shirayuki held her knees to catch her breath, looking at the scores on it, worry rising inside her. She didn't look at the contestant next to her, but gathered the courage to ask the clueless referee on the sidelines. May I ask if White Moon is number one? The referee's lips trembled, his words tinted with a trill. You You mean first in this aspect of the 50-meter dash? Shirayuki? With that, Shirayuki understood that the referee must have been talking about this competition event, and once again inquired that may I ask if White Moon is number 1? The referee swallowed hard. I remember in my memory. The world record for 50 meters is 5 seconds and 5/6. Come on. The women's world record is 5 seconds and 9/6. This 4 seconds and 1/6 should be the first. Shirayuki was a bit confused by what she heard, but after hearing that she was ranked number 1, the stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground, and she politely thanked him in a low voice. Thank you. The referee is once again confused. Why are you thanking me for running a world record? Although I have the ability to pinch the stopwatch, I don't have the ability to change the speed measurement. At Brother Mo. After getting the answer she wanted, Bai Yu, like a kitten scattering in the night, ran straight to Ling Mo. Her little face reddened with a bright smile on her face. And Bai Yu took first place. Oh, brother silence, brother silence, brother silence. Bai Yu hugged Ling Mo. Dao Dao murmured sound rang out. 3 words written all over her small face. Come on, compliment me. Looking at the poorly pampered little person in his arms, Ling Mo's heart is almost melted. Took out a small packet of paper drawer from his pocket, drew out a piece of paper and gently wiped the sweat from Bai Yu's forehead, touched Bai Yu's cheeks, and opened his mouth in a low voice. And I've seen it all. Little White Moon is awesome. Little White Moon is really the best. That's for sure. Bai Yu is the best. It's a good thing that Brother Mo charged Bai Yu, or else Bai Yu wouldn't know if she could take first place. Ling Mo gently kissed Bai Yu's forehead and cupped the other's cheek. Bai Yu was now smiling and obediently rubbing against Ling Mo's palm. Ling Mo couldn't help but smile. And after today's match, Zi Mao will treat us to dinner, and then when we go back in the evening, we'll give little Bai Yu a good bath, and then we'll give Bai Yu a massage and a good night's sleep. Okay? Bai Yu nodded vigorously, then remembered something and became much more alert, her starry blue eyes dripping, tightly grasping Ling Mo's sleeve, pitifully saying, after the bath brother Mare, remember to put on your clothes before going to bed. Shirayuki is tired today. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, then dumbfounded. Once upon a time, this girl can't wait for the two to sleep naked. Since in the birthday that day was eaten by himself once, that vigilance is up a lot. Didn't I say that I wouldn't bully little White Moon before the engagement? How could I lie? Bai Yu hemmed and hawed, closing her eyes and snuggling contentedly in Ling Mo's arms. Cheating glanced at his cell phone and looked at the location of the 11th class of business and industry, and met that look of his precious daughter, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Turning to the referee and discussing a few more things before finally clearing his throat and speaking with his hand on the microphone. Ahem. In light of the fact that Shiratsuki's 50-meter sprint run was a great deal superior to the world record, as well as the fact that Shiratsuki herself had a special matter, the award for the first place in the women's sprint competition is being given out in advance. Please come and collect your prize on your own after completing all the competition events. Shirayuki students. Shirayuki was stunned for a moment. Before the tournament she had specifically asked about the rewards. They usually started to be handed out after all the matches were over. Like some kind of semi-final or final or something. How could he claim the prize when he had obviously only competed in one match? But, not important. Hey, Shirayuki earned money again. Ling Mo gently rubbed Bai Yu's head. Well, go back and rest first. Later on, doesn't little Bai Yu still have the high jump program? If you don't rest properly, little Bai Yu won't be able to take down the first place. Oh, Bai Yu ate this up and took Ling Mo's hand, practically dragging him along as she ran. Shirayuki is the best. It's going to take first place for sure. When Bai Yu came back, she ran directly to Ling's mother, squatted down next to her, and opened her mouth with a smile. And, Mom, did you see what Shirayuki just did? Shirayuki took first place. Mother Ling looked at this precious lump in front of her, squatting right next to herself, waiting with bated breath for a compliment. Mother Ling lost her smile and helped Bai Yu up, patting the spot next to her. And Bai Yu sat down, just keeping her gaze on Ling's mother. Mother Ling smiled and, see, White, get some rest and Mom will tell your dad the good news later. Shirayuki kept nodding his head and hemmed and hawed. Ling Mo looked at the two of them. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Only the scuffle coming from not far away attracted Ling Mo's attention. Put your mother's fart. I'm the one who shouted the loudest. It was clearly me who shouted the loudest. What do you mean, old brother? Do you want to usurp the throne? As long as big brother doesn't die, you can only be a little brother after all. Ouch. You blew it. Renan? Why are you so unqualified? Old man. Shiroyan sat on the side, covering the face, not the slightest to pull the frame. Just look. Seems to feel very humiliated. Ling Mo, tell me, who shouted the loudest just now? As soon as Li Nan saw Ling Mo coming over, He brightened up and directly tugged on Ling Mo's arm, like a kindergarten child seeing his own old man coming, glaring back at Hong Zimao, disliking him. I'm not talking to you, the one who rushes his brother against his brother. Let's hear what Baiyu's boyfriend has to say. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment. His face showed a touch of gratification. Li Nan is still quite good at talking well. Ling Mo, who was about to open his mouth for Li Nan, was forcibly interrupted by Hong Zimao. Good. Then let's hear what my sister-in-law's husband has to say. He must know. Hong Zimao hemmed and hawed. His eyes narrowed into a slit as he looked at Ling Mo, the teasing under his eyes not hidden in the slightest, waiting for him to give a fair answer. Zimao shouted the loudest. I heard him. He shouted hard. Ling Mo opened his mouth in a serious manner, and at the same time patted Hong Zimao's broad shoulders in a pleased manner and said in a serious tone, I've been shouting pregnancy vomit to you in order to cheer on my little white moon. Good brother. In the heart. Hong Zimao, so it's like this. Well, I admit that I can't shout as well as you. Renan shook his head and sat next to Chi Ruoyan with regret, took her hand that covered her face, and said with a smile, kiss, craving. Chi Ruoyan. Snap. Renan covered her face and squatted on the ground drawing circles, looking like she was enveloped in dark clouds. The whole person was low and well behaved. Chi Ruoyan rubbed her hand with an expressionless face. Next time you have a craving, you can just tell me. There's no need to be so squirmy. Just kidding. So many people, even Ling Mo and Baiyu only kissed on the forehead, letting Renan kiss on the mouth? She didn't want to be on the hot seat or be the one to be eaten. Shocking. It turns out that college students from noble schools play with such flowers in private. Shocker. You can't help it in broad daylight. 3 or 2 things between lovers. Shocked. Still don't know what's shocking. Better stay with the top formation. Ling Mo's eyebrows jumped straight up, not going to look at the dead Li Nan, turning his head to ask Hong Zimao, who was pregnant and vomiting. In a moment, Kawakuki has one more high jump, and then it's basically time for Renan. So let's just withdraw straight after the competition then. Renan, who was crouching on the ground reflecting on her gluttony, raised her hand and, Ling Mo, Yang Xian isn't going. His father hired a tutor for him, and he's been busy for the past 2 days looking to prepare for his own exams. Ah yes, and Hong Jie, a few of his high school buddies came over here. Their school sports day ended earlier, looking for Hong Jie to catch up. Ling Mo did not say anything after hearing this. There is no need to engage in mandatory requirements for a meal. Okay, then you guys continue your brotherly love. Hong Zimo moved his obese body and came in front of Chi Ruoyan, smilingly opening his mouth. The principal should be your father, right? Can I go on stage and hold the microphone when I'm answering the support at that time? Chi Ruoyan thought about it. This kind of thing usually has a specialized person to do. At best, it is to submit a small note over to let others help read it. A word of caution. When the time comes, I'll tell my father. Just say that the original population can't read anymore. Temporary replacement. No one will say anything. Maybe even no one will be able to hear that the replacement has been made. Hong Zimao gave an okay sign. About half an hour had passed, and it was Shirayuki's turn to go up for another match. Brother Mayor Shirayuki is going to the competition. Hearing the referee call out her name, Baiyu put her cheeks together and looked blearily at Ling Mo. Brother Mo. Think about it. If you charge Baiyu will be able to get a prize. After Baiyu gets the award, she'll be able to harbor brother silence. Ling Mayor, why is this girl so full of wrapping herself up lately? Lowering his head, he kissed Shirayuki's cheek. The rest, go back and make it up to you. Baiyu smiled playfully and nodded her head vigorously. Baiyu's memory is very good. Brother Mo can't try to cheat. An urging sound rang out, and Baiyu parted Ling Mo's embrace and waved at him. Brother Mo. Remember to cheer Baiyu up. Baiyu is going to go earn money to spend for Brother Mo. Ling Mayor, don't talk about him like he's a loser. Hello? Ahem. Hello? Hello? A familiar voice rang out, and Hong Zimao coughed a few times, testing the microphone, before whispering that the Shirayuki from Business 11 were always by your side. Go for it. Baiyu hadn't experienced a great deal of wind and waves, and was instantly infected by Hong Zimao's passion. Her small face flushed red as she waved her fists and, me, Shirayuki is the best. Go for it. Hong Zimao gave a look to the guy next to him and changed the music. Where in the world is a world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I would definitely go to. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. The competition began, and as the height of the poles kept increasing, the number of people competing became smaller and smaller, and in the sport of high jumping, it was impossible to see too much at once. As Shirayuki jumped again and again, the heat had caused her to lose her stamina very quickly. Not to mention, Shirayuki had never been much of an endurance athlete. Keep running. With ruddy pride, How can you see life sparkle if you don't hold on to it? Baiyu gritted her teeth and glanced back at Ling Mo, who was cheering herself on. Mother Ling, who had already gotten up from her chair and was a bit worried about herself. Li Nan, who was drinking water and was smoothing her throat. And Chi Ruoyan, who was shouting for Little Moon to cheer her on. Told you. I'll take care of the soprano part. A low and strong voice rang out. Hong Zimao, this guy fucking directly a foot on the table. Face are to suffocate red. Even if the body fat so high he can see the burst of veins. Go sister-in-law. Let that Ling Mo kid know that you're the best. Go sister-in-law. Long live sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Vomit you. Hong Zimao was so careless that he went back on the pregnancy vomit, and those who didn't know thought he had eaten the microphone in. Suddenly, Shirayuki thought of what that referee had said during his sprint. How high is the world record? Can Shirayuki just jump that high? Shirayuki didn't intend to add a little bit of height and a little bit of height. She hadn't gone through systematic training, and this aspect of endurance was ultimately a shortcoming. The high jump record is 245 meters, are you sure? Shirayuki was stunned for a moment and spoke with some confusion. Only 245 meters? Referee? The only remaining opponent? 245 meters is too little for you. Why don't you take off? Shiratsuki-san, high jumping isn't the same as sprinting. And while you may have broken the record in sprinting, high jumping isn't necessarily. Shirayuki shook his head. That expression obviously not listening to what the referee said. Can we just adjust it to 5 meters? Shirayuki wants to give it a try, and doesn't want to jump little by little anymore. The referee saw the serious expression on Shirayuki's face, guessing that any more persuasion on his part wouldn't help, sighed and stepped forward to adjust the height of the "Don't you get hurt." As for Baiyu's opponent, he was standing on the side with his hands clasped to his chest. If Baiyu jumped over, he didn't have the need to compete again. If he didn't jump over, he had more or less consumed some stamina, and then he would directly challenge his own highest record. Shirayuki leaned down and, going through the 3 stages of starting, sprinting, and lying down. Of course, the sleepers were shouted by the crowd, and it seemed that Shirayuki would have a famous scene of the entire crowd sleepers whenever he had a match. Sheeting snapped and covered his face. It looked like his school was really going to be on the hot seat in a different form. And his own biggest mistake was that he shouldn't have listened to Chi Ruoyan's bullshit and let this guy Hong Zimao take the mic. After this guy took the microphone, he didn't know what cheek was. And that guy howled. We should have had him over during the high school vows. Soprano 1, Vomit 1, and all those other titles wouldn't be out of place. Cheating had already thought of what the netizens would call Hong Zimao after he caught fire. Hong Zimao was forcibly invited off the stage and sat down in the audience's seat gasping for breath but also happy, whispering to himself, now I should be on fire. There should be quite a bit of traffic in a short period of time. When the time comes to take this opportunity to directly launch the news that I'm going to start a program. Me, my son, my oldest brother. So far there are already 3 sets of couples. Invite another set of couples over then, and this will be done. Hong Zimao hemmed and hawed. To be a businessman, you can't be too much of a face. Both wanting a face, you also want to make a lot of money. You can read about it in a novel, but you can't think about it in real life. There is no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Phew, seems like it could use a little more height. After jumping over, Shirayuki gasped and cocked her head in thought. Immediately afterward, Shirayuki was bitter and, I don't think I can add it. I've jumped too many times in front of me, and Shirayuki doesn't have much strength left. If you can still jump over, Shirayuki will have to admit defeat. Shirayuki looked at the only remaining opponent with a serious face and trotted over. Her words filled with regret. Shirayuki was still thinking about taking first place. That opponent? Don't you think too highly of me? Concede and concede. Just give the championship to this living father. Not to mention the girls' division. There's no one in the boys' division who can jump 3 meters, right? After a long 0.01 seconds of thinking, the last remaining one chose to concede defeat, hung his head and opened his mouth to the referee. After all, it's not humanly possible to jump 3 meters, with 0.5 meters on top of that. It's not enough to jump even if you let yourself grow a few more centimeters. So Shirayuki is winning? Thank you. You're so nice. Shirayuki's mood shifted quickly. Just a moment ago she was a bit depressed. Now she was close to writing the words I'm happy on her face. Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. Yeah. Baiyu ran towards Ling Mo, took Ling Mo's hand, and was about to walk in the direction of cheating. Brother Mo. Baiyu is the champion in both events. Isn't Baiyu great? Shirayuki's footsteps were quick, as if she was afraid that her reward would fly away, and as she walked, she whispered to herself, it really isn't easy to earn money, and Shirayuki is going to spend it with Brother Mare. Ling Yamo was speechless along the way, just looking at Baiyu with nothing but favor in his eyes, but more comfort. Unconsciously, Shirayuki was becoming more and more human. First place is $300,000. Two first places is $600,000. It's too much. That. Baiyu, what's your bank card number? I'll call you. Baiyu gushed and pulled Ling Mo to ask for a reward, and Cheating thought the other party was afraid that he wouldn't honor it, and opened his mouth in mute amusement. Who knows? But Baiyu shook her head and pushed Ling Mo. Shirayuki doesn't want money. Give it to Brother Mayor. Ling Mayor. With pleasure. In Cheating's strange eyes, Ling Mo reported his bank card number, and after confirming to the arrival of the cash, he waved his phone and, got it, pulling Shirayuki away. Kiting shook his head and smacked his lips. To be so powerful and still eat soft food. What's wrong with young people nowadays? When Ling Mo and Baiyu came back, Ling Nan had already started warming up, and while moving his body, he opened his mouth to Hong Zimao, whose voice had already shouted for splits. Your big brother, I will be on the field soon. For the sake of your voice, you don't need to shout so hard. Just let the cheerleaders you prepared sell out in a while. Hong Zimao hemmed and hawed, looking incredibly honest. Only Ling Mo shivered when he saw this smile. That's how he likes to laugh when he pits people. Okay, to me, I go up first. Remember, my cheerleaders, let them shout a little louder, so that others know the charm of my Linan. The best is that there is a jingle. Like what? Linan, I love you like a mouse loves rice or something like that. Linan hemmed and hawed and laughed. That smile gradually changed, and scowled at Hong Zimao for a while. It was just a pity that the back of his head didn't have long eyes, or else he would surely be able to see Chi Ruoyan's eyes that were full of murderous aura. Who the fuck dares to attack me? Old me. I told you who this familiar little hand was. It smells nice and soft. What's wrong, kiss? After Renan's face was pinched, Renan, who was originally about to curse, turned his head back and met Chi Ruoyan's eyes, and there was a vague red light flashing in his eyes, and he immediately changed his face and smiled. There are some things that people do. It's their work ethic, but you can't mention them. You mention them, the flavor changes. Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth with a leathery smile, then pinched Linan's cheeks again to get over it, before waving her hand and saying, Ling Mo will kiss the forehead when little moon comes on. You. Before he could finish speaking, Linan brought his face over, blinking his innocent dog eyes and staring at Chi Ruoyan. Chi Ruoyan, I'll give you a kiss when you're done racing. For a moment, Renan wailed in excitement and ran straight to the competition field. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ready? Get ready to enter. Hong Zimao took out his cell phone and looked like he was sending a voice. Only that look was more or less excited. For a while, Chi Ruoyan was a bit confused. Is there something unusual about this cheerleading squad? Let's show you guys what I'm made of. Renan moved around a bit. He had signed up for the 1,000 meters, and it was a win to be as well groomed as possible and still get a decent place. Say, don't dudes have cheerleaders? Renan hadn't seen the beautiful girl in rags she'd imagined herself to be, cheering herself on with a flower balloon. Until now. I can't. Is it hard to lie to me? Even as he stood on the track, Renan was still muttering, casting a questioning glance at Hong Zimao in the audience, who smiled faintly and didn't say anything, only pointing him in a direction. After Renan received Hong Zimao's eyes, there was still some small joy in his heart. Sure enough, this worshipful little brother of his can't pit himself, looking in the direction Hong Zimao was pointing. The smile on Lei Nan's face froze. At the head of the group was an older woman who looked to be around 40 or 50 years old, with blush rubbed on both sides of her cheeks, and older women standing in turn on her left and right sides, walking in a triangular formation. Crap! I didn't realize that after Lubu's death there was someone even braver than him. Whose general is this? The whole field without surprise boiled. Have seen the beautiful young model cheerleaders, have seen the muscles fierce male cheerleaders, the first time to see the sunset red cheerleaders. The commentator who was originally squeezed down by Hong Zimao also got hot, holding the microphone in his hand is outputting non-stop. That's right, we are now presenting you with none other than Big Mama's Sunset Red Square. Look, they're walking slowly with a steady pace against the hot sun. It's as if I see a newborn son in these women nearing 50. The blush, the vigor, the unparalleled cohesion of action. Look, they've pulled up the banner. What's that? Renan. Go for it. Who is Linan? Renan. Come on out and stand up. In their encouraging eyes, you carry the hopes of 24 women nearing 50. You are the true king of mature women. Renan's mouth slowly opened wide, and his whole body had fallen into stagnation and self-doubt, then wiped his eyes in some confusion and muttered, I must be blind. Rub it in. It's supposed to be a ragged beauty queen. Renan wiped her eyes hard. After seeing the blush on both sides of the cheeks of those Amazons, Nan was on the verge of crying, wiping even harder, itching to pull out her own eyeballs and wash them. Don't. A ragged beauty queen won't do. A tightly dressed beauty queen will do. With the referee's urging, Lunan had to recognize reality and completely broke his guard. Leaning back and, aha, Hong Zimao, island dollar at percent $. The referee walks over, frowns, takes a look at Nan's number plate, and the corners of his mouth twitch, and, that, Nan-san, pull yourself together, the game will start soon. Cheer up well in a while. You don't want to disappoint your aunts who have high hopes for you, do you, Nan? Disappointment. He'd rather those aunts were disappointed. Ga. Hong Zimao happy crazy, laughing a little breathless, obese face or suffocated red, holding the support stick in his hand, up and down breath, said, Nan, go for it, ha, let you fucking mouth bitch, still want to take advantage of old Mimi? Do your spring and fall spiral up beautiful dream go? Ling Mo was also thunderstruck, and realized that the person next to him had rubbed his head against his shoulder, and only then did he come back to his senses and look at Baiyu. What's wrong Shiratsuki? Baiyu aggressively pointed to her neck, upper body, and stomach, tugging Ling Mo's hand on her stomach, narrowing her eyes and whispering, Brother Mo. Baiyu is not feeling well and wants to take a bath. Ling Mare, when Nan is done competing, go home and take a bath first, then match Little White Moon with a nice outfit and go for dinner tonight. Ling Mo soothed the little person who was a bit annoyed because of the sliminess of his body, and gently pressed and rubbed the soft flesh on Baiyu's stomach. How about, if Little White Moon is really uncomfortable, just bathe yourself once first? As soon as he said that, Ling Mo felt like he was being stared at by a dangerous gaze. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straightened up, and he was silent for a moment before he softly opened his mouth. And, no leaving Shiratsuki behind. We'll wash it together when we get home. Just as soon as he finished speaking, the gaze that was dangerous with a hint of aggravation immediately disappeared, and the owner of the gaze hemmed and hawed, rubbing against Ling Mo in contentment. Sure enough, there's only a hot love period between me and Koa Cookie, and if there are other periods, then it's time to reflect on myself. Ling Mo gently rubbed Baiyu's soft little tummy and secretly thought to himself, it's just that. Did Zimo the damaging ratio just hire a group of Amazons? It's a bit simple, isn't it? As it turns out, Ling Mo still understands Hong Zimo very well. So many people, only one line Nan refueling is not reasonable. The Amazons scattered and separated, led by the banner Still Go Nan, and the rest by Hong Zimo's advertisement for his upcoming variety show. Would you like to see couples get along? Do you want to see the simple side of the stars amongst themselves? Newcomer new variety show, please stay tuned. My name is MC Zimo, Ling Mare. This money should be given quite a lot. Just when Ling Mo thought that this was the end of the matter, a more intense crouching sound than before resounded once again, which was quite a bit louder than even when Shirayuki broke the record. Ling Mo followed the gazes of the crowd. His eyes were glaring out, his lips trembled slightly, even if Ling Mo couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Crap, Zimo, you are really fucking ruthless. Perhaps the big mamas bring the most novelty and uproar. After all, there are very few cheerleaders who look like big mamas at this stage of the game. But if it's a muscle-bound, nope, not apt enough for that. If it's a tough guy who's got a big, thick waist, a black jacket, and a beard that goes to the point of sticking in his face, it's a good idea. What about a tough guy like that walking around with pink cat ears on his head and cat claw shoes on his feet? Even the socks are fucking pink cat spa socks. Not to mention that it's definitely not an obese tough guy. It's a fat-packed tough guy. However, it is such a hard man, but stood next to the sunset red cheerleaders. The leader of the man directly ripped open the banner. According to the banner above, the words on the voice shouted, "Go Nan! Your big brother is here to cheer you on." The playground instantly blew up. The muscle man cheerleaders they did see, but such a muscle man cheerleaders really have not seen. If earlier was shocked, now their 3 views have been torn in the ground to be trampled ruthlessly. Belonging to the is about to be played with. Crap, it's still fucking Nan. What kind of god is this Nan? Can it be that the protagonist of the novel has descended into the world? I want to know who his big brother is more than Nan. I don't believe it without fucking blood money. I wouldn't do it even if I was given $100,000. It was on the way to the start of the run that Nan heard the shocking crouching sound and subconsciously searched the playground for the. Just after noticing the banner the cat-eared sluggers had pulled up, the body stiffened for a split second as if it had been nudged, and the left foot stepped on the right and fell on its face. Soon Nan was back on his feet, fire burning in his eyes, and sprinting for the finish line at a faster pace than before. Hong Zimo is indeed right. Nan is indeed just going into the match like a chicken blood now. Only this chicken blood was used to settle the score with Hong Zimo later. Ah ha ah. Renan let out a guttural roar, clenching his fists and, what the fuck with the grooming? He wanted the match to end quickly now. Renan, cheer up. Renan, win. With every shout from the muscle-bound men, Renan's speed went up a notch. The Amazons are not shy. They have been paid. They must also be dedicated waving their instruments of support in their hands and chanting in unison. Renan I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. Poof wow. Renan felt like he had been shot in the heart. What he had asked Hong Zimao to do earlier had just happened. But why did he not feel the slightest bit of joy? Instead, what about wanting to die more? Hong Zimao, I am your mom. Renan once again roared. The speed once again raised a gear. To the rivals of the game together were dumbfounded. This guy so early to start sprinting? I'm guessing I'll have to go off the deep end soon. It was just that what they didn't expect was that Renan's speed hadn't decreased in the slightest. Instead, in that expression of love, the more courageous the speed, and the grimmer the expression, the more the opponents reacted, too, by shouting out, "He's Renan." Renan stumbled in his endeavors, and nearly fell to the ground again, only to increase his speed once more, and, his eyes burned with a blazing fire, gritted his teeth, both legs were almost inverted thin, crazy accelerated sprint, as if 1,000 meters to run is 100 meters to run, but the opponents want to curse now, having shouted so much, breathing in unadjusted, off the deep end. Ouch, holy shit. No. It hurts. It hurts. A player hurriedly off the field, feeling that further running absolutely to waste. Anyway, it is just a school sports day. Over to make up the number. There is no need to be so hard. A lot of people were basically dragged there by the sports committee to make up the numbers. The emphasis is on participation. The referee at the finish line couldn't sit still, looking at Renan, who was frantically running towards him with red eyes, and for some reason, had the urge to run away from but when he saw the stopwatch in his hand, he pressed down hard, his expression tinged with excitement. Quick, harder. Only Renan's speed had not improved in the slightest, and after sprinting with his teeth clenched from the start, Renan was now in a slight decline in the last 200 meters. The referee gritted his teeth, glanced at the cat-eared hunk who was still cheering, and the blushing mama who was struggling to wave her support props, and stood up expansively and, "Go Renan! Renan will win! Renan you're the most handsome as a cricket." At the end of the day, the referee didn't bother to show his old face. Renan is on the verge of tears, and no one's paying you, so what's the point of hooting and hollering? Finally, Rehan ran to the finish line and the referee slapped his thighs in excitement. Great! 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Renan you. Without waiting for the referee to finish, Renan, with red eyes, like a wild beast that has gone berserk, frantically ran in the direction of the audience. And, Agu crap. Brother Mo, I'll withdraw first. See you at the dinner tonight. Call me if you need anything. Hong Zimao that all fat me trembled, looking at the crowd that the most beautiful retrograde as if a zombie rushed toward him, decisively chose to wipe the oil on the soles of the feet directly run away. He was a brain player, not a body player, and he was a bit underpowered against someone as athletic as Renan. Fuck. Don't you run. Don't run if you have the guts. It's Renan cursing. I'll run. What's wrong with me having no balls? This is Hong Zimao on the loose. Mao fled. Nan chased after him, and Mao couldn't get away. Let Hong Zimao run for 10 seconds. Lai Nam will catch up in 5. As for the next image, I'm your big brother. How dare you do this to me? Hong Zimao was a little alarmed and pushed Renan, who was on top of him. Fuck you. I've lost my face. What kind of shit cheerleader did you find? And big brother? I'm bigger than you. Renan, acting like Shirloji, sat on Hong Zimao's body and greeted him with slaps and fists all over his body. Damn, you're the one that's been acting like Chan's rebel brother, aren't you? What you said about wanting to beat me up. I think you just want to find a reason to sit on me and then do whatever you want to me. Despite being pinned down, Hong Zimao's mouth is a first-rate one. Bullshit. Since when are you my big brother? I'll directly beat you up with my last name today. Renan went straight to the head, swinging his fists more frequently. Nima, if you move again, I'm going to get mad at you. Believe it or not. I just need one word and you have to karma? Come. I'll see how you make me karma in one sentence. Renan's movements didn't pause in the slightest, but instead became more and more ferocious. In the next moment, Hong Zimao roared in anger and, heaven did not give birth to me. Hong Zimao. Father rode for ages like a long night. Father come. Ling Mo, who was slowly walking in the distance, heard Hong Zimao's words, his footsteps paused, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Zimao. Fiction is fiction. Reality is reality. This is not in school. How long have you been working? Without waiting for Ling Mo to finish, Hong Zimao's angry voice directly interrupted. Now is not the time to talk about this. You cooperate with me, Amer. Didn't you cooperate quite well in school before? And hurry up and pull him off me. This kid is okay without the face, but I feel like I have to get several black bruises on my body. Ling Mo took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice to Baiyu beside him. Little Shirayuki, cover your ears. Nothing you hear later is true. Baiyu nodded her head a little confused and covered her ears, not bothering to ask why, unconditionally choosing to believe Ling Mo. With a slightly unnatural look on his face, Ling Mo trotted over and opened his mouth in extreme shame. Here comes your father. In fact, Ling Mo didn't have anything good to do. He just squatted next to Hong Zimao, looked at Li Nan who was panting and still thinking of punching Hong Zimao, and whispered, Ri Nan, after your sister Chi saw that you were number 1 in the competition, she seemed to say something, to give a reward or something? I'm having some trouble remembering. Do you know what she said the reward was? Ri Nan's body paused, and he directly stood up, turning back and rushing over Chi Ruoyan, who just walked over slowly. Hey, man, what can I say? If smoke out, okay, pack it up. This is really your damage. In fact, when it came to this, Ling Mo was still more curious. Those cheerleaders of yours, what's the deal? Grimacing, Hong Zimao got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. Cheap for the older women. 5,000 a head. They're fine. And after they know they can make 5,000 for a couple of shouts, there's plenty of people to sign up. Those big guys I went to the club for 10,000 a pop. Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully. 10,000 a person. Wearing a pink catsuit over to cheer and shout a couple of words. And it didn't take long to. And it's not just you. There's someone else with you. Maybe. There are others who just love this. In the words of the webmaster, once in a million times, I can wear it until you're broke. Brother Mayor. In the midst of the fog-filled, fairyland-like bathroom, Shirayuki was standing under the showerhead, her skin hanging with crystalline shower gel foam as if it were a thin layer of snowflakes, giving people a dreamy feeling. Baiyu squinted her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of lethargy and contentment, seemingly enjoying this rare moment of relaxation, gently hugging Ling Mo and speaking in a low voice. Ling Mo's body stiffened and patted Baiyu's somewhat wet head, his voice carrying a bit of stoicism in it. What did you say before? Forget it? In that case you can't help but want to bully little Shirayuki. Baiyu just wants to hug Brother Mo. And Baiyu is very tired today. Baiyu hasn't gotten engaged to Brother Mo yet. Brother Mo won't bully Baiyu. By the way, what was that fun thing that Brother Mayor said he was going to tell Shirayuki earlier? Baiyu tilted her head, a playful smile, blinking her eyes soulfully, her cheek pressed against Ling Mo's chest, and whispered. Ling Mo took a deep breath and picked up the showerhead to rinse the milky white foam off Baiyu's body. Well, I'll talk to Koha Cookie when I get out after my shower. Baiyu gently nodded her head, hugged Ling Mo's hand a few points harder, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed the corner of Ling Mo's lips. Shirayuki loves Brother Mo so much. Does Brother Mo love Shirayuki? Ling Mo didn't say anything and lowered his head to kiss Baiyu's crime-inducing vermilion lips. Well, Shirayuki's hair was up high. Ducky was sitting on the couch, the TV was playing cat and mouse, and Shirayuki was crunching potato chips in her hand, just like she was mesmerized. And Ling Mo, however, did not come out of the bathroom with Baiyu. After kissing Baiyu, Ling Mo accelerated the speed of rinsing Baiyu off, somewhat woefully urging Baiyu to wait outside for herself first. Snap! The bathroom door was opened. Ling Mo came out of the bathroom refreshed and wrapped in a bath towel, holding a hair dryer in his hand, and came to the sofa. Here, blow dry your hair. Shirayuki's eyes lit up as she leaned against the back of the sofa and squinted her eyes, a melting expression written all over her small white face. Little White Moon, Zimao is preparing to make a couples variety show and wants the two of us to participate. A variety show is the kind that can appear on TV. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Mo tended to Baiyu's hair while he also brought this matter up in passing. Well, what do you mean? Baiyu didn't hold back. Her head, which was originally flat in front of her, tilted up directly to look at Ling Mo, but she ended up forgetting that Ling Mo was holding a hairdryer to blow dry her hair. Ahem. The airflow from the hairdryer choked Shirayuki directly on the. Ling Mo was so amused by Baiyu that he patted her forehead and, take it easy. The variety show that Zimao is going to do is about several couples living together in one place and obtaining living resources by completing tasks every day. But the interesting thing is that little Shirayuki should be able to make quite a few animal friends. And the recording location for this variety show isn't in the city. Ling Mo put down the hairdryer in his hand and sat down next to Baiyu, who obediently laid down on Ling Mo's lap and looked at Ling Mo curiously. Reaching out his hand, He gently caressed Shiroyuki's soft, white face, his lips opening and closing slightly. The place we're going to is a township, and the living conditions won't be too bad, so little White Moon doesn't have to worry about it being tough. And, Bayu's eyes lit up and she directly sat up and straddled Ling Mo's body, her hands resting on both of Ling Mo's shoulders as she kept nodding her head. Shiroyuki wants to go. Shiroyuki has seen this life in her cell phone. It's great. Ling Mo? So, this life that Shiroyuki saw, what was it like? How does it feel? Just after the bath, the small person's fragrance in his arms kept drilling into Ling Mo's nostrils, and since she was only wearing soft silk pajamas, Bayu's soft and delicate body allowed Ling Mo to feel more intuitively. This, coupled with the fact that Bayu was now straddling Ling Mo's body in a position of looking down on Ling Mo, made it so that Ling Mo could now vaguely see his own child's not-so-small size from that forked neckline. But Bayu didn't realize it. Her head lay on Ling Mo's shoulder, her voice filled with yearning and ethereal beauty. That kind of life is to work at sunrise, sleep at sunset, light each day on your feet, cook a bowl of tea, stir-fry a plate of bamboo shoots, and make a pot of soup. In the summer, set up a rocking chair in the doorway, lie down in it, look at the 3 or 2 stars set in the silver canopy, and then Brother Mare sings softly to the white moon. In the winter, Brother Mare can hold a book with a blanket over him, the house is warm, and then turn on a warm wall lamp, and Shiroyuki sits on a small bench next to him and listens to Brother Mare tell Shiroyuki stories from the book. Bayu's voice was soft and gentle. Ling Mo went along with Bayu's words and imagined that kind of picture, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This life seems really good. It would be good to take Shiroyuki over to experience it. Then, I'll talk to Zemo later. Due to the fact that their bodies were close together, Bayu's body fragrance was teasing Ling Mo's nerves all the time. Without realizing it, Ling Mo's body temperature gradually rose, and Bayu also felt the presence of little Ling Mo, and with a bitter little face, she was about to escape from Ling Mo's body. And, instead, he ended up directly being grabbed by Ling Mo's slender wrist, and the knots in Ling Mo's throat rolled up and down. Brother Mo, you said you wouldn't bully Shiroyuki. Shiroyuki sniffled, looking a bit pathetic, and spoke with a skittish mouth. Ling Mo sat up and gathered Bayu into his arms. Looking at her somewhat apprehensive expression, he smiled in a low voice, with some mania in his smile. Yes, I won't bully little Shiroyuki, but little Shiroyuki is too good looking. It's a pity. Ling Mo pretended to be sorry. Bayu reddened her little face, a little curious. And, Brother Mare, what's the pity? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly as he dropped a sentence, then kissed Bayu's rosy lips, tugging Bayu's small hand on his body. Unfortunately, I'm not a eunuch. I still have to find a way. Otherwise, if I keep working it out on my own, my body will break down. Bayu's breathing gradually shortened. Her eyes gradually became disoriented. Ling Mo loosened Bayu's lips, pulled out a ripple, reached out and pinched Bayu's reddish and hot little face. Shiratsuki, you have to be considerate of me too, okay? I said I wouldn't bully little Shiroyuki. So, can little Shiroyuki do me a favor as well? Bayu's sapphire eyes looked like they were filled with water mist, looking moving and confused as she opened her mouth. What? 10 minutes later, Shiroyuki's face wasn't red anymore, and curiosity was written all over it. Looking at his palm, he cocked his head strangely, his head slowly coming closer, but only just lowering his head. He frowned straight at the, so annoying. This startled Ling Mo for a moment. Go wash your hands and go eat. Shiroyuki bristled, looking a little upset, and defended herself. And, Buzz, it's obviously Brother Mare who wants to grab Shiroyuki's hand and do this. Shiroyuki was just curious. Ling Mare, this way. Outside the restaurant, Hong Zimao stood in the doorway waving at Ling Mo. The moment he saw the car, Hong Zimao recognized it without even bothering to look at the license plate number. Nothing else, the people who come here to eat wouldn't drive such a substandard car. Ling Mo hadn't had time to go buy a car or a house after receiving the money from Mother Ling, and was now driving the same car that he had previously staged. Did Renan and the two of them come? Ling Mo got out of the car, and holding Bayu's hand, he walked over and stood in front of Hong Zimao's eyes, stretching out his fist and lightly pounding Hong Zimao's chest. Ouch I go. Don't move. It still hurts. Hong Zimao covered the place where he was whacked and grimaced for a while, subconsciously blurting it out. He stiffly held it back after noticing Shiroyuki's curious eyes beside him. No way. He can really hurt you? Didn't you say that this fat of yours is the best defense weapon? Ling Mo withdrew his hand with some surprise and wondered. Is it hard to believe that the kid practiced? Hong Zimao shook his head bitterly. As awesome as a defense weapon is, It can't hold up to a person pounding towards a place a dozen times. When he finished speaking, Hong Zimao froze for a moment. That statement seems a bit ambiguous, haha. Get lost. Leave me alone. Chi Ruoyan's voice came over, and when Ling Mo and the others looked over, they found Li Nan happily glued to Chi Ruoyan's side, completely devoid of his previous outburst of anger. It was only when the two of them walked over that Ling Mo noticed something. How does Chi Ruoyan's mouth feel more arched than before? Ruoyan, Shirayuki took first place today. Is it awesome? Baiyu let go of Ling Mo's hand that was holding hers, and stood in front of Chi Ruoyan, smiling and crossing her arms, with a look of I'm very powerful, and, awesome, Little Moon is the best. Unlike someone, Chi Ruoyan paused, her tone somewhat derisive. After running the 1,000 meters I didn't see anything at the time. I was pretty much alive and kicking, and I went back like I was dying. Lu Nam, he wouldn't have died under normal circumstances. He's usually athletic, and he can get a perfect score in the 1,000 meters. But spurred on by the cat-eared Mighty Hunks cheerleaders and the Sunset Dames cheerleaders, Re Nan adrenaline rush, directly to the dry to 2 minutes. If a little more bullish, you can challenge the second-level athletes. But after soaring through, Li Nan was as good as dead, and when he finished walking away, he directly glued himself to Chi Ruoyan, and opened his mouth to let Chi Ruoyan give himself a reward. Chi Ruoyan was annoyed and kissed Li Nan, who, as if ignited, wrapped his arms around Chi Ruoyan and kissed him hard. Only, Chi Ruoyan's mouth seems to be more arched. Go inside and eat. Sister-in-law and little brother are both tired from today's competition. Eat something to replenish. Right, sister-in-law? You can choose any fish inside. When Shirayuki heard this, her eyes lit up and she trotted in. Only, Ling Mo and Chi Ruoyan didn't follow the footsteps of the crowd, but stood still and didn't move. Renan also seemed to know what the duo wanted to talk about, and didn't say anything but howled, Sister Ki, will you let me have enough kisses when it's over? Aren't we going to your house on Saturday? I won't even move you after today's kiss. Chi Ruoyan, a dog. Chi Ruoyan let out a low curse. Talk to your dad? Ling Mo raised the cell phone in his hand and asked with a raised eyebrow. Said I'd explain Luna's grades when the time comes. Just say. Chi Ruoyan pondered for a moment, took out her cell phone, and looked at the message Chi Ting had sent to her. Let's just say it's a tailwind today and Luna has trained privately, so she'll break records running, and high jumping. Let's just say it's a visual effect. It's not really that high. It's on the lower side of the world record. That's the explanation my dad was going to give. And oh yeah, my dad had a line at the end of the public announcement. If there is any disagreement, please come see me at the president's office at Minchin University and I will give a nuclear reasoned explanation. Kiran Yen froze after reading it, and she only just responded, typing and sending it. Dad, that's a typo. It's embarrassing to send it out. I don't know if Kiting had been looking at his cell phone, or if he heard a ringtone of particular concern and replied particularly quickly. Who says I'm making a typo here? Chi Ruoyan. Ling Mo looked at Chi Ruoyan's reaction, froze for a moment, a little puzzled. This sounds quite official. How Chi Ruoyan is such an expression. But after Ling Mo saw Cheating's message, he also became silent. Why does it feel a bit like a threat? That must be the threat. But no matter. It's good that it can be solved. Public opinion will definitely be there. But if it affects your life, then you'll have to be like Hong Zimao yourself. The great psychic father come. Little psychic mother come. Did Zimao tell you guys about the variety show? Chi Ruoyan froze for a moment. After the match, Li Nanguang caught her kissing. How could she have time to find out the reason for Hong Zimao's treat this time? On who? Chi Ruoyan subconsciously opened his mouth. Ling Mare, come on, go inside. Zimao has something to tell us. Re Nan, I wonder if you have any ideas for a variety show? Couples variety show. Hong Zimao was sneaking around outside the corridor talking to Li Nan in a low voice, obviously talking about a serious matter, but looking at it like this, rather more like going for some PY deal. Not interested? What's wrong with couple variety shows? I might as well stick it to my sister Chi if I have that time. And how do you have the nerve to come over here and make me? I'm still pissed off about those cheerleaders you got me. Re Nan rolled his eyes, turned around and was about to enter into the box, but he was tugged by Hong Zimao's obese little hand on his sleeve. But your sister Chi has already agreed. Oh, it's fine. Then I'll find another on-screen CP for your sister Chi when the time comes. You'll watch it then. With that, Hong Zimao took the initiative to spread Li Nan's sleeve, muttering to himself that, well, by the time the mission is completed, simply this screen CP I'll find from those cat-eared hunks. There is strength. It looks like the sense of security is bursting. Your family Chi sister must like it. Re Nan was stunned for a moment. His face was directly red warm. He could always be easily provoked by Hong Zimao's nerves. Just because the tactics are cheap, old and no holds barred doesn't stop them from being good. Who the hell said I'm not going? You're not allowed to find anyone else. Sister Chi can only be mine. Renan gritted his teeth and spoke to Hong Zimao. Hiss. Okay then. Hong Zimao put down his cell phone and opened his mouth as if it was difficult. When his afterglow saw two silhouettes walking towards him, the fat on his body quivered, and he pushed Linan, urging that your sister Chi is here. Go into the box first. I'll talk to her. What did you just say to Linan? Ling Mo and Chi Ruoyan saw the duo whispering with their heads down from afar, and as soon as they saw the two of them approaching, Hong Zimao then immediately ended the conversation, and Linan panicked before entering the box. Your little white moon just left you a bowl of fish soup and said she would wait for you to come back to drink it together. If you don't go in. Hong Zimao had the decency to glance at his watch and smack his lips. It's probably getting cold by now. Ling Mare. With nothing to say, Ling Mo directly entered the box. Kiss. Hong Zimao smiled and opened his mouth. His eyes were squeezed by the fat on his face with only a slit left. I'm going to start a couples variety show soon. Why don't you and Linan come to support it? Linan has agreed. If you don't. Out of Hong Zimao's expectation, Chi Ruoyan directly nodded her head and agreed, opening her mouth full of indifference. Okay, let me know when it's time and I'll see if I can get over there. Hong Zimao's body paused, but he wasn't brainwashed enough to ask Chi Ruoyan why she agreed so quickly. The old fox smile on his face became even more intense. Well, thanks for the show. You two will definitely grow old together. Kiss. Do you want me to pick out a swimsuit style for you? A few people are eating. Next to the Nan quietly came over. To Chi Ruoyan a burst of squeezing eyebrows. Don't you have a swimming competition? I'll pick out your swimsuit for you then. And with your hard work plus the swimsuit I picked out for you, you'll definitely take first place. Chi Ruoyan showed her bean eyes, put down the chopsticks in her hand, and snorted. You're not thinking of getting me a whole 3-point bathing suit, are you? It's full of tricks. Renan got anxious and denied it in a hurry. How can it be? If you want to see it, it can only be me. How can I show it to others? Sister Chi, don't worry. I'm definitely aiming to make you win the championship, and have no other thoughts at all. Chi Ruoyan. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refuse, Baiyu pushed away Ling Mo, who was holding a tissue to wipe her mouth, blinking her eyes in curiosity, and said, What are you talking about? Renan snatched the words. Do you want to go to the swimming pool after dinner to have some fun? It just so happens that my sister Chi is competing tomorrow, so let's practice first. Let's practice first. Chi Ruoyan. Feeling the gaze that looked like it was lynching him, Renan's body trembled and pulled a smile and said, It's pretty hot too, don't you think? Shirayuki? Renan is very clear. Some things, their own words quite good. If their own words are still not good words, then just call up Shirayuki. But Shirayuki is afraid of choking. Last time Shirayuki was full of water. Shirayuki winced as unpleasant memories surfaced in her mind and hastily shook her head. Last time, it was Little White Moon who had to grab and play with implements she wasn't familiar with, and that's why she kept choking on the water. Ling Mo corrected Baiyu's mistake by extending his finger and wiggling it. If Little White Moon wants to go, put on a swimming ring so that Little White Moon can also swim and not have to worry about choking. For a while, Baiyu was a bit moved. Originally she was curious about water. When she was still a cat she couldn't wait for Ling Mo to bathe herself all the time. It was only after the choking experience that Shirayuki developed a shadow over the water program. Really? Brother Silence can't lie to Shirayuki. Ling Mo rubbed Baiyu's head and turned his head to ask Renan, Do you know where there is a better swimming pool? Don't take Little White Moon to a normal one. Too many people just like dumplings. Linan patted his chest with a godly look on his face and, That's a must. I don't want my Ki-san swimsuit to be seen by so many people either. Hong Zimao looked at the crowd who all seemed to have the intention of going to the swimming pool, swallowed down what was in his mouth, and waved his hand casually. Then when it's over in a little while you guys go have some fun. I'm not going. What's wrong? Renan raised an eyebrow and quickly looked back with a derisive smile on his lips. Don't have to have an inferiority complex. It's not like anyone's talking about you, at best. I'm just going to make fun of you hard. Zimo Hong. This strengthened the resolve not to want to go. The variety show has been finalized, and it's time for me to find the girl I'll be co-starring with. And so far there's no sign of her. Hong Zimao casually pulled an excuse for himself. There are little details and stuff. I'm the chief director and I'm busy. Okay. Linan shouted in a conspiratorial manner. His face expression changed shape. And, don't even eat when the time comes. Say yes. With privilege this is son behavior. Hong Zimao snorted. I would be afraid of you? Let's see who will be the most miserable when the time comes. We'll see. Ling Mare. Chi Ruoyan. Baiyu, who was staring at the fish in Chi Ruoyan's bowl at this time, sad face. Omega. He. Swimsuit. Ki-san is going to swimsuit later. Swimsuit Ki-san psycho. When buying swimsuits, Chi Ruoyan and Baiyu were secretive, not letting the duo know what they had bought, saying that they wanted to leave enough mystery. Ling Mo and Li Nan both just changed into swim trunks and came out of the changing room, sitting on the lounge chairs in the lounge area, waiting for Baiyu and Chi Ruoyan to come out. Li Nan stared hopefully in the direction of the changing room, and giggled. Hey! Ling Mo couldn't stand to watch and didn't hold back from slapping Li Nan in the face. Can you please put away your demented expression? It's obviously a couple. Why do you make it look like you're molesting a teenage girl? Li Nan covered the back of her head and rolled her eyes. That's good. Just don't look dumbfounded when your family's little white moon comes out later. I've never seen my family's chi sister when she's wearing something revealing. Lingmare, he and Shirayuki bathed together, even had fish and water sex. How could he still look dumbfounded? Say, can you swim? Ling Mo's skeptical gaze landed on Li Nan's body, questioning. I seriously doubt that you just simply wanted to see Wakazashi swim in her bathing suit, and weren't here to practice with her at all. Li Nan shook his head and corrected with a serious look on his face. Ling Mo, you don't speak rigorously. Put serious doubts away. I just want to see my sister Chi swimsuit. Ling Mo helplessly propped up his forehead, but Li Nan got excited and stood up from the recliner, his eyes staring straight in the direction of the dressing room. I heard my sister Chi and your little white moon talking and laughing. They're coming soon. Ling Mo? Could it be that a man on the verge of fulfilling his desires has a sixth sense that is strengthened in such situations? Chi Ruoyan was the first to walk out from the fitting room, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, hanging a flamboyant and teasing smile. Chi Ruoyan's eyes glittered with light, looking directly at Li Nan without hiding it, then gently raised her eyebrows, playing with the flavor. And, look at you, little baby? Li Nan's mouth slowly opened wide, somewhat unable to believe his eyes, and stammered that, Sister Ki, we're going swimming, not scuba diving. Why are you wearing a wetsuit? Li Nan was on the verge of tears. Countless styles of swimsuits flashed through Li Nan's mind, but he just didn't think of that. How could anyone think of wearing a black wetsuit in an indoor swimming pool? It looked like Chi Ruoyan was satisfied with Li Nan's performance, and walked over barefoot, picking Li Nan's chin, her hot breath spilling over the other's face. And, don't you like the way I look in this swimsuit, little baby? Or should I not wear this swimsuit to the competition tomorrow? Li Nan licked his lips, and was directly taken by Chi Ruoyan. This little baby called him in lust, narrowed his eyes and smiled. If this is the swimsuit you're going to wear for the competition tomorrow, Ki-san, it's definitely the best. The corners of Chi Ruoyan's mouth slightly hooked, then directly lay down on the recliner without speaking. Sister Ki, you can yell little baby again. I want to hear it. Li Nan got up from his own recliner and sat on the bench next to Chi Ruoyan, eyeing Chi Ruoyan. TSK, don't disturb my rest. Chi Ruoyan is now just like the image of a slag woman who lifts up her pants and doesn't recognize others, and her appearance is like ascending to immortality. Ruyan, where is my little white moon? Ling Mo didn't have the heart to look at Chi Ruoyan. The two of them went into the changing room together. How come Chi Ruoyan came out by herself? Just after such a short interval you think so much? Don't worry. I didn't do anything to little moon. I just told her that you'd give a reward for the finale appearance. Ling Mo. Chi Ruoyan spoke lazily. Don't guard me like a thief. Ling Mare. Little moon. Stop hiding and come out. Chi Ruoyan shouted distantly, narrowing her eyes and pinching the cheek of Li Nan next to her. The swimming place here was Li Nan's private relaxation place on weekdays, and the warm atmosphere lamps could easily make people become lazy. Here comes Shirayuki. A leaping voice came over. Wearing a pink one-piece bathing suit, Baiyu bounced over. Chi Ruoyan did not pick a very revealing bathing suit or dead reservoir water or anything for Baiyu. Instead, she was given a more conservative one with a pink lace hemline, and the top half of the swimsuit only showed her back in a fairy-like fashion. Shirayuki's white hair, which fell like a waterfall around her waist, was like a spiritual spirit, dancing lightly along with her joyful footsteps, jumping and spinning in the air, mingling with the air around her. Dressed in a pink swimsuit, it appeared even more Baiyu was fresh and elegant, just like a fairy descending from the earth. The pink swimsuit and her snow-white skin reflected each other, and for a while, Ling Mo couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Baiyu joyfully ran towards Ling Mo until she squatted next to Ling Mo's recliner, looked at Ling Mo with bated breath, took Ling Mo's hand and placed it on top of her head, and squinted her eyes comfortably. And, Brother Mare, is Shirayuki pretty? Only then did Ling Mo come back to his senses, looking at Baiyu, who was filled with a look of anticipation. Ling Mo couldn't bear and wouldn't think of refusing. Little Shirayuki has always been the best looking. Bai hemmed and hawed and made a wink towards Chi Ruoyan, then turned her head to meet Ling Mo's somewhat dumbfounded eyes, and her body came a few points closer and, so, what's the reward for White Moon? Ling Mo licked his lips, stood up, and in Bai's dazed gaze, picked her up in a princess carry, with the latter tightly wrapping her arms around Ling Mo's neck as her body lost its center of gravity. Little Shirayuki has competed and helped me today. So, let's teach little Shirayuki how to swim today, shall we? Ling Mo held Baiyu. The edge of the pool was steps. His body slowly entered the water, and Baiu's waterfall-like white hair floated on the surface of the water. Baiu's soft petite body was just shrinking in her arms. Ling Mo held Baiu's arms and put a swimming ring on her from the side of the pool. Come on, I'll teach you the swimming position first. Lai Nan on the recliner looked at the intimate study atmosphere between the Ling Mo duo. His eyes reddened with envy, then he turned his head to look at his own. Ki, why don't you teach me how to swim too? Without Ri Nan's expected promise, Chi Ruoyan slightly lifted her eyelids, glanced at Ri Nan, and faintly said, why do I remember someone telling me to come over and practice swimming for the race tomorrow? Lu Nam. Then, isn't teaching me the equivalent of practicing? Even the comprehension of a certain movement will be deeper. Don't you think so, Sister Chi? Li Nan hemmed and hawed, and secretly, today, Sister Chi, your tofu, Li Nan, will eat it. Jesus couldn't stop me either. I'd say, come on. Chi Ruoyan did not comment on Li Nan's words, directly sat up, opened her arms, slightly don't go over her head. Her cheeks seemed to be covered with a reddish haze. What? Ri Nan's brain went down for a moment and quickly responded, gulping and, kiss, so, I'm coming. Seemingly afraid that Chi Ruoyan would backtrack, or afraid that what she understood was not what Chi Ruoyan wanted to express. If not, then it has to mean that today. Ri Nan directly stretched out his hand and carried Princess Chi Ruoyan in his arms. As soon as the beauty had just entered her arms, the soft touch and tantalizing body fragrance directly caused a strong impact on Li Nan's cerebral nerves. This also led to the fact that when picking up Chi Ruoyan, the whole person was frozen in place, looking like he couldn't wait to just hold Chi Ruoyan all the time. I mean, the pool's over there. What do you mean you're holding me still here? Chi Ruoyan's pretty face also reddened. Always spontaneous and free-spirited, it was the first time she was held in the arms of a boy like this. Looking at Li Nan still in a daze, she opened her mouth to spit. While carrying Chi Ruoyan into the pool, Baiyu just happened to learn how to swim with a swimming ring. This ninny laughed and fluttered over, splashing a gush of water, waving her hand towards Chi Ruoyan. Ruoyan, Shirayuki can swim. Want to race with Shirayuki? Seeing this, Ling Mo directly put his hand inside Baiyu's swimming ring and dragged Baiyu away. Baiyu still has to play with Ruoyan. What are you doing, brother Mo? Baiyu, this niece quit. Had thought to go to Chi Ruoyan in front of a good show-off, but the result Ling Mo directly pulled her away. To show her protest, Shirayuki fought to reverse those white legs of hers with a splash. Ling Mo had no choice but to speak to Baiyu in a low voice. And, Ri Nan is now trying to find a way to make Ruoyan happy, so little White Moon shouldn't go over and disturb for now. Baiyu was stunned for a moment. Ling Mo was afraid that Baiyu would still want to go over there, and pinched Baiyu's cheeks and, to that side, little White Moon has just learned to swim, and as a matter of fact then, little White Moon will be rewarded for every achievement she reaches. Shirayuki. Then you swim a little faster, brother Mare. The time came Saturday, 9 o'clock in the morning. This is the day that Li Nan is going to meet his future father-in-law. Full of excitement and apprehension with nowhere to vent his decisively, he chose to let Ling Mo accompany him, inside a luxury car traveling on the road. Ri Bei knew the purpose of this guy to ask for a car with himself, and directly let him go to the garage to pick whatever he wanted, saying that no face should be given away. Ling Mo, what did you do when you met Baiyu's family back then? Ling Mo froze for a moment when he heard Li Nan ask himself this question, and looking at Baiyu, who was sitting next to him with her arms wrapped around her as she huffed and puffed, he rubbed her head and whispered, just put your mind at ease. By the way, the recording of the program will be around the beginning of November. Very soon. Zimao gave me a call. The exact time is to be determined, so remember to prepare for it. As if Ling Mo had remembered something, he opened his mouth to Li Nan who was in front of him. Li Nan made an okay gesture without looking back, and Ling Mo said with some amusement that, the exact time hasn't been set yet, and you're so quick to agree? Ri Nan's unmistakable exaggerated exclamation rang out. No, Ling Mo. In this kind of college, having a few more friends is more useful than taking classes for a month. My sister Chi's father is the principal, so when the time comes to take an official leave, you can't come if you want to. Ling Mo thought. This is also true. He let Baiyu to school purposes to make friends. Learning how to really does not matter. The reason she was carted to study before was to avoid communication barriers. If the other party said anything that Shirayuki didn't know about it, what kind of friend is that? What have you bought to bring over? It says to relax. But if you're random, it's your problem. Ling Mo changed the subject, raising an eyebrow at Li Nan. Just cigarettes and alcohol. Massage chairs for the elderly and stuff. Li Nan's words were tinged with faint-heartedness, and Ling Mo's face darkened a bit. The school sports day was just held a few days ago, and it's not like you haven't seen what Ruoyan her dad looks like, and you're giving an old man a massage chair? Is it appropriate? Ri Nan licked his lips with difficulty and was old and scared, didn't dare look up, felt quite majestic. Ling Mare. That being said, in the latter part of the finals, when Ri Nan went up to receive his award, the smile on Cheating's face made his heart flutter a little. At that time, Ri Nan muttered in her heart, could it be that he had kissed Chi Ruoyan too hard for him to see? The more exuberant the smile on Cheating's face, the more flustered Li Nan's heart became. When the awards were presented, Cheating patted Li Nan's shoulder and almost gave him a pat on the knee. Chi Ruoyan had said that her father was a daughter slave, and that he had not only arched the cabbage that people had worked so hard to raise, but also kissed them into a warped mouth. In Li Nan's fantasies, by now Kiting would be at home fiddling with his knife and fork, hallucinating as Hannibal. Teach yourself to behave properly. Ri Nan, if I had known, I wouldn't have kissed so hard. The word color is a knife. Forget it, I guess people cheating doesn't lack anything. When the time comes, you'll just swear more and take good care of Ruoyan should be about right. In a family like Wakey's, their family doesn't look for how much their son-in-law can do for them. They just want to treat their daughter well. Ri Nan hastily patted his chest and said, without being humble, if you say so, I'm not sleepy. I'm sure I'll be good to kiss. Ling Mare, you might as well think about what you're going to say to Kiting later now, and stop saying anything. Soothing Baiyu, who was slightly frowning in her sleep, as if she had been made somewhat uncomfortable by Ri Nan. Ling Mo spoke to Ri Nan without any good humor. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Mo's face went black, although he wanted to kick Li Nan, but he was afraid that the amplitude of his movements would be too large to scare Baiyu, who was still sleeping in a daze, and he cursed in a low voice, saying, you're here at your old man's house, not your enemy's, so why are you knocking so hard? Ri Nan shook off his somewhat shaking hands and spoke with a bitter face. Ling Mo, easy for you to say, you've been there, but this is my first time. I don't believe you weren't nervous when you first met Baiyu's family. Ri Nan patted his heart, which seemed to be on the verge of beating out of his chest. God bless, Buddha bless, Goddess of Mercy bless, Monkey bless, Chicken bless, bless me for not making a mistake this time. When Cheating opened the door, he saw Li Nan with his hands folded in a godly manner, stunned for a moment, turned back to look at Chi Ruoyan, who was sitting on the sofa. The lips moved slightly as if to say, are you that hungry? Chi Ruoyan through the doorway apparently also saw Li Nan, this hair divine gold. The corners of the mouth slightly pumped, helplessly distant shouted, Ri Nan, stop being crazy and get in the door. Ri Nan's entire body paused when he heard Chi Ruoyan's voice, the knot in his throat rolling up and down with difficulty. Seeing this, Ling Mo patted Baiyu's little head, and the latter looked up at Ling Mo with a dumbfounded face, sniffing and kissing Ling Mo's neck, with a gust of get up and go between her words. What's wrong, brother Mare? Ling Mare, little white moon, go play with Ruoyan for a while first, I have something on my side. Looking at Ri Nan's legs shivering like Parkinson's, Ling Mo mentally sighed, but it was not good for him to help himself when Baiyu was here. But Baiyu is still very sleepy. Baiyu hugged Ling Mo a few points tighter, and the implication was that she didn't want to let go of Ling Mo. Ahem. Kiting coughed a few times as he watched the two get close, sidestepping his body to make way for the two of them to come on in. Even if you're sleepy, you can't sleep at the door. There's a guest room and brand new sheets and covers in there to make do for a while. By the looks of it, Cheating and Chi Ruoyan hadn't been up for long either. Genuinely don't blame Li Nan for being too excited and scared to sleep on a Friday night. Just thought I'd come over and help with a lunch or something. Uncle, my name is Li Nan, from the 11th class of Commerce and Industry. Ri Nan placed the cigarettes and wine in his hand at the entrance hall, squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying, and opened his mouth to Cheating. Ling Mare. For a while, Ling Mo couldn't help but wonder, is there really a feud between Ri Nan and Cheating? I still gave you your reward, remember? Cheating's mouth smiled a little playfully, his eyes swept back and forth between his own baby girl and Li Nan, and he nudged at the sofa. Sit down first. Ri Nan hurriedly sat down next to Chi Ruoyan, her legs together, her two hands folded together, her fingertips all white with nervousness. His throat was incredibly dry, and Ri Nan kept swallowing, but a wave of regurgitation and nausea made Ri Nan a little uncomfortable. So, that. Good morning uncle. Ling Mare, the kid still stressed? Where's that I'm the biggest in the world energy you had when you weren't dating Chi Ruoyan? Put your mind at ease. Ling Yamo stood behind Cheating, her lips slightly open as she wordlessly opened her mouth to Li Nan. Receiving Ling Mo's look, Li Nan took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and solemnly spoke to Cheating. And, good morning, Daddy. Qi Ruoyan? Kidding? Ling Mare. Chi Ruoyan blushed slightly, directly pinched Li Nan and whispered, don't yell. But Li Nan did not have the intention of whispering with Chi Ruoyan, and his expression was incomparably firm, and he said without being overbearing, I'm not shouting nonsense. Anyway, Sister Chi, I'm married to you. I'm not going to marry another woman. It's just that this shouting of father is ahead of schedule. Big brother, you're more than ahead of schedule here? One sentence you say good morning uncle, the next good morning dad? You should have taken up hurdling. The flyers don't hurdle as well as you do. Designated to cross a world record out. The smile on Cheating's face grew thicker, and his godly gaze looked up and down at Li Nan. Originally Chi Ruoyan talk about the object of this matter he agreed with both hands and feet. Li Nan this kid he privately special concern, before with Chi Ruoyan committed. Oh, with Chi Ruoyan to deepen a little bit of father-daughter emotion is to learn from Li Nan to speak. He's not a bad guy. He doesn't screw around. He's sunny and handsome. He's from a good family. One of the most important points is that, it was genuinely good for Chi Ruoyan. Why is Cheating so anxious for Chi Ruoyan to find a date? Isn't it because he is afraid that there is no one to accompany Chi Ruoyan and take care of Chi Ruoyan when he is about to die? Chi Ruoyan's mother died a long time ago, and Chi Ruoyan, who had been living with Cheating, without realizing it, he has also developed a tough temperament. This character is good or bad. Part of the reason for the good is that you don't have to worry about Chi Ruoyan being bullied, and you can do it yourself by striking out on your own if you're aggrieved and can't do anything about it. Then Kiting is going to step in and defend his calf. Part of the reason it's bad is, it's a little hard to find a date with that kind of personality. Nowadays, where would a guy like such a strong girl? Who wouldn't love a sweet love to cling to their sweet sister? At home you have your parents overpowering you. At school you have your teachers overpowering you. At work you are overpowered by your bosses overpowering you. You're going to come back and be pushed around by your own daughter-in-law? Kiting wants both Chi Ruoyan to live under his watch and for her to find a normal, well-off family, so that we can minimize the conflicts, and also maximize the care of Chi Ruoyan, and give her a nice life. Under the premise of so many conditions, Cheating also naturally for Chi Ruoyan's lifelong affairs incomparably. The same preparation time that was left for Li Nan was left for himself. It was the first time for Li Nan to meet his old husband, and it was the first time for Cheating to meet his daughter, to meet his precious daughter's boyfriend. Naturally, he had to word his words well, knocking on Li Nan, making him pay attention to Chi Ruoyan. Cheating was still very satisfied with all aspects of Li Nan. Only, being looked at by Cheating, Li Nan almost wanted to run out of the door. Her body was slightly trembling, and it looked as if it was broken, but she didn't realize it. Dad, I'm definitely going to marry Ruoyan. There's no doubt about it. You have to agree or disagree. I'm going to marry Ruoyan anyway. Ri Nan's such a lawless remark directly made the smile on Cheating's face freeze. Is this a threat to yourself? Or are you threatening yourself? Ling Yamo also had the corner of his mouth twitching. Originally when the two of them didn't speak to each other, he was thinking of tricking Baiyu into sleeping first, but it turned out that Li Nan played such a trick. He could only hasten to round off the scene. What Li Nan means is, he'll definitely be good to Ruoyan, and definitely won't do anything to wrong Ruoyan. Chi Ruoyan stepped on Li Nan so hard that the latter put on a pain mask directly in pain. Ow. Ling Mare. Although Cheating was somewhat caught off guard by Li Nan's words, at the very least it seemed, it could bring a lot of joy to Chi Ruoyan in the future. Go away and sleep little white moon. During the time when a few people were talking, Baiyu sniffed and kissed Ling Mo's neck. Ling Mo directly picked Baiyu up in a cross-body hug and asked Cheating, So, where's the guest room? Cheating was stunned for a moment as he watched the two of them in this state, and subconsciously pointed Ling Mo in a direction. Over there, the quilt is in the cupboard. Ling Mo nodded slightly. Thank you, Brother Mare. Ling Mo carried Baiyu to the bed and had just covered her with the quilt when Baiyu grabbed her wrist and tightly refused to let go, with a sticky murmur that she hadn't woken up yet. Are Ri Nan and Ruoyan getting married? Ling Mo got on the bed, gently patted the top of Baiyu's head, kissed her forehead, and with endless tenderness between his words. Not sure, but the probability is that Ruoyan also talked to her dad about the couple's variety show, and if she doesn't see the parents to confirm it, Ruoyan's dad definitely doesn't feel good in his heart either. Baiyu hugged Ling Mo tightly. The sleepy Baiyu was always extraordinarily clingy. and unconsciously grunted By the time Shirayuki is done with the variety show, wait another month and you'll be engaged to brother Mo. Ling Mo laughed, suddenly having more than a little bit of mischief, and reached out to tickle Bayu's chin, the latter also squinting her eyes comfortably. And then, when the time comes, little white moon won't be afraid of me bullying you? Originally, Ling Mo was ready to see Bayu's aggrieved expression, but the latter took in her finger that was tickling her chin and gently sucked on it. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment as Bayu's slurred voice rang out. If the only way to get engaged to brother Mo is to bully Shirayuki, then Shirayuki will let brother Mo bully her. Ling Mare, I'm so fucking inhuman. Sleepy Shirayuki carries a bit of wit and mischief, but sleepy Shirayuki totally looks like she's just starting to incarnate well, little white moon don't think so much. I'm not thinking of getting engaged because I want to bully little white moon. Saying that, Ling Mo's remaining hand gently pinched Bayu's soft cheek. The gentle voice was like the wind in early spring, gently blowing over and arriving deep inside Shirayuki's heart. I want to see Koa Cookie in a wedding dress so badly. This time, Shirayuki didn't say anything, and looked like she was asleep. And, it's like a beautiful dream. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Lian Shiting, who had been looking at Renan for half a day, finally opened his mouth, his tone inexplicable, and Renan stood upright on the spot, his back straight, as if he'd heard a voice from the organization. Dad, you say, if there's anything I can do, I'll definitely get it done for you. If Rebay saw Linan like this, it would definitely be Panda Lemon Eye sci-fi movie. JPG, when did Lunan ever call his father at home? The other day my little smoke's mouth. Why is it swollen? Cheating opened his mouth with a smirk, his scrutinizing gaze landing on Linan's body. Hey, why does your expression look as hard as if you ate shit? What's the matter? Did the meeting with the old man not go well? In the evening, in the dining room box of Hong Zimao's house, Hong Zimao poured a glass of wine for Linan and said with some curiosity. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly, his face filled with a derisive expression as he picked up the wine glass in front of himself and took a slight sip. His old man hasn't said anything yet, and he's staring himself to death. I was not expecting him to be such a ruthless character. At that time, after Kiting asked how Smokey's mouth was swollen, Renan didn't know which string had been pulled out of his brain, and blurted out, greedy. Hong Zimao listened to Ling Mo tell the story. They all gave a happy fart, and kept patting Lai Nan's shoulder. Okay you kid, arching someone else's cabbage not to mention, but also in front of others to say the feelings when arching cabbage. There you go. Renan annoyingly pushed Hong Zimao. Are you annoyed? Didn't you say that the program you're preparing will start shooting soon? Have you found your on-screen CP yet? Don't let's not even have a chance to get on and participate when the time comes. After lunch, Chi Ruoyan followed Linan to his home. The whole process without any accidents. Chi Ruoyan also acted like a good boy. Usually it's their own pigs arching other people's cabbages, but now they're bringing them into the house. Is there any reason to dislike cheap cabbages? Not to mention the fact that this is no ordinary cabbage this belongs to the cabbages that are made into the pearl jade white jade soup. Hong Zimao hemmed and hawed. How to look cheap. His eyes smiled into a slit. Who says I don't have one? Your big brother I find a date in a minute okay? The moment these words came out, all the gazes of the crowd unsurprisingly turned to Hong Zimao. Swallowing the fish in her mouth, Shirayuki cupped her cheeks with both hands and wondered. Who is it? Ling Mo poured a drink for Bayu and drew out some paper towels and placed them next to her. Renan also came to life with a few more playful smiles. And, pull out and slip? When Hong Zimao said that he had a date, Ling Mo just glanced at him and quickly withdrew his gaze. Screen CP, not life CP. It's not worth the fuss. Well, can I tell you? You won't know when it's time to go on the show. Hong Zimao's main focus is expectation pulling, but it just doesn't satisfy that curiosity of yours. It's like when you're so close and the video suddenly loads and caches up kind of hard to get on and off. Lu Nam. The curiosity in Bayu's heart. After Hong Zimao had said that, she couldn't even suppress it, and looked at Hong Zimao with anticipation. Omega, can you tell Shirayuki a little bit about it? Just a little bit. Hong Zimao pretended to be in a difficult situation, and finally sighed, as if compromising. Okay then, I'll tell you guys, but you can't tell anyone outside. Renan directly patted his chest hard, like the harder he did it, the more it proved how believable what he was going to say next was. And, don't worry, keeping my mouth shut is me. Linan, Ling Mare, Hong Zimao, ahem. Actually, I'm looking for someone. Hong Zimao's voice paused, and finally spoke in an incomparably mysterious manner. It's a woman. Ling Mare. I don't know what I'm talking about. Qi Ruoyan, oh. Shirayuki. Alright, won't you guys know by then? In about a week or so, you guys can just come straight over. There are 4 groups of couples in total. It can't be all vegetarians. The remaining group I'm going to pull some people with traffic over. There still needs to be some celebrity gimmicks. Otherwise I'd have to cry if the first Virgo was a straight up flop. Hong Zimao's face took on a rare more serious look as he spoke to the crowd. Got it. Cheapskate. Li Nan muttered. Hong Zimao looked at Li Nan expressionlessly and spoke faintly. Good to know. Elementary school chicken. Renan? He pulled out his ears somewhat incredulously and turned his head to ask Ling Mo. Did he just call me a grade school chicken? Ling Mo? Didn't you just start freshman year? Renan was now somewhat unable to keep up with Ling Mo, and subconsciously opened her mouth. Yeah, why? Ling Mo spoke breathlessly. Then why are you deaf? Zimo looked at you and said that. And you turn around and ask me if you have a problem with your ears or your eyes? Lu Nam. Sister Chi. Ling Mo scolded me. Renan looked at Chi Ruoyan accusingly and lowered his head, looking aggrieved, only with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He's found a pattern. As long as Chi Ruoyan is made to feel the emotional value, to see that she's been wronged, then this mouth, I, Li Nan, have decided to kiss you. However, Chi Ruoyan opened her mouth and uttered words that directly caused Li Nan's smile to disappear instantly. It's like you're halfway through an exciting hot workout, and then you get interrupted by someone calling. This difficult mood directly led Li Nan Bungbu live. Oh, Chi Ruoyan's simple word of oh, but Ri Nan was in a hurry. Oh, there's only one oh? Chi Ruoyan let out a tisk and put down the chopsticks in her hand. I've gotten to know you so well down here that I know what you've been eating when you burp, and I know what poop you're about to take when you lift your butt. Trying to cheat a kiss on the mouth? Really think I don't know what's on your mind? Think about it you. Lu Nam. Why would a kiss be a lie? Isn't that normal? Bai Yu, who witnessed the whole process, tilted her head in confusion, then tilted her head and sipped on Ling Mo's lips without a care in the world. Ling Mo froze for a moment at the sudden kiss. Bai Yu quickly let go of Ling Mo. Her demeanor didn't change much. Her face wasn't red and her heart wasn't jumping. Shirayuki can kiss me if he wants to. Lu Nam. Ling Mo. Your uncle favors her father. Sister Ki. Your uncle can't spoil my mom? Who are you to call me a grade school chicken? Ri Nan was unconvinced, and disliked him directly back. Have you ever seen such a handsome elementary school chicken? Have you ever seen such a good elementary school chicken? Hong Zimao blinked a few times, though he couldn't see it either, with an odd look on his face. So, you're admitting you're an elementary school chicken? Lu Nam. Ling Mo, stifling laughter. JPG, he sometimes wondered if Li Nan was an elementary school student, being middle-aged and stupid. Ri Nan was impotently furious. Remember to enjoy yourselves a little more these days, although it's not like you're going to be shortchanged by the recording of the show, but the accommodations are definitely not as good as your home, so be prepared. Ling Mo gently nodded his head. Got it. Let me see how your CP is doing then. Shirayuki waved her hand with unbridled excitement. Yeah, Chi Ruoyan answered with a carelessness, and Li Nan snorted. It's not like I'm pampered. Hong Zimo gave a perfunctory reply. Got it, elementary school chicken. I'm telling you, even though I don't have time to watch TV, your mom does. If I see that White has lost weight and gotten darker and is not living comfortably, I just want you to die. Remember to go home early and visit home more often, love. When the variety show is over, smile. Ling Mo looked at the message Ling Tian sent himself, helplessly holding his forehead, turned back to look at Bai Yu who was excitedly packing her bags next to him. Slowly, he sent a message to Ling Tian. Okay, I'll definitely be home by then. I just don't know which home I'll be going back to. Ling Tian? What do you mean? After my mom found out you deducted $5 million for me, she gave me another $10 million to keep for the house and car, and the rest as living expenses. There was no message from the cell phone for a long time. Ling Mo was all set to put down his cell phone when there was a ding-dong sound. Ling Mo looked at it. It was a 60-second long voice. Ling Mo subconsciously clicked play, and an incredulous voice rang out and, is he Mom Yusu? How do I say once I go home my daughter-in-law won't stick it to me? Saying something about not hurting her own child. Do you have any idea how much psychological damage my daughter-in-law giving me a big bibble pocket can do to an almost 40-year-old adult? Massive back. And you don't want to participate in any variety show. Isn't it like some kind of wilderness survival? I can make you beg for your life just as well when you get home. Ling Mer. Just after he finished speaking, Ling Tian sent over another 60-second long voice. This time Ling Mo thoughtfully pulled him into his blacklist, then got up and walked towards Bai Yu. Looking at the still lingering excitement on the other's face, Ling Mo gently embraced Bai Yu into his arms, sniffing the familiar fragrance of the little person in his arms. Ling Mo whispered, still packing? It's likely that our stuff will be confiscated this time, so just bring something important. Bai Yu slumped quite a bit, but then quickly perked up. and smiled at Ling Mo with a hefty grin. Anyway, this Shirayuki is a must-have. With that, Baiyu held out Hong Zimao's customized birthday gift, the wooden sculpture of herself and Ling Mo hugging. Shirayuki loves this so much. It's a must-to-have around. Ling Mo gently took the supreme treasure in Baiyu's hand and then placed it on the table, opening his arms to face Baiyu. Baiyu smiled and squinted her eyes. And with a small jump, she hung directly on Ling Mo's body like a sloth, and as she did in the past, she was in earshot with Ling Mo. Ling Mo sat down on the sofa with Baiyu in his arms, tilted his head, looked at Baiyu sitting on top of him, reached out his hand and ruffled the broken hair on her forehead behind her ear. And, going over to the show, Kawakuki must be careful of what she says and does, because when the time comes it's not just ourselves, but the staff around us, and so many people who will see Kawakuki on TV. If Kawakuki doesn't pay attention, making a fool of herself is something to be laughed at. Baiyu skimmed her lips and flopped down on Ling Mo's body, her eyes dripping, her voice warm and soft. Then the kisses should be taken care of too. I don't know when. White Moon has taken the kiss as their bottom line. If not allowed to kiss the words, Shirayuki is a table lifter. And of course you have to be careful. The place where you live, and where you move around during the day, all have cameras, and all see little Shirayuki's every move. So that's definitely no kissing. Baiyu instantly collapsed a face, pitifully lifted her head from Ling Mo's shoulder, and looked at Ling Mo from a downward perspective. The White Moon doesn't want it. Shirayuki just wants to charge. Without charging, Shirayuki has no strength. Ling Mo laughed, looking at Baiyu's aggravated appearance, reaching out and rubbing the other party's soft and warm red lips. But there's no in the bathroom to lend a hand with the washing up then, and charge Shirayuki every night. Even so, Shirayuki was still aggravated, but at the very least the basic charge was guaranteed, and it wasn't so aggravating, nodding her head and, well, Ling Mo reached out his hand and rubbed Baiyu's little head. The latter squinted her eyes and rubbed against Ling Mo's palm, smiled and whispered, "Now then, should the little White Moon be fully charged first?" Baiyu blinked her starry blue eyes, revealing a bright smile, leaned down and pecked Ling Mo's lips, smilingly opening her mouth. And, yes, by the day of the program taping, Ling Mo and Baiyu also saw Hong Zimao's mysterious girlfriend. She was dressed in a plain and elegant dress, as fresh and elegant as a lotus flower, and like the clouds in the sky, soft and gentle. Her face has not applied the slightest powder, but still clear and beautiful. White skin is warm and delicate as suet jade, slightly translucent, a trace of pink, as if the morning sun and the petals of flowers. Delicate. Hello guys, I'm Muxiru. Ling Mo was a bit surprised and looked at Mushiro a few more times. Honestly, one can already rely on one's face to be among the top streams, right? Is this kind of person going to come to the new Rookie New Variety show? But her eyes also gave Ling Mo a strong sense of dissonance. Like two very different personalities, Old Fox and White, appeared in one person at the same time. Hong Zimao's face was filled with smugness, almost as if he had written the words "My girlfriend is the prettiest" on his face. I just posted it online and Hero private messaged me. She's not that kind of 18th line starlet. We still know each other. With a faint smile on her face, Mushiro's lips opened and closed as she softly said, "It was when I was abroad that Zimao helped me. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today." Ling Mare. The smile on Hong Zimao's face grew even wider. Ling Mo gave Hong Zimao a look. The latter nodded and patted Mushiro's shoulder. "You familiarize yourself first. Over there is sister-in-law, called Baiyu." Hong Zimao pointed at Baiyu. "Over there is a younger sibling, named Chiru Yen." Renan's face darkened, and he said with some irritation, "My sister Chi is also your sister-in-law." Hong Zimao rightly thought he didn't hear it. "The rest of the group will be here soon. They're stuck in a traffic jam. You guys get acquainted first. I'll go have a word with Brother Mo." There was no great change in Mushiro's demeanor, and she nodded slightly. "Good. What? Help? Did Muxiru mean by that?" Ling Mo patted the familiar figure on the shoulder as he watched him come over. "You're a passerby abroad?" Ling Mo tried his best to find a decent euphemism, but who knows? When he saw Hong Zimao's expression and heard the next words, he was blinded. Hong Zimao shook his head and also spoke somewhat inexplicably. "Honestly, I don't know her either. I don't even know how I even have her as a close friend." Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Do you have the transfer records, the chat logs and all that?" Hong Zimao snorted. "It's not like foreign countries have lax regulations regarding this, and I have the habit of deleting records regularly. So how did she? Ling Mo turned slightly sideways and pointed at Mushiro, who was talking well with Baiyu Chiroyan, becoming confused. "A beauty of this caliber. Don't you have the impression of an encounter?" Ling Mo's meaning is obvious. Even if you have had a lot of women abroad, but beautiful and light to such a point. Should not have no impression, right? Hong Zimao scratched his head and frowned in serious thought, then shook his head and, really don't have any impression. Anyway, sends the screen CP to the door. It's not like I need to find it. When the time comes, even if she wants money and traffic, I can give it all too. Ling Mo's face was flat and his voice was bland. Just be afraid. She wants more than that. You should be aware that there are situations where it is your sin to look good. Since Mushiro said that you helped her abroad, it shouldn't be above academics. And at that time you hadn't taken over the family's industry. This means that Mushiro's family shouldn't be too good. At the very least not better than a family with a little bit of money. But it's such a family, with such an appearance, and the look in her eyes. It makes me feel like someone who's been through a lot, and you have no memory of this woman. Then it should be. Hong Zimao covered his ears and exaggeratedly opened his mouth to Ling Mo. I mean, Mare, are you still going to reason about what color panties I'm wearing today? I know you're logical, but what if it's my personality that attracts you? There are a lot of things in the world where logic doesn't work. You're home. Hong Zimao didn't continue to speak and narrowed his eyes, looking behind Ling Mo. The usually easygoing little fat man seemed to become extraordinarily dangerous at this moment, as if he saw his enemy, and his words became wary. And, something wrong? Lu Nam. By you and my sister Chi are both nagging your on-screen subjects, so I was bored. So I thought I'd come over and have a look around. By the way, the three of them are nagging the women and the three of us are nagging the men. Otherwise it feels like the whole world is isolating me. Upon noticing Hong Zimao's expression, Li Nan's heart felt a little panicked, feeling as if he was being stared at by a flooding beast. Were you just discussing how to break the law, Ling Mo? No. Why? Renan gulped and nudged his lips at Hong Zimao. Then why does he feel like he's going to eat me? Discussing normal things shouldn't be like that, right? Ling Mare. He patted Hong Zimao on the shoulder. Relax. Relax. Then with a smile, he looked at Renan. He's just having a bit of a hard time with the thought of having to rely on his own labor for resources all the way back there. Renan somewhat suspiciously sized up the duo, but the world-weary Renan ultimately couldn't guess the minds of the two people. As the saying goes, if you're here, you can't run away? Hong Zimao's heart's vigilance gradually dispersed, but at the same time, he was also enveloped by fear. Just now, he almost said the origin of the white moon in one smooth talk. If Linan hears about this, wouldn't he be apologizing to Ling Mo, to Bai Yu, to Ling Tian and the others? I'm sure I'll live longer than you anyway. And by the way, this recording is live. In response to Hong Zimao's remark, Renan chose to raise his middle finger in reply. What's the difference? It's all going to be shown to others anyway. By the way, when the hell is that other set of couples of yours coming? Seeing as it's afternoon, when exactly are you going to start shooting? Renan was a bit impatient. Let all three groups wait for his group. Ling Mo's afterglow noticed something, and after a moment of contemplation, he pointed not far away and, if nothing else, that should be the last group. There were 4 parasols out there, each with a couple under them. I obviously hired what should be a rock singer. How come I'm shipping to an introvert couple? Hong Zimao opened his mouth with some skepticism, looking at the scene of the others' concert on his cell phone, and then at the two who were now too shy to speak. Completely confused, the show went live just as the last group of couples arrived. And my name is Zhou Wenchuan. My name is Song Yaidi. Please take care of me. It looks like the girls were also slightly more outgoing than the boys by that much. At the very least 5 words more than what Zhou Wenchuan had said. Ling Mo could naturally notice that these two were different, and smiled as he greeted them. I say, is there a mission? What are we going to eat and stay in for the night if we don't post another mission? Chi Ruoyan raised her hand to interrupt the moment of pleasantries, and Zhou Wenchuan threw over a grateful look at Chi Ruoyan. He was afraid that if he kept up the pleasantries, his corpse would burn. Well, then I'll read the exact rules. Hong Zimao directly branched out and stood up proudly, thinking that he could be handsome now that he was in control of the big picture. May actually. War God Dragon Aotian, who is this fat guy? How come he's a better pretender than me? You and me under the lemon tree, no way. No way. I came to see a sweet romance. Is it hard to believe that there's some poisonous bit of pretentious writing in the plot? Shit is not delicious. Basically all vegetarians variety show is really rare. Each face value are pulled full. Looking forward to ing. The staffer glanced at the pop-up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and celebrated that it's a good thing Hong Jia-mo is a part-time director and guest, or he would be pissed off when he reads this, right? When the show starts, we'll reissue you with a new cell phone with all new micro-signals on it, all with your respective friends added. $100 a night for a cozy king-size room, $70 a night for an ordinary standard room, and $50 a bed for a room in poorer condition. Everyone's starting Microsoft balance is $100. If you eat, it's different every day. Case by case. Hong Zimao's words trailed off with a sweet smile on his face. I'm still humane enough to sacrifice a little bit of the cost of housing and upgrading what I eat if I don't make a lot of money from the mission. If you're making a lot of money, it's perfectly fine to treat this variety show like a traveling show. If you're not much of a leveler like Linan, it's recommended that you watch more of Master Da on your nights off and ask yourself why not try grilling maggots? Of course, as a director, I naturally have to bear the brunt of being a good role model, and even more so because I'm a director. There's a lot I need to take care of and consider. My Microsoft starting balance is $200. Got it. Fatty is the director. You got it again, Brother Knowles. It seems like it's rare for a director to play with a guest in person, right? Is it possible that it's a new kind of set? Linan was originally unconvinced when he heard Hong Zimao dissing himself, and after hearing Hong Zimao's balance, he instantly wanted to revolt. I seem to remember us saying, take advantage of the privilege of this not son behavior? Ling Mo, what do you think? The words were received on his side. Ling Mo reached out his hand and pinched Bayu's soft cheeks, and opened his mouth with a light laugh. That's grandchildren. Zimo Hong. It's just a joke. How can you take advantage of a privilege? Wouldn't the show lose its meaning then? Okay, the tasks are on your cell phones, so you can pick them up on your own. Go for it. What kind of mission do you want to do? Ling Mo held Bayu's hand and walked slowly down the road, speaking softly as the latter lowered her head and kept scratching her cell phone as if she was choosing her preferred mission. The quest messages inside the phone's interface instantly grayed out a few. They should have been picked up by someone else. How about this one? Brother Mayor? Bayu handed her cell phone over, seeking Ling Mo's opinion. Domesticated civet has lost its appetite for no apparent reason and can't be examined. And the mission rewards $100 after treatment. Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Hong Zimo was thoughtful. Then Ling Mo scratched up and down a few times. Basically every 7 or 8 bars there would be a quest about animals. Some pay well, such as finding lost dogs and cats, and some pay poorly, such as assisting paramedics in treating injured feral cats and dogs. Of course, the low pay here is relative. You put in a lot of effort in the front, so naturally the pay is high. Assisting a paramedic, handing a tool or something, at best, is 10 or 20 bucks. But a little goes a long way. Take one of the high-paying ones and have a couple of these easy ones left over, and at the very least the quality of life won't be too bad for a day. If little Shirayuki wants to go, then let's go and take a look. He's so in love, and Shirayuki is so attached to him. This is the kind of relationship I want to be in. Why isn't my girlfriend like this? Upstairs goblin, it's time to wake up. You don't have a girlfriend, and it's time for you to go back to the tribe. The patriarch is looking for you in a hurry. Doesn't anyone else think that girl gives off a fairy vibe? It's like a living dragon lady. Agreed. Ling Mo held Bayu's hand and followed the directions on the top of his cell phone, plus asking people on the side of the road. The target's home was soon found. Hello, I just took your quest. May I ask, where is your civet cat? Ling Mo smiled politely as his eyes surveyed the living situation of the family in front of him and began to speculate on something. The one who raised the civet cat was a young man, and as he watched Ling Mo and Bayu come, he subconsciously became suspicious of the thought of, how young can you be to be on a couple's show? Anyway, it was just fun at the time, so he put himself up for the task, and the young man didn't even think about being given the problem by the variety show team. The man sidestepped and let the Ling Mo duo in, calling out to the bedroom that the meow. There was no response, and the man wasn't surprised or concerned that it's been like that for the last few days, and it would make sense for it to shrivel up a bit if the weather was too hot, but it's not exactly hot anymore. Not to mention it's November and it's fall. The man's face was a little bitterly. At first I thought he was sick, so I took him for a physical, and everything still came back normal. Ling Mo nodded. It's fine. Let's go in first. The man's expression tightened, and he hastened to speak. I'll go in with you guys. Shirayuki didn't say anything, only her face was a little strange. The tip of her nose twitched slightly, and her eyes were full of suspicion as she looked at the bedroom. When the man took Ling Mo and the two of them inside, they saw an incomparably slender civet lying on the bed. That listless look. If it weren't for the fact that it still had its eyes open as well as its body rising and falling with each breath. Ling Mo thought there was a cat corpse lying there. Generally speaking, there are 3 ways a cat can shrivel up. First, cats feel the cold. Cats appear to curl up and not want to move when they feel cold. But now that it's part of the cooler time of year, that argument doesn't hold water. Secondly, it is caused by an abnormal state of mind. Cats are an animal with a lot of inner emotions and they are also very sensitive. If you are not with them all the time, if the cat feels lonely, it will be depressed, and if it is depressed, it will wither away. Thirdly, it's disease, people, not to mention cats, shrivel up when they get it, but you say you've taken your civet cat for a checkup, so that argument doesn't exist either. Ling Mo's face was serious and meticulously analyzed according to his previous experience when he raised by you. The first and third do not exist. Then it is the second case. Atrophy caused by an abnormal state of mind. Ling Mo knows so much about cats? Can it be that he graduated in animal medicine? Who says knowing about cats makes you a doctor? Many pooper scoopers know about cats, too. So, Ling Ma, do you still need a hot cat girlfriend? The photographer who followed Ling Mo and Baiyu was also stunned by Ling Mo's words. He was all ready for Ling Mo to be defeated. And it turns out he's really good at what he does? The man was also confused by what Ling Mo said and scratched his head. I shouldn't. Even though I said I don't have time to spend with him during the day at work, I come back at night to play with him for an hour or so. A lot of people who have cats don't even have that hour or so, and aren't the cats they have just fine? Ling Mo thought about it. When I raised Shirayuki myself, I basically just took a shower straight after I got home from work, and then cuddled up to Shirayuki and went to sleep. It's true that I don't seem to have had much fun with Shiratsuki in her cat days, but even so, himself is still the world to Shirayuki. Ling Mo thought for a moment, doing the elimination process of, this is a township. There should usually be quite a few cats or gangs of cats. Could it be that your meow wants to go out and play? The man shook his head again. I even took a day off work to try and take it out for a walk. But it's still the same when you come back. Going out on the road for fun is occasionally refreshing. But mostly I'm still droopy. Generally, I go out and have fun when I want to die. And after I've gone out and had fun, I come back and want to die even more than before. Either that or I've never had it. And if I'm allowed to experience going out and having fun and then I'm sent back to jail, I might as well shark me. Is being in heat considered an abnormal state of mind? I'm the same way when I'm in heat and want a woman and can't get my hands on her. Are you really a genius? Who can tell you from Einstein now? Ling Mare. At this moment, even Ling Mo was a bit confused. He didn't have that much to do when he raised Baiyu. Now it was time for him to thank Shirayuki for not making himself feel like a pain in the ass about owning a cat. White Moon. Ling Mo suddenly reacted. This kind of thing should be Baiyu's strong point. Letting Baiyu do it would definitely not be a problem. Only when he looked at Shirayuki, he realized that the Shirayuki frowned slightly, looking at the civet cat on the bed, with doubt in her eyes. The civet cat inadvertently glanced back, and ended up meeting Shirayuki's azure-colored eyes. For a moment, the civet's heartbeat went haywire. Something's wrong. Ling Mo keenly sensed that something was wrong. Why did it feel like this civet cat was looking at her own little white moon in a strange way? The next moment, meow. The civet cat that was originally wilted and looked like it was about to go into hiatus suddenly came to life, jumped down from the bed with a big jump, and went over to rub against Baiyu on the left and on the right. Which one of our friends has been reincarnated? You didn't call me? Can't tell. It's still a color batch cat. If you look at it now, the probability is that it's in heat, love. Ling Mo? Men? Shirayuki squatted down and gently stroked the civet cat's back, soothing it, her tender red lips opening and closing slightly. Meow? What's wrong with you? The civet cat apparently froze for a moment, its eyes gradually becoming round, and sat down, with both paws stamping the milk incessantly, and its body swinging involuntarily from side to side. Meow. You speak cat? Shirayuki smiled and nodded. Meow. Yeah, why do you look so upset? Can you tell Shirayuki? I don't know why, but Ling Mo actually saw the coexistence of both aggression and perversion on the face of a cat. Meow. I want to fuck female cats. The smile on Shirayuki's face suddenly froze. What are they doing? Are they talking? It seems to be meowing. The sacred fire shines brightly, all my disciples. Meow. 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 Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. What's wrong? The man looked at Shirayuki's strange expression and spoke cautiously. When he saw this white-haired girl in front of him crouching down and meowing and communicating with the civet cat he had raised, truth be told, his cerebellum is atrophied. But looking at her as if she could actually communicate with the meow, the man's heart couldn't help but hang in the air. Baiyu pursed her lips, her small face slightly red. As if she was electrocuted, she hastily withdrew her hand and fled behind Ling Mo, only revealing a pair of good-looking eyes. Ling Mo? What's wrong, little Shirayuki? Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, likewise noticing the close-up shots of the photography. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he patted Baiyu's little head and, is there something wrong with this cat? Baiyu tightly bit her lips, pointed at meow meow, and opened her mouth to Ling Mo as if accusing him. It says it's going to fuck the she-cat. Ling Mare. So, his own little white moon was molested by a cat just now? The kind where you're the yellow-haired one who molests his girlfriend in front of him and doesn't even know it when he's done? The more Ling Mo thought about it, the angrier she got, and turned her head to the man and asked, "Is your cat neutered?" The man was also thunderstruck by what Shirayuki said, and gulped a mouthful of, "Haven't gotten around to it yet, going to take it next month." Not yet aware of his impending fate, the meow, indomitable on all fours, slithered over to Shirayuki's leg, and kept rubbing his head against Shirayuki's calf. The meow. You can understand cat talk. What kind of cat were you before? Meow. Looks like the two of us are pretty much meant for each other. Meow. Look how well behaved I am. Will you warm me with your warm bosom? Meow. Beautiful cat lady. I want to spend a memorable evening with you. It's as if BGM is playing all around. I love you, dear auntie. When I see you, I'm in a panic. The man looked at the meow in front of him, whose tail was wagging so hard it was catching up with the propeller, and thought of the way he'd just been dying. Can't help but fall into a deep state of self-doubt that, "You mean, it's in heat?" Ling Mo shrugged, looking at Meow Meow with a knife lurking in his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Meow Meow's two quail eggs if he hadn't already done so. Cats come into heat in the spring and fall, with a period of time from September to November, and the time is now right in that range. Looking at the meow that screamed incessantly, Ling Mo's face darkened. Had I known I wouldn't have taken this mission. Bengal lived, and fucking molesting his own little white moon. If he didn't know how to speak cat, he'd have to curse more or less. Wait, one thing one seems to have forgotten about the existence of. Then closing his eyes, Ling Mo took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, he stared at Meow Meow tightly. And a civet cat in heat has taken a liking to the ragdoll incarnate Shirayuki and wants to spend the night with her. Sessions value, 80. Ling Mare. And what is it saying now? The man spoke with some curiosity. He said, "Please shoveler, you take me to get neutered. I can't take it anymore." Ling Mo was silent for a moment and spoke through clenched teeth. Shirayuki was stunned for a moment and looked at Ling Mo with some confusion, moving her feet backward a bit to avoid Meow's sticking. "Meow. Are you playing a game of lust with me? This Meow likes it." Meow had just leaned down and sharpened his two paws, ready to play a game of dim-witted king catching his consort, when in the next moment, he was lifted up by the neck of his destiny. Ling Mo opened his mouth to Meow Meow with a leathery smile. "Don't worry, I can hear you. I'll take you to be sterilized soon, and then you won't feel bad." Meow looked a little confused at the human who had grabbed him, and remembered that he'd come with Shirayuki, fluttered his limbs a little. "Meow, do you speak cat too?" The smile on Ling Mo's face became even more intense. "Got it. You're having a hard time now, aren't you? Want it expedited? No problem. I'll get you karma today if I can." Meow looked at the smirk on Ling Mo's face, and for no reason at all, his heart fluttered with panic, and he fluttered even more happily. "Meow, you let go of me. I'm going to do something shy with pretty kitty. It's important." Shirayuki's cheeks reddened even more, biting her lip, those blue eyes glaring at Meow Meow. Wanted to reach out and smack Meow Meow, but seeing Meow Meow in this heat, I was afraid to give him a good smack. "No thank you. No thank you. I came here specifically to solve your problem, so that's why it's my part of the job. There's no need to thank me so much." After noticing the change in Bayu's demeanor, the nuclear cancerous foul smile on Ling Mo's face intensified as he held Meow Meow in his arms and, "That, early death, is not, early karma, early comfort. Now we'll take you to house sterilization." How? Meow's movements faltered and he gulped. Ling Mo couldn't wait to give it karma now, and turning her head, she spoke to the man. Look, your Meow is now moved beyond words, which means that the issue of rutting has been bothering him for a long time, so let's do it as soon as possible. It's like a creepy uncle abducting an ignorant girl with a lollipop. Does that civet cat have a crush on Shirayuki? If I'm not mistaken, Ling Mo should be jealous of that male cat coming to rub up against his subject, love. The man was a little hesitant. Ling Mo patted the man's shoulder and said in a serious manner. The words brought their own pua effect. Can't you stand to see your cat stay depressed all day because she's in heat? Can't you stand to see your cat just lying on the bed like a corpse? Other people's children are sterilized. Why not your own? What other people's kids have, your own must have. Nothing can be poor enough for a child. Get sterilized. Ling Mo's resounding and unquestionable tone directly bluffed the man, subconsciously nodding his head and, yes, Ling Mo nodded in relief. Crap, you can't be poor enough to have a poor child. Can you still use it like this? Fuck. I just fucking showed it to my dad, and my dad gave me 2 more sets of questions and said that if other kids do it, I have to do it too. It's like going back to the time when I was in school before. A wave of hope and pressure is put on me. It's really uterine chilling, love. Meow finally broke free from Ling Mo's embrace and ran over contentedly, looking at Bayu with his tongue out like a dog. White moon, brother mare. Baiyu trotted behind Ling Mo again and spoke in his ear in a low voice. Are all the animals here like this? It's not quite what Shirayuki imagined. Ling Mo is also a bit helpless. Who knew that the first mission to contact animals directly ran into the old colorful batch? Well, not really, it's just one of those special examples. The other critters are still pretty good. Ling Mo laughed a little awkwardly, then lifted the back of Meow Meow's head directly and turned his head to the man and asked, "Where is your cat out and about with his bag? I'll put it in it." As soon as the civet cat was put in, it was like putting a bomb in the bag, and the bag almost tipped over. Shirayuki's face fell silent as soon as it appeared in front of the meow in the bag. Ling Mare. Here, Shiratsuki, you hold this bag. Anyway, separated by a bag. One doesn't worry about the civet cat's paws pawing around. Not to mention the fact that it would soon be sent for sterilization. Ling Mo was not going to care about the civet cat molesting his family's little white moon. Baiyu hugged the cat bag. Her eyes didn't dare to move down at all. She was afraid that the civet cat would think she was interested in it. Shirayuki is Brother Mare's. Don't be interested in anyone else. The town's pet hospital. After sending the civet cat in to be neutered, an old fatherly smile appeared on Ling Mo's face. It's nice that it's all over. Looking at the man sitting on the chair waiting for Meow Meow to finish the operation, Ling Mo patted his shoulder. Don't worry, when you cross this step, it won't suffer from the rut anymore, and you'll still get a clingy civet. It's a good thing we didn't get off work today or it would have had to suffer for another day. As sad as that sounds. That's what the words said, but Ling Mo's face looked like he was refreshed after taking revenge. At that time, Shirayuki's face turned red. God knows what that colorful batch of cats said. This bad cat. Karma before it's too late. Thank you guys. By the way, I've settled the mission. Take a look. The man raised the cell phone in his hand. Ling Mo suddenly thought of something, smiled, didn't say anything, just nodded and, okay, after spaying and neutering, remember to love and care for some of your meows and watch your diet. Under anesthesia, cats can regurgitate for 18 to 24 hours. So what I'm suggesting here is that you are giving him food 6 hours after the surgery, at about a quarter of the usual amount. There's also things like keeping up the environment, clipping your nails, anti-inflammatory and whatnot, which the doctor should tell you about later, and then more specific details. I can't think of any, so you can go ahead and ask the doctor if you want to. Men are confused. You're really not an animal doctor? Ling Mo shook his head. It's just that. Used to have cats and understand that. Just after saying this, Ling Mo felt like he was being stared at by a dangerous gaze, gulped, and opened his mouth to the man. And, we'll pull out if there's nothing wrong. After saying that, he grabbed Baiyu's hand and ran out, which can give the two of them photography hit a surprise, and hurriedly ran to try to follow up. It just didn't take long for the photographer to murmur, bleary-eyed, it's over. There's going to be a payroll deduction, but at the same time, it's not just the photographers who are finished. Ling Mo led Baiyu to wander left and right, turning into an unoccupied alleyway, looking at Baiyu's puffed cheeks, secretly chagrined. And, it's over. Baiyu shook Ling Mo's hand, holding her away with some reluctance, and said angrily, "Oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh brother Mo, did you want to sterilize Shirayuki before? Ling Mare, that. Before not also did not think that little white moon you did not become a human? Sterilized will reduce some diseases and prolong life. I'll just get ahead of myself." Shirayuki clasped her hands on her chest and grunted. Don't turn her head away, her words carrying a ghostly grudge. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, but Shirayuki is going to be engaged to Brother Mo, or to get married. In the future, Baiyu will also have a litter of little babies with Brother Mo. How could Brother Mare want to sterilize Shirayuki? Ling Mo swept Baiyu into his arms and touched the top of her head, his voice as warm as jade. So I'd have dismissed the idea, except that memory is a bit too good to remember what I searched for before. That's why Kawakuki would say I'm second best, because I have a good memory. Shirayuki's body paused and blinked her beautiful eyes, the dissatisfaction in her voice dispersing quite a bit. Is it? Looking at Baiyu, who was still a bit confused and dissatisfied, Ling Mo lifted Baiyu's chin and pecked Baiyu's lips gently. Baiyu was suddenly kissed by Ling Mo, and subconsciously revealed a smile, smiling and hugging Ling Mo, but quickly put the smile away and pretended to be serious, saying, "Oh, Omega, oh don't think a kiss can coax Shirayuki." Ling Mo smiled. He naturally knew what this little ninny meant. So, kiss longer? As if she was a thief. Baiyu looked around with dripping eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and opened her mouth in Ling Mo's ear. But, didn't Brother Mare say that we can only kiss when it's time to wash up at night? Ling Mo gently exhaled a mouthful of hot air around Baiyu's ear and gently contained Baiyu's earlobe. The latter's body gave a jolt and softened like a puddle of water in Ling Mo's arms. Ling Mo's voice carried a low compulsion and endless tenderness. But, now that the photographer is behind us, and I just saw that Little White Moon was molested, so I especially want to kiss Little White Moon and declare my sovereignty. Saying that, Ling Mo scraped Bayu's agitated nose, as if he was holding an intoxicating poison, luring Bayu step by step to fall into his trap. I wonder if Koha Cookie can recharge my batteries now. Bayu's body gradually heated up, and her originally fair cheeks turned scarlet from shyness. She bit her lips and said nothing, but gently stood on her tiptoes and took the initiative to bring her soft lips closer to Ling Mo's lips. Ling Mo sensed Bayu's movements. He slowly closed his eyes and gently lifted the back of Bayu's head with both hands before carefully and gently kissing her. The moment their lips touched, an electric current traveled through their bodies, causing them both to shudder. As time passed, the kiss became more and more passionate, and the sound Bayu made changed from an initial soft murmur to a blurred murmur, and Ling Mo's breathing gradually became more and more rapid as he deepened the kiss, relishing in the sweetness and beauty of the moment. In this quiet corner, it was as if they had forgotten everything around them, leaving only the intense love and endless tenderness for each other. Photographer? He looked at Bayu, whose cheeks were red in Ling Mo's arms, and looked at Ling Mo in shock. It's not. This show is all about couples, and we all know you two are a couple, but there's no need to be so horny, is there? The life of a laborer is also a life. Love the quote from Netflix. What? Did you guys touch your mouth or buckle, or can't you get past the trial? Is there anything you can't say to your family, love? Is it brother love or sister love upstairs? I can take your shape, love, if you want me to. Well, Little White Moon is hungry. I was just in a hurry to take her to find food, so I forgot about you. With that, Ling Mo handed out the baked gluten in his hand and winked. Photographer, did you lose all your strength buying gluten? Did you get red in the face? Just say it, I'm not going to insult you. Next time this happens, let me know in advance, just so I'm prepared. Otherwise, no one would be there every time, and he wouldn't have enough money to deduct. Right now, it's already earned up to 100. Take on a few more quests to get to 300 today first. There's no need to take on a lot of quests a day. Ling Mo threw an apologetic look at the photographer, looked down at Bayu in his arms who hadn't slowed down yet, and whispered, well. Bayu let out what sounded like a mosquito-like wooing, her head obediently rubbing against Ling Mo's chest. What kind of quest does Brother Mo want to do? Shirayuki has no problem with it. By all rights, I've read a lot of sweet articles, so I should be pretty resistant. But why is it that when I see them, I feel like my heart has been replaced with a lemon? Sweet, I want a shark people. Why don't I have a girlfriend like that? It looks like those two were definitely on second base or above just now. Love, can you tell me your gender upstairs? What's with another shriveled one? Are all the cats here in heat? Bayu said all listen to their own. Ling Mo also has nothing good to say. Simply conditions to filter a bit. Choose an animal related. With a casual swipe, Ling Mo tapped on the quest screen. Shirayuki, don't go. As soon as she heard Ling Mo's words, Bayu kept shaking her head and opened her mouth pitifully. They talk. Anyway, Shirayuki, don't go. They talk? Is Shirayuki talking about animals? She understands animal speech? Variety effect, I guess. Or maybe it's the persona of the daughter of Rikako's destiny? So just now that cat was karma's not wrong. Molesting someone's girlfriend. All creatures in heaven and earth that molest objects should go to the palace, regardless of gender. Love, upstairs has a story. Ling Mare was also going to refuse, and with a sweep of his eyes, smiled and, it's okay, it's a female cat, a tricat. Bayu then breathed a sigh of relief, then remembered something and hugged Ling Mo's arm even tighter. Then, Brother Mare, you are not allowed to be mesmerized by it. Ling Mo tells a joke about people looking at cats. Speaking of reality, there are women who use dogs for their physical needs. Why can't men use cats? Crap, the upstairs is too explosive. So many men love cat ladies. Of course not. Let's go. Take the job and it's $300. Ling Mo rubbed Bayu's head. Won't let little Shirayuki suffer. Shirayuki smiled and winked. So is there any fish in Shirayuki tonight? Ling Mare. Until then, by the time Ling Mo and Bayu arrived at the mission site, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Knock knock. Ling Mo gently knocked on the door of the cell's room. Hello. To Ling Mo's surprise, the owner of the cat was a girl who didn't look too old. Is it a quest you posted online to solve your cat's problem? The girl shook her head in a hurry and looked at Ling Mo's cheeks, which were a little flushed. It's not my cat. It's just left with me for fostering. Little Flower's owner doesn't have time to take care of him at work. Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully, his eyes probing the living room, and smiled softly, saying, can we go in and see what's going on? I don't think it's realistic to just fix things here. The girl was stunned for a moment, scratching her head a little stupidly. Right. Oh, you guys can just come right in. No need to change your shoes. Ling Yamo held Bai Yu's hand and went to the living room, with the photographer following close behind. Hana, little flower. The girl shouted twice and, the next moment a cat came out of the bedroom of the house, drooping its head and just looking listless. So, let me ask a question first. Is your cat spayed or neutered? After the meow incident just now, Ling Yamo had learned to be smart this time, ruling out the possibility that it had just happened before reasoning. As for that mysterious light screen of truth explanation, try not to use it if you can. He didn't want to make himself dependent on this unknown. Neutered. Master Little Flower neutered him, and he didn't get sick and eat the wrong things or anything. Gives me the feeling like. There was a pause in the girls. It's like girls come around those days. Ling Mare, do cats have periods too? Shirayuki kept moving her little feet when she realized that Little Flower was a she-cat, and finally reached the side of the. Hana was lying on the floor, feeling a pair of warm and scented hands keep touching her and, subconsciously, he looked up, cocked his head in some confusion, and, meow, you smell so familiar. Baiyu grinned and carefully looked at Ling Mose, who was still talking to the girls, and spoke in a low voice. Meow, why aren't you happy? Shirayuki can help you. Can we be friends with Shirayuki then? Hana was stunned for a moment, her head back on the floor, her stomach heaving deeply as if she were sighing and, meow, I'm pining, also complaining. Shirayuki? Meow. So what were you thinking? And who are you blaming? Little Flower looked up at Shirayuki slyly, shaking her head and, meow. How old are you? Shirayuki broke out into a smile, comparing it to a yay pose, and spoke triumphantly. Meow. Over 2 years old. Shirayuki had just finished speaking when Sayana lost her spirit again, her tone feeble and, meow. Then you can't yet. When you're my age you'll understand. Shirayuki? Where's all the catcalls coming from? The girl who was talking to Ling Mo also wondered, and turned around to see Baiyu, who was crouching next to Little Flower. Shirayuki meowed on her side, and Hana meowed on hers. It looks like the two. No. One man and a cat are chattering quite a bit. My girlfriend likes to play with animals, so she will learn to call them. After all, speaking some language between animals will be closer. Ling Mo smiled and explained for Baiyu. This is true. I went to school and accidentally carried a cat bag to school as a book bag, and the inside of the classroom was full of catcalls, not a single one of which was a catcall. This isn't right, is it? I just learned a cat's cry. Why is my cat still huffing at me? It's possible that your cat thought you were showing love and ended up disliking you. Love? Persuaded to delete. I have a friend who sweats his ass off, sweats soybeans. So, do you guys know how to do it? I can add some more quest rewards if it's cured. The girl scratched her head and inquired about opening her mouth after hearing Ling Mo's explanation. Little Flower lifted her head and ground her claws indignantly at the girl, and gave a low, threatening cry of, meow. I blame you. The girl shrunk her neck and ran behind Ling Mo, which made Baiyu look uncomfortable. Standing up and stood next to Ling Mo, those blue eyes glaring at the girl as if to say, not allowed to lean so close to Baiyu's Ling Mo. The girl also reacted, pulling away from Ling Mo a bit, raising her hand a bit awkwardly and smiling. Sorry, subconscious reaction. Didn't mean it. Shirayuki's nose twitched and she crouched down, taking Little Flower into her arms and, meow. But if you don't talk to Shirayuki, there's nothing Shirayuki can do to help you. Hana rested her head under Shirayuki's warm arm. Meow. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being starstruck by so many males before, only to have them all suddenly stop coming to you one day? Shirayuki? To be honest, she hadn't really experienced it. Hana called out again. Meow. I was one of the most beautiful women before, and when I go out, which male won't think of coming over to lick my fur? Then, Little Flower screamed again, reacting as if in stress, giving both Ling Mo and the girls a shock. Meow. But all of a sudden, one day, I thought I was just going outside as usual, but after walking into a store, I lost consciousness, 3 times in a row, like a complaint. Meow. When I woke up, everything had changed. Meow. The male cats don't like me anymore, and I'm no longer the star-studded beauty. Meow. It felt like all the male cats were avoiding me. Shirayuki's heart clenched, and her hand that was stroking Little Flower's fur paused and, meow? Why? Where were you going? The girl hesitated again and again, and opened her mouth tentatively to Ling Mo. Can your subjects talk to animals? Ling Mo laughed and shook his head, retorting with a serious look on his face. Of course you can't. How can anyone talk to an animal? It's just too unbelievable, isn't it? Just simply wanting to be close to a cat. Looking at Ling Mo's expression, it didn't look like he was lying. The girl nodded hesitantly. What's more, Ling Mo hadn't lied. How could someone talk to an animal? But what if it wasn't originally human? Hana sat up and jumped out of Shirayuki's arms, scratching and clawing at the couch, cursing under her breath and, meow. Neutered. She neutered me. Meow. I'm not a sexy kitten anymore. Meow. Xiao Chang, Xiao Wang, Xiao Tian, Xiao Hei, and Xiao Kai don't come to me anymore. Meow. I could live what energy. Shirayuki hurriedly took Little Flower into her arms and kept calming her down. Meow. Oh, you and your master. You can live well. But then, Shirayuki froze, those eyes staring a bit incredulously at the indignant Little Flower in her arms. Meow, how many names did you just say? Little Flower cocked her head, her expression becoming despondent. And, meow, says only 5 by name. White Moon. Saying that, Hana's expression looked even more aggravated, and the upper half of her body stood straight up and, meow, are you neutered? Still think you're sexy? Shirayuki shook her head in a hurry, looking like her expression was grateful. Meow. Shirayuki wasn't neutered. Shirayuki always had Brother Mare with her. Meow. Those 5 you just mentioned, were they all male cats? Hana's expression looked extraordinarily sad, and didn't answer directly. Meow, they don't even come to see me anymore after I'm neutered. Meow, do you know what sterilization means? It's like you're now without those male two-legged beasts' favorite boobs, and that nice white hair has all fallen out to become bald. Meow. Anyway, it's as miserable as it gets. You're no longer attractive. Shirayuki's eyes widened slightly, as if she was imagining what she'd look like after she was sterilized, and then she shook her head in quick succession. Meow. Shirayuki don't. Shirayuki won't get sterilized. And Brother Mare loves Shirayuki the most. Seeing Bayu's skeptical expression, Ling Mo felt intoxicated. Could it be that the world of animals was all so wonderful? Even Shirayuki, who grew up in the city, was shocked twice in one day. Little White Moon, can you guess what's wrong with it? Ling Mo raised an eyebrow and tapped Bayu's shoulder. The latter's throat rolled, glanced at the depressed Little Flower and spoke with difficulty. Brother Mo. Bayu remembers. It seems like there is a disease called thoughtfulness. Right? Thinking into what? Sickness. Right. Upstairs too cuffed. Egu. You're so nasty. You're so nasty. Are you a loving brother or a loving sister? Ling Mo was stunned. Who can a cat miss? Is it hard to be its owner? Does your cat miss your master too much? It's also a real possibility that many cats become a bit depressed when they don't see their owners for a long time. The girl shook her head. Every day, she would have asked Hana to call the videos. After knowing about Hana's situation, she was also very anxious. If not for the work constraints, she would have been back by now. Ling Mo was about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Bayu. Shirayuki shook her head. Her face tangled as if she was looking for some appropriate words to describe it. Well, Shirayuki thinks, it's possible that Hana is thinking about some cats, or some other animals. Girls? How come she didn't know who Little Flower wanted? She hadn't seen Little Flower interacting with any animals on a regular basis. Had she? Do you have surveillance in your house? Or do you have surveillance outside your house or something? The girl was stunned for a moment, pointing to the camera in the doorway. There's one right there by the door, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary on my cell phone, let alone an animal. I don't even see a cockroach. As if inspired by something, Shirayuki turned her head to ask Hana. Meow. So how did you all meet before you were neutered? At the mention of this, Little Flower actually pursed her lips slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Meow, they are the ones that will jump right up to the window or call me right underneath it. White Moon, do all the cats in the township play so wild? Or is it you're all in this together? Not bad for a little flower. You're playing with real flowers. Shirayuki thought for a moment, and hemmed and hawed. Meow. Shirayuki can call them out for you, and then you can all play together again. Little Flower was stunned for a moment, scanning Shirayuki up and down and, for some reason, Shirayuki suddenly felt a hint of, in Little Flower's eyes, disdain? Meow, they won't like you. At best, male cats that go into heat will like you. White Moon, what's wrong? Ling Mo couldn't speculate any further, and when he was about to unleash his superpower, he noticed a change in Bayu's expression. It says, can you guess what the Little Flower means? Bayu's face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she directly stood up, huffing and puffing as she was about to walk out. Ling Mo? No, it would be understandable if a male cat in heat molested Shirayuki. How did this neutered she-cat manage to make Shirayuki shy? Bayu flung herself into Ling Mo's arms, her eyes darting around as she stood on her tiptoes to bite her ear and whisper. What's wrong? You think we're outsiders? Riddler gets out of the universe. Not what the hell did that female cat say? I now really doubt that Shirayuki can talk to animals. Otherwise her face can't be read so naturally, right? Don't guess. In case they are discussing what position to use at night, love. The love siren still has to be you. Thumbs. JPG. Love. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched slightly, shocked as he looked at Little Flower, who was lying on the sofa, and after a moment's hesitation, he turned his head to look at the girls, and, that, I might know how to cure it. Girls? Are you sure you just need to take it out for a walk? I haven't taken Hannah out for walks much, but still nothing has changed. The girl was carrying a cat bag and looked at Ling Mo with some confusion. Ling Mo smiled helplessly. That was the wrong way for you to take it out. With that, Ling Mo took out a trumpet and waved it at Bai Yu. The latter took the trumpet, patted his little chest, and spoke confidently. The straight face, wrapped up in Shirayuki. Don't worry brother Mo. Damn it, why didn't she say anything about the bag? I hadn't noticed it before, but I realized the scale was really small when I took a shot at it in the white moon. Arch out upstairs. Ling Mo and his children are blessed. They are not afraid of being starved, love. Shirayuki knocked on the cat's bag, and Hannah's attention was instantly drawn to it, and she purred with some confusion. Meow, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to bring me out to have fun? Just here? Shirayuki's nice-looking agaric nose twitched slightly and shook the horn in her hand. Meow. You say a word to this thing, and what you say I'll tell you later. As for the result you'll know soon enough. Although Little Flower was a bit curious, when Bai Yu said so, Little Flower immediately became much more energetic and called out. Meow meow meow. White Moon recorded, and then played it out to listen to himself, confirming that there was no problem, and then began to amplify the sound loop playback. Little Flower, on the other hand, hid a little shyly in the innermost part of the cat's bag. The girl was a little embarrassed and a little mad at the same time. Who's a nice guy out to play like this? Couldn't the two of them feel the strange looks they were getting from the people around them? Girls surf too. Now this scene is like the video with the horn waving. Missy is here. Get out of the way. Bai Yu and Ling Mo weren't in a hurry and just walked slowly, only to run into someone. It's not a bump in the physical sense. It's running into someone you know. Mare. You too? Hong Zimo was a bit confused as he pointed at the speaker held in Bai Yu's hand, which kept playing cat calls on a loop. Playing cat movies? Ha? Ling Mare. Girls. Shirayuki? Brother Mare. It means that the two of them are brothers. They seem to be smelly. What's going on? There are so many people in the live room all of a sudden. Can't it be that the fat guys people are all coming this way? Maybe it's the first time I've seen someone play a cat movie on the street. So I came over to take a look. After all, it's not like anyone can make a cat purr and play a movie without loss of sound quality. Love. Why do you always come up with the same thing every time? Don't think about it next time. 6. Say I'm busted again, love. In the way of it being a live broadcast, Ling Mo was not in a position to scold, and just patiently explained to Hong Zimao, a creature with a strange brain circuit. We're on a mission. But when he said that, the look of confusion on Hong Zimao's face intensified and he scratched his head. What's the mission to put in a cat movie? I don't think the quest I remember putting it in was this heavy-handed. Was it? Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of master's mission? Ling Mare. So you think I'm playing a cat movie? Ha! He's really good at variety. Master's quest. That said, this is a genre I haven't read in a while. Maybe this variety show is also a mission for the master? Love. Love siren. Don't you ever think of that again. 6. Love. This girl's cat was a little depressed, so she brought it out for a walk. And what are you full of? Ling Mo rolled his eyes and nodded to Mushiro, who was next to Hong Zimao. Sister-in-law. Mind your family. The first rule of the Brotherhood Code. When a brother is surrounded by the presence of a member of the opposite sex, he must give face. Hong Zimo has been abiding by it, so there's no reason for him to just enjoy it and not abide by it, right? The smile on Mushiro's face was so soft, as if nothing could provoke her to anger, just like a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire. At Ling Mo's words, he only nodded slightly, not commenting. Variety effect. Zimao is using his heart in the wrong place. I'll take care of it tonight. Shivering tube. Damn it. They must be acting, right? They must be, right? How can every group be so sweet? Shivering tube. Tube sometimes use deer. So the night should be with shivering to tube, love. Loving sirens kill crazy. Ling Mo narrowed his eyes slightly at Mushiro's reaction, and thought flashed through the depths of his eyes. Hong Zima shouted I've got a big grass and pulled Ling Mo out of his thinking state. What's wrong? Ling Mo opened his mouth with a black face. He disliked it when someone disturbed him while he was thinking. Mare. Look at. Hong Zimao swallowed, his eyes gradually widening. Meow. 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 Woof woof woof. Moo. Ling Mo? Shirayuki? I don't blame Hong Zimo for shouting I've got a big grass. Just this scene. Who needs to be grassed up? 2. This makes for a sketchy world. The little flower in the cat's bag got a lot more energetic when she heard the sounds, and began to pounce on the meow meow let me out. Let me out. They're all coming for me. The girl was startled by this movement of Hana, and subconsciously turned her eyes for help to Shirayuki. What's wrong with Hana? Is it stress? Shouldn't we run quickly? Ling Mo, who knew the reason well, of course knew why Little Flower was so excited and smiled. Little Flower is only really stressed if you run away. Let him out. Don't worry, it won't wander off. The girl glanced at Ling Mo in disbelief. She was now more inclined towards Baiyu than Ling Mo. Shirayuki smiled and nodded, sort of reassuring the girls a bit. Yes, let the little flower out so it can be cured. The girl took a deep breath and placed the cat bag on the floor, just opening the zipper for a split second and a figure just scurried out of the bag like lightning. Meow, 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 Xiao Chang, Xiao Wang, Xiao Tian, Xiao Hei, Xiao Kai. I've missed you guys. Although Ling Mo had known this for a long time, he was still greatly shocked, but the girl was still in the dark. But she couldn't understand what the little flower meant. She's feeling like her brain is about to explode right now and can you translate that? The girl could only look to Shirayuki. Ling Mo gave a look to Hong Zimao, who immediately understood and spoke to Baiyu with a smile. Sister-in-law, remember the lines? Don't forget. Ling Mo squeezed Baiyu's palm and whispered, translate if you want to. After all, I'm curious too. Shirayuki, Omicron, equals Omega smiley face rho. Good. Wrap it up on Shirayuki. Have they forgotten this is a live broadcast? Straight up stringing lines? They don't even carry people on their backs. Where can you find such a sincere variety show these days? Sincerity is the key to success. On a different note, is he trying to mislead us? Actually, Shirayuki is the one who can talk to animals. With that in mind, this side suggests that you hook up with a psychiatrist. And if you want to refute that, find me an example of an animal you can talk to lovingly. It's rare that a loving siren doesn't talk slutty. Love. Xiao Chang, meow. Little flower, I really don't love you anymore. There's absolutely nothing about you that appeals to me right now. Little flower, meow, how could you do this, little Chang? Could it be that all the previous sea vows were a pile of shit for you to eat? Xiao Wang, meow, Xiao Hua. Don't blame Xiao Chang. The main thing is that you did seem like a different person after that day. It just feels like the soul is still there. The body has changed. Little flower, meow, little king. You still talk about me. Haven't you changed too? Become mouth is not the heart. Become began to learn to eat their words. You did not say only love me one? Xiao Tian, meow. Little flower. Just forget about us. You and those two-legged beasts. Eat and drink well every day and live just as well. Little flower, meow. Meow. I'm not going to. It's not a good day without you guys. Xiao Kai, woof woof woof. Little flower. In fact, at that time, I said it as a joke. The sea oath is just because the atmosphere has arrived. You'd better not look for me in the future. I'm afraid that my girlfriend will misunderstand. Hana, meow. Meow. Don't. I don't want to. How can you find another she-cat? I'm the best looking one in this area. Did you forget about bringing me over those two-legged beasts' favorite papers from home earlier? Xiao Hei, moo little flower. I'm old and I really don't have the heart to do this anymore. If you really miss me, come and give me one last ride. Little flower, meow meow. Don't. Xiao Hei, you don't leave me behind and make me a widow. Meow. All these words were translated word for word by Baiyu. Shirayuki's lips pursed slightly, subconsciously revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. Eat the melon. Looks really good. Ling Mo and Hong Zima were already thunderstruck on the outside. Even if it was Mu Shiro, both showed surprise for the first time. What's going on? What's the situation? What the fuck is going on? A cat playing so fancy? Crap, it's fucking cross-species. I've never even touched the opposite sex of the same species. That old cow is getting old? Doesn't the cat pick at all? What the hell? Is this really a female cat? Is it possible that this is more exciting? Otherwise why would there be sexy hot little wildcats? Love siren kills crazy again and again. As for the girls, she's petrified in place. She couldn't have imagined that Little Flower's depression was actually due to missing its match too much. And she couldn't have imagined how Little Flower would actually play so wildly. Long veggies. Playing with meat. Wait. Grab those two-legged beasts' favorite paper. Isn't that fucking money? For a moment, the girls were incredibly anxious and opened their mouths to Hana. Have you taken our money? However, Hana looked up at her in confusion and cocked her head, directly ignoring the girls' presence. Girls, please, ask for me. There's no way around it. Professional things should only be left to the professionals. The girl had to turn to Shirayuki again. Meow. Have you ever taken money out of the house? Shirayuki nodded and lowered her body, speaking to the incredibly sad little flower. Meow. No, I don't like that smell. That smell will only taint my high body. White moon. Although the result is desired, why does it change the flavor when you say it? Seems like all people would like the flavor, right? Little flower tears, unwilling to look at their own good friend, lowered his head, the tone of hearing people's heartache. Meow, can we go back to the old days? Shao Kai, woof woof woof. Give it up, little flower, just the way it is now. It's fine. A strong twisted melon is not sweet. Hana, meow. That's not what you said before when you said you wanted to experience something amazing with me. White moon. Crowd. Now more and more I like the contemporary internet quote. Ha, it's hard to believe that this female cat and every. That's not possible, is it? That old cow is as big as a cat, right? If you poke it, it'll die. What kind of tiger talk are you guys doing upstairs? Do we have to be shy? Can't people have a platonic spiritual relationship? Actually, I'm more inclined to think that the she-cat had the idea, but had no way to carry it out. After all, she was hooked up, so how could she not have the idea? Love. The loving sirens are double killing the crazy again. Okay, sister-in-law. Stop it. Lines aren't so free for you to play. Hong Zimao's scalp was numb for a while. These animals had no cover when they spoke. I just don't know if Shirayuki has added any fuel to the fire. And by the time you do your own variety show, the opening first installment is just blocked. That's gonna be fun. What marvelous thing. Is this broadcastable? It's not just the netizens, but the girl's 3 views have been shattered to pieces, and their worldviews have collapsed. Who can tell her that? How is it that a 3-flowered cat can manage to play with such flowers? I won't say anything about you playing with 3 male cats at once. It's not uncommon to have a dog, and to be able to put up with it with a stiff upper lip. This is because there are many examples of dogs and cats living harmoniously with each other and relying on each other. But why the fuck are you still hooking up with a cow? And older? Do all female creatures nowadays prefer to be older? To find security? Hana. The girl had a river lion's roar, which directly blew up Hana's hair. Next moment, little flower was then picked up by the neck, and her 4 legs kept fluttering in the air, and she kept meowing. Meow, meow, meow. Let go of me. Let go of me. I'm going after my love. They all have new loves if I don't go after them. The girl was in a hurry. She'd been thinking that this tricolor she'd helped to look after was a good boy for a long time. Luckily, its owner isn't home at this time of year. Otherwise, if I knew I had a kitten of this caliber, the body should be warm, love. After knowing the root cause of little flower's illness, the corner of the girl's lips pulled out a smile and spoke to Ling Mo. Thank you. I'll settle your mission reward now. Ling Mo looked at the carnival of the animals in front of him, and was a bit puzzled by the girl's words. Hana doesn't look cured yet, does she? The girl spoke with a leathery smile at the little flower whose tail was up to protect her vital parts. I'm going to give you 2 choices. Number 1. I'm going to pretend that today didn't happen and have a good time right here at home. And I'm going to watch you for such a period of time. The second option would be for me to call your master right now, and then everything you've done would be known. As far as the probability of being swept off your feet, I think it's 100%. It's simple. Either you follow these favorites of yours through, or you choose your master through. You choose. It looks like the girls are cornered. 2. Who would have thought Hana's depression would be because of this? She's been grieving and blaming herself for a long time. She'd always thought it was her problem that caused Hana's depression. Turns out it just happened to come together on its own when the little flower was depressed. Who could take it so easily? Little flower looked at the girls in confusion and weakly yelped as, meow. What are you talking about? Noticing the expression on Hana's face, the girls also reacted and, somewhat apologetically, he opened his mouth to Shirayuki. I'm really troubling you today, and I'd also like to ask for your help in saying what I just said to Hana again. Instead of acting as a translator at the first opportunity, Baiyu twisted her head to look at Ling Mo. Before going on the show, Ling Mo had spoken to Baiyu. Be sure to watch what you say and do. Shirayuki also knew that her ability to talk to animals was a special ability. What's the matter? Forget your lines? Ling Mo's smile was so soft and his voice was as warm as jade. Little Shirayuki, convey it, and go back to the camp for a rest after the mission is over. Shirayuki nodded and meowed a few times. The little flower hung her head low, and gave a reluctant cry of, meow. I know. I'll cut them off. After realizing what little flower meant, the gloom on the girl's face finally dissipated a bit, and she even gave Ling Mo an extra $50 when settling the rewards for the mission. Hong Zimao? He's made $150 in all that time with all that effort, and Ling Mo turned it into a tip? Just as quickly, Hong Zimo was relieved. Tasks and rewards that he set for himself. If this show doesn't allow Shirayuki to have fun, but also doesn't ensure a basic quality of life for Shirayuki, Ling Mo was categorically unlikely to come to support this. After all, the third rule of the Brotherhood Code: a brother's wife is the highest ranking being among brothers. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and take Little Flower home with me. And these animals. The girl stuffed the small flower with a downcast face into the cat bag. Her expression was frozen, and she folded her hands together, apologetically opening her mouth to Ling Mo and Baiyu. Please. Ling Mo smiled. It's no trouble, just a casual remark. Shirayuki purred a few times, and several of the animals looked fondly at the cat bag the girls were carrying. It's like looking at your own lost youth and love. Then, slipping faster than a rabbit. They didn't want to come to see Little Flower in the first place, and would have killed themselves if he hadn't shouted that he wouldn't see them again, and a bunch of lovey-dovey talk. They won't come out either. The two couples, Ling Mo and Hong Zimao, walked side by side, their eyes gazing into the distance at the setting sun. The orange afterglow dyed the whole sky as if it had covered the world with a golden veil, and the soft and warm glow of the setting sun reflected on the earth, making everything seem extraordinarily peaceful and beautiful. On this vast land, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled between the green mountains and the green water, sketching out a picturesque scenery. Would it be too early to go back to the camp at this time? It's not too late to take on one or two more small, simple quests to get back to camp. Hong Zimao looked at Ling Mo with some confusion. Ling Mo smiled gently, wrapped his arms a few times tighter around Baiyu in his embrace, and replied in a low voice, "But I'm afraid that Shiratsuki will get tired. After all, she's the one who's putting in all the effort today, and I'm just playing on the sidelines." Zimo Hong. What words? What kind of talk is that? Are you afraid she'll get tired? Do you want to see what kind of assignment I'm doing? Just as Hong Zimo was being poked and prodded by Ling Mo's words, a pair of soft, warm hands took his own hand. Hong Zimo subconsciously looked at the owner of this hand. Mu Shiro smiled. The smile was that kind and gentle. Zimo, I'm also afraid that you'll get tired. It's always a good idea to keep some strength. Fine shivering, stay strength. Stay strength to do what? It's almost nighttime. What exactly is this leftover strength for? Thinking with cheeks. And Ling Mo is also afraid that his little white moon will get tired, or else the evening aerobics won't be fun. Can't people with hearts that look at everything dirty be the ones to save their strength just in case? What if we return to the camp and can only exchange money for ingredients? How can I cook when I don't have the strength? I have a dirty heart and no morals or boundaries. I just want to see them get their nightly cardio. Love Siren, you're really something too. Several people were walking back to the campground, and as they passed a pond, Baiyu poked Ling Mo's arm with some curiosity, then pointed in a direction and whispered, "Brother Mare, look at someone over there. Is he fishing?" Hearing Baiyu's voice, Ling Mo and Hong Zimo subconsciously looked over in the direction Baiyu was pointing in. Only just looked over. The middle-aged man who was fishing over there then angrily dropped his fishing rod and threw himself up to the sky. And, damn, no bites for 2 hours. Crikey, Ling Mare. White moon, crowd, seeing that man Air Force, and then I glanced at my bucket of fish next to me and felt the warmth of a corpse, and it turned out that there was more than just my Air Force in the world. This part of the program can actually not be broadcast, because, you know what? I have a friend who is sweating. You will make him break the defense like this. Of course not talking about me. I am sure that I will not break the defense. Sweating soybean. Air Force men's mouths are like the mouths of men in love. They're great at pie painting, love. This time forcefully supporting the love siren, the one in my house went out with a fishing rod at 8 a.m. Vowing to eat fish in the evening, and came back at 8 p.m. With small dried fish for me. As soon as the fishing man finished shouting, he made a direct lunge into the water, which confused Ling Mo and the others. Crap, what's the deal with this dude? He can't catch a fish and he's ready to lighten up? What's wrong with him? Hong Zimao opened his mouth a little confused. A few people were about to go over and see what was going on when, as a result, the next moment, the water rippled in layers and, immediately afterward, a man poked his head out, shook out his hair, grasped a fish in his hand, and raged that, shit, don't bite the hook, crap, said, and slapped the fish. At this point, the fish is still clueless, and on a normal day it might not look like anything that, now it looks like its eyes are wide open, like it's saying, crap, this young man, he can still play like this? You can't afford to play, can you? Ling Mare, Zimo Hong, live streaming crowd, Shirayuki who was staring at the fish in the man's hand sad face, Omega, so strange, a little unsure, look again, that is to say, if you're a little brave and take a leap of faith, you can get what you've been dreaming of? I'm going to jump off the cliff to see if any old grandpa who's dying will give me the secret. I just broke up with my girlfriend today. I'll let her know what it means to be east of the river for 30 years. west of the river for 30 years. Don't fool the youth. Don't do that upstairs. If you do, you'll be fast forwarding straight to the end. What last step? Black question mark face. JPG, the dead are great, love. Love siren kills crazy again. Brother Mare. Shirayuki wants to eat fish. Baiyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her gaze fixed on the fish dangling in the man's hand, her eyes blearily opening her mouth to Ling Mo. Give it to her to eat. Baiyu wants to eat fish. Baiyu is good. Ling Mo won't give it to her. Ling Mo is bad. Now that I've given you a very fishy fish, can I eat something else fishy at night? Love. Crap. Ling Mo moved his body around a bit, light letting Baiyu out today. Although it was said that the tasks picked were all animal related, but it doesn't make sense that you don't have any strength at all. Ling Mo smiled and rubbed Baiyu's little head, meeting her expectant eyes. What's more, he himself never refused Shirayuki's request, and softly said to Shirayuki that, okay, how many would little white moon like to eat? Shirayuki heatedly smiled and patted his chest with a godly look on his face and said, as much as Brother Mare grabs, as much as Baiyu eats. Ling Mare, you really think he's a hunting cat, don't you? Although he was thinking this way, Ling Mo's body walked directly towards the pond. The man who had just come out of the water had dumbfoundedness written all over his face when he saw a few people and the camera Big Brother following behind a few people. Who are you guys? Ling Mo nodded politely at the man. Hello, does this pond belong to your family? As soon as he heard Ling Mo say this, the man's expression became incredibly wary for a moment, slowly moving his feet towards the bucket, as if ready to carry it and run at any moment. Answer my question first, who are you and what do you want? Ling Mo was about to open his mouth when Hong Zimao smiled, pointed at himself, and opened his mouth, saying, that, Big Brother, we recorded the variety show, and when we were ready to go back, we found a pond here, so we wanted to come over to ask if it's your house. We'd like to get some fish back for dinner. At these words, the man's countenance eased with a speed visible to the eye, his tone relaxed, and he sat down on the pony trap he had brought. It's supposed to be a wild pond. It's supposed to be empty, but don't you guys tell anyone, okay? We definitely don't talk about it outside of the house. Only the families on the air know about it. This uncle is really a real person. And he said it was a wild pond. If I were me I would say it was my house. And give me money for it. This uncle warmed up my corpse a lot, love. Baiyu squatted next to the man's bucket, her eyes staring blankly at the fish swimming around inside. A tear indisputably flowing from the corner of her mouth. It's also thanks to Ling Mo cutting some of Shirayuki's hair. Otherwise, according to the length of Shirayuki's hair before, as soon as he squatted down, Shirayuki's long, snowy hair was stained with dirt. The man's interest came, sizing up Shirayuki, his eyes growing more and more satisfied as he reached out and touched his stubble-covered chin. With a smile that looked a little constrained. That, girl, are you seeing anyone? Shirayuki? Since his attention had been focused on the inside of Uncle's bucket of fish, at the sudden cue of the, Shirayuki hadn't slowed down. Not far away Ling Mo's hand that was ready to undress froze. Hong Zimao immediately explained to the middle-aged man, Big Brother, this variety show of ours is not a wilderness survival variety show. It's a couple variety show, and she's my sister-in-law. The man's expression became one of immense regret, and he shook his head and, if you guys want to catch fish, feel free, I'll fish a little longer and then go home for dinner. Ling Mo took off his shirt and shoes and socks and whatnot and asked Baiyu to hold them for him. Now that it was dusk, Ling Mo did not intend to borrow the man's fishing rod to fish slowly. He opted for a more direct approach to getting the fish. I totally think now that Mare just simply wanted to show off his abs. Hong Zimao didn't follow Ling Mo into the water to touch the fish. For a man of his physique, fish touching him is more like it. Hong Zimao squatted on the ground inside as he watched Ling Mo throw up a fish every now and then. Mushiro stretched out her hand and placed it on Hong Zimao's abdomen, gently pressing and rubbing, her tone incomparably gentle. There's no point in forcing yourself on a turnip and a soft tummy to cuddle. Hong Zimao's afterglow glanced at Mushiro, remembering what Ling Mo had said to him. A hint of haze and doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes, but it was quickly hidden nicely by Hong Zimao, revealing the trademark type of smile that he usually had. Sweet mouth, have a nice chat tonight. They're definitely doing at night. The man is in love. The woman is in love. This does not do it up? Hurry up and do him up. It's normal to have a set in the room of a couple's variety show, right? I know this kind of image won't be broadcast, but let's hear a sound. Love the love banshee. Love the love banshee. Love the love banshee. 6. Love. The man just went for a quick convenience, then was ready to come back and pack up and leave. As a result, he saw the fish layer next to Shirayuki. Men? Just about to open his mouth to speak, the water suddenly leaped out of a fish. In a beautiful parabola, hard in the man's face to have a close contact. Men, what's the situation? What the fuck is going on here? Are you going to pack up the whole pond? Hey, the good-looking kid in the water. Stop catching fish. Don't you know the story of fishing with all your might? Stop it now. The man is anxious. If this let Ling Mo give in to the old house, where will he find such a nice place in the future? There's not many people around, and they're still catching fish. This kind of place is not easy to find. Snap. Another graceful parabola, landing still in the man's face. The man in the water shook the droplets out of his hair and swam slowly to the shore, sitting down on his butt, somewhat exhausted. And, big brother, I know the story, so I've restrained myself and only grabbed with one hand. Men, Ling Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, reaching out to point at the marks on the man's face, and said, suspiciously, big brother, who did you let hit you in the face? Why are there still red marks? Men, my native language is speechless. That's a question. Shrimp and pig heart. It's like that absurdly powerless and funny feeling you get when you're slapped and the guy who hit you pretends to ask you who hit you. That said, Ling Mo's abs are really obvious. I want to touch them. Love. Case solved. The love siren is female. I'm non-tongue. Then I'm even more excited. 6. Love. Shirayuki looked at the fish that still kept bouncing around her feet and narrowed her eyes in happiness, thinking to herself that, right now, Shirayuki must be the happiest kitten in the world. That. Big brother discuss something? Looking at the pile of fish in front of him, Ling Mo was also in trouble. He and the others did not have a barrel. It's not like this fish thing where you can hold it, either. Eventually, at the man's repeated requests, Ling Mo then agreed that he couldn't come to the pond every day, but at most once every 3 or 4 days. After Ling Mo experienced a long second of thinking, she decisively agreed to this request from the man. Crap, Ling Mo, what did you guys do? Why are you covered in water? Ling Mo and the others had just returned to the camp when Li Nan and Shi Ruoyan also came back from the other direction, and after seeing Ling Mo's miserable condition, Li Nan's face had gloating written all over it. It can't be. A slip of the foot and fall into the water, can it? You're not careful enough then. Ling Mo opened his mouth, and Li Nan's underprivileged face came over and raised the cell phone in his hand, smugly saying that, dude made 102 today, counting 100 startup capital, buddy now 202. Big bedroom, big meal and so on. I'll take it, okay? Gee, don't know how about a little fat guy. It wouldn't even be 100, would it? Hong Zimao? Oh, I'm 105. Counting the startup capital is. Suddenly, Hong Zimao fell silent, somewhat unwilling to speak. What is it? Is it 205? It was obvious that Hong Zimao earned more money than he did, but Li Nan still had a triumphant look on his face. Not far away, Zhou Wenchuan Song Yaidi and his duo also came back, with a tired expression on their faces, and sat down on a chair under the sun umbrella, looking at the sky with lifeless eyes. The two looked like they were deflated. Hong Zimao, he glanced at the task platform, and there is no very heavy physical work. How these two people, are you guys okay? Mushiro was the first to open her mouth in concern, worry written in her eyes. Do we need to call a doctor? Zhou Wenchuan's lips muttered a few times, but in the end no words came out. Song Yaidi spoke with difficulty. Nothing, not physically tired, just mentally tired. Hong Zimao, after checking out the quests these two had taken on, he was instantly enlightened, but at the same time also think it's funny. You two human society fear you still pick a tutor children's homework task. You're not looking for a crime as what? But again, tutoring kids for the same task is highly rewarding, and for kids in their second year of high school and junior year, parents will always fight tooth and nail to try and give them the resources and platform to learn. We made 200. Hong Zimao stood up and clapped, attracting everyone's attention. Okay, now to announce the group that won MVP for the day. Lingmare Group. And Li Nan, after hearing this, patted his chest at his sister Chi and, don't worry, Sister Chi, we're definitely third. Chi Ruoyan rolled her eyes. Third, you are still so proud? Shoot yourself next time. Then Chi Ruoyan didn't say anything. After all, the first time to come to this kind of place. Too much curiosity. Basically the task didn't take much. All used to play. You won't be reduced to having nothing to eat and no place to live if you make a little effort to do a quest. Okay, now to read the rankings and the day's harvest. Lingmer's Group. First, Harvest of the Day. Plus $250 for a bucket of fish. $350 in available funds. Zhou Wenchuan's Group. Second, Harvest of the Day. $200. Available funds $300. Group Hong Zimao. Third, Harvest of the Day. $150. Available funds $250. Linan Group. Fourth and last place, Harvest for the Day. $120. Available funds $220. After hearing the rankings, The entire Renan, who had just bragged down the bull, was bad. What? Renan's current feeling is that before the final exams, Bai Yu Gao Hongjie and the others said that they hadn't studied. Since everyone said they were not going to review, Renan he himself went to play the game at ease. As a result, on the day of the exam, Li Nan went to see Bai Yu and the others, and each one of them wrote like a god. When the test results came out, he was the only one who failed. This feeling of powerlessness was what Li Nan was feeling right now. Yo, who's at the bottom of the list here? It's only $220. I'm afraid you'll have to put up with whatever you eat after you've chosen to stay? Just after announcing the rankings, Hong Zimao's bitchy voice came into Lei Nan's ears, and Lei Nan couldn't even pretend to be deaf if he wanted to, based on the principle that the more you think about it, the more angry you get, and the more you think about it, the more you lose. Ri Nan arrogantly asked, "What are you so proud of, fat ass? Aren't you just $30 more than me? I can't just do a random quest and catch up." Hong Zimao shook his head TSK, and sighed heavily. There are times when $30 is a chasm of difference. Think about it, it's the same day. Why do I get more than you? 1 point in the high school entrance exam. Take out 1,000 people. We are now 30,000 people apart. So that means you kid can understand the gap between you and your big brother? Hong Zimao gave Li Nan a blank stare. Ling Mo's footsteps lurched and he opened his mouth to terminate the farce. I say, big director, no matter what, should we be allowed to go in and rest in our accommodation first now? I'm still wet right now. Are you kidding me? If I let Hong Zimao go on with this bullshit, he can drag you back to the Big Bang. Just choose the type of room directly on your phone and pay for it. Basically the only thing inside the program that you need to buy on the spot is the food. Everything else can be taken care of from your phone. Unsurprisingly, Ling Mo directly placed an order for the king-size bedroom, even if he didn't want to cuddle the fragrant and soft little white moon in his sleep. If Bai Yu knew that she was sleeping separately for a program, she would probably secretly drag Ling Mo away in the middle of the night. Ling Mo, Lai Nan, and Zhou Wenchuan's 3 groups all chose the cozy king-size bedroom. Instead, Hong Zimao chose an ordinary standard room for 71 nights. After seeing Hong Zimao's option, Ling Mo paid special attention to Mushiro's expression. To his disappointment, there was not too much change of expression on Mushiro's face. There was only a slight flash of surprise and regret. What? 4th-ranked Li Nan chose a cozy room with a big bed, but 3rd-ranked Hong Zimo chose a standard room? It's hard to believe that there was a conflict over doing the mission today. I just soaked in Ling Mo's group's live room today. I didn't even go to the other groups. Think about it another way. If you do get the bed dirty, then you can take a shower and go to another bed, so you don't have to clean up. Love siren kills crazy again. Ling Mo put the bucket under the parasol, and holding Bai Yu, he went back to the king-sized room he had booked online. He wasn't worried about what the program would get up to, with so many cameras watching and the fact that Hong Zima wouldn't be able to trap himself. With one big jump, Shirayuki jumped onto the bed and rolled around on the covers, a melting expression on her face as she soothed the soreness of this exhausting day. Bathe little Shirayuki. Ling Mo glanced at his cell phone. It was from Hong Zimao. There are no cameras in the guests' rooms, only a camera placed in the doorway of the. Hong Zimao's explanation to the public is that, couples programs variety, you guys just look at the day-to-day life between couples during the day. If you really want to watch the nightlife of couples, we recommend you to go to a different software to see the resources that. But if you do change software, please send him a copy. Ling Mo didn't know this at first. He just noticed that the guest's room also had a camera when he was watching a variety show earlier. Now it seems that the lack of a camera was not so bad. After all, Shirayuki wasn't the only one who wanted to be plastered at all times. Shirayuki's 2 white legs dangled over the side of the bed, both arms crossed upwards over her head, squinting at the light above her, her tone languid. But Shirayuki is so tired right now, and doesn't want to wash. Yet, Ling Mo walked over and sat down next to Bai Yu, looking at Bai Yu, whose clothes went up to reveal her navel. But doesn't Shiratsuki feel bad about her body? Shirayuki turned her face sideways and blinked her blue eyes, smiling with a hint of mischief. Then, can Brother Mare help Shirayuki take a bath? Ling Mare, take a bath or something. He has no objection to it. It was just that Shirayuki was in this position now, and he wanted to press up against it. But there was still a recording to go to during dinner in a while, and Ling Mo couldn't possibly be beastly now, forcing those messy things out of his mind. He stripped Shirayuki, who was limp on the bed, and carried her over his shoulder towards the bathroom. Bai Yu was lying on Ling Mo's shoulder, her 2 long legs swaying unconsciously, her white tender calves able to touch where little Ling Mo was from time to time. Ling Mare, his cheeks were getting redder and redder, and after putting in the water, Ling Mo directly put Baiyu into the bathtub, and then he soaked in a mandarin duck bath with her. As soon as he entered the water, a fragrant soft body stuck to him like an octopus. Baiyu hugged Ling Mo a few times tighter and closed her eyes, murmuring softly, "The brother mare. Shirayuki is a bit tired today." Although she saw, well, a different cat, but Shirayuki is also happy. Ling Mo leaned against the back of the bathtub, stroking the small head of the person in his arms, although he could clearly feel the criminally soft slime pressing down on him. But Ling Mo could only hold it in. "There's still some time behind us. Little White Moon, enjoy yourself, and after the variety show is over, we'll get engaged." The warm temperature of the water in the bathtub made Shirayuki feel incredibly relaxed, and the steaming mist gradually crept up to the window. Brother mare. Shirayuki wants to recharge. Hearing this, Ling Mo lowered his head and kissed Baiyu's red lips. At the moment, the sky outside became dim, and in the house, a spacious bathroom with a bathtub sat quietly. The tub was filled with warm water and a thin mist of water filled the surface. In this serene atmosphere, two figures intertwined with each other, their bodies close together, skin to skin, and their breaths intertwined with each other's. Their eyes met, revealing deep emotion and longing, and at this moment, the entire world was left with just the two of them, each being the world for the other. The white moon gradually became rosy, like a ripe apple, with a tantalizing luster. The calm surface of the water in the bathtub also began to ripple in layers, spreading out in a circle in all directions, as if there was some force stirring underwater. Baiyu lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look at Ling Mo, and quietly lay down on Ling Mo's chest, wanting to say something. "Brother mare." Ling Mo patted Baiyu's head, knowing what she was worried about, and laughed in a low voice and said, "It's okay, normal reaction, won't move you. Little White Moon, kiss again, okay?" Shirayuki was stunned for a moment, and before she could react, a fiery and domineering kiss blocked the words that were about to be spoken. Baiyu blinked slightly, feeling Ling Mo's wild heartbeat, and closed her eyes in gentle response. Wondering what that group of Ling Mo did inside the room, coming out with such a red face. Didn't Ling Mo say he was going back to take a shower? Is it weird for a couple to take a bath? It must be hot to take a bath. Wet body play. If you're envious, just say so. I'm envious anyway. Love siren want to wet play with me? Doesn't like to play with humans. Love. 6. Ling Mo was not expecting what Hong Zimo was planning to do during the dinner session. Well, according to him anyway, the eating segment is also a selling point for this show. For the sake of convenience and to please the viewers, the program has just pulled over another screen on which the data for each group is updated in real time. Ling Mo had just sat down holding Baiyu when Hong Zimao stood up and spoke passionately. "Ling mare. Come to think of it, Hong Zimao's family is already thick. A screen tens of thousands of dollars thing. Sprinkled. First, Ling Mo's group, funds a bucket of fish plus $250. Second, Zhou Wenchuan's group with $200. Third, Hong Zimao's group with $180. Fourth, Lu Nam group, $120. Lu Nam. Does this board have to be put on the unavailable? Why does it feel like a bit of a spendthrift insult too? Now Li Nan only felt that it was over. Not to mention how the second dog, Lai Bei, will bury and damage himself when he sees his ranking. How can you be class president with yourself back there? Just as Hong Zimao finished speaking, two staff members came up, carrying 2 tables, and immediately after that, you start putting the ingredients on top. Everything from restaurant home cooking down to the green belt. After thinking about it, Ling Mo really didn't want to cook himself, so he simply went to ask Hong Zimao, "Can you process the fish you catch?" Hong Zimao froze for a moment, noticing Shirayuki's expectant eyes with a serious look on his face. "Of course you can, and you triggered the hidden rule that you can take something and trade it with the director's team. I didn't expect you to comprehend it on the first day. Worthy of being a mayor, Ling Mare." When Hong Zimao said that, Li Nan could be energized. "Can we trade? You didn't say so in advance." So the bastard walked his ass over to Hong Zimao's side, and took his arm in a brotherly manner. "And that, brother Mao, what other hidden rules? All with my little brother say ah?" Hong Zimao glanced at Li Nan flatly, his tone bland. "Hidden rules are things you need to trigger yourself. Otherwise how can you call them hidden rules?" Li Nan's expression was still a bit disheartened by the Mao. "Who knows?" Hong Zimao directly waved his hand to interrupt Li Nan's next words. "Don't scream. It doesn't work even if you scream grandpa. This hidden rule is triggering you to know." Li Nan narrowed his eyes, looking like he had suddenly become incomparably dangerous. Chi Ruoyan, who was sitting in place to rest, was also a bit surprised to see Li Nan's change. Thinking about it? Li Nan glanced at the clueless staff in front of the camera, seemingly hesitant to cut off the live broadcast. The staff didn't know if there would be an on-air mishap on the first day. Hong Zimao was happy. The flesh on his face trembled and he looked like the Maitreya Buddha. Thinking about it, why? Li Nan sneered. And in the next moment he leaned over to Hong Zimao's ear, his voice sounding like a ghostly echo coming from hell. The ancestral grandfather. You just say 1 or 2 rules? At least I can't let my sister Chi be too aggravated. I promise to be good to her all the time. My ki is very strong, and I don't want to embarrass her very much. To be honest, Ri Nan's thoughts were really redundant. Chi Ruoyan hadn't really messed around with her thoughts. On the principle of coming over to hold a party for fun, simply never took the task seriously. Only after seeing Li Nan's change of face. Zimo Hong. The ki itself can't say that he has no bottom line in turning his face or anything. After all, he is trying to make a good life for his date. 2. Such men are also worthy of respect. Mission rewards are mission rewards. And there is a tip if you complete the mission exceptionally well. This hidden rule is also there to minimize situations like negative completion of tasks or exploiting tasks, in which case tips are not obtained. You could just go ahead and ask what the full standard is, but you have to be careful how you ask. And I'm sure you couldn't do anything without a brain. The smile on Hong Zimao's face remained unchanged as he squeezed these 2 words out from between his teeth. What the hell are those 2 big men talking about? That is, treating us like outsiders? Didn't you say that all the people in the live room are family? So the family is used to pit you anchors and stars are not few? They all say you're the best family they've ever had. The last person who treated me like family has gone in as a prisoner. Li Nan quietly gave Hong Zimao a thumbs up, then turned around with his head held high and walked away. Humph. Who are you looking down on? I don't even call my father at home. You want me to call your grandfather? Dream on. Zimo Hong. Pawn and stand. Yuck. Finished working in the company is going home. Just happened to watch the variety show on the phone. Rebay. Suddenly, Lai Bei put down his cell phone, pinched his brow, and opened his mouth to the assistant who was driving in front of him. You know that latest couple's variety show? The assistant observed Lai Bei's expression through the car's rearview mirror, his tone bland. I know. It's a variety show hosted by the crown prince of the Hong group, and to be honest, I'm personally not too optimistic about it if you look at it based on the guest lineup. To have no traffic, no fame except for a group of singers, and even, there are school students. It didn't look like there was any investment in it, and since your son was in there with more of a playful attitude, I didn't report on it. Rebay nodded gently, his fingertips tapping lightly on the papers resting on his lap. When first invested tens of millions of dollars in the past, then if not enough then continue to add, to be the largest investor. The assistant's grip on the steering wheel tightened a few moments, though his insides were filled with doubt that the shows really had no investment value whatsoever. But he didn't bother to ask why, because it wasn't within his mandate to, helping Rebay with the nitty-gritty, sorting through the workload. That's what he should do. For the decisions made by Lai Bei, the assistant never refuted or raised objections, because Rebay is never wrong, but the assistant doesn't know that. Lai Bei just wants to invest over. I've been trying to secretly fix my filial son, spend some small amount of money on something of emotional value that would give him pleasure. It's a good deal. Not to mention, Lai Bei gently smiled. His face was full of sophistication. The car window slowly fell down, looking out at the neon city. Secretly, is it really worthless as an investment? Even if the show itself is bad, the value of the people in it is unfathomable. On the contrary, it's that group of singers that are the least valuable. Ling Mo caught up although not more than 10 pounds of the kind of big fish, but the victory in the number of. He only let a portion of it be processed, and the rest was converted into money to hit his cell phone balance. Looking at the cell phone inside another 102, Ling Mo gently smiled. Only one of them broke the defense gently. If it's not Hong Zimao, if it's not Ling Mo, then who will break the defense? Well, it's time to eat too, since Hong Zimao is a part-time worker. The interaction of the dinner session is hosted by a staff member. Bacon steak and rice, $30. Panko-covered rice, $30. Self-heating hot pot, $20. Egg soup, $10. Renan? What else is there to eat? And why does it look suspiciously inflationary? I'm not sure I'll have enough money for breakfast tomorrow morning. Looking at the balance of 102 in his cell phone, and then at Chi Royan, who frowned slightly after knowing the price. Li Nan's heart flared up. Looks like, gonna have to look for holes in the game later. Bayou's fish was processed for free and didn't need to be paid for. So Ling Mo just asked for a panko-covered rice, fish soup and fish, plus a side of rice, is really quite a lot for dinner. Bayu didn't think of eating alone, and happily waved her hand at Chi Royan. The Omicron equals Omega smiley face Ro Wakazashi. Come eat fish with Shirayuki. It's delicious. Chi Royan looked at Shirayuki, who always managed to cheer up her mood, no matter how tired she was. And, okay, hold on. Chi Ruoyan bought a bacon steak and rice, and brought it over. After all, you can not just eat people, more or less have to bring over something. Renan looked at the balance of $90 in her cell phone and gritted her teeth. She could only pray that tomorrow's breakfast wouldn't be very expensive. Followed suit and got a bacon steak and rice. Hong Zimao took in Li Nan's expression, and thought flashed through the depths of his smiling eyes as he followed and sat next to Li Nan. Seeing that both groups had come together, Ling Yamo spoke to Zhou Wenchuan and said, "Come over here and have some fish soup together. They're pretty good." Zhou Wenchuan's face suddenly became ugly. His face skin twitched a few times. Song Yidi carried the 2 bowls and walked over. Baiyu picked up a spoon and poured fish soup for her, and the gratitude on Song Yidi's face was incomparably strong as she thanked her one by one. Shirayuki? Being so passionately grateful was also something that wouldn't make Shirayuki whole. Sociopaths are like that. They can't wait for you to ignore them so they can do their thing in peace. Don't talk about engaging in isolation. It's a benefit to them. Perhaps because of the guilt in his heart, Li Nan put almost all of the bacon in his bowl into Chi Ruoyan's bowl, leaving only a slice for himself. Sister Chi, eat more. Qi Ruoyan? You poisoned it? Sensing her skeptical look, Li Nan held his head high, crossed his arms, and looked incomparably bullish. I don't like bacon. Eat as rice. I am a pure and dedicated person, just like to Chi's sister you, Chi Ruoyan. I was kicked like a passing dingo on the side of the road. What? So that's how you explain not having money to eat? I've learned. Though but, Nan, he's really super in love. This time there's no more flirty talk, and I can't say anything flirty to Li Nan, love. Chi Ruoyan wanted to refuse, but as soon as she saw that stubborn look of Li Nan, she withdrew her chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Yummy! Li Nan was joyful, as if he had eaten meat himself, and leveled his bowl and prepared to enjoy the only slice of bacon that, only to have this wonderful scene interrupted by an evil little fat hand. Yummy! Hong Zimao grabbed the bacon in Li Nan's bowl in his hand and stuffed a bite into his mouth. Ri Nan wanted to stop it, but the guy's hands were just too fast, and by the time Ri Nan stood up, he had already chewed almost as much as he could. Adhering to the principle of doing unto others as one would do unto others, Li Nan also wanted to fix Hong Zimao, but was about to strike when he realized that this guy totally just licked his face and came right over to rub his nose in the fish soup before he even ordered. Loving siren may have been mistranslated. I feel like this director is just plain stingy, but maybe it's only because they're brothers that they don't care about that? This time I'll eat your food, next time you eat mine. I was a little confused the first time I read what was said upstairs, and then when I thought about it, it turned out that I was too dirty on the inside. Details of what comes to mind, love. Hey, I say, Zimao, you should at least bring something over. After receiving Hong Zimao's look, Ling Yamo nodded imperceptibly and began to cooperate with him. TCH, who are we, brother Mo? Ling Yamo waved his hand, looking a little impatient, and made a gesture to take back Hong Zimao's bowl. Want to whore yourself out for nothing? No way. There's no such thing as free fish soup in the sky. Don't you think so, little white moon? Baiyu drank a mouthful of fish soup and kept nodding her little head like a chicken pecking at rice, although he didn't know what Brother Mare was talking about. What Brother Mare said was definitely right. Hong Zimao sighed and placed 3 orders of bacon steak and rice, but no one asked him why he placed an extra order. Are you kidding me? With a body like that, not more than 2 orders are good. Putting together a good portion of rice, Hong Zimao stood up, holding up his bacon steak and rice in front of the camera and spoke. Color and flavor. The guests do not understand. Do not know to let you look more to give a close-up. I'll make up for it. Our column group food is very good. Thank you for reminding me that I don't have money for dinner. Thank you for reminding me it's time to go to the restroom. Thank you for reminding my girlfriend that dinner is ready. Fork out the upstairs of the disrupted formation. While Hong Zimao was indulging in his food presentation, a sinful hand quietly reached from the side. The speed than Hong Zimao just had no better. In front of the camera are appearing residual shadow. Oh, shit, did you guys just see that? That's supposed to be a hand, right? So it's not my eyesight. Rewarding myself in a moment will not be a burden, love. The love siren is a man, right? I didn't say whether to use the buckle or the other one, love. Renan always paid attention to Hong Zimao explaining the state, and directly stretched out his hand, without dipping into the grains of rice, directly grabbed the bacon that was spread on the top layer of the rice and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as the bacon was in his mouth, Renan instantly narrowed his eyes and, saying something about how eating rice is the true meaning of the word, and if you can afford to eat bacon, Linan was able to eat meat directly as a meal. Zimo Hong. He froze and looked at the rice bowl in his hand, although he knew that Ri Nan would directly grab it, but he didn't think that his skills would be so skillful. Agu crikey, old man's meat. Although he intended to do so, Hong Zimao let out a shriek of alarm and shook Li Nan's neck unceasingly by the neck, furiously saying, "You spit it out." Saying that, Li Nan chewed faster, as if the words had a kind of buff boost, and the bacon in his mouth became even more delicious. Ri Nan chewed and opened her mouth in a slurred voice. It's delicious, brother Mao. Will this be the same flavor you had when you ate my bacon earlier? Zimo Hong, placing the bowl of rice in his hand in front of Ri Nan. Don't you love rice? You eat it. After saying that, Hong Zimao resumed his seat, holding a new bowl of bacon rice, ready to enjoy it. But what caught him off guard was that another evil hand reached out, but Hong Zimao wasn't on guard, and, mindful of the fact that Ri Nan should know to be satisfied and ready to nag while eating. Hong Zimao? Holy shit! Hong Zimao was anxious. The bowl just now was something he intended to give to Li Nan, but this bowl was his own real dinner. As the movement was too intense, it directly overturned the bowl of rice, and Ri Nan took this opportunity to take another wild bite of it. Hong Zimao locked Li Nan's neck. The latter chewed with difficulty, and Hong Zimao also saw that there was no hope, so he let go of Li Nan. As soon as Ri Nan got free, his mouth was salty, so he hurriedly pulled a few mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, and when he turned his eyes, his stomach had already filled in more than half a bowl of rice. This is life. Ri Nan's face is very satisfied, looking at the remaining small half bowl of rice. Some hesitation. Whether you want face, or to ruthlessly satisfy your naughty little tummy. After a few seconds of agonizing over it, Ri Nan still chose to satisfy her appetite, and with a fierce face, good tummy, Daddy will fill you up hard today, satisfy you fiercely. Dad's not going to give up his face this time. Hong Zimao ordered 3 bowls of bacon steak and rice, letting Li Nan have 2 bowls of bacon. Seeing this, Mu Shiro pushed her own bowl out, her voice soft and gentle. Zimao, you eat, I don't want to eat a lot at night. Zimo Hong. Joking aside, Ri Nan didn't want to aggravate his subject, so he wants his on-screen CP to be aggravated? Looking at his balance, Hong Zimao gritted his teeth, and ordered another. I can't help it. I can't sleep at night if I'm not full. This time Hong Zimao learned his lesson and got up directly from his seat and went to the place where he received his meals, preparing to enjoy them right here. Ri Nan quietly followed suit, stood up, cat-like, and followed cautiously, and, the scene wasn't very quiet, so Hong Zimao didn't hear the sound Ri Nan made. Ling Mo poked Baiyu, who looked over in a somewhat dazed manner, somewhat confused, and said, Brother Mayor, what is Ri Nan up to? Just wait and watch the show. Ling Mo pinched Baiyu's soft cheeks. There's not much activity left after dinner, so I'll go back to my room in a while. Baiyu didn't know what came to her mind. Her small face slightly reddened, revealing a naive smile. Omega. Good. Chi Royan looked at Li Nan's back. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Li Nan's mouth was the hardest organ in her entire body. The person is cremated. The mouth is still there. Just after the staff handed Hong Zimao his meal, they noticed Li Nan, who was holding out his hand in a silent manner. The staff member hesitated for a moment, feigning ignorance. Director, everything is for the sake of the program. This segment should be a hit. You should understand my intention. The staff kept praying internally. All of the photographers were also uncharacteristically silent. Well, it's still fresh out of the pot. Before the words were out of his mouth, another sinful hand reached out, and Hong Zimao saw clearly that the pinky finger of this sinful hand was even fucking stained with rice. A miserable voice rang out and, ah. Hong Zimao yanked Li Nan's wrist to death. His obese hand was slightly rippling with veins, not wanting to let him eat the meat so easily. You spread out. Spread out. Ri Nan blared, and since Ri Nan was reaching out from behind, Hong Zimao wasn't able to use his strength very well. Coupled with the fact that Li Nan exercises regularly, Hong Zimao does not have such a condition of lipopacked muscles. Poor Hong Zimao only struggled for 2 or 3 seconds before his hand was yanked over by Li Nan. Seeing his bacon being shoved into Li Nan's mouth, Hong Zimao was infuriated and grabbed his bowl of rice and threw it at Li Nan's cheek. Snap! How should your excellency respond to this bacon-flavored rice slap? Anyway, the rice didn't do much for Ri Nan as it hit her cheeks, and trotted all the way back to his seat, and slurped in the small half of rice left in his bowl. Then after burping and taking a sip of fish soup, he gave Hong Zimao a thumbs up and, Brother Mao, righteousness, Zimo Hong. In fact, Hong Zimao was thundering a lot of people with that rice slap just now. Ling Mo was also amused. It seemed that Hong Zimao was really in a hurry. 666,666. There's work to be done. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. In the small rice soup, I saw that fat man grabbing rice and throwing it at Lee Nan's face. It all gave me a spray of laughter. Let's not talk about it for a while. My daughter-in-law brought the scrubs over. Am I the only one who feels a little sorry for that fat guy? He bought 4 bowls of bacon and rice and let Lee Nan eat 3 bowls. Why is he like that? Do you believe that tomorrow morning's hot search is this? Emoticons, short video traffic and so on. These heat will certainly soar. Starve once for a hot search. Loss? He didn't have enough to eat. It seems that Hong Zimao's food delivery didn't go too well in the evening. Love. Hong Zimao glanced at the balance of his cell phone. A total of just fucking 60. And simply stood on the same starting line as Lee Nan. That means one has to earn at least 200 tomorrow to ensure that one won't have a hard time living. Mayor. Saying that there is no way he can ask for food from his own woman. Hong Zimao looked at Ling Mo pitifully. Ling Mayor. Ordered you a bowl of pancetta over rice. Won't let you go hungry. Ling Mo opened his cell phone and fiddled with it a few times, then raised it and spoke to Hong Zimao. Hong Zimao is touched. Righteous father. Righteousness. Sitting on the edge of her bedroom bed. Ri Bei was now torn. He was thinking that if he were to have a child with his daughter-in-law again, is it too late to cultivate? As for Lunan, go to hell. That bacon-flavored steak and rice slap on the live broadcast, but Ri Bei saw it clearly. Immediately, Li Bei exploded. Although he had told Li Nan that the bottom line in being a businessman is very low. You don't make a lot of money with a very high bottom line. But one doesn't fucking say that a low bottom line is shameless. So much of a meat grabber on the air that those who don't know think they're shortchanging him. One can only pray that the show will return the guests' cell phones in the evening, and that he or she will call Lee Nan to keep an eye on them. Shit. Was fine before. Now why does it feel like it's growing crooked? Li Bei put down her cell phone, cursing, and looked at Li's mother, who pushed the door in, and yanked her down onto the bed, taking off her silk nightgown, and, Mrs. Li, why is this guy so forthcoming with his rations today? Daughter-in-law, what do you think if we have another child? Does it make sense? Motherly opened her mouth and before she could speak, she was interrupted by Li Bei with a forceful action. The ambiguous sound of the road resounded in the room. Be gentle. After eating, Hong Zimao stood up and opened his mouth, ready to start the round of selling points for the dinner session. Well, it's been a day on the air. Want to hear what the netizens have to say? Rihanna, not interested. Kiroya, not interested. Ling Mo, don't. Shiroyuki, huh? As for Zhou Wenchuan Song Yi Dai, they didn't even make a sound. Except by that expression. It was obvious that they didn't want to hear it either. Hong Zimao was embarrassed on the spot. According to the envisioned, should be excited to raise their hands want to hear For example, myself. I'm more interested in knowing what the internet has to say about me. Mayor. You. Hong Zimao is a bit puzzled. Ling Mo should not demolish his own stage. Unless, the comments on the internet are a mixed bag. And it's inevitable that there will be a few brain-dead comments that I don't want little white moon to hear. Ling Mo's face was flat. His language was surprisingly calm. If there was no Baiyu here, then there was no harm in listening to himself. The quality of the internet needs to be improved. It's good to listen to it for fun, but Shirayuki is here. This ninny's mind is very simple, and it's easy to take anything to heart. Ling Mo did not want Baiyu to see the dark side of the world. When it came to Baiyu, Ling Mo's attitude was incomparably strong. Hong Zimao, with regret in his countenance, had no choice but to call it quits. There won't be much activity Then, you can come to the director's office here to collect your confiscated cell phones at the end of the day's assignment. If there's nothing wrong you can pull out now. As soon as she heard that she could be dismissed, Shirayuki ran like a rabbit to the staff. After getting the familiar cell phone, he smiled and waved his hand at Ling Mo. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh brother mayor. You can go back to your room. Go. Watching the two of them being so sweet, their bodies suddenly warmed up. Taking a step back. Can't I be in this relationship? The three of us make a good living more than anything else. I want to see the pose you're going to do when you get back to your room. Shut up, you loving siren. Mayor. Mayday. Ling Mo had just finished posting stickers with Baiyu, who had a small red face hugging herself as she watched the wall-mounted TV. Instead, he replied to the messages on his cell phone one by one. He had just put his cell phone aside and was about to wrap his arms around Shirayuki and watch cat and mouse together when Hong Zimao sent himself a message. What's the point of asking for help? What? You're 3 seconds away from handing over your food? Judging by the tone of voice, it shouldn't be something that's 100,000 times more urgent. Ling Mo replied flirtatiously. Hong Zimao? No, just take me with you on your quest tomorrow. I've got $60 here. And even though I'm in a standard room, I eat a lot. Basically, I set the animals up for the tasks that pay the most, so when the time comes, you'll take me with you and give you a hand. Ling Yamo found a random quest. Then this one. Go to the pet store and work as a cleaning crew. 30 commission per animal. Ling Yamo didn't want to rely entirely on Baiyu. When the time came, Baiyu was there to comfort and clean by herself, and she also had experience in cleaning animals. Couples worked together. As soon as he thought of that scene, Ling Yamo couldn't help but kiss the forehead of Baiyu, who was shrinking in his arms. The sudden moist heat made Baiyu unable to help but smile, wanting to climb up and stick close to Ling Yamo. Wait, talking. Baiyu skimmed her lips and looked at Ling Mo's cell phone screen, nodding her head with some small loss. Oh, Hong Zimao thought about it. Okay. Ling Mo's cheeks suddenly surfaced in his mind, and hesitatingly. Still advise you to understand the origin of Mu Shizhua. You can think that I am nosy, can take my words as a deaf ear, but if you do not want to get hurt again, it's best to get to the bottom of things before you do. Don't you think it's creepy to have someone be so nice to you somehow? By the way, it's getting late, and if you ever message me again, I dare you to call me on the night of your wedding. Zimo Hong. If you want to do something shy, just say so. What's the point of being mean to me? Mu Shiro, who had just finished washing and rinsing, came out, raised her eyebrows slightly, sat on the bed opposite Hong Zimao, and spoke softly. And, Zimao, do you want to do it? You could have just come if you wanted to. I just looked and there are 2 boxes in the drawer. That should be enough for you, Zimo Hong. But Mu Shiro said so, and Ling Mo's words seemed like they were enchanted, constantly echoing in his own mind. Is there really such a person in the world who is devoted to you and does not expect anything in return? Yes, there is. True love is like that. But how could love be involved when one didn't have any impression of Muxiru? But if it's just for the sake of traffic, there's no excuse for speculating on gossip. And there's no camera in the guest's room. And Muxiru knows that. Hong Zimao didn't inform too much to Mushiro. He was the director of this program. In his own opinion, this is what Mushiro knew. Just because of this layer of identity words, Mushiro, this kind of face should be devoted to himself? Hong Zimao was still somewhat self-aware of his appearance, and it seemed that there were some things he had to figure out for himself as well. Also, sort of a responsibility to himself, but also to Mushiro. Hizuru. Thinking that Hong Zimao agreed with her words, Mushiro stood up from the bed and walked towards Hong Zimao's direction, making a gesture to take off the pajamas on her body as she walked. I just don't know how well the room is soundproofed. I'll exercise some restraint and try not to be too loud. Mushiro's footsteps paused for a moment. If I really can't help trouble Zimao you to be lighter. I am still the first time. Hong Zimao, you're talking all the dirty talk of a couple, and you're telling me it's your first time? I didn't mean that. Hey, Hizuru, don't take it off yet. Hong Zimao had just opened his mouth, but in the next moment he became dumbfounded. Mushiro's jade hand gently lifted, slightly trembling as she undid the waistband of her pajamas, and then with a gentle tug, the light silk pajamas slid down her white and delicate skin like sheep's fat, as if it were a flower in full bloom, blossoming in the air. Her towering jade peaks, her waist that was so full, her long and white legs, and her round and plump buttocks were all unreservedly displayed in front of Hong Zimao's eyes. Her skin was as crystal clear as white jade, radiating a faint luster, just like a fairy descending to earth. Don't I look good? Mushiro's words were tinted with a hint of trembling, and her beautiful white neck was also tinted with scarlet. Hong Zimao has some headaches. He has seen the active ones in the game world, but he has never seen the active ones like Mushiro. What's more, Mushizwa said it was her first time. But, the ultimate sense of dissonance surged through Hong Zimao's mind. I'll give you a minute to get dressed and gather yourself. I have something to ask you. Hong Zimao turned his head away and closed his eyes to control his facial expression and emotions, and when he opened his eyes again, under the eyes was endless indifference. As Mushiro listened to Hong Zimao's tone that was very different from his usual, her body paused, picked up the pajamas on the floor, and slowly put them on. Why don't I remember what you said about helping you abroad? In what country did I run into you? Hong Zimao pinched his eyebrows, then propped his hands on the bed and leaned his body back, looking at Mushiro, who was wearing pajamas and hugging her arms with a restrained face. He didn't make a sound to comfort, but just looked at her faintly. Rice, Bruce's bar. After a long time, Mushiro bit her lower lip and spoke. After hearing Mushiro's reply, Hong Zimao closed his eyes and furrowed his brows slightly, as if he was trying to search for Mushiro's existence in his mind. I've been to that bar many times and it doesn't really ring a bell with you. Are you sure it's Bruce's? Mushiro's tone suddenly became extraordinarily firm, her eyes looking straight at Hong Zimao. I won't forget where you showed up, Zimo Hong. Now he was becoming more and more curious as to what he had done in the first place to make the woman in front of him, who was as beautiful as a fairy, so dead to him. The key itself hasn't made much of an impression. That's some bullshit. Okay, tell me, what was our first meeting about? And what did I do to make you so grateful? These words of interrogation fell on Mushiro's ears. Perhaps sensing Hong Zimao's differential treatment, Muxizo's body trembled and shuddered and, "Can I sit next to you and talk?" Without waiting for Hong Zimao to speak, Mushiro took the initiative to walk over and sat next to Hong Zimao, reaching out his hand and gently touching Hong Zimao's fingers, like a certain stray little wildcat that had finally found a home to return to. That sense of security, which made Mushiro incomparably covetous. That day, "Mom, I'm fine abroad and the school here is exceptionally good. The students are friendly and they all want to be my friends. Gee, I'm living downtown now. It's comfortable, so don't worry about me. Dinner? I'm eating. I'm going to work afterward. Work study. A lot of people do that. No more Mom. I'll hang up now or I won't make it in time later." Mushiro hung up the phone, looked around the silent room, and secretly smiled bitterly. The school's great. It's true. And the students are very friendly. But she didn't belong here after all. And she had a strong sense of being cut off from it. Living downtown? Yeah. The poor and rice are basically in the city center. And the rich are in the suburbs living in big comfortable villas with their own gardens and their own garages. Dinner? It's just a regular piece of white bread with mayonnaise. Should the families hope, Mushiro in the end is excellent grades, admitted to a foreign university. This honor made Mushiro's family incredibly proud. They borrowed money from all over the world, smashed pots and pans, and took out loans, just to let Mushiro study abroad. Getting into a good school is your talent and honor, not having the money to go there is your sorrow and tragedy. Granted, there are quite a few incentives for students in rice schools, but it's still not enough. The family had borrowed so much money that her parents simply couldn't pay it back all at once. Study hard. After you get through this time in school and get accepted into the company later, you can always bring Mom and Dad to a good life. Mushiro gathered herself and secretly cheered herself up. Every poor kid's dream. It's like this. Study to buck the trend and bring happiness to your family. Although learning is not the only thing that leads to success, it is the easiest path to success. During the day, Muxiru went door to door to work as a tutor. And at night, she worked as a waitress in a place like a bar. These are two ways to get money very quickly. Where are you from? Mushiro had not yet returned to her senses, looking at a fat man in front of her who had suddenly asked herself a question. The fat man's side are all arm full of tattoos of big bearded strong man. Mushiro strong courage to open his mouth. "I'm from Huizhou." Fatty raised his eyebrows and came to be a little interested, having thought that Mushiro could possibly be from the same country as himself. "I didn't realize it was true. I'm from Kyoto. I didn't expect to run into my kind." Mushiro was a little embarrassed. What did she mean by running into her own kind? Weren't the people present all humans? But, hearing Chinese in a place like this, and being from the same country as myself, Mushiro's heart felt a little more affection for this fat man. "Hello, my name is Mushiru." The fat man grinned, stood up, and held out his fat hand and, "My name is Hong Zimao. Just call me Zimao." Mushiro shook Hong Zimao's hand for a moment and quickly withdrew it again, noticing the way the group of big men were looking at her. She lowered her head a bit in fear and opened her mouth. "Just call me Hee-chan." Hong Zimao's interest was extraordinarily high, and he kept waving his hand at Mushiro, kicking one of the big men on the sofa beside himself to make an empty space. Come on. It's not easy to meet a kindred spirit. Have a good natter. Tell me what's good to eat in your place?" Mushiro remembered her warm little home. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and she was about to open her mouth, but she was called out to. "Where the fuck have you been?" The guest asked for the drink several times. Mushiro's face turned flustered and she nodded apologetically to Hong Zimao. "Sorry, I'm going to get busy." Hong Zimao shrugged his shoulders. After all, he couldn't disturb the other party's work. He just smiled and opened his mouth to Mushiro. "Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Then I'm going to be ready to work until your bar closes today and have a good natter." Mushiro's face was flushed and she looked at Hong Zimao with a bit of dissatisfaction and anger in her eyes. She didn't like light words and hated being a very casual person. If Mushiro was very casual, she wouldn't have gone abroad to study. Only Mushiro didn't loathe Hong Zimao. She could see that Hong Zimao wasn't the kind of colorful person who was full of lustful thoughts. After all, how bad can someone be who can refer to their fellow man as one of a kind as soon as they meet? What else more? She really needs to talk to her compatriots and relieve the bitterness of a foreign country. Bang! The sound of the wine bottle breaking was extraordinarily abrupt, and Mushiro stared blankly at the shards of the wine bottle in front of her. The liquid inside slowly flowed out. Muxizo tripped over her feet while serving drinks to a wildly dancing crowd. The bottle shattered. "Everything is fine. Don't worry." The manager was all smiles, waving at the crowd that, "Keep enjoying the night." Then he whispered to Mushiro, who lowered her head and followed the manager's footsteps. biting her lips tightly with a tense expression. Hong Zimao naturally noticed what was happening over here, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a few teasing curves. In my years of experience, I should miss a good show if I didn't follow through. Standing up, he greeted two burly men and followed himself over to the. At his size, he really needed to have two people by his side to protect him, or else he wouldn't be solid in his heart. Employee break room. I didn't mean to. I tripped over someone. Mushiro looked hopefully at the Western man in front of her. Just now his expression was not too ugly. Maybe he could get his forgiveness if he just apologized sincerely? The manager waved his hand casually, still with the same spring-like smile and soft words. No big deal. Don't worry. Mushiro breathed a sigh of relief and was about to open her mouth to say thank you, when the manager's words made Mushiro's face pale. Just pay the price. Mushiro tightly bit her lips. That bottle of wine he knew, worth more than half a month's salary. She wanted to plead for mercy. But the manager saw through the intention, obviously with a smile on his face, but his words were like a cold ice cone. You have to pay for broken things. That's your country etiquette. Only half your monthly salary. Say no more. The manager then dropped Mushiro and walked out of the employee restroom with big strides. It's a simple fact that large bar managers are not of low caliber, nor do they do things that hold people to ransom. It's not too much to say that if you break something, you need to pay for it. Yeah, that's clearly what you've been taught since you were a kid. But why do you still want to cry so much? Mushiro slowly crouched down and sat on the ground. Having come to the rice country for such a long time, it was the first time she had ever actively wanted to talk to her own mom. Perhaps it was the bloodline connection, or perhaps it was some reason in the underworld. Mushiro's cell phone lit up and, after glancing at the cell phone screen, Mushiro gathered her emotions and muttered to herself a few times to make sure that there was no trill in her speech. That's what put the call through. Hello? What's up, Mom? Mushiro had said before that this time was her working time, so her family wouldn't call over. But this time was an exception, and Mushilua felt that something should have gone wrong. On the other side of the phone, a middle-aged woman's voice, soft with concern, rang out. Zoe, did you go to work? Why don't you take a break tonight? Mushiro tightly bit her lips. She has a belly full of grievances, but also cannot find someone to vent. This state is the most suffocating. Is the manager at fault? She smashed the bottle and needs to pay for it. Rightfully so. Was Muxiru at fault? Tripped up by the carnival dancing. How could one possibly find out who it was in that kind of dimness and overlapping of all kinds of light? Even if that customer is identified, the manager won't make the customer pay for the damages, but will settle on the waiter for any reason he can find. The customer is God, and a fool knows what to choose between offending a person who comes here to spend money and offending a waiter. Mom, if I don't work, what will I eat? The family is in so much debt. How can I pay it off if I don't work? Muxizo made a decision that most people would have made wrong, and that was to spill her anger on her family. She was not hysterical. A piece of white bread, a bottle of mayonnaise. Such a dinner did not have such energy as would sustain her through such a thing as. The flat voice was heavy with despair and resignation. Mushiro usually talked to her family, always reported the good news, but now Mushiro would resent anyone she saw. Resentment of the family's ability to give birth to themselves but not their ability to provide themselves with a good schooling. Resentment of why they suddenly have one more compatriot to strike up a conversation with tonight. Resentment of incompetent self. There was a long silence on the other side of the phone, and the staff room was awfully quiet. The shifting curtains between the employees gave a vague glimpse of a hidden figure, watching what was going on inside the figure's eyes were playful and thoughtful, like a bratty child whose excitement rose within him when he saw a plot that intrigued him. Mom wants you to have a good time and not work so hard at school that you don't have to be particularly productive. The aggression in Mushiro's heart exploded to the extreme, biting her lips tightly and restraining her trembling body. Then why did you have to advise me to study hard since I was a child? And now you're here to tell me that I don't have to be productive. Why? Another long silence. Zayaru, is it cold in rice now? How is your life there really going? Hearing these concerned words, Mushilua slowly lowered her head without speaking. If you're feeling tired, come back. Mushiro's body stiffened and hung up the phone violently, her face skin twitching madly. She covered her mouth dead, not letting it make the slightest sound. But the extremely fast reddening of her eyes made her emotions feel as if they were breaking the dike, and the raging regret and unwillingness pressed down on her heart like a mountain. Many images kept surfacing in Mushiro's mind like an old movie. Did the family really give her nothing? What was going through your mind at the time when you wanted to study abroad? Come to think of it, he must make something of himself, and he must make a good life for his mom and dad, who have worked hard most of his life. During the time she was in rice, she had to rely on herself, and it felt like she was being isolated from the whole world. After leaving home, Mushiro faced the stormy ravages of life alone, spending countless days and nights in a humble house. She feels the cold, and the regret. She now wanted to apologize to the side that hung up the phone, and to thank the two old men who had worked so hard to raise her. It's true, they don't give themselves much, it's just their whole world. Though, I'm okay, there's no use crying. Crying is, woohoo, I'm not going to cry. Mom, I miss you. Mushiro slowly curled up, hugging her knees. The tip of her nose was acidic, and she finally couldn't hold back the grievances that filled her belly. Since there's no place to vent, then cry it out. Mom, I'm sorry, I miss you, I want to come back to you. Mushiro whimpered and sobbed, crying out all the aggression and negative emotions of studying abroad during this time in the rice country in a single burst of energy. If she kept it in her heart any longer, Mushiro, the person, would break down. Wanted to talk to Hong Zimao, but it was just to channel his emotions. Noticing the cries of the woman inside, Hong Zimao fell silent and licked his somewhat dry lips. That's a little different than the good show he wanted to see. Then Hong Zimao thought of something. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he stepped away and left the place without a word. Gu, who hit you in the eye? Why is it so swollen? As Hong Zimao said, he stayed until the bar closed. Despite the fact that he knew everything, he was sure that the woman in front of him wouldn't want him to see her vulnerable side. The self-esteem of those whose families are not well off enough to be able to study abroad is, generally speaking, very high. Hong Zimao would only act like he knew nothing and still have that tone of indebtedness. Why haven't you left yet? The bar closes late, and basically it becomes daytime for a little while longer. It's not like I'm a man of my word. I'll work until your bar closes when I say I'll work until your bar closes. A gentleman's word is his bond. Mushiro pinched her brow a little tiredly. I haven't seen any gentleman who would hang on to a dry person all day long. Let's go. Look at your malnourished face. You need to eat something after work. Hong Zimao stood up, and the big man next to him followed suit with a sharp gaze. Mushiro subconsciously took 2 steps back. Get out of here. You're scaring my friend. Hong Zimao rolled his eyes and spoke to the big hulking man. The big bearded strong man was unmoved, his expression flat and serious. Hong Zimao suddenly realized, somewhat apologetically arched his hand at Mushiro, and once again opened his mouth to the big hulking man. And, get the fuck out of here. I don't need you. Moxie Roo. Though she would love to say I don't need you to Hong Zimao right now, she's pretty much let her emotions out of her system. To put it mildly, she doesn't need Hong Zimao now. Go. Just think of it as a late supper with me. My treat. I can't believe you're not hungry when you're working so late. It's hard to turn down someone who's very passionate. In general. What's more, Mushiro is really hungry now. In the past at this time Mushiro is directly back home to sleep in a boredom, so that you can save money for a meal. Is it going to be that many points? Muxira looked at the steak in front of her with some hesitation. She only ruthlessly bought packaged steaks to fry herself on certain memorable days. Hong Zimao hammed and hawed. I can't help it. Look at my physique. If I don't eat more, I'll be too hungry to sleep at night. Eat, and natter on the way. Gradually, a few more heartfelt smiles appeared on Mushiro's face as she told Hong Zimao her story. Really? You got perfect scores as a kid? Bullshit? You can still touch fish? Well, learning to touch fish I can. Really getting in the water and touching fish I can't. Crap. You can climb trees? You can climb trees with your skinny arms and legs? Hong Zimao bursts out a nationalist phrase every now and then, though it won't sound like it's going to be of very high quality. But Mu Shilua felt more and more intimate. I'll teach you when it's time to go back home. It'll be fun. Hong Zimao waved his hand, his face filled with regret. Me? I'll be damned. With my physique. Not to mention the branches, the trunk of the tree wouldn't even be able to withstand it. Mushiro was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed very happily. This was the happiest she had ever been after work. Hong Zimao wasn't so brain-dead as to ask Mushiro what had happened. This kind of thing that can save a person by providing emotional value. Hong Zimao said this deal can be done. By the way, what are you doing over here? Mushiro took a small bite of the steak and pretended not to care as she opened her mouth. I just came over to take a look. I keep hearing them say how good the rice country is. My ears are getting calloused. I thought this place was full of ragged young ladies, so I thought I'd come over and take a look. It's time to say no. The smell on the women here is a real punch, and I don't know what's so good about it. Hong Zimao pounded the table in indignation. You'll be struck by lightning for lying. What about you? What do you think of rice? Describe it to me? Being asked a question in turn by Hong Zimao, she looked a bit confused, and after thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth a bit lowly. And, heaven for the rich, hell for the poor. A lot of people have been brought up with the idea that you study hard now, and everything will be better when you go to college. College life is great. You can fall in love. You can eat and drink together with your friends. You can do things you wanted to do before but were afraid to do. But when you do get to college, you realize that this life does exist, but it is not your life. This is the life of the well-off. This is the life of the rich, but it has nothing to do with you. You're going to be finicky with your money because of the meals in the cafeteria. And many of you will often have to save money for a month to buy a pair of sneakers. Often what you'd have to save money for a semester to buy. You'll have low self-esteem because of your family. The camaraderie between colleges isn't as strong as it was in high school and middle school. And a lot of that camaraderie requires money to maintain. Not happy? Eat fondue. Happy? Go to the restaurant. Weekend? Going on a tour. You may have met a girl on your way to college who caught your eye. Maybe you won't make it to marriage, but you'll also have an unforgettable memory. And relationships in college are different from the high school relationships that preceded them. The duo is more mature and the duo will have more plans and will be looking forward to the future. But none of this belongs to you. Work part-time, study, and avoid social relationships. This is the college life for you. Mushiro silently drank the wine in the cup in one go, pulling out a bitter smile. Is it really honorable to study abroad? Why would so many people want to study abroad? Hong Zimao didn't say anything. He just poured a glass of wine for Mushiro once again. You're very capable. You have the strength. You're just missing some capital. Mushiro's cheeks were very red, and her beautiful eyes gradually filled with confusion. Somewhat puzzled by Hong Zimao's words, Hong Zimao's obese cheeks revealed a smile. Get through this time and you'll be greeted by a sea of peace. Add a friend. It's fate to run into each other here. With Hong Zimao having a conversation, Mushiro also opened up, taking a sip of wine every now and then. Soon, Mushiro got drunk and pulled Hong Zimao's hand and pestered him to add a contact. Muxiru loved this feeling. It allowed her to escape reality for a short while, not having to bother with all the things that were going on in reality. Nor do you have to be in a state of all kinds of tension and stress. In this kind of place where there are no relatives, having a heartfelt friend from her own country is a very good thing for Mushiro. You watch. Hong Zimao has no choice. Holding down an uncooperative drunk is comparable to holding down a New Year's Eve pig. Although Mushiro is a bit of a beauty, so this description is not quite appropriate. But who made Hong Zimao's metaphors always lawless? Your side. Applied and then my side passed. Look, I'll call you. Hong Zimao dialed over the cell phone call, and Mushiro's cell phone rang. Mushiro smiled dementedly. Her cheeks were very red, and her words were tinged with a drunken slowness. Well, added a friend. Where is your house? I'll send you back. Mushiro stammered, and Hong Zimao couldn't hear a thing even after half a day of listening. I'll send you to the hotel then. You shouldn't have classes tomorrow weekend. The managers sighed. Well, I'll give you a vacation. As soon as Hong Zimao mentioned the word leave of absence, Mushiro sat up violently as if she was stressed. No, can't take a vacation. I can't take a vacation. Zimo Hong. Whether it's a leave of absence from class or a leave of absence from part-time work, it's intolerable for Mushiro. Well, I'll find you a break. Hong Zimao worded his words slightly, and this time Mushiro resumed her seat. TCH. Doesn't seem that interested all of a sudden either. Hong Zimao's fun came and went quickly, but he still drove Mushiro to a nearby hotel. Crap, that's a dress I just bought. Helping Mushiro to the bed, Hong Zimao noticed the other party's lips slightly shrugged. Thought she was going to say something, so he came over to her, but I did not expect the next second Mushiro wow sound, directly vomited into the body of Hong Zimao. Shit. Hong Zimao's body was covered in filth at the moment. His face blackened as he looked at Mushiro, itching to slap himself. Well, Mom, I miss you. After throwing up, Mushiro rolled over and hugged the quilt in a low, dreamy voice, even in the midst of sleep. Mushiro's frown, however, remained unrelieved. There's really nothing you can do about it. Forget it. Consider this young master a rare act of kindness today. Hong Zimao heard Mushiro's murmur, and the hostility on his face dispersed for a few moments. Stretching his body, he undid Muxiru's outside clothes, and after seeing the conservative underwear inside, Hong Zimao hesitated for a moment and reached out to undo the buttons. As soon as the buttons were undone, two soft masses of snowy grease broke free and wiggled in front of Hong Zimao's eyes. Hong Zimao's breathing was only disordered for a moment, and soon returned to normal. Unlike before when he was playing games with those women, all he had for the woman in front of him was that little bit of pity and a sudden surge of amusement. Looking at Muxizo's body, he took her to the bathroom, and after washing and scrubbing, Hong Zimao put Mushiro on the bed, raised his eyebrows and looked at her for a moment. left nothing behind and pushed the door open to leave. Early the next morning, sunlight poured through the window and illuminated every corner of the room. Muxizo slowly opened her eyes, stretched and sat up from the bed, then rubbed her eyes to clear her head but at the first glimpse of the layout of the room the whole group froze and, here is. Mushiro had a splitting headache, rubbed her temples, and when she sat up she realized that she wasn't wearing the slightest bit of clothing. Waking up drunk, in what looks like a hotel room, naked again. Any woman can't help but start messing with her mind. Zemo, as she tried to put on her own clothes, Muxizo's eyes glanced over the balcony and found the fabric she knew so well. If you want to go over and get it, then you have to lift the covers and walk over there naked. But what if Hong Zemo is there? Zemo. Mushiro called out 2 more times and after confirming that Hong Zemo was not there, she breathed a sigh of relief while her heart surged with a gush of loss. She lifted the covers, and a very mediocre-looking body was exposed to the air. Muxizo walked over gently and took down her own clothes and put them on her body. It was covered with the scent of clean laundry detergent. It looks like I threw up. Then, seems to have taken a shower with someone. Mushiro's face was getting redder and redder, and she wanted to pick up her own cell phone to ask Hong Zemo something, when she noticed his brief remark that it was posted at 5 a.m. Don't worry, I didn't fuck you. I had something to do and pulled out. Just treat me like a passerby and have a nice life ahead. This familiar tone. Mushiro tightly bit her lips, also want to try hard to forget Hong Zemo. But that kind of atmosphere and sense of security that hadn't been felt for a long time made Mushiro incomparably covetous. Muxizo went back to the bar and found the manager, and wanted to go and ask him something that. The manager shook his head to indicate that he knew nothing, only that the other party would come here to drink at a fixed time, and that it was a big no-no to pry into the affairs of the guests. Muxizo was just going to wait, wanting to ask him what he was planning on doing, but Hong Zemo was as if he had evaporated without any news. Being a passerby? Mushiro clutched the cell phone in her hand tightly. Her heart was very complicated. If you're just going to be a passerby, then why are you barging into my life with warmth? Disappeared so completely. Is afraid that I rely on you? It is worth mentioning that Mushiro was not docked her salary that month, but instead, the manager has since been taking extra care of Mushiro, controlling the amount of money Mushiro sends home. Teach her to be kind to herself. Muxizo was puzzled at first, and approached the manager. The manager, with his usual elegant smile on his face. You look malnourished, and I don't want a reputation for abusing my staff. This is also for my turnover. Don't worry about it. This is what happened when we met. In the real world, in a regular standard room. Hong Zemo looked at Mushiro sitting beside him. The corners of his mouth twitched. To be honest, he really didn't have much of an impression. How does it feel like you've become? Mushiro smiled, her words full of softness and, after you left, the manager took care of me, and he would ask me to take pictures of whatever I ate and send them to him every day. Originally I would eat simple, quick and unhealthy food because I was saving money, and under the influence of my manager, I'm slowly keeping up with my body's nutrition, so I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't recognize me when you saw me. Not to mention, Mushiro's words paused for a moment, and the smile on her face became even brighter, so that Hong Zemo couldn't see any expression of sadness and sorrow. You weren't going to remember me in the first place, were you? Speaking of which, I should have sort of messaged you quite a bit during that time. Hong Zemo froze, but he had never received it. Mushiro spoke directly to dispel the doubts in Hong Zemo's mind. I have a work number and a life number, and I changed my life number to your avatar, to your nickname, and I message you every day so that it also counts as you still being there for me. Before you came into my life I kept anything to myself. After you left I sent anything to you even though you didn't know about it. You haven't been coming to the bar, and I'm not going to interfere with your normal life. But this time it was you who posted it on the internet and it was the only chance I had to come and see you. So I also wanted to come and ask you why you could walk away so dryly. And did I annoy you so much? This question had been lingering in Muxiru's mind, and since all had been said and done, then this question asked, Muxiru also felt that there was no harm in it. Just, Hong Zemo is sweating. What do you say to yourself? Is it that at the time of their own debauchery is suddenly interested? Finished looking at people's body to run away. The point is that you are still being treated as someone's spiritual support. And when you open your mouth like this, little girl's heart, Hong Zemo doesn't guarantee that it will not blow up. At the time, something did come up. Hong Zemo opened his mouth vaguely, choosing the great method of changing the topic. By the way, didn't you say you message with the other me every day? Is that convenient? Why don't let me take a look? Mushiro gently smiled, greatly handed out his cell phone. I do not know if it was Hong Zemo's illusion, Mushiro's cheeks emerged slightly end of the red halo. It was meant to be sent to you to read, so it's not really a big deal to let you read it. If you don't have any physical needs, I'll go to bed first. I have a mission to do tomorrow. Zimao, you should also rest early after reading this. Mushiro slowly walked towards the bed that belonged to her, lifted the quilt and lay in. Hong Zimao looked at the pitch-black screen and unlocked it with a flick of his finger to open the interface. Two tops appeared in front of Hong Zimao's eyes. The avatars were exactly the same. Only the notes were slightly different. Him, life. Him, obviously. The one below him doesn't have any message history and should be his own number. Hong Zimao spoke somewhat strangely to Mushiro, who had already laid down under the covers. Set me on top. What about your parents? Mushiro's body involuntarily curled up, turning her body sideways, her back to Hong Zimao, a tremor coloring her flat voice. Passed away. My dad died on the job and my mom was too upset to follow him over. At that time I didn't have much at home and even rented a house in order to pay for my education. I also spent basically all my childhood in a harsh school of boarding, and I wouldn't have had the option of inheriting an estate. Not to mention that there wasn't much of an estate to inherit. Workers' compensation benefits are not part of the estate, and after that, I got a good amount of money for it. Legally, I didn't inherit from my parents, and those debts have nothing to do with me. Hong Zimao's breath stuttered. I don't know why. Maybe he's too rational or maybe he's seen too much darkness. A terrible suspicion appeared in his mind that is it really just a simple workplace injury? This time, Mushiro's body trembled for a few moments, didn't speak, and her back looked like she was sleeping peacefully. But the more Hong Zimao thought about it, the more wrong he became. Whose parent doesn't want their child to have a good life? Maybe the second oldest knew somehow that workers' compensation payments weren't part of the estate, so that Mushiro could get out of debt, and also to be able to take that money and use it as a starting point to live a good life from then on, without having to struggle so much to get by. That makes total sense too. If she could think of it herself, there's no reason why Mushiro couldn't think of it, and she was able to study abroad. In addition to hard work, it is natural to be quite a bit smarter than the next person. Muxizo is not unthinkable. She was too scared to accept it at the thought. Hong Zimao's heart is very complicated. Looking at Mushiro's back to himself, seriously looking at the above Mushiro's daily life. Why did you leave without saying a word? Was it something I did wrong? The manager didn't dock my paycheck this month, and I got an extra raise on my commission. So I assume you did that? Are you really not even coming over? Big deal. I'm just not going to throw up on you when the time comes. Speaking of which, you even looked at my body. So aren't we clear? But my body doesn't seem to look that good. You're not coming over anymore. Is it because I was ugly to you? Happy. Today's payday. The manager said to do a payoff and take us to dinner together. So the steak you took me to eat the other day was so expensive. The manager has suddenly become very nice to me. And the other waiters basically wouldn't talk to me before. But everything has changed since then. How can there be a manager who likes to meddle in the lives of his employees? Don't understand. So it's because it says I'm malnourished, easy to affect the facade. But come to the bar to spend money, how will look at a waiter it? Must be you do it again. Right? Hey. I've been eating so comfortably this month. Feel all fat. Don't believe me. Attached is a selfie in the mirror in just my underwear. Is not the same as before? You should like this kind. Right? After all, men like big breasts. It must be that I'm full of food and drink. How else would I dream of being with you? Ouch. Where the hell are you? It's good not to go looking for you. Watching you from afar. I have so many questions I want to ask you. Well, do you have a favorite? I mean, what type do you like? Oops, first, I'm going to be late. Asterisk smiley face asterisk, yay. I'm going back home today. You should be in the country, right? I'll take you to my hometown then. Touch the fish. Up the tree. I'll teach you all about it. It's fun. My mom and dad passed away. Dad accidentally got caught in a machine while he was working. I looked at the monitor. Mom went with dad too. What the fuck is love? What the fuck is love? I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Why should you love me for what you have arranged for yourselves? Have you asked me if I am willing to accept this love? Self-righteous love. That's not even love. I don't love you guys. I hate you all. I don't accept this love. Mushiro sent daily almost once a day. Like a young couple in the period of passionate love. But only in this article, Mushiro stopped her daily routine for a long time. Hong Zimao's eyes were complicated as he looked at Mushiro, who had her back turned to him, her shoulders still trembling slightly. Is onto something? Mushiro seldom collapsed, and seldom burst into foul language. According to the words of Mushiro, this is the second time he has seen her collapse, and the first time he has seen her swearing. Must have found something that was too much for her to handle. The last daily entry was from a couple days ago, calling for an on-screen CP? So you're busy with filming. I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. And I'm finally going to be brave enough to send you a picture of myself in all its glory. And I'm finally going to not have to talk to myself. I'm a very different person now than I was before. You wouldn't recognize me. It's just, do you remember me? I think. Forgot about me. But it's okay. You were the one who came to me the first time. It's my turn to initiate you this time. I'm not going to say that bitchy tone like you. It's not romantic at all. When the time comes, I'll make a grandstand. And you'll surely be dazzled by my beauty. And then I'll reach out my hand. Hello, my name is Mu Shilua. Please teach me more. Where is this a daily routine of life? This is clearly a teenage girl's wistful diary. It doesn't say that she loves herself or likes herself, but between the lines are thoughts and attachments to Hong Zimao. Hong Zimao could see from the record that Mu Shiro had slowly become confident and generous from her initial low self-esteem, gradually developing towards the perfect woman. She's been through a lot of trials and tribulations, yet she's kept going. Maybe at first her parents were the driving force behind Mu Shiro's life, but now, he himself was the driving force behind Mu Shiro's life. So did you do all this without even realizing it? With Mu Shiro helping him to recall, Hong Zimao had a slight impression. Fortunately and sadly. Fortunately, he remembered. Sadly, he was so important to her, but he only remembered her so little, because at that time he was just interested and made all the actions to please himself. And because Hong Zimao was not considered a mere Rakugo man, he could tell that there was unlimited potential in Mu Shiro's body, and that maybe in some future scenario, he will run into Mu Shiro, and the other party will come to repay him for his old love. In the whole process, Hong Zimao had only paid for a bottle of wine, a late-night snack and a few movements of his lips. Yes, Hong Zimao did instruct the manager to keep a good eye on Mu Shiro, but if the manager didn't take it to heart, then Hong Zimao won't say anything. He can only say that Mu Shiro's life is really bad. Under various misadventures, Mu Shiro not only survived, but also lived a very successful life. It could even make the inspirational news kind of thing. Now that the other party has come to repay the favor, and is no longer inferior, Mu Shiro now has enough money to pursue. The appearance, temperament, money, talk, all of them have changed drastically, but embarrassingly. Hong Zimao, however, completely forgot about Mu Shiro. Maybe you'll run into a girl who emo wants to lighten up late one night, and you're bored at the time, so you talk to each other all night long. After a nice chat, you pat yourself on the back and go on with your life. But you're in that girl's heart. It occupies a position of immense importance. Love comes inexplicably but with a trace. Love and make people love and hate, attracting countless people to moths and flames. Hong Zimao took a deep breath. His throat felt like a spasm. He looked at Mu Shiro with some difficulty. The indifference in the bottom of his eyes had dispersed. Instead, it's endless heartache. This woman has been through so much pain and suffering. Hong Zimao tiptoed over and placed the cell phone on Mu Shiro's nightstand, gently patting her shoulder, his voice incomparably gentle. Good night. Mu Shiro's body trembled, and Hong Zimao clearly saw a tear cross the corner of Mu Shiro's eye. In some cases, a person's true nakedness is not taking off their clothes, but that person shedding a tear in front of you. All clear? It was already very late. Ling Mo kissed Baiyu for a while and promised to come back later. Only then did Baiyu unwillingly let go of Ling Mo, holding the quilt and blearily watching Ling Mo leave. Hong Zimao took a hard drag on his cigarette, and due to the force he exerted, he choked straight up and, I don't know if it was choking or what, but Ling Mo watched as Hong Zimao's eyes had moistened and patted his shoulder. Regret? I seem to remember telling you about this kind of thing. Showing mercy everywhere is indeed an effective way to develop talent, but you should also be careful. Some things can't be looked at rationally, and everything in the world doesn't work all the way you think it does. Hong Zimao choked a little. No one was around, but he opened his mouth. Mare, I'm clogged up inside. Being a successful businessman, his heart is not too kind. Too kind businessmen are bankrupt. Lai Bei is like this. Ling Tian is like this. The same is true for Hong Zimao, who is currently preparing to take over his family's company. Ling Mo, who does not want to contact the company too early, understands the way of this. And he is also tired of this kind of human affairs and money and power transactions, so until he had no choice, Ling Mo would not take over his family's company. But tonight Mu Shiro has touched Hong Zimao's heart so much that he became a prodigal son only after he had suffered a love injury. The prodigal son had been a prodigal son long enough before he was ready to take over his family's company. He doesn't believe in love as it relates to himself, so it's always been just Hong Zimao paying for it and those women scratching their heads in front of Hong Zimao, each getting what they want. Ling Mo looked at Hong Zimao's uncomfortable appearance. He didn't open his mouth at first, but instead, he looked towards the darkened field. his tone bland. And, why do you have a blockage in your heart? What reason? Hong Zimao opened his mouth, unable to speak. Do you hate your previous self? Or, you don't know how to face Mushiro? I can easily help you with the rational things, but the emotional things, I can't help you. Ling Yamo shook his head. Everyone thinks differently and I can't put my thoughts out there and then influence you. What's more, darkness isn't supposed to be a good time to use to make decisions. And maybe when you get up the next morning, you'll be incredibly sorry you made that decision again. There's only one surefire way about fixing sensual things. Hong Zimao looked over in confusion. What? Ling Yamo patted his chest, and inside was a heart that was blazing and beating. Listen here. You just said it's jammed up here. So that means it's not all about interest and following your thoughts here. That's all I can say. Hong Zimao listened to this and fell into a long silence, nodding his head and, I know Mayor. Ling Yamo looked at Hong Zimao a few more times, patted his shoulder, and turned to leave. Hong Zimao looked at the dark sky, his eyes getting more and more confused. Well, where have you been, brother Mayor? Even though Ling Yamo gently relayed back on the bed, Baiyu still directly hugged onto Ling Yamo, her nose sniffing non-stop, her eyes blinking sleepily as she lazily opened her mouth. It's about Zimao and Hee-chan. Ling Yamo wrapped his arms around Baiyu for a few moments and kissed her white forehead, went out to talk to Zimo for a while. Baiyu was refreshed for a few moments, rubbed her eyes, stretched out, and rubbed against Ling Mo's neck. Aren't they a couple? What's the matter? Ling Yamo was a little tickled by Baiyu's hair and soothed the somewhat restless little person in his arms for a moment. It's just some emotional stuff. It's getting late and it's time for little Shirayuki to go to bed. But Baiyu, this niece's curiosity came up, tilting her head and looking at him with bated breath. An emotional thing? What is it? Ling Mayor. Someone else's family. Don't pry. You don't understand. Little White Moon. Seeing that Baiyu still wanted to open her mouth, Ling Yamo kissed Baiyu's lips and pulled the quilt over her body. And after a minute, Ling Yamo opened his mouth in a low voice and, well, White Moon is sleeping where I'd move you early. Shirayuki. Good night, brother Mayor. The first rays of the morning sun after dawn pierced through the heavy clouds, as if it were a golden arrow, crossing the endless darkness and bringing light to the earth. The show doesn't force guests to get up at any time they want, as long as you have enough money for food and lodging at the end of the day. Ling Yamo originally didn't have the habit of sleeping, but ever since he snuggled up with the fragrant and soft Baiyu, Ling Mayor just realized, sleeping in is really fragrant. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door and, Ling Yamo, are you awake yet? Ling Yamo, are you still sleeping? Still? This familiar interrupting rhythm. Ling Yamo couldn't wait to be a joyful sawman and cut out Li Nan's tongue. Shirayuki was still a bit bedraggled, awake but still a bit disoriented, and just huddled under the covers. It was only when he opened the door that Ling Mo's eyes, which were still a bit confused, slowly widened, pointing at Li Nan with some surprise. What happened to your eye? Li Nan's eye was already bruised and seemed to be a bit swollen, but he himself was grinning a silly grin at Ling Mo. I told you weren't sleeping right now. Ling Mayor. What? A modern-day version of the Wyoming is not sleeping yet? Ruyan, what happened to you guys last night? Speak up. Speak up. I want to know too. Is it hard to believe that Li Nan didn't deliver the food well last night and then got beaten up? It should be because of series anyway. I love it, love. As soon as this was mentioned, Chi Ruoyan's face instantly darkened, and she stared at Li Nan with some ill will. That hand of his last night, it's like it's glued to my boob. Sleeping together is fine with me, but he doesn't pay attention at all. Ling Mayor. I also wonder how Kiting will feel mentally after seeing this aired. Chi Ruoyan is also ruthless. Chi's sister is also really not called in vain. There is something she really dare to say. Renan was also a little embarrassed and lowered his head to his fingers. Private Marseille kissy sister sauce. Vadasaiva was a bit restrained from sleeping with a fragrant and soft girl in her arms for the first time. Chi Ruoyan. Where's Little Moon? Lazy to take care of Renan. Chi Ruoyan cast her eyes toward the house, saw the bed shrunk into a small ball. Chi Ruoyan's mouth corner slightly up, walked over. Luna, get up. Saying this, a head poked out from the covers, and Shirayuki's head of white hair blew up in a daze, and lazily opened his mouth and, oh omega Q, what a cute girl. What kind of luck did Ling Mo have? Damn. People wake up to be pampered. How come my wife wakes up like a lion roaring in the east of the river? It's so cute. I want to sit on my ass. I should cry for a long time if I bully it, love. You guys sit down. Me and Koa Cookie will wash up first. Ling Mo dragged Li Nan into the room as well, and the live feed was empty. My silence is deafening, love. On a mission with us? Ling Mo wiped his face, raised his eyebrows at Li Nan, and spoke with some difficulty. I already said I'd go with Zimao. It's a bit of a split if 3 groups are doing the same mission, isn't it? Renan patted his chest with a righteous face and, don't worry, I've already said yes over there. That's my little brother. I only just asked and he said yes. Ling Mo? As if he thought of something, Ling Mo walked to the bed and picked up his cell phone to take a look at it. And then he was enlightened. Brother Mare, I'm going to do today's quest with Shiro. I won't be teaming up with you for now. I want to be bold again. Sorry, if Hong Zimao didn't have the intention, could Li Nan have agreed so easily? Kawakuki and I are going to work as cleaning staff at the pet store, so you guys be prepared to get hurt. Ling Mo finally tidied up her appearance and waved her hand at Baiyu, who was sitting on the sofa chatting with Chi Ruoyan. Baiyu felt something in her heart and looked over at Ling Mo, and with a hefty smile, she trotted into his arms and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Ling Mo's lips. Li Nan standing in front of Ling Mo? Chi Ruoyan, who is still confused and hasn't regained her senses, due to the fact that someone was here. Ling Mo didn't kiss for a long time, rubbing Baiyu's little head and smiling at the duo. A kiss in the morning energizes the day. Renan was stunned for a moment and nodded fervently. Then he looked at Chi Ruoyan. That straight look that said nothing, yet seemed to say everything. Chi Ruoyan. Crap, do we have to come here to do this quest? As soon as he stepped inside, Li Nan heard the cats huffing and the noisy barking of the dogs. Well, it's a real dog barking, not cursing, but there's a lot of rewards here, and the other quests don't have the risk of injury, but they'll be relatively low, depending on your trade-offs. Ling Mo was soon assigned an animal, and fortunately it's a gold taper kitty. Unfortunately, scratched 3 clerks now. Ling Mo gulped as he watched the cat make a scene beside him. Here, Shirayuki, you watch from the side. I'll give it a bath. Do you really need to wash it? Why does it feel like the cat is stressed? It's not stress. That's what I do. Cats just plain fight back. It's a tough business. Often you wear a thick glove and get bitten through the skin. It hurts. Now it's time to see if this cat is a cat with a face, love. On the other hand, Renan took a look at the large dogs around him, and decisively chose a young gray Samoyed. Rubbed its head. Look how dirty you are. Be good, oh, I'm coming to give you a bath. Samoyed narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking at Linan's fingers, his tongue hanging out and, ow, so good so good. Renan smiled and opened his mouth, picked up the tool and began to cut the Samoyed's nails, giggling at the Samoyed as he did so. Little Sheik grows the real thing. Store manager on the sidelines. Ahem. The store manager coughed, trying to remind Renan to watch what she said. Who would have thought that this guy would be like unsealed? His mouth would not stop moving. You look quite cute. Is less ruthless belonging to the dog? You look at me. Androgen secretion belongs to a tall and powerful male one. Do you have a date, little guy? There must be a lot of little bitches that hate you for looking like that, right? How come you keep washing you and you're still so dirty? Even a Samoyed can see the dislike in his doggy face with the naked eye. Chi Ruoyan couldn't take it anymore and slapped Li Nan in the face. You were told to exchange feelings with a puppy. You weren't told to worship a puppy. Renan closed his mouth somewhat aggrieved, and the Samoyed's expression finally eased, wagging his tail and barking at Chi Ruoyan. Woof. Chi Ruoyan looked at the cute little guy and smiled and, consider yourself grateful. After cleaning the Samoyed, Chi Ruoyan didn't directly put it into the cage, but lovingly held it in her arms. Kissed the Samoyed on the forehead, as if coaxing a baby to. Little guy, why so cute? If I can't touch a Samoyed in 3 seconds, the whole planet will explode. I think it's cute too, so can I hug Chi Ruoyan? We're not the only ones who are envious and jealous, love. After touching the Samoyed for a while, Chi Ruoyan somewhat reluctantly put it into the cage and waited for its owner to come to the door to pick it up. Where's that dog grunting coming from? The corners of Chi Ruoyan's mouth curled up slightly as she opened her mouth in feigned surprise. Lu Nam, where's the dog better than me? And where's the cuteness? It's so ugly. Renan lowered her head and muttered in dissatisfaction as she waited for the next bath recipient. You're kinda cute. You're so ugly. Oh, no. You're jealous of a dog? That's not. Thai bitter and spicy. What kind of a pure love dog is this? Li Nan, don't follow her. Come to my arms. I promise to keep you warm, love. So you're a female love siren? And what if I'm non-tongue? 6. A warm hand was placed on the top of her head, gently pressing and rubbing, and Renan subconsciously raised her head and, meeting the tail of Chi Ruoyan's eyes, which were slightly curved by a teasing smile. So, you admit you're my puppy dog? Lu Nam, how can? Linan was just about to retort and state how a big man could admit to being such a creature as a cute little puppy dog. In the next moment, Chi Ruoyan stretched out her hand to pick up Linan's chin, licked her lips, and a flamboyant and wanton smile slowly surfaced. There's a reward for understanding puppies. Nan gulped. What reward? Won't we know when we get back tonight? Ah, what reward? It's got to be done, right? It's got to be. Aren't the two upstairs making a fool of themselves? Isn't it obvious? Maybe try a difficult pose that hasn't been tried before, love. But well. Roy-an loosened Nan's chin and stretched, her tone regretful and, how can my Nan be the cute puppy dog type? He's always said he's a tall and powerful big man. Nan's face instantly turned red, and it was like a tape recorder had been installed in her head, echoing non-stop. My family Nan. My family Nan. My family Nan. Who said I wasn't? Nan covered his face, yet the blood-red cheeks couldn't be covered in any way. A great man is also a man of judgment. For the sake of reward only. I'm much cuter than a Samoyed. Roy-an just looked at him and smiled without saying anything. Strong imperial sister * teaching her brother? Love it. Taking a step back, there's a camera at the door of the room. So what's wrong with a camera inside the room? Strong girls really race high. Thai bitter spice. I'm kind of curious about their poses at night, yellow heart. It didn't take long for a man to walk in, with cleaning gloves on his hands, holding a young Alaskan. This Alaskan dog's leg seemed to be broken and carried an unspeakable stench, and the back of the back as well as the tail, that piece of white was densely packed. Looks like maggots. Roy-an immediately put away her jokes and frowned as she went over to take a look, despite being prepared for it. Still, he frowned slightly, irritated by the pungent stench. Is this your favorite dog? Roy-an weighed her words, but there was no way that the Alaska in front of her couldn't be hooked up with a loving dog at all. The man shook his head. No. I saw him by the side of the road. He was nearly suffocated by a chain. I think it was his owner who disliked him for having a broken leg. The man didn't go on, but the meaning was clear, that the abandonment. The man slowly placed Alaska on the ground, and the poor little fellow let out a guttural whimper as he tried to lick the wound in his back. At the sight of so many strangers, Alaska didn't bark or bite. Instead, he just eyed Kuruyan. Alaska's wail attracted the attention of Shiroyuki, who was calming the kitten, and the latter noticed Alaska's miserable condition and was stunned for a moment. Slowly, he moved his feet and walked over. Oh, so thirsty, so painful, so itchy, so hard. Alaska's voice made Shiroyuki a little hard. Her eyes gradually reddened, crouched down, reached out and stroked the top of Alaska's head. Meow. No fear, no fear. You will be fine. The store manager hesitated. Shiroyuki, do you want to put on some gloves? This Alaskan, there can be a little bit of bacteria on it. Shiroyuki ignored the store manager, rubbed Alaska's cheeks and, meow. Why are you like this? Alaska shook her head and simply plopped right down on the ground, whimpering mournfully, her voice breathless. Woo. The little master and his several small classmates over to play with me. Did not pay attention to the outside, all the big monsters on the road. I want to protect the little master, but the big monsters and I am the little master are knocked away. Ooh, it is obvious that I want to protect the little master, but it turns out that the back of the little master in turn hugged me. The little master's face is red and red. It looks so dirty. I want to lick him, and then it is time to go home with the little master to eat. Oh, but the little master never woke up, and I thought again that I could take the little master home, but my legs hurt so much again. Woo. A few of my little master's little classmates were scared away, and it took a long time for my master to come over, but as soon as he came over, he hugged my little master and cried, and then he just stomped my leg off and chained me up outside. Ooh, I'm so anxious. I want to know if the little master has woken up, but I can't break free from the chain. I still want to play with the little master. Why doesn't the little master come to play with me yet? Obviously the little masters favorite me. Oh, I hate the big monsters. I hate the masters. I hate them. They keep me from seeing my little master who loves me. Unconsciously, Baiyu had shed tears. Her eyes were red, and she was already sobbing uncontrollably. Meow. Must have hurt. It's obviously not your fault. Why would they do this to you? Shiroyuki looked at Alaska's already broken leg, and then at the dense white spots on his back. Her heart was harder. The people in the room didn't know what was going on, but Shiroyuki, who had once been a cat, was fully aware of the whole process and understood Alaska's aggravation and disbelief. At that time, Baiyu, who hadn't yet been incarnated through education, didn't have any ideas. She just kept wanting to stick together with Ling Mo. If nothing else, the big monster in this Alaskan's mouth would be the car outside. Suppose he hadn't turned into a human being, and Brother Mare had taken himself out on a whim, only to see a car speeding by. She wanted to protect Brother Mo, and Brother Mo wanted to protect her, and in the end it was very likely that she would be knocked out together with Brother Mo in her arms. but at that time one didn't know anything about it, and one might have been foolish enough to lick Brother Mare's cheeks, trying to get him to get up and play with him. Words to wait for Dad to come over. Will it be like the owner of Alaska? What about stomping your own leg off? Shiroyuki's hand patting Alaska had paused, clutching her knees and whimpering. Ling Yamo was inexplicably a bit flustered, and threw the unruly jean gradual layer into the drying box, and turned around and ended up finding Baiyu, who had already cried and couldn't breathe. Little Shiroyuki. Ling Yamo anxiously took off his gloves and the bathing clothes on his body, and helped Baiyu, who was crouching on the ground, up, and hugged her in his own arms, gently stroking her head. No crying. What happened? Baiyu sobbed and huffed, lying in Ling Mo's arms, her tears wetting the clothes on Ling Mo's chest. Baiyu don't separate from Brother Mo. If your leg breaks, it hurts. Ling Mo didn't know about it, and when Alaska came in, he assumed it was some rarer animal and didn't look back. While calming Baiyu, Ling Mo's afterglow noticed Alaska, who was lying on the ground with a shriveled expression. The animalized human Shiroyuki understands animals best, and their understanding and aggression. The innocent and kind Shiroyuki is also the most empathetic. What's going on? I just went to get a takeout. Why is Shiroyuki crying? Your mom. Ling Mo. You're not human. How can you make Baiyu cry when she's so good? If you really don't treasure it, you let me do it and I'll raise Baiyu like an ancestor. Coaxing great filial piety from the hall. It seems that the Alaskan barked a few times and Shiroyuki cried. She can really talk to animals? It's not scripted? I can't think of anything to say this time, and I don't want to say anything. This. Renan also panicked as he realized that Chi Ruoyan's mood wasn't particularly high, either. Chi Ruoyan likes cute furry creatures. He knows it. Now Chi Ruoyan must be heartbroken. Let's clean the puppy first. By rights this Alaskan should be going to the hospital in this condition. Li Nan had just put on the clothes he wore when bathing his pet when Chi Ruoyan stopped him. I'll wash it. The little one keeps looking at me. Chi Ruoyan gently took the clothes off of Li Nan and put them on herself, put on her gloves, and gently stroked the shriveled Alaskan. Then carried him to a pool, turned down the water flow, and gently rinsed Alaska's body with. Soon the fur was sticking to the Alaskan body, and with the fur dampened in, a clearer view of what Alaska really endured. Baiyu didn't dare to look, buried her face in Ling Mo's arms, and spoke sullenly. Brother Mo, let's go do a quest. Baiyu wants to change the quest. Help Auntie carry something or something. Baiyu can do that too. Ling Mo knew why Baiyu said that, but he didn't say anything more, kissing Baiyu's forehead and speaking gently. Okay, then little white moon will go wash her hands first, and we'll switch tasks. Shiroyuki was able to understand Alaska's wailing. It was the equivalent of a normal person watching someone covered in blood and with a broken leg screaming in agony. The kind of impact that Shiroyuki couldn't handle. Shiroyuki inadvertently glanced at Alaska's injuries, feeling as if the pain was in her own body, and clenched her lips. Ruyan, if you've taken care of it, could you make a call to Shiroyuki? Chi Ruoyan rarely turned back to Baiyu with that familiar smile, but instead frowned and opened her mouth with a serious expression. Okay, I'll give Luna a heads up on the situation when the time comes. Kiruyan rinsed Alaska with a gentle stream of water, while Linan fiddled with it, his eyebrows raised and, this won't work, it won't wash out at all, and if maggots are following its wounds into its body, it'll be even more of a problem. Bring the electric pusher over here. Got to shave all the hair so I can wash it. After Renan shaved off the hair on Alaska's body little by little, Alaska whimpered and moved her body a little, avoiding Renan's hand. Kiran Yen gently stroked Alaska's head, his voice so soft and, good, it won't hurt anymore in a while. Alaska rubbed the palm of Chi Ruoyan's hand with attachment. This feeling was familiar. Its little master often touched it like this. Renan also knew deep down that one more second would be torture for this puppy, and he didn't dare to delay, gently shaving the Alaskan's body clean, leaving only the hair on its head. Now you're like a little lion. Little one. Kiran smiled and rubbed Alaska's cheek, diverting its attention. Ouch, I fuck. Renan subconsciously exploded. It's been a long time since I've seen a variety show this real. It's just that. It's obviously so scary. And those stars didn't even say I'm going. Holy shit, let alone lie down. Don't any of you care about that Alaskan? It's red and swollen, and I feel like it's in pain and scared, but it hasn't barked or bitten since. Who peed in my eye? Come out and admit it. When it's time to wash it, you'll still have to take it to the vet. This isn't a place that specializes in animals. After all, the man was a little hesitant. It was just something he'd picked up on the side of the road, and honestly, it had been kind of his heart to bring it here to be cleaned. There may be good people in the world, but there are definitely not many people who have the capital to be good. He also wanted to adopt the poor little guy, but medication. dog food, doctor visits, vaccines. It's all a lot for men. And Chi Royan took in the man's difficult expression. I'll reimburse you for any expenses incurred then. And I'll give you my phone number so you can message me at night. Chi Royan doesn't like moral abduction. And she doesn't care about moral abduction. If someone else has trouble doing that, then just do it yourself. Saying that, Chi Royan was ready to find a note to write down her contact information. She didn't open her mouth to say it. This is a live broadcast. Giving out your contact info in front of all these people. What's wrong with you? Damn it. Don't other people give contact information by just saying it or scanning the code? Why doesn't she do that? That's why people get to be on Variety and Upstairs doesn't. I'm more curious if her milk dog will be jealous. And if he is jealous, will he punish her at night for liking to pick the royal sister who likes to tease him? Love. Curious group +1. Curious group +2. Curious group +10,086. Sister Chi. I'm a man. How can I let you pay for it? This kind of thing has to come from me anyways. Renan was not happy. To give someone else's contact information in front of him? Isn't it just money? It's not like he's lacking. With that, Renan raised her chin at the man, revealing a kind smile. Come on, buddy, let's buddy up. Men. So I'm part of the play between you couples? Karen Yan didn't say anything, took a blanket and gently wiped Alaska's body with. Her movements were incredibly gentle, not at all like the usual overbearing Chi. The little one. We'll take you to the hospital later, bear with it a little longer. Seeming to understand, Alaska whimpered and struggled to get up to lick Chi Royan's cheek, but was picked up across the room. With only 3 legs left, Alaska subconsciously kicked randomly in the air, a pair of clear dog eyes filled with confusion. Woof. Linan turned Alaska around and spoke in a serious voice. Dude, I saved you, but you can't be my love rival. You can't be this grateful even if you're grateful. What do you think? Alaska's doggy eyes were still confused, and his kicks were faster. Yet Renan mistook Alaska for not listening at all. Did you hear what I said? Although I admit that you may be that cute looking, there's no way you're going to be able to get my sister Chi's favor. Don't waste your time, you little thing. Now that Alaska had finally stopped backing up, Lei Nan nodded with a face full of relief, and was about to praise him for being a good dog who knew what he was doing. However, the next moment, Alaska directly pissed, all full of water poured on the face of Lei Nan. Not a drop has escaped yet. Lu Nam. Alaska broke into a grin, panting with her tongue out and purring twice as if she were relieved at the woof. That's good. Puffing, dumbfounded, Linan put Alaska back in the pool and looked around out of breath as the faces of his own photographer and the store manager, and the crowd around him, all reddened. It looks like it should be holding something back and holding it back. Renan's throat rolled up and down, forcing out a smile as he awkwardly opened his mouth and, no, nothing. People say that the child urine of the dog moistens the lungs and nourishes the face. You all don't know that, do you? However, when this sentence came out, the whole crowd clammed up. Those who rolled on the floor and laughed, those who held the table and laughed, and those who laughed with a fucking loudspeaker. Renan felt the malice that poured out of him. He looked at Chi Royan with bawling eyes, wanting to seek some comfort, yet the latter retreated a few steps in disgust. Don't kiss me for the next 2 days. Brush your teeth. If there's still a smell in the back, you'll never kiss me again in your life. And let's change the king-size room to a standard room for the night. Lu Nam. It was the first time he had ever hated Alaska so much. How's the dog? After recleaning the Alaska, Chi Royan and Linan took it to the town's pet hospital. Neither one mentioned the missions. Saving a life was far more important than those missions. He was given a shot, and I disinfected the wound area with hydrogen peroxide, then rubbed it in, and he'll be fine if he stays on the medication for a few days afterward. Watch the dog's diet. Speaking of which, your dog was so well behaved. He didn't bark or bite when I gave him the peroxide, and if he hadn't been blinking his eyes, I'd have felt like the dog had passed away. The doctor spoke with some exclamation. If only all the pets that come here were as tame as your dog. Chi Royan smiled and did not refute the doctor's words. Renan raised his eyebrows slightly, slight thoughts flashing in the depths of his eyes. Oh, shit. What did the doctor say? Sterilize with hydrogen peroxide? What's the difference between this pain and rubbing salt into a wound? Amount. Can you say what happened to the hydrogen peroxide sterilization? I haven't used it yet. Upstairs, applying floral water over a mosquito-bitten bag gives an irritating sensation. And peroxide is that irritation. It doesn't sound like much. It's true that it's nothing, but the excitement is magnified a few dozen times. Dozens of times, love. What shocked me was that the dog didn't bark. My mom said I barked louder than a dog when I put on the fucking hydrogen peroxide. So I'm not even as good as a dog? Well, the dog can be brought in again if anything else happens to it back there. so I'm going to go ahead and get busy. The doctor just lamented and left with his pockets in place. Sister Key. On the side. Renan's eyes rolled as he thought about it and spoke playfully. Chi Ruoyan looked a little lost in thought, and was suddenly called out by Renan. What's wrong? Renan licked his lips and revealed a pleasing smile. I'll go back and brush my teeth 10 times. I can't live without kissing. Chi Ruoyan. That's enough. I said that's enough. Chauncey is a JPG. Then how have I lived these past 20 years? Key must be up there at night, love. Go back. Renan observed the change in Chi Ruoyan's expression and raised his eyebrows slightly. Well, how about we adopt it? Chi Ruoyan was stunned for a moment. Li Nan had originally fought with Alaska, but now how did he propose to take the initiative to adopt Alaska? She subconsciously opened her mouth and, adopt who? Renan blinked innocently for a moment. Alaska. If you don't want to, Key, it's okay to adopt me. Chi Ruoyan. Go back and brush your teeth 20 times and take a good shower. Especially your face. Chi Ruoyan pinched Li Nan's cheek. Satisfaction written all over her pretty face. That's going to brush off the blood, isn't it? Renan touched the place he had just been pinched and spoke with a bitter face. Preparing to adopt a fluffy puppy. Chi Ruoyan was in a good mood. Reaching out to tickle Li Nan's chin. The corners of her mouth hooked in a playful arc. Then, will not teach you knowledge at night. Oh. Renan was stunned for a moment. Her face reddened with a speed visible to the naked eye, and she lowered her head to her fingers. I sure washed up smelling good. That, kiss, what knowledge is being taught? Chi Ruoyan looked away as if she hadn't seen Li Nan, clutching her chest, and didn't answer. What knowledge is it? Upstairs. You've heard wrong, haven't you? QI is talking about posture, not knowledge. Love it. More, yellow heart. Yeehaw. All back haha. Renan's hand was holding the Alaskan with the broken leg, except that its whole body was wrapped in a blanket, leaving only its head outside. After all, you shave someone's fur, and you're afraid it's going to freeze at night this time of year. The big screen up there updated the numbers a little. First, Ling Mo's group, $370. Second, Zhou Wenchuan's group with $250. Third, Lun Nam group, $250. Fourth, Hong Zimao's group, with a fund of $210. Since Li Nan had saved a small life, the crew would reward the mission with $100. Gee whiz, who's this on the screen, and why is it the bottom of the list? Li Nan held Alaska, unintentionally walked to Hong Zimao's eyes, long sigh, afraid that Hong Zimao cannot hear. Zimo Hong. For a while, Hong Zimao was somewhat confused as to whether there was one dog or two present. Dinner time. Li Nan was particularly ostentatious, or perhaps he wanted to eat his fill. Ordered 2 orders of panko-covered rice, plus a side of hot pot. Self-serve. The room is naturally booked cozy big bedroom. Killing him is impossible to sleep with Chi Ruoyan's separate bed. Yoo-hoo. Why are you so generous tonight? What are you going to do? Hong Zimo was a bit surprised. Yesterday this guy bought 2 bowls of rice and was in that kind of meat pain. Today he would actually be so extravagant? I can't believe I'm eating a hot pot buffet as a dish. While it's really not a big deal for them to heat up their own hot pot on a normal day, it's during a variety show. Self-heating hot pots are already considered good food. At night my sister Key teaches me knowledge. Do you understand, little old brother? If Renan had a tail, he would definitely want to go straight up to the sky at this moment, almost looking at people with his nose hole. Hong Zimao? He's asking himself if he understands this kind of thing. I went to. Hong Zimao's words paused, and with a turn of phrase, he opened his mouth with a serious face. After all my years of schooling, I really don't get it. Ling Mo? What's with this son of a bitch? Oh, got a serious date and want to take care of your image? Mushi's was holding Hong Zimao's hand, smiling warmly. Her fingers lightly tickled Hong Zimao's palm, blinking slightly. Based on the way you acted the first time you met me, you should have left Renan more than one street behind in this area of knowledge, right? Zimo Hong, scratching his head in some embarrassment. Should be about right. It's more than a block away, isn't it? That's the fucking equivalent of comparing a small dirt hill to the Himalayas. It's that big of a gap. Still don't understand how Hong Zimao can talk about an object like Mushiro. Won't he be crushed to death at night? He's rich. What else could it be? You guys are stupid, aren't you? What's in your head? You're such losers. You'll never know what it's like to be loved. With that, Hong Zimao looked back and forth on Li Nan, hesitated for a moment, and spoke in a low voice to Mushiro. And, that, you, like abs, Muxuro? Blinking his eyes for a moment, somewhat confused as to why Hong Zimao suddenly said this. What do you mean? Hong Zimao scratched his head, looked at his belly and, I see a lot of girls like guys with abs. They think that's cool. do you like abs? Mushiro looked at Hong Zimao in a daze. Suddenly, she smiled and, Zimao, did you have abs when we first met? Hong Zimao scratched his head. He was having a wild time back then, and he was probably fatter than he is now. You didn't have abs the first time and you don't have abs now. Do girls have to like guys with abs? It's a stereotype that can cause misjudgment in some cases. Mushiro winks a little mischievously at Hong Zimao. You don't have to change. Hong Zimao's throat rolled, and his grip tightened a few moments on Mushiro's small hand. This love was real. Something he didn't have to fight for with all his might. And it didn't have that affliction. Some couples get along with each other whole like Sherlock Holmes detectives, where there's a wild guess as to what the other person means. That would be too exhausting and not really called a relationship. But didn't you make a change for me too? Hong Zimao's voice was a little low. He could feel Mushiro's blazing love, and he could also feel the humility that was hidden underneath that love. There may be commiseration between lovers, but it must be mutual, not an endless stream of concessions from one party to the other. Love like that can be hard work. There's nothing I've changed. I've always been the same Mushiro. Zimao. It can be very tiring for people to make changes. It doesn't matter if I have abs or not. It's good to be healthy. It was as if Mushiro didn't understand what Hong Zimao said. And if she did, how could it not be a heartache? She started and grew up with so much pain and suffering. She didn't care if Hong Zimao had the abs that most women were looking for. For Mushiro, it was already a blessing to have Hong Zimao. She didn't want or dare to ask for too much more. Hong Zimao didn't want to imprison that heart of his anymore. He was going to give a chance, not to Mushiro, but to himself. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his mind, Hong Zimao revealed a bitchy expression and, if you don't work out, I'm afraid the back will leave you unsatisfied. Mushiro was stunned for a moment and didn't react, only after seeing Hong Zimao's expression. For a long time, Mushiro's cheeks gradually reddened, lowering her head, somewhat shy but not speaking. On the other hand, Renan looked at the Alaskan whose tail was wagging happily, and was caught in a situation where he had a hard time choosing. What about Alaska? Put it on the director's desk. Key was worried again. Put it in the bedroom. Letting a dog watch while Kiss teaches herself the knowledge of shyness at night? Renan doesn't have this kind of fetish of letting dogs watch. Suddenly, Renan's mind flickered, sneaking to one side, taking out his cell phone and fiddling with it with his head down. Soon after, a familiar face appeared and, it's the man who picked up Alaska during the day. The man scratched his head. Being watched by so many people and cameras, he almost wanted to run for the hills, but as soon as he thought of what Renan had said to him, he still walked stiffly to the parasol that belonged to Renan's group. I can help with the dogs during your mission. Renan quietly gave a thumbs up to the man and playfully opened his mouth to Chi Ruoyan. Sister Chi, it's impossible for us to carry the mission and hold this little guy all the time. The director's team still has recording duties and there's no way to take care of it. So why don't we just put this little guy in his place for the time being? Can't we just pick it back up when the recording mission is over? Linan kept stroking Alaska's head, because that was the only part that had hair and was comfortable to jerk off, and as the instigator of the good dog, good dog, good dog, bark if you agree, Alaska flipped her head around, about to bite Linan's finger, and gave a low, threatening growl. Woof, Lu Nam, Kiss, look, he barked. That means he agrees, and in this big family, the dog and I agree. So you, Chi Ruoyan. Both dogs agree. So what can I say? Chi Ruoyan naturally knew Renan's little plan, and rubbed Alaska's cheeks with pity. We'll make time to see you. 66,666 can still do this? Is Linan being suffocated? Didn't the profile say that Linan is a college student, and college students are at their peak of energy now, right? I wouldn't be at all surprised if the two of them didn't get up tomorrow, love. Well, we didn't get yesterday's after-dinner event, so today's event is a few of the keywords that our show has rushed to the top of the hit list. Hong Zimao took the cell phone from the staff inside the director's office, looked at the words inside and raised his eyebrows. The first one is, #white-haired girls can actually talk to animals? Is this a script or an innate ability? #. The people present were unsurprised, and all of them turned their gazes to Baiyu. Baiyu shrunk her head and jumped into Ling Mo's arms, holding on tightly, just not turning around. Shirayuki, how suddenly a lot of people look at Shirayuki. Ling Mo kissed Baiyu's forehead, the familiar scent of her body brewing in her arms. It's okay. Hong Zimao put his cell phone down and waved his two hands high in the air and, come on, all eyes on me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. All the shots in the room went to Hong Zimao, except for his personal cameraman. We have a script for this variety show, and being able to talk to animals is one of those scripts. But the netizens didn't buy Hong Zimao's explanation, So you're trying to say that Shiratsuki me out a few times and the gold taper layer that was about to shark people suddenly quieted down? Variety is basically balking at saying they don't have a script these days, and it's a bit rare for you to actively admit that you have a script. That's not necessarily true. There's one that admits to having a script, but what are they all about? Blowing up a car, blowing up a house, blowing up an underfunded one the hard way. Even if they say there's a script, they don't believe it. Okay, so let's look at the second one now. Hashtag those things about domineering Sister Chi and her sweet little petite wife. Li Nan. Renan? Chi Ruoyan, Dragon's Face. JPG. Buzz, rumor. Definitely a rumor. How did I become a little fucking wife? What's wrong with these netizens? They're just writing headlines to get traffic, aren't they? Hong Zimao, somewhat innocently, shook his cell phone and there's still a video in there. And in the video you're blushing redder than a monkey's ass. And people can take you by the hand if Ruoyan says a word. And you're still not a little petite wife? Daughter and child, date and baby. That motherfucker is I hurt my family chi sister. They understand an egg unscrupulous YXH. Renan is really anxious now. After the program is over, what kind of home is this? Will Li Bei be crippled by his own work? Li Bei put down the cell phone in his hand and spoke faintly to the assistant in front of him. Don't go home yet for a change. I'll send you the navigational location. The assistant's expression didn't change. His tone was flat and, okay. Only all this is to see Li Bei navigate the location after all the composure completely disappeared. Mr. Li. When did the company get into the military intelligence? The fun industry? That said, it's a little too broad in scope, isn't it? Li Bei heard the tone of the assistant. The corner of his mouth twitched for a moment, and quickly returned to normal. It's not wrong. It's right there. So get out of the car and get something for me when you get there. Li Bei's face darkened as he tapped his head down on the screen of his cell phone, looking at his daughter-in-law who sent him a loving emoticon. The face got darker. Li Nan can't have it. This number is already a waste. Better hurry up and practice a smaller number. But when practicing the trumpet, his daughter-in-law did not have anything to do, and did not give Li Bei to get out of bed. So, here's some off-site assistance. Assistant throat rolled. Looks like this is his boss's sex life is not very happy but you can't tell me more than that. If you do, there has to be another one in the Huangpu River. Okay. A furious Hulk has Black Widow to soothe. Chi Ruoyan was there to calm down the furious Renan. The red warmth of his teenage years was worth 1,000 words, and with his head bowed, he conjured up a goofy smile. It's not like I'm living with Li Bei, so the big deal is that I'll buy a house with Chi Ruoyan when the time comes, and then straight into a life of shameless, daily doll making. Hiss. What's with the sudden urge to live like this right now? The people present, looking at the meek Li Nan, unsurprisingly, all became pea-eyed. It's becoming more and more like a little stepford wife. Hong Zimao glanced at the hot search phrases. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Even his expression became comical, and he cleared his throat and opened his mouth. These are sets of phrases that relate to one of our sets of couples. Who? Hashtag Chi is going to teach Renan the poses, Bushi, at night. Hashtag is it for love or just simply a girl with a strong personality? Hashtag is Chi so good that she'll be on top at night? Hashtag bully Chi's online to tame her disobedient little puppy brother. One by one the words were read out by Hong Zimao vocally. This time Li Nan's cheeks were getting darker and darker. At the same time there was also a slight end of redness, belonging to the black and red packet of Qing Tian. Renan frantically raked a few mouthfuls of food into her mouth, quickly settling the mess on the table. Then as if fleeing for her life, she took Chi Ruoyan's hand and ran to the room. An angry voice sounded and, Hong Zimao, you grandpa, you wait for the recording to end, and you're laughing. Sister Chi, I don't even have the face to meet people after recording the program back there. In the room, the cozy light, like the afterglow left behind after the sun had set, was soft and warm, and it gently sprinkled in every corner, coloring the entire space with a light golden tone. Renan sat down on his butt on the bed, looking at Chi Ruoyan who stood in front of him holding his arms and smiling. He directly freaked out and, explain, I'm really not a stepford wife. I'm just, Renan lowered her head and rubbed her temples, frantically trying to find herself an excuse for they. Chi Ruoyan's good-looking eyebrows raised, walked a few steps closer. Renan's lowered head against the small of his back, reached out and gently rubbed the top of his head. Just what? A shadow spilled over Renan's face, and he subconsciously raised his head and, just a little more passive. Chi Ruoyan only felt a burst of amusement. Once upon a time, Li Nan is not this look now. Is it true that being in love can change a person? But you're clingy. Really quite similar. Chi Ruoyan's tone was inexplicable. The corner of her mouth hung with a bad smile, and she sat down next to Li Nan, her fingers twisting and playing with her hair. Meeting is all about kisses and hugs. Shouldn't it stand to reason that girls would be more clingy than boys? Nan's face reddened. He now felt that he was now being severely discriminated against. She's sister. You mean I'm not a man? Chi Ruoyan just wanted to open her mouth to say something. Next to her, Nan directly turned around, pressed Chi Ruoyan under her body, leaned over and gently bit Chi Ruoyan's earlobe. Kiss. So do you like this? Hindered by the reaction, Chi Ruoyan's cheeks quickly reddened, turning her head to the side and muttering, brushed your teeth yet you? Nan nodded her head in a hurry, crossed her arms, and was close to writing praise me on her face. Brushed 5 times, the 5th time or bleeding. I smelled it several times. Absolutely no smell. If you do not believe it, Chi sister, you kiss. With that, Nan slowly lowered her head, ready to want to start learning the knowledge. Go take a shower. Chi Ruoyan stretched out a finger to block Nan's head that was slowly leaning toward her. What? Not going to take a shower? Lu Nam. He's already got emotions brewing, and now you're telling him to take a shower. It's really ruining the vibe, kiss. But it couldn't be helped, and he didn't want this imparting of knowledge to be unpleasant. And with some reluctance, he got up from Chi Ruoyan but the moment he got up, Nan still kissed Chi Ruoyan's red lips, and then took the bath towel and, humming a little tune, he headed for the bathroom, looking like he was in a good mood. Well, I wonder if he'll get mad if I tell him later that it's really just purely about teaching knowledge. But what does care? It's cuter when you're angry. Chi Ruoyan looked somewhat playfully at the hazy figure in the bathroom, got up and got under the covers, taking off the clothes on his body piece by piece. Bathroom. What am I supposed to do later? It's going out and pressing right up against kiss. It's better to be subtle and take your time with some prelude. Well, kiss seems to be stronger. I think I would like the intro to be slow. No. If this continues, then won't the rumors of my stepford wife be confirmed? No. I must be the one to take the initiative in a while. But, now there's no way to get a quick fix. Nan rinsed his body. Although he didn't move on the surface, but his heart was as exciting as a dance drama. The original monkey was always him, but now Nan was a little afraid to step out of the bathroom. Well, simply put, wimped out. It didn't take long. No, you're not directing it? Who's a good person to take a shower for half an hour? If you don't come out, I'll leave the class. Chi Ruoyan's voice came in from outside, and as soon as Nan heard that the class was going to end, the tiger's body shook violently, and he howled towards the outside end. Teacher, wait for me. I'll be right in class. It doesn't matter now. The situation is urgent. Lift the gun and just do it. Casually wiped himself off with a bath towel, wrapped it around him, and walked out of the room. Just as soon as he walked out, a touch of pure black flew over in a parabolic arc, solidly covering Nan's face, and Chi Ruoyan, who had broken free of her bonds, comfortably rolled over and looked at Nan with a smile or a laugh. Nan? This familiar scent, subconsciously taking the item off his face. After seeing exactly what it looked like, Nan's face became redder than a monkey's ass. What do you mean by that? Sister Key. The corner of Chi Ruoyan's mouth slightly hooked sideways. 2 groups of semicircle appeared in front of Nan's eyes. At this moment Nan could not wait to directly throw away the quilt that was in the way. Quilts, your role is to keep you warm, not for you to protect. Chi Ruoyan hooked a teasing smile and hooked her finger at Nan. What? Mr. Nan, you're already late. Do you want to miss class? Reacting, Nan shook his head frantically, and was about to throw the black lace garment in his hand to the side when Chi Ruoyan shouted to stop him. Don't throw it away. It'll be useful later. Rihanna? Forget it. What Chi Ruoyan says now is what works. Mr. Key, I'm coming to class. Nan trotted all the way to the bed, monkey about to lift the covers, wanting to do some shy things with his Chi sister. Have a hearty discussion of academic knowledge. Chi Ruoyan stopped Nan's movements by pressing down on the quilt, then shook the cell phone in her hand and opened her mouth in an inexplicable tone. Now that you're ready, let's get started and teach you what you know, shall we? Nan? What? Do you still have to show him study materials to proceed? Watch and learn, or I won't worry about you. Nan gritted his teeth, kept taking deep breaths, and secretly said, Key, you said it, don't blame me if you can't get out of bed tomorrow. The bad smile at the corner of Chi Ruoyan's mouth grew thicker and thicker, and he tapped the screen of his cell phone and the familiar opening of the movie slowly emerges from the center of the screen. Have you all seen Animal Crossing? That's right, Kiran Smoke puts in a different one. Now Nan had begun to doubt life, had planned to have a good bloodbath, and it turns out that Kiran got him a conservation Alaska flick. Chi Ruoyan reached out and scratched Nan's chin, then patted her belly for a moment. Here, lie here, watch and learn, or I won't trust you to take care of it. Lu Nam. Sister Key. It's really easy to lose me like that, you know. Renan directly got up and sat on the edge of the bed. His buttocks only dipped a little bit of the bed, just like when he was angry as a child. His hands wrapped around his arms, his back not looking at Chi Ruoyan. Chi Ruoyan's bad smile became more and more intense. And how Renan, who was made angry by her, looked cute, like a childish puppy. And, what? Angry? Under the quilt, Chi Ruoyan reached out her foot and gently kicked Renan on the edge of the bed, who moved his butt and changed. However, wherever Renan changed to, Chi Ruoyan kicked it, as if she was deliberately trying to get through to Renan. What for? Renan finally exploded, standing up and looking indignantly at Chi Ruoyan on the bed. Keep kicking me for what? Only Renan, who had turned around, froze instantly after meeting Chi Ruoyan's somewhat aggrieved expression. Chi Ruoyan covered her cheeks, making it impossible to see her expression, and spoke with incomparable sadness. Could it be that, Renan, you're only talking to me because you want to sleep with me? So that's what you are. Renan was stunned, subconsciously wanted to comfort. The words were swallowed back at the edge of his mouth. No, this is not like Chi Ruoyan's style either. It's hard not to. Renan also did not say anything, sneakily climbed onto the bed, probed into Chi Ruoyan's eyes, and suspiciously opened his mouth. Really crying? Qi Ruoyan? After seeing those familiar eyes, Chi Ruoyan broke her defense then and there. Come on, we're a couple. Can we not do the schoolboy thing? Kiss. I can learn this knowledge whenever I want, but I don't need you to teach me. Renan confirmed Chi Ruoyan's emotions and reached out to snatch the phone and put it aside, turning it off directly in the process. Getting up and sitting on Chi Ruoyan's two legs, he leaned down and kissed Chi Ruoyan's red lips, and held Chi Ruoyan's earlobes. Now I want Mr. Key to teach something else. Renan, you wait. Well, Chi Ruoyan words did not finish. Renan lifted the quilt. Two nosebleeds indisputably flowed down. Although the previous cuddle slept with, but basically like so serious to see is not. Chi Ruoyan didn't give this opportunity, and Renan didn't have the guts. Little Renan was like an angry dragon coming out of the sea, proudly raising his head. Renan pulled off the bath towel on his body, revealing his well-defined body, and intertwined with the soft body on the bed. Renan lightly bit the soft flesh on Chi Ruoyan's cheek and licked his lips. Wanted to try something else. Chi Ruoyan, taking advantage of the time when Renan was waiting for his own answer, Chi Ruoyan circled Renan's waist with both legs and rolled over, teasingly looking at the confused man underneath her. I don't like that position just now. After all, Chi Ruoyan moved at a very slow speed and stuck to Renan's body. Those two soft slimes pressed against Renan's body. I prefer the above. Renan was stunned for a moment. Her cheeks reddened even more, like cherry bombs ready to explode at any moment. Stuttering, Renan, who had been dominant, was broken by such a sentence from Chi Ruoyan. So like a cute little puppy dog, Chi Ruoyan stretched out her fingers to lightly tickle Renan's chin, and sipped Renan's lips with extreme satisfaction. Which puppy dog just disobeyed me? Is it Renan the disobedient puppy dog? Renan felt like a certain place was about to explode. Her cheeks were incredibly flushed, her throat moved, and her voice was a little hoarse. I do what I'm told. Chi Ruoyan laughed softly, leaned down, gently hailed a mouthful of hot air on Renan's ear, lightly bit his earlobe, and rubbed his ear against his sideburns. And, it belongs to how Renan treats himself just now. Chi Ruoyan will return it how she wants. So, isn't it time for puppies to be rewarded for being obedient? Chi Ruoyan directly kissed onto Renan's lips, forcefully pulling the spirit snake within Renan's oral territory to intertwine with herself, the ambiguous temperature rising. Nibbling, Chi Ruoyan sensed a more obvious change in Renan, and stopped herself from. Renan gasped for air, a pair of eyes written with lust with a few moments of confusion at the same time. Want to get started on the highlights? The study tools are in the drawer at. Renan had looked through the drawers of the house on the first day of her residence, and had found the two boxes of knickknacks that. Chi Ruoyan stretched out her fingers, gently rubbing the lips that were somewhat swollen by her kisses, and smiled. Right now, is not working. Renan? During the taping of the show. If it's done, do you want me to stay out of the door for a few days? Might as well quit the show then. If it's an old married couple, that's fine. But you Chi's sister me. Chi Ruoyan paused, gently picking up Renan's chin. It's still the first time. Lu Nam. So, what about this fire he's in? Little Renan is about to blow up. Chi Ruoyan got up from Renan's body and lay to the side, blinking her eyes at Renan somewhat innocently. If it's hard, you can go to the bathroom and fix it. You should be able to, right? After all, big lads are bloodthirsty. Lu Nam didn't You give you underwear just now? It still has some of my flavor on it, just so you can use it at this time of the year. Puppy dog obey? Wait until later. Chi Ruoyan jerked Renan's head and opened her mouth with a smile. Reacting, Renan ground her teeth and, Sister Ki you. But again, I'm afraid that if I stay here any longer Linan really won't be able to help it. Not to mention that what Chi Ruoyan said also makes sense. So Linan's eyes were red, just like a beast of prey, and he found the good medicine that Chi Ruoyan had just thrown to him. Hand-holding the good medicine went to the bathroom in a hurry. Do not know people fought the bathroom fire, Linan to extinguish the fire. The derisive laugh of Kiruyan came through and, come on little baby boy. You can do it. Renan in the bathroom glanced at what she was holding, and her teeth itched even more. And, Sister Ki, I'll be sure to double down when I get to the back. High-end techniques often require only the most rudimentary work practices. The Master Lai, who had been busy for a long time, came out of the bathroom. There was a look of satisfaction on his face, and the flush on his face faded as quickly as it could. Chi Ruoyan raised her eyebrows slightly, and said with some curiosity that, where are my clothes? Don't you just smell it? Renan opened his mouth as a matter of course. Of course I washed it for you. You want to wear it straight away? Not to mention how could I do something as perverted as sniffing? Chi Ruoyan. That's not what she meant. What? How does it feel? Early the next morning, Hong Zimao kept poking Linan's arm and asking, and after noticing that Chi Ruoyan was still moving freely as usual, there were a few hints of sarcasm in his words. What's wrong? A few minutes to finish? Understand. After all, it's the first time, but Ruoyan looks like she doesn't feel anything at all. You're not going to be able to, are you? Big slugger? K.O. A light sentence, directly to the teenager whole red temperature. You fart. You're the one who can't. Seeing this reaction from Linan, Hong Zimao looked more satisfied and opened his mouth in a bitchy manner. You hoo-hoo, that's the defense? I haven't gotten much of a kick out of it yet. Are you any good little old me? Linan on the head. Chi Ruoyan at this time also cleaned up from the house came over. Linan had to put that fire gas pressure back. I seem to remember. Fat ones being almost non-existent, right? Zimo Hong. Did they forget they weren't in the room? What's all this talk of tigers and wolves? Don't argue. I'm thinking. Don't argue. I'm on a high school exam. Didn't you pass the entrance exam? Quiet. I'm carbonaraing. Love. Seeing that Hong Zimao didn't say anything, Linan was instantly happy and took the initiative directly. Then does someone else, He Su, still have to reluctantly cooperate with you? To take care of your mood. Zimo Hong. He didn't make it with Mu Shilua. How does he know? Ugh. Little old me. Get fit. Look at your brother and my muscles. Look. Rihannan then rolled up his sleeves, showing off his biceps like crazy, then lifted his shirt and, look. I haven't practiced since I got up this morning. Look at my abs. Zimo Hong. Why don't you say anything? Little old brother? Is there something on your mind? Say it out to make me happy. In an instant, the roles of both sides switched instantly. Zimo Hong. I'm a director. Finally, Hong Zimo lightly spat out a sentence that sounded like a threat that, only after Linan heard these words, his eyes brightened up, and he directly pulled Hong Zimo's arm, and opened his mouth with a pleading face. And, director, don't you fucking mention director to me. I'm the one who dislikes directors the most, especially those with the surname Hong, and I hate fat people among Hong's directors. They look disgusting. Drink. Yuck. Zimo Hong. Why don't you just say my name? Sorry, not talking about you, director. You just resemble that director. But I'm not talking about you. Vomit. It's not that I want to vomit when I see you. Don't get me wrong. Vomit you. Hong Mao Pei, they are offended. This is totally according to Hong Zimao's description. Right? Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to make it in the movie industry? Fear of set trade. This variety show is almost all fucking newcomers. And it's not like they're relying on this for food. Upstairs. You know what you're doing? Linan's mom is from Minchuan University. Would anyone who goes to this school be afraid of running out of food? The big deal is that people go back to inherit the family business. Inherit the family business? What an unfamiliar language. Speaking Chinese? Love. Now Lonan is close to writing the words open me on his face. I wasn't thinking about it when I arrived, but I didn't expect to almost homer the next day. But even more so, it's because it's during the recording period. That's why Qi didn't agree to it and gave it a delay. The original good-natured Linan's only thought now was to run away. To Hong Zimao, saying you're good was nothing to Lunan. But now Lunan wanted to hear Chi Ruoyan say you're good to him. I think you're right. I hate this kind of director too. Hong Zimao nodded fervently, and patted Linan's shoulder with a firm, heroic, as expected of my little brother. Renan blinked his eyes, Confusion written all over his face? No, you can even swear at this? You're really tough. If Ling Mo were here, he would have laughed in disdain. Hong Zima was so ruthless that his father dared to point his nose at him, let alone scold himself. Not you. Hong Zima took Li Nan's shoulder, glanced at the recording crew, and spoke in a whisper. I actually don't want to record it. He had just confirmed his relationship with Mushiro, and like men when they first confirm their relationship, they always want to take their women to see the world. Instead, they're tired of doing tasks in this little township and coming up with program effects. He's different from Ri Nan, who has been in a confirmed relationship with Chi Ruoyan for a while, and has experienced the sweet period when they first confirmed their relationship, and came to the variety show purely to hold himself up and have fun. Hong Zimao does not want to think of the time when his own children ask him, when did you and mom meet? Where did you spend sweet time together? What sweet things did you do? You can't tell me that I took your mom on a wilderness survival trip the first day we confirmed our relationship? What kind of brainwashed person would have to be to do something like that? Anyway, Hong Zimao doesn't want to be this brainwashed, and he hasn't felt love in a long time. There's no reason why it's always Mushiro who's giving, and he should do something to answer Mushiro's love. Rinan? Inexplicably, Rinan glanced at the staff member who still didn't know what was going on, with some pity in his eyes, as if to say, your boss wants to go on strike, but you're still working so hard. What do you want? So what do you mean? Rinan hesitated. After all, an actor and the director discussed how to run more or less a little bit of bullshit, but something so bullshit really just happened. Little brother, what would your family say about you if you defaulted back early? Hong Zimao thought about it and asked a question. Rinan snorted, looking extremely unconcerned. I fight each other at home with my second dog, and I'm afraid to talk about me? Meeting Hong Zimao's bland eyes, Li Nan was silent for a moment, slightly modifying his phrases. I get beat up at home, and I'm afraid to talk about me? Hong Zimao was happy, tootaying and smacking his lips. Originally when I was on the phone with my dad last night, my dad knew I was trying to run early and said that's not what a mature receiver should do. The most taboo thing in business is breach of contract. But when I said something about bringing the object of the inheritance of the incense along for the fun, my dad changed his face faster than a peking opera, and even asked me if I had the money for the fun. Since our family doesn't care about this, Rinan spoke up stupidly. Then, when will you run away? And when will you give Ling Mo a greeting? Bayu seems to be having fun these 2 days. Ling Mo won't necessarily agree. Hong Zimao waved his hand. Our two groups just became a couple not long ago to run away on the line. Just do not call my son. Willing to honestly record the end of the recording. Want to run away early? I'll just find another random person to make up the number. Zhou Wenchuan's group was supposed to be a serious resident guest I pulled for. No need to go there. The most important thing is, my father said to re-change the project opportunity to me, but the serious daughter-in-law must be firmly grasped. After all, money can't buy a single-minded daughter-in-law, and originally my father didn't even have much hope of me getting married and having children, so now it's the equivalent of me holding my father's hand. Hong Zimo waved his hand at Mushiro, who was looking at him suspiciously not far away, and smiled with a hefty smile, looking extraordinarily perverted. And the smile on Rinan's face gradually changed shape into a wry eye. So, Ling Mo? Can someone tell him what's going on? Did he get a hard-on? Having just been roused by Shirayuki in the early morning, he reached for his cell phone, which he had set aside, thinking to see if there were any messages he hadn't dealt with. I ended up seeing Hong Zimao's message to himself at the top. Son, I'm running away. Don't miss it. Let me know if you want to run away. I'll make the arrangements. Now I'm going to go have a sweet love affair. I take back what I said about this being a couple before. These miserable days are not for couples at all. And there's news of Ling Mo. It's not that I'm not righteous. It's that I didn't want to disturb you and buy you sleeping. That's why I didn't come to inform you. I followed the road. This thing you cannot blame me. I still want to stick with my sister Chi. Stick it. These 2 days to go wherever there are cameras. My sister Chi are not happy, pestering me to kiss. You also know that. The heavens and the earth. Chi's sister biggest. Ling Mare. Rinan's mouth is the toughest of all. What did you say? Is that Chi Ruoyan style? Well, what's wrong brother Mare? Bai, who was lying in Ling Mo's arms, rubbed her drowsy eyes. Her head came up a few points and rubbed Ling Mo's cheek, with a gust of lazy sleepiness. Ling Mo just rubbed Bayu's head and looked at her blue eyes, thinking of her going out and realizing that Chi Ruoyan and the rest of them were gone. What a clueless look that would have been. It should be pretty cute. It's nothing. If little Shirayuki is still sleepy, then go back to sleep. Ling Mo sent a message to Chi Ruoyan. Ling Mo, where are you and Linan now? It didn't take long for Chi Ruoyan to send a message that Kiran, in the car, told me this morning to come play some exciting games. to have a tense elopement, and somehow pulled me into the car. Chi Ruoyan, by the way. Hong Zimao knows about this. Li Nan said that he has already passed the gas, so that I do not worry, peacefully go elope with him. Ling Mare, Kiran Smoke, is Luna awake yet? Do you remember to talk to her in case there's a situation where she wakes up in the morning and wants to find me on a whim? Ling Mo, don't worry, Little White Moon will always be the most clingy to me. Go kiss your family Li Nan properly. With that, he sent a screenshot of Ri Nan's chat to Chi Ruoyan, extinguishing the cell phone screen. Little Shirayuki, want to keep playing here? Shirayuki sat up in confusion, scratching her white hair, which had exploded a bit in her sleep. What do you mean? Aren't Shirayuki and brother Mo going to be recording TV here for 10 days? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth straight draws. Or Li Nan and Chi Ruoyan elope this matter to tell. Of course, there is also Hong Zimao. Shirayuki's mouth opened a little wider and, so, brother Mare, are we the only ones in this little township now? Ling Mo thought about it. You can't say that. Zhou Wenchuan's group is still here. He's not like us. He's a guest who came to the show properly. Only I don't know why Zimao chose such a person who has no effect on the show. Hong Zimao, I don't want to. I'm so excited during the show. Who knew I'd come here and shrink like a quail? Do you want to keep playing, Shirayuki, or do you want to go too? Ling Mo respected Baiyu's opinion, even though it was said that the original reason he and Baiyu had come here was to show Hong Zimao a good time. But Shirayuki did have fun, too. If she wanted to remain here, Ling Mo had no problem with that. Baiyu listens to brother Mo. Wherever brother Mo goes, Baiyu goes. Ling Mo followed suit and sat up. And after taking Baiyu in his arms and kissing her, he began to get up and put on his clothes. That depends on what Little White Moon wants to do. After only 2 days of a 10-day vacation, does Little White Moon plan to follow me on a trip? Or does she plan to continue playing around in this small township? In fact, Ling Mo's meaning was already very obvious, almost putting Baiyu's favorite things in front of her eyes. As expected, Shirayuki was waving her hands like a child in excitement and, Shirayuki wants to go on a trip with brother Mo. Shirayuki loves going out on trips with brother Mo. Baiyu's smile infected Ling Mo, who laughed and pointed at himself. What about a kiss? Baiyu got up and directly pressed Ling Mo down on the bed, then kissed Ling Mo's lips and neck all over the place. Ling Mare, when it comes to having fun, why does this girl become so excited? The more Baiyu kisses brother Mo, the more brother Mo takes Baiyu for fun. He. White Moon is the best. After a short while, Mare brother. You said you'd wait until Shirayuki got engaged. An extremely aggrieved voice weakly sounded. Ling Mare, Kyoto, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Why are you back so soon? Mother Ling was a bit surprised. She usually went to watch the variety show that Ling Mo and Baiyu were participating in the afternoon towards the evening, so she didn't know anything about what happened in the morning yet. You guys are only recording for 2 days for your variety show? That's not right, is it? Ling Mo put his luggage in the room. Zimao he ran away with his men. Little White Moon and I went over there originally to give him a boost, but the host ran away, so what's left for me as a guest? By the way Mom, take a look at the hot search. Ling's mother nodded and opened her phone to go into a certain sound was attracted by the hot search phrase at the top of the list. The first oddball in hashtag variety history. The director ran away and then the 2 couples followed. Only 2 people and a number of crew members are left in the program. Hashtag. Immediately following the second entry. Hashtag a new type of variety operation means rise. The director himself attends the variety show. The recording of the 3rd day directly walk away. Hashtag. Miscellaneous basically 5 or 6 of the first 10 are related to variety shows hosted by Hong Zimao. Mother Ling? After coming out of his room, Ling Mo saw the surprised expression on Mother Ling's face and smiled. It's not far from what I guessed. The director as a guest, taking the lead to go on a run. Either way, it's going to be rushing to the top of the charts. Zimao just needs to arrange for a trusted person to take over the director's position, and then pull in 2 more random people, and the couple's variety show will still be able to run. The traffic to this show is now surprisingly high, and there are people who didn't know about it who are going to check out what it's all about after it's been brewing and spreading across various short video platforms. After all, there are variety oddballs, but one as odd as this is unique. So what's your plan with Kahaku now? Still the same as Kuni? Ling's mother's focus is not on the variety show, but on the fact that Ling Mo came back early with Baiyu. Is this proof? How much longer can she care for a little white guy? I'd like to take Little White Moon somewhere else to have some fun. And in the original schedule, after finishing the taping of the show Little White Moon will have 2 more weeks of classes which will be finals week. It's winter vacation after the exams, so I thought I'd use this time to take little Shirayuki to other places. There's still a lot of places that Shirayuki hasn't been to, and there's a lot of things I haven't taken Shirayuki to do. At this time, Bai came out from the bedroom. After coming home she laid on the bed and had a good feel of home. After noticing Ling Mo and Ling mother talking, then she got up from the bed with a fondness for it. Omega dash, oh brother Mare. What are you guys talking about? Shirayuki wants to hear it too. Bai sat down next to Ling Mo, reliantly hugging Ling Mo's arm and looking up at him. Her eyes filled with Ling Mo's figure. Wondering where to take Little White Moon. Is there any place Little White Moon wants to go that she hasn't been to yet? Bai thought for a moment, raised the cell phone in her hand, tapped it a few times, and handed it to Ling Mo. Cat Village? Ling Mo raised his eyebrows. Did Bai want to experience life in a pack? Shirayuki kept nodding her head, her eyes widening a little when she spoke of the excitement of the White Moon swiped there on his cell phone. There are so many just like White Moon, said Shirayuki, his words pausing for a moment. As cute as Shirayuki. Ling's mother was full of anti-smiles. Bai this girl how to look at it all beckons to be rare. There's nothing to take with us anyway. So let's take a day off today and leave tomorrow. Ling Mo planned to get together again when Hong Zimao and Li Nan, the two of them, were having their divine couple days. Once Hong Zimao gets his heart set on it, not to mention Kyoto, it's not even a sure thing that you'll stay in the country. Ling Mo could see that Hong Zimao's inner feeling right now was that he felt that he owed Mushiro a lot and wanted to make up for it by all means. It's also going to make up for who I was. Oh yeah, my dad's not coming home for a couple days, is he? Ling Mo's movement to get up stalled for a moment and he turned his head to look at Mother Ling. Mother Ling subconsciously shook her head. That's good. Just don't let him see Little White Moon, and when the time comes, Mom, you'll unintentionally reveal the news that Little White Moon and I are back. Ling Mo hemmed and hawed. After spending more and more time with Li Nan and Hong Zimao, Ling Mo was now a bit damaged. Piss him off. Mother Ling. Go out and get together? What's with the get together all of a sudden? Didn't we just get separated a while ago? Li Nan cupped his cell phone in his hand and looked at Li Bei, who was showing a scarlet gaze across the sofa, the corners of his mouth twitching straight up. My little brother won't be around much then? Okay, I'll think about it. I've got things to do here, so I'll hang up now. Ling Mo? Got it. There's someone next to me. This has to be faked. What's wrong? 2 dogs? Actually, it's okay for me and my mom to go shopping with Chi. We always need a man to carry the bag. If there's nothing else I'll withdraw. I'm afraid my sister Chi will miss me. Renan slowly got up and quietly approached the door, looking as if he would use his 100-meter race speed at any moment. Well, explain to me what you meant when you called me a 2-dog on the show and said you'd fight me at home. Li Bei gently picked up the teacup on the table and placed it on his mouth to take a light sip, his eyes smilingly looking at Li Nan. Quite a bit of a smiling face. Lu Nam. That. Father, do you believe there are ghosts in this world? In fact, every time I call you 2 dogs, I'm possessed by a ghost, and all the things I do are not my intention, including talking about fighting each other and all that nonsense. I regained control of my body in the back, and I'm not talking about the beatings I took at home. Renan would have liked to be tough, lowered his head to do psychological construction, but in the eyes of the tiger and wolf on the Rebay, decisively abashed, licking his face and smilingly opened his mouth. Between the words are pleasing to the intention. Father, you say, our Lai family's daughter-in-law is not to be aggrieved. Renan knew that the way to break this scene of interrogation was to take the initiative yourself, and changed the subject with a serious face. The corners of Li Bei's mouth rose slightly, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, just quietly looking at Li Nan, that playful smile looking at Li Nan's straight hair. Then think about it. Do you tolerate that I take Chi's sister can only live some frugal life or treat traveling as a poor trip? I'm sure you don't want to. I want to use this time for my honeymoon with my sister Chi. So, Rihannan was pulling left and right, just short of putting. Lao dang. Pop some gold coins. The words gave it away. Rebay nodded thoughtfully, his fingers tapping. Well, what he said is also true. Although the big one is ruined but the big one's daughter-in-law can't be aggrieved. Lu Nam. 2. Dads. This sentence can actually be said without having to say it. Kind of zaps your son's heart. It's fine. When the time comes, I will call Ruoyan with the money, and make sure that I won't let your honeymoon turn into a poor trip. How can I say that it's also my Li Bei's daughter-in-law, so I can't be treated poorly? Wait, I'll call Ruoyan for $500,000 first, and then I'll let Ruoyan ask me for it if I don't have enough money for the tour. Renan? Dad, I asked you to give me money. I'm not asking you to give money to my sister Ki. I'm your real son. If you do this, then I'll have to ask Ki for anything I want to buy. Wouldn't that make his mom my mom? When I think of that image, Chi's sister, I want to buy something to eat. You give me some money. Renan's face was blackened to a crisp. Wait, Ki is all on her own, then isn't Ki's money her own? For a moment, Renan went from not he to he. The playful smile on Li Bei's face dispersed for a few moments, and he stood up from the sofa, walking over to pat Li Nan's shoulder with his back in his hand, speaking in a serious tone that he never usually had at home. Li Nan, memorize what I'm about to say. Since a girl chooses a boy, it means that the rest of her life behind her will be spent with you, and the home that is most familiar to her is no longer the house of her and her parents. Rather, it's with your home, and the days you two will spend are the ones that will take up most of your lives, and our life family never produces men who play with women's feelings. So, since you chose your key sister, then you have to treat her well. I am satisfied with that child, but if you let me know that because of your problem the two are scattered or separated old and dead, you're not going back to this house either. There's a reason why Li Nan would be so innocent. Li Bei has educated him well since he was a child. How to respect women is an intellectual education that is particularly valued by Li Di. Lu Nam respects women, so he tries to minimize unnecessary physical contact with the opposite sex in his normal life. This was also why Qi Ruoyan only slightly teased Li Nan, teasing a little, and Li Nan's face was as red as a cherry bomb. Ronan knows how to tell a good woman from a bad one. Women can't be said to be good or bad. He knows how to find the right person to be his partner for the rest of his life. Pure love was pure love, but that didn't mean Renan would be a plaything in the palm of a woman's hand. Renan also put away that immodest look and nodded his head vigorously. Also for the first time he opened his mouth so seriously and shouted, "Don't worry Dad. I know. Let me see how it goes." A familiar tone of voice rang out. The door to the compartment was opened, and Ling Mo turned around and rolled her eyes. "Zimao, I thought you'd watch how you talk after you and Hichan became." Mu Shiro, who was holding Hong Zimao's hand, smiled gently and settled down with Hong Zimao. "I don't want to change Zimao because of my presence, and I'm not that capable of making Zimao change anything for me." Listen to what she said. How many men would love to have the object of their dreams, rich, talented, good-looking, and hell-bent on treating you with nothing but the utmost tolerance? Ling Mo now felt that it wasn't Mu Shiro's good fortune that Hong Zimao could find her as a marriage partner. Rather, it's Hong Zimao's blessing. Come on, since I'm the last one here, why don't I go ahead and punish myself? Hong Zimao laughingly opened a bottle of beer, stood up and, "I'd like to thank you all in advance for coming over to give me a shout-out for my variety show debut. And I have to thank me for coming up with the idea of creating a variety show, too. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find Hizuru." Renan, who was getting tired of Qi Ruoyan on the side, was happy to hear this. "Wasn't it because you didn't have a date at the time and thought you'd just pull someone off the internet to make up the numbers?" Zimo Hong. "Yo little old me, I thought you told me to wait after recording the show? Tell me, what do you want to do?" In keeping with the principle of courtesy, Hong Zimao downed the bottle of beer and casually placed it on the floor, taking a bite of food and putting it in his mouth to ease the discomfort in his stomach. "Come on, now that you've said that, let's have a showdown between real men." Renan rolled up his sleeves, and Shirayuki thought these two were going to fight. After seeing Qi Ruoyan sitting on a chair with no change in her expression, Baiyu curiously poked Qi Ruoyan's arm. "Ruyan, aren't you worried that the two of them are going to fight?" Kiran snorted and waved his hand. "Linan, what kind of person he is, Little Moon, don't you know? Don't worry, nothing will happen. I drank 15 bottles, it's better than you." Bull. Renan couldn't even stand steadily, and sat down on the chair next to Qi Ruoyan, seemingly smelling the scent of that familiar person. Renan's reddened cheeks looked towards Qi Ruoyan, his eyes a bit mesmerized, and he giggled and said, he, Kizi paste, said. Linan hugged Qi Ruoyan's arm, head constantly rubbing Qi Ruoyan's shoulder. "Looks extremely sticky, Qi Ruoyan." "Qi Ruoyan, Ling Mare, how dare you say that Qi Ruoyan is clinging to you?" Renan's mouth is also really hard. Although Hong Zimao's face was a few shades of red, he couldn't see the slightest hint of drunkenness on his face. The beer thing was just like water to him. Just let him have a bite of the dish. He'll be able to show off a bottle for you." The bastard held up his cell phone and took a wild shot at Renan, quacking and giggling. "With the amount of booze you're drinking, you want me to look good? Not to mention, you really put on a good show for me, but I've never seen you like this before, little old me." TSK. Hated to raise his head to the sky outside. Turns out to be so meek in front of Ruoyan. You? Ruoyan, what did you do to him? The smile at the corner of Hong Zimao's mouth was grinning up to his ears, and by the time Linan came to his senses the next day, when he saw this video, I don't know what the psychological feeling would be. Qi Ruoyan, so humiliating, so tempted to toss him aside. The corners of Qi Ruoyan's mouth twitched wildly. Admittedly, her private little life with Lin Nan would be more or less perverted and role reversed. But she didn't know that Renan's drunkenness had directly exposed her private appearance. Feeling the hot breath next to her constantly rubbing against her shoulder and arm, Chi Ruoyan's face darkened and, he's just drunk and acting crazy. By the way Zimao, aren't you taking Hee-chan with you? Where are you guys planning to go? I'll draw on that. This Renan guy is doing a guide pressurized and messed up. Hong Zimao held out his finger and wiggled it. What do you mean, where do you plan to go? All the attractions and good-looking places in the world Hisu and I are going to go. And we won't be back for 3 to 5 years. Conservatively speaking. Ling Mo spoke with some surprise. But Zimao, didn't you come back to China this time to prepare to take over the company? And you started the variety show to practice for taking over the company. So what? Is it possible that you're planning to run away again? Hong Zimao put his cell phone back, gave the video he had just recorded a backup in multiple places such as the cloud disk, and nodded his head contentedly. Originally, yes, because my old man said it wouldn't be a good idea for me to keep waving around, and asked me to make a choice between getting married and taking over the company. I then chose to take over the company, except that Hazura showed up, so the plan needed to be changed. 2. My father also agrees with me. The company is very stable now. Even if you don't go to work for a short period of time, there is no problem. Although it is said that nowadays, society is updating itself very quickly, but a company like my family, which is involved in all walks of life, won't be phased out very easily, and even the amount of revenue will make a small increase. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth twitched uncontrollably, but what Hong Zimao said was still genuinely reasonable. What about you guys if you smoke? Chi Ruoyan looked at Hong Zimao and Mushiro rather enviously, and Li Nan, who was rubbing up against her next to her, seemed to have noticed Chi Ruoyan's eyes. With a frown, he broke Chi Ruoyan's face over and spoke with reddened cheeks. No looking at anyone else. Look at me, Chi Ruoyan. It's just freshman year. It's still early. There's not that much vacation time to go far away to have fun. I envy you guys. You're as free as a bird. Chi Ruoyan hung her head low and spoke with a light sigh. Ling Mo felt something in his heart and looked toward Baiyu, who was touching her small stomach and burping. He sent Shirayuki to college because he wanted her to make friends. That's the main thing. He himself had no intention of letting Shirayuki finish college by the book. That self. Isn't it time to take Shirayuki and leave Minerva University when this semester is over? Actually, there's not much for Li Nan and I to do in the meantime. Nothing more than get into bed. Before Chi Ruoyan finished speaking, Li Nan hugged Chi Ruoyan's arm and drunkenly opened his mouth, hemmed and giggled, and kissed Chi Ruoyan's soft cheeks. Chi Ruoyan. It's really quite helpless sometimes. Crap. Renan, you are truly disgusting. Give me a shout next time you say something this anticlimactic so I can record it. And a bed? It's just a word. Disgusting. Hong Zimao touched his arm as if he had goosebumps and a disgusted look on his face. Baiyu was stunned for a moment, turned her head and spoke in a small voice to Ling Mo. Brother Mo. Renan said that the bed is to sleep with Ruoyan? Why would you say that Renan is disgusting? Ling Mare. Does White Moon want to know what it means to go to bed in a bed? Think. Shirayuki flashed a bright smile. I'm the one who bullied little White Moon to tears in bed on her birthday night. It's called going to bed. Shirayuki. What about you, Ling Mo? What are you going to do with little Moon during this time? I don't believe you'll do nothing. After learning where Hong Zimao had gone, Chi Ruoyan turned her head and asked Ling Mo, thinking to find some inspiration from him. Nothing, just hanging out like you guys. Ling Mo smiled. His heart has a different plan. This plan, the less people know, the better. Then it seems the meal was really quite necessary. So let's have another one. With that, Chi Ruoyan slapped Li Nan's hand and, next time you can't drink, don't move forward. It's not cohabitation yet, and I have to take you back later. Renan hugged Chi Ruoyan and wouldn't let go of her hand, looking as if she was aggrieved. Sticky. Chi Ruoyan. November evening wind, with a hint of coolness, gently blowing the earth. It is like a mysterious messenger, through the tunnel of time and space, bringing the news of the imminent arrival of winter. Perhaps, one night, you will walk the streets alone and feel the embrace of the evening breeze, which will take away your fatigue and worries and bring you back to your inner peace. Ling Mo said goodbye to Hong Zimao and a few of them and walked aimlessly down the street holding Baiyu's hand. Brother Mare, why does Shirayuki feel a little uncomfortable? Baiyu covered her chest and looked at Ling Mo in confusion. Because they are all Kohakuki's friends, especially like Zemo who can't see them for a long time. So Kohakuki will feel uncomfortable because Kohakuki doesn't want to part with them. Shirayuki thought about it. But Shirayuki never felt this way before. Ling Mo stopped, looked at Baiyu's confused cheeks, and smiled but in the past, Kohakuki didn't know friends either, or even what friends meant, did she? Little Baiyu, at that time, if I take you away from Minchuan University, will you not be able to let go of Li Nan, Hong Jiayong Xian and the others? Ling Mo reached out his hand and smoothed Baiyu's windblown hair behind her ear. reaching out to gently caress Bayu's cheeks as he opened his mouth with a serious expression. Bayu was stunned for a moment, obviously never having thought about this, gently biting her lower lip and lowering her head, not directly answering Ling Mo's question for the first time. Ling Mo already knew Bayu's answer, unwilling to give up. It's very disheartening. Shirayuki had never known anyone else but herself before, and she was the world to Shirayuki at that time. But it's not fair to Shirayuki, who's been incarnated, and who's supposed to act like a normal human being, to learn to touch humans and live normally, have your own friends, have your own hobbies. Ling Mo never wanted to raise Bayu to be an ignorant girl with only herself in her head, because it's not love. Rather, it's captivity. Okay, just kidding, don't think too much. Ling Mo smiled and pinched Bayu's soft cheeks, and since he already knew what Bayu was thinking, then he'll honor Shirayuki's idea of, Bayu wants to stay in Mingchuan University, so he'll stay with Bayu, accompany her through these 4 years of college. Ling Mo retraced his steps, tightly holding Bayu's soft and smooth little hand as he traveled through the bustling, busy streets with people coming and going. The two of them are like two shooting stars traveling through the hustle and bustle of this earthly world, clinging to each other. Shirayuki stopped in her tracks, her eyes lingering in one direction. Ling Mo was also forced to stop with his footsteps and followed Bayu's line of sight. It was a shiny jewelry store. Kittens love shiny things, and dynamic ones are more attractive to kittens, but that doesn't mean static ones are uninteresting. Why? Do you like it, little white moon? The corner of Ling Mo's mouth ticked imperceptibly, pretending to know nothing as he opened his mouth in doubt. Shirayuki subconsciously nodded her head. So beautiful. Then it was as if he had come back to his senses and muttered, inside the cell phone it says that everything in stores like this is expensive, and that people have to owe money to buy it. Shirayuki doesn't like it. Ling Mare. He could clearly hear Shirayuki's little mumble, and felt a pang of amusement in his heart that, this girl is rich, but still has no concept of money. Usually eat either the cafeteria or home cooking. With what is Ling Mo to buy? Bayu greedy, never saw the bill. It was only when she was earning money to adopt Ling Mo that Bayu felt it was not easy to earn money. Since little white moon doesn't like it, I'll go first. Ling Mo sighed in mock pity, and Bayu took one last look at the jewelry store, or took a deep breath and, keeping up with Ling Mo's pace, the two of them gradually disappeared into the horizon. Back at home, Ling Mo sent a message to Hong Zimao, followed by a direct transfer. Oh well, don't worry brother Mo. I'll definitely do a great job with sister-in-law. Brother Mo, are you insulting me with money? I'll take care of this matter. It's you who enlightened me so that I can recognize myself. This ring is even a gift from me. I'm a grandson for accepting money. It didn't take long for Hong Zimao to reply, but he didn't collect the money, and both inside and outside of his words, he felt that the money was used by Ling Mo to bury himself. Ling Mo was dumbfounded and replied, I bought it for my little Bayu. Of course it's going to be on my dime. Why don't I pay for it when you buy it for Shiro? This time Hong Zimao didn't reply. Next moment, Ling Mo's cell phone then sent a message that the other party had successfully accepted the transfer. Hong Sun-su, Mare, just wait and collect. Ling Mo put down his cell phone and took Bayu, who was concentrating on watching TV, into his arms, gently stroking her shoulders and secretly saying, Koha Cookie likes it. Then it's good to make it a surprise on the trip. By the way, it's also a memorial. The next morning, the sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the room with a sense of tranquility. Outside the window came the cheerful songs of birds, seemingly celebrating the arrival of a new day. Ling Mo left the house with Bayu, and this time the destination was Cat Village. Hong Zimao and Li Nan also both moved separately. One went to the south of the river outside the country. One went to the country of heaven. Hey, Shirayuki always gets excited when she's getting ready to play, and opens the windows like she used to do when she went out to have fun and, Brother Mo, look, we're so fast now, the wind can't even catch up with us. Ling Mo, who was driving, spoke to Bayu without turning his head. Well, don't move, it's on the highway. Ling Mo then opened the storage box, took a look at the contents, and reassuringly reclosed it again. Oh, Bayu nodded obediently, closed the window and pulled out a handful of melons. The sound of getting high didn't make Ling Mo feel distracted. Ling Mo liked the sound of it, and melons were usually a must-have when crowds got together to talk and laugh. Like New Year's Eve, like the holidays, like anniversaries, and like marriage and engagement. Brother Mare, look, the melon seeds Bayu gave you to get high on. To people's surprise, Bayu got high on melon seeds and didn't eat them directly, but existed in her hand, as if she had gotten some kind of treasure. Her two hands cupped together, squinting her eyes and smiling, waiting for Ling Mo's compliments. It felt as if he had come back from a hard hunt and wanted to share it with Ling Mo. Brother Mo, eat the melon seeds. It'll be extra. Extra delicious if you eat so many melons together. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly, and he opened his mouth in a rather pretentious manner. Koa cookie feeds me. It'll taste better that way. Baiyu tilted her head, dumbfounded like she hadn't expected Ling Mo to talk like that, but didn't think much of it, pouring all the melon nuts into one hand and carefully moving a few points closer. Brother Mare. Your mouth open wider. White Moon is going to put it in. Oh. Ling Mo slightly turned his head sideways and opened his mouth, and in the next moment, a hand with a scent covered his mouth. The full melon kernels are like a little elf, lightly jumping and entering into their mouths. Each melon seed kernel carries a unique flavor and texture, some sweet and savory, some with a slight hint of bitterness. With the chewing motion, the melon seeds burst out in the mouth with a rich flavor that fills the entire mouth. Ling Mo slowly stopped chewing, a touch of strangeness all over his face. Little White Moon, is this melon damp? How? Ling Mo's afterglow noticed Baiyu's action of getting high on melon seeds, and then it was as if he had been hit with a round of beatings from both Arthur Hua Mulan. Silence and broken defense. Shirayuki threw a whole melon into her mouth, crunched it a few times, spit the rind onto the toilet paper, and reached out to her own mouth, and a melon kernel with a few crystals on it just came out of nowhere. Baiyu grinned after noticing Ling Mo's gaze. Brother Mo, are the melons good? Baiyu just got high on another melon seed. Nah, give it to Brother Mo. Ling Mare. Thanks Shiratsuki, except I suddenly don't feel that much of a craving for squash either. After driving for 4 hours, I finally drove from Kyoto to Cat Village. As soon as Baiyu got off the bus, she stretched her waist to her heart's content, her proud curves visible to all. The duo hadn't been gone long when they were pestered by a big, fat, blue cat that wasn't afraid of life. It fell directly at Ling Mo's feet, meowing. Meow. He. It just so happens that this great king is hungry. Hurry up and give this great king something to eat. Meow. This king knows how to hold you all. Just a couple of barks and a big treat will be fed into my mouth by your hands. Meow. This king doesn't bite you guys, and you have to praise me for being so nice and a good cat. Haha, there's nothing a cat would like more than that. Ling Mo still didn't know what was going on, and squatted down to stroke the blue cat's back, and then reached out to gently scratch the blue cat's chin. The blue cat let out a very heavy purr, squinting his eyes and looking extremely enjoyable. Ling Mo didn't know, but Baiyu knew what was going on, and with her hands clasped over her chest, she looked at the scheming cat in front of her. Brother Mare, let's go. It's still just at the entrance. There's more fun to be had inside. Shirayuki hemmed and hawed, trying to trick Brother Mo into eating? No way. Shirayuki is still here. Yeah. Ling Mo didn't think much of it, and after a final jerk of the blue cat, he got up and followed White Moon deeper into the village. The blue cat lying on the ground opened its eyes and watched in confusion as the duo drifted away, and if it could speak, the first words that popped out were definitely nationalist. The cat village deserves to be called a cat village, and the cats here aren't afraid of people at all, and when they see some tourists coming over, they go over to rub their legs and meow. Even newborn kittens, so young and already working, selling and pampering. Life is really not easy, when everything was still under control. It wasn't until Baiyu meowed a few times that Ling Mo clearly saw the confusion written all over all the cats' faces. Then they all scattered and fled in all directions, and in a moment, the two who were originally surrounded were instantly standing in an open space. Ling Mo? Did you scare them? White Moon. Ling Mo didn't know what Baiyu had just said, but in terms of the cat's reactions just now, it should have said something unimaginable. Baiyu gently shook her head. A deep look of doubt likewise surfaced on her clear face, her beautiful blue eyes slightly narrowed, flashing thoughtfully. Shirayuki just greeted them. Shirayuki didn't do anything. With two different species, one of which speaks the words of the other, it's no wonder the cats are scattering and separating. I should have known that Shirayuki wouldn't have asked. The cats all ran away. Baiyu hung her head low as a Shiba Inu passed by and slowly walked over, those intelligent eyes looking up and down at the Ling Mo duo. This would be the village chief, right? Ling Mo hesitated for a while, but still chose to give the village chief tribute supplies. Under the temptation of a ham sausage, the Shiba Inu mayor yielded to Ling Mo, revealing a bright smile, and followed Ling Mo and the two of them around, just like a small tour guide. After the lesson she had just learned, Shirayuki never spoke in the animal's language, nor did she greet the village chief. The two of them walked slowly and saw a small temple. It just so happened that there was a home not far away. Ling Mo waved his hand in greeting and signaling. Brother, what kind of temple is this? Big brother wiped his hands. A look at this is the village's tourism resources. This is where the first mayor of our cat village lived, passed away a long time ago, and the current mayor is a Shiba Inu. Just, with that, The Shiba Inu shook his head and walked out from behind Ling Emo, barking twice. Hello, village chief. The older brother was a man of nature, and gave the Shiba Inu a direct salute. The grin on Cheshire's face grew even wider. Woof woof. Ling Mare. What's with the inexplicable joy and absurdity? Ling Mo and Baiyu wandered aimlessly through the village, but strangely enough, it's obviously a cat village, but there's not many cats to be seen right now. What do you mean? I don't know. You're not working? The village chief's expression was also deeply puzzled, constantly shaking his head and frowning just to feel like he had lost his face. The mayor called out twice. Woof woof. Then it sat down and held its head high, looking like Rihanna style pretending. Time passes slowly. There is no change around. The village chief also feel the dog face a bit hang on. With his head lowered and his tail drooping, he rubbed against Ling Mo's pants leg. Woof woof. Ling Mo was amused by this cute and ridiculous expression and took out a ham sausage, tore open the package and waved it in front of the village chief. It's okay. Life isn't as good as it should be. Come on, have a ham sausage first. The mayor just sniffed it, pushed down that desire in his heart, tossed his head to the side and wailed twice. Looked like it had to let its men out, otherwise it felt guilty inside if it ate. Baiyu licked her lips, took the ham sausage from Ling Mo's hand, took a bite, narrowed her eyes and laughed. And it doesn't eat. Baiyu eats it. Thank you, brother Mo. Ling Mare. So why didn't you say thank you when you ate just now? Mayor? Shiba Inu? It took a few steps forward, then stopped, pawed the earth a few times with both of its own paws, and looked up to the sky. And woof woof. Sacred fire meow cult. Where are you all? Come out of there. Woof woof. If you don't come out, you'll be my sun moon woof woof cult. A voice came from so far away that if you didn't listen carefully you couldn't hear it at all. Meow. That's a pretty rebellious village chief this term. Meow. I hear there's a two-legged beast here that speaks the language of the Meow Masters? Let me see. Thus, an extremely spectacular scene appeared right before Ling Mo and Baiyu's eyes. At the head of the group was a civet cat, striding with the pace of a six-pack, followed on the right and left by two fat blue cats. Followed by dozens of cats, looking like a gang of bullies out on the warpath. It's as if BGM is playing all around. Shouting at the wind and clouds, I'll break in at will and all the people will look up to me. Shouting at me, I never need to look backward. Turn over the heavens and I will set and I will write and honor my own laws. The coyote of this fierce twinkling vision. The lead civet cat tilted her head and meow. What two-legged beast speaks the language of meow teaching? Ling Mo looked at the blue cat to the left of the civet cat with a bit of familiarity. Isn't that the one at the door? How come it's inside now? Meow. The female one. Meow. Long white hair. Meow. The one that feels like a heartbeat as soon as you see it. Baiyu looked at the formation in front of her and shrank behind Ling Mo with some fear, only revealing a small head to observe the situation. Probe. JPG. But all this seemed to Ling Mo. It's this Murakumo that purrs, and then comes over a whole bunch of kittens that. What? Is this a firefight? The civet cat took a sturdy step and circled around Shirayuki, and after a few turns she sat down and tilted her head to observe the white moon. Meow? Do you speak the words of the meow teachings? Shirayuki hesitated for a moment. Meow. What do you want with Shirayuki? Ling Mare. He was watching as the civet cat's pupils gradually changed from a thin slit to a rounded look. Wriggling his body then went to rub against Shirayuki's calf. Meow. Love the way you smell. Are you going to stay and be my cottage wife? Shirayuki? As soon as she saw Baiyu's expression, Ling Mo covered her cheeks with a snap. Are all cats so horny? Are there no decent cats? Oh no. The decent ones are sterilized. With that Ling Mo froze for a moment. It seems that Shirayuki is above showering and making physical contact with herself. All seem pretty enthusiastic. Ling Mare, the blue cat next to him hesitated, stepped forward and purred. Meow. Boss, didn't you lose your egg? Ravens. The Shiba Inu mayor became enraged, and, showing his teeth, growled a low growl, wailed twice, and, woof woof, settle down, all of you. Is it too good for you? The civet cat was also honest and hung its head low. Ling Mo reached out and rubbed the Shiba Inu's head. You're pretty good. They wilted after 2 barks, worthy of being the village chief. The village chief almost broke, almost wanting to show his teeth to Ling Mo. Big brother, can't you see I'm standing up for myself? You're making me look awkward. So, have I made my point or not? Ling Mo stroked the Shiba Inu's head while he had some thoughts in his mind. By the time you get yourself engaged or married to Koa Cookie, it seems nice to have a bunch of cute cats. Certainly not the kind of cats inside the cat village. They're used to being loose. Even if you talk to them to keep them honest and don't move around, they don't always listen either. When the time comes, Why don't we just pack down a few cat cafes, where the cats are all good looking and obedient, and have little white moon tinkle a few more times? This wedding will be historic. It's not unheard of for a wedding guest to be all cats, but the kittens and the people are blessedly looking at the newlyweds. Ling Mo wasn't sure if there were any such examples, but there certainly weren't many. He didn't want a traditional wedding scene. He wanted to save all the best ideas and the best arrangements for Shirayuki. Shirayuki waved at the group of cats and, meow. Hello, you guys, my name is Shirayuki. The cats swarmed around, 3 times inside and 3 times outside, meowing. In fact, Ling Mo consciously still more popular with cats. People who have cats naturally carry an affinity for cats. If the cat had to choose between him and Hong Zimao, then surely almost all cats would go for Lingmare, but there's no way around it now. Shirayuki is a bug, and no amount of affinity you have can stand up to a word from someone of the same kind. The cats were so enthusiastic that Shirayuki's body was covered with cat hair, and he stayed in the village until the evening. Even when it was the time for Bayu to get on the car, the group of lawless cats climbed directly onto the car window and purred endlessly, extremely reluctant to see Bayu leave. Ling Mo thought he had been attacked by bandits. Meow. Be sure to check back when the time comes. Meow. Sister White, when you came back we elected you to be the boss of the Holy Fire Meow cult. It wasn't until Ling Mo drove off that the civet cat that wanted Bayu to be his cottage wife frantically chased after him. Meow. Shirayuki, you have to be happy when we see each other again. Okay. Meow. It's okay for you to be happy on your own without me in your world. Meow. Shirayuki. Shirayuki, how can I live without you, Shirayuki? Shirayuki, you take me away, Shirayuki. In that scene, those who didn't know thought that Ling Mo owed this cat food. The tourists who came today were extraordinarily clueless. 2. One would anticipate that a crowd might not share a kitty to jerk off to, but one doesn't anticipate everyone watching all the cats circling around one person. Happy and carefree times are always as fleeting as a white horse, and those days of fun and frolic seem to be right in front of us, but they have already slipped away. As with the previous tour, Ling Mo spent the last of his time above the mountains, ancient Wudong Mountain, and for no other reason whatsoever. Perhaps revisiting old haunts is a journey to find oneself. 2. Perhaps lost in the hustle and bustle of the world for too long. We need a corner. A place where the mind can return to peace and quiet. This place is the hometown full of memories, where you can talk to your past self. The last time they came here they were in too much of a hurry. Ling Mo and Bayu didn't pray on the temple at the top of the mountain. They just walked across the trestle and arrived at the most suitable place to watch the sunrise. Because the trestle and the temple were in 2 different directions, when Shirayuki decisively chose to go to see the sunrise, Ling Mo also had no choice but to follow Bayu. This time, in addition to getting rid of this regret, Ling Mo had one more important thing to do. Evening. Brother Mare. Watch this time. Bayu can definitely climb to the top in one breath. It's absolutely impossible to cry out of exhaustion. Bayu crossed her arms and spoke to Ling Mo with a godly face in the inn she had stayed in before. Ling Mo was silent for a moment and spoke slightly playfully. Then, this time it will be Little White Moon who will charge me instead. If I don't want to climb then, Little White Moon will charge me once. Will you do it, Little White Moon? Ling Mo asked this sentence, his eyes looking straight at Bayu. Bayu licked her lips. This niece has never been one to be pretentious or arrogant, and trotted into Ling Mo's arms, rubbing against Ling Mo's chest. Willing. Of course Shirayuki is willing. Then, White Moon will encourage Brother Silence at that time. When Brother Silence climbs one step, White Moon will charge Brother Silence once. Ling Mare, you'll be kissing your lips off, won't you? That's not the way to charge. After coming out from the inn, Ling Mo and Bayu both wrapped up thickly and hit the hand lamp to start climbing the mountain slowly. It's not in the middle of any vacation period, and you don't even see a few people that. Plus it's November and the mountain is a few degrees colder than it was when I came to hike earlier. Brother Mare, are we really going to board again? This time, Shirayuki was a bit of an improvement over before. She was shouting that she was tired before she even got to the ticket gate, but now she had at the very least gotten to this part of the stairs before she started shouting. Standing at the entrance of the stairs, looking at the hiking route marked on the signboard, Shirayuki raised her head, those soulful blue eyes like deep oceans, flashing with bright light. Actually, if Brother Mo doesn't climb the mountain, Bayu is also able to charge Brother Mo. Bayu stood on her tiptoes, lying in Ling Mo's arms, and kissed Ling Mo's lips, with a few hints of pettiness. Why don't we just stop going up there? Ling Mare, there's a surprise I prepared for Kowakuki at the top of the mountain. If Kowakuki doesn't want it, then let's go back and rest. Ling Mo would never try to force Bayu, and would always give an option for her to choose from, plus the lure of conditions. Of course, Bayu was stunned for a moment, turned around and started to climb the stairs with a trot. only to see her slim little legs like light butterflies, dancing quickly in the air. The reward. Here comes Shirayuki. Ling Mare. According to this run, it didn't take long. Brother Mare. Shirayuki needs to recharge. Can't run anymore. In the middle of the resting seat, Baiyu sat across Ling Mo's body, her chin resting on Ling Mo's shoulder with a few hints of currying favor and pampering. Brother Mare, why don't you just talk to Shirayuki about what the reward is? Maybe White Moon will be more motivated. Ling Mo let out a light laugh, patted Baiyu's back and hugged her a few points tighter. I won't tell you. You want to know? Then wait for little White Moon to personally go up and open this mysterious gift box? Baiyu instantly bristled. A grunt kept coming out of her mouth in anger, and Ling Mo touched Baiyu's head in amusement. Give me a kiss and little White Moon won't be angry. Okay? Baiyu turned her head away, deliberately avoiding Ling Mo. Could it be that Baiyu can be coaxed by a single kiss? Brother Mo is also too perfunctory for Baiyu. Ling Mo was deeply aware of this niece's temperament, and raised his eyebrows slightly. So, how many kisses does little White Moon mean? Saying that, Shirayuki actually counted it with her fingers in her mouth, muttering, 30 times 365 times 100. Yes, Ling Mo? What does she want? Baiyu's mind was quick to calculate, and after muttering a few words, she cupped Ling Mo's cheeks, lowered her head and kissed Ling Mo's lips before saying, with a mischievous smile, freckling, that, a total of 1,950,000 White Moon kisses. Nah, Shirayuki rubs a zero for Brother Mo. A total of 1,100,000 times to kiss the White Moon. Oh, well, the kiss just now doesn't count. Well, there's also the fact that it doesn't count when Brother Mare bullies Shirayuki. Otherwise Brother Silence would have finished kissing the day in one go. Well, what else doesn't count? And in the shower. And, oops. Anyway, as long as Shirayuki doesn't say anything, none of it counts. The more Baiyu said, the happier she got. The smile on her face couldn't be hidden no matter what. She couldn't help but dance with her hands and looked at Ling Mo, who was already petrified underneath her, blinking her eyes a little, and weakly said, Brother Mare, you don't want to kiss Shirayuki again. Ling Mare, does that mean he still owes 1,000,001 kisses? It's a deal. It's a deal. It's not a deal. Wouldn't you never be able to pay it back? But Ling Mo thought for a moment. That's good. Baiyu will always be her debtor and she will always be her ATM. Myself and Shirayuki will be together forever. Not paid off in this life. Next life, next life, next life, life and death. He was willing to go into this huge debt. Think, of course. The corner of Ling Mo's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, but he did not make any sound. His gaze quietly gazed at Baiyu, his eyes full of endless tenderness. That gentle look, like the warm sunshine in spring. Baiyu originally had a hint of aggravation on her face, but after hearing Ling Mo's words, all of her unhappiness dissipated. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a sweet smile that. Baiyu lowered her head again and kissed Ling Mo's lips. This time the kiss was more passionate than before, full of love and tenderness. In about 2 minutes, this time kissing, Baiyu just barely counted once. So Brother Mo, you have to remember how many more times. Oh, if you forget then Baiyu but we'll start counting all over again. Baiyu's little face was flushed as she got down from Ling Mo's lap, lifted her head to look at the top of the mountain, and took Ling Mo's hand. Brother Mare, White Moon is fully charged. It's ready to go. Poof. Isn't it just a small mountain in the area? Shirayuki is the best. Sigh, Nabla, sigh charge. Ling Mo ran wildly after Baiyu, looking at her jumping white hair, and smiled gently. And, slow down. Be careful of falling. Not at all. White Moon can still see things at night. Brother Silence has a bad memory. How is his memory bad? He wanted to eliminate any possibility of getting Shirayuki hurt. I don't know why, but it's obviously dark. But Ling Mo felt that Baiyu was like a ray of light that, a light that God sent down in his own hour of darkness, not as blinding as the sun's rays, or as brilliant as the aurora borealis at the poles. The light on Shirayuki was simple, pure, and, just a simple soft white. But that soft white color was what he had been seeking. This time Ling Mo had calculated the time. He was unwilling to let Baiyu freeze for a while longer. By the time we reached the top of the hill, it was just dawning and it seemed like the first sun was coming out at all times. Ling Mo led Baiyu to the top supply, in which sat an older woman. Hello auntie, is there a prayer sign here? Big Mama nodded her head and smiled with her eyebrows as she said, does the young man intend to seek marriage or wealth? Ling Mo tightened his grip on Baiyu's hand for a few moments, and his gentle voice softly rang out, seeking a marriage. The older woman nodded thoughtfully and pulled out 2 wooden signs that, $100 apiece, $200 a pair. Don't see the price is a little more expensive, but 100 times a day. And this wood is also. It costs less than $1. And it's at least 100 times more when you put it on the mountain and pray for blessings. When he reached the top of the mountain there was almost no signal. Ling Mo didn't want to listen to those business courtesies anymore, but directly took out $200 bills and handed them to the big mom. Okay, thanks. Baiyu had no concept of $200, and took a prayer card from Ling Mo's hand, holding it to her chest. Hey, Mayor brother, what do you want to write on this? Ling Mo smiled, and the older woman duly reminded that, Gu, little girl, this can't be told to each other. It has to be written by two people separately, so that the words will work. Baiyu's eyes widened slightly and she reached out to cover Ling Mo's lips that were about to open and close. Brother Mayor is not allowed to say it. Baiyu, don't listen. Ling Mayor, let's go. We won't make it to sunrise if we don't hurry. Ling Mo gathered Baiyu in his arms, greeted the older woman and left. Big Mom looked at the figure of the two, the face of that doing business with the temptation and many other small expressions as much as faded, replaced by the blessing of Ling Mo and their blessing. No peeking for Brother Mayor. Fearing that her wish would not be granted, Shirayuki crouched in a corner and wrote something on top of a prayer sign. After writing it, Baiyu even made a point of keeping her distance from Ling Mo and hung it on a different branch of the prayer tree, worried that she might accidentally see what Ling Mo had written. Phew. This, Shirayuki's wish will definitely come true. Baiyu let out a long breath and jumped into Ling Mo's arms, her little face freezing red. Brother Mayor, didn't you say you had a gift for Shirayuki at the top of the mountain? Where is it? Shirayuki didn't see it. Did Brother Mayor not? Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Mo pulled out a small box from his pocket and, seemingly feeling that this matter was important, Ling Mo specially straightened his lapel, cleared his throat, and opened the small box in front of Baiyu's face. This is. Shirayuki froze as she looked at the delicate trinket glistening in the small box, and her heart began to beat indisputably faster. Little White Moon, before maybe I did a lot of things that made you shed tears, but I promise that from now on, I won't let you suffer a single indignity because of me. I'm not going to pay back those 100,000 kisses from Little White Moon. Baiyu felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest, listening to Ling Mo's solemn words, nervously and unconsciously pinching her fingers tightly. Why? Ling Mo's face had a rare extra wry smile on it, as if he had done a prank that, in that case, this life you are bound to me to this together. No, not just this life. Next life. Next life. Next life. Because of that I'll be able to stay with Koa Cookie all the time. The tip of Shirayuki's nose flushed red, perhaps because of the cold, or perhaps because she was touched. A touch of wetness gradually rose from the bottom of her blue eyes, and she gently pursed her lips. Shirayuki is going to be with Brother Mayor all the time. For many, many lifetimes. Ling Mo slowly got down on one knee, held the ring, tilted his head, and looked at the white-haired princess that belonged to him. It looked as if it had been rehearsed many times, and those deep dark eyes looked at his best man, and he spoke softly, but a tremor could be heard in his voice. The extreme nervousness of this is different from the usual banter. This is an extremely serious matter. Ling Mo also wouldn't use the usual playful tone of voice to say such things to Baiyu. It was a perfunctory statement to Baiyu as well as to himself. Baiyu, will you marry me? With heaven and earth as witnesses, and the mountains as spectators, I, Ling Mo, wish to be with Baiyu for a long time and never part. Baiyu bit her lips tightly, looking at the ring in Ling Mo's hand that shone with a bright light. Tears flowed out indisputably. She wiped her tears haphazardly and broke into a smile. Shirayuki can't cry. This is something that makes Shirayuki happy and cheerful. Shirayuki should be smiling. Baiyu recalled the women who were proposed to in the video. At that time Baiyu was puzzled. Wasn't it very happy to be proposed to? Why would they cry? Now Shirayuki knew that when one was happy to the core, one would cry just as much. Shirayuki is going to be with Brother Mayor all the time. Brother Mayor is the best. Ling Mo carefully held Baiyu's hand, as if holding a precious and incomparable pearl, and slowly slid the shining and eye-catching ring in his hand gently over Baiyu's slender and soft fingertips. When the ring landed firmly on Baiyu's finger, Ling Mo stood up, his eyes filled with deep love, and held Baiyu's hand tightly. Baiyu looked at the ring on her finger and couldn't hold back any longer. She jumped into Ling Mo's warm and generous embrace. Her soft red lips couldn't help but press against Ling Mo's, kissing him hard as if she was trying to incorporate all of her emotions into the fervor of this moment. This kiss, which contained endless love and commitment, brought their hearts closer to each other, and Ling Mo hugged Baiyu tightly, feeling her body temperature and breath as if he owned the entire world. A cold wind blew over the top of the hill, ruffling the prayer tiles on the prayer tree. Ling Mo, I want to be with Little White Moon for a long time and live forever. Bayu, I like Brother Silence. Bayu must stick to Brother Mo all the time. To be Brother Silence's exclusive Muppet. The morning sunlight, through the thick mist of the mountains, gently sprinkled that soft morning sunlight on the ring finger of Bayu's left hand. As their lips parted, the two, Ling Mo clearly saw the light flickering on Bayu's ring finger, which he held tightly in his hand. Marriage? So soon? You're getting married on vacation? Are you guys on a rocket? In the chat group, Renan replied, shocked, not. I thought you guys said before that winter break was for engagements? How come you got married straight away? Ling Mo touched his nose, looked at Bayu who was lying on the bed with a grumpy face looking at himself, tapped the screen of his cell phone, and, don't you care so much? You'll just come when the time comes. By the way, why did I see you at school 2 days ago with a white face? It felt like you were dying. Renan didn't reply this time. Chiruoi sent a string of. In an instant, Ling Mo understood. It seems that after marriage the man's suffering now. Renan feel well, you guys take a look at the time. The wedding preparations are pretty much done, so just come over when you're there. Ling Mo put down his cell phone, sat on the edge of the bed and kissed Bayu's forehead and whispered, does it still hurt? Bayu skimmed her lips and pushed Ling Mo's hand away, her words carrying an accusatory tone. Ouch. It hurts. Brother Silence must bully Shirayuki into crying every time. Originally, the engagement was left for winter vacation. Ling Mo wanted to propose once before the engagement. Since coming down from the top of the mountain, Bayu had gone from sticking to Ling Mo's side before to practically hanging onto him. So Ling Mo got a lot of meat back after the proposal. But Bayu seemed to be enjoying herself, knowing full well that she would be bullied. But still, you have to stick it to Ling Mo. Until, a wipeout. Bayu threw up one day and became wilted. Ling Mo how to coax cannot be. This can be. The old couple was nervous, taking Shirayuki straight to the hospital for a checkup. After seeing the results of the examination, Ling Mo was watching a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s who could still climb up and down 4 or 5 flights of stairs without gasping for breath, and do a backflip to help with the fun when he was done. Ling's mother was also excited, but in the end, she wasn't as lawless as Ling Tian. She just didn't know how many phone calls she had made, and the smile on her face simply couldn't be suppressed. The doctor said that the probability of success of a condom is 98%. Condoms have a 98% chance of success, but that doesn't mean 100%. The number of painful sessions, the method of use, etc., can affect the probability of contraceptive success. I was wrong, little Shirayuki. Ling Mo chose to decisively admit his mistake and gently stroked Bayu's head, full of apologies. Even though he said he wouldn't let Shirayuki cry because of himself again. But there's no way around it. He only moved gently, and Shirayuki looked at himself with tears in her eyes. That resigned little look that, the lustful Ling Mo, upon seeing such a look, the movements became more unrestrained. Brother Mare, be gentle and Bayu will stop crying. Bayu squinted her eyes and rubbed against Ling Mo's palm. Afternoon. Surprisingly, Chi Ruoyan came. The wedding isn't today. Why did you come over today, Ruoyan? Chi Ruoyan took off her sunglasses, rolled her eyes, shook the bag in her hand and, I've come to see little Luna. I said, what are you doing marrying little Luna in such a hurry? You didn't even say anything when you got pregnant. What? And you're worried I'll rob little Moon? Ling Mo laughed dumbly and didn't say anything, sidestepping his body and giving Chi Ruoyan a way out of the way. Inside the bedroom. What's that smell? It's kind of familiar. The tip of Ling Mo's nose twitched slightly as he frowned at the bag in Chi Ruoyan's hand. What did you bring? Chi Ruoyan walked in with the bag in her hand, and without looking back, waved her hand. Bring it to Luna, not a bioweapon. Ling Mare, Ruoyan, there you are. Bayu's back was against the bed, holding a tablet in her hand, and her afterglow saw Chi Ruoyan's figure. Her eyes lit up, and she kept waving her hand. And, come on. Bayu's eyes stared straight at Chi Ruoyan's hand, smacked her lips a few times, and looked over her shoulder and said, where's the stuff? Where's the stuff that Shirayuki wanted? The corners of Chi Ruoyan's mouth rose slightly. How could anyone rise to hate such a lovely Bayu? Here it is. Chi Ruoyan opened the bag, and the scent inside rushed out along the mouth of the bag, and Ling Mo finally knew what Chi Ruoyan had brought. Shirayuki has been wanting to eat it for a long time. Thank you, Ruoyan. Shirayuki grabbed a handful of grilled squid and shoved it into her mouth. The corners of her mouth stained with grease. During the time Bayu was pregnant, basically what she was given was light, high nutrient and high protein food, like this heavily oiled and flavored. Can't say hardly. Let's just say it wasn't given to Shirayuki. Can this be eaten by the little white moon? Ling Mo wasn't worried about the child. If that kind of bloodshed plot of protecting the big one and the little one appeared, then Ling Mo would not hesitate to choose to protect the big one. But Ling Mo learned that if you eat heavy oil and salt during pregnancy, you will suffer from blood pressure, edema, palpitations and some other bad things. And he didn't dare let Shirayuki eat it. It's not like Luna is a prude. It doesn't affect her much once in a while, and she hasn't been pregnant for long anyway. Chi-Royan sat on the bed, tilting her head slightly, revealing her eyes. People say that when a woman is pregnant she experiences anxiety and her mind wanders, but I don't see that symptom in Little Moon. Instead, I see it in you. That's bullshit. Shirayuki was a cat before. This was the first time for him. Not to mention Shirayuki, Baiyu was able to live a carefree life under Ling Mo's shelter, and had Ling Mo to carry whatever happened, enjoying the fullness of love. It's true to say that women experience anxiety when they're pregnant, and on the one hand, there's the pregnancy that, but the other side of the coin is that men are not given enough security. Come on, don't think about it, go prepare your things peacefully. I'll take care of Little Moon for the next 2 days, and the wedding will be held the day after tomorrow. Chi-Royan waved her hand, but the words she uttered made Ling Mo a little worried. Can you take care of? Chi-Royan looked askance at Ling Mo. I know more about women than you do, Ling Mare. That being said, in that case, he might as well pull out of it. Little White Moon, you remember to communicate with the store manager again and give him a. Forget it, I'll do it, just rest. Little White Moon, I'll take care of the rest. You just need to be a perfect bride the day after tomorrow. Ling Mo gave up on bidding Baiyu to leave, glanced at Baiyu in the room, and closed the door to leave. What store manager? What are you guys going to do about the wedding? Little Moon? Karuyan opened her mouth rather curiously. She hadn't done it yet. Let's learn from the experience. White Moon won't tell you. Brother Mo said it's confidential. No one can tell. Shirayuki huffed and opened her mouth with a smile. Hey, Little Moon, you've learned the hard way. That's what he said. But Chi-Royan's face was doting on Baiyu and blessing her. So, first of all, happy wedding to Luna? On the day of the wedding, Ling Tian specially chartered the most luxurious hotel in Kyoto and held a magnificent wedding. That guy Honzimo has taken Mushiro almost to the South Pole. He really can't rush back. He simply recorded a blessing video and sent it to Ling Mo. The wedding site was incredibly lively. The people who came here to celebrate Ling Mo's marriage to them were all bigwigs in the prestigious business world, as well as the students who Ling Mo had worked part-time as a tutor before. You know, families that can afford to hire Ling Mo as a one-on-one tutor and take money for Ling Mo's questions. How bad could it be? With one exception. Of course, that is, like Li Nan and the others. Both Ling Mo's friends and, more importantly, Baiyu's friends, dressed in a straight suit, his face flushed and glowing. Ling Tian greeted the guests with a smile on this memorable occasion. Ahahaha, yes, my son is married. Hey, your son will find someone sooner or later, but the matter of a piece of land. Private occasions do not talk about work. Come on, all in. Renan sat with Chi-Royan, looking around at the crowd, shrinking her head and, that's all a little less than my dad. Chi-Royan rolled her eyes, pinched the soft flesh around Li Nan's waist, and smiled as she opened her mouth. Whose house are we going to tonight? Lu Nam. Is identical to drowning in milking cans, is identical to drowning in milking cans. At that moment, many cats came in at the door. Ragdolls, English shorthorns, Persians, golden tapers, and so many more, each of which is incredibly adorable. Every time he came to the feet of each person, a cat would paw and roll beside the guest until that guest lovingly took the cat in his arms. A scene that carried an indescribable warmth. Before the wedding was held, Ling Tian had sent out notices that there were cats on site, and that they were part of the guests of honor. Allergies to animals and dislike of kittens may not be used to participate. It can't be helped. It's a great day. And if you give someone an allergy or a cat a stress attack, not to mention Ling Mo, it's time for Ling Tian to get stressed out. At the sight of this group of cats, Lin Nan, this I learned to set trade. Is this something I can learn from? The guests were basically seated, and with a wave of the master of ceremonies' hand, Ling Mo walked down the long red carpet to hold Baiyu, who had been standing there waiting for him for quite some time, with an innocent smile on her face and a pair of blue eyes that seemed to hold the stars of the canopy. Baiyu followed Ling Mo's footsteps and stood in the center of the stage. So, groom, what's the last thing you want to do right now? The MC handed the microphone to Ling Mo, who took it and locked eyes with Baiyu as the, trying to kiss my little white moon. MC. So, bride, what's on your mind right now? The MC took the microphone from Ling Mo's hand. Baiyu didn't bother to pick it up because she was holding Ling Mo with 2 hands and 1 hand, just like a couple pampering each other, and trying to kiss my silent brother, MC. In an instant, however, the master of ceremonies gathered himself instantly, and with a tone of jesting. But aren't you going to call some other names now that you're both married? Ling Mo smiled gently and took the microphone in the hands of the MC, his low voice echoing in the synagogue. The words of a daughter-in-law are too old-fashioned. Anyone can be called a daughter-in-law, but the appellation, Little White Moon, is reserved for my sweetheart. Renan? I'm learning to trade here? If this were him, he would have changed his name to daughter-in-law long ago. Okay. Ling Mo, you're playing with me, aren't you? I'll start catching up. Starting today. I'll roll you. The MC raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was a bit surprised by this reply from Ling Mo, and soon, a solemn and blessed voice rang out. Then please, groom, kiss your bride. On the third day after the wedding, Ling Mo was ready to take Baiyu on her honeymoon. Lai Nan and Chi Ruoyan came over to take a look. As soon as they met, Ling Mo opened his mouth somewhat playfully to Li Nan. It seems like your sister Chi is really showing you no mercy, just like the zombies. Lebanon. Chi Ruoyan. Her face reddened as well, and she spat softly and, to be in charge of you, Ruoyan. Shiroyuki's voice came out from the bedroom, and bouncing around, she took Chi Ruoyan's hand and, Baiyu is going to go to many new places with brother Mo to have fun. When the time comes, Baiyu will tell Ruoyan what's fun in each place. Chi Ruoyan subconsciously surfaced a smile, but when she thought of Ling Mo's jab just now, the scene himself more or less have to get back. Little Moon, did you know that your family's brother Mo writes novels? And it's still related to you? Oh. For a moment, the smile on Ling Mo's face froze. Hey, Baiyu tilted her head a bit strangely and glanced at Ling Mo in confusion. Silence, brother. What you write? Ling Mo blared at Chi Ruoyan and patted Baiyu on the head. Well, I'll show you tonight. Baiyu didn't think much of it and dragged Chi Ruoyan to the bedroom to whisper, describing the excitement and happiness she felt inside these days. Li Nan poked Ling Mo with his elbow and squeezed his eyebrows and laughed badly. You can do it. You're still playing with the same people? I don't see it, you kid play quite flowery. Ling Mare. Night. Baiyu was taking a bath in the bathroom, a separate bath that Ling Mo had specifically requested since Baiyu had gotten pregnant. Although Baiyu is also very reluctant, but Ling Mo's attitude is incomparably resolute, is determined not to take a bath with Baiyu during this period of time when she is pregnant, seeing that all the tricks didn't work, and even actively letting Ling Mo bully him didn't work. Unable to do anything about it, Shiroyuki had no choice but to unwillingly go to the bath alone. After Karuyan's reminder during the day, long ago memories slowly surfaced. He glanced at the hazy silhouette in the bathroom and smiled softly, withdrawing his eyes and gazing at the computer in front of him. Ling Mo opened the dusty novel backstage, looked at the dismal data, contemplated for a moment, and slowly knocked down a few words. A new story starts here.